Chapter 1, Divorce. It's finally been successfully developed. Inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Yifeng held a pill in his hand, waving it in front of him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Once this elixir hits the market, it will surely cause a huge uproar. Wife, your dream of becoming the richest man is about to come true, Yifeng murmured to himself. He planned to tell his wife, Tang Ruoxue, the good news and give her a surprise. I'm home. Several members of the Tang family were sitting in the hall. Yifeng, you're back just in time. This is your divorce agreement with Ruoxue. Sign it. Tang Ruoxue's mother, Zhang Xiuji, handed a document to Yifeng, her eyes full of disdain. Mom, you're kidding, right? Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Joke? Zhang Xiuji rolled her eyes. Are you really stupid or just pretending? My daughter is already a beautiful CEO worth billions, while you're just a useless live-in son-in-law. Do you even deserve my daughter? She's raised you for 3 years, she's already done more than enough. Sign the contract now and get lost. A useless son-in-law? Get lost? Yifeng found it hard to accept. Before their marriage, the Tang family wasn't even considered a second-tier wealthy family. It was Yifeng who used his connections and resources to gradually elevate the Tang family to a second-tier wealthy family. In the past 3 years, in order to realize Tang Ruoxue's dream, he worked day and night to develop elixirs, hoping to help her become the richest man in the world. But what I got in return was a divorce certificate. Ha, how ridiculous. Sad. Tang Ruoxue? Is this also your idea? Yifeng looked at Tang Ruoxue. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue was wearing a black dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and her beautiful face was cold and indifferent. Instead of answering Yifeng's question directly, she took the documents from her mother and handed them back to Yifeng. Consider it an apology from me. As long as you're willing to sign, feel free to make any requests, and I'll try my best to meet them. He. Yifeng sneered. Looking at that beautiful face, he felt very unfamiliar with it. Stop dawdling, sign it now, and get out of here. Zhang Xiuji said arrogantly, with my daughter's beauty and ability, she is bound to have a bright future, while you will only become a burden to her. What a promising future. Yifeng smiled bitterly, is money that important to you? Your Tang family has been living a life of comfort for the rest of your lives. How much money do you need to earn to be enough? Seeing that Yifeng was still not giving up, Tang Ruoxue's indifferent expression turned slightly annoyed. So, you don't understand me at all. With my abilities, what is a billion? My goal is 100 billion, a trillion. I want to stand at the top of the pyramid, and you can't give me that. Yes, I don't understand you. Yifeng chuckled self-deprecatingly, all I know is that if you're hungry, no matter how late it is, I'll cook for you. If you're cold, no matter how far away, I'll bring you clothes, and if you just say the word, no matter how difficult it is, I'll do it for you. Is this how you treat me now? Tang Ruoxue coldly replied, so what? A man's gentleness is the cheapest when he achieves nothing. Only a man at the top of the pyramid is worthy of me. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a pang of sadness. 5 years ago, Yifeng's family was burned down in a fire, and his adoptive parents perished in the flames. When he was dying, Tang Ruoxue risked her life to rush into the fire and save him. He also inherited medical and martial arts skills during that fire, becoming a master of medicine and a supreme martial artist. To repay her for saving his life, the two got married. Yifeng was willing to be just a behind-the-scenes facilitator, helping Tang Ruoxue become a wealthy CEO. Years later, the woman who risked her life to save him has become like this. Okay, I'll sign. Yifeng took out the pill and said, this is a pill that I spent 3 years developing. Once it's mass-produced and on the market, your Tang family will definitely become the most prestigious family at the top of the pyramid. Today, I give it to you to help you realize your dream, as a way of repaying the kindness you showed me back then. Snap. Tang Ruoxue waved her jade hand and slapped the pill out of Yifeng's hand. Can't you be more mature? We've been married for 3 years, and you've been fiddling with those bottles and jars in the clinic every day. I've had enough. Now that things have come to this, you're still daydreaming and trying to fool me with a pill? Can't you be a little more responsible? Find something worthwhile to do. She got angrier and angrier as she spoke. Zhang Xiuji chimed in, Yifeng, don't blame your mother. Auntie for scolding you. You're such a grown-up, why can't you be more sensible? Instead of wasting your time daydreaming, you should deliver food and earn some living expenses. He. Yifeng finally saw through the true colors of this family. 3 years of assistance, plus this elixir, have repaid the debt of gratitude. No one owes anyone anything now. I'll sign. Yifeng took the divorce agreement, picked up his pen, and prepared to sign it. Sudden. A girl with a slender figure but a disfigured face hurried over. Brother-in-law, don't sign it. Yi doesn't want you to leave. After saying that, she looked at Tang Ruoshua anxiously. Sister, brother-in-law has always worked very hard, he will definitely make something of himself, please don't send him away. Who gives you the right to speak here? Get out of here. Zhang Xiuji grabbed Tang Yi's hand and pulled her away. Yifeng looked at Tang Yi and smiled with satisfaction. She was the daughter of the Tang family head's extramarital affair. She was originally extremely beautiful, but her face was later disfigured, and she began to be disliked by the Tang family, living a life worse than that of a servant. She was also the only one who truly cared for Yifeng. Unfortunately, after I left, she was destined to be all alone. Yi, take care of yourself now that your brother-in-law isn't around. Yifeng picked up his pen and signed his name on the divorce agreement. Brother-in-law, why don't you take Yi with you? I'll do anything for you, even be your slave. Yi doesn't want to stay here alone. Tang Yi's eyes were pleading. This. Yifeng frowned. At this moment, Zhang Xiuji crossed her arms and sneered, a good-for-nothing and an ugly duckling, they're quite a good match. Why don't you two just get together? Tang Yi, don't think we don't know what you're thinking. You're just like your vixen mother, always wanting other women's men. You've been hoping Yifeng would divorce your sister for a long time, haven't you? It's a pity that a loser might not like an ugly duckling, hee. Tang Yi hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Over the years, she and Yifeng had shared similar experiences and she had indeed relied on Yifeng, her brother-in-law. However, she never hoped for their divorce, let alone dared to have such a wish. You dare not deny it now, do you? Zhang Xiujian sneered, it's a pity, if it weren't for that 3 years ago when you rushed into a fire in Xiqing Old Street to save a stranger and got disfigured, you'd be considered a great beauty. But now, looking at your face, he'll probably have nightmares, huh? Boom! Upon hearing this, Yifeng was dumbfounded. 3 years ago? Xiqing Old Street? Was it Yi who saved me back then? He remembered that after she risked her life to save him, she fainted. The smoke was thick, and Yifeng couldn't recognize her. He only heard the rescuers call her Miss Tang. Yifeng always thought she was Tang Ruoshua, but he never expected. Could it be that your face was also burned by the fire back then? Yifeng pressed down on Tang Yi's shoulders, his pupils trembling. Tang Yi remained silent and nodded. Upon seeing this, Yifeng was shocked, feeling as if fate had played a cruel joke on him. After a brief pause, he asked excitedly, did you ever hate that stranger? No, trading a face for a life is a good deal. Tang Yi laughed heartily, as if she had never taken it to heart. Yifeng was truly on the verge of tears. How could there be such a fool in the world? Trading your face for someone else's life, and you still say it's worth it? Wait me a moment. Yifeng hurriedly looked down to search. A moment later. Having found the pill, Yifeng handed it to Tang Yi and said sincerely, Yi, this is my betrothal gift. Will you marry me? Chapter 2. Looking at Tang Yi's sincere face, I was at a loss. If I hadn't been disfigured, she would definitely have agreed. But now, I'm neither human nor ghost, so how can I dare to hope for love? That's not what I meant. She lowered her head in self-consciousness. Just answer, yes or no. Yifeng held the pill to her lips. Take this pill, and your appearance will be restored in 7 days. Restored appearance? Within 7 days? Tang Yi naturally didn't believe such a miraculous thing, but she really wanted to stay by Yifeng's side. You really dare to marry me? If you dare to marry me, I dare to marry you. Yifeng said with deep affection and certainty. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Xiuji clapped her hands and mocked, you little slut, hurry up and say yes. This is your only chance to get married. He may be a coward, but at least he's a man. Tang Ruoshua's younger brother, Tang Mingjie, also joined in the mockery. The key is that he said he could cure your face within 7 days. You struck gold, haha. That's right, you two are a perfect match, hugging each other and daydreaming. Zhang Xiuji laughed so hard she bent over. Everyone from the Tang family present looked at them with amused smiles. Everyone is hoping they'll get out of the Tang family as soon as possible. Okay, I'll marry him, Tang Yi took the pill and, without saying a word, put it into her mouth. Even though she knew it was impossible, she was determined to prove him wrong. The group stared wide-eyed at the sight. She actually dared to take the medicine that Yifeng haphazardly concocted? Is she crazy? Zhang Xiuji laughed and said, "You two are a perfect match. One of you dares to lie, and the other actually dares to believe it." Tang Ningjie said, "I think she's gone crazy trying to restore her appearance. She doesn't even know where Yifeng rubbed the filth off, and she's not afraid of getting diarrhea from eating it. I believe he won't harm me." Tang Yi was full of confidence. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach, as if a ball of fire was burning her. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and she could only force herself to endure it, not wanting to be laughed at by them. However, gradually, this feeling became stronger and more uncomfortable. She couldn't hold back any longer. "Ouch, it hurts so much." Tang Yi clutched her stomach, bent over, and looked pale. "What did I tell you? It came true, didn't it? You got diarrhea, didn't you?" Seeing Tang Yi's distressed expression, Tang Mingjie shouted excitedly, as if he had been so prescient. Zhang Xiuji also revealed a smug look, returning elixirs and miraculous medicines to restore one's appearance? Bah! It's all right. The concentration of this medicine is quite high, so there might be some discomfort. It will be fine in a minute or two. Yifeng supported Tang Yi and patted her back. "Let's go." Not wanting to embarrass herself in front of them, Tang Yi grabbed Yifeng's hand and hurriedly walked out the door. She couldn't stay in this house for even a quarter of an hour longer. However, after leaving the gate and walking a few hundred meters, the burning sensation disappeared, replaced by a cool and comfortable feeling on my face. Half an hour later. The entrance to the Jiangzhou Civil Affairs Bureau. "Tang Yi, Yifeng, your marriage certificate has been processed." A staff member handed the red booklet to the two of them. "Thanks." The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Tang Yi looked at the marriage certificate in her hand, feeling like she was dreaming. She finally found someone to rely on. But she knew that this marriage was destined not to last. Yifeng only married her to disgust her sister. Who would be willing to live with an ugly woman? "If you ever want a divorce, just tell me. I'm always ready." Tang Yi was reluctant to part, but she forced a smile. Yifeng gently stroked her hair. "If you don't leave me, I will never abandon you." Good. Although she felt that Yifeng was just being perfunctory, Tang Yi was still genuinely happy. "Also, from now on, don't call me brother-in-law, call me husband." "No, I'm too shy. I'll just call you by your name or brother phone." Walking. Yifeng's phone rang. After the call connected, a solicitous voice came through. "Dr. Yi, this is Lu Baichuan from the Provincial Chamber of Commerce. Today is your wedding anniversary with Miss Tang Ruoxue. I have already arranged for someone to deliver the gift to the Tang family." "No need. Starting this year, we don't need to give gifts for our wedding anniversary or Tang Ruoxue's birthday." Yifeng spoke in a commanding tone. "This." Lu Baichuan was puzzled, but he could hear the displeasure in Yifeng's voice, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions. "Understood." He continued, "However, this year's gifts have already been given, what do you think? Then let them move back to my clinic." "Okay, I'll have someone move it right away." Lu Baichuan said, "There is another matter. I have an old friend who has recently contracted a strange illness. He has sought out famous doctors both at home and abroad, but none of them have been able to help him. He hopes that Dr. Yi can lend a hand." "Sure, but I have conditions." "I know," Lu Baichuan said. "Dr. Yi is a man of noble character and integrity. He never charges money for treating patients, only asking for precious medicinal herbs. Don't worry, as long as he cures my friend, he can find any medicinal herbs you need." "No, this time I want money, 1 billion. 1 billion? Lu Baichuan was taken aback for a moment, seemingly unprepared, but quickly replied readily, "Sure, sure. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Okay, send someone to pick me up at my clinic in an hour." After saying that, Yifeng hung up the phone. Tang Yi was immersed in the joy of her new marriage when she heard Yifeng mention the terms, 10 billion. She asked, "Yifeng, who were you talking to just now?" Yifeng didn't answer, but gently stroked the back of her head. "Now that you've left the Tang family, do you want to surpass your sister and become someone she looks up to?" "Don't want." Without a second thought, Tang Yi said, "As long as I can stay by brother Yifeng's side, I'll be content." Money doesn't matter. He returned to the Tang family. Yifeng and Tang Yi returned to their respective rooms and packed their luggage. The Tang family didn't care about the two's return, because they had just received a big gift and were all busy discussing what this year's gift would be. Our Ruoxue is really amazing. Chairman Lu sends us gifts several times a year. Isn't that right? They give Ruoxue gifts for her birthday, gifts for her wedding anniversary, and even gifts for Grandma's birthday. The gifts get more and more expensive every year. I wonder what they gave her this year. What's the point of guessing? Just open it and see. Zhang Xiuji took the lead, and the group hurriedly opened several gift boxes. Wow, this box contains Ganoderma lucidum. This Ganoderma lucidum must be at least 50 years old. This box contains a famous painting, which is estimated to be worth at least 1 million on the market. This gift box is even more amazing. A 50 million yuan order from the Lu family, wow. Looking at these incredibly luxurious gifts, Tang Ruoxue felt a great sense of accomplishment. These gifts were not only expensive, but more importantly, they were a symbol of status. This symbolizes the Lu family's high regard for the Tang family and their recognition of Tang Ruoxue's abilities. Chapter 3, Moving the Gifts. Alright, it's just a few small gifts. What's there to get excited about? Once I lead the Tang family to the top, these things will be easy to obtain, won't they? Tang Ruoxue suppressed her excitement and appeared calm. Hearing her say that, the Tang family members became even more excited. Cousin, you're amazing. You're my idol. Xiao Xue is definitely capable. I think it's also related to that good for nothing. When he was in the Tang family, he always brought bad luck to our Tang family. Now that we're divorced, the gifts from the Lu family have doubled. Yes, thankfully my cousin divorced him. Alright. Tang Ruoxue interrupted, he has been with the Tang family for so many years. Even if he hasn't made any great contributions, he has certainly worked hard. So stop slandering him. Although they are not on the same page, she had always loved Yifeng, so there was no need for her to kick him when he was down. Just as the group quieted down, a clear voice came from the S-shaped staircase. You're absolutely right. These little gifts are indeed related to me. However, I'm not trying to bring bad luck to your Tang family, but rather to bring prosperity to your Tang family. At the top of the stairs, Yifeng and Tang Yi each carried a suitcase as they walked down. The one who spoke just now was Yifeng. May the Tang family prosper? Zhang Xiuji sneered, why don't you say that Chairman Lu gave these gifts to my Tang family because of you? That's right. Yifeng nodded. Ha ha ha. Seeing how serious Yifeng was, the Tang family members covered their mouths and chuckled. Tang Mingjie laughed so hard he almost fell over. Yifeng, how come I never knew you were so shameless? Did you get divorced and want to save face before you leave? It's a pity that you don't even have the right to meet Chairman Lu. Aren't you afraid we'll laugh at you for saying such things? Zhang Xiuji sneered, he can even refine elixirs and heal disfigurements within 7 days. What other boasts does he have that he wouldn't dare to make? Looking at the ugly faces of her family members, Tang Yi felt very wronged for Yifeng. But she was naturally timid and dared not offend anyone, so she could only hold Yifeng's hand tightly and stand silently beside him. If I can heal Yi's face within 7 days, what will you do then? Yifeng took Tang Yi's hand, pulled the luggage, and walked downstairs. Seeing how serious he was, Tang Mingjie couldn't help but laugh again. Hey, ex-brother-in-law, did you go crazy after being dumped by my sister? Do you know how many doctors Tang Yi has seen and how much money she's spent, but none of them have fixed her face? You, a barefoot doctor, think you can cure him? You're dreaming. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know in 7 days. Yifeng didn't want to waste any more words, only facts were convincing. 7 days later, he will restore Yi's former beauty and shut these snobbish people up completely. Alright, how about we make a bet? Tang Mingjie arrogantly declared, if she can't transform into a swan in 7 days, none of you will ever set foot in the Tang family again. Even if you're reduced to begging, you can't borrow money from my sister. If you can truly cure her, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize. Do you dare? Okay, it's settled then. Yifeng was full of confidence. He didn't care whether he entered the Tang family's gate or not, but it was still quite interesting to make Tang Mingjie kneel down and admit his mistake. Alright, that's enough. Tang Ruoxue knew that Yifeng was just too proud to admit his mistake, and curing Tang Yi was a pipe dream. However, since they could get a divorce smoothly, there was no need to burn bridges and leave him some dignity. She walked over slowly, forcing a smile, and said, "I wish you happiness. Here's 2 million, take it." Tang Ruoxue handed over a banknote. "Are you crazy?" Zhang Xiuji walked over and tugged at Tang Ruoxue's sleeve. "I've raised him for 3 years without asking for any money for food. I've already done more than enough. Why are you still giving him so much money?" Tang Mingjie rolled his eyes. "Giving it to him is worse than giving it to me as pocket money." "No." Yi Feng calmly refused. 2 million was easily within his grasp. "Don't try to hold on, I know you don't have any money on you." Tang Ruoxue said coldly, "As long as you stop bothering me in the future, I'll consider the 2 million worth of money worthwhile." "So you were afraid I'd bother you?" Yi Feng thought she was really that kind-hearted. "Okay, then I'll accept it." Yi Feng took the bank card and said indifferently, "Money is indeed a good thing, at least it can help you see a person for who they truly are." After saying that, with a snap, Yi Feng broke the bank card in half and threw it directly into the trash can. "You." Seeing Yi Feng's ungrateful attitude, Tang Ruoxue was furious. She shouldn't sympathize with people who are so obsessed with saving face that they suffer for nothing. They have no skills, but they are very stubborn. "Okay, I hope you can always maintain your integrity and never come to me for help. You can rest assured." Yi Feng said proudly, "Although I am a coward, I have a strong backbone. I don't want a penny of what is not mine, and I will not give up an inch of what is mine." He pointed to the gifts. "These things are all mine. Don't touch any of them. Someone will come to collect them in a little while." After saying that, Yi Feng took Tang Yi's hand with one hand and pulled his suitcase with the other, then turned and left. "Hey, still pretending?" Tang Mingjie raised his hand and was about to rush over, but Tang Ruoxue stopped him. "Let him go." Tang Ruoxue watched the two figures leave and said disdainfully, "Human nature is like this. If a person lacks something, he will pretend to have it. He will always live in his own fantasy." The Tang family members thought it made sense. Someone as incompetent as Yi Feng pretends to be nonchalant and indifferent to money, but he also likes to pretend that he is very capable. This is a classic case of paranoia. Never mind him, choose whichever gift you like. Tang Ruoxue generously distributed the gifts to them to show her magnanimity. Upon hearing this, the Tang family members scrambled to grab it. "I want that Ganoderma lucidum, and nobody can take it from me," Zhang Xiuji declared domineeringly. "I want the calligraphy and paintings, and nobody is allowed to touch them," Uncle Tang said. "I want a bracelet." Just as the gifts were being distributed, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked in with 5 or 6 bodyguards. They were the people who had just given the gift. The middle-aged man was Lu Baichuan's assistant. "Assistant Wang, why are you back again?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Tang Ruoxue hurriedly went over and greeted him with a smile, thinking to herself, could it be that Chairman Lu still has gifts to give? "That's right." Assistant Wang politely said, "I just received a notification from the chairman that these gifts need to be moved to another location." "Moved to another place?" Tang Ruoxue was taken aback. The rest of the Tang family were also completely baffled. Assistant Wang continued, "Yes, the chairman said that he wants to move to your TCM clinic." "Why is that? Isn't it always delivered here every year?" Tang Ruoxue asked, puzzled. "I don't know the specifics, I was just following orders." Chapter 4, The Strange Illness. This. Tang Ruoxue frowned. Recalling Yi Feng's parting words, she felt it was too much of a coincidence. When Yi Feng was bragging, he said that these gifts were his and that someone would come and take them away. Could it be? Impossible, he's just a good-for-nothing, how could it be related to him? Tang Ruoxue quickly dismissed the idea. Yi Feng spends all his time in the clinic, fiddling with his bottles and jars, how could he possibly know Chairman Lu? Assistant Wang, to tell you the truth, I've already divorced my husband. That clinic belongs to him, and it would be too much trouble for me to move it back. I'll just leave it here, Tang Ruoxue said with a smile. That's not something I can decide. I'm just following orders. I hope Mr. Tang understands. After saying that, Assistant Wang waved his hand dismissively. The gifts that had been opened were all taken away. The Tang family members watched helplessly as their gifts were taken away, their hearts bleeding. Although the Tang family's assets are not cheap, they don't have much cash on hand. Even if they scrimp and save, they wouldn't be willing to buy these gifts. Now, the pigeon that was within our grasp has flown away? Xiaoxue, what exactly happened? Why don't you call Chairman Lu and ask him what's going on? Zhang Xiuji said anxiously. Tang Ruoxue shook her head helplessly. I don't have Chairman Lu's contact information. I usually communicate with Chairman Lu through Assistant Wang. What should we do then? Tang Mingjie was unwilling to accept this. His gift was a 30% stake in a bar, a surefire way to show off. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ruoxue said confidently, although I don't know why Chairman Lu changed the location, since it's a gift for me, Tang Ruoxue, I doubt Yifeng would dare to keep it for himself. I'll just find some time to go and move it back. For her, the most important thing now is to find a good doctor. I heard that Mr. Li, the richest man in the family, is seriously ill. Now many wealthy families are vying to find a good doctor, trying to climb the social ladder by associating with the Li family. If she can seize this opportunity, she can become a guest of honor in the Li family. At that time, the Tang family will be able to soar to great heights. Tang Mingjie couldn't wait any longer. Sister, I don't care, I'm going to move it back right now. But Tang Ruoxue thought for a moment and nodded, okay, just remember not to have any conflicts with Yifeng. If he tries to extort money from you, just give him some money to get rid of him. I know what to do. After Tang Mingjie finished speaking, he angrily chased after her. Yifeng and Tang Yi returned to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Yi, there's a bedroom upstairs. Please make do with me here for now. I'll buy you a big villa later. Yifeng put the luggage in the corner. Tang Yi smiled, feigning happiness. It's alright, it's fine to stay here all the time. She knew Yifeng couldn't afford a house, let alone accept her appearance. He was just saying it casually. Now, she only hoped that the divorce wouldn't come too soon. Oh, right. Yifeng said, I'm going out for a bit. Someone will be bringing us gifts later. What is it? Those gifts from the Tang family, you can take them back to our mother later. This. Tang Yi thought Yifeng was just concerned about saving face, which is why he said those things at the Tang family. She didn't expect him to bring it up again now. We were chatting. Several bodyguards in black suits arrived at the door. Are you Mr. Yi? Our master requests your presence. The head bodyguard bowed slightly in humility. Yes, let's go. Yifeng nodded and followed them away. Tang Yi caught up a few steps and called out, Yifeng, come back soon, I'll cook dinner for you. We arrived at a villa in the city. Yifeng then realized that the old friend Lu Baichuan mentioned was actually a member of the Li family, the richest family in Jiangzhou. Hello, are you Mr. Yifeng? A woman wearing a tight-fitting long dress came to greet us from the doorway. She was extremely beautiful, with a curvaceous figure that was incredibly alluring. Every move she made was captivating, making her a true beauty. Yet, her brows revealed a resolute and wise demeanor, exuding the domineering aura of a business queen. Yes. Yifeng nodded. My name is Li Anlin. Please follow me, sir. Led by Li Anlin, Yifeng arrived at the villa's lobby. He faintly heard a series of mournful cries coming from the second floor. The sounds were clearly human voices, but they were like the roars of wild beasts, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing Yifeng's expression change, Li Anlin explained, to be honest, sir, ever since my grandfather contracted this strange illness, he's become more and more irritable, and these past few days he's been even more. As she spoke, she choked up. Let me take a look first. Yifeng felt that this was not a common illness, and the situation was not optimistic. We went up to the second floor and came into a large room. At this moment, on the bed, an elderly man with white hair was being held down by two strong men. The old man's face was brownish red, his lips were purple, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was being held down on the bed, very agitated, and occasionally making strange noises. Where is Mr. Yi? Hasn't he arrived yet? A woman dressed in luxurious clothes looked at Li Anlin with great anxiety. She is Li Anlin's mother, Chen Yumei. Li Anlin brought Yifeng over and introduced him to her mother, saying, he is the Dr. Yi that Chairman Lu mentioned. He? Chen Yumei was taken aback, then looked Yifeng up and down a few times. He's not even as old as you. He's a miracle doctor? You must be joking. As we all know, both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine rely on the accumulation of experience, and it is impossible to have enough experience without being in one's 50s or 60s. Judging from Yifeng's age, he's probably just an intern. Yes, it should be true. Li Anlin wasn't sure either, but she trusted that Chairman Lu wouldn't lie to her, so she brought Yifeng in with a try-it-out mentality. I was just wondering about that. Chen Yumei rolled her eyes. I heard that Dr. Yi never charges money for treating patients. Why is he asking for 1 billion this time? Turns out he's a fraud. This. Hearing his mother say this, Li Anlin also frowned. She had also heard of Dr. Ye's deeds. She heard that he was a man of noble character and integrity, willing to help anyone who was not a bad person, and without charging a penny. Now it certainly seems suspicious. Seeing their hostile gazes, Yifeng asked, "Do you still want treatment? If not, I'm leaving." The saying goes that a doctor shouldn't be stingy. Yifeng has already given them face by personally coming to their door this time. If they don't know what's good for them, then they deserve to die. Take him away right now. Chen Yumei waved her hand impatiently. After much deliberation, Li Anlin dared not gamble with her grandfather's life. If something were to happen to him, she would become a sinner to the Li family. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we've also invited Dr. Guzhong from the provincial capital. He'll be here soon, so. He hadn't finished speaking. Oh, whoa. The old man on the bed suddenly went berserk and became incredibly strong. After breaking free of his bodyguards, he went berserk and bit anyone he saw, causing the people in the room to rush out in panic. Ah! Run! The master has gone mad. Run! The nanny and bodyguard fled in panic. Just as Li Anlin was at a loss for what to do, the old man pounced on her and bit down on her neck. Chapter 5, Disaster Approaches. Grandpa, it's me, Lan Lan. Li Anlin tried desperately to push the old man away, but strangely, the old man was unusually strong and soon got close to Li Anlin's neck. Seeing that she was about to be bitten, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. At the critical moment. Swoosh! A silver needle flew from Yifeng's hand, piercing the old man's vital point at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Before anyone could react, they saw the old man fall to the ground. What happened? Li Anlin had escaped a close call, but she was still shaken. However, she was puzzled when she saw her grandfather suddenly collapse. Grandpa always has a fit of madness, and we have to forcefully control him. Why did he suddenly collapse this time? Li Anlin looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression. Just then, a hurried voice came, "Dr. Gu is here. Grandpa is saved." The speaker was Li Zixuan, the young master of the Li family, who hurriedly walked over with Dr. Gu. "Dr. Gu, you finally arrived." Chen Yumei quickly invited Guzhong into the room. After a series of diagnoses, Guzhong stroked his beard and said calmly, "Fortunately, you have met me. Ordinary treatments are simply ineffective for such difficult and complicated diseases." Upon hearing Guzhong's words, Chen Yumei exclaimed excitedly, "Dr. Gu, does this mean you can cure my master?" Li Anlin also said, "As long as you can cure my grandfather, just name your price." A doctor's heart, his benevolent money is not important to him, Guzhong said calmly. Truly a divine physician, indeed of noble character and integrity. After Chen Yumei finished speaking, she glared at Yifeng with disdain, getting angrier the more she thought about it. How could a real miracle doctor ask for 1 billion yuan right off the bat? Isn't that blatant extortion? Someone, throw him out. Chen Yumei shouted, pointing at Yifeng. Mom, no. Li Anlin quickly stopped him. Regardless of whether Yifeng was a true miracle doctor, he was indeed Lu Baichuan's honored guest. Even if one doesn't respect the monk, one should respect the Buddha. There was no need to embarrass Lu Baichuan. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I'll have someone take you home." Li Anlin gave a professional smile. All right. Although the billion yuan went down the drain, Yifeng had no choice. They had already gone this far, so he couldn't just stubbornly refuse. Seeing how polite Li Anlin was, Yifeng reminded her before leaving, "Remember not to pull out the silver needles from the vital points, otherwise all of you here will be in big trouble." What? Insert silver needles into a fatal acupoint? Guzhong roared, "You're being ridiculous." As we all know, the fatal acupoint is the vital point of the human body. Anyone who knows a little about traditional Chinese medicine knows that under no circumstances should acupuncture be performed on a patient's fatal acupoint. Seeing Guzhong's anger, Li Zixuan sensed something was wrong and waved his hand sharply at the bodyguards. "Men, take him into custody. If my grandfather can't be saved, take him with you." No. Li Anlin quickly stepped in between them. She had initially thought that her grandfather had collapsed on his own, but after hearing what Yifeng said, it was clear that she had saved him. To be able to accurately hit vital points with flying needles from such a distance is a skill that is unmatched by ordinary doctors. Sister, he's trying to kill Grandpa, why are you still protecting him? Li Zixuan was very angry. Don't say anything yet. In this urgent situation, Li Anlin didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer, so he quickly bowed to Dr. Gu and said, Please, Dr. Gu, save my grandfather. Don't worry, with me here, any difficult problem can be solved. Gu Zhong said confidently. After saying that, he reached out to pull out the silver needle. Li Anlin frowned. Dr. Gu, perhaps we shouldn't remove it? What if? Are you questioning my medical skills? Gu Zhong was clearly angry and said, When my medical skills were famous in the provincial capital, this kid was still a kid. Do you think I'm inferior to him? That's not what I meant. Li Anlin wanted to explain what had just happened, but Chen Yumei stopped her. Lan Lan, stop talking. If you anger Dr. Gu, your grandfather really won't be able to be saved. But Li Anlin still wanted to stop it. But they discovered that Dr. Gu had already removed the silver needles. He casually tossed away the silver needle and began applying acupuncture with the silver needles he had brought with him. Miss Li, you can rest assured. As long as I administer these acupuncture needles and prescribe a few doses of medicine, your grandfather will definitely recover completely within a month, Gu Zhong said while administering the acupuncture. Seeing how confident Dr. Gu was, Li Anlin didn't dare to say anything more. However, Yifeng crossed his arms and sneered, recovered as before? These few needles of yours not only harmed this old man, but it's also uncertain whether you can save your own life. You bastard, I've put up with you for too long. Gu Zhong glared at Yifeng, you're just a little kid, do you think you can cure diseases just by reading a few medical books? Do you even know what 9 needles to restore life means? My acupuncture technique is called the 9 needles to restore heaven, which is used to treat all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. 9 needles to rejuvenate? That's just a third-rate acupuncture technique. Yi Feng's tone was flippant. You? Dr. Gu was furious. Yi Feng continued, I not only know about the 9 needles of resurrection, but I also know that this acupuncture technique activates human cells and has the effect of forcibly prolonging life. It's just a pity that this acupuncture technique is not suitable for Elder Li's illness. Elder Li's root cause of illness has not been cured. Once his cells are activated, he will go completely mad. Hearing Yifeng say this, Dr. Gu became even more furious. He has been practicing medicine for decades, and no one has ever dared to question his medical skills like this. Now he is being lectured by a mere child. Are you just going to let him cause trouble like this, Li family? He glared angrily at Li Anlin. Miss Li, it's either him or me today. Either get rid of him, or I'll leave. Upon hearing what the miracle doctor said, before Li Anlin could even speak, Chen Yumei shouted, Get out! I'll spare your life for Lu Baichuan's sake, but don't let me run into you again. Okay, I'll leave now, but don't beg me later. Yifeng shrugged and turned to walk out of the room. Without Yifeng's interference, the room finally quieted down. Li Anlin asked, Dr. Gu, when will my grandfather wake up? Almost there. After the acupuncture, the patient usually wakes up within 3 minutes. It's almost time now. The words fell. To everyone's astonishment, the old man had indeed woken up. That's great. Grandpa has finally woken up. Dr. Gu is truly amazing. Luckily we believe in Dr. Gu, otherwise, Grandpa would have been harmed by that guy. Li Zixuan said excitedly. Seeing that her grandfather had really woken up, Li Anlin was relieved. It seemed that Yifeng was indeed a fraud who didn't live up to his name. Fortunately, she hadn't insisted on keeping him around. Just as everyone was all smiles. Sudden. Ah. Old Master Li's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth wide to bite down on Dr. Ji's shoulder. Ah. Caught off guard, before Dr. Gu could react, he was bitten and let out a scream. Chapter 6, Miraculous Medical Skills. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. In that moment of hesitation, Old Master Li shook off Gu Zhong and lunged at the others. Ah! A scream rang out. Everyone panicked and fled through the door. Even the 2 bodyguards were terrified and rushed out of the room together. Li Anlin was still thinking of waking up the old man, but seeing that her grandfather had completely lost his mind, she couldn't care less about that and escaping was the priority. When she ran to the lobby on the 1st floor, she happened to run into Yifeng, who was leaving. Yifeng, run! Li Anlin pulled Yifeng along as they fled. However, the old man was extremely fast and quickly caught up. He then pounced on Yifeng, brandishing his claws. Just when everyone thought Yifeng was doomed. Swoosh! Several silver needles shot out from Yifeng's hand, hitting the old man's vital points, temples, and philtrum respectively. Bang! The old man closed his eyes and fell to the ground. What's going on? When they saw the old man fall down again, Chen Yumei and Li Zixuan were stunned for a moment. Recalling Yifeng's words before he left, they couldn't help but feel regret. Yifeng had warned them not to remove the silver needles, otherwise, everyone present would be in big trouble. Sure enough, he was right. Mr. Yi, what's wrong with my grandfather? Li Anlin asked. He was infected with a modified rabies virus, Yifeng said. Rabies? Or is it a virus that has been artificially modified? Li Anlin remembered that her grandfather had never been bitten by an animal. How is my grandfather's condition progressing? Li Anlin asked. Prepare for a funeral, he won't live more than 3 days. After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned and left. Upon hearing this, Li Anlin found it hard to accept and quickly chased after him. Dr. Yi, since you know the cause of my grandfather's illness, you must have a way to save him, right? How could a con man like me have such great abilities? Yifeng said calmly, glancing back at her. Please save my grandfather. Whatever your conditions, the Li family will meet them. Li Anlin grabbed Yifeng's arm, preventing him from leaving. Yifeng's tone remained indifferent. Fate has its own cause and effect. Your grandfather was destined to die because he was stuck with a family like yours that looks down on people. Upon hearing this, Chen Yumei and Li Zixuan lowered their heads in shame. The most regretful one was Chen Yumei. After a moment of silence, she forced herself to say, Dr. Yi, I apologize for what happened earlier. If you can save my master, I will immediately transfer 1 billion to you. Yes, not only a billion, but from now on, my Li family will treat Dr. Yi as an honored guest. Li Zixuan said with a grin. Yifeng initially didn't want to pay attention, but after glancing at the old man on the ground, he suddenly asked. Your grandfather's name is Li Zhengde? Yes. Although she didn't know why Yifeng asked that question, seeing his softened attitude, Li Anlin felt there was hope. Fine, he's lucky to have met me. Yifeng suddenly changed his attitude, took out silver needles, and quickly inserted them into acupoints on the old man's chest, shoulders, and soles of his feet. After stimulating 13 acupoints, a miraculous scene unfolded. As Yifeng gently brushed his palm across the silver needles, all 13 needles vibrated simultaneously, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Such a miraculous phenomenon immediately stunned the Li family. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ge Zhong had already come downstairs. He was clutching his bleeding neck, staring blankly at the vibrating silver needles, muttering to himself. The 13 needles of Geguzi? Could this be the legendary 13 needles of Geguzi? A divine doctor, this is truly a divine doctor. Ge Zhong found it hard to believe that a man in his 20s could know this long-lost acupuncture technique. Seeing that even the renowned Dr. Ge was praising him, the Li family members were on edge, filled with anticipation. Half an hour later. Yifeng gently brushed his hand across the silver needles again, and the needles stopped trembling. That's fine. Yifeng pulled out the silver needles and said, I will write you a prescription. As long as you follow the prescription and drink it for 7 days, you will definitely recover. It's that simple? Li Zixuan glanced at his grandfather and frowned. Yifeng's acupuncture technique was indeed impressive, but could he really recover with just a few needles and 7 days of medicine? Isn't this a bit too frivolous? But why hasn't my grandfather woken up yet? Li Anlin asked. Are you still questioning me? Yifeng said coldly. Chen Yumei walked over and said, Dr. Yi, we're not questioning you, but isn't it a bit too much to charge 10 billion for just a few simple acupuncture needles and a prescription? She didn't dare finish her sentence, but her tone was very dissatisfied. What matters in treating illness is the result, not the process. What's the point of a complex process if it doesn't cure the person? After Yifeng finished speaking, he gently pressed Li Zhengde's philtrum. Wow! Li Zhengde suddenly opened his eyes, and a mouthful of black blood gushed out. At this moment, his eyes were slightly dazed, but his complexion was much rosier, making him look completely different from his frenzied state just now. At this moment, everyone present was once again stunned. Grandpa, you're awake? You're finally awake. Li Anlin quickly helped the old man sit up. What happened to me just now? Li Zhengde looked at the bloodstains on his fingernails, his face full of doubt. Next, Li Anlin helped the old man to sit down on the sofa and told him about his illness and the treatment process. The old man was shocked after hearing it. It's amazing that such a thing exists in the world, it's simply a miracle. Li Jingde was very fortunate to have survived such a calamity. Li Anlin quickly said, "Thanks to Mr. Yi, we wouldn't know what to do without him." Upon hearing this, Li Jingde looked at Yifeng, wanting to express his gratitude. However, the moment his gaze met Yifeng's, his body trembled violently, and his pupils quivered slightly. You are. Young master." Before he could finish speaking, Yifeng interrupted with a smile, "Since you've recovered, I won't linger any longer." Li Jingde jumped up and asked nervously, "Young Dr. Yi, may we have a private chat for a moment?" "No need." Yifeng refused outright. He then wrote down a prescription and left. Li Jingde watched Yifeng's departing figure, his face showing dejection, and called out, "Mr. Yi, the doors of the Li family are always open for you. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to ask." Yifeng left without looking back. Seeing Li Jingde so agitated, the Li family felt bewildered. "Grandpa, do you know Mr. Yi too?" Li Anlin asked in confusion. Li Jingde paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Maybe he treated me before, so I've seen him, but I don't quite remember." "So that's how it is." Li Anlin nodded, but something still felt off. If it was just a medical appointment, why would Grandpa be so agitated? However, since her grandfather was unwilling to reveal anything, she didn't press him further. Chapter 7, Tang Yi Gets Beaten. Yifeng walked out of the courtyard gate. At this moment, Gu Zhong chased after him from behind, stood directly in front of him, and knelt down with a plop. "Dr. Yi, I shouldn't have questioned your medical skills. Please, save me." He was bitten by Li Jingde just now, and if Yifeng hadn't treated him, he would have certainly died. "Aren't you a miracle doctor? Why do you need to ask me for help?" Yifeng said calmly. "I was wrong, my skills are lacking, please, Physician Yi, have mercy and save me," Gu Zhong pleaded. "That's enough." Yifeng was not a petty person. He said, "The virus in your body has not invaded your internal organs. Take the medicine I just prescribed for 3 consecutive days and you will recover." "Really? Thank you, Dr. Yi." "Thank you, Dr. Yi." Gu Zhongming bowed deeply and then hurriedly ran back to ask the Li family for the prescription. At this moment, Li Anlin also came out. She was like a beautiful queen, exuding a noble air, yet with every step and sway, she was captivating and alluring. Especially her stunning figure, which makes it hard to look away. "Mr. Yi, you're so forgetful. We haven't even collected the 1 billion yuan for your treatment yet." She slowly walked up to Yifeng. "Oh, right." Yifeng said, "You don't need to transfer that 1 billion to me." "What's the meaning?" Li Anlin was somewhat bewildered. Yifeng pulled a yellowed prescription out of his pocket and said, "This is a new pill I developed called Illusionary Beauty Pill. I need you to do me a favor." "Sir, please speak." "I need to start a cosmetic pharmaceutical company. I want all of this 1 billion yuan to be injected into my company for the production and sales of this product. I hope Ms. Li can help me get the company up and running." Yifeng said, "Let's name the product Fairy Water and dilute it 100 times according to the prescription to mass produce the liquid." "Miracle Water? Isn't this name a bit too exaggerated?" Li Anlin frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't trust you, but isn't injecting such a large amount of capital too risky? It's alright, I need to expand the market rapidly, and I need enough funds to support that." "Alright then." Li Anlin had no choice but to agree, since the billion yuan already belonged to Yifeng, and she couldn't interfere with how he spent it. "Then I'll leave it to you." Yifeng expressed his gratitude. Li Anlin is known as the genius business queen of Jiangzhou, and Yifeng trusts her management abilities. "Oh, right." Li Anlin thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow happens to be the anniversary of my Li Group. I'll do my best to promote it for you at the banquet." "That's a good idea." Yifeng nodded. Promoting a product at the Li Group's anniversary celebration would be incredibly effective and would undoubtedly become the focus of the entire city. "Mr. Yi, would you do me the honor of having dinner together?" Li Anlin lowered her head shyly. "I happen to have irregular periods, could you please help me regulate them?" "Next time," Yifeng said with a smile. "Miss Li's period is very regular, it just ended today, didn't it?" "How could you tell that?" Li Anlin's cheeks flushed instantly. The dinner was just a pretext. She simply wanted to find an excuse to test the other person's identity. After all, someone whom even her grandfather respected so much must be someone extraordinary. Unexpectedly, I was seen through. Alright, Mr. Yi, take care. Yi Feng's clinic. Sister, I've come to see you. Tang Yi was cleaning when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Hearing the voice, she looked up and saw that the person who came was her half-brother, Tang Mingjie. Standing next to him was his cousin, Tang Feifei. Mingjie, Feifei, what brings you here? Tang Yi thought they had come to visit her, so she quickly invited them to sit down. I'll go cook first, and we'll have a meal together when Yi Feng comes back. Although they didn't like her, Tang Yi was very happy that they came to visit her. Who wants to eat your food? Tang Mingjie stated his purpose directly. I'm here to move gifts, so don't you dare block my way. He pushed Tang Yi away and began to move the gift boxes off the table. Without saying a word, Tang Feifei followed suit and started moving. Seeing this, Tang Yi quickly stopped them, saying, "You can't move it." Yi Feng said it was a gift for him. Given to him? Tang Mingjie glared and said, "These gifts were all sent by Chairman Liu. Ask Yi Feng if he knows Chairman Liu. How dare he talk such nonsense?" Tang Feifei also said, "There's a contract inside, and it even has Sister Ruoshua's name on it. Are you blind?" But Tang Yi knew there might be a mistake, but Yi Feng had told her to keep an eye on these things before he left, otherwise Yi Feng would definitely blame her. You shouldn't be in a rush, right? Why don't you wait for Yi Feng to come back and ask him? That was all Tang Yi could say. Get out of my way. Tang Mingjie pushed Tang Yi away. Bang! Tang Yi lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. Seeing that they were about to step out the door, Tang Yi quickly got up, went over, and grabbed Tang Mingjie's sleeve. Can we wait for 10 minutes? Yi Feng will be back soon. I'll count to 3, and you'd better let go right now, or I'll slap you, believe it or not. No, you can't move. Tang Yi clung tightly to his clothes, refusing to let go no matter what. Are you fucking looking for death? Tang Mingjie bared his teeth and kicked out, landing a hard kick on Tang Yi. Bang! Tang Yi crashed into the iron gate with a loud bang. Bright red blood flowed down her forehead, accompanied by 2 streams of clear tears on her cheeks, making her look incredibly pitiful. Ugly freak, I'm giving you the nerve to call me sister. Do you really think I wouldn't dare hit you? Tang Mingjie angrily said, if you want these things, wait until Yi Feng comes back, then have him come to the Tang family to find me, and see if I don't kill him. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Are you sure you want to kill me? Chapter 8, Beating Up the Brother-in-Law. Hearing the sound, Tang Mingjie turned his head and saw Yi Feng standing at the door. At this moment, Yi Feng's face was filled with ferocity, and his eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he was about to go berserk at any moment. Oh ho, are you angry? Tang Mingjie sneered, you've been in my Tang family for 3 years, and you wouldn't dare go west even if I told you to go east. Now you've got guts, huh? You dare glare at me? Yi Feng ignored his provocation and focused his gaze on Tang Yi's face. When he saw Tang Yi's face covered in blood and tears, he quickly went over and helped her up. Does it hurt? Did they hit you? Seeing Yi Feng return, Tang Yi burst into tears of grievance, but worried that Yi Feng and Tang Mingjie would clash, she wiped away her tears and said, it's nothing, I was cleaning just now and accidentally bumped into it. Yi Feng felt a pang of heartache. Even though he's injured like this, he still doesn't dare to tell the truth. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you be bullied again. Lin Fei pulled her behind him, then slowly walked towards Tang Mingjie. She's your sister, how could you do this to her? So what if she's my sister? She deserves to be hit. Tang Mingjie raised his chin, exuding arrogance. Tang Feifei chimed in, that's right. If she really treated us like her younger siblings, she shouldn't have taken our gifts. These were clearly gifts from President Liu to Sister Ruoshua, but she insisted they were yours and even stopped us from moving them. Don't you think she deserved to be hit? Also, don't ever say she's my sister again. I don't have such an ugly sister. Tang Mingjie rolled his eyes. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Yi Feng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with overwhelming rage. Over the years, Yi Feng has always been tolerant and humble towards the Tang family, hoping only for a peaceful coexistence, but in return, they have become increasingly hostile towards him. Now, even his own sister is resorting to such harsh measures. What can be tolerated but not tolerated? You dare to hit me? Seeing the fierce look in Yifeng's eyes, Tang Mingjie mocked, "Come on, hit me. Let's see if you coward, dare to lay a hand on me." As he spoke, he arrogantly leaned his face closer. Snap! Yifeng raised his hand and slapped him across the face. A crisp slap rang out, sending Chen Kuan spun around 90 degrees, the five-finger handprint branding his face. "You really dare to make a move?" Tang Mingjie covered his flushed cheeks, looking completely astonished. Before, this coward wouldn't even dare to raise his voice at me, but now he dares to lay a hand on me? He's rebelled against me. Yifeng, you're finished. Tang Mingjie was furious. He had always been the apple of his family's eye since he was a child, and now he had been beaten by a good-for-nothing? If word gets out, where will he put his face? "I'll kill you." Tang Mingjie raised his fist, about to rush towards Yifeng, but after taking only a few steps, when he met Yifeng's gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. "That look in your eyes is terrifying." He noticed that Yifeng's eyes were filled with endless killing intent, like a rampaging beast, giving him a chilling feeling. "Why did you stop? Make your move." Yifeng glared at Tang Mingjie and walked over step by step. Tang Mingjie was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. I've practiced taekwondo." He never expected that Yifeng, who was always so timid and submissive, would exude such a powerful sense of oppression, like a rampaging beast. "Your Tang family can't teach you anything, so today I'll teach you a lesson." Yifeng bared his teeth and slapped him hard again. Snap! The powerful blow caused Tang Mingjie's mouth to bleed and his vision to blur. He was completely stunned. Seeing that Yifeng was about to make a move, Tang Feifei quickly stepped in to stop him. "Yifeng, are you crazy? He's Sister Ruoshue's precious younger brother. What do you want to do? Get out of my way." Yifeng gritted his teeth. "I don't hit women, but if you don't want to be a human being anymore, I can grant your wish." "Ha, you mean you're going to hit me too? Do you know who my boyfriend is? He's an employee of the Li Group. Offending me is offending the Li family. Do you dare to hit me?" Tang Feifei raised her chin, looking arrogant and haughty. "Don't even mention a mere employee. Even Li Anlin would treat me with utmost respect. What is your boyfriend anyway?" Yifeng roared, "I'm giving you one last chance. Get out, or don't get out. You're really crazy. Li Anlin is the business queen of Jiangzhou, a favored daughter of heaven. How dare you talk about her?" Tang Feifei put her hands on her hips and puffed out her flat chest. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so get lost." Yifeng slapped him again. Smack! Tang Feifei was slapped so hard she stumbled back several steps, her silicone nose almost popping out. "You're finished, your whole family is finished." Tang Feifei stomped her feet in anger. Seeing Yifeng still walking towards him step by step, Tang Mingjie panicked. He wasn't afraid of soldiers with guns, but he was afraid of madmen who would fight desperately. It was obvious that Yifeng had gone mad. "Don't come any closer, or I'll really get angry." Tang Mingjie covered his cheek and backed away repeatedly. Seeing this, Tang Yi quickly came over and grabbed Yifeng's arm. "Yifeng, let it go. If you keep fighting, someone will die. After all, the Tang family has many powerful backers. If Yifeng were to completely fall out with the Tang family, something bad would definitely happen." Yifeng gently stroked Tang Yi's hair. "We were too kind before, which emboldened them. If we don't teach them a lesson today, they will never have peace in the future." After saying that, Yifeng grabbed Tang Mingjie by the collar and lifted him up in the air like a chick. This scene not only terrified Tang Mingjie, but also left Tang Yi and Tang Feifei in disbelief. How come Yifeng, who usually looks so gentle and refined, is so strong? Tang Mingjie, who weighs over 100 pounds, was lifted up with one hand. "Put me down, or my sister won't let you off the hook." Tang Mingjie desperately pried Yifeng's fingers off. But they found that Yifeng's hands were like iron clamps, and they couldn't bend them at all. "Then let her come over. If she doesn't know what's good for her, I'll beat her up too." Yifeng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Just then, a familiar voice came from inside. "I've arrived." The group turned around and saw that the person speaking was Tang Ruoshue. She was still as beautiful and charming as ever. Her designer black dress made her look particularly elegant, and her tall figure made her walk with a confident stride, exuding the unique aura of a strong woman. Beside her was a wealthy young man with slicked back hair and a pale face. "Yifeng, let's talk this out. Put my brother down first," Tang Ruoshue said politely. Upon seeing Tang Ruoxue, Tang Mingjie cried out in grievance, "Sister, you can't let him get away with this. He just said he was going to beat me to death, and that he would beat you too." "Shut up." Tang Ruoxue glared at Tang Mingjie. "I told you not to cause trouble, why won't you listen? Do you even have a brain? What were my instructions before you came here?" Chapter 9, I'll make you pay for it. Tang Mingjie looked indignant. His sister always loves to reason, and if she knew he started it, she definitely wouldn't have protected him. "Sister, it's not my fault. Tang Yi was being unreasonable, and Yi Feng started it." "You can ask Fei Fei if you don't believe me," Tang Mingjie argued. Tang Fei Fei immediately realized what was happening and chimed in, "That's right, Sister Ruoxue. We came to move the gifts, but Sister Yi insisted they were theirs and wouldn't let us take them. After Yi Feng came back, he didn't even ask what happened and just beat up Brother Mingjie. You absolutely can't let them get away with this." The two spoke in unison, their arguments logical and well-founded. "Is that really true?" Tang Ruoxue looked at Tang Yi and asked, "Yi, tell me, what happened to the injury on your forehead?" Tang Yi hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. After all, they were family, and she didn't want to make a big fuss. If things escalated, Yi Feng would be the one at a disadvantage. She glanced at the fierce-looking Tang Mingjie, and finally could only lower her head and say, "I was cleaning myself and accidentally bumped into it." However, Tang Mingjie had no intention of letting the matter drop. "Sister, did you hear that? It's all their fault. They started by being unreasonable and then started hitting people." Tang Mingjie seized the opportunity to retaliate. Hearing this, Tang Ruoxue also became angry. She initially thought Mingjie was the one who caused the trouble, but unexpectedly, it was Yi Feng who was being unreasonable. "Yi Feng, I know you're still resentful about the divorce, but Mingjie is innocent. If you release him, I'll pretend today's events never happened," Tang Ruoxue said in a commanding tone. Looking at their ugly faces, Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The facts are no longer important. The Tang family just loves to distort the truth and frame others. In Tang Ruoxue's eyes, whatever Yi Feng does is wrong. "Let him go?" Yi Feng sneered, "Yi is your own sister, isn't she? She's so badly injured, and you haven't said a single word of concern. Now you want me to release Tang Mingjie? Do you think that's possible? Even if the entire Tang family kneels before me and begs for my life, I will make them pay the price today." Yi Feng gritted his teeth, clearly furious. "You." Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly. For some reason, seeing Yi Feng get so angry for Tang Yi made her feel very uncomfortable. "Don't push your luck." Tang Ruoxue got angry, "These gifts were originally mine. It's one thing for Tang Yi to take the gifts, but you even hit her. I always thought you, Yi Feng, were a reasonable and sensible person. I never imagined that after the divorce, you would change your tune so drastically. You've disappointed me greatly." Tang Feifei chimed in my opinion, he was just pretending before, acting all friendly and generous, just to deceive us. Now that he can't stay in the Tang family anymore, he's shown his true colors. He. Disguise? Or has the true nature been revealed?" Yi Feng was too lazy to argue and said coldly, "You say these gifts are yours, then I want to ask, why were they moved to my clinic? How many times have you been to this clinic since it opened? Is this your Tang family's property?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Tang Ruoxue's expression immediately changed. "What do you mean? Do you still want to take these things by force? I told you before, this was originally mine." Yi Feng said forcefully, "I asked Lu Baichuan to send it over to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Now that we're divorced, it's naturally none of your business." Although Yi Feng didn't care much about these gifts, that's just how things are. "You." Tang Ruoxue was so angry that her chest heaved. She hadn't expected the divorce to be such a blow to Yi Feng, that he would resort to such shameless tactics just to save face. "Yi Feng, I really misjudged you. When we got divorced, you didn't want the 2 million, and I thought highly of you. I never expected you to be so shameless for such things. You've definitely misjudged me." Yi Feng said, "If it weren't for my support, you, Tang Ruoxue, would still be setting up a street stall. Do you really think you're so capable?" Upon hearing this, Tang Mingjie retorted indignantly, "You surnamed Ji, do you have any shame? My sister's success today is due to her own abilities and the support of young Master Zhao. When did it become your achievement?" Tang Ruoxue couldn't stand Yi Feng any longer. She shook her head helplessly and said, Fine, very well, you've become so shameless now, haven't you? Young Master Zhao has silently contributed so much to the Tang family. If it weren't for him, I, Tang Ruoshua, wouldn't be where I am today. He didn't even say a word of praise, yet you claim it as your achievement? I truly regret being your wife for 3 years. After speaking, she glanced at the man beside her, her face showing apology. The man looked bewildered, seemingly unaware of what they were talking about. He genuinely wanted to help the Tang family in his pursuit of Tang Ruoshua, but despite his repeated promises, he ultimately failed to do so. How did it become his achievement? Could it be that by sheer chance, his boast has come true? Zhao Bin suddenly realized and said understandingly, Tang Ruoshua, you're too kind. I only contributed a little. It's mainly because you are capable that you have achieved what you have today. Moreover, all my efforts for you were voluntary, and I never thought of repaying you. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Tang Ruoshua felt even more remorseful. Zhao Bin pursued her for 2 years and gave so much, yet she didn't cherish such a good man and wasted 3 years of her youth on Yifeng. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Hearing them say that, Yifeng was both amused and exasperated. So you think Lu Baichuan gave you the gift because of him, right? Yifeng asked. Otherwise what? Tang Ruoshua said, Zhao Bin's father is the vice president of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. Besides him, who else has the power to support me? Never mind. Yifeng was too lazy to argue with them, they would regret it someday. Enough with the nonsense. Tang Mingjie isn't leaving today unless he kowtows to 100 times. As for the gifts, I'd rather throw them in the trash than let you take them. If you really think Lu Baichuan gave them to you, you can have him come and take them himself. Let's see if he has the guts. You. Tang Ruoshua's face flushed red with anger. Unexpectedly, he even dared to curse Lu Baichuan, and even after all this, he was still so shameless. The most furious person was Zhao Bin, who shouted angrily, Yifeng, how dare you? How dare you insult Chairman Lu? Be careful, or I'll tell him to wipe out your whole family. So what if I curse him? Who do you think you are? Yifeng said disdainfully. Enough. Tang Ruoshua couldn't take it anymore and scolded, Yifeng, you can say whatever you want about my Tang family and insult me, Tang Ruoshua, and it's all fine. Don't blame me for not warning you. If young Master Zhao relays your words to Lu Baichuan, even I can't save you. I need you to save me? You can let him go and complain to me. Yifeng said dismissively. You. Tang Ruoshua stomped her feet in anger. How come she never noticed how stubborn Yifeng was before? Seeing Zhao Bin's dark expression, Tang Ruoshua quickly said, Young Master Zhao, please give me some face. Today's matter is my family affair, so please don't tell Chairman Lu. Xiaoxue, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but you saw it yourself. He even dared to curse Chairman Lu. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might implicate your Tang family one day. At that point, even I won't be able to save you, Zhao Bin said. But Tang Ruoshua was very conflicted. Enraged, Zhao Bin pointed at Yifeng and roared, Yi, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, put Tang Mingjie down, kneel before me and admit your mistake, and I'll pretend this never happened. Second, if you insist on doing what you did, I'll tell Chairman Lu about what happened today, and you'll be in big trouble. Chapter 10, An Eye for an Eye. With Zhao Bin as his backer, Tang Mingjie became arrogant, saying, Did you hear me? If you touch me again, your whole family will suffer. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi quickly came over and tugged at Yifeng's sleeve, Yifeng, let Mingjie go. We can't afford to offend them. Besides, my injury isn't serious, I just need to go to the hospital to get it checked out. Tang Yi was afraid that Yifeng would harm himself in order to avenge her, and if that happened, she would become a sinner. Yifeng looked at the kind-hearted Yi and smiled warmly, Don't worry, the Zhao family is just a small family, I don't even care about them, no one can protect them. Ha, you surnamed Ji, what skills do you have besides being stubborn? Try touching me again if you dare. Come on, hit me. Tang Mingjie once again displayed his arrogance and domineering nature to the fullest extent. At this moment, Yifeng's anger was completely ignited. Since reasoning won't work, let's settle things with fists. Court death. Yifeng roared, grabbed Tang Mingjie's neck and squeezed hard. A crack sound rang out, and Tang Mingjie foamed at the mouth from the pain. Immediately, Yifeng swung his fist. Bang! Tang Mingjie was thrown off balance and crashed into the wall. He seemed to go limp and slid off the wall, bright red blood flowing from his forehead. He almost fainted. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. Is this still the same obsequious Yifeng? How can he be so strong? He can send a person flying with just a flick of his wrist? The most shocked person was Tang Ruoxue. She had known Yifeng for 3 years and had never seen him so fierce. His angry expression just now made her tremble with fear, just like a ruthless bandit. However, the story doesn't end there. Before they could react, Yifeng strode toward Tang Mingjie with the gait of a Grim Reaper. Seeing that Yifeng was about to make a move, Tang Mingjie panicked completely. "Young Master Zhao, save me," he cried out to Zhao Bin. Witnessing Yifeng's ruthlessness, Zhao Bin panicked. In his eyes, Yifeng was a madman, and without bodyguards by his side, he dared not provoke a madman. Tang Ruoxue was the most anxious. She hurriedly went over and stood in front of Tang Mingjie. "Yifeng, are you crazy? Get out of my way." Yifeng gave Tang Ruoxue a gentle push, sending her flying to the side. Tang Mingjie sat on the ground, hurriedly shifting his body, and threatened in a panic, "Yifeng, are you never going to stop? If you hit me again, I'll really get angry. So noisy." Yifeng lifted his foot and stepped on his calf. Click. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Tang Mingjie's face contorted in pain, and after struggling for a few moments, he fainted. To everyone's shock, Tang Mingjie's calf, which had been stepped on, was flattened as if it had been run over by a car. Unsurprisingly, the bone in that area must be broken. Seeing her younger brother being humiliated like this, Tang Ruoxue's face turned ashen with anger, and she roared, "Yifeng, I'm not finished with you." Zhao Bin didn't dare to make a move, so he could only point at Yifeng and threaten, "Yifeng, you're finished. Listen up, every single one of you." Yifeng glanced at the group, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Today, Tang Mingjie started it all, and he has only himself to blame. I advise you not to be ungrateful, or you will bear the consequences. After saying that, Yifeng turned around and helped Tang Yi walk back to the clinic. Watching their departing figures, Tang Ruoxue clenched her fists, her anger reaching its peak. This feeling is like being bitten by the dog you've raised for 3 years. "Yifeng, I will make you pay the price." Tang Ruoxue stomped her foot. After saying that, he quickly carried Tang Mingjie into the car and took him to the hospital. Tang Mingjie is the only son in the Tang family. If he becomes disabled, Tang Ruoxue doesn't know how to explain it to her parents. Inside the clinic. Sit down, let me bandage you up." Yifeng asked Tang Yi to sit down and prepared to bandage her wound. However, they discovered that the skin on her face was starting to peel. The illusionary beauty pill has taken effect, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yi's appearance will soon be restored. Is your face very itchy?" Yifeng asked. "How did you know?" Tang Yi didn't know what was wrong, but since noon, her face had been getting itchier and itchier. However, she was afraid that scratching it until it bled would scare Yifeng, so she kept enduring it. "Wait a minute." Yifeng ran to the medicine cabinet and rummaged around for a while, quickly bringing out an anti-itch ointment. Then, the ointment was applied all over Tang Yi's face. To prevent the ointment from slipping off, Yifeng wrapped her face in gauze, covering her entire face except for her eyes. Remember, you can't remove the gauze for the next few days. You can only remove it after your appearance has fully recovered, otherwise you'll be unbearably itchy, Yifeng reminded him. "Okay, whatever you say." Although Tang Yi didn't believe in miracles, she still felt a sweet warmth in her heart when she saw Yifeng so carefully bandaging her up. But the thought of provoking Zhao Bin made her uneasy. "Yifeng, why don't we leave Jiangzhou? To go to a strange place and start a new life?" She looked up at Yifeng expectantly. Yifeng understood Tang Yi's thoughts and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, whether it's the Tang family or the Zhao family, they are just ants in my eyes and can't threaten me. But it's okay, trust me." Yifeng gripped Tang Yi's hand tightly. The Miracle Water project has just started, and he can't leave yet. Seeing Yifeng's determination, Tang Yi felt very disappointed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Who would want to start a new life with an ugly woman? Yifeng only married her to disgust Tang Ruoxue. Stop daydreaming. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. "Sister, I don't want to become disabled, please help me, please help me." Tang Mingjie lay on the hospital bed, crying and shouting incessantly. The doctor just diagnosed him with a severe comminuted fracture, which has no chance of recovery and he will have to use crutches for the rest of his life. That is, disabled people. Mingjie, just accept your fate. There's nothing I can do. Tang Ruoxue lowered her head sadly. The doctors said there was no cure. What could she do? Standing to the side, Zhaobin patted Tang Ruoxue on the shoulder. Xiaoxue, don't worry, I just contacted Dr. Gu, he'll be here soon. Dr. Gu? Upon hearing the name, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Mingjie immediately became excited. The renowned Dr. Gu is known to all. He can cure many diseases that hospitals have given up on. These past few days, Tang Ruoxue has also been searching for Dr. Gu, hoping to recommend him to old Master Li for treatment, but she has been unable to find him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Bin was able to contact him. If he takes action, there will definitely be no problem. Is it Gu Zhong, the divine physician Gu? Tang Ruoxue asked again to confirm. That's right. My father has had many interactions with Dr. Gu. If I ask him personally, he will definitely not refuse. Zhao Bin was full of confidence. He had just finished speaking. An elderly man, around 60 years old, walked in through the door. Dr. Gu, it really is Dr. Gu. Tang Feifei exclaimed from the side. Please, miracle doctor, come quickly. Tang Ruoxue immediately walked over, bowed slightly, and gestured for them to proceed. Tang Mingjie cried out excitedly, Dr. Gu, save me, save me. Don't worry, it's just a fracture, no big deal. Gu Zhong walked over confidently and placed his hand on Tang Mingjie's wrist to diagnose the condition. A moment later, he picked up the CT scan from the bedside table, glanced at it, and then glared at it, scolding, nonsense. Didn't you say it was fractured by being stepped on? How could such a severe comminuted fracture be caused by being stepped on? Dr. Gu, I'm not lying, I really was stepped on. Zhao Bin said, it's just that the person who did it was quite strong, making it a bit serious. Your medical skills are extraordinary, you must have a way to fix it, right? I'm a doctor, not a god. I can't cure this disease. Dr. Gu rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, the group immediately panicked. If even Dr. Gu can't cure it, then it will truly be a lifelong disability. Tang Mingjie tugged at Gu Zhong's hand, miracle doctor, I don't want to be on crutches for the rest of my life. You must have a way, right? Please save me. Tang Ruoxue also said, as long as you heal my brother's leg, my Tang family is willing to pay any amount of money. This is not about money. Even the renowned Dr. Gu sighed, if it were a common fracture, I could easily fix it, but this is too serious, unless. Unless? Unless what? Hearing him say that, Tang Ruoxue felt hopeful again. Gu Zhong stroked his beard and said, unless that real divine physician intervenes, no one can cure him. Is there a more skilled doctor than you? Zhao Bin asked, puzzled. Of course, I'm just a primary school student compared to him. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to witness his skill, I wouldn't have believed that such miraculous medical techniques existed. Gu Zhongdao said, he can not only throw needles with his fingers, but he can also cure rabies. Chapter 11, The True Miracle Healer. Can rabies be cured? Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Mingjie felt hopeful again. Rabies is a disease that is more serious than terminal illness, with a 100% mortality rate. If even this disease can be cured, then comminuted fractures are certainly no problem. Dr. Gu, may I ask where we can find this master? Tang Ruoxue asked anxiously. Alas, this man has a strange temperament. Although he cured Li the richest man, he doesn't care about the Li family at all. If an ordinary person wanted to see him, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult. Gu Zhong frowned and shook his head. Curing Li Ka-shing? If you could get to know such a person, that would be a great opportunity. Tang Ruoxue cupped her hands and said, I would like to ask Dr. Gu to introduce me to him. I will try to persuade him. Regardless, she was determined to give it a try. Alright then, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee whether he'll be willing to see you. Gu Zhong wasn't sure either. Then thank you, Dr. Gu. Tang Ruoxue was very grateful. Although she couldn't cure Tang Mingjie, she had found hope. After seeing Dr. Gu off, Tang Mingjie became angrier and angrier. It's all Yifeng's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this mess. Once my leg is healed, I'll definitely kill him. Mingjie, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Zhao Bin smiled wickedly. Tomorrow is the Li Group's anniversary celebration, and Chairman Lu will definitely be there. I will tell him about Yifeng stealing your gifts and insulting him. At that time, Yifeng will surely die. The Li Group's anniversary celebration? Tang Ruoxue asked expectantly, Young Master Zhao, may I attend the Li Group's anniversary celebration? Although she received support from Lu Baichuan, the Tang family's strength was simply not enough to qualify her to attend the richest man's banquet. This is a rare opportunity. Forehead. Zhao Bin pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said, normally it wouldn't work, but you can pretend to be my girlfriend. It's perfectly normal for me to bring my girlfriend along. Then I'm very grateful to young Master Zhao. Tang Ruoxue nodded slightly. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. She had such a loving man by her side, yet she didn't cherish him. Instead, Yi Feng took advantage of her for 3 years. Now, her younger brother had also been harmed by that guy. At that moment, he hated Yi Feng to the core. The next day, early morning. Early in the morning, Yi Feng was picked up by Li Anlin to attend a banquet. Today is an important day. The Miracle Water project will be announced at the Li Group's anniversary celebration, which is sure to cause a huge stir. Half an hour later. The car stopped in front of a luxury shopping mall. Yi Feng asked in confusion, weren't we going to your house? What are you doing here? My male companion can't be sloppy. Change your clothes and get your hair done first. I'll pay. Li Anlin pulled Yi Feng out of the car. Yi Feng looked at his clothes and saw that they were indeed too old. His coat had changed color after washing and his shoes were dirty. He remembered that he had never bought new clothes since he joined the Tang family. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Miss Li to give me some advice. Yi Feng didn't stand on ceremony, since a rich woman would pay the bill anyway. Upon entering the mall, Li Anlin first took Yi Feng to buy a suit, and then got his hair styled. Half an hour later. After dressing up, Yi Feng seemed like a completely different person. He was already tall and slender, and now, dressed in a sharp, expensive suit, he looked dashing and imposing. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with deep-set eyes and a face with a chiseled, angular face, like a male protagonist straight out of a comic book. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Li Anlin's heart fluttered. Yi Feng's appearance is entirely due to her aesthetic sense. Unfortunately, such a handsome man is a frail doctor, while Li Anlin's ideal Prince Charming, besides being outstanding in appearance, must also be proficient in martial arts, preferably a martial arts master. Mr. Yi, besides your medical skills, do you also have expertise in martial arts? Li Anlin asked. Martial arts? Yi Feng thought for a moment. Besides being a master of medicine, he was also a supreme martial artist. However, what he cultivated was a method of cultivating immortality, which, strictly speaking, did not belong to martial arts. No, why? Yi Feng asked honestly. Are you interested? I can introduce you to a martial arts master who can teach you martial arts. Li Anlin said with great interest. Never mind, I'm a low-key person and I don't like fighting or horseplay. Yi Feng didn't want to reveal too much, so he just gave a perfunctory answer. Li Anlin felt slightly disappointed after hearing this. Indeed, no one can be perfect. Yi Feng's medical skills are already so superb, and he's so handsome. If he also knows martial arts, how are other men supposed to compete? Alright then, no pressure. Li Anlin smiled slightly. Let's go, the banquet is about to begin. The Li family. As the richest family in Jiangzhou, the Li family's villa is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, and is extremely luxurious and grand. At this moment, various luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the villa: Porsches, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Lamborghinis, Maybachs. Those attending were all top-tier wealthy families. Families without considerable influence couldn't even attend today's banquet. How impressive! Tang Ruoxue got out of the car and sighed deeply. Zhao Bin also got out of the car, pointed to the various wealthy and famous people coming and going, and said proudly, Xiaoxue, do you see? Today's banquet is attended by all the wealthy and famous people. I'll introduce you to a few of them later. I believe that with your abilities, as long as you have the connections and resources, you will definitely be able to become a top-tier wealthy family within 3 to 5 years, Zhao Bin said confidently. Young Master Zhao, you're so kind to me. Tang Ruoxue was deeply moved. If she could get in touch with these celebrities, coupled with Tang Ruoxue's abilities, the rise of the Tang family would be just around the corner. You're too kind. Do we need to be so formal with each other? Zhao Bin said. However, the most important thing today is to inform Chairman Lu of Yi Feng's crimes and avenge Mingjie. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue gritted her teeth. In the past, She would have definitely pleaded for Yifeng out of consideration for their 3 years of marriage, but the thought of Yifeng's behavior yesterday made her angry. Yifeng not only stole her gift, but also falsely accused Mingjie of hitting Yi. Even right under her nose, Mingjie was beaten so badly. Young Master Zhao, his affairs are no longer my concern. Do whatever you want with him, Tang Ruoxue said coldly. Alright, after today, Yifeng will surely die. Zhao Bin revealed a hint of excitement. The two walked in side by side. Zhao Bin greeted various wealthy and famous people along the way, regardless of whether they responded or not. He just forced a smile and greeted them, showing no shame whatsoever. Before the banquet even started, Zhao Bin took the opportunity to take Tang Ruoxue for a stroll in the back garden. As I walked, I suddenly saw a familiar figure. Yifeng, what is he doing here? Tang Ruoxue was shocked to discover that a man in the pavilion had a profile that looked remarkably similar to Yifeng's. Chapter 12, You're Doomed. The man was dressed elegantly, and his every move exuded elegance. Even just a side profile was incredibly charming, a far cry from Yifeng's image as a stay-at-home guy. Moreover, the woman beside him was noble and beautiful, making Tang Ruoxue feel inferior. Looks like I'm seeing things. Tang Ruoxue muttered to herself. This is the home of the richest man in the world, how could Yifeng possibly be here? Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Bin shouted, It's him. It's that bastard Yifeng. I'd recognize him even if he were ashes. As he spoke, he stormed over angrily. Is it really Yifeng? Tang Ruoxue was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered and followed Zhao Bin's steps. As the two approached the pavilion, Zhao Bin pointed at Yifeng and shouted, Yifeng, how dare you trespass into the richest man's back garden? Do you want to die? Lianlan's expression changed slightly upon being suddenly disturbed. But she still politely asked, Mr. Yi, is he your friend? Yifeng glanced at the two of them and said dismissively, He's just a dog that bites randomly, we don't need to pay him any mind. You. Zhao Bin was immediately enraged by Yifeng's blatant disregard. He had originally planned to complain to Lu Baichuan, but now it's much easier. Trespassing into the Li family's back garden is a serious crime. Yifeng, I'll give you a chance. Right now, kneel down and apologize to me, and I might consider sparing your life. Zhao Bin wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Yifeng. He. Yifeng smiled dismissively, if you want to impress Tang Ruoxue, you'd better get lost. If you dare to mess with me, don't blame me for being impolite. Very well, you surnamed Ji, you have thoroughly angered me. Zhao Bin was just hoping Yifeng would stick to his guns. The more stubborn the other party is, the more miserable their death will be. Seeing that Zhao Bin was completely enraged, Tang Ruoxue quickly said, Young Master Zhao, for my sake, let me talk to him first. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bin was somewhat displeased. Ruoxue, you wouldn't be softening your heart, would you? I. Tang Ruoxue hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Although she said she no longer cared about Yifeng's life or death, they had loved each other after all, and deep down she never wanted to see anything happen to him. Ignoring Zhao Bin, she turned to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, let's go, let's have a good talk. However, in response to Tang Ruoxue's kindness, Yifeng said indifferently, President Tang, we don't have any privacy between us, do we? Let's talk here. I'm busy. Yifeng still needed to discuss the Miracle Water Project plan, so he didn't have time to chat with her. Seeing Yifeng's indifference, Tang Ruoxue immediately became angry. I tried to persuade him with good intentions, but I was met with a cold shoulder. Yifeng, stop pretending. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Tang Ruoxue said with exasperation, to impress me, you followed me to the Li family, bringing this woman with you and forcibly barging into the Li residence. Isn't that childish? Do you really have a death wish? Yifeng was speechless. He really didn't know that Tang Ruoxue's thought process was so bizarre. However, this kind of thought process cannot be explained. Whether I want to live or not is none of Mr. Tang's business. Please understand your place, Mr. Tang. We are already divorced. Stop showing me so much concern, lest people gossip. You. Tang Ruoxue was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. She shouldn't have cared about him. A conceited and arrogant guy like him deserves to be punished. Fine, remember what you said today. If anything happens, don't ask me for help, Tang Ruoxue said angrily. Seeing the two fall out, Zhao Bin secretly felt smug. He was just looking for an opportunity to cause trouble. Yifeng, you good for nothing, you really don't know what's good for you. If it weren't for Miss Tang's sake, would you still be standing here for so long? Xiaobin pretended to stand up for Tang Ruoxue, but in reality, he was trying to sow discord between them. Who do you think you are? Yifeng glared at him. If you speak rudely again, believe me, I'll break your legs too. Yifeng wasn't just talking nonsense. For a small family like the Zhao family, Yifeng could destroy them as easily as stepping on an ant. Okay. Xiaobin was just hoping Yifeng would stick to his guns. He looked at Tang Ruoxue and said, Xiaoxue, you saw it too. It's not that I don't respect you, it's just that this guy is too hateful. I have to make him regret it today. Tang Ruoxue remained indifferent and silent. As if he had received tacit approval, Xiaobin suddenly became passionate. Since Tang Ruoxue wouldn't protect him, he was determined to humiliate her today. Yifeng, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize to Xiaoxue. Xiaobin said arrogantly. Upon seeing this, Lianlin suddenly stood up. In the Li family, how dare someone be so presumptuous? I'll give you a chance to regret it. Kneel down right now and apologize to Mr. Yi, or I'll cripple you. Lianlin said angrily. Oh ho, you've got quite the nerve. Xiaobin had noticed this woman long ago. Her figure, appearance, and temperament were all exceptional. She was no less than Tang Ruoxue, and her temperament was even better. Such a beauty, it's such a waste that she's with Yifeng. Miss, let me give you a piece of advice, don't be fooled by his respectable appearance. He is just a poor, barefoot doctor. You don't need to stand up for him. Who do you think you are, daring to lecture me? Lianlin glared, exuding an air of dominance. Xiaobin said with a proud look, Miss, you should have heard of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce, right? To be honest, my father is the vice president of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. He is Lu Baichuan's right-hand man. In Zhangzhou, no one dares to disrespect the Zhao family. The Zhao family? Lianlin sneered, you're nothing but Lu Baichuan's dog. Even Lu Baichuan wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of me. What are you? You. Xiaobin's face turned ashen. Unexpectedly, this woman dared to be so arrogant she was just like Yifeng. He angrily said, I'm giving you a chance to apologize. Apologize to me for your rudeness just now, or you won't leave the Li family alive. Apologize? Lianlin sneered, no one has ever dared to speak to me, Lianlin, like this before. You are the first. The words fell. Xiaobin and Tang Ruoxue trembled slightly. Lianlin? She is Lianlin, the heir to the Li family and a business genius? How is this possible? Tang Ruoxue found it hard to believe that a proud and talented woman like her would be with Yifeng. Lianlin was her idol, the goal that Tang Ruoxue pursued throughout her life. She dreamed of becoming a business queen like Lianlin. Etc. After thinking about it for a moment, Xiaobin realized something was wrong. Who was Lianlin? Even Xiaobin couldn't see him if he wanted to, so how could he possibly consider Yifeng, a poor wretch, as a friend? Your acting is pretty good. I was almost fooled. If you're Lianlin, then I'm the head of the Li family, haha. Xiaobin laughed loudly, looking up. After saying that, he pointed at Lianlin and threatened, you not only trespassed on Li's property, but you also impersonated Lianlin. You're finished. Court death. Lianlin raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Snap. Caught off guard, Xiaobin was slapped hard across the face. You shameless woman, you dare hit me? Seeing that she was pretty, Xiaobin thought he could use both soft and hard tactics to win her over. Unexpectedly, she resorted to violence without warning. She really doesn't know what's good for her. You bitch, I'll kill you. Xiaobin swung his fist and smashed it at Lianlin. The angry punch was exceptionally fierce, startling Lianlin. Chapter 13, Maple Leaf Group. Swoosh. Suddenly, Yifeng reached out and, with lightning speed, grabbed his wrist. Click. Yifeng exerted a little force, and Xiaobin cried out in pain, begging for mercy, it hurts, let go. Weren't you so arrogant? Why are you chickening out now? Yifeng exerted his strength again, and Xiaobin was in so much pain that he knelt down. Lianlin looked at Yifeng in surprise and disbelief. How could Yifeng have caught the opponent's fist, which was clearly extremely fast? Interesting. Lianlin felt that she could see through Yifeng more and more. Having witnessed Yifeng's strength, Tang Ruoshua quickly stopped him, saying, Yifeng, that's enough. Do you know where you are? If you keep causing trouble, even I can't save you. Save me? I need you to save me? Yifeng sneered, are you afraid I'll ruin your lover? You. Tang Ruoshua stomped her foot angrily, do you think you can afford to offend the Zhao family? If you offend them, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to kill you. The Zhao family? In front of me, Yifeng, they are nothing but ants. I can destroy them with a flick of my wrist. Yifeng said calmly. Tang Ruoshua was furious with him. What an arrogant and boastful fellow. Just like this woman, she won't shed a tear until she sees the coffin. Yifeng, for the sake of our 3 years of friendship, I was just about to ask Xiaobin to let you off the hook, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. No need, Yifeng said decisively. Very good. Tang Ruoshua said, her face flushed, from now on, I will no longer care about you, and your life and death will no longer be my concern. Upon hearing this, Xiaobin was filled with smug satisfaction. He believed that as long as Tang Ruoshua gave up on Yifeng, he would be able to win her over soon. Yifeng, if you know what's good for you, release me right now. Otherwise, once I tell Chairman Luan patriarchally about your crimes, let's see how arrogant you'll still be, Xiaobin threatened. Alright, I'll wait and see what Lu Baichuan can do to me. After saying that, Yifeng suddenly flung Xiaobin several meters away, sending him crashing into a stone pillar. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Yifeng, you'll regret this. Xiaobin grimaced in pain. Tang Ruoshua quickly helped him up, asking, are you alright? It's nothing, just a superficial injury. Xiaobin was in so much pain that his face turned pale, but he still stubbornly tried to save face. Knowing he was no match for Yifeng, he could only hold back for now and said, Xiao Shui, you've seen it too. Yifeng is not someone to be pitied. Don't blame me. I will definitely tell Chairman Lu and Lianlin everything about their crimes. This time, Tang Ruoshua was completely heartbroken and stopped pleading for Yifeng. Fine, I won't interfere in his affairs anymore. Do whatever you want. The banquet is about to begin, let's go. Xiaobin clutched his chest and glared at Yifeng. Before leaving, Tang Ruoshua turned and glanced at Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, let me give you one last piece of advice, if you don't want to die, get out of Jiangzhou now. After they left. Looking at Yifeng's calm expression, Lianlin became increasingly interested in him. With a casual toss, a person can be thrown several meters. The force is astonishing. Mr. Yi, I didn't realize you were so strong. Lianlin looked at Yifeng with great interest, really not considering practicing martial arts? I can arrange a teacher for you for free. Miss Li, you're too kind. Yifeng simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Alright then, let's discuss the miracle water plan in detail. Lianlin led Yifeng into the villa. Inside the villa, 2 people were already waiting. Lianlin pointed to a man in a suit and introduced him, this is my most trusted assistant, Ma Yukai, Manager Ma. From now on, he will be in charge of the operation and sales of fairy water. Hello, Mr. Yi. Ma Yukai bowed. Lianlin continued, this is the legendary physician Gu Zhong, whom you have met before. After learning about our new project, he volunteered to serve as our technical consultant for production. Gu Zhong was already incredibly excited when he saw Yifeng come in, and now he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, saying, it is an honor to see Mr. Yi again. I hope that you will not hold a grudge and give me a chance to help. He originally wanted to become Yifeng's apprentice, but considering that Yifeng didn't have a good impression of him, he could only come up with this idea. Let's not talk about the past, I don't care about it. Yifeng had heard of his deeds. He had practiced medicine for decades and had indeed done a lot of good deeds. His character and medical skills were both quite good. He was indeed a good candidate to serve as a technical consultant. Gu Zhong nodded gratefully, thank you, Mr. Yi. Yifeng sized up Ma Yukai and thought he was quite good. He seemed honest, and since Lianlin had recommended him, he should be trustworthy. Okay, tell me your thoughts. Yifeng tested their understanding. Ma Yukai spoke first, Mr. Yi, I suggest that the company be named after you, Maple Leaf Group. That's a good idea, what else? Furthermore, in order to quickly expand the company's image, we need to sign a female spokesperson who must possess both beauty and fame, Ma Yukai said. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Lianlin's eyes. She is the epitome of beauty and fame. In the entire Jiangzhou, there is no one more suitable than Lianlin. She cleared her throat and said, "If Mr. Yi agrees to one request, I can reluctantly become the spokesperson." She was still unwilling to give up and wanted Yi Feng to learn martial arts so that she could mold him into the Prince Charming of her dreams. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng waved his hand indifferently. "No need, I already have someone in mind." "What?" Li Anlin felt like she had been presumptuous and had been proven wrong. She was so angry that she puffed out her cheeks and rolled her eyes. "I wonder who Mr. Yi has chosen?" Li Anlin asked with a forced smile. She refused to believe that there was anyone more suitable than herself. "My wife," Yi Feng said. Although Yi's fame is not as great as Li Anlin's, she has already taken the illusionary beauty pill, and her appearance will soon be restored, which is the best advertising effect. Moreover, before Yi's disfigurement, she was a top-tier beauty. Now that she has recovered her appearance, her skin will be even better than before. In terms of looks, Yi Feng was confident that Yi was definitely no less beautiful than Li Anlin. Li Anlin looked displeased. Just now in the back garden, Tang Ruoxue and another man humiliated him like this, and he still handed over his image spokesperson to her? Moreover, they are already divorced, so why is he still calling her wife? So, all that was just a minor squabble between husband and wife? Alright, you guys chat, I'll go get busy. Li Anlin suddenly looked dejected. After she left, the three continued their detailed discussion about the group's future development. Ma Yukai, as expected of a professional manager, had a set of theories on management and operations. Half an hour later, having determined the general direction, Ma Yukai said, "Boss, let's take this opportunity to announce our plans to all the major corporations." "Okay, you can announce it." Yi Feng had the same plan, to take advantage of today's opportunity to promote the product by leveraging the Li family's reputation. "By the way," Ma Yukai asked again, "the brand ambassador is so important, boss, are you sure it's Miss Tang?" "Yes, I'm sure." "Okay, I'll get her to sign the contract as soon as possible." Chapter 14, Trillion-Dollar Projects. Banquet Hall. The enormous hall was extremely luxurious, its opulent gold-plated decor reeking of money. Today's banquet is attended by top-tier wealthy families in Jiangzhou, including many bigwigs who are rarely seen in public. Wow, as expected of the Li family, this is so luxurious. Tang Ruoxue was extremely excited as she attended such a high-class banquet for the first time. She believed that with her abilities, as long as she could get acquainted with these powerful figures, the Tang family could become a top-tier wealthy family in time. "Xiaoxue, let's sit down first." Xiaobin scanned the banquet hall for a long time but couldn't find Lu Baichuan, so he found a seat in the middle. This is the seating area for wealthy and powerful families. "Let's sit in the back," Tang Ruoxue said worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of?" Xiaobin said with a proud look, "Isn't my Zhao family a wealthy family? Let alone sitting in the middle, even if we sit in the front row, no one would dare to say anything." Even so, he didn't really dare to sit in the front row, he was just putting on a brave face in front of Tang Ruoxue. Hearing him say that, Tang Ruoxue felt a little relieved. Alright then. After the two found a place to sit down, they suddenly saw a familiar figure from behind. "Yi Feng? How dare he show up here?" Zhao Bin asked, puzzled. Tang Ruoxue followed his gaze and, sure enough, saw that familiar figure again. The scene was exactly the same as in the back garden just now. The other person's physique and clothing were extremely similar to Yi Feng's, and even their way of walking was exactly the same. However, the distance was too far, and Tang Ruoxue was not sure. Just as the two were looking on in confusion, they saw that the person walked to the front row and sat down in the middle seat. That position is the main seat. "Young Master Zhao, you must have mistaken him for someone else this time. How could he possibly dare to show up here again?" Tang Ruoxue said with certainty. Even if Yi Feng were incredibly bold, he could only sneak into the Li family's back garden at most. He would never dare to openly enter the banquet, much less sit in the chairman's seat. "I must be seeing things." Xiaobin felt that this made sense. At this time, the banquet had not yet officially started, and the wealthy merchants in the room were already discussing it animatedly. Their discussions mostly revolved around investing and making money. Tang Ruoxue tried to curry favor with them, but found that no one paid any attention to her. Knowing her lowly status, she could only listen in with a sense of frustration. "Have you heard? There's a rumor that the Li family has developed a new project, with an initial investment of 1 billion yuan, said a Mediterranean-looking businessman. "Investing 1 billion yuan right from the start? That's incredibly extravagant, exclaimed a bejeweled socialite. 1 billion yuan may not seem like much, but starting with an investment of 1 billion yuan is a huge undertaking. Tang Ruoxue immediately became interested after hearing this. All the assets of her Tang family combined were less than 1 billion yuan, while this person had invested 1 billion yuan in the initial stage. That was a world of difference. But she wasn't of high enough status to interrupt. The Mediterranean tycoon added, "It's more than just extravagant, the initial investment is $1 billion, which means they're aiming for $1 trillion market. Anyone who can get on board will definitely soar to great heights." Your information is not accurate enough. I've heard that there's a mysterious big shot behind this project, and he's the real boss of the project. No way, could this mysterious big shot be even more powerful than the Li family? It's hard to say, but it's said to be a beauty product project, with all the technology provided by that big shot. Beauty treatments? Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Tang Ruoxue's beautiful eyes. The Tang family's business is in beauty and cosmetics. If she could obtain product agency qualifications, it might really propel the Tang family to new heights. Young Master Zhao. Tang Ruoxue pinned her hopes on Zhao Bin and asked, "Do you have connections with the Li family? Is there any way you can help me get the agency qualification?" That. Zhao Bin's eyes darted around. How could the Li family's connections be so easily acquired? If the Zhao family had that ability, they would have risen to power long ago. However, since Tang Ruoxue had placed her hopes on him, he couldn't lose face. The Li family's connections are nothing special. As long as my dad intervenes, it's no problem. After Zhao Bin finished speaking, he said dismissively, "However, the $1 billion project is just a rumor, it's probably fake. Who has money that grows on trees? Who would invest $1 billion in a project from the very beginning?" That's true. Tang Ruoxue pondered for a moment, then frowned and nodded, seemingly somewhat disappointed. If this project really existed, that would be wonderful. There aren't many families in Jiangzhou that make beauty products. If this project really existed, the Tang family would definitely be able to get a share of the profits. Just as everyone was discussing it, a voice came from the stage, "Ladies and gentlemen." A very refined middle-aged man stood on the stage and spoke with a smile, "I am Ma Yukai, the manager of the Li Group. I am hosting this banquet on behalf of the Li family. Thank you for the presence of all the families. Today, in addition to celebrating the anniversary of our Li Group, we have an important announcement to make. Starting today, the Li Group and Maple Leaf Group will jointly launch a $1 trillion beauty project, with an initial investment of 1 billion yuan. The project's mission is to reverse time and restore your youthful appearance. The product name is Miracle Water. The words fell. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the major business tycoons were extremely excited. They dared to claim $1 trillion market for a single beauty project. If other families made the same claim, they would be dismissed as empty talk. However, given the Li family's reputation and style, they believe it is absolutely true. This only proves that the project's competitiveness is absolutely explosive. More importantly, their slogan is, "Reverse time, restore your youthful appearance," and they've even named it, Miracle Water. Such confidence and boldness make people extremely excited. The most excited person was Tang Ruoxue. He thought the news was a rumor, but he didn't expect it to be true. If they can seize this opportunity, the Tang family might really soar to great heights. Young Master Zhao, did you hear that? It's true, it's actually true. Zhao Bin felt like he had been slapped in the face, but he forced a smile and said, "It seems I misjudged. Don't worry, with the connections of my Zhao family, I can definitely help you." He didn't seem very confident when he said that. Really? Thank you so much, young Master Zhao. Hearing Zhao Bin say this, Tang Ruoxue was deeply moved. She couldn't help but think of Yifeng. If Yifeng had half of Zhao Bin's abilities, her Tang family would have become a top-tier wealthy family long ago. Being delayed by him for 3 years was really unlucky. Fortunately, the divorce went smoothly, and the damage was minimized in time. Zhao Bin smiled slightly and said, "Of course it's true. Anyway, it's just talk, it doesn't necessarily have to be done. When the time comes, I can just find an excuse to brush it off." Just as everyone was discussing this, Ma Yukai announced again. "In the next period, please start bidding. Our group will select 3 suitable candidates to act as agents for the project products." 3 companies? Only 3? Upon hearing that there were so few spots available, Tang Ruoxue immediately felt discouraged. Although her Tang family's business is in the beauty industry, giving them a certain competitive advantage, she lacks confidence compared to so many other wealthy families. Chapter 15, How Dared He? Young Master Zhao, are you sure you can help me get an agency slot? Tang Ruoxue asked skeptically. Well. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Bin could only bite the bullet and say, don't you know the strength of my Zhao family? I'll call my dad right now and ask him to help you get a spot. That's great. Seeing Zhao Bin's confidence, Tang Ruoxue was extremely excited. If you can secure this spot, you'll not only get a share of the profits, but you can also use this opportunity to get closer to the Li family. With the Li family's connections, it will be hard not to rise to prominence in the future. Of course, Tang Ruoxue was also very curious about that so-called mysterious big shot, wondering who he was that could have such a grand gesture. Next, it's time to submit the bids. Many wealthy families participated in the bidding, and Tang Ruoxue was no exception, casting her vote for the Tang family. After the bidding process ends. Don't worry, Miss Tang, I'll call my dad right away. To make the act convincing, Zhao Bin dialed his father's number in front of Tang Ruoxue. Dad, have you heard about the new project at the Li Group? I'd like to ask for your help. Dad, it's a small problem for you. It's just helping the Tang family secure a proxy spot. Is everything all right? Okay, thank you, Dad. Zhao Bin muttered to himself into his phone for a while, then patted his chest at Tang Ruoxue. My dad has agreed, and I believe we'll have a result within 3 days. Since the bidding results weren't coming out anytime soon, Zhao Bin made the promise anyway. When the time comes, we can just find another excuse to brush it off. For example, the Tang family's qualifications are too low and they don't meet the requirements, etc. In short, it's the Tang family's problem, not Zhao Bin's incompetence. A moment later. Tang Ruoxue was thanking Zhao Bin when her phone rang. Hello, who is this? She asked as she answered the call. Hello, are you Ms. Tang? I am Ma Yukai, the general manager of Maple Leaf Group. Do you have time to come and sign the contract now? Ma Yukai? Sign a contract? Tang Ruoxue was taken aback. Ma Yukai is in charge of this project. He called me personally. Could it be that I really won the bid? But bidding and selection takes time, how could it be so fast? Manager Ma, is this the contract for the agency slots? Tang Ruoxue wanted to confirm. No, it's a contract that's more important than the agency agreement. Of course, if Miss Tang is interested in the agency, I can reserve a spot for you. Really? Okay, I'll go sign the contract right now. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ruoxue was both surprised and delighted. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Not only did she secure an agency slot, but she also got an even more important contract. I don't even know what that contract is. Young Master Zhao, thank you so much. Tang Ruoxue, will never forget your great kindness to the Tang family. Tang Ruoxue was both shocked and moved. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family wielded such immense power that a simple phone call was enough to resolve the matter and elicit such politeness from Ma Yukai. Zhao Bin was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. He was just making things up on the phone. It wasn't his dad's number at all. How could that be true? Who cares? Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal. It's nothing, just a small favor for my dad, no need to be polite. Zhao Bin looked proud. At this point, the banquet ended. Many celebrities and dignitaries left the scene. Tang Ruoxue was immersed in joy when she suddenly saw that familiar figure again. Yi Feng? This time, Tang Ruoxue saw clearly that the person was indeed Yi Feng. How dare he? Is this guy crazy? While Tang Ruoxue was still in a daze, she suddenly saw Yi Feng get up from his seat in the front row and walk towards the door. As he passed by, Tang Ruoxue stopped him and asked, Yi Feng, didn't I tell you to leave Jiangzhou? Why are you here? Why are you guys everywhere? Yi Feng glanced at them and said coldly. You still haven't told me why you've come here again? Do you know how dangerous this is? Tang Ruoxue looked at her with a disappointed expression. Do I need to report to you where I am? Yi Feng responded calmly. Zhao Bin sneered coldly, saying, Yi Feng, you've got some nerve. To get Xiaoxue's attention and make her look at you in a new light, you first deliberately sat in the front row, and now you're deliberately passing by us. For the sake of face, you're not even afraid of death? Yi Feng, why did you sit in the front just now? Tang Ruoxue was also very curious. In her memory, although Yifeng was concerned about his reputation, he wouldn't risk his life like that. However, Yifeng simply ignored their questions. That's right, I just wanted to impress you. Are you satisfied now? If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Yifeng simply admitted it. Anyway, even if I told the truth, she wouldn't believe me, it would just be a waste of time. However, Zhaobin couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Want to leave now? Too late. Zhaobin spread his arms to block Yifeng's path, saying, I was hoping you could live a few more days, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Really? Looks like you don't have a very good memory. You weren't afraid of getting beaten up just now, were you? Yifeng said coldly. You. Zhaobin got angry when the topic of being beaten came up. No one had ever dared to lay a hand on him in his entire life. Not only had he been beaten by this poor, cowardly man, but he was also being mocked. He absolutely couldn't swallow this insult. So you're saying you want to hit me here? Zhaobin said arrogantly. Even if I beat you up or cripple you, no one would dare to do anything to me, Yifeng said with a disdainful look. Ha, very well, you still dare to be arrogant even when you're about to die. Zhaobin laughed wildly. As he laughed, his expression changed. He looked at Tang Ruoxue and said, Xiaoxue, I've given him many chances already. Don't blame me this time. Tang Ruoxue frowned. She could tell that Zhaobin had a lot of grievances against Yifeng. This time, she would definitely not plead for Yifeng. Otherwise, if Zhaobin got upset, he might ask his father to withdraw the agency quota, which would be troublesome. Whether it's the agency slot or getting closer to the Li family, these are the things Tang Ruoxue cares about most. That was the only way for her to reach the summit. Alright, this time I won't care whether he lives or dies. Young Master Zhao, please go ahead. Tang Ruoxue nodded coldly and indifferently. Seeing that Tang Ruoxue was no longer protecting him, Zhaobin immediately raised his arm and shouted, Guards! Someone has trespassed into the banquet. Beat them to death. At his shout, the guards around the banquet hall quickly gathered around. The lead guard, wielding an iron rod, demanded, Who? Who dares to trespass on the banquet? That's him. Zhaobin pointed at Yifeng and shouted. Those who come and go here are all high-ranking officials and dignitaries, so the head of the guards certainly wouldn't take action based on just one side of the story. The head guard approached Yifeng and politely asked, Sir, someone is questioning your identity. Please show us your banquet invitation. Don't make things difficult for us. He reached out his hand and asked Yifeng for it. No. Yifeng calmly shook his head. Chapter 16, Decapitate him. No? Upon hearing this, the other guards also came over and surrounded Yifeng. Sir, please don't joke around. Please show us your invitation, or don't blame us for taking action, the head guard warned. I am the most important guest at this banquet, why would I need an invitation? Yifeng said dismissively. Ha ha. Hearing Yifeng say that, Zhaobin couldn't stop smiling. You're the most important guest at this banquet? Why don't you say you're the mysterious tycoon behind the beauty project? You could say that, Yifeng said, not denying it. Ha ha. This time, not only Zhaobin laughed so hard he almost fell over, but even Tang Ruoxue couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Ruoxue knew Yifeng's background better than anyone else. When they divorced, he didn't even have tens of thousands of yuan. He refused 2 million yuan when offered 2 million, yet he dared to claim to be the mastermind behind the beauty project. This project has already invested 1 billion yuan in its initial phase. Even if Yifeng sold 100 kidneys, it wouldn't be enough. Yifeng, things have come to this point, and even I can't help you anymore. You'd better confess clearly, or you won't escape. Tang Ruoxue couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she gave one last piece of advice before turning and leaving. Ma Yukai was still waiting for her to sign the contract. Such a crucial matter could not be delayed. As for Yifeng, whether he lived or died depended on his fate. This is reality, ordinary people are powerless to resist absolute power and status. She knew this well, so she was determined to climb higher and reach the top, to become a business queen like Lianlin. After Tang Ruoxue left, Zhaobin had even less to worry about. Their ugly faces were on full display. Yifeng, I know you're unwilling to accept this. You want to win Tang Ruoxue back this way, but your little tricks are too clumsy. Tang Ruoxue can only be mine. You're not good enough for her, ha ha ha. Zhao Bin laughed wildly. Casual. Yi Feng casually uttered a sentence and then abruptly pushed him away. Zhao Bin was pushed and staggered, then immediately became furious. You bastard, you dare to lay a hand on me. He waved his hand and shouted, beat them. Beat them to death. Upon hearing this, even the leading guard couldn't contain his impatience. In their view, Yi Feng had indeed trespassed on the banquet, and as guards, they were to blame for what had happened. If they didn't cripple him, the family head would definitely reprimand them. Let's do it! A shout. All the guards raised their short sticks, ready to smash them down on Yi Feng. Just as Yi Feng was about to make a move, a deep voice came from not far away. Stop! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and suddenly saw a man in his 50s, dressed in a tang suit, walking over. He is Lu Baichuan, the president of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Bin became excited as soon as he saw Lu Baichuan. President Lu, do you still remember me? I'm Zhao Yan's son. I gave you a gift on your birthday. Zhao Bin stepped forward and bowed humbly. Zhao Yan's son? Lu Baichuan looked at Zhao Bin with a puzzled expression and shook his head. I don't remember him. Well. Zhao Bin smiled awkwardly. Luckily, Tang Ruoxue wasn't there, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. President Lu, it's normal for you to forget things, that's not important. However, I have something important to report to you. What is it? Lu Baichuan asked expressionlessly. You sent some gifts to the Tang family yesterday, remember? Zhao Bin said with a smile, you might not believe it, but someone actually stole the gift you gave to the Tang family. When we confronted him, he not only refused to return it, but also said that even if you went in person, you wouldn't have the guts to take it back. Oh? Lu Baichuan looked doubtful, thought for a moment, and asked, who is that person? That's him. Zhao Bin turned around and angrily pointed at Yi Feng. He is arrogant and disrespectful. He not only stole the gift but also insulted you. Please do not let him off the hook. Having offended Lu Baichuan, he believed that Yi Feng would definitely not survive this time. Just as Zhao Bin was filled with anticipation, he suddenly saw Lu Baichuan hurriedly walk towards Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, hello. Upon seeing Lu Baichuan, Yi Feng smiled slightly. It's been a long time. Chairman Lu looks much better than before. Thank you for your fortune-telling, sir. Before Lu Baichuan could finish speaking, Zhao Bin impatiently shouted, President Lu, it's him. This man is utterly wicked and deserves to die. Lu Baichuan was interrupted and immediately clenched his fists. What did you say? Say it again? Lu Baichuan asked expressionlessly. I said, this person is utterly wicked. He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, Lu Baichuan glared angrily, clenched his fist, and slammed it down hard. Boom! A punch filled with rage slammed into Zhao Bin's temple, causing him to stagger back a few steps, completely stunned. He shook his dazed head, looking completely bewildered, and said, President Lu, why did you hit me? I was talking about Yi Feng, he's the one who stole it. Snap! Lu Baichuan raised his hand and slapped Zhao Bin hard across the face. What are you fighting over? Those gifts belong to Mr. Yi. Why would he need to fight over them? What? Furthermore, even if Mr. Yi had taken it, I certainly wouldn't have the guts to ask for it back, Lu Baichuan said, completely disregarding his own pride. These words were spoken. Zhao Bin was stunned. He was stunned for a moment, looking at Yi Feng in disbelief, only to find Yi Feng grinning wickedly as he stared back at him. At that moment, Zhao Bin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't understand why Yi Feng, who was clearly just a discarded son-in-law of the Tang family, could win Lu Baichuan's favor. That's impossible. Zhao Bin shook his head blankly, his eyes vacant. At this moment, the guards were also stunned. It's obvious that this Mr. Yi is indeed a very important person, so it makes sense that he didn't need an invitation. Fortunately, I didn't have time to make a move, otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Mr. Yi, I have offended you just now. Please punish me. The lead guard bowed 90 degrees to Yi Feng. The other guards followed suit, bowing and saying, Please punish us, Mr. Yi Feng. You were just being used. Ignorance is no excuse. Yi Feng waved his hand. Several guards looked up with relief, glared at Zhao Bin, and then looked at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, this man is spreading rumors and framing you. Should we cripple him? Upon hearing this, Zhao Bin's heart skipped a beat. This is it. With so many guards, there's no way to escape, and you can't win a fight either. Thump! He knelt down before Lu Baichuan, pleading, "President Lu, please save me. My father is Zhao Yong, and he's your right-hand man. If you offend Mr. Yi, it won't matter if you're Zhao Yong or even if your father is the king of heaven." Lu Baichuan abruptly shook off his hand and shouted, "Do it. Cripple him. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Chapter 17, A Mistake. At the same time, Tang Ruoxue arrived at an office. As soon as he entered, Ma Yukai stood up hurriedly and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Miss Tang, please have a seat." Tang Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat flattered. Before entering the room, she was still wondering if it was a scam call, but now that she saw Ma Yotsai's humble attitude, she was certain that the call was real. She couldn't help but marvel at the immense influence Zhao Bin's father wielded. "Manager Ma, is everything you said on the phone true?" Tang Ruoxue asked again to confirm. "Of course, Miss Tang can sign the contract now." Ma Yukai handed over the two contracts. Tang Ruoxue took a look and sure enough, one was an agency contract, while the other was a product image endorsement contract. A brand ambassador is the face of a product. This is not only an affirmation of Tang Ruoxue's appearance, but also a connection between her and the entire brand. Externally, Tang Ruoxue is the brand's representative. This is a contract that is even more important than an agency agreement. "Manager Ma, can I really sign the contract?" Happiness came too quickly, leaving Tang Ruoxue somewhat at a loss. Once these two contracts are signed, the Tang family will definitely be promoted to a first-tier family, and Tang Ruoxue will become a beautiful CEO second only to Li Anlin. "Miss Tang, that is fine. As long as you sign, these two contracts will take effect immediately, and you will become our Maple Leaf Group's agent and spokesperson," Ma Yukai said with a smile. "Thank you so much, Manager Ma." Tang Ruoxue was extremely excited. As he spoke, he began to carefully review the contents of the contract. Ma Yukai said humbly, "Miss Tang, there's no need to thank me. With such a powerful backer, I will have to rely on Miss Tang's support in the future." Hearing this made Tang Ruoxue feel very happy. She was once again shocked by the Zhao family's power. She never expected that Zhao Bin's father would have such great abilities that even Li Anlin's capable assistant was willing to submit to him. Tang Ruoxue was about to sign the contract when she suddenly thought of a question. "By the way, Manager Ma, has your product's effectiveness been tested? How effective was it?" Ma Yukai was stunned for a moment. "Miss Tang, don't you know the product's effects?" Logically speaking, as Mr. Ye's lover, Miss Tang must have already taken the medication, or at least knew about its effects. Tang Ruoxue was confused by the question. "How could I possibly know about your products?" But it's okay, I believe in you. The Li family's reputation and word of mouth would never betray anyone, and even if they did, they wouldn't betray a small family like the Tang family. Just as she was about to sign, Ma Yukai asked curiously, "Miss Tang, how is your relationship with your husband?" Why did Manager Ma ask that question? Tang Ruoxue found it very strange. She didn't want to disclose her private affairs, but since it was a business relationship, she should be honest with everyone. "To be honest, my husband and I just got divorced yesterday, and I have now kicked him out of the Tang family," Tang Ruoxue assured, "so Mr. Ma, please rest assured that it will not affect my career. Of course, if your group has any requirements, I can also make it public." "What? You kicked Mr. Yi out?" Ma Yotsai's eyes widened, and he seemed somewhat flustered. Sensing his unusual behavior, Tang Ruoxue asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Manager Ma? Does the contract have any requirements regarding the partner's marital status?" She had a bad feeling. After all, to be a brand ambassador, there are requirements not only for appearance but also for persona. Generally, it is required to be single and never married. "Well." Ma Yukai scratched his head and said, "No, that's right, there is indeed a small request." As he spoke, he snatched the contract from Tang Ruoxue's hand. It's like this, Miss Tang. I just thought about it. Although you have powerful backers, we still need to follow the rules. The normal procedure is to announce the number of agents one day later." "Huh?" Tang Ruoxue panicked when the contract was taken away. "Don't worry, Miss Tang. With your powerful backing, I will personally present you with the contract in 3 days and let you sign it." Ma Yukai was a shrewd man. He spoke nicely, but what he really wanted to do was investigate the relationship between Tang Ruoxue and Yi Feng. If the wife Mr. Yi mentioned isn't Tang Ruoxue, then things will be troublesome. He might even lose his position as a professional manager. Tang Ruoxue smiled and nodded, all right then. Now that Ma Yukai had made a promise, she felt relieved. The normal process usually takes 3 to 5 days, and she could wait. There's nothing to worry about. Then, let me see Miss Tang off. Before it was confirmed whether it was a mistake or not, Ma Yukai was still very respectful to Tang Ruoxue. Tang Ruoxue felt reassured upon seeing this. Okay, then I'll leave it to Manager Ma. With Ma Yukai seeing her off, Tang Ruoxue left happily and headed towards the banquet. She wanted to tell Xiaobin the good news and thank him properly. A few minutes later, Tang Ruoxue arrived at the banquet hall alone, only to be stunned upon entering. At this moment, all the wealthy businessmen had left, and even the bodyguards from before were gone. Only 2 people remained in the huge hall. One is Xiaobin, and the other is Yifeng. To her astonishment, she discovered that Xiaobin was lying on the ground, begging for mercy in agony. And the person he was begging for mercy from was Yifeng, who was stepping on him. How about that? Do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Yifeng stepped on Xiaobin's face with one foot and pinched it hard a few times. Xiaobin, who was already barely alive, was in so much pain that he kicked and struggled, crying out, I won't do it again, I beg you, Mr. Yi, to spare me. It's my fault for dying. I will never dare to offend Mr. Yi again. Please spare my life, Mr. Yi. This scene made Tang Ruoxue's eyes widen in horror. She had been thinking of thanking Xiaobin properly, but now she saw him being beaten up like this by Yifeng. She didn't have time to imagine what had just happened. Anger surged through her, and she rushed over in a fit of rage. Let him go. Tang Ruoxue suddenly pushed Yifeng away. Yifeng smiled and shrugged. Since his anger had subsided, he decided to let him live. President Tang's return is just in time. If it had been any later, we might not have seen him at all, Yifeng said with a faint smile. What exactly happened just now? Tang Ruoxue questioned. She remembered that it wasn't like this before she left. There were several guards just now, so how come there are only 2 left? You can ask him that question, but he might not tell you the truth for the sake of his pride, Yifeng said with a smile. Chapter 18, Yifeng is doomed. You just wanted to impress me, right? If you're so capable, come at me. What kind of skill is it to bully him? Tang Ruoxue glared. What are you saying? Yifeng said calmly, has President Tang forgotten that he was just yelling that he would kill me? Does that mean he's the only one who can bully me? Does that mean poor people like me deserve to be bullied? When did Mr. Tang become so hypocritical? Or is it that President Tang has always been this kind of person, and I was just deceived by you before? Yifeng said this with a hint of sadness in his voice. He remembered that Tang Ruoxue wasn't like this before. It was because she became successful step by step that she was blinded by money and status. Of course, Yifeng also has his faults. If he hadn't helped her rise to the position of a beautiful CEO, she wouldn't have lost her way. So Yifeng needs to prove to her that without him, Tang Ruoxue is nothing. Time will tell. Yifeng is waiting for the moment she regrets it. After being mocked by Yifeng, Tang Ruoxue was speechless. Yes, I am a hypocrite, so what? There has never been any fairness in this world. Power and status are the only truths. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you know a little martial arts? You will never know how powerful the Zhao family is. If you offend Xiaobin, you are not far from death. Tang Ruoxue glared at Yifeng and said, but please, on the day you die, stay away from me and don't drag me down with you. Then let me make a prediction for you. In the near future, you will definitely regret what you said today. And please don't kneel down and beg me then. After Yifeng finished speaking, he chuckled and left leisurely. Looking at Yifeng's arrogant back, Tang Ruoxue regretted her actions. She felt as if 3 years of her youth had been eaten by a dog. If it weren't for him, her younger brother wouldn't have broken his leg, and her benefactor wouldn't have been beaten half to death. Yifeng, you won't get away with this. Tang Ruoxue shouted angrily at Yifeng's retreating figure. Yifeng left without looking back. Finally, it disappeared around the corner at the entrance. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Doctor, how am I feeling? Xiaobin lay on the hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in bandages, and asked anxiously. The doctor in the white coat held the CT scan in his hand and shook his head bitterly. You have multiple fractures all over your body, 6 broken ribs, and a severe comminuted fracture of your left arm. Your injuries are even more serious than young Master Tang's. There's nothing I can do to help you. If he can't be cured, will he become disabled? Tang Ruoxue asked worriedly. Meeting. The doctor in the white coat said confidently, although he won't need amputation, his left hand will be permanently disabled. Disability? Zhao Bin immediately broke down upon hearing this. If he becomes disabled, his life will be ruined. Get out. You doctors are all useless. Get out. Zhao Bin threw a pillow directly at the doctor's face. The doctor in the white coat could only shake his head and turn to walk out. Tang Ruoxue comforted her, "Don't worry, I've already contacted Dr. Gu. He'll be here soon, and he'll definitely find a way." Yes, as long as Dr. Gu finds that expert, there will definitely be a solution. Zhao Bin felt a little relieved. Oh, right. Tang Ruoxue voiced her doubts. Weren't there many guards present? How could Yi Feng defeat them? What exactly happened? These words were spoken. Looking back on the situation at the time, Zhao Bin was filled with a million questions. He couldn't understand why Lu Baichuan was being so polite to Yi Feng, not even giving face to the Zhao family. I also want to ask you a question. Zhao Bin didn't answer, but instead asked, "Did you really sign an agency agreement?" He didn't even call his father at the time. If Tang Ruoxue really signed the contract, it means that Tang Ruoxue has a powerful backer, and this powerful backer is very likely the one that Lu Baichuan fears. Tang Ruoxue was very touched even at this point. Zhao Xiao was still considering her contract. Not yet, but Ma Yukai guarantees that it will be signed in 3 days, and he has also attached a product spokesperson contract. There's also an endorsement contract? Zhao Bin was utterly shocked. It seems the Tang family really has a powerful backer. The reason Lu Baichuan was so polite to Yi Feng was probably because he thought Yi Feng was still the Tang family's son-in-law. So Lu Baichuan was giving face to the Tang family, not because he was afraid of Yi Feng. However, judging from Tang Ruoxue's reaction, she was unaware of the existence of that powerful figure. The guards had something come up at the time and all left, which is why Yi Feng succeeded. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Zhao Bin didn't want to reveal the truth, lest Tang Ruoxue find out that the credit wasn't his. So that's how it is. Tang Ruoxue frowned and nodded. At that moment, the ward door was pushed open. Zhao Yong rushed in, followed by Gu Zhong. Upon seeing this, Tang Ruoxue hurriedly went over and bowed politely. "Uncle Zhao, I am Tang Ruoxue, it is an honor to meet you." Who on earth hurt my son like this? Zhao Yong glared at Tang Ruoxue and shouted angrily. "Uncle Zhao, please calm down." Tang Ruoxue lowered her head and said, "Zhao Xiao was beaten by my ex-husband, so I also bear responsibility for this. I will definitely give you an explanation." Your ex-husband? Zhao Yong wanted to slap him, but for his son's sake, he held back. I'm not done with you about this. You just wait. After saying that, he looked anxiously at Gu Zhong. "Dr. Gu, no matter how much it costs, you must save my son. He is the only bloodline of my Zhao family. He can't be harmed." Gu Zhong did not reply, but began to diagnose Zhao Bin. A moment later, he looked troubled. "It's difficult. It's not that I'm unwilling to save him, but my abilities are limited." Tang Ruoxue quickly reminded him, "Dr. Gu, please be sure to find that expert and save young Master Zhao and my brother." "I'll do my best." Gu Zhong stroked his beard and said, "I can tell you some good news. I met that master again today and even gained his approval. I believe he will be willing to help." He felt that although Dr. Ye's temperament was eccentric, he was actually quite kind. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue and Zhao Bin were very excited. "Really? That's great." Tang Ruoxue said, "As long as he can cure Zhao Xiao and my brother, I'm willing to pay any price." "Okay, wait for my message. I'm going now." After Gu Zhong finished speaking, he turned and left. Tang Ruoxue didn't dare to face Zhao Yong, so she made an excuse to leave. At this moment, only Zhao Bin and his son were in the ward. Zhao Bin bared his teeth and shouted, "Dad, avenge me. You must tear Yi Feng to pieces." He couldn't swallow this insult. He was actually bullied by a poor kid who was just trying to intimidate him. "Yi Feng, is it? I'll make him wish he were dead." A murderous glint flashed in Zhao Yong's eyes. "I happen to know Scarface from the Tiger Gang. If he makes a move, Yi Feng will be dead for sure. And that ugly freak Tang Yi, let's send her to the Western Paradise too." Zhao Bin didn't want to let any of them go. "Okay, take good care of your injury and wait for my good news." Zhao Yong covered his son with a blanket and then started calling Scarface. Chapter 19. My father-in-law and mother-in-law come to the door. Tang Ruoxue had just left the ward when she ran into her father, Tang Boyuan, who had been eavesdropping, at the corner of the door. Dad, when did you go back to Jiangzhou? Tang Ruoxue asked in confusion. You're divorced, how could I not come back? Tang Boyuan rolled his eyes. You're so willful. You didn't even discuss such a big thing as divorce with me. I can decide this myself, Tang Ruoxue said, not wanting to explain. Seeing this, Tang Boyuan stopped asking questions and instead said furtively, I just heard Zhao Yong say that she's going to find someone to deal with Yifeng and Yi. You can't just sit idly by. Is it any of my business? Yifeng brought this upon himself, what can I do? Even if you don't care about Yifeng's life or death, Yi is your own sister. You can't just stand by and watch something happen to her. Tang Boyuan's eyes were filled with pleading. It's not that I don't want to help. Tang Ruoxue said with a bitter expression, the Zhao family has too much influence. Even Ma Yukai of the Li group has to give them face. If I go against such people, wouldn't I be courting death? In that case, it might implicate the entire Tang family. Does Zhao Yong have connections with the Li family? Tang Boyuan looked surprised after hearing this. If the Zhao family really has such abilities, then he is truly in danger. Seeing her father's conflicted expression, Tang Ruoxue reminded him again, Dad, I advise you not to interfere. Zhao Yong has made up his mind, and they can't escape. After saying that, Tang Ruoxue turned and walked towards Tang Ningjia's ward. Tang Boyuan stomped his foot and cursed, it's all Yifeng's fault, that good for nothing, he's ruined himself and others. Clinic. A stretch Lincoln pulled up in front of the clinic. Ma Yukai got out of the passenger seat, hurriedly opened the back door, and gestured for them to enter. Boss, we've arrived. Yifeng got out of the car and waved, alright, you can go back now. Take these next few days to prepare for the opening ceremony. Okay, boss. Just as Ma Yukai was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the most important thing and asked, by the way, boss, who is the product spokesperson you mentioned? I want to schedule a contract signing with her tomorrow. To avoid any mistakes, Ma Yukai still needed to ask clearly. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, he saw Tang Yi running out happily. Yifeng, I've cooked the rice. Eat it while it's hot. Tang Yi walked over and took Yifeng's hand. Okay, I'm actually hungry. Yifeng smiled sweetly. Seeing the two so intimate, Ma Yukai couldn't stay calm. Could she be Mr. Ye's wife? It almost led to a major mistake. Thinking of this, Ma Yukai walked over timidly and asked, Boss, who is this? Before Yifeng could speak, Tang Yi happily extended her hand and said, Hello, my name is Tang Yi. You must be Yifeng's friend? Why don't you come in and have a meal together? Tang Yi? Also surnamed Tang? Could it really be? Just as Ma Yukai was wondering, Yifeng smiled and said, It's her, my wife Tang Yi. Ma Yukai was suddenly startled. Is this the boss lady? Okay, I understand. He nodded repeatedly, thankfully avoiding a misunderstanding. However, the proprietress's face is wrapped in white gauze. Could she have just had plastic surgery? How can you choose a woman who has had plastic surgery as a spokesperson for beauty products? You guys go back first. Yifeng waved and walked back with Tang Yi. Okay. Although Ma Yukai didn't understand, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. People of Yifeng's caliber don't follow the rules, and he has his reasons for doing so. In the cramped clinic. The room, which is about 10 square meters, contains simple kitchen utensils, a low table, and 2 chairs. As the two were enjoying their meal, Tang Yi suddenly asked, Yifeng, where did you meet such a high-profile friend? They look so rich. That luxury car must be worth at least $1 million. Not only that. Yifeng swallowed hard, his mouth bulging. Wow, your friend is amazing. His car is almost as good as Ruoxue's. Tang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yifeng smiled gently. That's a limited edition Lincoln, worth at least tens of millions. How can Tang Ruoxue's car compare? However, Yi didn't know anything about cars, and Yifeng didn't want to explain further. Do you like it? I'll send you one just like it another day, Yifeng said while eating. No need, it's too expensive. I was just asking casually. Tang Yi thought Yifeng was joking again. You should always have dreams, what if they come true? Yifeng smiled and said, Why don't you make a wish now? Maybe it will come true soon. Seeing how serious Yifeng was, Tang Yi immediately became interested. Even though I can't afford it, it's still nice to fantasize about it. Okay, I'm going to work hard to earn money and buy a car like Sister Ruwashue's, so I can take you for a drive every day. I also want to buy a 200 square meter sea view house to support you, my little gigolo, huh? She gestured with her chopsticks, like an innocent child. If you become a rich woman, will you look down on me? Yifeng asked jokingly. Of course not. Tang Yi suddenly became very serious. She knew her own limitations. Becoming a rich woman was impossible for her. With her looks, she was content that Yifeng was still with her. The two were talking. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was kicked open. You brat, you think you've got guts now, huh? Upon hearing the sound, Yifeng and Tang Yi turned around and saw that the person who kicked down the door was Tang Yi's biological mother, Chen Shuan. Tang Boyuan was following her. Dad, Auntie, what brings you here? Yifeng quickly stood up to greet them, calling out as usual. Chen Shuan stormed over, shoved Yifeng aside, and walked towards Tang Yi, saying, You silly girl, why are you messing around with this good-for-nothing when you have a big villa to live in? Tang Yi felt ashamed after being scolded by her mother. She said, feeling wronged, Mom, I don't want to stay in the Tang family anymore. I want to live my own life. After saying that, she asked, By the way, how did you end up with my dad? Tang Yi was very happy to see her biological parents together. How dare you say that? If your dad hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark. Chen Shuan took Tang Yi's hand and said, Come on, let's go back to the Tang family with your dad. As he spoke, he tried to pull her away. Yifeng quickly advised, Auntie, Yi is unhappy staying at the Tang family, why force her to go back? Who do you think you are? Chen Shuan glared at Yifeng, You can't even support yourself, how can you provide for Yi? Yi needs a lot of money for plastic surgery, can you afford it? Mom! Tang Yi broke free from her mother's hand and said, I'm not afraid of hardship. As long as I can be with Yifeng, I'm willing to endure any hardship or fatigue. Chen Shuan became even angrier and shouted, He's your brother-in-law. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Upon hearing this, Tang Yi lowered her head in shame. She understood this perfectly well. Her sister had just divorced her brother-in-law, and she was marrying him right away. People would gossip about that. She didn't know why, but she got her marriage certificate with Yifeng yesterday without even realizing it. Auntie, I've already divorced Tang Ruoxue. I'm truly with Yi, Yifeng said firmly. Chapter 20, Settling the Accounts. Pa! Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Chen Shuan glared at Yifeng and said, You're just someone who was dumped by that bitch Tang Ruoxue, and you want to marry Yi to vent your anger. You're not really sincere about being with Yi. Furthermore, I'm making this clear, even if you're sincere, I can't let Yi be with you. Yi's surname is Tang, she's the daughter of the Tang family. She deserves to enjoy a life of luxury, not suffer in this wretched place with a good-for-nothing like you. Chen Shuan became increasingly angry as she thought about it. She had no official status in the Tang family, and the Tang family had always been prejudiced against her and her mother. Over the years, she had gone to great lengths to send Yi into the Tang family to enjoy a life of luxury, but unexpectedly, she was tricked out by this guy. Yifeng said sincerely, Auntie, I can also make Yi live a good life. I can buy her a car and a house. I can do anything she needs. Hearing Yifeng say that, Tang Boyuan also got angry. Xiaofeng, don't think I don't know. You've offended the Zhao family. You're lucky you survived today. Tang Boyuan said, Considering that your uncle has been good to you in the past, please spare Yi. If she stays here, she will definitely be implicated by you. Tang Yi was stunned when she heard this. Dad, what are you saying? What do you mean I won't live past today? Silly girl, Chen Shuan said irritably, your dad just told me that Yifeng beat Zhao Bin half to death at the Li family's house today. His father has already sent people to deal with him, and he even said he'd deal with you too. If you go back to the Tang family, you can escape this calamity because of Tang Ruoxue's influence. Otherwise, you'll be implicated by him. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's delicate body trembled. She looked at Yifeng in a panic. Yifeng, is what my mom said true? Yifeng nodded and said frankly, I did beat him up, but don't worry, with me here, they can't run wild. If they dare to come, Yifeng will make them regret it. Look, look, look. Chen Shuan pointed at Yifeng's nose and said, this kind of person can lie without even blushing. You still dare to believe him? With his skinny arms and legs, how many punches can he take? At this point, Tang Yi began to panic. Offending the Zhao family is a recipe for disaster. Quickly, let's pack our bags and leave Jiangzhou immediately. After Tang Yi finished speaking, she turned around and started packing her luggage. Tang Boyuan grabbed her and advised, "Don't be silly, come home with Dad. With your sister here, the Zhao family won't do anything to you. We can't interfere with other things." Tang Boyuan didn't want anything to happen to Yifeng either, but since he was the one who caused the disaster, someone had to take responsibility. "Dad, I can't abandon Yifeng." Tang Yi tried to break free from her father's grasp. Chen Shuan became increasingly angry as she looked at it. "You have to leave today, whether you like it or not." After saying that, she forcibly grabbed Tang Yi and dragged her away. Tang Yi tried to struggle, but she couldn't overcome the strength of her parents and was forcibly dragged out. "We got outside. Hurry up and get in the car." Tang Boyuan opened the car door and tried to push his daughter inside. Sudden. A voice came from not far away, "Trying to leave?" Too late. Hearing the sound, the three of them were startled and turned around to see a group of people walking towards them not far away. The leader was a burly man with a fierce look in his eyes. Behind him were 5 or 6 equally fierce-looking men, and the one who had just spoken was the middle-aged man next to him, Zhao Yong. "No one is leaving today." Zhao Yong strode arrogantly, his face filled with a fierce expression, and slowly walked towards the three of them. Looking at the menacing group of people, Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan felt like crying. It's all Yifeng's fault, that wicked fellow. Of all people to offend, why did they have to offend the Zhao family? Now they're doomed. "Mr. Zhao, I am Tang Ruoshue's father. We met before, do you remember?" Tang Boyuan greeted him with a smile, hoping that mentioning his daughter's name would earn him the other party's leniency. "Of course I remember." Zhao Yong walked up to Tang Boyuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "My son really likes my niece Ruoshue. I'm even hoping to become in-laws with you." As he spoke, his smile turned sinister. "What a pity, your Tang family's son-in-law is too ungrateful. None of you are leaving today." Upon hearing this, Tang Boyuan's face stiffened. He quickly said, "Yifeng has already divorced Ruoshue, his affairs have nothing to do with us." "And what about her? Isn't this your daughter?" Zhao Yong pointed fiercely at Tang Yi, then walked towards her with a menacing expression. Seeing this, Chen Shuan quickly stepped in front of her daughter and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, please calm down. We came here to get them to divorce. I will take Yi away now. As for Yifeng, that troublemaker, you can do whatever you want with him. Get out of my way." Zhao Yong slapped him across the face. Snap. A crisp slap rang out, and Chen Shuan staggered a few steps from the blow. "Mom!" Seeing her mother being beaten, Tang Yi quickly helped her up. Then, he shouted at Zhao Yong, "If you have any problems, come at me. Don't touch my parents." "Very well, then I'll deal with you first, and then settle accounts with Yifeng." Zhao Yong swung his fist and punched Tang Yi in the head. The punch, delivered in a fit of rage, was exceptionally powerful. Just as the fist was about to smash into Tang Yi's forehead, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to look directly at it. Tang Boyuan, though heartbroken, could only watch helplessly as his daughter was beaten. Bang! Tang Yi heard a muffled thud, but felt no pain. When she opened her eyes, she found Yifeng standing in front of her, catching the punch. "Yifeng, hurry up, there are many of them." Upon seeing Yifeng, Tang Yi shouted excitedly. "These people are here to find Yifeng. If he gets caught by them, he's definitely not going to survive." "You're Yifeng?" Upon seeing Yifeng appear, a murderous glint appeared in Zhao Yong's eyes. The burly men behind him also gripped their iron bars tightly, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. However, Yifeng just smiled faintly, completely disregarding it. "I don't want to kill anyone today, get out of here." A furious shout. Yifeng kicked Zhao Yong hard, sending him flying. Bang! Zhao Yong landed headfirst on the ground and couldn't get up. This scene immediately stunned everyone present. "Hey, you've got some skills, huh? This is going to be fun." The scarred man brandished the iron rod in his hand, looking Yifeng up and down with great interest. Seeing this, Tang Yi became even more anxious. She knew Yifeng was very strong, but there were too many of them, and Yifeng would definitely be beaten to death. "I've delayed you for so long, why haven't you run yet?" Tang Yi looked at Yifeng with exasperation. Yifeng gently stroked Tang Yi's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Don't worry, I'm very good at fighting. But there were too many of them. Tang Yi spread her arms and blocked Yifeng's way. I'll hold them off, you go quickly. She knew that these people's target was Yifeng, and they certainly wouldn't dare to do anything to her family, but it would be a different story if Yifeng were caught. You brat, you think you can stop us? The burly man with the scar at the head of the group sneered coldly. At this moment, Zhao Yong struggled to his feet, his face covered in blood, and shouted angrily, Scarface, kill them. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Okay, I'll take your money and do as you ask. Scarface waved his hand and shouted, follow me. Chapter 21, Slapped Away. At a command. Scarface, wielding an iron rod, led 5 or 6 burly men and immediately rushed over, smashing it down on Yifeng's head. No! Tang Yi spread her arms again, blocking Yifeng's way. The iron bar was about to fall. In an instant. Yifeng glared angrily, then flicked his hands, sending several silver needles flying at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The burly men felt their legs go numb and all knelt on the ground. With a few clangs, all the iron bars in their hands fell to the ground in front of Tang Yi. The sudden turn of events left Tang Boyuan and the others stunned. WH? What's going on? Why did you kneel down like that, Scarface? Zhao Yong was completely bewildered when he saw Scarface kneeling down. Scarface struggled to his feet, only to find his legs trembling violently. Now, let alone hitting someone, even walking is difficult. What happened? He looked at his men behind him in astonishment and found that they were the same, as if possessed, unable to even stand steadily. Kid, was it you who did this? Scarface glared fiercely at Yifeng. But Yifeng crossed his arms and smiled coldly, since you realize your mistake and kneel down to me, then get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. He didn't want to kill someone in front of Yi. After saying that, Yifeng took Tang Yi's hand and prepared to leave. However, having suffered such a great humiliation, Scarface's anger flared up. Don't play tricks, I don't believe in superstitions. A furious shout. Scarface picked up the iron bar from the ground, staggered over, and smashed it down hard on Yifeng. The next second. Court death. A murderous glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes, and then he slapped Yifeng hard across the face. Snap. Scarface was as if he had been struck by a tremendous force, like a ball being kicked, and flew several meters away before crashing into a large tree. This time, they finally saw Yifeng make a move. One word, fast. It was so fast that the Scar didn't even have time to react. Is this really Yifeng? Looking at the nonchalant Yifeng, and then at the dying Scarface, Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan were filled with turmoil. Unexpectedly, Yifeng, who is usually so gentle and obedient, is so powerful when he gets into a fight. One slap can send someone flying that far. Tang Yi was also dumbfounded. Is this still her brother-in-law whom she has known for 3 years, and the husband she just registered her marriage with? He's so handsome. However, in her excitement, Tang Yi trembled with fear when her gaze fell on Scarface. Demons, demons, they are demons. Tang Yi hugged Yifeng tightly and shouted, pointing at Scarface. Yifeng followed her gaze and only noticed that Scarface's clothes were tattered, revealing a dragon head tattoo on his chest, but he didn't find anything unusual. What's wrong? Have you seen them? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Let's go quickly. Tang Yi looked like she had seen a ghost. Without answering Yifeng's question, she hurriedly pulled him away and left in a panic. After returning to the clinic, Tang Yi's emotions remained unstable, and no matter how Yifeng tried to comfort her, it didn't work. Finally, Yifeng couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Do you know who they are? Yifeng, let's go quickly. They are demons, murderous demons. What demons? They're just a few bullies, it's nothing. No, they are ruthless demons. 3 years ago, they set the fire in Xiqing Old Street. To silence witnesses, they killed all 800 plus people in the entire Old Street. They are demons. Tang Yi still vividly remembered the dragon heads on the chests of those people. Boom! Yifeng's body trembled violently. Is it them? 3 years, it's been 3 years. 3 years ago, a fire reduced the old streets of Xiqing to ashes. At that time, Yifeng and his adoptive parents were trapped in their home. Fortunately, Tang Yi risked her life to save him, and Yifeng survived. However, his adoptive parents and nearly 1,000 other people in the old street perished in the fire. He had tried to investigate through countless connections, but to no avail. He never expected to find them by chance today. Boom! Yifeng slammed his fist on the table, shattering it into pieces. Die! None of them will survive. Yifeng stared wide-eyed, his eyes bloodshot. His adoptive parents had raised him for over 20 years, treating him like their own son, their kindness immeasurable, yet they burned him alive. This was an irreconcilable hatred, and no matter what power they were backed by, Yifeng vowed to annihilate them all. Just as Yifeng was about to get up, Tang Guiyuan and the other person walked in. Yifeng, why are you so impulsive? Tang Guiyuan scolded him with exasperation. Those people look like they're from the underworld. If you offend them, our entire Tang family will be buried with you. If it were just offending the Zhao family, Yi could have escaped unscathed thanks to Ruoshua's influence. But now that she has offended people in the underworld, she will face endless retaliation. Even if Yifeng is incredibly strong, can he defeat 10, 100, or 1,000 people? Hurry up, let's go back and let your sister think of a solution. Tang Guiyuan pulled Tang Yi and insisted on dragging her away. Dad, I'm not leaving. I'm already married to Yifeng. Even if we die, we'll die together. Tang Yi shook off her father's hand. Chen Shuan became increasingly angry as she thought about it. No one knows what kind of bewitching drug Yifeng gave Yi, which made her so devoted to him. If you don't leave today, I'll die right in front of you, believe it or not. Chen Shuan said, and was about to smash her head against the wall. Mom, don't force me. Tang Yi held her mother's hand, pleading through tears. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't know how to persuade her, so he patted Yi's shoulder and said, Yi, why don't you go back to the Tang family first? I still have some things to take care of. I'll come find you after I'm done. Before those people got too far, Yifeng absolutely couldn't let them leave. Hearing Yifeng say this, Tang Yi had no choice but to agree. Okay, don't cause any more trouble. You must come to see me when you're done. Tang Yi said reluctantly. Okay, let's go back. After seeing them off, a sharp killing intent flashed in Yifeng's eyes. 3 years had passed, and finally, news of them had arrived. At that moment, a raging fire seemed to ignite in his chest, and even his breathing became rapid. He trembled as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Lu Baichuan, come and collect the body. The words fell. Bang! Yifeng squeezed hard, crushing the phone in his hand. The sun sets in the west. On the desolate road, 2 BMWs were driving one after the other. Scarface, that guy was just bluffing. Why were you scared? Zhao Yong asked, puzzled, from the back seat of the car. Cough cough. Scarface coughed up a mouthful of blood, glared at Zhao Yong, and said, fuck your mother, didn't you see the power of that slap? It almost killed me. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. If he hadn't been physically strong, he probably would have been dead. I wonder who that guy is, he's so powerful. Are we just going to let it go like this? Zhao Yong was very unwilling. Cough cough. Scarface coughed again, gritting his teeth, and said, of course we won't let this go. Daring to lay a hand on me means offending the entire Tiger gang. He's not far from death. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. That's all. The driver exclaimed, boss, there are people ahead, there are people ahead. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Yong and Scarface looked up in astonishment and suddenly saw a person standing in the middle of the road ahead. That person was none other than Yifeng. Is he crazy? Daring to block a car with your bare hands? That's courting death. Run him over. Kill him. Zhao Yong shouted. Chapter 22, Demonic Methods. Upon seeing this, Scarface's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had originally planned to ask Tiger King for help in getting revenge, but he never expected that this guy would actually seek death on his own. What an idiot. Quick, run him over as fast as you can, ha! Scarface roared with laughter. Upon hearing this, the driver also showed an excited expression. The current speed was 80 km/h, and with a little more gas, it could reach 120 or even 150 km/h. At such a speed, it would definitely crush him into mincemeat. Go to hell! The younger brother yelled and slammed on the gas pedal. The BMW sports car accelerated instantly, speeding at 160 km/h instantly. Clouds of dust billowed up on the distant road, and even the birds in the trees were startled and flew away. The distance is getting closer and closer. 100 meters, 50 meters. 10 meters. At high speed, the BMW rushed up to Yifeng in an instant. "Ha, you idiot, you're asking for death." Scarface laughed and shouted excitedly as Yifeng was about to be knocked away or crushed into mincemeat. The driver and Zhao Yong were also very excited. "Go to hell." The younger brother floored the accelerator again, and the black BMW crashed into them at top speed. Bang! A loud bang. An amazing scene unfolded. The car seemed to freeze in time, magically coming to a stop. White smoke billowed from the front of the car, blocking the view of the three people inside. What's going on? Scarface sensed something was wrong. How could the car possibly stop at such a high speed? And why was white smoke coming from the front of the car? I don't know, I didn't step on the brakes. It must have exploded upon impact, that's why there's white smoke, the driver guessed. Idiot, would your family members produce white smoke if they were hit and exploded? Scarface slapped his underling on the head. Humans are made of flesh and blood. If they were hit and exploded, they should be spraying blood mist. I'll go down and take a look. My younger brother was also puzzled. He had killed quite a few people in the past, but he had never acted so strangely before. He didn't know what was wrong this time. However, just as he was about to get out of the car, the white fog in front of the car gradually dissipated, and a magical scene appeared before his eyes. Yifeng. He's not dead? He's still alive? Zhao Yong was shocked to find that Yifeng was standing unharmed in front of the car, one hand pressing against the front bumper. At this moment, Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless killing intent, like a death god emerging from the azure hell. Just one glance from him made them tremble all over. Scarface had seen many ruthless people, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a terrifying look in someone's eyes. That look in his eyes is more demonic than any demon's. Run! Drive faster! Scarface didn't have time to think about how he survived. Now, he didn't want to see that look for even a minute longer. He felt that the person in front of him wasn't human at all, but a devil, a man-eating devil. His only thought was, to run. Run as far as you can. Ugh! 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 The younger brother stepped on the gas again, wanting to run them over and get away as quickly as possible. However, to their surprise, Yifeng lifted the car up, and the front wheels gradually left the ground, spinning and turning in mid-air. Help! Help! As the car rose higher and higher, the three of them felt the approach of death and screamed desperately. Sudden! Yifeng suddenly flung the car away, and with a bang, it crashed into the car behind. Instantly, black smoke filled the air, and both vehicles overturned on the road. Inside the car, Scarface, Zhao Yong, and the others felt an unprecedented fear. They desperately tried to open the car door and escape this terrifying place. However, upon opening the door, what greeted their eyes was that familiar yet terrifying face. Brother Yi, I know I was wrong. Spare me, I shouldn't have bothered you. Scarface knew he couldn't escape, so he could only kneel down and beg for mercy. The other underlings didn't dare to run away either, and they all knelt down before Yifeng, as if begging for mercy from the Grim Reaper. Even Zhao Yong was trembling so much that he couldn't walk. If he had known how terrifying Yifeng was, he wouldn't have dared to provoke such a person, even if it meant the death of 10 sons. Yifeng, I know I was wrong. I'll go back and beat that bastard Zhao Bin up right now. Please forgive me. Zhao Yong crawled on his knees to Yifeng and kowtowed repeatedly. However, Yifeng kicked him away and headed straight for Scarface and the others. Scarface kowtowed violently, Brother, please don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children to support, I don't want to die. It's all Zhao Yong's fault. It was him. He paid me to deal with you. I'll kill him right now and make you feel better. Scarface said, trembling as he got up, intending to kill Zhao Yong. However, at this moment, Yifeng only had eyes for him. Yifeng walked up to him, slowly leaned closer, and asked, Why did you burn down Xiqing Old Street 3 years ago and kill 1,000 people? 3 years ago? Xiqing Old Street? Upon hearing this, Scarface's panicked expression suddenly froze. He paused for a moment, then shook his head violently and said, I don't know. I was just a lowly thug back then. I was just following orders. It has nothing to do with me. Whose orders do you take? Yifeng asked expressionlessly. Scarface quickly replied, Yes, he's my boss, Tiger King. Tiger King? A murderous glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. What else do you know? Continue? Yifeng felt that this matter was not simple, otherwise he would not have burned nearly 1,000 people to silence them. I really don't know anything anymore, please let me go. Scarface cowed out again. Don't want to talk about it, huh? I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Yifeng's lips curled into a wicked smile. He grabbed Scarface's arm and yanked it hard. With a click, the arm was ripped off, and bright red blood gushed out. Ah! Scarface clutched his severed arm and rolled on the ground. Aren't you going to tell me? Yifeng held his severed arm to his mouth and said, I'll count down from 3. This is your last chance. At this moment, Scarface completely broke down. This thing in front of me is truly a demon, so cruel. However, he truly did not know the inside story of what happened back then, otherwise, he would have revealed it without hesitation, even to his own parents. Big brother, I really don't know, please forgive me, I didn't mean to. He hadn't finished speaking. Yifeng shook his head and said expressionlessly, since you don't know, then go die. Laugh. No one present saw Yifeng exert any force, they only noticed that the severed arm in his hand pierced through Scarface's throat, penetrated the back of his head, and froze his head on the ground. Scarface, however, had his mouth wide open and his eyes wide open, completely motionless. A demon. It really is a demon. Everyone present was a vicious and ruthless person, and they had killed many people, but they had never seen anyone so cruel as to kill without even changing their expression. At that moment, everyone's heart was pounding. Chapter 23, Murder Without Mercy. Brother, it's none of our business. We weren't involved in what happened back then. Please spare us, a henchman pleaded, kneeling and trembling. Where is the headquarters of your tiger gang? Yifeng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The henchman continued kowtowing, our tiger gang's headquarters has always been secretive. We nobodies have any right to go there, so you don't know again? Yifeng glared at him and slapped him on the head. Bang! White brain matter splattered everywhere, and the young man collapsed before he could even scream. These people were all utterly wicked, each with blood on their hands, and their deaths were not unjust. So, you guys don't know either? Yifeng took another step and slowly walked towards the others. At that moment, all the underlings' hearts leaped into their throats. Either way, I'm going to die. Brothers, let's fight him. One of the underlings stood up first, glaring angrily and shouting. Seeing this, the others also mustered their courage and stood up, ready to fight Yifeng to the death. Everyone, attack together and kill him. The henchman charged at Yifeng first, and the others followed suit, rushing towards Yifeng. Then let's send you down. Yifeng let out a chilling, wicked laugh. With a swift movement, he transformed into a blur and rushed forward. His speed was so great that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch, one could only vaguely see a blur weaving through the crowd. Ah! Screams rang out, and all 6 burly men collapsed to the ground. Dead. Before Zhao Yong could even see how Yifeng made his move, he discovered that everyone was dead. Each person's death was extremely gruesome. Some had their heads twisted 180 degrees, some had their arms torn off, and others were completely decapitated. Demon! He's a real devil. Zhao Yong trembled as he looked at the horrific scene. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Feeling Yifeng looking at him, Zhao Yong kowtowed violently as if he had lost his mind. Just then, a dozen luxury cars drove up from a distance, forming a long line, and stopped in front of them. Immediately afterwards, Lu Baichuan arrived with over 100 people. President, save me, save me. Zhao Yong thought he was doomed, but when he suddenly saw Lu Baichuan, he felt like he had found a lifeline. He excitedly got up and ran over to him. Even if Yifeng stood there and let him kill over 100 people, it would still take him a considerable amount of time, enough for him to escape. President, this demon killed 6 or 7 people. Arrest him immediately. Zhao Yong, hiding behind Lu Baichuan, pointed at Yifeng with trembling eyes. However, Lu Baichuan only glanced at him coldly before walking towards Yifeng. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry I'm late, Lu Baichuan said, bowing. Yifeng waved his hand, it's not too late, it's good time to collect their bodies. He pointed to the corpses on the ground. When Lu Baichuan saw the corpse on the ground, he was completely devastated. The way he died was so gruesome that it terrified him and his face turned pale. Of the 6 or 7 corpses, none were normal, they had all died from inhuman torture. Did you kill all of these? Lu Baichuan asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes, they are all vicious criminals. Yifeng asked, can you handle it? Lu Baichuan nodded quickly, don't worry, leave it to me. I guarantee no one will be able to find out. After saying that, he turned his head and pointed at Zhao Yong, what about him? Kill him? Lu Baichuan asked calmly. Kill. Yifeng waved his hand expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's body trembled. He knelt down with a thud. He thought he would be saved once Lu Baichuan arrived, but he didn't expect that it was Yifeng who had called him. Just who exactly is this Yifeng? At this moment, Zhao Yong wished he could strangle his troublesome son Zhao Bin. Of all people to mess with, he had to provoke such a devilish big shot. Even if Zhao Yong had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. President, it's me, Zhao Yong. Don't you recognize me? Zhao Yong pleaded, clinging to his last shred of hope. Go to hell in peace. You've offended Mr. Yi, so even I can't save you. Lu Baichuan waved his hand lightly, killed him. At a command, 2 burly men dragged Zhao Bin aside and pinned him to the ground. A flash of light appeared. Ah! Zhao Yong's head fell to the ground. The Tang family. Tang Yi was taken back to the Tang family. Upon entering, he was immediately ostracized by everyone. Tang Yi, how dare you come back? Zhang Xiuji walked over and said aggressively. Seeing Tang Yi's red eyes, Tang Feifei mocked, second aunt, you guessed right. The good-for-nothing really can't stand ugly girls. He's already been dumped after only 2 days, huh? Upon hearing this, the Tang family members present all wore amused expressions. I thought Yifeng would keep you for a few days to save face, but I didn't expect him to be so impatient and send you back to your parents' home so quickly, Aunt Tang shook her head, her face full of disdain. Shut up, all of you. Tang Boyuan shouted angrily, I brought Yi back. If any of you dare to bully her in the future, I will never forgive you. He has been away from home for many years, which caused Yi to suffer a lot of bullying in the Tang family. Now that he is back, he will definitely make it up to her. Upon hearing Tang Boyuan's words, Zhang Xiuji immediately became unhappy. It's rare for this brat to leave voluntarily, how can we let her come back? Tang Boyuan, you need to make yourself clear. She wanted to leave with that good-for-nothing herself. We didn't force her. Now she wants to come back? No way. Zhang Xiuji wouldn't budge an inch. After saying that, she took Grandma Tang's hand and said, Grandma, don't you agree? You have to make the decision. This. Grandma Tang hesitated, leaning on her cane. All right, don't you think I don't know what you're thinking? Tang Boyuan was too lazy to argue with her and directly confessed, just now, when I went to find Yi, I happened to run into Zhao Yong and the people from the underworld. I didn't expect that Yifeng would not only beat up Zhao Yong in a fit of anger, but also beat up the people from the underworld. If Yi continues to stay with Yifeng, she will definitely be retaliated against by the people from the underworld. What? Upon hearing this, the Tang family broke out in a cold sweat. Has Yifeng gone mad? First he beat up Zhao Bin, and now he dares to hit people from the underworld? This is courting death. Grandma, did you hear that? Yifeng beat up people from the underworld. If Yi comes back, it will definitely implicate our Tang family. Zhang Xiuji shook Grandma Tang's hand. Grandma Tang also frowned. If Yi only ran away from home impulsively and now regrets it, she might give her a chance. But if she offends those people, the Tang family will suffer. Grandma Tang asked, Yi, have you and Yifeng gotten divorced? Grandma, I won't divorce Yifeng. He didn't abandon me, Tang Yi said, her head bowed. You. Grandma Tang stomped her cane sharply. You either divorce Yifeng immediately, and with your sister's connections, you might be able to save yourself, or you get out of the Tang family. My Tang family will never sacrifice the entire clan for you, Grandma Tang said firmly. Hearing her say that, Zhang Xiuji rolled her eyes. Tang Boyuan quickly urged, aren't you going to thank your grandma? Dad, I've said it before, I won't divorce Yifeng. After Tang Yi finished speaking, she walked shakily toward Tang Ruoxue. Facing her beautiful and confident older sister, Tang Yi lowered her head in embarrassment. Sister, please save Yifeng. He has offended people in the underworld. No one but you can save him. Please save him for the sake of our 3 years of friendship. Chapter 24, Pleading for Mercy. Yi, don't blame your sister for being heartless. He offended people in the underworld, and I'm powerless to help you, Tang Ruoxue refused. Sister, Yifeng offended the Tiger Gang just to get your attention. With a sob in her voice, Tang Yi pleaded, please, save him. If you save him this once, we'll leave Jiangzhou for good and never bother you again. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue felt somewhat conflicted. Yes, Yifeng used to be such an easygoing person, but his personality has changed drastically since his divorce. It's all just to get her attention. Ultimately, she also bears some responsibility. Moreover, after 3 years of relationship, she really couldn't bear to see Yifeng die like that. How about this? Tang Ruoxue thought for a moment and finally said, I'll take you to the hospital to see young Master Zhao tomorrow. You can beg him yourself. If he agrees to let Yifeng go, there might still be hope. That's all I can do for you. Hearing Tang Ruoxue say this, Zhang Xiuji tugged at her sleeve and said, Aren't you going to Maple Leaf Group to sign a contract tomorrow? You don't have time to worry about her affairs. The contract with Maple Leaf Group? Upon hearing this, Tang Boyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Actually, the main reason he came back this time was for Maple Leaf Group. He had heard from inside sources that Maple Leaf Group's beauty products were incredibly miraculous and would definitely cause a sensation once they were launched. He wanted to get involved before the company went public, but he didn't know how. Ruoxue, are you serious? If you can really get on board with Maple Leaf Group, you'll be in charge of the Tang family from now on, and you'll be the head of the Tang family, Tang Boyuan said excitedly. Of course. Zhang Xiuji pouted and said, Don't you know who gave birth to Ruoxue? Unlike some people, who are only good at eating and living for free and causing trouble, they are completely useless. As she spoke, she glanced at Tang Yi with disdain. Tang Ruoxue said, Dad, I don't have such great abilities. It's all thanks to young Master Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin? He's Zhao Yong's son? Tang Boyuan was somewhat puzzled. When did the Zhao family acquire this ability? That's right, it's him. Tang Ruoxue smiled, a rare occurrence, when she mentioned Zhao Bin. Zhang Xiuji quickly said, Ruoxue, young Master Zhao has been pursuing you for so long, you can't keep him hanging on any longer. After you secure this contract, you should get married, understand? Mom, don't rush. She was somewhat resistant to the idea of marriage. She only wanted to become a respected business queen and didn't want to rush into a second marriage. Tang Boyuan rolled his eyes and said, That's not up to you. If the Zhao family helps us this much, you must marry young Master Zhao. The three argued, and Tang Yi was greatly surprised as she listened. Although she didn't understand business, she could tell from their words that the Zhao family was powerful. If she could gain his forgiveness, she might be able to save Yifeng. Sister, are you really willing to take me to the hospital to plead with young Master Zhao? Tang Yi asked hopefully. This was the only way she could save Yifeng, and no matter how slim the chances were, she wanted to try. Sure, but time is limited, so you need to hurry. Tang Ruoxue has to go to Maple Leaf Group to sign a contract tomorrow, so she can't be delayed for too long. She doesn't care whether she can get Zhao Bin's forgiveness or not. The next day. After killing Scarface and the others yesterday, Yifeng instructed Lu Baichuan to investigate the Tiger Gang's headquarters. Early this morning, he came to the Tang family to take Tang Yi back, but Tang Boyuan told him that Yi and Tang Ruoxue had already gone to the hospital. Upon hearing that Yi had gone to plead with Zhao Bin, Yifeng hurriedly went out and hailed a taxi. Driver, to the First People's Hospital. Half an hour later. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital, Yifeng went to find Tang Yi, following the ward number given to him by the Tang family. In the hospital lobby, he ran into Guzhong. Mr. Yi. Upon seeing Yifeng, Guzhong acted like a student meeting a teacher, eagerly running over to greet him. Mr. Yi, what brings you to the hospital? Guzhong asked. I came to see someone. What are you doing here? Yifeng replied politely. Guzhong smiled and said, The dean here is my student. I am invited by him to come here often to diagnose some difficult and complicated diseases. As you know, many patients with rare and difficult to treat diseases don't have much money. They can't afford the high medical costs, so I help them whenever I can. Yes, very good. Yifeng nodded. Yifeng had heard a little about Guzhong's deeds and felt more favorably toward him. All right, you go ahead and get busy. When you have time, remember to visit Maple Leaf Group for advice, Yifeng said. Don't worry, I won't delay the beauty treatment, Guzhong assured him. Okay, I'll go now. Let's talk another day. Yifeng was anxious to find Yi, so he didn't talk much more. As soon as he turned around, Gozhong suddenly thought of a question, took a few steps to catch up, and said, "By the way, Mr. Yi, I have two patients whose conditions are quite serious, both with comminuted fractures. I wonder if Mr. Yi could lend a hand." A comminuted fracture? For Yi Feng, it was a minor issue. "Okay, I'll help you with this." Out of respect for him, Yi Feng readily agreed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. But I have something urgent to attend to today, let's do it another day." After saying that, Yi Feng quickly left. "Take care, sir." Gu Zhangqiao was very grateful. Yi Feng, such a highly accomplished person, not only had no airs but also gave him so much face, which really moved him. In the hospital ward, Xiaobin sat on the hospital bed, enjoying being fed by the caregiver. Tang Yi stood in front of the hospital bed, her eyes red, presumably having just been subjected to insults, while Tang Ruoxuan and Tang Feifei stood by indifferently. "What did you just say? Say it again." Xiaobin looked at Tang Yi with a wicked smile. Tang Yi lowered her head tremblingly and pleaded, "Please, young Master Zhao, have mercy and release me, Yi Feng. I will do whatever you want." Her voice was very soft, with a slight tremor. This was her only hope. Clang! Xiaobin overturned the bowl and utensils in the caregiver's hands, glared at Tang Yi, and shouted, "Let him go? Are you dreaming? Do you know what he did to me? He stomped my face on the ground and broke several bones in my body. And you want me to let him go?" Xiaobin became increasingly angry. He had never suffered such an insult in his entire life. Even killing Yifeng's entire family wouldn't quell the hatred in his heart. Tang Yi was frightened by his appearance and lowered her head even further. "I know it's his fault. You can take revenge however you want, as long as you spare his life, I'll do anything for you. Yi Feng is the only person who doesn't mind her looks and is still willing to marry her, so she must protect Yi Feng no matter what. To be a beast of burden?" A mocking glint flashed in Xiaobin's eyes. "Fine, kneel down now and lick the rice off the ground, then we'll talk." He naturally wouldn't let Yi Feng off the hook. He just wanted to play a trick on Tang Yi. He wanted to make everyone around Yi Feng pay the price. Chapter 25, Tang Yi is bullied. Tang Yi had already prepared for the worst, and she was willing to agree to whatever the other party asked for. "It's just licking up food off the ground, right? She can do it. If I lick it clean, will you really spare Yi Feng?" she asked again to confirm. "That's right, lick it." "Okay, I'll lick it." After Tang Yi finished speaking, she knelt down. Looking down at the food scattered on the ground, she found it hard to swallow. Tang Ruoxua just stared at him as if he were a complete stranger. Worried that it would implicate the entire Tang family, Tang Feifei urged, "If you're going to lick it, hurry up and do it. Don't dawdle." "Good." Tang Yi bit her lip and made up her mind. Just as she lowered her head. "Wait a minute, it's not that simple." Xiaobin had thought Tang Yi would absolutely refuse, but he hadn't expected her to be so depraved. As a result, he felt he had lost a lot of fun. "Bring the trash can here." He beckoned to the caregiver. "Yes, young master." After the caregiver brought the trash can, Xiaobin dumped the trash directly onto his food. "Now you can lick it," Xiaobin said jokingly. "This." Tang Yi's expression changed instantly when she saw the garbage covering the food. The garbage contained fruit that had been rotting for days, bloody cotton, and even shards of broken glass. If you ate it, diarrhea and vomiting would be the least of your worries. If you swallowed the glass shards, you would be in serious trouble. Looking at these things, Tang Yi found it hard to swallow. "Sister Yi, hurry up and lick it, or young Master Zhao will regret it and it will be too late," Tang Feifei urged again. "But. There's no but about it. Didn't you want to protect Yi Feng? He not only beat up young Master Zhao, but also young Master Zhao's father and people from the underworld. Letting you lick some trash is already a mercy," Tang Feifei advised. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxua quickly pulled her hand, signaling her not to say anything out of line. Tang Feifei stuck out her tongue, completely unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Xiaobin nearly jumped out of bed. Instead of being angry, he showed an excited expression. "Are you telling the truth? Yi Feng hit Scarface?" Instead of showing concern for his father, he inquired about Scarface. "Yes, I heard it from my second uncle." Tang Feifei nodded. Xiaobin was shocked, but then showed an excited expression. He was initially worried that Scarface wouldn't dare to kill him, but now that Yi Feng has offended Scarface, he's offended the Tiger Gang. Even if Yi Feng had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. I'll call my dad right now and ask him what's going on. Xiaobin excitedly took out his phone and dialed Zhao Yong's number. Beep beep, the number you dialed is not being answered. Beep beep. Strangeness. Xiaobin dialed 4 or 5 times in a row but no one answered, so he called Scarface. The result was the same, no one answered. Tang Feifei suddenly realized, could it be that they're dealing with Yifeng and don't have time to answer the phone? Xiaobin felt that it made sense. His father always paid attention to phone calls, so it was impossible that he hadn't seen his call. It could only mean that they were busy killing people. Ah, Yifeng, you're finally dead. Xiaobin said with an excited expression. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's expression changed drastically. Yifeng is not only her husband, but also the driving force in her life, because only Yifeng is willing to marry her, an ugly woman. If he dies, Tang Yi will lose her reason for living. Tang Ruoxue felt a little sad, but quickly became indifferent again. Yifeng is beyond saving. You should think about your own future. After all, you're his legally married wife, and Scarface might cause you trouble. You should ask young Master Zhao for help, Tang Ruoxue advised. That's right, he deserved to die, but he can't drag my Tang family down with him. You'd better lick the food off the ground right now, or our Tang family will suffer too, Tang Feifei said arrogantly. Tang Yi's eyes were lifeless. So what if she's licking garbage? She's experienced the same humiliation before. Young Master Zhao, if I lick it, will you let the Tang family go? Of course, Xiaobin promised. Ruoxue is my goddess. As long as you give me a way out, I definitely won't cause you any trouble. As he spoke, Xiaobin grabbed Tang Yi's hair and slammed her to the ground. Tang Yi didn't struggle. 2 lines of clear tears seeped from the corners of her eyes, soaking the gauze on her face. Okay, I'll lick it. She willingly lowered her head and moved closer to the rotting garbage. Just then. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was violently kicked open. Yifeng appeared at the doorway. Yifeng! Upon seeing Yifeng, Tang Yi shouted excitedly. You're not dead, Yifeng, I'm so glad you're alright. Tang Yi struggled to her feet, ran over excitedly, and hugged Yifeng tightly. How is this possible? How could you still be alive? Xiaobin frowned, somewhat incredulous. Logically speaking, since he hit Scarface, the Tiger Gang would definitely not let him off the hook. Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei also found it incredible. I didn't expect you to still be alive? Tang Ruoxue's voice was cold, but she felt a slight surprise inside. For some reason, she was inexplicably happy to see that Yifeng was still alive, but she was also inexplicably depressed to see him hugging Tang Yi. Yifeng gently stroked Yi's hair, then looked at the food on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tang Yi sensed Yifeng's anger and quickly said, Let's go, let's leave Jiangzhou, let's leave now. As she spoke, she tried to pull Yifeng away, not wanting to linger for even a moment longer. Yifeng remained calm, but beneath that calm gaze lay a burning rage. You just made my wife lick the trash, didn't you? Yifeng released Yi and slowly walked towards Xiaobin. Seeing this, Tang Feifei quickly stepped in between them. Yifeng, what do you want to do? Are you trying to cause trouble again? Get out of my way. Yifeng slapped him across the face. Tang Feifei was slapped back a few steps, covered her red cheeks, and dared not utter another sound. Seeing that Yifeng still dared to cause trouble, Xiaobin angrily said, Yifeng, you're about to die and you still dare to be arrogant? You're about to die. You think you can? Yifeng walked over and slapped him across the face. Snap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the ward, leaving Xiaobin dazed and disoriented. Yifeng, don't be so smug. My dad and Scarface are already looking for you. You can't escape. Xiaobin covered his cheek and said fiercely. Snap! Yifeng slapped him again, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, Is it possible that your father is already dead? He finished speaking with a wicked smile. Your father just died, your whole family will die too. Xiaobin grinned and said, You've offended Scarface, your whole family will die. Hee, starting today, you'll soon find that your dad seems to have vanished from this world, and you'll never see him again. Yifeng's smile still carried a hint of amusement. You're talking nonsense. Oh right, you just made my wife eat garbage, didn't you? Yifeng grabbed his hair, pulled him off the bed, and then slammed his head down hard. Eat it all. Chapter 26, Scam Phone Calls. Seeing this, Tang Ruoxue quickly pulled Yifeng away. That's enough, you should leave Jiangzhou quickly, or it will be too late. Get out of the way. Yifeng suddenly flung her away and then pressed Zhao Bin down again. Then he stepped on his crotch. I'm giving you one last chance, eat it or not. You madman, what do you want to do? Zhao Bin was on the verge of a breakdown. This guy is completely unpredictable. If he goes crazy, he might actually crush his manhood. What do you think? Yifeng gritted his teeth and twisted his foot hard. Ouch, it hurts. Zhao Bin's face turned pale with pain, feeling like his testicles were about to be crushed. I'll eat it, I'll eat it. He was scared. For the sake of his future sexual happiness, he quickly picked up the food from the ground and began to wolf it down. If he ate even a little too slowly, Yifeng would pinch him hard, making him scream in pain. Tang Ruoshui and Tang Yi kept trying to dissuade him, but Yifeng, enraged, was like a mad bull that couldn't be pulled away no matter what they did. In the end, under Yifeng's coercion, Zhao Bin ate all the food on the ground, leaving not a single grain of rice. I'm done eating, I've already finished eating. Zhao Bin raised his head, trembling. That's right. After venting his anger, Yifeng withdrew his foot and warned, I'll spare your life this time, but if there's a next time, I'll cripple you completely. No, no. Zhao Bin was so frightened that he cowered by the bedside, his body trembling. Seeing Zhao Bin humiliated like this, Tang Ruoshui hated Yifeng to the core. He should have known better than to bring Tang Yi to plead for him. Now that things have turned out like this, the Zhao family might blame her too. Today is an important day for signing the contract, which is related to the future rise and fall of the Tang family. He can't afford to make any mistakes. Yifeng, you'll remember this debt. Tang Ruoshui glared at Yifeng and then walked out. She couldn't care less about anything else now. She needed to hurry up and sign the contract with Maple Leaf Group. Once the contract was signed, she could slowly apologize to the Zhao family. Seeing Zhao Bin in such a miserable state, Tang Yi felt a chill in her heart. She felt there was no way to salvage the situation. The most urgent thing now is to leave Jiangzhou and take a plane before the people in the underworld find them. Hurry up. Tang Yi hurriedly pulled Yifeng out. Yifeng chuckled at her nervousness. You really don't need to worry. I've already taken care of those people. He didn't dare say he killed them, lest he frighten Yi. Stop talking, let's go. Tang Yi wouldn't listen to Yifeng's explanation at all. She knew Yifeng knew a little martial arts, but she didn't believe he could handle the forces behind Scarface. As for killing him to silence him, Tang Yi didn't even dare to think about it, and she didn't believe Yifeng would dare to do that. Therefore, she felt that Yifeng's statement that the problem was solved was just to comfort her. After being discharged from the hospital, Tang Yi flagged down a taxi and forcefully dragged Yifeng into the car. Driver, go to the nearest airport, the sooner the better, Tang Yi said. All right. The driver stepped on the gas and drove off, giving Yifeng no chance to resist. He was speechless. Why is this girl so stubborn? Have you ever thought about this? If Scarface really brought people to cause me trouble, how could I possibly have survived last night? Yifeng asked. Tang Yi frowned and thought about it, feeling that it was indeed strange. People in the underworld are known for their vengeance, and they don't hold grudges overnight. They're probably organizing people, but you're coming with me anyway. Tang Yi was unusually assertive. Well, Yifeng couldn't very well tell her that he had killed all those people. Just then, Tang Yi's phone rang. It was a call from an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Tang Yi asked as she answered the call. Hello, is this Ms. Tang? This is Mai Yukai from Maple Leaf Group. Would it be convenient for you to come to our company to sign a contract now? A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Maple Leaf Group? Who are you kidding? Tang Yi hung up the phone. Although she didn't understand business, she had heard of Maple Leaf Group. The company was very popular recently, with many wealthy families vying to cooperate with them. Why would they call her? Just as Yifeng was about to say something, Tang Yi's phone rang again. She replied, You bunch of scammers, are you never going to stop? Ms. Tang, please don't hang up yet. The person on the other end of the phone said hurriedly, We really do have a contract for you to sign. If you don't believe us, you can come to our company to see for yourself. Even if you're not scammers, you've dialed the wrong number. My name is Tang Yi, not my sister Tang Ruoshui. My sister has already signed a contract with your company, so don't bother me. Don't hang up, listen to me. The person on the other end sounded very humble, saying, We're looking for you, Miss Tang Yi, not Tang Ruoshui. Still saying you're not a scammer? Tang Yi wasn't in the mood for arguing with him and hung up the phone again. Cough cough. Yifeng cleared his throat and looked at Tang Yi with a serious expression. It's time to tell you the truth. Actually, the real boss behind Maple Leaf Group is me, Yifeng. Tang Yi stared at the serious-looking Yifeng, stunned. Yifeng, Maple Leaf? So you're the owner of Maple Leaf Group? That's right, your husband is amazing, isn't he? Put. Tang Yi covered her mouth and laughed, then playfully patted Yifeng. Honey, the way you're joking with such a serious expression is so funny. You really think that just because your name is Yifeng, you have any connection with Maple Leaf Group? That's a huge company with immeasurable future value. Even my sister Ruoshua has to be mindful of their feelings. Speechless, Yifeng gave up resisting. A moment later, seeing that they were almost at the airport, Yifeng said, have you thought about what will happen to your mother after we leave Zhengzhou? What will happen to your father and everyone in the Tang family? If they suffer retaliation, you will be the one to blame. Yifeng was preparing to persuade her indirectly. Tang Yi was immediately shocked upon hearing this. Yes, she only thought of Yifeng and didn't think about her own family. If they left, the whole family would be in trouble. What should we do then? How about this, let's take a gamble, Yifeng said. Didn't you just receive a call from Maple Leaf Group? Maple Leaf Group has close ties with the Li family. If you can reach a cooperation agreement with Maple Leaf Group, with the Li family as your backer, not only the Zhao family and Scarface, but even the Emperor of the Underworld wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi fell into deep thought. But what if that phone call is fake? So let's take a gamble, what if it's true? Yifeng continued, you don't want anything to happen to your parents, do you? Even if it's a scam, it'll only waste half an hour, what's there to be afraid of? But listen to me. Seeing that Yi was wavering, Yifeng said, driver, let's go to phone group first. Alright. Chapter 27, Yifeng, Maple Leaves. Maple Leaf Group. A red Mercedes-Benz was parked in the parking space in front of the Shaman Hotel. The car door opened, and Tang Ruoshuan and Tang Feifei stepped out of the car in high heels. Wow, what an impressive building! Tang Feifei looked up. The building has 66 floors and soars into the clouds. Its glass curtain wall glistens brilliantly in the sunlight. On the top of the building is a huge red maple leaf logo, with 4 large characters prominently displayed on the left side of the logo. Yifeng Group? Why such a name? Tang Feifei pouted. What Yifeng? It's Maple Leaf. Tang Ruoshua rolled her eyes and tapped Tang Feifei's forehead. Right. Tang Feifei smiled awkwardly. She thought it was just a coincidence, that it was the same as that wicked person's name. Turns out it was just read backwards. Maple Leaf Group. Reading it this way makes it sound much better. Buying an entire building for a single project, that certainly takes guts, Tang Feifei exclaimed. Yes, that's certainly bold. Looking at the dazzling building, Tang Ruoshua's eyes revealed envy. She dreamed constantly of owning her own skyscraper, and for this dream, she climbed upwards relentlessly, willing to pay any price. Including marriage, including past kindness. Tang Ruoshua was in a daze when her phone suddenly rang. Ring ring ring. She answered the phone and asked, Grandma, what's wrong? The person on the other end of the phone asked excitedly, Ruoshua, have you signed the contract yet? Not yet, Grandma. We just arrived at our destination. What's wrong? It's nothing, Grandma Tang said cheerfully. I prepared a few tables of food and invited some relatives over to celebrate. Everyone is waiting for you to come back after you sign the contract. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Tang Ruoshua stomped her foot in anger. It's just signing a contract, why make such a big fuss, with all the relatives knowing? Why hold a victory celebration banquet? It's utterly ridiculous. Seemingly sensing Tang Ruoshua's complaint, Zhang Xiuji's voice came from the other end of the phone, Ruoshua, you can't blame your grandmother for this. Your ability to get involved with the Li Group and Maple Leaf Group is an honor for our Tang family. We must hold a celebration banquet. Zhang Xiuji said proudly, moreover, I just informed your uncle and grandfather, and they will both come to congratulate you. Okay, I got it. Although Tang Ruoshua appeared angry, she was filled with pride inside. Just as she was about to hang up, another voice came from the other end, Ruoshua, Dad's really going all out this time. I'm going to bring out some fine wine that I've been keeping under the bed for over 20 years. Don't let your old man down. Don't worry, Dad, nothing will go wrong. I just need to go up and sign something and it'll be fine. By the way, at the celebration banquet, I will personally announce that you will inherit the position of head of the Tang family. From now on, you will lead our Tang family to its peak. Tang Boyuan seemed to see a bright future. Alright, let's talk about it when we get back. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ruoshua felt extremely satisfied. This feels so good. Sister. Tang Feifei asked doubtfully, isn't it just a project worth a mere 10 billion? Is it really that exaggerated? You don't understand. Tang Ruoshua tossed her long hair and said, news broke today that Li Anlin invested 10 billion yuan, but only holds 10% of the shares. Just think about what that means. What? Has Li Anlin lost his mind? Tang Feifei's eyes widened. 10 billion for only 10% of the shares? Doesn't that mean Maple Leaf Group's valuation has reached the hundreds of billions? They haven't even opened yet, how is that possible? I also find it hard to believe, but I trust Li Anlin's vision. This project can at least reach a market worth trillions. Tang Ruoshua said confidently. She firmly believes that as long as she secures an endorsement contract, Tang Ruoshua's net worth will increase tenfold. Seeing Tang Ruoshua's certainty, Tang Feifei naturally didn't question it and excitedly said, Sister, second aunt was right after all. That bastard Yifeng is your nemesis. Look, as soon as you got divorced, a pie fell from the sky. Let's not talk about him anymore. The thought of Yifeng infuriated Tang Ruoshua. After his divorce, this guy became a completely different person, causing trouble all the time and showing no maturity whatsoever. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's go upstairs and sign the contract. Tang Feifei pulled Tang Ruoshua along, and they walked into the Maple Leaf building in high spirits. The vast hall was resplendent in gold and extremely luxurious in its decor, giving it an impression of extravagance. The two entered the lobby, and Tang Ruoshua went straight to the front desk. Hello, I'm Tang Ruoshua. I'm looking for your general manager, Ma Yukai, Tang Ruoshua said politely. Okay, just a moment. The receptionist gave a polite smile first, then looked through the reservation list. A moment later. The young woman checked again, then frowned and said, Madam, I'm sorry, I couldn't find your appointment information. Oh, I'm sorry, we only made a verbal appointment, we didn't register or make a reservation. Tang Ruoshua explained with a smile. Please sit down and wait a moment. I'll inform Manager Ma, the receptionist said politely. Okay, thanks. Without prior registration, Tang Ruoshua and Tang Feifei could only wait in the lobby on the first floor. Tang Feifei complained that Manager Ma is something else. He didn't even bother to notify the front desk beforehand, wasting our time. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoshua tapped her forehead and scolded, Don't talk nonsense, it won't be good if they hear you. Oh. Tang Feifei stuck out her tongue, then found a seat. Tang Ruoshua was extremely nervous at this moment and was in no mood to sit. 1 hour later. Tang Ruoshua was wearing high heels, and her feet were numb from standing, but she still hadn't received a response. Tang Feifei, growing impatient, came over and said, Sis, why don't we just go up there? They value you so much, they definitely won't say anything. You don't understand any business etiquette at all. Tang Ruoshua rolled her eyes and said, When two parties cooperate, the first impression is the most important. No matter how important we are, we must be polite, understand? Oh. Tang Feifei stuck out her tongue again. Anyway, she doesn't want to do business, so she's too lazy to understand these things. Just as the two were waiting anxiously, two familiar figures suddenly passed by them. Yifeng? What are you doing here? Tang Ruoshua asked in surprise. Upon hearing the voice and discovering Tang Ruoshua, Yifeng was also surprised. Why is she everywhere? What a coincidence, we meet again. Yifeng shrugged and smiled. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you leaving Jiangzhou? What are you doing here? Tang Ruoshua was somewhat displeased. She felt that nothing good ever happened whenever she met Yifeng, and she wondered what he was up to this time. If you can come, why can't I? Yifeng said irritably. This was his company, after all. Seeing Yifeng's displeasure, Tang Feifei immediately walked over and said arrogantly, This is Maple Leaf Group. Is this a place for people of your low status? If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, you'll affect Sister Ruoshua's contract signing, and you won't be able to bear the consequences. Tang Feifei was afraid that Jifeng would cause trouble again and affect them. Chapter 28, Li Anlin's plea for help. Yi Feng looked puzzled after hearing this. However, when he thought about what Yi had said in the car, he understood. Yi said that Tang Ruoshua was coming to Maple Leaf Group to sign a contract, but Jifeng didn't take it seriously at the time. It turns out it was true. What a coincidence, I also brought Yi here to sign a contract, Yi Feng said. You guys? Ha, are you kidding me? You think you can cooperate with Maple Leaf Group? Are you dreaming? Tang Feifei laughed from ear to ear. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoshua revealed a disdainful expression. Yi Feng is becoming more and more unreliable. He doesn't think before he speaks or acts, and he'll tell any lie just to save face. Alright, Yi Feng, stop dreaming. Hurry up and take Yi away from Jiangzhou. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't drag Yi down with you, Tang Ruoshua said impatiently. Tang Feifei was immediately filled with passion. Sister Ruoshua, you know what, I think it's not impossible that Jifeng is right. Tang Feifei analyzed seriously, think about it, Maple Leaf Group has just been established, and it must be short of someone to clean the toilets. It's not impossible for Yi to apply for the position of toilet manager. After saying that, she pretended to look Tang Yi up and down very seriously. However, I suggest that if you want to pass the interview, you should get plastic surgery first. After all, it is a beauty company, and they have requirements for their toilet cleaning staff as well. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi lowered her head in self-consciousness. She didn't know what kind of contract she was going to sign, or even whether it was real or fake. After hearing what Feifei said, she wanted to back out. They're a beauty company, why would they sign a contract with someone as ugly as me? Yi Feng, let's go back. Tang Yi tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve. Don't be afraid, we're already here, how will we know if we don't try? Yi Feng ignored the two of them and pulled Tang Yi directly towards the elevator. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't know what was good for him, Tang Feifei wanted to laugh. Sister Ruoshua, you said I don't know etiquette, but look at them, they didn't even greet the receptionist, they just went up there, do you think they're stupid? Tang Feifei said mockingly, crossing her arms. Just do our job well, don't worry about so much, Tang Ruoshua reminded her. In my opinion, they definitely won't stay long before they're kicked out, Tang Feifei predicted. As the two were talking, the receptionist came over. Ms. Tang, please go up to the 65th floor. Manager Ma is already waiting for you, the young woman said. Very good. Tang Ruoshua was overjoyed to finally receive Ma Youcai's summons. Guided by the young woman, the two entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 65th floor. At the same time, Yi Feng and Tang Yi have already reached the 65th floor. The group hasn't officially opened yet, and there are very few employees. I didn't encounter any employees walking around along the way. As Yi Feng was walking, his phone rang. It was a call from Li Anlin. Miss Li, is there something you need? Yi Feng asked as he answered the phone. Mr. Yi, is it convenient for you to come to my house now? I have something important to ask you for help with. Li Anlin's voice was very serious. Not now, at least an hour later, Yi Feng said. I can't wait any longer. Li Anlin said anxiously, I have found out that the rabies virus that my grandfather contracted was caused by people from the underworld. After their evil deeds were exposed, they have already started to take action. Many of my Li family's businesses have been hit, and they have started to target all the wealthy families in the city. I guess they want to control all the wealthy families. So arrogant? This looks like an earthquake is about to happen. However, Yi Feng wasn't a savior, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Miss Li, I think you've come to the wrong person. I can't help you with this. Yi Feng refused directly. It wasn't that he couldn't help, but that he didn't want to cause trouble. Yi Feng could easily destroy the underworld of Jiangzhou. Mr. Yi, please listen to me. Li Anlin said, I have already arranged a time to negotiate with them and I am about to take my people there to negotiate. But as you know, they definitely have experts in poisoning. I am afraid of falling into their trap again, so I would like to ask you to come and check it out. But don't worry, I've already contacted 3 top experts who will absolutely guarantee your safety. But Yi Feng hesitated. He wasn't worried about safety, no one in the world could kill him. He just didn't want to leave Yi here alone. Seeing that Yi Feng repeatedly refused, Li Anlin was very disappointed. Mr. Yi, please consider it. We're leaving for the Tiger Gang headquarters in an hour. We hope you can come, Lianlin said before hanging up the phone. Boom! Tiger Gang headquarters? Upon hearing this, Yifeng's body trembled, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. 3 years ago, scenes of the inferno flashed through Yifeng's mind. Back then, his adoptive parents perished in a fire, burned alive, and Yi was disfigured as a result. Nearly 1,000 people were killed, but Yifeng was lucky enough to be saved by Yi. This is an irreconcilable feud. Yifeng had been searching for them for 3 years without success. He never expected that Lianlin's negotiation partner would be them. Die. Yifeng clenched his fists, his face flushed red. Seeing Yifeng's angry expression, Tang Yi was a little worried. She didn't know what had happened, but she had never seen Yifeng so angry. Yifeng, if you have something urgent, go ahead and do it. You can come pick me up when you're done, Tang Yi said, gently patting Yifeng's back. Okay, please find a place to sit down first. Someone will come out to greet you shortly. Yifeng couldn't wait a moment longer. Okay, go ahead without worry. After Tang Yi finished speaking, she tidied up Yifeng's appearance. Time was of the essence, so Yifeng sent a message to Ma Yukai, asking him to come out and meet Tang Yi, and instructing him to sign the endorsement contract. Then, he stormed off in a huff. Just as Yifeng reached the elevator, he ran into Tang Ruoshua and Tang Feifei coming out. In his haste, Yifeng bumped into Tang Feifei, causing her to stumble. Are you blind? Can't you see where you're going? Tang Feifei rolled her eyes. I'm sorry. Yifeng didn't want to get entangled with her, so he said this with his head down and hurriedly walked into the elevator. Tang Ruoshua sensed that Yifeng was acting strangely and wanted to ask him what was going on, but Yifeng pressed the elevator button without turning his head and left. He's a lunatic. Nothing good ever comes of running into him. Tang Feifei straightened her disheveled long hair and rolled her eyes. They probably had a fight with Yi. Tang Ruoshua guessed. Poverty-stricken couples face endless sorrows, it's no wonder they argue, Tang Feifei said disdainfully. Stop talking, let's go. Signing the contract was the priority. Tang Ruoshua didn't have time to gossip about other people's relationships. The two women were dressed elegantly and beautifully, wearing high heels, looking just like celebrities and elites on TV. Every step they took was a pleasure to behold. Tang Ruoshua, in particular, is outstanding in appearance and has a cool and aloof temperament, giving her the air of a domineering female CEO. Chapter 29, The spokesperson is not Tang Ruoshua. After the two entered the company's 65th floor, they saw Tang Yi again. At this moment, without Yifeng to bolster her courage, Tang Yi became somewhat timid. Yi, why did you come up to the 65th floor too? Tang Ruoshua slowly walked towards Yi and asked. In large companies, the floors are generally more upscale. The top floor is the private space of the CEO, while the second floor below is the office space for senior executives, which ordinary employees are not allowed to set foot on. I don't know either. Yifeng brought me up here and then left. Tang Yi looked confused. Nonsense. Tang Ruoshua scolded. Oh, right, sis. Tang Yi leaned closer to Tang Ruoshua, a smile on her face, and asked, Sister, I heard that the boss of this company is quite capable. Do you think if I work here, I'll be able to get in touch with the Li family? She thought that if she could have the Li family as a backer, she wouldn't have to leave Jiangzhou. That depends on the position, Tang Ruoshua replied indifferently. If it's a senior executive, maybe they can get in touch with him, or even have the chance to meet Lianlin in person, but if... She paused halfway through her sentence, glanced at Tang Yi's outfit, and shook her head helplessly. Tang Feifei immediately chimed in, if it's a low-level job, don't even dream about it. For example, cleaning toilets. Even if you clean toilets for Maple Leaf Group for the rest of your life, you'll never have any access to the Li Group's influence. Hearing this, Tang Yi felt somewhat discouraged. Even if that phone call was real, it wouldn't make any sense if it really was for a toilet cleaning job. By the way, sis, what kind of contract did you sign? Tang Yi asked with great interest. This is none of your concern. I'll say it again, leave Jiangzhou as soon as possible, Tang Ruoshua said coldly. Tang Yi was unwilling to leave, just as Yifeng said, if they left, her parents would be implicated. Unless we find a powerful backer to completely resolve this issue. She brazenly continued, by the way, sister, if you get the support of Maple Leaf Group and Li Group, could you help Yifeng? He already knows he was wrong. These words were spoken. Before Tang Ruoshua could speak, Tang Feifei said angrily, you're overthinking it. Yifeng has done so many awful things, and you still want Sister Ruoxue to help him? Dream on. But Tang Ruoxue looked pitiful. I really won't get involved in Yifeng's life or death anymore, Tang Ruoxue reminded her. However, if you really want to come for the interview, I suggest you go down to the front desk on the first floor and ask clearly. This is a high-level administrative area, and not just anyone can come here. Don't mess around with Yifeng. Oh. Tang Yi nodded dejectedly. She thought about it and felt that Tang Ruoxue's words made sense, and said, "Thank you for reminding me, sister. I'll go down and ask." After saying that, she left dejectedly. Just as she turned around, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked out from inside. "Miss Tang, please wait a moment." The speaker was Ma Yukai. Upon seeing Ma Yukai, Tang Ruoxue excitedly walked up to him and greeted him. "Manager Ma, are you available now?" "When can we sign the contract?" she asked with great joy. Seeing that Tang Yi did not stop, Ma Yukai replied absent-mindedly, "We'll talk about your matter later." After saying that, he walked towards Tang Yi. "Miss Tang Yi, please wait a moment." Ma Yukai hurriedly caught up with Tang Yi. Tang Yi turned her head in surprise upon hearing this sound. She first looked at Tang Ruoxue with a puzzled expression, then at Ma Yukai, and then pointed to herself and asked, "Are you calling me?" She thought he was calling her sister. "Yes, Miss Tang Yi." Ma Yukai scurried over, smiling, and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Please come to my office to chat, Miss Tang." He gestured for her to enter. Tang Yi was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. It seems that the phone call wasn't fake. "Are you really asking me to come here to sign the contract?" Tang Yi still couldn't believe it. "Yes, it was me who called you just now," Ma Yukai said. "Let's go into the office and talk." He invited again. Tang Yi glanced at him and felt that he looked familiar, but for a moment she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Okay. She felt that such a big company wouldn't cheat her. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly, her face full of surprise. This man is Ma Yukai, the general manager of Maple Leaf Group. Apart from that behind-the-scenes bigwig, he has the most power. Why would he be so polite to Yi? What she found even harder to accept was that when he greeted her, his mind was entirely on Tang Yi. What's going on? Tang Ruoxue sensed something was wrong. Tang Feifei, on the other hand, was furious. They waited downstairs for over an hour, their legs aching from standing, only to have Tang Yi, who lacked manners, get there first. She was very annoyed. When Tang Yi and Ma Yukai passed by, she immediately went over and questioned them, "What's going on with your company? We were here first, so why did you get to see her first?" Blocked, Ma Yukai frowned. "And who are you?" Sensing Ma Yutsai's anger, Tang Ruoxue quickly pulled Tang Feifei away and explained, "Manager Ma, I'm sorry, she's young and doesn't know how to speak properly, please don't take offense." "I am Tang Ruoxue, do you remember me? We agreed to sign the contract today." She smiled politely. "Tang Ruoxue, right? Of course I remember." Ma Yukai thought for a moment and said, "Well then, since you're here, let's go into the office and talk. This will allow us to clarify the misunderstanding from that day." "Alright, then I'll trouble you, Manager Ma." Tang Ruoxue nodded politely. The three followed Ma Yukai into the office. Ma Yukai pulled out a chair for Tang Yi, saying, "Please sit down, Miss Tang." Thank you. I can do it myself." Tang Yi was flattered and quickly thanked him. Tang Ruoxue saw this and was very annoyed. The one who was most upset was Tang Feifei. They were clearly the most important clients, so why should they have to sit and talk with Tang Yi? Moreover, the manager even pulled out a chair for Tang Yi. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she became. "Miss Tang, please take a look at this contract. If you have no objections, please sign it." Ma Yukai pushed a document in front of Tang Yi. "Okay." Tang Yi took it and examined it carefully. The document was a dozen pages long, filled with dense text. After glancing at it a few times, Tang Yi felt that it didn't look like an employment contract, but rather like a business cooperation agreement. She doesn't know much about business, so she naturally has to be careful with this kind of contract. "Sister, I don't know much about these things, can you help me take a look?" Tang Yi leaned close to Tang Ruoxue and asked quietly. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue's mind was completely focused on her two contracts, and she had no time to pay attention to Tang Yi. "Take your time looking at it yourself, don't bother me." She impatiently pushed Tang Yi away. Oh. Tang Yi pouted, feeling wrong. She knew she had to rely on herself. After looking through a few pages, she was shocked to find that it looked like an endorsement contract. Wasn't this her sister's contract? Why would they make her sign it? Just as she was about to ask Ma Yukai, Tang Ruoxue had already grown impatient. Manager Ma, when can I sign my contract? Tang Ruoxue asked with a professional smile. When asked the question, Ma Yukai scratched his head. He never knew how to start the conversation. However, this blunder will have to be dealt with sooner or later. Miss Tang Ruoxue, first of all, I want to apologize to you. Ma Yukai said seriously, actually, I made a mistake. Our big boss said that the endorsement contract has been awarded to someone else, not you. Chapter 30, Tang Yi is the real spokesperson. The words fell. Boom. Tang Ruoxue felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, and she felt terrible. Is there a mistake? How could that be? They clearly agreed that we could sign the contract as soon as we arrived. How could there be a mistake? Manager Ma, you must be joking. Didn't Mr. Zhao Yong already give you some instructions? I'm the one he recommended, Tang Ruoxue said with a forced smile. I don't know who Zhao Yong is, but this is our big boss's decision. Ma Yukai didn't want to explain further. This. Tang Ruoxue's face gradually paled. Is there really a mistake? What she thought would be a meteoric rise turned out to be a misunderstanding. Why is this the case? Tang Feifei was also shocked upon hearing this. She was thinking of clinging to Sister Ruoxue's coattails so she could live a life of comfort and ease in her next life. How could she have made such a mistake? Manager Ma, have you investigated thoroughly? Mr. Zhao Yong is the vice president of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. He's my sister's powerful backer, Tang Feifei said. Yes, Manager Ma. Tang Ruoxue found it hard to accept and said, besides, you told me yourself that I could sign the contract today. How can you change your mind? Ma Yukai shook his head helplessly. I know it's hard for you to accept, but that's the truth. It's our boss's decision, and no one can change it. The big boss's decision? How so? Manager Ma, may I meet your big boss? I believe he will change his mind after seeing me. Tang Ruoxue was unwilling to accept it. Her father and grandmother had even prepared a celebration banquet, waiting for her to come back and celebrate. If they found out it was a misunderstanding, how would she explain it to the whole family? How will she ever face anyone again? Actually, our boss. Ma Yukai stopped halfway through his speech. This family is in a mess, so it's best for him to say less and just listen and do as he's told. Miss Tang Ruoxue, you should give up. Our boss's decision is irreversible, Ma Yukai said firmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue slumped down, her whole body deflated like a punctured balloon. If it's not true, why give her hope? How could she face the Tang family and their relatives? Wouldn't that make her a laughingstock? Manager Ma, can you tell me who your chosen spokesperson is? Tang Ruoxue wanted to know who she had lost to. Just then, Tang Yi pushed the document over again. Sister, this one looks like an endorsement contract, Tang Yi said cautiously, worried that she might upset her sister again. What did you say? Tang Ruoxue took it and looked at it. You won't believe it until you see it, and then you'll be shocked. Indeed, the document in Yi's hand is an endorsement contract. She looked at Ma Yukai in shock and asked, what's going on? Ma Yukai scratched his head again and said awkwardly, to be honest, Miss Tang Yi is the pre-selected spokesperson. What? She's the spokesperson? At this moment, not only Tang Ruoxue was shocked, but even Tang Feifei found it hard to believe. Maple Leaf Group is a beauty company. They definitely need to find a woman with exceptional looks to be their spokesperson. Even if Tang Ruoxue isn't the most suitable, it shouldn't be Tang Yi. Looking at Tang Yi, whose face was covered with white gauze, Tang Ruoxue found it hard to accept this fact. Manager Ma, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Tang Ruoxue reminded her. She would accept losing to anyone, but she absolutely could not lose to Tang Yi. There can't be any mistake. Ma Yukai said with certainty, Miss Tang Yi is indeed our chosen candidate. Although he didn't know what the boss was thinking, choosing a disfigured woman as a spokesperson, he had no choice but to accept that she was the boss's wife, and he, Ma Yukai, was inferior to her. After receiving another reply, Tang Ruoxue completely gave up hope. However, the thought of the celebratory banquet her grandmother had prepared made her too ashamed to face it. Ignoring Tang Ruoshua's reaction, Ma Yukai looked at Tang Yi with a grin. Ms. Tang, have you finished reading the contract? If you have no objections, please sign it. Oh, I've finished reading it. At this moment, Tang Yi was even more bewildered than Tang Ruoshue. I just received a call that looked like a scam for no reason. How did that mean I stole my sister's contract? In the past, she would have returned the contract to her sister, but she can't now. Manager Ma, if I sign this contract, will I have a chance to get in touch with the Li family? She was still worried about Jifeng. Sure. Ma Yukai smiled and nodded, not daring to say anything more. Okay, I'll sign. Tang Yi disregarded her sister's feelings and quickly signed her name with a swish. After the signing was completed, Ma Yukai gave a final reminder. By the way, Ms. Tang, our group's opening ceremony is in a few days. Please be sure to attend. How many days will it take exactly? Can I wear a mask then? Tang Yi remembered Yifeng saying that she would need to wear the veil on her face for another 4 or 5 days before it could be removed, otherwise it would become itchy again. He also said that if she removed the veil and wore a mask, her appearance would be better than it is now. Ma Yukai thought for a moment and said, it will take about 5 or 6 days. I will need your participation in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Huh? Participating in the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Tang Yi was in a dilemma. She was thinking of wearing a mask and hiding in a corner. If I participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony, I'm sure I'll be pointed at and gossiped about. Can we not go? Tang Yi pleaded. No, you're the spokesperson for our product. Even if the boss is missing, we can't do without you, Ma Yukai said honestly. Oh, okay then. Tang Yi had no choice but to agree for now, since finding a backer was the priority anyway. Alright, if you have nothing else to do, I'll see you 3 out. Ma Yukai stood up and gestured for him to proceed. With things having developed to this point, Tang Ruoshue no longer had the mood to stay. Asking another question would only add to the blow. Ma Yukai personally escorted the 3 sisters to the first floor. Miss Tang Yi, let me take you home, Ma Yukai said. Tang Yi glanced at Tang Ruoshue and, seeing that she was in low spirits, wanted to comfort her, so she declined, saying, no need, my sister has a car, we can go back together. Alright, then take care, you 3. Ma Yukai smiled and waved his hand. After the 3 got into the car, Tang Yi was afraid that her sister would be hurt again, so she didn't dare to speak and could only sit silently. After the car had been driving for a few minutes, Tang Feifei couldn't help but ask, Tang Yi, what exactly happened? Explain yourself clearly. She was getting angrier and angrier. Tang Yi also found it unbelievable she had been thinking about it a lot just now. I feel there's only one possibility. Yifeng must have spoken to Manager Ma beforehand. Manager Ma seems to be a friend of Yifeng. Tang Yi felt that Ma Yukai looked familiar, as if she had seen him yesterday. But she only caught a glimpse of him then, and couldn't tell if it was the same person, so she didn't dare to recognize him just now. Thinking about it now, it's very likely. Yifeng's friend? Tang Feifei stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoshue retorted with disdain, if you don't want to reveal it, then don't. Do you think I don't know what friends Yifeng has? Married for 3 years, Yifeng has been nothing more than a stay-at-home dad, burying himself in the clinic. How could he possibly have connections like Ma Yukai? Scolded by her older sister, Tang Yi lowered her head in grievance. I can't be sure either. The atmosphere became tense again. All 3 of them were completely baffled by what had happened that day. Tang Ruoshue grew angrier the more she thought about it. She came to sign the contract full of confidence, only to find it was a misunderstanding. What angered her most was that she had actually lost to an ugly woman. Tang Yi was completely bewildered. She received a call that resembled a scam, but her sister's contract was taken away for no reason. Seeing Tang Ruoshue and Tang Feifei's resentful expressions, Tang Yi wanted to comfort them, but dared not speak. After a moment of silence, Tang Ruoshue's phone rang. Her heart clenched when she saw it was her grandmother calling. After the phone rang a few times, she had no choice but to answer it. Grandma, what's wrong? Ruoshue, why haven't you come back yet? Everyone is waiting for you, Grandma Tang said. We're almost there. Tang Ruoshue replied dejectedly, then hung up the phone. Just then, Tang Yi's phone rang. It was a call from Tang Boyuan. Dad, what's wrong? I have good news for you. Your sister has signed a contract with Maple Leaf Group. With her protecting you from now on, Scarface won't dare to mess with you easily. Oh. By the way, where are you? Come over and celebrate with us, your sister will be back soon. Okay, Dad, my sister, Feifei, and I are together. We'll be home soon. Tang Yi dared not reveal the contract details, fearing it would upset her sister, so she quickly hung up the phone. Chapter 31, Negotiation. The Li family. At this moment, more than a dozen luxury SUVs were parked in front of the Li family's gate. Dozens of bodyguards were fully equipped and ready to go. Each of them was strong and imposing, and they were clearly well trained and skilled. Li Anlin stood in the middle, gazing into the distance. At this moment, Li Zixuan walked over and said, "Sister, let's go, he probably won't come." Well, he's never seen anything like this before, so it's understandable that he wouldn't dare to come. Li Anlin could understand Yifeng's choice, after all, they lived in different worlds. In her eyes, Yifeng was the kind of doctor who was conscientious and had a good temper. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to participate in fighting and killing. Seeing his sister's low spirits, Li Zixuan comforted her, "Sis, you don't need to be so nervous. It's just the Tiger Gang, right? Even if they have poison masters, we can just not eat their food, can't we?" You underestimate poison masters. Some skilled ones can poison people from a distance, Li Anlin said. Poisoning from a distance? Li Zixuan was ashamed. If there really were such a powerful poison master, wouldn't he be dead by now? "Sis, how about I go and tie that guy up and bring him here?" Li Zixuan suggested. "It's too late." Li Anlin shook her head. With 40 minutes left before the negotiation started, it was too late to say anything. "Everyone, listen up, get on the bus." Li Anlin shouted, and all the car doors were opened, with all the bodyguards getting into the car. Li Zixuan got angry just thinking about it. He stomped his foot and cursed, "That damn Jifeng. He took 10 billion from my family and won't even do a small favor for me. I'm going to settle the score with him when I get back." The words fell. A red taxi came into view. Li Anlin noticed that the taxi was driving along the side road towards their villa. A moment later, the car pulled up in front of them and stopped. Yifeng opened the back door and got out. "Yifeng, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Yifeng, Li Anlin immediately became excited. "I'm not late, am I?" Yifeng said with a smile. It's not too late, the timing is just right." Li Anlin was overjoyed. This mission was fraught with danger, and without Yifeng, she was truly worried that she wouldn't have made it back. Now that she saw Yifeng appear, she felt relieved. "That's good, let's go," Yifeng said. After Li Anlin gave the order, all the bodyguards got into their cars, and a long line of more than a dozen luxury SUVs set off in a grand procession. There were 4 people sitting in a stretched Lincoln. Besides Yifeng, Li Anlin, and Li Zixuan, there was also a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a robust build, eagle-like eyes, and a sharp, imposing presence. "Let me introduce myself." Li Anlin introduced to Yifeng, saying, "This is Zhao Bohai, a guest elder of my Li family. He is a peak 9th grade martial artist, just one step away from entering the martial master realm. He is known as the Iron Hand Divine Fist." "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Yifeng greeted him with a respectful but not arrogant gesture of clasping his hands in greeting. "You're Yifeng?" Zhao Bohai glanced at Yifeng, then looked at Li Anlin. "Miss, there's no need for you to call him over. I can wipe out a mere tiger gang with a wave of my hand. Even if they have poison masters, they can't escape my iron fist. Bringing along this doctor won't be of any help, he'll only be a burden." His tone was full of disdain. Tang Ruoxua immediately looked embarrassed. She was even thinking of having Yifeng become his disciple and teach him some martial arts techniques, but unexpectedly, Zhao Bohai put on airs. "Mr. Zhao, don't underestimate the Tiger Gang. They have experts in poisons. Only with Mr. Yi around can they be absolutely safe," Li Anlin said. "Ha ha." Zhao Bohai looked up and stroked his beard. "To be honest, miss, I have already broken through to the 2nd rank of martial master. Even if I am poisoned, I can wipe out the Tiger Gang with my bare hands. There is nothing to worry about." "Martial arts master?" Upon hearing this, Li Anlin and Li Zixuan's brows furrowed in surprise. Looking across the entire Jianzhou, no martial arts master has appeared for more than a decade. Unexpectedly, Zhao Bohai has become the first person to break through to the level of martial arts master. "Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. With you here, those bastards from the Tiger Gang will definitely not be able to act arrogantly, Li Zixuan said confidently. Hearing Zhao Bohai say this, Li Anlin was completely relieved. No wonder he's so arrogant. A second-rank martial artist certainly has the right to be arrogant. Mr. Zhao, I have a request to make. I wonder if you would be willing to grant it. Li Anlin said. Please speak, Mississippi. Zhao Bohai stroked his beard with a magnanimous air. Although Mr. Yi is just a doctor, he is very strong. If you are willing to teach him some martial arts techniques, he might become your most outstanding disciple in the future. Li Anlin said with a grin, then tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve. The implication was that Yi Feng should humbly seek guidance. Yi Feng saw this and naturally understood Li Anlin's good intentions. However, let alone a second-grade martial artist, even a ninth-grade grandmaster would not be worthy of Yi Feng's attention. Seeing that Yi Feng remained unmoved, Zhao Bohai said contemptuously, Miss Li, don't deceive yourself. With his thin arms and legs, he is not cut out for martial arts at all. Don't waste my time. That's right, Li Zixuan said. With my excellent physique, I've been learning from Mr. Zhao for 7 or 8 years and I've only just entered the first rank of martial artist. If Yi Feng were to learn from me, he might not become a true martial artist even in 20 years. You can't judge a book by its cover. Li Anlin cupped his hands towards Zhao Bohai and said, if Mr. Zhao is willing to accept Yi Feng as his disciple, my Li family is willing to offer any form of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bohai immediately became interested. He hadn't expected that Li Anlin would be willing to make such a big sacrifice for this pretty boy, which touched him. Young miss, is it true? He hadn't finished speaking. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, no need. I don't even think much of his martial arts. Yi Feng didn't know what level he had reached in his cultivation, but according to their ranking system, he had already surpassed the Grandmaster level, so how could he, a mere martial master, compare to him? However, as soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Bohai immediately became furious. Young miss, such an arrogant scoundrel, even if he kneels down to save me, I won't give him a second glance. Once we get to the Tiger Gang, let him fend for himself. Zhao Bohai said ruthlessly. Li Anlin panicked upon hearing this. Yi Feng is something else too. I was trying to help him out of kindness, and if he doesn't want to learn, that's fine, but why did I offend someone? If a fight breaks out in the Tiger Gang, no one will protect him. Mr. Zhao, please calm down. Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of the Li family. Please take good care of him. After saying that, she secretly leaned close to Yi Feng's ear and whispered, Yi Feng, after you go into the Tiger Gang, remember to stick close to me and don't go too far. She was afraid that Yi Feng would be hacked to death without anyone to protect him. Okay. Yi Feng nodded with a smile. Chapter 32, Ambush. 30 minutes later. The convoy traveled along a mountain road, with steep mountains on the right. Yi Feng had a vague feeling that there was an ambush. As the car gradually drove in, Yi Feng suddenly shouted, Stop the car! Stop the car now! There's danger ahead! Upon hearing this, the driver immediately slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a sudden stop. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Li Anlin asked, puzzled by Yi Feng's agitation. We're still halfway to the Tiger Gang. Even if they had an ambush, they wouldn't be lying in wait here. Yi Feng rolled down the car window and pointed to the top of the mountain, saying, There's an ambush on the mountain. The enemy has at least 100 men. More than 100 people? How did you know? Li Anlin asked, puzzled. Would you believe me if I said I heard it? Yi Feng's hearing was extraordinary. Although he couldn't hear the specific content clearly, he was certain that the enemy was lying in ambush. However, as soon as he said that, Zhao Bohai and Li Zixuan showed disdain. Mr. Yi, if you're scared, I can drop you off halfway and you can walk back yourself. Don't waste our time. Li Zixuan said, Don't you even think before you lie? The mountaintop is so high, do you have ears that can hear 1,000 miles? How could you hear people talking? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can send someone up to investigate, Yi Feng said. Young friend Yi Feng, I respect your medical skills, but when it comes to hearing, you are far inferior to me, a second-grade martial artist. How come I didn't hear any ambush? Zhao Bohai said with a face full of disdain. Time is of the essence. The mountain is so high that it would take at least half an hour to climb up, and there definitely isn't enough time. Li Anlin thought for a moment and said, Yi Feng, if you're scared, how about I have someone take you back? She felt that Yi Feng must be too nervous, which was why he wanted to back down, and that was only human nature. In the past, she would definitely have needed Jifeng present, but after learning about Zhao Bohai's strength, she felt that the Tiger Gang couldn't do anything to them, so whether Yifeng was there or not wouldn't make much difference. Then you'd better not regret it, Yifeng said calmly. After a moment of silence. You've all fallen behind, what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Li Zixuan slapped the driver on the head, venting his resentment towards Yifeng on him. The driver and bodyguard saw that the 5 cars ahead had already left them hundreds of meters behind, so he quickly released the foot brake and stepped on the gas. Just then. Rumble. Inside their car, they watched helplessly as a large number of rocks rolled down the mountain, smashing into several vehicles in front of them. The multi-million-dollar SUVs were all flattened and turned into scrap metal. The fate of those inside remains unknown. Upon seeing this, the people inside the car broke out in a cold sweat. Is there really an ambush? Li Zixuan's voice trembled. Yifeng was absolutely right. Fortunately, parking caused a slight delay, otherwise, those cars would have ended up like them. Damn it, how dare they? Lianlin slammed his fist on the car door in anger. Yifeng calmly shrugged, don't be sad, the real crisis is still ahead, you'll have plenty to cry about. That's all. Just as the group was wondering what was going on, they suddenly saw a large number of people appearing on the mountain and behind it. At a glance, there were at least 100 people. Everyone looked fierce and menacing, wielding iron bars. Get out of the car and fight them. Li Anlin was furious. They had agreed to negotiate, but the other party had gone back on their word. With Zhao Bohai and 2 other experts present, what's there to be afraid of? At Li Anlin's command, everyone got off the car. At this time, the Li family had less than 40 people left, and they were at a disadvantage in terms of momentum in the face of the other side's pressure. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. It seems I underestimated you. The speaker was a bearded man. He was none other than Black Tiger, the leader of the Tiger Gang. At this moment, he was holding a large knife, with a woman in a red tight dress and an extremely hot figure in his arms, standing in the middle with a mocking expression. Beside him was a middle-aged man in his 50s. This man exuded a powerful and domineering aura, and Yifeng sensed that he was a master, at least above Zhao Bohai. Black Tiger, you despicable scoundrel! Li Anlin exclaimed angrily. Ah, Miss Li, you're so adorably naive. You actually thought I'd negotiate with you? Keep dreaming, Black Tiger mocked. Have you thought about the consequences of making me your enemy? Li Anlin said angrily. The Tiger Gang was nothing compared to the Li family, and Li Anlin couldn't understand why he dared to take such a risk. The outcome? Ha ha! Black Tiger, with one arm around a woman and the other holding a knife, pointed it at Li Anlin. My fate is to swallow up all your wealthy families. I will not only be the underground emperor, but also the supreme overlord. And your Li family is my first target. If you know what's good for you, submit to me. I'll make you my woman because you're somewhat attractive, otherwise, die. How arrogant! Zhao Bohai stepped forward, blocking Li Anlin's path, and angrily said, You stinking worms from the ditch don't even have the right to lick our young lady's shoes. Black Tiger was furious upon hearing this. Old man, who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak here? Li Zixuan walked up to Zhao Bohai, pointed at Black Tiger and said, Tell me my teacher's name, and I'll scare you all out of your guts. Then I'm all ears. Hurry up and scare me. Black Tiger sneered. Listen up. Li Zixuan said, head held high, my master is Zhao Bohai, known as the Iron Hand Divine Fist. Are you scared yet? He, Iron Hand Divine Fist. That scared me to death. The other party was not afraid at all, instead, they burst into laughter. Their underlings were grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Li Anlin had a bad feeling. Do these people have something even stronger to rely on? Just then, Black Tiger stopped mocking and said seriously, How about this? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can defeat Master Weibo beside me, I will kneel before you and respectfully send you away. How about that? What arrogance! Zhao Bohai had never seen anyone so arrogant. He was somewhat wary if more than 100 of them attacked together, but for just one person, it would be suicide. Alright, I'll show you the strength of a martial arts master. Speak! Zhao Bohai pushed off with his toes, brandishing his iron fist, and rushed forward quickly. Go to hell! With a furious shout, Zhao Bohai rushed in front of Wei Bo, leaped high into the air, and slammed his fist down. The enormous fist unleashed a fierce gust of wind, its imposing presence unparalleled. This punch is enough to smash a boulder. Too slow. Wei Bo smiled contemptuously and threw a punch. Boom! Just as Zhao Bohai was about to smash into his opponent, the opponent's punch, delivered after Zhao Bohai's attack, landed squarely on Zhao Bohai's face, sending him flying. Bang! Zhao Bohai crashed into a large tree, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Li Anlin was suddenly shocked. This was a martial arts master, yet he was knocked back by a single punch? What is the opponent's actual strength? Sister, what should we do? Seeing that Zhao Bohai was no match for him, Li Zixuan panicked instantly. He dared to come because he was confident of victory, based on Zhao Bohai's strength. As the young master of the Li family, he didn't want to die so young. Chapter 33, Yi Feng's Fury. Zhao Bohai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Who exactly are you? There couldn't possibly be such a powerful expert as you in Jiangzhou. Dead men don't need to know too much. Wei Bo gave a wicked smile, strode forward, and punched Zhao Bohai, punching a hole in his chest. Put! Zhao Bohai leaned against a big tree, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of resentment. Then he closed his eyes. Dead. He's dead? Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Zhao Bohai was a second-rank martial artist, so how could the opponent kill him in one move? Could the opponent be a third-rank martial artist, or even higher? What should we do? Am I really going to die? Sister, I don't want to die. What should I do? Li Zixuan was filled with regret. He shouldn't have trusted Zhao Bohai, that incompetent guy. At this moment, Li Anlin also panicked. Their greatest asset has been killed, and they can't outnumber their opponent's death as the only option left. Mr. Yi, I've dragged you into this. Li Anlin's eyes revealed apology as she said, wait a moment, when the fighting starts, you take Zixuan with you, and we'll cover you. Sister, what about you? Li Zixuan felt that his sister was giving her last wishes. Don't worry about me, I'm their target. I can't escape no matter what. Every one of you can get away. Li Anlin patted Li Zixuan on the shoulder, you are a first-grade martial artist, you must protect Mr. Yi. After giving his instructions, Li Anlin immediately turned around, his expression turning sharp once again. Everyone, listen up. Charge. Add a command. All of Li's bodyguards rushed forward, trembling, and a fierce battle was about to break out. The two remaining retainers of the Li family, one wielding a broadsword and the other carrying a heavy hammer, charged towards Wei Bo. Clang! The iron rod clashed with the sword, producing a loud metallic clang. People from both sides kept falling, and bright red blood flowed all over the ground. Although the Li family's bodyguards are top-notch fighters, each of them has their own family, and with a salary of only 10,000 yuan, risking their lives is out of the question. Faced with an attack by hundreds of people, they were quickly routed. In a mere instant, the outcome was decided. Zixuan, quickly take Mr. Yi away. Li Anlin turned to instruct her younger brother, but before she could finish, she realized that Li Zixuan had already slipped away and disappeared. Yi Feng remained standing there, his expression unchanged. Mr. Yi, why aren't you running yet? Li Anlin urged again. It's time for reckoning. Yi Feng seemed not to hear Li Anlin's words and walked step by step toward Black Tiger. At this moment, his calm eyes seemed to contain endless rage, like the calm before a storm, concealing turbulent undercurrents. With every step he took, he exuded an aura of quiet authority that commanded respect. Mr. Yi, don't go over there. Although Li Anlin didn't know what had happened, she was very worried about Yi Feng's safety. At this moment, the battle between the two sides gradually came to an end. The Li family bodyguards were either injured or fled, and were in complete disarray. The two guest elders could not withstand a single move from Wei Bo and both collapsed to the ground, their fates unknown. Just as Black Tiger was about to celebrate, he noticed Yi Feng slowly walking over. Oh ho, there are still people who aren't afraid of death. Black Tiger waved his hand, kill him. After saying that, she ignored Yi Feng and walked towards Li Anlin with an air of indifference. However, just as the Tiger Gang henchman swung his iron rod down at Yi Feng, there was a loud bang and the henchman was suddenly sent flying and fell off the cliff. No one saw Yi Feng make a move the entire time. Ha! There's another expert? Black Tiger stopped halfway and sized up Yi Feng. Kid, all your brothers have run away. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Why risk your life for a few $1,000s? You are Black Tiger? Yi Feng's voice was low and filled with anger. That's right, it's your grandpa. Sensing that Yi Feng was acting strangely, Black Tiger waved to Wei Bo. Mr. Wei, kill him. Alright, let me send her to the Western Paradise. Wei Bo rushed over and threw a punch. The enormous fist, carrying a sharp gust of wind, exuded a fierce aura. Yi Feng, dodge quickly! Li Anlin exclaimed. However, Yi Feng remained completely unmoved in the face of the fierce attack, without even a change in expression. Just as the fist was about to strike, Yi Feng glared angrily, reached out with one hand, blocked the fist, and clenched it tightly. This scene not only stunned Li Anlin, but also surprised Black Tiger and the others. You should know that even the Iron Hand Divine Fist couldn't withstand Weibo's punch, but unexpectedly, this frail-looking kid took it very easily. You're quite strong. Weibo looked at Yi Feng with great interest. With your strength, if you submit to me, I guarantee you endless wealth and luxury. How about it? You talk too much nonsense. Yi Feng squeezed hard. Bang! Weibo's fist exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Ah, my hand! Weibo clutched his severed hand and screamed like a madman. The sudden scene completely stunned everyone. Is it possible for a normal person to crush someone's fist in one go? Looking at Yi Feng's calm expression, Black Tiger and the others felt a chill run down their spines. This feeling was terrifying. The most shocked person was Li Anlin. At this moment, she felt like a clown. She had repeatedly tried to persuade Yi Feng to learn martial arts, and even harbored resentment towards him for it. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a martial arts master. In his eyes, Zhao Bohai wasn't even a weakling. Who exactly are you? Wei Bo's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't believe that there was such a powerful person in Jiangzhou. I'll return your words to you. The dead don't need to know. That's all. Yi Feng's figure blurred, transforming into a phantom as he rushed forward. The next second, before anyone could react, Yi Feng appeared behind Wei Bo. Just as Wei Bo turned his head. Laugh! A hand pierced through his abdomen from behind, appearing in front of him, with bright red blood dripping down the hand. How could this be? He didn't finish his sentence. In a flash, the hand was quickly pulled out of his body again, and his intestines fell to the ground. Now you can die, right? Yi Feng spoke expressionlessly, then kicked out, sending his corpse tumbling off the cliff. At that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The man in front of me looks refined and gentle, but he's incredibly cruel when he kills. Kill! Attack him all at once. Kill him! Black Tiger roared. He didn't believe that one person could kill all of them. At a command, all the henchmen rushed forward. Li Anlin's heart pounded as she watched. Over 100 people. Each one of them could drown Yi Feng with a single spit. However, all her bodyguards had scattered, and she was powerless to help Yi Feng. Chapter 34, Azura Hell. Meanwhile, Li Anlin was extremely anxious. But Yi Feng did not retreat. Instead, he picked up a large knife from the ground, transformed into a blur, and rushed into the crowd. Next, a horrifying and cruel scene unfolded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Feng moved through the crowd like a ghost, leaving blood splattering wherever he went, arms falling off, and heads rolling to the ground. Immediately, the cries and wails echoed throughout the mountains. At this moment, Yi Feng was like a ferocious demon, and wherever his sword passed, someone would fall. Not a single cut is superfluous. A moment later, the situation reversed, and all the underlings scattered in all directions, crying and screaming as they fled. Yi Feng, seemingly still unsatisfied, continued to chase and slash at them relentlessly. In an instant, the mountain road turned into a hellish scene. Many of his underlings were decapitated, corpses piled up everywhere, long and short limbs were scattered all over the ground, and bright red blood flowed everywhere. This scene can only be described as terrifying. Gradually, some died, some fled. The vast, empty mountains and fields suddenly fell silent. Yi Feng was covered in bright red blood, his hair was disheveled, and he was supporting himself on the ground with a knife in his hands, looking utterly dejected. It's like a breakdown after venting. Yi Feng, are you alright? Li Anlin gasped softly, not daring to go over. When she first saw Yi Feng like this, she felt a little unfamiliar with him. Was this person a doctor who healed and saved lives, or a murderous demon? That's terrifying. Yifeng ignored Lianlin. After a moment, he drew his sword again and walked toward Black Tiger. At this moment, all the henchmen ran away, leaving only Black Tiger trembling and hiding behind his woman. When he saw Yifeng approaching, his legs went weak. Thump! He knelt down directly in front of Yifeng, pleading, "Sir, spare my life. I'll give you any amount of money you want, just let me go." Let you go? Yifeng glared angrily. 3 years ago, did you spare those 800 people in Xiqing Old Street? When you burned them alive, did you ever think this day would come? Yifeng shouted angrily. At this moment, Lianlin finally understood. It turns out that Yifeng was a family member of someone from the old West City Street back then. Upon hearing Yifeng's roar, Black Tiger's face turned deathly pale. His trembling eyes suddenly narrowed, and he panicked. It's you? It's you? So you're not dead? Upon recognizing Yifeng, he was devastated. What do you mean? Could it be that your target is me? Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. He had never known the cause of the fire, but now it seemed to be related to him. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Yifeng held the broadsword to his neck. I'll talk. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you everything. Black Tiger cowed out as he said, "It was the Dragon Gate, they ordered me to do it, please spare me." Longmen? The underground emperor of the 3 southern provinces? But Yifeng had no connection with them. Why did they want to kill me? Yifeng's eyes widened. Black Tiger trembled violently and quickened his kowtowing. I don't know, I was just following orders. You're being stubborn, aren't you? Yifeng swung his broadsword and severed one of his arms. Laugh. His arm fell to the ground, and blood gushed out. Ah, have mercy. Black Tiger clutched his severed arm and rolled on the ground. If he knew the reason, he would reveal it without hesitation, even if it was his own father, but Longmen didn't tell him much at all. I really don't know, please believe me. Black Tiger kowtowed repeatedly. However, it's unclear whether Yifeng just wanted to torture him or genuinely didn't believe him, but with each question, he would slash with his knife. After being slashed dozens of times, Black Tiger was covered in wounds and finally passed out. You are his wife? Yifeng held a large knife to the red-haired woman's neck. No, I was just his plaything. You. Yifeng threw the broadsword in front of the red-haired woman and commanded, "Cut off his head and you'll live, otherwise, you'll suffer the same fate as him." Okay, I'll chop. Having witnessed Yifeng's cruelty, the red-haired woman didn't hesitate for a second. Trembling, she picked up the broadsword, closed her eyes, and swung it out. Laugh. Black Tiger's head fell to the ground. The woman was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, trembling. Very good. Yifeng looked down at the woman and asked, "What's your name?" Xiao. Alright, from today onwards, you are the boss of the Tiger Gang. Yifeng took out a pill and handed it over. Take this, and come to me on this day every year to get the antidote, otherwise your whole body will fester and you will die in agony. Okay, I'll eat it. Without saying a word, Xiao Xiang took the pill and swallowed it quickly. Can I leave now? Get out. Yifeng waved his hand, and Xiao Xiang scrambled away. Instantly, silence fell. A moment later. Seeing that Yifeng's emotions were gradually calming down, Lianlin slowly walked over. She wanted to offer some words of comfort, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she simply asked, "Mr. Yi, are you alright?" Yifeng shook his head. Then he turned around, revealing an innocent smile. "Did I scare you just now?" Lianlin was indeed frightened just now. However, seeing that Yifeng had returned to his old appearance, she shook her head and laughed. "No way, I'm very brave, okay? By the way, could you please investigate Longmen for me?" Yifeng needed to find out the truth behind the fire in the old West City Street. Lianlin frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Dragon Gate is not only the Tiger Gang's backer, but it has also swallowed up many powerful families and local forces over the years. Are you sure you want to do this?" "Sure." Yifeng remembered that Yi had said that the people who set the fire had dragon head tattoos, and these tattoos were very likely their totems. Therefore, he was certain that Black Tiger was not lying. Okay, leave it to me. The Tang family. The Tang family was particularly lively today. 5 or 6 tables of food were set up in the courtyard, and all the relatives who were even remotely related to the Tang family had come. The event was just as lively as Grandma Tang's birthday celebration. However, since the main character of the day, Tang Ruoxue, had not yet returned, no one dared to touch their chopsticks. Xiuji, you've really raised a fine daughter. Our Zhang family will have to rely on you in the future. Zhang Xiuji's brother flattered her with a grin. Zhang Xiuji said proudly, don't worry, brother. With your care for Ruoxue, she will definitely not forget our Zhang family. Second aunt, could you ask my cousin to help me get a position at Maple Leaf Group? I've been unemployed for over half a year, and if I don't find a job soon, I'll have to rely on my parents. Tang Ruoxue's cousin pleaded. Alright, it's just a position, right? Your aunt agrees on behalf of your cousin, Zhang Xiuji said readily. Auntie, what about me? Could you ask my cousin to help me get some connections too? And me, ask Ruoxue to get me some orders, a few million will do, I don't have high requirements. Okay, no problem at all. I'll talk to her when Xiuxue comes back. Zhang Xiuji agreed to whatever the request was. Anyway, since his daughter is the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group, this little bit of help is a piece of cake, isn't it? Just as they were having a pleasant conversation, Zhang Xiuji suddenly saw a woman who had been slashed 1,000 times, Chen Shuan. Chen Shuan, you bitch, what are you doing in my Tang family? Upon seeing Chen Shuan, Zhang Xiuji stormed over, hands on her hips, and began to berate her. Chapter 35, Good News. Tang Boyuan, who was standing nearby, quickly came over and stood in the middle, advising, there are so many relatives here, so don't make things difficult for her. She's here to congratulate Ruoxue, so give Ruoxue some face. Yes, Sister Zhang, I'm just happy for you, Chen Shuan said with a smile. Actually, he had heard that Tang Ruoxue had found a powerful backer and wanted Tang Ruoxue to help he. However, Zhang Xiuji showed her no respect whatsoever, angrily retorting, do I need you to offer your congratulations? With your skill in seducing men, how come you gave birth to a useless daughter? If you're so capable, why don't you let your daughter bring honor to the Tang family? Uncle Tang said coldly, someone like Tang Yi is lucky if she doesn't bring shame to our Tang family. An ugly freak, what face does she have? That's right, we don't have anyone that ugly in our Tang family. When she comes back, we'll have Grandma kick her out, a member of the Tang family chimed in. Chen Shuan was caught off guard and felt embarrassed. It's okay for Yi to suffer a little so that she can enjoy a good life, but now they want to drive Yi away. It's making things worse. Since you don't welcome me, then I'll leave. After Chen Shuan finished speaking, she lowered her head, turned around and left dejectedly. Just then, Tang Ruoxue is back, along with Tang Feifei and Tang Yi. Shuer, you're finally back. Upon seeing Tang Ruoxue, everyone ignored Chen Shuan and surrounded Tang Ruoxue. Grandma Tang held Tang Ruoxue's hand and said, Xiaoxue, you must be starving. Hurry up and eat. Everyone is waiting for you. Surrounded by the crowd, Tang Ruoxue, like a triumphant hero, was pulled to her seat by everyone. Tang Feifei couldn't bear the embarrassment, so she stormed back without a word. Tang Yi, ignored by everyone, stood alone, unsure of what to say. Grandma, actually. Tang Ruoxue wanted to explain, but she swallowed the words back. So many people are celebrating for her, it would be so embarrassing to tell anyone. She'd probably become the laughingstock of her relatives. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Boyuan asked with concern, noticing that Tang Ruoxue's complexion was not good. Tang Ruoxue thought for a moment, then forced a smile and shook her head, it's nothing. It's good that you're alright. Hurry up and eat. All of these are your favorite dishes. Grandma Tang said happily, pulling Tang Ruoxue to sit down. The banquet began. Seeing Yi standing alone, Tang Boyuan pulled her over to sit with him. Feeling no longer ostracized, Chen Shuan brazenly sat down as well. The atmosphere at the meal was quite festive, and everyone's conversation revolved around Tang Ruoxue. Aside from exaggerated remarks, they all asked Tang Ruoxue to take good care of them. Halfway through the meal, Tang Boyuan, who was enjoying his drink, suddenly stood up. With the Tang family's relatives and friends as witnesses, I am announcing a major event today. Tang Boyuan raised his wineglass and said, from this day forward, I, Tang Boyuan, will resign from my position as head of the Tang family and let my daughter, Tang Ruoxue, take over. From now on, all industries and business collaborations of the entire Tang family will be led by Ruoxue. The words fell. Some applauded in approval, while others frowned in skepticism. Second uncle, Ruoxue is, after all, a girl. She will get married sooner or later. It's not appropriate for her to be the head of the family, is it? Exactly, even if it's not Mingjia, it can't be Ruoxue, right? I agree with Bo Yuan's decision. Whoever can lead the Tang family to prosperity and development is qualified to be the head of the family. Although Ruoxue is a woman, her abilities are no less than anyone else's. I agree. Various opinions emerged, some expressing support, while others questioned and opposed it. For a moment, the noise and commotion created a tense atmosphere. Stop arguing. Grandma Tang stood up with her cane. I'm going to make this clear today: the head of the Tang family will be chosen by the most capable person, regardless of gender. Anyone who wants to be the head of the family should prove their ability. If any of you are more capable than Ruoxue, you can also become the head of the family. Anyone who dares to disobey will be kicked out of the Tang family. The old lady's words were so powerful that no one in the Tang family dared to refute them. Suddenly, all was silent. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Xiuzhi said, "Everyone, listen to me. Ruoxue's abilities are obvious to all. As long as she becomes the head of the family, our entire Tang family will benefit. Why not?" "Yes, that's right, I agree. I agree." Being able to become the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group speaks volumes about her ability, and gradually, many people have expressed their approval. Tang Boyuan then announced, "All right, it's decided then." Cheers. Everyone was in high spirits, and even those who had previously opposed the idea joined in the cheers. Half an hour later, they were full and satisfied with their meal. Slightly tipsy, Zhang Xiuzhi stood up and said arrogantly, "Listen up, everyone. Today is Ruoxue's first day as the head of the family, and I'm making the first decision on her behalf. I've made my decision." She pointed at Tang Yi and said, "Expel Tang Yi from the Tang family and never let her set foot in the Tang family again." The words fell. Chen Shujuan's heart tightened. Her worst fears came true. She had originally wanted Ruoxue's help today, but instead of getting what she wanted, she'd run into trouble. Xiao Xue. Chen Shuan quickly walked to Tang Ruoxue's side and said with a forced smile, "Yi is still your sister, please don't kick her out, okay? She's in this condition, and it's hard for her to find a job. If you kick her out, how will she survive?" Uncle Tang immediately said, "I agree with Xiuji's approach. Tang Yi has been eating and living here for free for so many years without contributing anything. She should have been kicked out long ago." "That's right. She herself said that she would never return to the Tang family." "We're just granting her wish now," said sister-in-law Tang. "I agree. I agree." Look, Zhang Xiuzhi said smugly. "I didn't say this, did I? Nobody can tolerate her. What face does she have to stay?" Seeing that Tang Ruoxue remained unmoved, Chen Shuan went over and tugged at Tang's grandmother's sleeve. "Grandma, you've always doted on Yi, why don't you say something?" Grandma Tang shook off Chen Shuan. "Now Ruoxue is the head of the family, and I guess I." She sighed, helpless. Seeing this, Tang Boyuan also began to persuade Tang Ruoxue. In the past, Tang Ruoxue would have been soft-hearted, but now she hates Tang Yi so much that she will not show any mercy. "Dad, in this Tang family, it's either me or her, you choose one," Tang Ruoxue said coldly. "But..." Tang Boyuan stomped his foot in exasperation. Tang Yi knew her sister resented her, but she didn't blame her. "Mom, let's go." Tang Yi didn't want to stay at the Tang family home anyway, so she took Chen Shujuan's hand and prepared to leave. However, Chen Shuan was unwilling to give up no matter what she said. She herself had no ability to begin with, and Yi was disfigured and married to a useless husband. If she left the Tang family, she was worried that Yi would have trouble making a living. "Xiuxue, do you want your aunt to kneel down and beg you?" With a mournful face, Chen Shuan was about to kneel down before Tang Ruoxue. Seeing this, Tang Yi quickly helped her mother up, saying, "Mom, don't be like this. I can support myself. Yi Feng is also working hard, she can earn money. Don't mention that good for nothing to me." Chen Shuan got angry at the mention of Yi Feng. "You were doing well in the Tang family. If you hadn't been deceived by him, why would you have turned against your family? You must get a divorce." Well, Tang Yi was also helpless. "Let's go back and talk about it. I have some good news to tell you." "What good news? Tell us." "I can't tell you now, I'll give you a surprise when we get back." Tang Yi didn't want her sister to lose face. Upon hearing Tang Yi's good news, Zhang Xiuji immediately became interested. What good news could you possibly have, you ugly hag? Are you pregnant or something? Zhang Xiuji mocked. If I really am pregnant, it would be like adding insult to injury. I wouldn't even be able to support myself, let alone buy baby formula, huh? Sister-in-law Tang laughed along. Chapter 36, Reversal. Chen Shuan was startled when she heard this. Although they were joking, it's not impossible. You brat, you didn't actually get that good-for-nothing's child, did you? I'll beat you to death. Enraged, Chen Shuan grabbed a chair and was about to smash it. Tang Yi was truly at her wit's end. Okay, I'll tell you secretly, but don't tell anyone else. Tang Yi leaned close to her mother's ear and whispered, I found a job, look. She secretly took out the contract and said happily, actually, I'm the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group. The endorsement fee is quite high, enough to support you and Yifeng. What did you say? Chen Shuan looked at Tang Yi in disbelief. Seeing that Yi didn't seem to be lying, she quickly snatched the contract and looked at it carefully. The more I look at it, the more unbelievable it becomes. It's true, it's really true. Seeing Chen Shuan acting strangely, crying and laughing at the same time, everyone present was dumbfounded. Taking the opportunity, sister-in-law Tang sarcastically asked, Is Yi's mother really pregnant? It's not a boy, is it? Why are you so excited? Ha ha. Zhang Xiuji added. After checking it repeatedly, Chen Shuan was absolutely certain. Despite their mockery, she could not hide her ecstatic joy. Sudden. Holding the contract, she stood on a chair and looked at Grandma Tang. Grandma Yi, do you still stand by what you said? The head of the Tang family, regardless of gender, should be the most capable person? Everyone present was a little confused when they saw that Chen Shuan had suddenly changed her personality. Tang Ruoshua's expression changed immediately when she saw the contract. Tang Yi called out anxiously, Mom, what are you doing? We agreed not to tell anyone. Shut up. Chen Shuan scolded, then looked at Grandma Tang again. Grandma, say something. Grandma Tang didn't know what she was planning to do, but she nodded and said, Of course, I will never go back on my word. Very good. Chen Shuan turned to Tang Guiyuan, what about you? Does your word count? What's wrong with you? Get down here right now. I'm asking you a question. Does it count? Chen Shuan seemed like a completely different person, her expression extremely excited. Of course it counts. Tang Guiyuan did not deny it. Zhang Xiuji couldn't bear to watch any longer. This vixen was all smiles and fawning just a moment ago, and now she's all baring her teeth and claws? Does she think she's so great? You wretch, do you believe I'll have you thrown out? Zhang Xiuji said angrily, pointing at her. Who are you calling a bitch? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Standing on a chair, Chen Shuan opened the contract with both hands and said triumphantly, Everyone, look carefully, Yi is the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group, not Tang Ruoshua. So? Yi is the head of the Tang family. Who among you dares to expel her from the Tang family? These words came as no one expected. They thought Chen Shuan had gone crazy, but it turned out she was just talking nonsense. Hey Chen, don't you know what your own daughter looks like? She's the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group? It's a miracle she even got a job. In my opinion, she's desperate to get into the Tang family. The Tang family members all pointed and whispered about Chen Shuan. Tang Guiyuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and could only silently sulk. Ignoring their pleas, Chen Shuan tossed the contract to Grandma Tang, saying, Grandma, it's all written clearly in black and white. Are you trying to renege on your promise? Grandma Tang initially didn't believe it, but after looking at the contract for a few moments, she hesitated. Ruoshua, where's your contract? Show it to Grandma. Grandma Tang looked at Tang Ruoshua. At that moment, Tang Ruoshua felt like dying. How am I supposed to bring this up? Just as she was struggling with her decision, Zhang Xiuji rushed over and said, Schwer, quickly take out the contract and show it to everyone. Let's give that bitch a good slap in the face. Hurry up, Ruoshua. Uncle Tang also urged. Looking at the expectant eyes of everyone, Tang Ruoshua really wanted to find an ant-hole to crawl into. Ultimately, thanks to everyone's persistence, Tang Ruoshua's eyes gradually reddened. Mom, Grandma, I don't have a contract. Yi's contract is real. After she forced herself to tell the truth, she hurriedly covered her face and rushed out of the crowd, running wildly towards the gate. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Ruoshua doesn't have a contract? Is he the real spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group? How could this be? How could Maple Leaf Group possibly hire an ugly person as their spokesperson? This just doesn't make sense. Just as everyone was confused, Chen Shuan jumped off the chair and said triumphantly, "I didn't force Tang Ruoshua, did I? She said it herself. Do you believe me now? Let's see who dares to drive my daughter away now." Chen Shuan displayed her arrogance to the fullest. Tang Boyuan quickly said, "Shuan, I think there must be a misunderstanding. Let's investigate and clarify things before we talk about it." Investigate? Sure, my daughter's contract is real anyway, check it all you want. Chen Shuan raised her chin and said, "However, from now on, my daughter is the head of the Tang family, and I will also move into the Tang family." Zhang Xiuji was furious when she heard this. "You're dreaming. Unless I'm dead, you're not getting into the Tang family. That's not up to you to decide." Chen Shuan scanned everyone and said arrogantly, "You should think this through. Yi is the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group. If you want the Tang family to advance further, if you want to have a backer, and if you want to seek benefits for yourselves, you must agree to my demands." This. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to refute. With such a powerful backer, Tang Yi was someone they naturally didn't want to offend. Letting an ugly woman be the head of the family is really too childish. Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Shuan said again, "Is there anyone else who objects? If no one speaks, then we'll take it as your agreement." "Well, I have something to do, I'll go first, you guys chat." "Excuse me, I have an appointment to play cards with a friend, I have to go now." "I'm leaving too." None of them dared to offend Chen Shuan, so they all made excuses to slip away. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiuji's eyes went blank, and she almost fainted. After everyone had left, Tang Boyuan and Grandma Tang walked over with smiles on their faces. How did you do that?" Tang Boyuan asked with a friendly smile. "Let's not worry about that for now." Grandma Tang instructed, "I'll take Yi back to rest for a bit. Go and move Shuan and Yi's luggage over here." "Grandma, I don't want to move. I want to stay with Yifeng," Tang Yi insisted. Chen Shuan got angry when she heard this. "If you mention him again, I'll break your legs," she glared at Tang Yi and snapped. After saying that, she happily went with Tang Boyuan to move their luggage. Tang Yi pouted, feeling wronged, but there was nothing she could do. Chapter 37, The Mystery of Yifeng's Identity. The Li family. Li Zishuan rushed home in a panic. As soon as he entered the hall, he rushed over, knelt down, and cried out, "Grandpa, my sister is dead. She was killed by those beasts." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yumei suddenly stood up. "Lan Lan is dead? How is that possible?" After saying that, she felt dizzy and almost fell over. Li Zhengde stood up abruptly. "What about Mr. Yi? How is he?" He should be dead too." Li Zishuan knelt down and cried, "When I ran back, he wasn't moving at all. He probably wouldn't survive. So many people went, why did you come back alone?" Li Zhengde said angrily. I was terrified, so I ran back by myself," Li Zishuan said, "Head down." "You bastard." Li Zhengde slapped him across the face, saying, "If Mr. Yi dies, you won't live either." As he spoke, he was about to kick him. Chen Yumei quickly stopped him, saying, "Master, it won't help even if you beat Zishuan to death." "Well." Li Zhengde held his forehead, looking extremely weak. After a moment of contemplation, he stomped his foot and shouted, "Pass on my order, the Li family is officially going to war with the Tiger Gang, to the death." The words fell. Bang! A round thing was thrown in from outside. The three looked closely and realized it was a head. Black Tiger? How did he die? Li Zishuan was shocked to recognize that it was Black Tiger's severed head. Just then, a familiar voice came, "He was killed by Mr. Yi." Hearing the voice, the three turned around and found that it was Li Anlin who was speaking. Yifeng walked over with Li Anlin, but Yifeng's hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood, making him look rather creepy. "My dear daughter, I'm so glad you're still alive." As soon as Chen Yumei saw her daughter, she rushed over and examined her carefully. She was relieved to find that no one was injured. Li Zishuan stared blankly at the two of them, as if he had seen a ghost. The person most concerned about Yifeng was none other than the old man, who hurriedly came over and asked, "Mr. Yi, are you alright?" "Fine." Yi Feng smiled slightly. Li Zixuan wanted to ask about the details, but then he heard Li Zhenda shout, "All of you, get out of here. I have something to say to Mr. Yi." Seeing how agitated the old man was, the group had no choice but to leave temporarily and close the door. At this moment, only Yi Feng and Li Zhenda remained in the hall. "Young master." Li Zhenda knelt down with a thud, his eyes filled with tears, and said excitedly, "Young master, it's so good that you're all right, otherwise this old servant could not atone for my sins even if I died 100 times. Uncle Li, please get up." Yi Feng helped Li Zhenda up and said, "Uncle Li, you have already left the Yi family and have achieved your own success. There is no need for you to call me young master anymore." Li Zhenda gripped Yi Feng's hand tightly and said with a gratified smile, "Young master, do you really think Uncle Li has such great abilities that he could become the richest man in Jiangzhou in just a few years? My achievements today are all thanks to the support of the master." "Supported by my grandfather?" Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. Supporting a billionaire, that's quite a generous move. However, this is indeed like the old man's style. "That's right," Li Zhengde said. "My master has gone to great lengths to find you. When he found out you were in Jiangzhou, he sent me here. 3 years ago, I had already found a clue about you, but then a fire destroyed all the clues. If I hadn't seen you with my own eyes, I wouldn't know how to explain this to the master." He was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. "Uncle Li." Yi Feng called out softly, his expression indifferent, "Promise me one thing. I'm living a good life now and don't want to go back to that place. Please don't tell that old man where I am." This. Having finally found Yi Feng, he was even planning to persuade him to go home, but now. "Young master, you are the heir handpicked by the master. If you don't go back, what will become of the Yi family?" Li Zhengde asked with a bitter expression. "Don't say any more. I would be very grateful if you could keep this a secret for me." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he turned and left. He just wants to live a simple life now. Li Zhengde watched Yi Feng's departing figure, feeling conflicted. Actually, when he first met Yi Feng, he had already informed the old man, and the old man's order was for him to bring Yi Feng back. But now. Yi Feng walked out of the hall, where Li Anlin was waiting. After what happened today, he became more and more curious about Yi Feng. Not only is he a skilled doctor, but he is also a martial arts master. Even her grandfather treats him with great respect. Just how many secrets does he still have hidden? "Mr. Yi, let me take you to wash up and change your clothes first." She wasn't in a hurry to ask questions, and was prepared to slowly uncover the true face of this mysterious man. Yi Feng was covered in blood and it was indeed not advisable for him to go home, for fear of frightening Yi. "Thank you for your trouble." An hour later. Yi Feng changed his clothes and regained his youthful vigor. Li Anlin became more and more infatuated as he looked at him. Wasn't this exactly the image of his Prince Charming? "Mr. Yi, your martial arts skills are so amazing, could you teach me?" "Sure, I'll give you some pointers next time I have time." Yi Feng suddenly asked, "By the way, how is the company's operation going these days?" "Everything is normal," Li Anlin said. "More than a dozen trial packs have been produced. Tomorrow, Dr. Gu can take them to the dermatology department of the hospital for a real-world test and promotion. The test results will then be posted online, and the opening ceremony will be held 3 days later while the hype is still going strong." Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That's a good idea. By the way," Yi Feng asked again, "could you prepare an expensive necklace for me these next few days? The spokesperson needs to wear it at the opening ceremony." Hearing Yi Feng say that, Li Anlin immediately became depressed. I don't know what Yi Feng was thinking. After his divorce, he immediately got married again. What's bizarre is that his current wife is a disfigured woman. Yi Feng even made her the spokesperson for the product. That's absolutely bizarre. "Alright, leave it to me. I'll definitely make you a one-of-a-kind necklace that will dazzle everyone." Despite her frustration, Li Anlin would try her best to meet Yi Feng's demands. "Thank you so much. I will definitely do my best to help you if you ever need my help in the future." Yi Feng was truly grateful to her. She has helped the Maple Leaf Group a great deal. Without her, Yi Feng would have had a hard time even getting started. At this point, Li Anlin suddenly smiled charmingly. "To show my sincerity, how about you repay me with your body?" Chapter 38, The Plot Against Tang Yi. Ah! Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. He never expected Li Anlin to say something like that. Looking at the beauty before him, Yifeng was somewhat at a loss. Lianlin's beauty was different from Tang Ruoshua's aloofness, and also different from Tang Yi's delicate beauty. She gave people a sense of passionate and unrestrained, yet sexy and charming refinement. Especially when she smiles, she is absolutely captivating. Just kidding, look how nervous you are. Lianlin laughed heartily, her two breasts jiggling incessantly, creating a striking visual impact. Yifeng scratched his head and quickly looked away. This woman was too alluring. The more he looked at her, the more obsessed he became. I'm going back now. Yifeng changed the subject and prepared to slip away. Li Anlin chuckled. He never expected that the ruthless killer would have such a shy side. Alright, I'll see you off. Li Anlin stopped teasing him and saw him out the door. After leaving the Li family, Yifeng went directly to Yifeng Group. Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Group, Ma Yukai told him that Yi had already left in Tang Ruoshua's car. Thinking that Yi should have gone back to the clinic, Yifeng went straight back. However, when he returned to the clinic, he was dumbfounded. The door lock was smashed, and the house was ransacked. Yifeng's first thought was that a thief had broken in, but upon closer inspection, nothing was missing from the house except for Tang Yi's clothes, which were all gone. Did Tang Boyuan move away? Yifeng had a rough idea of what was going on, so he took a taxi directly to the Tang family to ask them for clarification. The First People's Hospital. Young Master Zhao, didn't you say that your father had already taken care of everything? Why wasn't I chosen as the spokesperson? In the ward, Tang Ruoshua stood in front of the hospital bed, her heart filled with sorrow. She couldn't shake off the grievances she had suffered at the Tang family's house. That. Looking at Tang Ruoshua, whose eyes were filled with tears, Zhaobin felt embarrassed. He was just bragging casually, and everyone thought Tang Ruoshua had a powerful backer, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Fortunately, he had already prepared his explanation. Well, my dad said that at first, Ma Yukai was willing to give my dad face, but later, after they investigated your Tang family, they found that your qualifications were too low, so... The implication is that my father's abilities are not the problem, it's the Tang family that's disappointing. But... Tang Ruoshua was skeptical. Xiaoxue, don't be sad. Such an important candidate will definitely fall into the hands of a powerful family. It's normal that you can't compete with them, Zhaobin said, changing the subject and comforting her. Hearing this, Tang Ruoshua became even angrier. Do you know who the final candidate is? She asked excitedly. This must be a young lady from a top-tier wealthy family, or a big star. The spokesperson either needs to be famous or come from a powerful family, Zhaobin said with a grin. At this moment, Tang Feifei, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. What big star, young lady? Tang Feifei put her hands on her hips and said, it's that ugly freak, Tang Yi. Tang Yi? Upon hearing this, Zhaobin was visibly shocked. That's right. Tang Feifei continued, hands on her hips, didn't you say that my Tang family's qualifications were too low? She is a member of my Tang family, how do you explain that? Are you a liar? Trying to deceive my sister Ruoshue? Zhaobin felt as if his boast had been exposed, and he was extremely embarrassed. My original explanation was flawless, so how did Tang Yi suddenly appear? Something must have gone wrong somewhere, Zhaobin explained. Think about it, Maple Leaf Group is a beauty company. Even if they don't hire rich heiresses or big stars, they wouldn't hire an ugly woman, right? There must have been a blunder. I understand the logic, but the fact is that it's Tang Yi. The contract has been signed, how could it be fake? Tang Ruoshua said. That just proves there was a misunderstanding, Zhaobin could only explain. Tang Feifei felt that he was making excuses. Since you're so sure, why don't you call and ask? Zhaobin didn't know how to explain, so he could only agree, well, okay. After saying that, he took out his phone and made a call. After the call connected, he muttered to himself again. Dad, what's going on with Maple Leaf Group's product spokesperson? Why is it Tang Yi? Oh, you've made a mistake, haven't you? After a phone call. Zhaobin said with a hint of regret, Ruoshua, I'm not lying to you. Your Tang family's qualifications are indeed too low, and my father is truly powerless to help. After saying that, he said with certainty, but don't worry, my dad said that Tang Yi could not be the spokesperson, it must be a mistake. Although he was talking nonsense, he firmly believed that it couldn't be Tang Yi. Even if the real result came out, he wouldn't be considered a liar. Are you sure it's not Tang Yi? Tang Ruoshua asked doubtfully. Of course, Zhao Bin said confidently. I've helped you so many times, don't you believe in the strength of my Zhao family? That's true. Tang Ruoxue nodded, as long as it's not Tang Yi, even if it's not me, I can accept it. She couldn't lose to Tang Yi, no matter who she lost to. She couldn't let Yifeng use Tang Yi's influence to lord it over her and mock her. Sis, do you think it's possible? Tang Feifei suddenly realized, could it be Yifeng's doing? Did he orchestrate this whole thing to impress you and embarrass you? Yifeng? Tang Ruoxue thought about it and felt it made a lot of sense. Yifeng did indeed have this motive. But does he really have that much power? Who knows what tricks he used? Tang Feifei said confidently, I can't think of anyone else but him. I must uncover their conspiracy. But we have no way to expose them, Tang Ruoxue said. Have you forgotten who my boyfriend is? Tang Feifei said smugly, my boyfriend works for the Li Group. I heard him say that he was in charge of venue management for the opening ceremony of the Maple Leaf Group. When the time comes, we'll ask him to give us a few admission tickets, and we'll expose their conspiracy on the spot. How can we expose them on the spot? Don't they have a ribbon-cutting ceremony? Tang Yi will definitely be there, so we'll go up and lift her veil so everyone can see her ugly face. Tang Feifei revealed a wicked smile. This. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue's eyes widened. Wouldn't that be too cruel? If we were to remove her veil on the spot, she would never be able to live with herself. After all, Yi was Tang Ruoxue's younger sister, and she felt somewhat reluctant to do so. It's alright, Tang Yi has a thick skin. This little thing isn't worth her trying to kill herself, Tang Feifei said. Besides, who told her to steal your position as head of the family? Even if she dies, she deserves it. I agree. Zhao Bin said, anyway, Yifeng has offended Scarface, and they won't live much longer, so we don't need to care whether she lives or dies. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue felt conflicted. Although she resented Tang Yi, she didn't want to torment her like this. If her veil were to be lifted during the opening ceremony, it would be a huge blow to her. How about we think of another way? Tang Ruoxue said. Sister, you're just too kind-hearted. Tang Feifei said, you were soft-hearted towards Yifeng before, which caused Mingjie and Zhao Xiao to suffer. You can't be soft-hearted now. Besides, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it myself. Even if Tang Yi can't handle it, it's my responsibility. Is that all right? Tang Ruoxue lowered her head and thought for a moment. This seems to be the best approach. Tang Yi is used to the strange look she gets from others, so there shouldn't be any major problems. All right, we'll do it your way. Okay. Tang Feifei said triumphantly, I'll call my boyfriend over tonight and we can plan it together. Chapter 39, The Mother-in-Law's Request. Yifeng arrived at the Tang family. As soon as they entered the gate, they encountered Tang Guiyuan and Chen Shuan. Yifeng, you troublemaker, what are you doing here? Chen Shuan walked over aggressively and blocked Yifeng's way. Mom, did you move Yi's luggage over? I'm here to find Yi. Yifeng said. Don't call me that, I'm not your mother. Chen Shuan rolled her eyes and said, don't come looking for Yi anymore. She's the head of the Tang family now. You're not good enough for her. You two should get a divorce sometime. Putting aside the fact that Yifeng is a troublemaker, Yi is now the head of the family, so how could she pick up things that Tang Ruoxue threw away? Auntie, I've started my own company now, and I'll make sure Yi has a good life, Yifeng said sincerely. Who would believe that? You should take care of yourself first, and don't come here to harm my daughter. Chen Shuan looked at him with disdain. Yi is her only one, and she absolutely cannot let Yi get hurt in the slightest. At this moment, Tang Guiyuan walked over. He pulled Yifeng aside and said in a meaningful tone. Xiaofeng, Dad isn't an unreasonable person. Dad knows that you married Yi before just to spite Ruoxue. Now that you've achieved your goal, you shouldn't provoke Yi anymore. Yi is different from Ruoxue, she is too naive. What if she falls in love with you? Are you really willing to take care of her for the rest of your life? As a man, he understood Yifeng's thoughts very well. No normal man would accept Yi's appearance. Dad, Yi's face will get better soon, and she will become even more beautiful than before, Yifeng said. I know Yi's face better than you do. Tang Guiyuan shook his head bitterly. If someone truly loves her and is willing to take care of her for the rest of their life, even if they are a beggar, I would accept it, but you are not that kind of person. Don't waste your breath on him. Chen Shuan became increasingly angry as she looked at it. Yi Feng is not only incompetent, but he also loves to cause trouble. She absolutely cannot let Yi follow him. Get out of here, or I'll kick you out. Chen Shuan walked over and shoved Yi Feng out. Just then, Tang Yi happened to walk out. Mom, what are you doing? Tang Yi called out and hurriedly came over, shielding Yi Feng behind her. Chen Shuan was furious at the sight of it. Are you going to provoke me too? She pointed at Yi Feng and said, kick him out right now, or I'll break your legs. Mom, you should believe in Yi Feng. He will work hard to earn money. Tang Ruoxue pleaded desperately, if you're going to drive him away, I'll go with him. Sigh, why did I give birth to such a stupid daughter? Can't you learn from Tang Ruoxue? Chen Shuan became increasingly angry as she thought about it. Seeing that Yi was still determined, Tang Boyuan didn't say anything more. He could only persuade Chen Shuan, saying, today is a joyous day for Yi to sign the contract. Let Yi Feng stay for now, and we'll think of a solution later. After thinking about it, Chen Shuan realized that this was the only way. Yi Feng, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you can prove your abilities, I won't say another word about your marriage. If you can't, then you should get a divorce as soon as possible. Okay, how do you prove it? Yi Feng asked. I don't expect you to be very capable. If you don't need Yi's help and can find a job at the Li Group or Maple Leaf Group, even as a security guard, I won't interfere with your marriage. Chen Shuan left after saying that, and angrily turned and left. Tang Boyuan patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. This request is indeed quite difficult for you, but I can't help you with it. Tang Yi looked at Yi Feng with confidence. Go for it, I believe in you. Yi Feng was speechless. He owns the entire Maple Leaf Group, okay? Why would he need a security guard job? However, they wouldn't believe him even if he told them, so Yi Feng didn't bother to say anything, lest he be ridiculed again. Back in the room, Yi Feng removed the gauze from Yi's face and examined her. The previously bumpy area was noticeably smoother, but the face was still covered with ointment, making it difficult to distinguish. Yi Feng, I need to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Maple Leaf Group in 3 days. Can I remove the gauze and put on a veil instead? Tang Yi didn't want to attend with the gauze wrapped around her, lest she embarrass herself. Sure. Yi Feng had been waiting for this moment. He looked into Yi's eyes and said, when the time comes, you can take off your mask right there, and I will personally help you clean off these ointments. Yi Feng wanted to use real-life examples to prove the effectiveness of the elixir. And Yi is the best proof of that. At that time, Yi's appearance not only recovered, but her skin was also much better than before. Tang Yi was terrified when she heard that. No, it wouldn't be good if someone saw me. She planned to leave after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Have you forgotten what I told you? Yi Feng tightened his grip on her hand. When the time comes, I will definitely repay you with an absolutely beautiful face. It still won't work, I'm scared. Tang Yi believed Yi Feng meant well, but she didn't believe such a miracle could exist. Alright then, we'll talk about it later. Yi Feng knew that nothing he said would make a difference, so he decided to surprise her later. A few hours later, Chen Shuan instructed her servants to prepare 2 tables of delicious dishes, saying it was to celebrate Tang Yi's birthday. After all, the lunch was to celebrate Tang Ruoxue, and she also needed to make a statement in the Tang family. Grandma, come and eat, Chen Shuan called out. Okay, Mom. Tang Yi pulled Yi Feng to sit down. Then, the others also took their places. Grandma, let me introduce you. Tang Feifei pulled her boyfriend along and introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Lu Ming. He's a team leader at the Li Group now, and he earns a very high salary. The group leader of the Li Group? Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is a hot commodity. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Feifei, that's all in the past. I've been transferred to Maple Leaf Group and am now a manager there. These words were spoken. Everyone was shocked once again. Feifei, you have such an amazing boyfriend, why didn't you bring him home sooner so Grandma could see him? Grandma Tang beamed with joy. Chen Shuan originally intended to use this meal to establish her and Yi's authority, but she didn't expect to have her limelight stolen. TCH, what's so great about a mere supervisor? In front of me, Yi, he's nothing but a little cami. Chen Shuan said with a disdainful look. Zhang Xiuji was already furious, and hearing her say that made her even more indignant. Even if it's just cami, he's still better than some idle people, right? As she spoke, she glanced at Yifeng and said sarcastically, "It's one thing to be idle, but he also causes trouble everywhere. I don't know what use a son-in-law like that is." Chapter 40, Tang Yi faces scrutiny. Auntie, Yifeng can find a job. Tang Yi didn't want others to look down on Yifeng. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything, because once she did, she was mocked by Zhang Xiuji again. "Yifeng, if you really can't find a job, let Xiaoming help you find a toilet cleaning job. With your abilities, being a security guard is impossible. Cleaning toilets at Maple Leaf Group isn't shameful at all," Zhang Xiuji said with a smile as she ate. Chen Shuan got angry when she heard this. She is the only one who can scold her own son-in-law, no one else can. "My Yifeng said he's started his own company and is a boss now. You should let Ruoxue do the toilet cleaning job. After all, Ruoxue lost her endorsement contract and is currently troubled," Chen Shuan retorted. Yu Zhang Xiuji's face darkened at the mention of the endorsement contract. "Oh, right," Chen Shuan said smugly, "when your Ruoxue was with Yifeng, didn't Lu Baichuan often give her gifts? How come he gave them to my daughter after the divorce?" "It can only mean that those gifts were originally meant for Yifeng." Zhang Xiuji retorted angrily, "It was clearly Yifeng who stole it." "Heh, so was that endorsement contract also snatched from Yi by Yifeng?" Chen Shuan said smugly, "As soon as Yi and Yifeng got married, she immediately got a contract from Maple Leaf Group." "That's true, isn't it? Your daughter is blind. She doesn't know how to cherish Yifeng and even looks down on my Yifeng." "Bah!" She got more and more excited as she talked, and if she didn't know Yifeng's background, she would have believed it herself. The others, after hearing this, felt that it made a lot of sense. However, they were well aware of Yifeng's abilities and could only attribute it to his good luck. Tang Feifei said dismissively, "Sigh, some people always like to mistake opportunism for strength. I wonder if they'll still be so smug when the truth comes out." "What do you mean by the truth has come out?" Chen Shuan asked, looking unconvinced. "It means exactly what it says." Tang Feifei said with a look of disdain, "You'll soon find out what it means to be a scoundrel. I hope you won't cry too badly when Tang Yi gets slapped in the face." There was clearly a hidden meaning in those words, and the others looked puzzled. Grandma Tang looked at Lu Ming suspiciously and asked, "Xiao Ming, have you heard something? If it's true, don't keep it from everyone." The contract was written in black and white. If anyone else had said it, Grandma Tang would naturally not have believed it. But now that Fei Fei had said it, she couldn't ignore it. "Actually, I haven't heard anything about it, it's just..." Lu Ming paused, then said meaningfully, "But I've worked under my Yukai for many years, and I know his style to some extent. Someone like Yi, in her situation, has no chance of getting an endorsement deal, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless, my Yukai misunderstood the big boss's instructions, causing a misunderstanding," Lu Ming said with certainty. Everyone had considered this possibility, but initially thought it was unlikely. However, now that Lu Ming had mentioned it, they began to take it seriously. Something unusual must be going on. Chen Shuan refused to believe it, and angrily retorted, "Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei were both watching when the contract was signed. If there had been a misunderstanding, would it have been signed? You're talking nonsense. Whether it's bullshit or not, we'll have to wait and see." Lu Ming pulled 3 tickets out of his pocket and waved them around. "I have tickets to the opening ceremony of Maple Leaf Group. If you're interested, you can go and see for yourself. You'll know whether they're real or not in 3 days." Chen Shuan reacted quickly and grabbed one immediately. The remaining 2 were taken by Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei. Although Zhang Xiuji couldn't get a spot, she wasn't discouraged and said generously, "Since there are limited spots, I won't go. Let her see how her daughter gets humiliated so she can realize what she's really like." "That's right." Tang Feifei sneered, "Let her be the head of the family for 3 days. After 3 days, kick all 3 of them out of the Tang family." Chen Shuan stood up defiantly. "All right, let's wait and see. We'll see who gets slapped in the face. If he is the real spokesperson, I'll kick you, Tang Feifei, out of the Tang family first." She knew very well that the person who bullied Yi the most in the Tang family was that bitch Tang Feifei. "Okay, we'll wait and see." Tang Feifei also stood up, her momentum no less than hers. "Enough. We're all family, do we have to make such a scene?" Grandma Tang stomped her cane. Tang Boyuan also spoke up, "Let me remind you, no matter who is the head of the Tang family, the head of the family can only lead the family business. The family's private affairs are still decided by Grandma. Don't make a big deal out of trivial matters." After saying that, he helped Grandma Tang leave. The others felt that Lu Ming's words made a lot of sense, so they all distanced themselves from Tang Yi and her son and began to curry favor with Tang Feifei and Tang Ruoxue. Recalling Lu Ming's words, Chen Shuan also began to worry. After dinner. Why don't you skip their opening ceremony? Although Chen Shuan hoped her daughter would be successful, her biggest concern was Yi's safety. She has been a single mother for over 20 years, and Yi is her whole world. If anything were to happen to Yi, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Tang Yi must have been very worried. She couldn't understand why such a huge windfall would fall into her lap. Just as she was struggling with this decision, Yi Feng walked over and said, "Don't worry, Yi, with me here, everything will go smoothly." But there are no buts, trust me. Yi Feng assured him. Chen Shuan rolled her eyes at him. You don't even have a ticket, how are you going to protect Yi? Don't worry, I have a plan, Yi Feng said. Fine, we'll see how you get in then. After Chen Shuan finished speaking, she pulled Tang Yi away. Unwelcome in the Tang family, Yi Feng had no choice but to return. Back at the clinic, Yi Feng noticed a group of people guarding the entrance. They were all menacing looking, and Yi Feng could immediately recognize them as members of the Tiger Gang. The one leading them was Black Tiger's woman, Xiao Xiang. Owner. As soon as Xiao Xiang saw Yi Feng, she nervously bowed and greeted him. Mr. Yi. The others also lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Yi Feng. Recalling the scene, they all felt drenched in sweat and trembling with fear. What's up? Yi Feng looked Xiao Xiang up and down and realized that this woman was truly a rare beauty. Although she looks to be in her 30s, she doesn't look old at all. Her graceful figure is curvaceous and even better than Li Anlan's. With her tall figure, long and beautiful legs, and full and firm breasts that look like an E-cup, it's hard to imagine how her slender waist could support such a heavy burden. Although she wasn't as pretty as Li Anlan and Tang Ruoxue, her alluring and charming face was extremely seductive. Master, I have something to tell you. Xiao Xiang still kept her head down and her back bent. Yi Feng looked at the deep ditch in front of him, swallowed hard, and said, "Come in and talk." Good. Xiao Xiang turned to her henchmen and instructed them, "Wait for me outside." Then she followed Yi Feng into the house. Chapter 41, I came to use the air conditioning. What is it? Speak. Yi Feng closed the door and sat down. Xiao Xiang remained standing, her face filled with awe, and said, "Master, news of your killing of Black Tiger has reached the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate has issued a Dragon Lord's order to investigate the murderer, and it is estimated that Dragon Gate personnel will arrive in Jiangzhou soon." Long men? Yi Feng frowned. It seems Li Anlan's guess was correct. The Tiger Gang is backed by this Dragon Gate. The fact that they were able to obtain information despite the Li family's information blockade shows that the Dragon Gate's power should not be underestimated. Did you leak the information? Yi Feng suddenly stood up and grabbed Xiao Xiang by the neck. Master, spare me. My life is in your hands. I would never dare to betray you even if you gave me 100 lives. Xiao Xiang was terrified, her two snow-white breasts trembling incessantly. It's good that you know. Yi Feng released her neck and said, "Deal with them normally, and report to me at any time." Yes, sir. You don't need to call me master anymore, just call me by my name. Yi Feng waved his hand, "Go back." Okay, Mr. Yi. Xiao Xiang thought for a moment and then said, "By the way, there are a few brothers in the gang who are not convinced by me as their sister-in-law. I wonder if you have any good ideas?" Yi Feng's eyes widened, bursting with murderous intent. You followed Black Tiger for so long, can't you even learn how to make an example of someone? If you're not convinced, then kill until you are. This. Xiao Xiang paused for a moment, then nodded quickly, "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Get out. Yi Feng snapped at her, telling her to leave. Before leaving, I gave her my contact number. The next day, when Yi Feng woke up, he received a call from Li Anlan. Mr. Yi, the jewelry you requested has been prepared for you. It's at the jewelry store in Li's shopping mall. You can pick it up yourself. Okay. Yi Feng asked, "By the way, do I need to provide a receipt or any kind of proof when I pick it up?" No need, just say your name is Yi Feng and give me your phone number. Okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng washed up and took a taxi to Li's shopping mall. As Yi Feng arrived at the mall and was about to enter, a voice came from behind him. Yi Feng, what are you doing here? Yifeng turned his head and saw that Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei were standing behind him. Upon seeing Yifeng, Tang Feifei became irritated. Yifeng, do you know where you are? This is the Li Group's shopping mall, the most luxurious and high-end place in the entire Jiangzhou. How dare a penniless guy like you go in? Yifeng shrugged indifferently. I'm thick-skinned, can't I go inside and enjoy the air conditioning? Shameless. Tang Feifei rolled her eyes. Tang Ruoxue looked at Tang Feifei and said calmly, Feifei, why don't you go inside and have a look around? I want to talk to him. What's the point of talking to him? Tang Feifei puffed out her cheeks, rolled her eyes again, and went inside. Tang Ruoxue walked to Yifeng's side, looked up at the sign above, and said softly, Yifeng, do you still remember this place? This is where we met and fell in love, and where our dream began. Her expression was sorrowful, as if she were recalling a painful past. Of course I remember. Yifeng said, we met here, I confessed my love to you here, and our marriage will begin here. So you still remember. Looking back, Tang Ruoxue said with empty eyes, back then, when you proposed, you promised me that you would make me the happiest and most powerful woman in the world, and that you would give me the best of everything in the world. I believed you. But what did we get in return? It is your repeated lies and inaction that have hurt my family time and time again. Why? Where did the hard-working, kind-hearted you go? Why did you become like this? Tang Ruoxue's face turned sad as she spoke. Yifeng sneered. Tang Ruoxue, don't make yourself sound so wronged. Ask yourself honestly, in these past 3 years, have you ever trusted me? Aside from being single-mindedly focused on climbing the ladder, have you ever cared about me? Yifeng's eyes also became empty. For 3 years, I devoted myself to researching elixirs to help you achieve your dream. But in your eyes, I am just an idle person who does not work hard and is not ambitious. Yes, I promised to make you the happiest and most powerful woman in the world, and I have done it. But what about you? You still don't believe me. You buried your own happiness with your own hands. Yifeng's emotions began to surge. Heh, you did it? Tang Ruoxue stared at Yifeng and said coldly, what have you accomplished? Is it your worthless pills, or your unchanging clinic? She angrily grabbed Yifeng and pointed to the expensive handbags in the mall. Look at this, any one of these items costs hundreds of thousands, which one of them can you afford? She excitedly pulled out a bank card and waved it around. Do you know what the credit limit is on this card? It's 10 million. I earned it with my own abilities. I can easily afford everything inside. But you? Besides looking around and enjoying the air conditioning, do you even dare to ask the price? Yifeng felt heartbroken once again. He thought that after the divorce, his emotions would no longer be affected by her, but at this moment, he still felt extremely sad. Tang Ruoxue, in your heart, are money and power really that important? Tang Ruoxue shook her head bitterly. Heh, you think you're so great, so high and mighty, that you treat money like dirt, but why did you steal my gift? Why did you team up with Tang Yi to sign a fake contract? Your high and mighty attitude was just for show, wasn't it? Incomprehensible. I'm unreasonable? Yifeng. Let me tell you, one day I will definitely fulfill your promise to me through my own efforts. I will become someone like Li Anlin. At that time, you won't even have the right to look up to me. Tang Ruoxue vowed. Really? Then I wish you success soon. Yifeng said indifferently. After saying that, he ignored her and walked into the mall. Following the directions given by Li Anlin, Yifeng walked around half of the mall on the first floor before finally finding the jewelry store. The jewelry store's decor and overall image are several levels above other stores in the mall, and even the employees are exceptionally attractive. It is clearly a jewelry store operated by the Li Group. This should be it. When Yifeng entered the store, he saw Tang Feifei. What a small world. Yifeng noticed that Tang Feifei was like a greedy child, her eyes shining as she looked at the jewelry in the display case, but she didn't dare to ask the price. You've been looking at it for so long and haven't bought anything. Are you short of money? Yifeng stood behind her and casually said something. Tang Feifei was startled and turned around. Upon seeing Yifeng, she rolled her eyes. You actually came in to freeload off the air conditioning? Chapter 42, Jewelry Worth 100 Million. How could it be fake? Yifeng shrugged. Do you even know what level of jewelry this store sells? You just walked in? Tang Feifei said with disdain. What does the quality of jewelry have to do with enjoying air conditioning? You. Tang Feifei said irritably, every piece of jewelry here starts at $1 million. I don't even dare to ask the price. How dare you come and dress like this and use the air conditioning? After Tang Feifei finished speaking, she moved away from Yifeng to avoid embarrassing herself with him. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue also walked in. So? Is there anything you like? Tang Ruoxue asked Tang Feifei. I'm attending the opening ceremony of the Maple Leaf Group the day after tomorrow, so I must wear an expensive necklace to show off my status. I like so many things, but... Tang Feifei glanced at Yifeng and, noticing he wasn't beside her, said, but it's too expensive. The cheapest one costs over $1 million. Tang Ruoxue followed her gaze and saw Yifeng as well. She walked over and said coldly, don't look. These jewels are not something you can afford. There are some for 10 yuan a piece on the overpass. You can go and pick one out. Yifeng turned around at the sound and saw Tang Ruoxue walking over. Sure enough, where there is a young phoenix, there must be a sleeping dragon. Where there is Tang Feifei, there is bound to be Tang Ruoxue. If you're so capable, why don't you buy one? Yifeng said coldly, with a smile. Seeing Yifeng's disdainful expression, Tang Ruoxue felt as if her tail had been stepped on. Being mocked by Yifeng was something she couldn't tolerate. Then I'll show you the gap between us, and let you know what it means to be unreachable. Tang Ruoxue pointed to an exquisite necklace and asked, how much is this one? Upon hearing this, the salesperson excitedly opened the counter and carefully presented the necklace. This necklace is called Crystal Heart. It's our flagship new product, and the price is around 7 million. 7 million? Tang Ruoxue's lips twitched upon hearing this. Although she manages the Tang family's assets, there are only tens of millions of yuan in liquid funds in the public accounts, and the only 10 million yuan she can use personally is through her credit cards. 7 million? That would kill her. What? Can't afford it? Yifeng smiled and said, if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a big shot, or you'll embarrass me. You. Tang Ruoxue's face flushed red with anger after being mocked by Yifeng once again. No matter who you embarrass yourself in front of, you can't let your ex-husband laugh at you. This one doesn't meet my standards. Tang Ruoxue said dismissively. After saying that, he shifted his gaze to other parts of the counter, looking for something more valuable. However, the moment her gaze swept across the center of the counter, she couldn't look away. The moment she saw that set of jewelry, her heart seemed to bloom. All the other jewelry in the display case paled in comparison, becoming mere accessories. The entire jewelry set included earrings, bracelets, necklaces, brooches, and rings, each piece exquisitely designed and dazzling. Especially the imperial green jadeite on that necklace, which is a true gem. How much is this set? Tang Ruoxue pointed at it and asked. Whether or not to buy is another matter, but at least we can't let Yifeng look down on us. We need to show our strength first and let him know how big the gap is between us. Miss has excellent taste. The waiter smiled and said, this is our store's prized possession, named Ocean Heart, priced at 99.99 million. 100 million? Tang Ruoxue's face stiffened. Even if she used the working capital from her Tang family's public accounts, it wouldn't be enough. Could you make it cheaper? Although I can't afford it, I'll go all out and not let Yifeng laugh at me. The waiter smiled again and said, I'm sorry, miss, this Ocean Heart set has already been purchased. The buyer will be here to pick it up soon. Why don't you take a look at some other sets? Tang Ruoxue felt relieved after hearing this. Luckily, someone bought it, otherwise I wouldn't know how to cover it up. Well, that's a real shame. Although Tang Ruoxue was glad that the sale had been completed, she also felt a heavy sense of loss. Women are born with a pursuit of beauty and a love for beautiful things. Looking at such exquisite jewelry, yet unable to possess it, she felt resentful. Yifeng searched for a long time and found it here. Women have such sharp eyes they can spot something good at a glance. I'm the customer, Yifeng. Please pack it up for me, Yifeng said to the waiter. These words stunned Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei. At this moment, they felt that knowing Yifeng was a mistake. In order to show off in front of them, he really didn't care about the occasion and dared to say anything. They really wanted to find an ant-hole to crawl into. Do you know what you're saying? Look at how much money you have in your pocket, Tang Ruoxue whispered in Yifeng's ear, scolding him. Yifeng ignored her. Countless experiences had taught him that no matter what he said, she wouldn't believe him, so why waste his breath? Hurry up, we're in a rush, Yifeng urged. Are you really the buyer? The waiter had been watching the conversation between the three, and now that he heard Yifeng say this, he became somewhat suspicious. Yes, this is my phone number. Please check it. Yifeng wrote down his number on a piece of paper. Upon seeing this, the waitress quickly said, Please wait a moment, sir, I'll go check with our manager. With that, she took the number Yifeng had written down and went inside. Seeing that Yifeng was doing it so well, Tang Ruoshua and Tang Feifei had a bad feeling. This is the jewelry store of the Li Group. If you anger the Li family, you'll suffer the consequences. To avoid being implicated, Tang Ruoshua quickly bought a necklace worth over 1,000,000 yuan and hurriedly left. Although Tang Feifei was itching to buy, she couldn't find anything cheap, so she could only look at another low-end shop, planning to buy something worth a few 100,000 yuan. A few minutes later. No sooner had Tang Ruoshua left than a middle-aged man hurriedly came out from backstage. Mr. Yi, you've arrived. Why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have come out to greet you. The middle-aged manager bowed and smiled broadly. Have you verified it clearly? Yifeng asked directly without wasting any words. The male manager nodded quickly. It's been verified. It is indeed Mr. Ye's jewelry. Shall we pack it up now? Yes, please make it look nice. Yifeng said. Okay, no problem. The middle-aged manager quickly instructed his employees to pack the items. A moment later, a set of jewelry worth over 100 million was handed to Yifeng by the middle-aged manager. Yifeng didn't say much, picked it up and left. Tang Ruoshua didn't see this scene. If she had, she would probably have been so shocked that her jaw would have dropped to the ground. Chapter 43, Mopping the Floor. Tiger Gang. At dusk. With a roar, more than a dozen G-Class cars arrived in a grand procession and stopped in front of the Tiger Gang headquarters. The door of the first car opened, and a thin man with sunken eyes slowly got out. Welcome, Your Highness. Dozens of Tiger Gang elders lined up and bowed in respect. Kneel down. The prince, his body gaunt, let out a roar that terrified everyone, causing them to prostrate themselves on the ground. He slowly walked over to Xiao Xiang, lifted her chin, and asked, Who? Who killed Black Tiger? Your Highness, it is the Li family, Li Anlin. Xiao Xiang lowered her head and knelt down. The Li family? Upon hearing this, the crown prince frowned slightly. Wei Bo is the top expert in their Longmen sect. There's no way anyone from the Li family could defeat him. The crown prince grabbed Xiao Xiang by the neck and lifted her up. Besides the Li family, who else? No, that's all. Xiao Xiang said tremblingly, we fell into Li Anlin's ambush. I was unconscious at the time. When I woke up, I found that Mr. Wei Bo had been surrounded and killed by Li family experts, and Black Tiger had also been killed by Li Anlin. Killed in a siege? The crown prince rolled his eyes, still feeling it was unlikely. Snap. He slapped Xiao Xiang across the face, glared at her, and shouted, If you dare to lie to me, I'll strip you naked and have all the brothers of Longmen attack you together. I wouldn't dare. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare deceive His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Xiang's face was ashen. Very well, take off your clothes and let this prince relieve his pent-up desire. The Crown Prince said with a smile. The moment he saw Xiao Xiang, he was filled with desire. This woman was simply an enchantress, so alluring. No normal man would not want to sleep with her. Your Highness, please forgive me. Today is the day of my Black Tiger's funeral. I will serve you another day. Xiao Xiang's tears fell. He's a good for nothing, so what if he's dead? I'm doing him a favor by sleeping with his woman. As the prince spoke, he pounced over and began tearing at Xiao Xiang's clothes. No, Your Highness, please don't. Xiao Xiang refused no matter what, struggling desperately. The cries filled the Tiger Gang members with righteous indignation. Xiao Xiang was, after all, their boss's woman. To be publicly humiliated on the day of his funeral was an utter disgrace. Your Highness, this is the Tiger Gang. Don't go too far. An elder suddenly stood up and pointed angrily at the prince. Who do you think you are? The crown prince turned around angrily, swung an axe, and with a whoosh sound, chopped it down directly on the elder's head. The bright red blood gushed out, terrifying the Tiger Gang members into silence. Damn it, how dare you ruin my fun? The prince threw down the axe in his hand, immediately losing interest. He wiped the blood from his face and shouted at the Tiger Gang members, Listen up, all of you. If you dare to disobey me again, you'll end up like him. After saying that, he left the Tiger Gang with his men. Xiao Xiang escaped a disaster, but her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Yifeng arrived at Maple Leaf Group. With only 2 days until the opening, Yifeng needs to make many decisions. Enter the company's first floor. She went into the restroom and saw Tang Feifei's boyfriend, Lu Ming. Oh ho ho, isn't this the Tang family's son-in-law, Yifeng? Upon seeing Yifeng, Lu Ming immediately pulled up his pants and sneered, "Hey Yifeng, you wouldn't actually come to our company to apply for a toilet cleaning job, would you?" Yifeng glanced at him and felt that this guy was annoying written all over his face. "I thought you were lying, but you really are an employee of Maple Leaf Group?" Yifeng said. "My third uncle, Lu Jian, is the head of the Human Resources Department at Maple Leaf Group. If I want to get in, isn't it as easy as I can?" Lu Ming said arrogantly, unlike some people who idle away their time and do nothing but wait to die. "But if you beg me, I can talk to my third uncle and make you the head of the toilet department? How about it?" "That's a good idea. How do you want to ask?" Yifeng wanted to see what he was up to. "It's very simple. 2A. Lu Ming spat on the ground and said, "If you can clean up this phlegm without using a broom, I'll agree to help you. I've seen annoying people, but I've never seen anyone this awful." Yifeng didn't bother getting angry at this kind of person, so he shrugged and said, "Looks like I'll have to wipe it with my clothes then." "I like your intelligence." Lu Ming wiped the saliva on his foot and said, "Hurry up, or if an ant comes in to clean it up, you won't have a chance." No, I think it's cleaner to wipe it with my face," Yifeng said seriously. Hearing Yifeng say this, Lu Ming became even more interested. "I never imagined there would be such a despicable person who would go to such lengths to ruin themselves just for a job. Okay, that's a good idea." Lu Ming was very excited. Watch closely. After Yifeng finished speaking, he kicked out. With a bang. Lu Ming was caught off guard and fell. "Are you crazy?" Lu Ming lay on the ground, angrily shouting, "Help me up right now, or you'll regret it. You said you'd wipe it with your face, but you haven't even wiped it yet." Yifeng smiled wickedly. "Screw you, I meant using your face, not mine." He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, Yifeng grabbed his hair and slammed it to the ground. "Ah! Lu Ming is going crazy. How dare he? I'm an employee of Maple Leaf Group, and my third uncle is the head of the Human Resources Department. If you dare to treat me like this, you're dead," he shouted, struggling and trying to scare Yifeng. Yifeng was busy wiping and didn't care about his wails. The louder he shouted, the more energetic Yifeng became. Like a young woman scrubbing clothes, Yifeng grabbed his hair and scrubbed it back and forth, up and down. Lu Ming struggled desperately, trying to break free of his restraints, but he couldn't move an inch. They could only let Yifeng move as he pleased. A few minutes later. Yifeng reluctantly let go. "Is it clean now? Are you satisfied?" "I'm very, very satisfied." Lu Ming nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. At that moment, he completely gave in. This guy is crazy, he's worried he's capable of anything. "Now, can I be assigned the position of director?" Yifeng asked. Yes, I'll arrange it right away." "Okay, I'll wait for your notification." Yifeng was satisfied. After getting up, he kicked him again, patted the water off his body, and then left. I've seen people act like jerks before, but I've never seen anyone act like this. You have to wipe the floor with your face. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and went straight up to the 65th floor. At this moment, Ma Yukai, Lianlin, and several other senior executives were waiting. "Sorry I'm late, let's start the meeting," Yifeng said, sitting down in the main seat. It's all right, we just arrived too," Ma Yukai said with a smile. "Next, we will mainly discuss the company's future development direction and the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. After all, Maple Leaf Group had a good reputation in the early stages, and many wealthy families paid close attention to the opening ceremony of Maple Leaf Group. If they could do a good job of publicity at the ceremony, it would have a multiplier effect on future operations. Let me give my opinion." A middle-aged man in his 50s stood up and said, "Hello everyone, I am Lu Jian, the head of the Human Resources Department. I suggest that we remove the current spokesperson, Tang Yi, and select a new candidate because..." Chapter 44, You've been fired. You're fired. Before he could finish speaking, Yifeng waved his hand and interrupted, "Go to the finance department and collect your salary. Get out of here." Everyone was stunned when he said that. Is it really that casual? Yifeng, we're discussing serious matters, stop joking around, Lianlin reminded him. Ma Yukai said with a smile, that's right, boss. What Manager Lu said isn't without reason. I think it's necessary to discuss it. Do I look like I'm joking? Yifeng looked serious, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Lu Jian. He said, I hope you understand this, you are merely executors. Even if my decision is wrong, you will still carry it out with your eyes closed. Do you understand? Yifeng shouted angrily. The office fell silent. Ma Yukai and the others were so scolded that they didn't dare to lift their heads. They thought to themselves, this boss is too domineering. Only Lianlin spoke up, Yifeng, I know you have your reasons for using Tangy, but could you tell everyone the reason? After all, her situation is special, and we are not targeting her. Lianlin owns 10% of the shares, so he is naturally qualified to say that. Yifeng said, even if I tell you now, you won't believe me. You'll find out on the opening ceremony. He learned a lesson from the Tang family, empty words are meaningless, and saying too much will only invite doubt. Only facts are truly convincing. The executives present were ashamed after hearing this. The opening ceremony is the most important moment. If you only find out then, it will be too late. It was too late to make amends then. Having witnessed Yifeng's domineering nature, no one dared to object anymore. They could only shake their heads helplessly, feeling that Yifeng was a tyrant who knew nothing. Lianlin pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, with you saying that, I believe you. She knew that Yifeng was unpredictable and always managed to do things in unexpected ways, so she stopped dwelling on the matter. She was very curious about what kind of surprise Yifeng would give her. At this point, Lu Jian could only awkwardly smile and say, okay, boss, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to contradict you again. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Getting into Maple Leaf Group would be a great honor for his family, and he didn't want to be fired for no reason. Later? You still think I'm joking, right? Yifeng's eyes widened, and he said sternly, get out of here right now, and get the hell out of here. This. Lu Jian was speechless. Seeing that Yifeng didn't seem to be joking, he asked tremblingly, boss, is there anything else I've done wrong? You're not wrong, I just simply don't like you. Yifeng remained expressionless. As Yifeng became increasingly serious, Lu Jian panicked completely. His whole family depends on him to support them. He can't afford to lose his job. Boss, if you don't like what I do, I'll change it, okay? Please don't fire me. Lu Jian looked like he was about to cry. Yifeng stared straight at him, a look of disgust on his face. I don't like that your surname is Lu. Can you change it? Don't you have a nephew named Lu Ming? Go ask him and see who he offended today. Lu Ming? Upon hearing this, Lu Jian slapped his thigh. It turns out this bastard was the one who caused the trouble. Boss, I'll fire him right now, please forgive me this time? I'll never bring my relatives in again. He was filled with remorse. We absolutely have to settle accounts with Lu Ming. Firing him is too lenient on him. Yifeng smiled mischievously. Then he shouted towards the door, security, drag him out. Upon hearing this, 2 security guards pushed open the door and came in. Lu Jian felt like crying. Boss, I really don't want to leave. I have elderly parents and young children to support, I can't lose my job. He clung to Yifeng's leg, pleading desperately. Take him out. Yifeng shouted angrily, and 2 security guards immediately grabbed Lu Ming and dragged him away. No, boss, I don't want to leave, please. Lu Ming was forcibly dragged out. His voice gradually faded and then disappeared. Silence returned to the office. At this point, the others finally understood the cause and effect. Lu Jian deserved it for daring to offend the boss himself. After a moment of silence, Ge Zhong spoke first, asking, Mr. Yi, I've always had a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it. Having learned from Lu Jian's experience, he had to be very careful with his words. Ask away. Since we're targeting the high-end market, why not produce directly according to the Formula S dosage, instead of diluting it tenfold? Ge Zhong asked, puzzled. Even if I explained this to you, you wouldn't understand. Yifeng didn't want to explain. Oh well. Seeing that Yifeng wouldn't say anything, Ge Zhong had no choice but to stop there. Upon hearing this, the others felt that Yifeng was just putting on airs and didn't treat them as high-level executives at all. Actually, the real reason Yifeng didn't say it was because he couldn't do it. The original formula was Yi Feng's recipe for refining pills. It required him to refine them by hand and could not be mass-produced industrially, otherwise it would only have the opposite effect. The consequences would be unimaginable. But even if I told them these reasons, they wouldn't believe me. There was a brief silence. The atmosphere was never very harmonious. Seeing that no one was speaking, Yifeng spoke again. I have a direction for the development of the divine water. Our current products are too expensive, making it impossible to penetrate the huge grassroots market. They can only become luxury items for the wealthy, which means our market value will never grow. Therefore, we need to produce different categories of goods based on consumption levels, 10 times for the high-end market, 100 times for the mid-range market, and 1,000 times for the low-end market. Upon hearing this, the executives present applauded. It seems that this boss isn't completely ignorant of business. Li Anlin's appreciation for Yifeng grew even stronger. She hadn't expected Yifeng to have some business acumen. This is truly rare. Gu Zhong worriedly said, if we expand the market, the raw materials for medicinal herbs will be a big problem. Relying solely on domestic raw materials is far from enough. Then we'll source globally. Yifeng said, however, there's no need to rush right now. In the early stages, let's build a good reputation in the high-end market and take it one step at a time. Yes, I agree. Li Anlin was the first to express her support. The others nodded in approval. Li Anlin looked at Gu Zhong and asked, by the way, how is the product testing going? Everything went very smoothly. Gu Zhong's eyes shone with excitement. We selected 10 volunteers with skin diseases for testing, and the results so far are quite good. It's just a pity that the time was relatively short, so we couldn't fully realize the therapeutic effect. It's alright, let things play out for a while. Within half a month, the market will definitely explode. Yifeng was very confident. Seeing Yifeng's confidence, the other executives had their doubts. Anyone familiar with the beauty industry knows that it is almost equivalent to the medical industry. Truly high-end brands require a large number of medical researchers and a lot of high-tech equipment. Their Maple Leaf Group spent 1 billion yuan, and apart from renting a luxury office building and setting up some simple factory buildings, all the other expenses were spent on some expensive raw materials. This approach makes it hard to inspire confidence. Chapter 45, Third Uncle, you must stand up for me. Next, Ma Yukai took the lead in speaking, outlining the specific details of the future. Yifeng was not good at these specific management tasks, so he did not speak up. A few hours later. The meeting has ended. Yifeng kept Ma Yukai behind and gave him a task. Manager Ma, you and the Li family will be hosting the entire opening ceremony. Yifeng always felt that the fire 3 years ago was not accidental, but rather deliberately orchestrated by a powerful force, whose target was very likely him, Yifeng. The reason for this is likely his identity as the eldest son of the Yi family. Therefore, he did not want to reveal his identity. Okay, boss, don't worry, I have a lot of experience in this kind of business operation, and I definitely won't let you down, Ma Yukai assured him. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Yifeng patted his shoulder, if there's nothing else, you can go ahead and get back to work. Okay, boss. Ma Yukai bowed slightly, then turned and left. Next, Yifeng checked the financial situation and operational details. Half an hour later, Gu Zhong knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Yi, are you still busy? Gu Zhong asked respectfully. Is there something you need? Well. Gu Zhong stammered. Without saying a word, he knelt down in front of Yifeng with a thud. Sir, you are so righteous, please accept me as your disciple. Yifeng was startled by his actions. She quickly helped him up, saying, You're too kind. Let's get up and talk about it. Gu Zhong was helped up, his eyes pleading, If you would accept me as your disciple, I would obey your orders forever. Yifeng paused, pondering for a moment. Gu Zhong is a good person with a deep foundation in the study of traditional Chinese medicine, making him a suitable candidate to promote it. There's no need for the apprenticeship ceremony after all, you're older than me, so it's not really appropriate. Yifeng said, How about this, I'll give you a medical book another day. It contains many lost medical techniques and prescriptions. How much you can understand depends on yourself. Really? Okay, I'll bring it to you another day, Yifeng said readily. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Gu Zhong was moved to tears. As the saying goes, medical knowledge should not be passed on to outsiders. He thought Yifeng would refuse his request, but he didn't expect him to be so generous, even willing to give him his treasured medical books. No need for thanks. Just keep a close eye on the production of Maple Leaf Group's products in the future. Yi Feng patted him on the shoulder. Mr. Yi, rest assured, as long as I have a breath left, I will dedicate myself to the Maple Leaf Group. That's not the case. Oh, right, Guizhong suddenly said. Mr. Yi, do you remember what you promised me before? When would you be free to treat 2 patients with comminuted fractures for me? Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, let's wait until after the opening ceremony. I'll be free then. After all, I made a promise to him, and I can't go back on my word. It's just treating an illness, it won't waste much time. Guizhong bowed slightly and said, that's wonderful. I thank you on behalf of the 2 patients. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Okay, then I'll take my leave. After Guizhong left, Yi Feng was also about to depart. I had just taken the elevator to the first floor when I saw Lu Ming again. At this moment, Lu Ming's cheeks were covered in bruises, and there was severe skin damage on his cheekbone with traces of blood, which looked quite serious. This time, Yi Feng ignored him and left directly. Let him struggle for a few days first. However, Lu Ming didn't think so. When he saw Yi Feng come out, his eyelashes practically flared up. Yi Feng, are you finally done with your interview? Lu Ming stormed over and blocked Yi Feng's path. You haven't been waiting for me all this time, have you? That's so touching. Yi Feng stopped in his tracks, wondering what other tricks he was up to. Seeing Yi Feng's leisurely and carefree expression, Lu Ming became even angrier. After we beat him up, how dare he still show up at Maple Leaf Group so openly? Yi Feng, you're finished. You've offended me, and your whole family is doomed, Lu Ming said, baring his teeth. Really? Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough just now. Yi Feng raised his hand, about to swing it. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming was so frightened that he quickly backed away. In his eyes, Yi Feng was a madman who wouldn't dare to do anything. Yi Feng, I admit I can't beat you, but in this world, connections matter. If you kneel down and admit your mistake, I can let bygones be bygones and have my third uncle hire you. Lu Ming's tone suddenly became more amiable. He wanted to recruit Yi Feng and then slowly torture him. With his third uncle around, he wasn't afraid of not being able to get revenge. Why are you being so nice to me? I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. Yi Feng smiled. I'm a magnanimous person, I won't hold it against you, so quickly kneel down and apologize. Lu Ming said magnanimously. Okay. Yi Feng raised his leg, preparing to kick him. This time, Lu Ming became shrewd. The moment Yi Feng lifted his foot, he was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. Are you crazy? If you hit me again, I'll really get angry. Didn't you want to kneel down? I'll grant your wish, Yi Feng said earnestly. I said you should kneel down. That won't do. Yi Feng ignored him, put his hands in his pockets, shrugged, and walked away nonchalantly. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly chased after him, shouting, You don't need to kneel down, just come back and apologize. Hey, did you hear me? Lu Ming shouted at the top of his lungs, but Yi Feng walked further and further away, completely ignoring him. He was so angry that he stomped his foot. I don't believe you don't care about this job. Lu Ming went straight up to the 65th floor to find his third uncle. At the same time, after being expelled by Yi Feng, Lu Jian felt like he wanted to die. After completing the resignation procedures, I was about to pack my things and leave when I ran into Lu Ming in the corridor. Third uncle, you have to help me. Lu Ming pointed to his bruised and swollen face and cried, Your nephew was beaten up. He actually dared to beat me up on Maple Leaf Group's territory. He didn't give you any face. Third uncle, you must stand up for me and help me get revenge. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Jian was filled with rage. If it weren't for him, would I have ended up in this situation? Are you still asking him to help you get revenge? It's good enough that we didn't kill him. However, Lu Jian suppressed his anger and asked, Then how do you want me to help you? It's very simple. Seeing his third uncle's angry expression, Lu Ming felt there was hope. That guy just had an interview at our company. I want you to pass him on and let him work here so I can have a chance to get rid of him. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with cunning. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian felt an urge to strangle him. He caused me to lose my job, and now he's still bringing up job interviews? He clenched his fist and asked again, Tell me that guy's name, and I'll hire him right away. My third uncle is still the best to me. Hearing Lu Jian's straightforwardness, Lu Ming immediately said, "That guy's surname is Yi, he's unemployed, his full name is Yi Feng, as long as." Chapter 46, A Young and Promising Boss. Yi Feng? Snap. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jian slapped Lu Ming hard across the face, leaving another 5-finger mark on Lu Ming's already swollen cheek. "Third uncle, why did you hit me?" Lu Ming covered his cheek, looking completely bewildered. "You wicked bastard, I'll kill you." Lu Jian threw down the documents in his hand and started punching and kicking Lu Ming. Lu Ming was bewildered when he was inexplicably beaten again. "Did I forget to check the almanac before going out today?" It's one thing for others to beat him up, but he even went after his own third uncle. "Third uncle, please stop hitting me, I was wrong." Lu Ming dared not resist and could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. However, Lu Jian, in a fit of extreme rage, couldn't stop. Not satisfied with punching and kicking, he grabbed whatever was useful and handy nearby and used it to attack Lu Ming. A moment later, Lu Ming's originally bruised cheeks are now swollen like a pig's head. "Third uncle, you must have a reason for hitting me, right? What did I do to upset you?" Lu Ming was so angry he wanted to curse. "Reason?" Lu Jian kicked him and pointed at him, asking, "You bastard, did you offend him?" "No. I didn't." Lu Ming's mouth was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely speak. That was truly a bitter pill to swallow. He was beaten up in the toilet. Strictly speaking, it was Yi Feng who offended him, not the other way around. "No? You bastard, do you even know who he is?" Lu Jian didn't believe him at all. Lu Ming was stunned after hearing this. Isn't he just a son-in-law of the Tang family? "Third uncle, why are you so afraid of him?" Lu Ming was very confused. "You son of a bitch." Lu Jian slapped him again, saying, "He's the boss of Maple Leaf Group." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was stunned. "Is Yi Feng the owner of Maple Leaf Group?" Maple Leaves, Maple Leaves. I offended the boss of Maple Leaf Group?" Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were dumbfounded. When Lu Jian learned the truth, he was completely heartbroken. Of all people to offend, this guy actually offended the big boss. "It's all gone, everything's gone." Lu Jian listlessly picked up the documents from the ground, grabbed a water glass, and walked out looking dejected. After Lu Jian left, Lu Ming was extremely panicked and could not calm down for a long time. No. If he were the big boss of Maple Leaf Group, how could he have been kicked out by Tang Ruoxue? How could he have been looked down upon by the Tang family so much? Lu Ming knows Tang Feifei very well. His girlfriend is a typical snob. If Yi Feng really had that ability, Tang Feifei would have been fawning over him to the skies long ago. How could she possibly look down on him? However, he felt that his third uncle wouldn't lie to him. What exactly went wrong? Lu Ming's mind was in complete chaos, as if it had exploded, and he couldn't see through Yi Feng at all. Zhangzhou First People's Hospital. "Mom, where's Dad?" "I've been trying to call him for days, but I can't get through." Xiaobin lay on the hospital bed, looking at a heavily made-up woman beside him and asked. His father had promised to take people to deal with Yi Feng, but several days had passed and Yi Feng was still alive and kicking, while his father's phone remained unanswered. Xiaobin found it strange. "I hope nothing bad has happened to him?" Xiaobin asked with a worried expression. As Zhao's mother peeled an apple, she waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry about him. He's probably off to some mistress again. He'll get tired of her in a few days and come back." "Really? Otherwise what? Don't I know him well?" "Oh, maybe so." Xiaobin knew his father's character. He had at least 3 or 4 mistresses outside. Besides, with the scar there, nothing should happen. However, after letting Yi Feng cause trouble for so long, he became increasingly annoyed. "Mom, you know a lot of people in the underworld. Is there any way you can find me some more people to kill Yi Feng?" Xiaobin said. "You know what, there really is one." Zhao's mother suddenly put down the knife and said very seriously, "I heard from people in the underworld that something big happened to the Tiger Gang recently. I don't know the specifics, but I heard that the Tiger Gang is now being led by their sister-in-law, Xiaoxiang. This woman from Xiaoxiang is nicknamed the Red Widow. Her methods of killing are even more ruthless than black tigers. Anyone who disobeys her will be killed. The key point is that she and her men are very greedy for money." Upon hearing this, Xiaobin sat up excitedly. "Do you have a way to contact them?" Yes, there are, but they are quite expensive. A little extra money is fine, as long as I can kill Yifeng and vent my anger. I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Zhao Bin wished he could kill Yifeng right now. After a moment's thought, Zhao's mother nodded. Okay, I'll send a text message to my friend. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Tang Ruoxue led Guzhong in, and Tang Mingjie followed, leaning on a cane and limping along. Young Master Zhao, good news. Our injuries can finally be treated. Tang Mingjie limped to the bedside and said excitedly. What do you mean? Zhao Bin looked at Guzhong and guessed, has that expert arrived? Quickly, invite him in. Young Master Zhao, please calm down. Guzhong smiled and said, that expert hasn't arrived yet, but he has promised me that he will definitely come after he finishes his work the day after tomorrow. As long as he takes action, I guarantee that your illness can be cured. Hearing his confidence, Zhao Bin and Tang Mingjie were thrilled. Tang Ruoxue was also happy for them, since their injuries were caused by Yifeng, which, strictly speaking, was indirectly caused by her. If they become disabled, Tang Ruoxue will feel guilty for the rest of her life. By the way, when exactly is that old gentleman coming? Tang Ruoxue asked. She happens to need to attend the opening ceremony of Maple Leaf Group the day after tomorrow, and if the timing doesn't conflict, she'd like to meet this old gentleman. After all, the Tang family's business is in the beauty industry, which is also part of the medical industry. If she could get to know such a miracle doctor, it would definitely be of great benefit to her development. It'll probably be in the evening, or at the earliest in the afternoon, Guzhong thought, adding that the opening ceremony would take at least 5 or 6 hours. That's perfect. I'll have to see this old gentleman's amazing medical skills then, Tang Ruoxue said. Old sir, haha. Guzhong stroked his beard and laughed. He's not some old gentleman, but a young and handsome lad, probably only 3 or 4 years older than you. Young man? The others were all speechless after hearing this. They had always heard Dr. Gu refer to him as a highly accomplished person, and they had imagined him to be an old man with a white beard. It was actually a teenager? Tang Ruoxue asked in surprise, then where did he acquire his medical skills? He's so young, he shouldn't have such advanced medical skills, right? At this point, Guzhong revealed an expression of envy and awe. This master is truly a dragon among men. His abilities go far beyond just medical skills. As expected, he quickly became a household name and a top figure. Upon hearing Guzhong's words, Tang Ruoxue couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. Not only is he a highly skilled doctor, but he's also a top-tier figure. Most importantly, he's young and promising, the kind of man every woman dreams of. Tang Ruoxue was increasingly looking forward to witnessing the demeanor of this master. Chapter 47, A Gift for Tang Yi. Alright, I have a few patients waiting, so I won't chat with you anymore. After Guzhong finished speaking, he turned and left the ward. Tang Ruoxue quickly chased after her. At a bend in the road, she caught up with Guzhong and said timidly, Dr. Gu, you have such a good relationship with this master, could you please mention me to him? Seeing Tang Ruoxue's shy expression, Guzhong stroked his beard and said, Miss Tang, don't waste your time. This master already has a wife. Ah? Tang Ruoxue felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. However, she quickly regained her composure and said, Dr. Gu, you misunderstand. I just admire him and hope to make a friend like him. I have absolutely no ulterior motives. Okay, I'll try my best. After Guzhong finished speaking, he turned and left. Upon receiving Dr. Ji's promise, Tang Ruoxue excitedly stomped her feet. In the hospital ward. After Tang Ruoxue left, Tang Mingjie exchanged a few polite words with Zhao Bin and then went back to his own ward. At this moment, Zhao's mother excitedly said while holding her phone, I've got it. A friend of mine said he can help us connect with the Tiger Gang's Go, a nickname for a member of the gang. Go? You mean that local tyrant from the new district? Zhao Bin asked excitedly. That's right, this guy is Scarface's superior. He kills without blinking an eye. Asking him to take action will be absolutely foolproof, said Zhao's mother. Very good. Zhao Bin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he muttered, Yifeng, let's see how long you can keep this up this time? 2 pieces of good news in a row today. Not only will my disability be cured, but I can also get revenge. It's like God has opened his eyes. Mom, please help me with the discharge procedures. I want to go back and celebrate properly. Zhao Bin didn't want to stay in the hospital for another second. Okay, I'll get it done for you right away. Since there was a miracle doctor treating her anyway, Zhao's mother felt there was no need to stay in the hospital. 2 days later, Yifeng, dressed in an elegant suit and carrying a beautiful gift box, arrived at the Tang family's residence. They were preparing to take Tang Yi to the opening ceremony of Maple Leaf Group. As soon as they entered the Tang family's gate, they saw a group of people surrounding Tang Ruoxue, praising her endlessly. "Ruoxue, your necklace is so exquisite. It's a perfect match for your beauty. Based on my experience, I estimate this necklace is worth at least tens of thousands. It's mainly because Ruoxue is beautiful, she looks good in anything." Tang Ruoxue's outfit today was truly stunning. She was already beautiful, and the luxurious long dress perfectly showcased her figure, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Especially when paired with that exquisite necklace, she gives off the vibe of a female protagonist from a novel. Tang Feifei, standing to the side, said enviously, "To be honest, Sister Ruoxue's necklace is worth more than a few 100,000. It's a signature piece in Li's jewelry store, worth over $1 million. More than $1 million? My goodness, that's enough to buy so many cases of mutai. Of course. That's the price of an entire house." The Tang family members' eyes lit up with envy. But at this moment, Tang Ruoxue was not happy at all. If she hadn't seen that 100 million yuan Heart of the Ocean set, she would indeed have plenty to be proud of. But ever since she saw that masterpiece, she has been longing for it. A piece of jewelry worth 100 million yuan. I wonder who is so lucky to be able to wear it. "Well, it's not actually that expensive, I'll just wear it as is," Tang Ruoxue said with a smile. "Xiaoxue, you're being too modest. How many people can afford to wear jewelry worth over $1 million? Aunt Tang said enviously. "Auntie, you should know." Tang Feifei covered her mouth and laughed. "You know what? When Sister Ruoxue and I were buying necklaces, we ran into Chen Shujuan's son-in-law. He actually wanted to buy 100 million yuan worth of jewelry. Isn't that hilarious? 100 million worth of jewelry? Is he crazy? You bet it was so embarrassing. Ruoxue and I quickly ran away to avoid being dragged into this and becoming the laughingstock of us." The group was chatting and laughing. Suddenly someone pointed to the door and said, "Speak of the devil, and he appears. Yifeng is here." Yifeng originally intended to turn a corner and go directly to Yi, but since he had been seen, he went up to say hello. "Hello everyone." Yifeng walked over and greeted him, then turned around. But then Tang Feifei scoffed, "Oh ho, Yifeng, is that a necklace you're carrying too? Is it a gift for Yi?" "That's right." Yifeng nodded, not wanting to say more. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaoji quickly walked over, examined the gift box in Yifeng's hand, and said, "It wouldn't be that 100 million yuan piece of jewelry, would it? Show it to everyone so we can all have a good look." Yifeng did indeed possess the heart of the ocean, but he had no intention of getting entangled with them. Just as he was about to walk away, Tang Yi and Chen Shuan also came out. "Yifeng, you're here?" Upon seeing Yifeng, Tang Yi excitedly walked over. She missed Yifeng terribly after not seeing him for 2 days. If there weren't other people around, she would have given him a big hug. When Yifeng saw Yi, his stern face relaxed. "Here, this is a gift for you." Yifeng handed the gift box to Yi. Upon seeing it, Tang Yi didn't care what it was and happily grabbed Yifeng's hand. "Yifeng, you even gave me a gift, thank you so much. Open it and take a look, see if you like it." Yifeng was also ashamed, as he had only given her a gift for the first time a few days after they got their marriage certificate. Watching the two sweet gestures, Tang Ruoxue felt a pang of sadness in her heart. In the past, Yifeng looked at her with the same eyes, full of doting and concern. Even though they were poor back then, Tang Ruoxue felt that she was happiest at that time. She used to smile as sweetly as Tang Yi. But for some reason, she gradually grew to dislike Yifeng's incompetent gentleness and increasingly felt that this was not what she wanted. Seeing Tang Yi's happy appearance now, she felt somewhat displeased. "Yes, Yifeng carefully selected this for you. Open it and let everyone see what a wonderful treasure he gave you," Tang Ruoxue said with a haughty expression. She wanted to see what kind of trashy gifts Yifeng could come up with. Tang Feifei chimed in, "It's not like those jade pieces that cost 10 yuan each on the overpass, is it?" "Yes, hurry up and open it so everyone can see it," Aunt Tang urged. Tang Yi couldn't quite grasp the meaning at first, but seeing the mocking looks in their eyes, she understood. They were all waiting to see Yifeng make a fool of himself. "I'll like anything Yifeng gives me, no matter what it is." Tang Yi didn't want to embarrass Yifeng, so she naturally didn't dare to open it. Yifeng said nonchalantly, "It's fine. If they want to see, just open it and let them. I'll help you put it on." This is a heart of the ocean worth 100 million Yifeng is going to dazzle them. However, Chen Shuan, who was standing nearby, became anxious upon hearing this. She knew Yifeng's capabilities all too well. Even if it wasn't a 10 yuan piece bought on the overpass, it wouldn't be much better. It would be incredibly embarrassing to open it. Xiaofeng, we're not like some snobs who only look at the price. It's enough that you're willing to do it. We can tear it down later. After saying that, Chen Shuan pulled Yifeng and Tang Yi away in a hurry. Tang Yi didn't want to be laughed at by them, so she took the opportunity to slip away. Chapter 48, So Beautiful, I Love It. Chen Shuan pulled Tang Yi and Yifeng away in a hurry. As soon as she stepped out the door, Chen Shujuan's expression changed. "Yifeng, are you out of your mind? There were so many people around, and you still dared to open the gift box? You may not have any shame, but I do." Tang Yi tugged at Chen Shujuan's clothes. "Mom, didn't you just say that you didn't care about the price, as long as the intention was there?" "With good intentions? What does with good intentions mean?" Chen Shuan rolled her eyes. If he had any conscience, he wouldn't have brought over something from a street stall. This doesn't look like something you'd find at a street stall. Tang Yi held the gift box, liking it more and more as she looked at it. Even if it's something from a street stall, she'll like it as long as it's a gift from Yifeng. Yifeng explained, "Mom, it's really not some cheap knockoff. You'll see when you open it." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Chen Shuan immediately became angry. "Fine, open it for me now. If this thing isn't worth 1,000 yuan, you're divorcing me. Do you dare? Okay, but if it's over 10,000 yuan, you can no longer interfere with my marriage with Yi." Yifeng's tone was firm, but he wasn't angry. He knew that although Chen Shuan spoke harshly, she was actually kind-hearted and had a sharp tongue. It may be related to her life experience. Chen Shuan was a single mother for more than 20 years and suffered a lot, so she did not want Yi to suffer like her for the rest of her life. Everything she did was to give Yi a reliable support. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi stopped him, saying, "Yifeng, you don't need to do this. I really don't care. Don't speak." Chen Shuan snatched the gift box away. Then it was placed on the ground and torn apart roughly. She paused for a moment when she tore off the strap and opened the box. The jewelry in the box was so dazzling that it sparkled in the sunlight. When did street vendor goods become so realistic? Chen Shuan picked up the necklace and looked at it, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, she was used to a life of hardship and had no ability to distinguish gemstones. However, at first glance, it is indeed very beautiful, much more beautiful than Tang Ruoshue's dress. Wow, so beautiful. The moment Tang Yi saw the necklace, her eyes lit up. Although she didn't care about the price, girls are naturally drawn to shiny things. "Mom, put it on me quickly." Tang Yi excitedly stretched out her neck. "Come on, give it a try." Chen Shuan didn't care whether it was true or not, and put it on Tang Yi's head. After putting on the necklace, Yifeng personally fastened the brooch and ring on Yi. With this set of jewelry, Tang Yi's temperament was instantly elevated to a higher level. Her figure was already perfect, with curves in all the right places and a slim figure in all the right places. Today, she was wearing a white, tight-fitting long dress that perfectly showcased her curves. If you disregard her appearance, she's definitely prettier than Tang Ruoshue. "Yifeng, you're so beautiful, I love you so much." Tang Yi was as happy as a child, twirling around in place while holding onto her skirt. Chen Shujuan's expression changed again as she smiled at Yifeng. "This must cost tens of thousands, right? This set is much prettier than Tang Ruoshue's. Even if it's fake, it won't be cheap." Yes." Yifeng smiled and nodded. Anyway, no one would believe him if he told the truth, so he might as well do whatever he wanted. As long as he likes it. The mother and daughter were having a good time when an Alfred sedan drove up from a distance and stopped in front of them. Seeing this, Tang Yi and Chen Shuan were very puzzled. Why is such a luxurious car parked here? Just as they were wondering, a man in a suit got out of the car, walked up to Yifeng, and bowed, saying, "Boss, please get in the car." "Mom, the car is here, let's go." Before Yifeng arrived at the Tang family, he had already asked Ma Yukai to send a car to pick him up. Tang Yi and her daughter were stunned for a moment. What's going on? Are ride-hailing services this considerate these days? They even call you boss? Yifeng, did you rent this car and hire these bodyguards? Why waste money like this? Tang Yi guessed that they must not have taken a taxi, otherwise they wouldn't have such a luxurious car. Never mind that for now, let's get in the car. The opening ceremony was about to begin, and Yifeng didn't have time to explain to them. Okay, let's go. Chen Shuan was the first to get on the bus, and she and Tang Yi sat in the back seat. Yifeng sat in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the plaza of the Maple Leaf Group. After Chen Shuan came down, she said, Yifeng, since you don't have an admission ticket, just wait for me and eat outside. When we go back, we'll rent an even more luxurious car and let Tang Ruoxue see how powerful we are. Okay, Mom, the luxury car is no problem. Yifeng said, but I also have some things to take care of up there, so I don't have time to wait down here. I'll find you guys after the ceremony. Alright, once you go up there, don't embarrass me, Chen Shuan reminded her. Don't worry, Mom, I understand. Yifeng led the way through the gate. Chen Shuan and Tang Yi followed him inside. No sooner had the three left than Tang Ruoxue's car drove into the square in front of the gate and parked in a parking space. After the car door opened, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei got out of the car, wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Just as the two were about to go inside, they saw Lu Ming walking over in a hurry. Feifei, Ruoxue, you're here? Lu Ming called out and went to meet him. Upon seeing Lu Ming personally greet her, Tang Ruoxue's face was filled with a proud smile. Young Master Lu, you're too kind. Why did you come down to receive us personally? Ming Ji, why is your face so swollen? Seeing Lu Ming's pig-like face, Tang Feifei almost didn't recognize him. Let's talk about this later. Come on, let's find a place to chat. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he pulled Tang Feifei and led them to a less crowded area. Seeing his furtive appearance, Tang Feifei became impatient. What are you doing? Are you a thief? I have something very, very important to ask you, and you must answer me truthfully. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Seeing his serious expression, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei's expressions also became solemn. What's going on? Why are you making it so mysterious? Tang Feifei asked. Lu Ming glanced around a few times, and when he found no one nearby, he lowered his voice and asked, Sister Ruoxue, answer me honestly, did Yifeng initiate your divorce? Did he abandon you because he didn't like you? How is that possible? Tang Feifei scoffed, that good-for-nothing Yifeng, abandoning Sister Ruoxue? How dare he? When my second aunt presented him with the divorce papers, he felt like dying. Okay, the second question. Lu Ming remained serious. After Ruoxue divorced him, how much property did she give him in the settlement? What exactly do you want to ask? Tang Feifei started to get angry. Never mind that, just answer me. No, Tang Ruoxue said. I gave him 2 million back then, but he refused because he was too proud to accept it. Feifei also knows about this. Great, the third one. Lu Ming continued, in the past 3 years, besides being a stay-at-home dad, has Yifeng made any influential friends? No, not at all. Tang Ruoxue shook her head firmly. Snap. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming clapped his hands vigorously. He knew there was a mistake. How could Yifeng possibly be the boss of Maple Leaf Group? If he were truly capable, would Tang Ruoxue have even had the chance to abandon him? He would have already turned the tables, and wouldn't he be marrying an ugly woman? What top-tier beauty couldn't he find? It must just be someone with the same name. Chapter 49, The Crown Prince of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. Tang Feifei felt that Lu Ming was acting strangely, and asked in a coquettish tone, Brother Ming, have you taken a fancy to my sister Ruoxue and don't want me anymore? Being an employee of Maple Leaf Group is highly coveted, and Tang Feifei doesn't want to lose him. What are you thinking about? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and said, even if you gave me a bucket of blood as my courage, I wouldn't dare to make a move on Sister Ruoxue. You're smart to know what's good for you. Tang Feifei lightly punched Lu Ming's chest. It's all right now. Lu Ming said with a grin, come on, I've saved you a good spot. Okay, let's go. Tang Feifei quickly stopped being angry. Led by Lu Ming, the three of them went up to the 64th floor together. This floor is an exhibition hall, with over 1,000 square meters of open space. The European-style decor looks particularly luxurious, the huge stage is dazzling, and the overall atmosphere is quite grand. Most of the people present today are upper-class wealthy women or heiresses from wealthy families. Each of them seemed to have more prestige than Tang Ruoxue. I wish I could hold a ceremony like this someday, Tang Ruoxue said, gazing at the magnificent hall with a look of pure delight. Sister Ruoxue, I believe in you. With your abilities and the support of the Zhao family, you will definitely have such influence in less than 3 years. Tang Feifei smiled and flattered him. That's right. Tang Ruoxue's face showed a proud expression. I believe that my ability is no less than anyone else's. As long as I have the opportunity, I will definitely be able to achieve such results. At that time, I will have all the wealthy families in Jiangzhou attend my company's ceremony, and my name, Tang Ruoxue, will be known to everyone, just like Li Anlin. Every time she enters such a high-class place, she's like she's been injected with adrenaline. She vowed to become someone admired by all. In her mind, everything she has now is the result of her own hard work, so she has the right and the confidence to say such things. However, if Yifeng heard such delusional talk, he would probably laugh his head off. Everything she has is given to her by Yifeng. If it weren't for Yifeng, she would still be running a small stall and living in a rented room. Seeing Tang Ruoxue's passion, Tang Feifei's enthusiasm was also ignited. Sister Ruoxue, I believe you will lead our Tang family to the top. Lu Ming listened from the side, smiling but saying nothing. Although he had only been with Maple Leaf Group for a short time, he had heard a lot of rumors. It was said that even Li Anlin had to be mindful of their big boss's feelings, and the company's potential was enormous. It was very likely to grow into a towering tree, something that the Tang family could never catch up with. However, Lu Ming was just joking to himself and didn't want to discourage them. Oh, right, I've saved some seats for you. Please follow me. Lu Ming led the two to the middle, to a good spot. Being able to sit in such a good position makes them feel superior. Oh, right. Tang Ruoxue asked, will Li Anlin attend today's ceremony? Although Tang Ruoxue was arrogant, she was also aware of the current situation. As it stands, Li Anlin is an unapproachable business queen and the role model she has always been chasing. She naturally hoped to get to know her. Probably. Lu Ming said, the Li family owns 10% of Maple Leaf Group, which is entirely managed by Li Anlin. She should be present. Do you know her? Could you introduce us? Tang Ruoxue really wanted to learn from her. Well, I do know her, but she might not know me. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing, I was just asking casually. Tang Ruoxue was somewhat disappointed. She thought that since Lu Ming had worked at the Li Group, he would have a chance to get in touch with Li Anlin. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Isn't that Li Anlin? I know her very well. Do you two beauties need my help? Upon hearing the sound, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei turned around in astonishment, only to see an extremely lewd expression on his face as he laughed at them. This feeling is even more disgusting than encountering a perverted man secretly taking pictures of you on the subway. No, thank you. Tang Ruoxue waved her hand and turned her head away, not wanting to look at him again. How could someone like that possibly know Li Anlin? Tang Feifei was about to scold the other party when Lu Ming excitedly exclaimed, Young Master Lu, it's you. What a coincidence! Young Master Lu? The person who can earn such respect from Lu Ming must be someone of great importance. Young Master Lu, do you know him? Tang Ruoxue asked in confusion. Of course. Lu Ming said with a grin, Lu Jun, the heir of Baichuan Group, who doesn't know him? The heir of the Baichuan Group? So, he's Lu Baichuan's son? Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei's expressions immediately changed. Young Master Lu, I didn't recognize you just now, I was truly rude, Tang Ruoxue said with a smile. The Lu family is the Zhao family's backer, and the Tang family's development over the years has also benefited from the Lu family. Now that they have met the crown prince, they naturally have to cater to him. Lu Jun waved his hand dismissively, what crown prince? Just call me Jun. I'm a pretty easygoing person, there's nothing impolite about it. That's great. Young Master Lu is so easygoing it's truly rare to find someone like that. Tang Ruoxue extended her hand, my name is Tang Ruoxue. I hope you will give me your guidance in the future, young Master Lu. No problem, we're all on the same side. Lu Jun was all smiles, but his hands were quite active. When he shook hands with Tang Ruoxue, he rubbed her a few times, and his eyes were fixed on Tang Ruoxue's collar. Although she sensed his lewdness, Tang Ruoxue still smiled obsequiously, not daring to offend him. This guy is a real money magnet. Most of the Tang family's orders come from the Lu family. By the way, Tang Ruoxue gradually withdrew her hand, changing the subject. Do you really know Lianlin? Can you introduce me to him? Her eyes were full of anticipation. A minor issue. Lu Jun readily agreed. My Lu family and the Li family have always been on good terms. As long as I step in, Lianlin will definitely give me face. Then thank you very much, young Master Lu. Although she was subjected to lewd stares for a few minutes, Tang Ruoxue felt it was worth it to have the opportunity to get to know Lianlin. The group was chatting. Tang Ruoxue suddenly saw Yifeng, Tang Yi, and Chen Shuan, and walked over. Yifeng? What are you doing here? Tang Ruoxue asked in an annoyed tone. She felt as if Yifeng was a vengeful spirit, always around her, and every time she saw him on an important occasion, nothing good ever happened. At the banquet held by the Li group last time, he beat Zhao Bin half to death. Seeing him again now, Tang Ruoxue felt really unlucky. However, despite her anger, seeing Tang Yi holding his hand, Tang Ruoxue felt a strange pang of jealousy. Oh, we meet again? What a small world. Yifeng wasn't too surprised to see them. After all, Chen Shujuan's admission ticket was given by Lu Ming, so she naturally sat next to Tang Ruoxue and the others. Sister Ruoxue is asking you a question. Are you mute? Tang Feifei asked angrily. You don't have a ticket, you just come in like that. Believe me or not, my brother Ming will call security to carry you out? After saying that, Tang Feifei looked at Lu Ming, wanting him to call security. At this moment, Lu Ming was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Yifeng. He was instinctively afraid and had a feeling that he wanted to kill him but was also afraid of being beaten up. Chapter 50, The Heart of the Ocean. You want to kick me out? Yifeng glared at Lu Ming and said, aren't you going to ask him how he got the injury on his face? It's fine if we don't talk about his face, but as soon as we mention it, Lu Ming gets furious. This isn't a restroom. With so many people around, he didn't believe Yifeng would dare to act recklessly. Yifeng, don't be arrogant. I've already figured out your background. Aren't you just a son-in-law that Tang Ruoxue abandoned? What right do you have to hit me? Lu Ming mustered his courage and said with his head held high. Upon hearing this, the two Tang sisters looked surprised. Was Lu Ming's face also slapped by Yifeng? He must be a hedgehog, always pricking people he sees. However, seeing her son-in-law so arrogant, Chen Shuan was very pleased, saying, he deserved to be beaten for questioning my Yi. You all just wait. Lu Ming first glared at Yifeng, then looked at Tang Yi. Tang Yi, let me tell you, you're not going to leave Maple Leaf Group easily today. The ceremony will be your nightmare from now on. After saying that, he glared at Yifeng and said, and you, if you don't leave, I'll show you what cruelty is. After making those harsh remarks, Lu Ming stomped his foot and stormed off. Seeing this, Tang Yi quickly tugged at Yifeng's sleeve. Yifeng, you can just bring me up here, hurry up and go down, otherwise it will be troublesome if the security guards come. Don't worry. Yifeng gently stroked her hair. No one dares to touch me on my turf. After saying that, Yifeng looked at Tang Ruoxue and said, didn't you ask me how I dared to appear here? Now I'll tell you, it's because I'm the one who hosted this opening ceremony, and all of you are my guests. Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Tang Ruoxue shook her head dismissively and sneered, Yifeng, you keep saying I'm vain and have unrealistic ambitions, but look at yourself now, where is the person you used to be? You actually daydreamed in this kind of setting just to impress me. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm ashamed for you. Is that so? Yifeng knew she wouldn't believe him, and he didn't care if she did. When the truth comes out, she will have regrets. Tang Ruoxue, you have never truly cared about me, nor have you ever understood me. When you finally see me clearly, you will regret what you were saying now. Yifeng spoke these words calmly. She's not worth Yifeng getting angry over. Chen Shuan secretly kicked him, saying, that's enough of your act. Mom, I'm not pretending. I said I would make Yi the happiest woman in the world, and I will definitely keep my word, Yifeng said earnestly. Chen Shuan wanted to scold him, but in front of outsiders, Yifeng was always her son-in-law. Okay, Mom believes in you. Mom is waiting for the day you achieve success. Chen Shuan said, forcing herself to speak. Seeing the two daydreaming, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei couldn't help but laugh. Previously, only Yifeng liked to pretend, but now there's another one. Yifeng, if you're really that capable, why don't you give Yi an expensive necklace? If you can even afford a necklace worth 100,000 yuan, I'll take it as you're not lying. Tang Feifei pointed to the necklace around Tang Yi's neck and said in a flippant tone, "But you gave her a cheap necklace from a street stall. I think it's hard to believe you." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Tang Yi's neck and showed a contemptuous expression. However, that one glance left her speechless. She thought she was seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes and took another look. Isn't this the heart of the ocean? How did it end up on you?" Tang Feifei asked in surprise. Startled by her words, Tang Ruoxue also looked at Tang Yi's neck. It truly is the heart of the ocean. Even though it was just a fleeting glance, Tang Ruoxue was deeply impressed by the heart of the ocean. This is the jewelry she has always longed for. The heart of the ocean is worth 100 million. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue stared intently at Tang Yi's neck, her eyes revealing a mixture of shock, envy, and disbelief. "Tang Yi, how did the heart of the ocean end up with you?" Tang Ruoxue asked in surprise. "What heart of the ocean? I don't know anything about it." Tang Yi glanced at Yifeng with a puzzled look, then looked at Tang Ruoxue. "This is the jewelry Yifeng just gave me. I like it, so I put it on. I don't know what you mean by heart of the ocean, but was it a gift from Yifeng? Could it be that he took the one to the Tang family?" Tang Ruoxue looked at Yifeng with suspicion. "So, after Feifei and I left that day, you really bought it?" "That's right." Yifeng said seriously. "However, strictly speaking, I had already made a reservation. I just went there to pick it up that day." Seeing how serious Yifeng was, Tang Feifei almost burst out laughing. After a moment's thought, Tang Ruoxue pointed to the necklace and asked, "Tang Yi, do you know how much this necklace you're wearing costs?" Tang Yi didn't know much about jewelry either, and stammered, "It should cost tens of thousands, right?" She dared not say more, afraid of being laughed at again. The moment the words left her mouth, Tang Feifei burst out laughing. Tang Yi, you have such a good eye." Tang Feifei said. "Let me tell you the truth, the real heart of the ocean costs 99.99 million, which is 100 million. Do you think your neck can support something worth 100 million? After Tang Feifei finished speaking, she still couldn't help but bend down and laugh. At this moment, Tang Yi finally understood. "What do you mean? You think?" "That's right, it's fake." Tang Feifei said decisively, "The real heart of the ocean is the crown jewel of Li's jewelry store, priced at 100 million. Do you think Yifeng has the money to buy it?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to utter a word in rebuttal. This son-in-law is unreliable. He bought a fake item and then brazenly boasted about it. Tang Yi didn't seem to care at all. "It's okay, it's fake if it's fake. As long as it looks good, I like it." She simply liked the shiny visual appeal. Whether it was real or fake didn't matter to her at all. In her eyes, they were all just stones, neither edible nor useful. She would only feel it's not worth spending that much money to buy the real thing. Tang Feifei and Tang Ruoxue were so angry that they died. How could the Tang family have produced such a fool? They had intended to mock Tang Yi, but now they felt like they were punching cotton. They had put in a lot of effort, but the other party was immune. The key point is that this immunity wasn't something Tang Yi was faking, it was her true feeling. That's what left them speechless. "Tang Yi, if you don't know the difference between real and fake gemstones, let me explain it to you." Tang Ruoxue began to explain. "Actually, no need, I don't want to know." Tang Yi tugged at Yifeng's hand, snuggled close to him, and said in a coquettish tone, "It's fine as long as I like it." "You." When she was interrupted halfway through her sentence, Tang Ruoxue really wanted to slap herself twice. Why bother explaining pearls to this country bumpkin? They're just asking for trouble. Unable to mock Tang Yi, Tang Ruoxue, unable to vent her anger, turned her anger towards Yifeng. "Yifeng, you've done all this just to make me look at you in a new light, haven't you? Let me tell you, it's impossible." When she said the last three words, Tang Ruoxue emphasized them. In her opinion, Yifeng's actions were utterly ridiculous. On the very first day after his divorce, he wanted to marry his own sister to disgust me. Later, he told all sorts of lies, and now he's gone even further. He also claimed that he hosted the opening ceremony of Maple Leaf Group and bought 100 million yuan worth of jewelry. It's absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 51, Lianlin's teasing. After scolding Yifeng, she still felt unsatisfied and looked at Tang Yi, saying, "Do you really think Yifeng would be willing to be with you because of your looks? He's just putting on a show for me. The more dependent you are on him now, the more disappointed you will be in the future." Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's joyful expression suddenly turned sour. She understands all these principles. They also knew that Yifeng would eventually leave. She just didn't want to think about these sad things and wanted to make every day with Yifeng happy, so that even if Yifeng left in the future, she would have enough beautiful memories. Now that Tang Ruoxue brought it up again, her mood became heavy once more. Yifeng sensed Yi's emotional change and held her hand tightly. Don't worry, for the rest of my life, Yifeng, will never let you down. After saying that, Yifeng turned to look at Tang Ruoxue. Looking at Tang Ruoxue's hysterical state, Yifeng felt sorry for her. Tang Ruoxue, do you remember what I said? I said that I would definitely heal Yi's face in 7 days. Now the time has come, and you will soon see the results. Yifeng spoke these words calmly. In his eyes, Tang Ruoxue, Xiaobin, and even the Li family were all ants. His world was something they could neither understand nor touch. Therefore, Yifeng has no need to hold a grudge. Heal her face? Ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Tang Ruoxue felt that he was faking it again. Tang Feifei was used to Yifeng's bizarre remarks and couldn't be bothered to criticize him. Yifeng didn't expect them to believe him now. He planned to unveil Yi's disguise on stage, in front of everyone, in order to create a sensational publicity campaign and thoroughly promote the effects of the SK2 facial treatment essence. Yi, do you believe me? Yifeng asked, holding Tang Yi's hand. Looking into Yifeng's sincere eyes, Tang Yi nodded without hesitation, I believe you. Okay, just follow my instructions and don't worry. Today, I'm going to make you the brightest star in the room, Yifeng said. Tang Ruoxue didn't know why, but at this moment, she believed Yifeng without any reason. Mom, please take good care of Yi. I have something to do, so I'll have to leave now. Yifeng gave Qin Shuan a few words of advice, then turned and left. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Tang Ruoxue shook her head helplessly. She despised her ex-husband, with whom she had been married for 3 years, to the extreme. I don't know what I was thinking back then, that I actually fell for him. While Tang Ruoxue was still in a daze, Lu Jun leaned over again. Is he your ex-husband? Lu Jun asked, pointing in the direction Yifeng had left. Yes, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Lu. Tang Ruoxue nodded and smiled. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Lu Jun hadn't dared to interrupt, but he felt like he'd seen Yifeng somewhere before. Young Master Lu knows him? Tang Ruoxue was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, Yifeng shouldn't know someone of Lu Jun's caliber. Lu Jun scratched his head, thought for a moment, but still couldn't remember. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Oh, that's not surprising. Tang Ruoxue smiled. How could someone like Yifeng possibly know the heir of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce? Lu Jun seized the opportunity to flatter her, saying, this kid doesn't look like a good person at all. How dare he offend Miss Tang? Should I have someone teach him a lesson? Tang Ruoxue quickly waved her hand, no need, he's not worth young Master Lu's help. Someone like him will be dealt with sooner or later. She really disliked Yifeng and wished he would be taught a lesson and shown how to behave. But Tang Ruoxue herself couldn't bring herself to do it. Alright, if Miss Tang needs anything, just say the word. Even if I kill him, no one will be able to find out. Lu Jun praised him. On the other side. After leaving the exhibition, Yifeng went straight to the top floor. This floor is his private space, and currently no one except Lianlin can enter. Yifeng underwent facial recognition. Bite. The door opened automatically. Yifeng walked in and found Lianlin staring at a huge projection screen. This screen is over 100 square meters, and it displays the surveillance footage from the 64th floor. Upon seeing Yifeng enter, Lianlin cheerfully stood up and pointed at the large screen, saying, this is the culmination of your many years of hard work. Are you really not going to host it yourself? No, you and Ma Yukai should host it. Yifeng walked to the window, gazing at the boundless riverside scenery with a calm expression. He actually wanted to take charge personally, after all, she had spent 3 years developing the elixir, but the fire 3 years ago made him feel the crisis. He had no idea what those people behind the scenes were up to. He also didn't want the Yi family in the capital to know his whereabouts. Lianlin poured 2 glasses of red wine, walked to Yifeng's side, and handed him one of them, saying, aren't you afraid your wife will be bullied if you don't host the event yourself? No one can act recklessly on my turf. Yifeng was confident that he could control everything. Can I ask you a question? Lianlin took a sip of red wine. Can. Why did you marry Tang Yi? Lianlin was very curious about this question. It is said that men are driven by their lower instincts, and no matter how powerful a man is, he cannot escape the allure of beautiful women. Yi Feng, with his abilities, could have any woman at his fingertips, yet he married a woman who was disfigured. Such men, who transcend worldly concerns, are almost extinct. I'll talk to you about this another time, Yi Feng said, not wanting to reveal too much. Then let's talk about the second question. Lianlin downed the red wine in one gulp, pursed her lips, and asked, "Who do you think has a better figure, me or Tang Yi?" As she spoke, she put Tang Yi's long legs on the chair. Today she was wearing a cheongsam that hugged her shapely figure. As she put her feet on the chair, the hem of the cheongsam slipped down to her upper thighs. Those long, slender, fair legs were displayed before Yi Feng without reservation. Yi Feng swallowed hard, his cheeks slightly flushed. This girl's figure is so tempting, just one more look and my Dao heart would crumble. Well, they each have their own merits. Yi Feng quickly shifted his gaze. Seeing Yi Feng's panicked expression, Lianlin covered her mouth and smiled. She thought Yi Feng was truly otherworldly, but it turns out he also has normal male interests. As long as Yi Feng was a normal man, she was confident that she could make him fall at her feet. As for Tang Yi, Lianlin believed that she posed no threat to her. "Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore." Lianlin pulled her legs back and said seriously, "I'll go down and take charge now. You go ahead and do your work. No need to see me out." After Lianlin left, Yi Feng went to the big screen and watched everything happening on the 64th floor. He noticed that Tang Yi was sitting in the chair, sitting very straight, looking nervous, which was a bit funny. However, a strange man appeared beside Tang Ruoxue. He looked somewhat familiar. Chapter 52, Is she Lianlin? The opening ceremony is about to begin. The murmurs from the audience grew louder and louder, all speculating about the background and resources of the Maple Leaf Group. "I heard that Yi Feng Group only invested 1 billion yuan, but its current valuation is over 100 billion yuan. Is that true or false?" "It's absolutely true. It's said that the big boss behind this company has a magical formula, and the product's effects are amazing. Sigh, I feel like it's just a business hype by the Li family. They set up a small company, injected their own capital to inflate the valuation, and are just waiting to fleece the investors. You know what, it's really possible. It's said that not a single penny of Maple Leaf Group's 1 billion yuan was spent on scientific research and technology, and the product formulas have not been verified. If that's the case, the Li family is clearly ripping people off. I don't think the Li family would go to such lengths." Various opinions and discussions arose. Some people think it's a conspiracy by the Li family, while others believe in the Li family's reputation, but no one has any solid evidence. Tang Ruoxue still believed in Lianlin's character. Given her character, it's impossible for her to do something so outrageous for such a petty gain. "Young Master Lu, what are your thoughts on Maple Leaf Group?" Tang Ruoxue turned to look at Lu Jun and asked. "Is that even a question?" Without hesitation, Lu Jun replied, "When it comes to discerning judgment, who can compare to Lianlin? Do you think anything she approves of is genuine?" "I've heard about it." Lu Jun whispered in Tang Ruoxue's ear, "The effects of the miracle water are not ordinary beauty products. It has the effect of reversing time and making you look younger. Even old ladies can turn into young girls after consuming it." "Rejuvenation? This is ridiculous. Even elixirs wouldn't have this effect. Is the information accurate?" Tang Ruoxue asked tactfully. "It's hard to say." Lu Jun shrugged. "I don't know who spread this rumor. It's just some unfounded speculation. But even if it's not that exaggerated, the effect will definitely be explosive." Hearing him say that, Tang Ruoxue admired the boss behind Maple Leaf even more. The beauty product industry is extremely profitable. If the effects are phenomenal, Maple Leaf Group could indeed surpass Li Group and become the richest person in Jiangzhou. "By the way, Mr. Lu, with your extensive network, do you know the owner of Maple Leaf Group?" Tang Ruoxue asked. "If I could get to know this big shot, my future would surely be bright." "The owner of Maple Leaf Group?" Lu Jun frowned and shook his head. "This big shot is no ordinary person. It is said that even Lianlin listens to him. If we want to get in touch with him, I guess my dad will have to step in." Tang Ruoxue became even more curious about this mysterious person. "I wonder what kind of person could have such abilities. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore." Tang Ruoxue was still self-aware enough not to have any confidence in getting to know such a big shot. However, if you want to get to know Lianlin, I can introduce you. Lu Jun said, my dad and she have a very good relationship. If it's someone I recommend, she will definitely give them face. Tang Ruoxue immediately became excited. Indeed, attending banquets of this caliber is extremely helpful for building connections. Then thank you very much, young Master Lu. Tang Ruoxue bowed deeply to express her gratitude. Seeing Tang Ruoxue so happy, Lu Jun smiled and said, but as you know, Lianlin is the business queen of Jiangzhou. There are many people who want to get to know her. If you want to meet her, it probably won't be a simple matter. As he spoke, Lu Jun took the opportunity to put his hand on the back of her hand. Tang Ruoxue felt as if she had been licked by a dog, and with a sudden jolt, she quickly pulled her hand back. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Lu. Tang Ruoxue said awkwardly. How about we have dinner together tonight and have a good chat? Lu Jun said with a smile. Let's talk about it later. It's okay, it's just a meal, I won't do anything to you. But Tang Ruoxue didn't know how to refuse. Suddenly, all the stage lights came on. Immediately afterwards, a white spotlight shone on the hallway in front of the door, and a tall woman wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam slowly walked out. Under the white light, her stunning beauty, coupled with her elegant gait, made her seem like a goddess of heaven. She walked step by step onto the stage, exuding a powerful aura. The scene fell silent instantly. Her? How did she end up on stage? Tang Ruoxue stared blankly at the woman on the stage, her brows furrowed tightly. Isn't this woman Yifeng's friend? To be precise, they were actors that Yifeng had previously hired. On the day of the Li Group's anniversary celebration, Yifeng broke into the Li family's residence with this woman by his side. Yifeng even beat up Xiao Bin for this woman. Moreover, this woman is extremely arrogant. Seeing Tang Ruoxue's surprise, Lu Jun asked, Miss Tang, have you met her before? Yes, I've met her once. Tang Ruoxue said disdainfully, young Master Lu, don't be fooled by her pretty face. This woman is no good. She's impersonating Miss Lianlin just to make money. What did you say? I said she's not a good woman, Tang Ruoxue repeated, looking annoyed. Do you know who she is? Young Master Lu rolled his eyes and said, she is the head of the Li Group, the eldest daughter of the Li family, Lianlin. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue's delicate body trembled. Lianlin? Is she truly a business queen, Lianlin? How is this possible? Young Master Lu, you must be joking, right? Tang Ruoxue looked at Lu Jun in disbelief. She had offended this woman at the Li family's house back then. If she really is Lianlin, Tang Ruoxue couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Would I lie to you? Lu Jun said with certainty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tang Ruoxue couldn't believe that Yifeng would know Lianlin, let alone have such a good relationship with her. At this moment, the woman in the cheongsam slowly walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Lianlin. Lianlin stood on the stage, holding the microphone, and said, it is an honor for everyone to visit our company. I believe everyone has high expectations for our Maple Leaf Group's products, as well as many doubts. Today, we will answer your questions one by one. First, regarding the product's effectiveness, we conducted preliminary experiments at the People's Hospital. These are the data from our experiments, please look at the screen. Lianlin pointed a laser pointer at the large screen and began his explanation. After about 10 minutes, everyone began to have a basic understanding of Maple Leaf Company's situation. But this also increased their doubts. Although these skin disease patients have shown some improvement, it's only been 3 or 4 days, isn't that too fast? Could it be that they used excessive amounts of hormones? It's possible that using large amounts of hormones could indeed achieve this effect, but the rebound effect would also cause significant damage to the skin. The key issue is that we don't know if their data is falsified. Chapter 53, Conspiracy. Hearing the whispers below, Lianlin also became less confident. Originally, people were only skeptical of Maple Leaf Group, but now a large number of doubts have emerged. It's unclear where Yifeng's confidence comes from. At this moment, Lianlin could only hope for a miracle. My speech has come to an end. Now, please welcome Ma Yukai, General Manager of Maple Leaf Group, to introduce our product, Miracle Water. Lianlin covered her collar and bowed gracefully to the audience. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in applause. Immediately afterwards, Ma Yukai, dressed in a suit, walked onto the stage. After taking the microphone from Lianlin, he began his introduction. Hello everyone, our product is called Miracle Water, and it uses. Below the stage, Tang Ruoxue stared blankly at Lianlin's departing figure, her face extremely pale. She just couldn't understand how this woman could be Lianlin. How could Yifeng possibly know the real Lianlin? Thinking of the harsh words she had said to Lianlin that day, she wished she could slap herself. Seeing her pale face, Tang Feifei asked suspiciously, Sister Ruoxue, you didn't offend Lianlin, did you? How is this possible? Tang Ruoxue quickly denied it. After all, Lu Jun was listening nearby. If he found out that she had offended Lianlin, he would definitely distance himself from her. Tang Ruoxue didn't want to lose Lu Jun's connection. Oh, that startled me. Tang Feifei thought the two had a grudge. She then asked, so how did you meet her? You've never mentioned her before? She is Yifeng's friend, Tang Ruoxue said. What? Yifeng's friend? Tang Feifei was unsettled after hearing this. If Yifeng has Lianlin as his backer, wouldn't they be doomed if they offended Yifeng? I don't understand either. Tang Ruoxue frowned and shook her head. Married for 3 years, Yifeng spends all her time at the clinic, where she only knows elderly people from the neighborhood. She just can't understand it. Tang Feifei thought for a moment and suddenly realized, do you think it's possible that Yifeng used his looks to become Lianlin's gigolo? It can't be that bad, can it? He's not that kind of person. Tang Ruoxue didn't quite believe this possibility. Sister Ruoxue, you don't understand men at all. There is no man who doesn't love money or women. Tang Feifei continued, a woman like Lianlin would definitely not get married easily, but it's normal for her to find a man when she has those needs. And Yifeng is so handsome, it's not impossible for Lianlin to go for him. Tang Ruoxue pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. After all, Yifeng is even more handsome than male models on the market, so it's not impossible for him to win Lianlin's heart. She couldn't think of any other explanation besides this one. Tang Feifei breathed a sigh of relief and patted Tang Ruoxue's shoulder, so don't worry, Lianlin is just playing with him. He'll dump him when he's tired of him. He definitely won't offend you for him, after all, your backer is the Zhao family. That makes sense. Hearing what Tang Feifei said, Tang Ruoxue felt much relieved. Lu Jun patted his chest and assured her, Miss Tang, don't worry. With just one word from me, even the head of the Li family will give me face. Not to mention Lianlin, just tell me what's on your mind, and I can handle anything. Really? With Lu Jun's promise, Tang Ruoxue was completely relieved. How could Yifeng, a mere nobody, compare to the crown prince of the Lu family? Of course it's true. Would I lie to Miss Tang? To win over girls, Lu Jun went all out. Bragging was his specialty. Whether you can actually do it or not is not important, as long as the other party believes you. Then thank you very much, young Master Lu. Tang Ruoxue felt much more confident. 2 hours later. On stage, Ma Yukai spoke eloquently and fluently. The ribbon-cutting moment is drawing ever closer. Tang Yi sat upright, her palms sweating with nervousness. Chen Shuan stood beside her, gently patting her back. Don't be afraid. Anyway, the ribbon-cutting ceremony will only last a minute or two. You're wearing a mask and a hat, so no one will recognize you. Mom, I'm still scared. Tang Yi had never experienced such a grand occasion before, so it would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. Even just 2 minutes feels longer than a whole day. At this moment, she longed for Yifeng to be by her side, to give him confidence. Sudden. A hostess in a cheongsam slowly walked over and said, Ms. Tang Yi, this is your speech. Please read it aloud on stage. A speech? Upon hearing this, Tang Yi was completely distraught. Miss, do you mean I still need to give a speech? Yes. The hostess said, this is our boss's idea. Boom. Tang Yi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She's terrified of even a 1 or 2 minute ribbon cutting ceremony, and now she's being asked to give a speech on stage? What to do? Tang Yi was as flustered as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing her daughter so nervous, Chen Shuan didn't know what to do. After all, it was the boss's request, and if she refused, she would lose her endorsement rights. At that time, both she and her daughter will be kicked out of the Tang family. Mom knows you're in a difficult situation, but you must be strong. Chen Shuan advised, if you want to become like Tang Ruoxue, you will need to attend many important occasions in the future, so you have no way out and you must overcome this hurdle. Tang Yi certainly understood this principle. In the past, she wouldn't have needed to wear a mask and hat, and she wouldn't have been so afraid. But now, after her appearance was ruined, she feels ashamed to go out in public, and asking her to give a speech on stage is more painful than taking her life. Moreover, she didn't want to become a strong woman like Tang Ruoxue, she just wanted to live an ordinary life. If Yifeng hadn't offended Scarface, she wouldn't have wanted to be his spokesperson even if he were offered one. "Miss, can I not go up?" Tang Yi didn't want to be subjected to other people's strange looks. "No, that's not possible. It's our boss's requirement," the receptionist said. Listen to Mom. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Mom and Yifeng. Be a brave child." Chen Shuan held Tang Yi's hand tightly. What mother doesn't want the best for her daughter? Has to take this step. Chen Shuan accepted the speech with a smile. "All right, you can go now, she'll go up." "Mom!" Tang Yi stomped her foot, becoming increasingly frightened as she thought about it. The receptionist smiled and bowed. "All right, Miss Tang, please wait for further notice. Your turn will be soon." With that, she turned and left. On the other side, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei were chatting when Lu Ming walked over. "Sister Ruoxue, are you ready? Our plan is about to begin." A sinister glint appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Tang Feifei gritted her teeth and nodded. "I'm ready, just waiting for the right time." "Very good." Lu Ming leaned close to their ears and whispered, "When Tang Yi goes on stage, you two will act as hostesses and go up to remove her mask and hat." Chapter 54, Everything Happens for the Best. Tang Ruoxue worriedly asked, "What if it turns out we were imposters later?" "Don't worry," Lu Ming assured him, "I'm a human resources manager in charge of personnel transfers. You're just my hired hostesses, so no one will hold you accountable." Tang Ruoxue was still worried. Doing this would damage the reputation of Maple Leaf Group, and Feifei and I would be in trouble. "Sister Ruoxue, we've already considered this issue," Tang Feifei said. "Tang Yi's contract must have some issues. She couldn't possibly be the spokesperson Maple Leaf is looking for. It's just that the Maple Leaf Group didn't know her true colors and was deceived. As long as we expose her true colors and stop the Maple Leaf Group's losses in time, the Maple Leaf Group will be grateful to us. Who knows, maybe they'll even let you become a distributor someday." Tang Ruoxue thought about it and felt that it made a lot of sense. If he gains the right to act as an agent, he can also regain his position as the head of the Tang family. She absolutely would not allow Tang Yi to become the head of the family and to be above her. She couldn't lose to Tang Yi, no matter who she lost to. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Tang Ruoxue made up her mind. "Okay," Lu Ming said, "I'll direct the operation when the time comes." On stage. After several hours of explanation, Ma Yukai finished explaining everything from the product manufacturing process to the sales process and even the company's future plans. The murmurs from the audience grew louder and louder. "You've made it sound so effective, is it really true or not? I think it's just a scam. Reversing time and giving you a youthful appearance is utter nonsense. The key point is that there are no successful cases. This thing is just to scam anyone who believes it will get ripped off. Although everyone loves beauty, wealthy women are not so easily fooled." After Ma Yotsai's explanation, everyone began to have doubts. Listening from below the stage, Li Anlin felt like crying but had no tears left. If she had known it would turn out like this, she shouldn't have followed Yifeng's plan and exaggerated the effects so much. The trust built up in the early stages has now vanished. I don't know where Yifeng got his confidence from. On stage, Ma Yukai listened to the murmurs below and could only grit his teeth and proceed to the next segment. "Next, please welcome Ms. Tang Yi, the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group, to the stage to give a speech. Let's give her a round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. A thunderous applause erupted immediately. The audience looked around, wondering which family's daughter had won the favor of the Maple Leaf Group. To be the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group's products, she must be an absolute beauty. That's a must. Although there are doubts about the effectiveness of their products, their spokesperson will definitely not be bad. After all, she is their face. I wonder who is prettier, her or Li Anlin. The audience was buzzing with excitement, all eager to catch a glimpse of this lucky woman's beauty. But after a few minutes, no one came up on stage. Ma Yukai stood on the stage somewhat awkwardly, and continued to call out, "Please welcome Ms. Tang Yi to the stage. Let's give her a round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted once again from the audience. At this moment, Chen Shuan was like an ant on a hot pan, urging, why don't you go up? Everyone is waiting. Mom, I'm scared, I really don't dare to go up. Tang Yi trembled all over, and didn't even have the courage to take a step. She couldn't imagine herself wearing a mask and being pointed at on stage. Oh dear, how did I give birth to such a timid daughter? Such a good opportunity, if you don't seize it, it will slip away. Chen Shuan was very worried about her daughter. This is an opportunity that will affect their daughter's future development, and it's also a factor in whether they can return to the Tang family. We can't miss this opportunity. At this moment, Tang Feifei and Tang Ruoxue walked over, with Lu Ming beside them. Tang Yi, didn't you firmly believe your contract was real? Why are you backing down now? Tang Feifei crossed her arms and strolled leisurely to Tang Yi, revealing a mocking smile. Ignoring their attitudes, Tang Yi grabbed Tang Ruoxue's hand and pleaded, Sister, why don't you go up for me? At most, I'll give the position of family head back to you, okay? Tang Ruoxue shook off her hand. Weren't you so smug? Now you know you regret it? She'd love to see Tang Yi make a fool of herself help her? Dream on. Tang Yi looked aggrieved. Tang Ruoxue continued, Tang Yi, now you know the difference between us, right? You'll never be on the same level as me. Don't think you can intimidate me with a fake contract. Sister, I didn't. Tang Yi shook her head violently. Chen Shuan grew angrier the more she looked. Tang Ruoxue, you can hate me, but Yi is your own sister. Don't you feel guilty making fun of her like this? When has Yi ever offended you? You didn't offend me? Tang Ruoxue also lost her temper and said angrily, she knew that Yifeng was my ex-husband, but she registered to marry him on the day I got divorced. Isn't she trying to slap me in the face? She knew perfectly well how much I had sacrificed for the Tang family, yet she still tried to take my place as the head of the family. Did she even consider me her older sister? Yifeng injured my younger brother and my benefactor, yet she still protects him. How can she not care about my feelings as her older sister? Tang Ruoxue became more and more excited as she spoke. She couldn't wait to see Tang Yi kneeling down and begging for mercy. Help her? No way. Tang Yi was scolded and didn't know how to refute it. She did make mistakes, she shouldn't have married Yifeng that day. But she never wanted to be the head of the Tang family. As for beating Tang Mingjie, he was in the wrong first, so Yifeng wasn't to blame. Sister, so in your heart, I've always been a bad person, Tang Yi said, feeling wronged. That's right. Tang Ruoxue said coldly, so I will not forgive you, nor will I help you. I want you to know the difference between us. You, Tang Yi, are not even qualified to carry my shoes. Tang Feifei, still with her arms crossed and head tilted back, said. Stop playing the victim. Hasn't Yifeng always been very supportive of you? Why don't you ask him for help? I bet he can't even get through the gates of the Maple Leaf building right now, huh? At that moment, Tang Yi felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Yes, if Yifeng were here, that would be great. As long as Yifeng was there, she felt particularly at ease and confident. But he simply couldn't get into Maple Leaf Group. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Just then, a familiar voice came from not far away. Upon hearing the sound, the group turned around abruptly. They discovered that the person speaking was Yifeng, who was slowly walking towards Tang Yi. Yifeng. Tang Yi let out a soft cry and walked over with a pitiful expression. Reaching the maple leaves, she asked worriedly, why did you get up here? I'm here to cheer you on. Yifeng gently stroked Tang Yi's head and said tenderly, don't be afraid, believe me, everything is for the best. Chapter 55, the show begins. Upon seeing Yifeng, Lu Ming immediately became furious. This guy dares to show his face here? He's asking for it. Yifeng? Do you really think our Maple Leaf Group doesn't have bodyguards anymore? Lu Ming shouted aggressively. Yifeng looked at him coldly, bodyguards? Go ahead and call them over, and see who gets slapped in the face. Fine, you said it yourself, so don't run away if you dare. Lu Ming immediately took out his walkie-talkie, ready to call his bodyguards over. Seeing this, Tang Ruoxue quickly stopped him, saying, don't rush. Doesn't he have a lot of confidence in Tang Yi? Let him see how Tang Yi makes a fool of herself right here. Anyway, he can't escape. That's right. Tang Feifei also said, let him know how fragile his confidence is in the face of reality, and how foolish his persistence is. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt that it made sense. He put away the walkie-talkie, looked at Yifeng, and sneered, "Yifeng, you'd better open your eyes and watch carefully." "Okay, let's all watch together." After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned to look at Tang Yi and asked, "Do you believe me?" Tang Yi nodded instinctively. "Take this." Yifeng took out an earphone and handed it to Tang Yi. "Once you're on stage, listen to my instructions. I'll make sure you become the star of the day, the brightest star in the entire venue." These words were spoken. Tang Ruoxua and Tang Feifei were laughing so hard they couldn't live anymore. Tang Feifei mocked, "Tang Yi, hurry up and go up there. I'm waiting to see you become the main character and dazzle my eyes." Chen Shuan didn't care about the stars and the moon, she only cared whether Yi could seize this opportunity. "Yi, listen to me, go up there, don't keep them waiting. Go for it, good luck." Yifeng patted Tang Yi on the shoulder to encourage her. He knew that this method was cruel to Yi, and he had better ways to achieve the same effect, but he didn't want to do it that way because Yi was too timid and too kind, and Yifeng needed to force her to grow up. Today is a necessary step in her journey of growth. "Yes, I will do my best." Tang Yi gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously. Looking into Yifeng's confident eyes, Tang Yi felt a surge of strength. At this moment, Ma Yukai, standing awkwardly on the stage, urged for the third time, "Everyone, please give Ms. Tang Yi a round of applause and invite her to come up on stage to give a speech." Clap, clap, clap. This time the applause was louder than ever before. Everyone was eager to see just how beautiful the woman chosen by the Maple Leaf Group really was. As applause erupted, Tang Yi finally took a step. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, she mustered all the courage she had in her life and stepped onto the stage. She wore an elegant white dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure even from behind. Her unique charm was undeniable. However, she wore a hat and a mask, completely covering her face. Her steps were slightly hesitant, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, and her body trembled slightly as she walked to the center of the stage. "Miss Tang, please." Ma Yukai handed her the microphone. "Thanks." Tang Yi took the microphone, turned around resolutely, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. When her gaze swept over Tang Ruoxua and Tang Feifei, a chill ran through her. At this moment, the two blood relatives were showing mocking expressions, gloating as if watching a clown performance. Discussions arose among the audience. "Is that Tang Yi? Why is she wearing a mask and hat? Judging from this, she must be a great beauty. I guess Maple Leaf Group wanted to give everyone a surprise. You can tell just by looking at her figure. With such a perfect figure, her appearance must be absolutely stunning." Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Tang Yi tensed up again. "If only we could go back 3 years. At that time, I absolutely deserved everyone's praise. However, a fire completely destroyed her." At this time, Yi Feng's voice came through the headset. "Yi, look at me and bravely read your speech." Hearing Yi Feng's voice, Tang Yi felt a little more at ease. She turned her gaze to Yifeng and smiled slightly. Then, mustering my courage, I held up the speech in my hands. "Hello everyone. I am Tang Yi, the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group. It is an honor to stand on this stage and share my experience. I imagine that many people still have doubts about our Maple Leaf Group's products. Now is the time to witness a miracle. I will share my personal experience to show you how amazing our products are. Next. That's all for now." Sudden. A voice from the audience interrupted her speech. "Gentlemen, I have something to say." Tang Feifei, wearing a red dress and 10-centimeter high heels, walked over slowly. When he walked off the stage, he turned to the audience and said, "Distinguished guests and all the staff of Maple Leaf Group, I apologize for taking up a few minutes of your time." She bowed to the crowd and said, "Today I will put aside my own family ties to reveal the truth." The sudden turn of events caused a stir among the crowd. Who is this? Daring to cause trouble at Maple Leaf Group? Don't they have a death wish? She's talking about the truth, is there something fishy going on? Looks like this is going to be interesting. The celebrities in the audience were getting more and more excited. They wanted to see what gave this woman the audacity to disrupt Maple Leaf Group's speech. Looking at the courageous Tang Feifei, Tang Ruoxua couldn't help but show a smug expression. To be honest, if she were to go up there herself, she really wouldn't have Feifei's courage. However, with Feifei taking the lead, she was no longer intimidated. Lu Ming leaned close to Tang Ruoxua's ear and whispered, "In my opinion, Tang Yi definitely won't admit it. It'll be your turn to step forward soon. No problem. Tang Ruoxue readily agreed, but a cold glint appeared in her eyes. Tang Yi, you forced me to do this. I must be the head of the Tang family, and you can never step on my head. Due to the sudden turn of events, the security guards present rushed over to try and pull Tang Feifei away. At this moment, Lu Ming also walked over and said, "Don't move, let this lady finish speaking." Upon seeing this, the security captain shouted, "Lu Ming, you're just a lowly employee, how dare you obstruct me and delay Miss Tang's speech? Do you know how serious the consequences will be? Captain Wu, as employees of Maple Leaf Group, we should naturally consider the interests of the group." Lu Ming calmly said, "Since this Ms. Tang Feifei has a secret to reveal, for the sake of the group's interests, why don't we let her finish speaking? If she lies and slanders us, then we can convict her later." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, team leader Wu Gang looked troubled. Lu Ming's words made sense, but he was, after all, the security captain, and he couldn't afford to take responsibility if something happened. Just as he was hesitating, a voice came through his earpiece. "Please step aside and let her finish speaking." Upon hearing this, Wu Gang realized it was the voice of his boss, Yifeng. Could this be the boss's arrangement? Wu Gang was momentarily confused and quickly bowed, saying, "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I disturbed you just now." After saying that, he led several security guards to the side. Chapter 56, Witnessing a Miracle. At this moment, Lianlin, who was watching from a far corner, was also completely confused. Was this troublemaking woman really sent by Yifeng? She couldn't understand what Yifeng was up to at all. "Madam, your actions have damaged the interests of our group. If you are spreading rumors, you will bear the consequences." The speaker was Ma Yukai. He couldn't understand what was going on, but since the boss wasn't saying anything, it meant he was tacitly approving of the other party's actions. He couldn't say much, so he could only give a simple warning. After hearing this, Tang Feifei said resolutely, "Manager Ma, rest assured, if I have told a single lie, I am willing to take full responsibility for my remarks today." Lu Ming thought to himself that Tang Feifei might not be the only one to deserve this credit. Revealing Tang Yi's true colors would be a great achievement, and might even earn the boss's appreciation. "Manager Lu, I can also take full responsibility for this matter. If there is any fabrication, I am willing to resign from my position at Maple Leaf Group." Lu Ming also stepped forward. "Resign? You're thinking too simply. Ma Yukai said, if this is a rumor, you and your Lu family can expect bankruptcy and liquidation." "No problem." Lu Ming wasn't intimidated at all. "Good." Ma Yukai nodded. "Please continue." With the Maple Leaf Group's approval, Tang Feifei felt much more confident. She believed that as long as she exposed Tang Yi's true colors and reduced the losses of the Maple Leaf Group, she would definitely gain the favor of the Maple Leaf Group. Who knows, I might even be able to get a position at Maple Leaf Group. Let me introduce myself first. Tang Feifei began her performance. "My name is Tang Feifei. I am an external etiquette hostess of Maple Leaf Group, and also the cousin of the Miss Tang on stage. I know all her secrets. People might think that she wore a mask to surprise everyone, but you're wrong. The real reason is she," Tang Feifei turned around abruptly, pointing angrily at Tang Yi, "is an ugly monster." "Ugly monster?" These words caused a stir. The spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group is an ugly woman? That can't be right, can it? This is ridiculous. Hiring an ugly person as a spokesperson? Isn't that just ruining their own reputation? Whether it's real or fake, wouldn't it be clear as soon as the mask is removed? Yeah, hurry up and take off her mask so we can see how beautiful she is. If she's spreading rumors, just arrest this Tang Feifei. The audience members present suggested that the masks be removed. All eyes were on Tang Yi's face, waiting for the truth to be revealed. At this moment, Tang Yi stood alone on the stage, like a helpless child. She wanted to cry, but she held back and dared not shed a single tear. She just wanted a simple life, so why did she have to face so much gossip? Does being ugly mean you don't deserve to live? Seeing that Tang Yi had become a frightened bird, Tang Ruoxue revealed a smug smile. "Tang Yi, quickly take off your mask and let everyone see your true face." Tang Ruoxue strode out slowly with her long legs. Today, she was dressed more glamorously than ever before, and as she walked off the stage, many people's eyes were drawn to her. Who is this woman? Her looks and figure are just as good as a celebrity. I wonder if the spokesperson is as pretty as her. Her appearance sparked another round of discussion. In terms of looks, Tang Ruoxue is confident that she is no less beautiful than any socialite or celebrity, let alone the disfigured Tang Yi. She was supposed to be the main character and the spokesperson today, but Tang Yi stole the spotlight, and she couldn't swallow this insult. "Everyone at Maple Leaf Group, I am Tang Yi's older sister." Tang Ruoxue addressed the people present. "I don't know how Tang Yi got the endorsement qualification, but I'm certain of one thing, she's an absolute freak and she's not qualified to be your group's spokesperson." The spokesperson's older sister? This dissenting voice is incredibly powerful. It's truly a case of sacrificing family for the greater good. The audience responded enthusiastically. "Miss Tang Yi, please remove your mask quickly." "Yes, quickly take off your mask." Various sounds filled Tang Yi's ears, making it hard for her to breathe. Looking at their questioning gazes, she was on the verge of collapse. Why? Why are they so cruel, pushing themselves into such a desperate situation? Just then, Tang Yi heard Yi Feng's voice through her earpiece again. "Don't be afraid, Yi. Everything is for the best. From now on, listen to my instructions." Hearing Yi Feng's voice, Tang Yi was immediately filled with strength. In this world, apart from her mother, only Yi Feng didn't care about her appearance and was willing to marry her, so she unconditionally trusted Yi Feng. She looked at Yi Feng and nodded. "Now, pick up your speech and continue reading it," Yi Feng said. Tang Yi was slightly taken aback, then immediately nodded. For her mother's sake, and for Yi Feng's sake, she had to pull herself together. Encouraged by Yi Feng, she picked up her speech again and began to speak. "Hello everyone, I'm sure many of you have doubts about the effects of SK2 facial treatment essence. To be honest, I was actually the first user of SK2 facial treatment essence." Upon hearing this, the wealthy and influential figures present were filled with anticipation. The first user of SK2 facial treatment essence? This scene seems to be getting more and more interesting. However, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei were shocked when they heard this. What nonsense is this crazy girl spouting? When did she ever use the magic potion? Tang Feifei muttered to herself. In her memory, apart from the time she signed the contract, Tang Yi had no interaction with Maple Leaf Group at all. Has she gone mad? She started talking to herself. Tang Ruoxue was consumed by self-blame. She only wanted to embarrass Tang Yi, not drive her crazy. In the corner, Li Anlin finally smiled. She finally understood Yi Feng's trick. No wonder he married an ugly woman, now I understand. Yi Feng, how many secrets do you still have?" Li Anlin was becoming more and more curious about Yi Feng. On stage, Tang Yi continued reading her script. Upon reading the last line, Tang Yi said with great enthusiasm, "Now I will lead everyone to verify the effects of the miracle water. Next, I will. Tang Yi's voice trembled as she read this. The following words are, "I will personally remove the mask." How so? Tang Yi suddenly looked up, staring at Yi Feng in alarm. At this moment, Yi Feng's voice came through the earpiece again. "Trust me, after you finish reading, you will personally remove the mask." What? Tang Yi's hand trembled, and the speech manuscript fell to the ground. Will he personally remove the mask? This is even harder to accept than making her run naked in public. Why? Could Yi Feng really heal his face? Or is this a conspiracy between Yi Feng and Tang Ruoxue, a prank they've conspired to play on him? If it were the latter, Tang Yi couldn't imagine it. Was their divorce also a sham? Just for? Impossible. Tang Yi shook her head violently. She couldn't believe Yi Feng would treat him like that. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Yi Feng, can I really trust you? Tang Yi gritted her teeth and raised her head. She was ready to take a gamble. Next, I will personally remove my mask and let everyone witness the miracle. His tone was forceful and impassioned. After saying that, she closed her eyes, first took off her hat, then held both ends of the mask with both hands and slowly untied it. Chapter 57, the entire audience in shock. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. All eyes were on Tang Yi's face. Hurry up! Seeing Tang Yi dawdling, Tang Feifei urged her sharply, if you don't show your true colors today, you won't be able to save face. Don't waste time. Lu Ming shouted from below, if you don't uncover it soon, I'll have to do it myself. Good. Tang Yi gritted her teeth and gently ripped off the mask. Suddenly, a face covered in black ointment appeared before everyone's eyes. Her entire face looked like it was covered in black plaster. Except for her eyes, the rest of her face was covered by the ointment. However, due to the long time that had passed, the ointment became severely dehydrated and developed many cracks, turning into plaster. Could it really be an ugly monster? Didn't she say she took some kind of miracle water? Maybe the ointment on her face is the miracle water, but we don't know how effective it is. If the face is truly disfigured, even the most miraculous elixir cannot restore it, and Maple Leaf Group is likely to go bankrupt. Things are getting more and more dramatic. The people present became increasingly interested. Yifeng stood in the corner, calmly watching everything unfold. Lianlin walked over and said, "Mr. Yi, you really have a grand vision, directing such a show." Yifeng chuckled, "I don't have such idle thoughts. It's just that some people have ulterior motives, and they brought this upon themselves." "Aren't Tang Feifei and Lu Ming actors you hired?" Lianlin asked in confusion. "No." "Then someone will suffer." Lianlin smiled with interest. "They asked for it, so they can't blame me." After Yifeng finished speaking, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said to Tang Yi, "Break off the plaster cast from your face piece by piece." Upon hearing this, Tang Yi trembled again. The plaster on her face was her last cover-up. Should she really peel it off? Is Yifeng really trustworthy? Just as Tang Yi was hesitating, Tang Feifei suddenly walked onto the stage. "Tang Yi, you've got a lot on your mind. You even wrapped yourself up in a layer. Do you think you can hide it like that?" After saying that, she walked over and pried off the plaster cast from Tang Yi's face. Seeing this, Lu Ming also jumped onto the stage, grabbed Tang Yi's hands, and prevented her from struggling. Under the forced collaboration of the two, Tang Feifei peeled off the cracked plaster piece by piece. "Humph, let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Want to be a spokesperson? Want to be the head of the Tang family? Keep dreaming." Tang Feifei acted like a shrew, her movements extremely rough, and in a few quick movements, she peeled off all the plaster from Tang Yi's face. Pat pat. Pieces of plaster fell away, revealing Tang Yi's face. How could this be? After the plaster cast was removed, Tang Feifei's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, her mouth was agape, and her expression was completely frozen. She stood there, stunned, staring at Tang Yi in disbelief. Lu Ming, standing to the side, was struck dumb, his face filled with shock and astonishment. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Everyone in the audience stood up. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Skin as smooth as mutton fat, delicate enough to break with a touch, that's exactly what it means. Sudden. A cylindrical stage light shone on Tang Yi. This moment. Tang Yi was like a dazzling star, surrounded by brilliant lights. The soft light shone on her, as if draping her in a dreamy veil. The heart of the ocean she wore shone brightly, yet it paled in comparison to her stunning beauty. Her face was so exquisite, like God's most prized masterpiece. Her skin, as white as mutton fat jade, seemed to have been kissed by an angel, so delicate that not a single flaw could be found. Her bright, large eyes were like clear lake water, lively and luminous. Even the most beautiful women, those who could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, and those who could shame the moon and flowers, could not compare to this. I never expected that there would be such a beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Even as a woman, I feel like kissing her. The audience, both men and women, were all captivated by her beauty and couldn't look away for even a moment. Such beauty and such a figure are enough to drive countless men crazy. How could this be? How could this happen? Tang Ruoxue stared blankly at Tang Yi, unable to accept the reality before her eyes. Even before Tang Yi was disfigured, she wasn't this beautiful, and her skin wasn't this smooth. How did she do it? Could it be? Could it be Yifeng? Tang Ruoxue looked at Yifeng in alarm. Just then, Yifeng walked towards her. How was it? I won the 7-day bet. Bet? Tang Ruoxue recalled the scene on the day of the divorce. Yifeng said that he would cure Tang Yi's face in 7 days. In the past few days, Tang Ruoxue had never taken this to heart, but now it had actually come true. Impossible. Yifeng is just a barefoot doctor, how could he possibly do that? Tang Ruoxue didn't want to admit it, but the truth was right in front of her. Her useless ex-husband, the man she abandoned, actually cured Tang Yi's disfigurement? How did you do that? Tang Ruoxue looked at Yifeng in disbelief. How did you do it? You're no longer qualified to know the answer to that question. Yifeng smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue felt a pang of pain in her heart. Looking at Yifeng's indifferent expression, she retorted, I admit I misjudged you, but weren't you right too? If you had such abilities, why didn't you tell me sooner? He. Yifeng sneered, have you ever believed my words? In the past 3 years, you have never been willing to spend even a little time to understand me, nor have you believed a single word I said, and now it's my fault? If I didn't have this ability, I deserve to be abandoned by you, right? Then I'm glad you didn't understand me in time. Tang Ruoxue had no rebuttal. Yes, when have I ever cared about his affairs? When have I ever truly understood him? Yifeng, you won. You finally made me look at you in a new light. Are you happy now? Tang Ruoxue said angrily. Yifeng smiled dismissively, all I've done isn't to prove how great I am, nor to impress you. I just want to tell you that you Tang Ruoxue are not good enough for me. Furthermore, everything you have now was given to you by me. Your abilities, Tang Ruoxue, are a joke. After saying that, Yifeng left without looking back and walked towards Tang Yi. You're talking nonsense. Everything I have now is something I, Tang Ruoxue, built from scratch. What does it have to do with you? Tang Ruoxue shouted at his back. After yelling, her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Watching Yifeng walk towards Tang Yi, her heart ached as if it were being stabbed with needles. She clearly hated Yifeng, but she still couldn't stand him being nice to other women. Yifeng, one day I will let you know that I, Tang Ruoxue, am not someone you can compare to. When that time comes, you will definitely kneel down and beg me to remarry you. But let me tell you, I will never remarry you. I despise a gigolo like you. Tang Ruoxue shouted at the top of her lungs towards Yifeng's retreating figure. Chapter 58, Begging for Mercy. Unfortunately, Yifeng walked away and didn't hear it at all. If he heard this, he would only laugh at her ignorance and stupidity even more. At this moment, on the stage, Tang Yi shone like a star, becoming the focus of everyone's attention and receiving endless praise and applause. After today, Tang Yi's name will surely become famous throughout Jiangzhou, making her a national goddess in the hearts of many men. However, what stands out even more than Tang Yi is naturally the SK2 facial treatment essence. A product that can transform a disfigured girl from an ugly duckling into a swan would become a miracle drug in people's hearts and would be snapped up by the wealthy. Everyone has a love for beauty, and even men cannot resist this temptation. Once the miracle water hits the market, it will surely cause a huge stir. That's amazing. In the back row, Lianlin sighed deeply. Presumably, it won't be long before Maple Leaf Group replaces Li Group as the richest person in Jiangzhou, or even a higher level of richest person. While she was happy for Yifeng, she also felt a little disappointed. An hour ago, she confidently declared that Tang Yi would not be her rival, and that Yifeng would eventually fall at her feet. It seems quite difficult now. However, I like challenges. Lianlin was unwilling to let a good man like Yifeng slip away from her. Yifeng slowly walked towards the stage. The moment Tang Yi saw Yifeng, she jumped down excitedly. Yifeng, is my face really healed? Tang Yi asked, holding Yifeng's hand tightly. Although she couldn't see her own face, she understood the gist of it from the reactions of the crowd. Before Yifeng could answer, Chen Shuan excitedly walked over and hugged Tang Yi. My Yi is finally back. She was so excited that her voice choked with emotion. Seeing her daughter's current condition, she felt that all her sacrifices had been worthwhile. Mother. Tang Yi hugged Chen Shuan tightly. The mother and daughter embraced and wept. A moment later, Tang Yi released her mother's embrace, turned to look at Yifeng, tears welling in her eyes. Fengya, thank you so much. She never expected that Yifeng's promise would actually come true. That seemingly impossible miracle has finally become reality. Don't cry, you deserve this. Yifeng gently stroked her face. 3 years ago, if it weren't for Yi risking her life to save him, Yifeng would have died long ago, and Yi wouldn't have been disfigured. Now, Yifeng is just returning her original appearance to her. At this moment, Ma Yukai walked over and bowed slightly to Tang Yi. Miss Tang Yi, it was our mismanagement that caused you trouble. How would you like to deal with them? Ma Yukai pointed to the two people on the stage. Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei turned pale with fright. She quickly grabbed Lu Ming's hand. Brother Ming, what should we do? Think of something quickly. Snap. Lu Mingyang slapped her hard across the face, saying, You idiot, you've ruined my life. If it weren't for Tang Feifei, he wouldn't have needed to get involved in this matter at all. Being fired is the least of his worries. His entire Lu family would probably face a blacklist from Maple Leaf Group and even the Li Group. Given the current momentum of the Maple Leaf Group, the Lu family would be in dire straits if they gave the order. Tang Feifei covered her cheeks and said aggrievedly, "It's all that bitch Tang Yi's fault. She tricked and deceived us. She's a treacherous villain." Snap. Lu Ming slapped her again on the other side of her face. "Now that things have come to this, you're still blaming others? I was wrong, Ming Ge, you can hit me however you want, just beg them." Tang Feifei grabbed Lu Ming's hand. "Isn't your uncle a senior executive at Maple Leaf Group? Ask him to plead with the big boss, he'll definitely have a way to help us. Get out of here." Lu Ming suddenly shook off Tang Feifei and then jumped off the stage in a panic. Approaching Tang Yi, he bowed and said, "Miss Tang Yi, what happened just now was all instigated by that bitch Feifei. You must forgive me." He could only beg Tang Yi for forgiveness now. Although Tang Yi hated them, she didn't know what to do. "Manager Ma, this is an internal matter for you, so I won't get involved. You can handle it yourselves." "Okay, Miss Tang." Ma Yukai nodded, then instructed his assistant, issue a public announcement that Maple Leaf Group, in conjunction with Li's Group, is sanctioning Lu Ming and all of Lu's family's businesses. Anyone who dares to hire Lu Ming or his immediate family members will be blacklisted and permanently barred from cooperating with us and from purchasing the fairy water. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was devastated, as if he had lost his parents. Given Maple Leaf Group's current reputation, it's unlikely any company would dare to offend them. "That's it, we're doomed. Miss Tang, I really know I was wrong. I'll break up with Tang Feifei right now and block her. Please help me." Lu Ming still saw Tang Yi as his lifeline. "This is their company's decision, begging me won't help. Although Tang Feifei is kind, she can still distinguish between good and bad people. People like him should be punished." Seeing this, Ma Yukai gave Wu Gang a look behind him. "Take him away and await his fate." "Good." Wu Gang waved his hand. Several security guards came over, grabbed Lu Ming's arms, and forcibly dragged him away. As Lu Ming struggled, he shouted at Tang Feifei, "You bitch, I will never forgive you." At this moment, Tang Feifei also nervously stepped down from the stage. "Sister, I'm your sister. Please tell them to let me go. I don't want to be punished by them, otherwise my life will be over." Tang Feifei grabbed Yi's hand and called her sister over and over again. "Who's your sister?" Chen Shuwan was furious at the sight and yanked her hand away. "Where did your arrogance go when you were framing Yi? Now you want to beg for forgiveness? No way." "Auntie," Tang Feifei shifted her focus to Chen Shuwan, "as long as you get Yi to plead for me, I will definitely support you staying in the Tang family and will never kick you out again." "Do I need your support? Yi is the head of the Tang family now, who gives you the right to speak?" Chen Shuwan said coldly. In the Tang family, the person who bullies Yi the most is Tang Feifei, and Chen Shuwan wishes she could strangle her. "You expect them to plead for you? No way." Looking at the three indifferent people, Tang Feifei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was unwilling to accept it. "Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never dare to offend you again." She placed her hopes on Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. That's all." Tang Ruoshue's voice came from the side. "No need to beg them. I don't believe Maple Leaf Group would dare to resort to underhanded tactics. At worst, they'll punish us. In the next life, I'll take care of you." Tang Ruoshue walked over slowly with proud steps. "Sister Ruoshue, really?" Tang Feifei felt like she had seen a savior. Chapter 59, Yi Feng must still love me. Yi Feng sneered, "You want to support her? You should take care of yourself first. Your fate won't be much better than hers." "You?" Tang Ruoshue scoffed, "You're nothing more than Li Anlin's gigolo. What ability do you have? What right do you have to lecture us? Do you think you're the mastermind behind Maple Leaf Group? Let me tell you, even if you know Li Anlin, you can't surpass me. When I reach the summit, you won't even have the right to look up to me." In the past, Tang Ruoshue would not have had such confidence. However, having just met Lu Jun, if I can gain the support of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce through Lu Jun, I can further contact the behind-the-scenes boss of the Maple Leaf Group. With the support of the powerful figure behind Maple Leaf Group, she believed success was just around the corner. Hearing this, Tang Yi said with a slight annoyance, "Sister, I know you look down on Yifeng, but you shouldn't call him a gigolo. Don't you know what kind of person Yifeng is?" "Hee, my silly little sister, don't say I didn't remind you." Tang Ruoxue looked at Tang Yi and said with pity, "You don't know yet, do you? My good ex-husband, your good husband, his relationship with Li Anlin is quite unusual." "You're talking nonsense." "Nonsense? Ask him and see if he dares to deny it." Tang Ruoxue slowly explained, "Let me tell you the truth. You still foolishly thought that Yifeng cured you, but what you don't know is that this was a conspiracy between Yifeng and Li Anlin. Yifeng's pills were given to him by Li Anlin. They wanted to use you as a guinea pig. However, I must congratulate you, not only did you not die from the poison, but you succeeded on your first attempt." Tang Ruoxue felt like she was a logical genius, able to figure out the reason from the slightest clue. "You're talking nonsense." Chen Shuan couldn't stand it anymore either. How could Yifeng possibly know Li Anlin? This is clearly you trying to sow discord between Yifeng and Yi. If you don't believe me, just ask him yourself. Tang Ruoxue pointed at Yifeng with a smug look on her face. If he didn't know Li Anlin, would he be standing here without being driven away? If she didn't know Li Anlin, would he have the elixir of immortal water? Yifeng didn't deny it, so what if I know Li Anlin? Does that mean I'm her gigolo? That my pills came from her? I have to say, you're quite good at making up for things. Otherwise what? Tang Ruoxue said, "Otherwise, with your abilities, what skill do you have to obtain the immortal water?" Tang Yi was also incredulous, and looked at Yifeng, asking, "Do you really know Li Anlin?" "Yes." Yifeng looked at Tang Yi gently, "But don't worry, I'm not like what she said." "Yes, I believe you." Tang Yi nodded, smiling sweetly. Now, she won't believe anyone who speaks ill of Yifeng, even if the evidence is conclusive. Tang Ruoxue was furious at the sight of it. With such obvious clues right in front of her, how could she still believe this liar? "Tang Yi, when you find out the truth, you'll be crying. And you too." Tang Ruoxue looked at Yifeng with disdain. "You think you're so great just because you have Li Anlin as your backer? When she gets tired of you and abandons you, you'll have nothing left. Have you said enough?" Yifeng couldn't listen to it anymore. "You can't deny it, so you want to kick me out, huh? Fine, let's go." Tang Ruoxue grabbed Tang Feifei and pulled her away together. Yifeng watched her willful retreating figure and shook his head bitterly. Sai, still as ignorant as ever. Tang Yi and her mother naturally did not believe Tang Ruoxue's words, thinking she was just trying to sow discord. A moment later, Ma Yukai walked over and said, "Ms. Tang Yi, please come up on stage and cut the ribbon with us." After saying that, he looked at Yifeng. "Mr. Yi, would you like to?" "No need." Yifeng waved his hand in refusal. Today's ribbon-cutting ceremony is sure to trend on social media. Before finding out who was behind the fire 3 years ago, Yifeng doesn't want to put himself in the public eye. Otherwise, not only will Yi be harmed, but the Maple Leaf Group will also be implicated. Seeing Yifeng refuse, Chen Shuan quickly leaned close to Yifeng's ear and whispered, "Go up quickly and make a good relationship with this manager Ma. Get a job at Maple Leaf Group so that Mom won't have to worry about your livelihood anymore." Yifeng smiled helplessly. This mother-in-law is truly someone you can both love and hate. "How about you go up for me, Mom?" Yifeng suggested jokingly. "You really have no ambition at all." Chen Shuan rolled her eyes and said, "If I could go up, would you need to tell me?" Upon seeing this, Ma Yukai immediately understood. "Auntie, you're fine too, please." "Me, I can do it too?" Chen Shuan was so excited that her tongue was tied in knots. I never expected Yi to have such a big reputation. Even Ma Yukai had to curry favor with her daughter. On the other side, after Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei left, she angrily returned to her original position. Sitting in her chair, watching Tang Yi being fawned over by everyone, Tang Ruoxue grew increasingly angry. "Sister Ruoxue, is everything you just said true?" Tang Feifei said with some doubt. "Why would I lie to you? I saw Yifeng and Li Anlin having an affair in the back garden with my own eyes," Tang Ruo said firmly. Tang Feifei asked doubtfully, "But Yifeng doesn't seem like that kind of person, does he?" Although she disliked Yifeng, she still understood his character. He wasn't like this before, but he changed after the divorce. Tang Ruoxue analyzed, "Look, after he divorced me, he immediately married Tang Yi. At that time, Tang Yi was still an ugly duckling. Do you really think he liked Yi? He just wanted to spite me." Later, realizing he couldn't anger me, he found a powerful woman to back him up, also as a way to get revenge on me and make me regret it. However, it must be said that he did have some skill in getting close to Li Anlin, it's just that his story was destined to end tragically. Tang Ruoxue spoke with a firm and powerful tone, and her analysis was logical and well-founded. But after he finished speaking, instead of showing any smugness, he became even angrier. From this analysis, it is indeed very reasonable. Tang Feifei frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, if that's the case, then it means he definitely still loves you, Sister Ruoxue. He did all this just to make you regret it. He couldn't possibly like Tang Yi. That's for sure. Tang Ruoxue was very confident. She didn't believe that Yifeng could let go of a 3-year relationship so easily. Over the past 3 years, she knew better than anyone else how much Yifeng felt for her. Thinking back to a year ago, there was a time when she simply said I'm hungry around 3 or 4 in the morning. Yifeng braved the heavy snow and ran 2 or 3 kilometers in temperatures of -5 or 6 degrees Celsius, just to buy her a bowl of hot porridge. At the time, fearing the porridge would get cold, he simply tucked it into his chest to keep it warm on his way back. 2 years ago, she went shopping but got stuck in the rain and couldn't get back. Her phone was dead, so Yifeng took an umbrella and searched several shopping malls. 6 months ago, a month ago. Each and every incident demonstrates that Yifeng's love for her has penetrated to the bone, and she doesn't believe that Yifeng can let go. Chapter 60, Tang Ruoxue made a fool of herself. After Tang Ruoxue sorted out her thoughts, she vowed to work even harder to achieve her dream, to make Yifeng kneel and beg her to get back together, and then she would humiliate him severely. The opening ceremony ended a dozen minutes later. Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei left first, storming out of the Maple Leaf building in a huff. The two had just stepped out of the gate. Then they saw the Tang family members coming to greet them, with Jiaobin carrying a plaster cast and Tang Mingjie in a wheelchair beside them. Schwerer, how was it? Did you expose Tang Yi's true colors? Zhang Xiuji asked excitedly. Sis, did she faint from crying on the spot after we exposed that ugly monster's true colors? Tang Mingjie was overjoyed. Is that even a question? Sister-in-law Tang said excitedly, that ugly hag wants to be the head of the Tang family? Bah! We must make Grandma remove her from the position of head of the family. And another thing. Uncle Tang's eyes lit up as he asked, since you exposed her true colors, Maple Leaf Group must value you highly, right? Have they granted the agency rights to our Tang family? A barrage of questions left Tang Ruoxue and Tang Feifei feeling like they wanted to die. Tang Ruoxue's mood had calmed down considerably, but now that they asked her, her heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Tang Boyuan pulled Tang Ruoxue aside. She smiled and said, Schwerer, don't worry, the position of family head will definitely be yours, but could you please not drive Yi away? She's already so pitiful, if she leaves the Tang family, she'll probably have a hard time surviving. He felt ashamed because his negligence had caused Yi a lot of suffering over the years. Now that Yi is suffering so much, how can a father not feel heartbroken? Dad, ever since you came back, all you talk about is Tang Yi, Tang Yi. Tang Ruoxue said resentfully, I'm your daughter too. What do I lack compared to her? Tang Boyuan smiled sheepishly, Schwerer, it's because you're more capable than Yi, so your father doesn't have to worry about you. Yeah? Tang Ruoxue grew angrier the more she thought about it, and roared angrily, what if your precious daughter, Tang Yi, has become more assertive now? What if she's bullying me now? Seeing Tang Ruoxue so excited, Zhang Xiuji quickly came over. Schwerer, what nonsense are you talking about? What ability does that ugly monster have to bully you? Yeah, sis, she's probably wishing she were dead right now, isn't she? Tang Mingjie added. Looking at the puzzled faces of the group, Tang Ruoxue felt a sharp pain in her heart. Originally, Tang Ruoxue was the pride of the Tang family, the shining star, but now she has become a joke. Then listen carefully. I feel like I want to die. Tang Ruoxue roared angrily, tears streaming down her face. This scene left them all stunned. What's going on here? Feifei, what happened? By the way, where's Lu Ming? Why didn't he come out with you? Zhang Xiuji had a bad feeling. Tang Feifei was sanctioned by the two giants, and was more seriously injured than Tang Ruoxue. She was even less in the mood to talk. If you want to know the answer, go ask Tang Yi. While everyone was completely confused, a sharp sound came from the lobby of the building. Someone's having trouble sleeping tonight. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned around and saw that it was Qin Shuan who was speaking. She walked out of the hall with her head held high, accompanied by Tang Yi and Yi Feng. The moment Tang Yi appeared in everyone's sight, the air seemed to freeze. The Tang family members present all stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. "Yi, are you Yi?" Grandma Tang was the first to react and hurriedly went to greet her. Tang Yi smiled and held her grandmother's hand. "Grandma, it's me. I'm Yi." "Oh my dear granddaughter, you've finally become beautiful, that's wonderful." Grandma Tang was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Yi and Tang Ruoxue were once the pride of the Tang family. Back then, many wealthy young men came to propose marriage. But after Yi had an accident and Ruoxue got married, the Tang family fell out of favor. Now, not only is Ruoxue divorced, but Yi has also changed back. This is truly a double blessing for the Tang family. Tang Boyuan also walked over excitedly, saying incredulously, "Yi, let daddy see her quickly." He leaned closer for a closer look and discovered that Yi had not only returned to her former appearance, but her skin was even more supple and fair than before, without needing makeup. Upon seeing Tang Yi, the other members of the Tang family were shocked, and their expressions turned grim. Zhang Xiuji, in particular, wished she could go over and tear Tang Yi's face apart. However, she quickly calmed down and said coldly, "Humph, so what if she becomes pretty? She's still just a naive and innocent girl. In terms of ability, she's far inferior to my Ruoxue." "That's right. In terms of beauty, Ruoxue is no less beautiful than her, but in terms of ability, she can't even compare to one of Ruoxue's fingers," Aunt Tang said disdainfully. Hearing them talk, Chen Shuwan became interested. She didn't get angry, but just shrugged and said, "Yes, I, Yi, am not very capable, but I can still become the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group. Tang Ruoxue, whom you all talk about, can only be envious." "What?" Zhang Xiuji's face immediately turned red. She looked at Tang Ruoxue and asked, "Ruoxue, what exactly happened? Didn't you expose her fake contract? Why are you still letting her be your spokesperson?" Tang Ruoxue was already in a bad mood, and when her mother kept asking her questions, her face became even more pale. "Why did I lose to Tang Yi even though I tried so hard?" She was not convinced. Seeing that her daughter remained silent, Zhang Xiuji anxiously pressed, "Tell me, what happened?" "Mom, please don't ask anymore." Tang Ruoxue couldn't bring herself to say it, so she stomped her foot and stormed off. Zhang Xiuji then looked at Tang Feifei. "Feifei, you tell us, what exactly happened?" Tang Feifei was more seriously injured than Tang Ruoxue, and she found it even harder to speak. Without saying a word, he glared at Tang Yi and stormed off. Seeing their humiliated expressions, Chen Shuwan felt incredibly pleased. "Let them bully Yi, how embarrassing." "Serves you right." Grandma Tang was also very curious about what happened today and asked, "Yi, is your contract really finalized?" "Of course." Chen Shuwan answered on Yi's behalf. "Yi is now a big star in the Maple Leaf Group, and she'll be on the front page of tomorrow's news." That's great, that's great." Grandma Tang was very excited. Whether the spokesperson is Yi or Ruoxue, as long as she is her granddaughter, she is just as happy. "We must invite a few relatives over tonight to celebrate," Grandma Tang said. "Yes, it must be a grand celebration. Chen Shuwan must increase Yi's presence in the Tang family." Tang Yi and her friends chatted and laughed, but Uncle Tang and his group couldn't bear to watch any longer and left one after another. At this time, suddenly, a slick-haired, fair-faced young man walked over with a smile. He went directly to Tang Yi and gave her a gentlemanly bow. "Miss Tang Yi, I am Yang Wei. Do you remember me?" After saying that, he greeted Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuwan. "Hello, uncle and aunt, it's been a long time." Yi Feng could tell at a glance that this guy wasn't a naive and kind person. A single glance can conceal hundreds of thoughts. "Who is he? Do you know him?" Yi Feng asked Tang Yi. Tang Yi took Yi Feng's arm, secretly leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "It seems to be the second young master of the Yang family, my former fiancé." Chapter 61, Tang Yi's fiancé. "Oh? Is it the Yang family, the former richest family?" Yi Feng looked puzzled. "Why haven't I heard you mention this before?" Tang Yi whispered in Yi Feng's ear, "It's that Yang family. After I was disfigured, he broke off the engagement. We've only met a few times." "Oh." Yi Feng nodded, understanding the general idea. Tang Boyuan and his grandmother were incredibly excited when they saw Yang Wei. This is none other than Yang Xiao, the former richest man in China. "Young Master Yang, it's been 3 years, and you're still as handsome as ever. I wonder if you're married yet." Tang Boyuan asked, seemingly casually. Well. Yang Wei scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, Uncle Tang, I've been single ever since Yi and I broke off our engagement, and I just can't find a suitable partner. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyuan and his grandmother felt that there was hope. Now that Yi has become beautiful, she's definitely a good match for him. If she can marry into the Yang family, their Tang family will rise to great heights. Xiaowei, you're not getting any younger, don't delay any longer. If it really doesn't work out, just settle for Yi, Tang Boyuan asked tentatively. Before, when Yi was disfigured, Yifeng was willing to marry her, and Tang Boyuan was naturally happy to do so. But things are different now. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was immediately thrilled. However, he suppressed his excitement and said, "Uncle is joking. Yi has to agree first." After saying that, he turned to Tang Yi and smiled. "Yi, it's been years. I have so much to tell you. The annulment of the engagement back then was actually a misunderstanding. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together and I'll explain it to you." Although Tang Yi was simple-minded, she wasn't stupid. She could tell what he was thinking as soon as she heard it. An explanation? More like a sophistry. "I'm sorry, young Master Yang, I have to spend time with my husband tonight," Tang Yi said, taking Yifeng's arm and pressing herself tightly against him. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's eyes widened suddenly. It seems they have been hit hard. However, he still pretended to be calm and asked, "Yi, are you kidding me? How come I didn't know you were getting married?" He remembered very clearly that Tang Yi had been disfigured for the past few years, so how could she possibly get married? Tang Boyuan quickly explained, "They're just joking around. They'll get a divorce in a few days. Don't take it to heart, young Master Yang." "Oh, I see." Seeing Tang Yi and Yifeng so affectionate, Yang Wei didn't press the matter any further and could only say, "Uncle Tang, I'll be going now. I'll visit the Tang family another day." "Alright, I look forward to your arrival." Tang Boyuan happily saw him off. After seeing Yang Wei off, Tang Boyuan stormed back in a rage. He approached Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, name your terms. What will it take for you to divorce Yi? Name your price." Seeing this, Tang Yi quickly stepped in front of Yifeng and looked at her father, saying, "Dad, I've said it many times, I will not divorce Yifeng. I didn't before, and I won't now. Are you stupid? You've not only become more beautiful, but you're also the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group. You have a bright future ahead of you. He's not good enough for you," Tang Boyuan said indignantly. "I don't care. You." Tang Boyuan was furious. He looked at Chen Shuan and said, "Why don't you try to persuade Yi?" "Oh, that." Chen Shuan remained silent because, from what she saw today, she could tell that Yifeng genuinely liked Yi and had done a lot for her. But what's the use of liking someone? What's important is being able to bring Yi happiness. "Yifeng, it's not that I look down on you, but you're really too far behind young Master Yang. Here's what I'm doing for Yi's sake: if you can get a managerial position at Maple Leaf Group, I won't object to your relationship. Otherwise, you should just get a divorce from Yi and stop dragging her down." Chen Shujuan's tone softened considerably. "No way." Tang Yi and Tang Boyuan both objected. Tang Yi tugged at Chen Shujuan's sleeve. "Mom, you said before that a regular employee position would be fine, but now you're talking about a supervisor position. How could Yifeng possibly be qualified?" "I also object." Tang Boyuan said, "Even if you become a manager at Maple Leaf Group, how much do you earn in a year? Is that enough for young Master Yang's monthly allowance? Alright, stop talking. Only I can make decisions about Yi. No matter who objects, it won't make a difference." After Chen Shuan finished speaking domineeringly, she looked at Yifeng and said, "Judging from today, I believe you genuinely like Yi. However, Yi can't suffer with you, so listen carefully. If you can't meet my requirements, get out of here immediately." If anyone else had spoken like that, Yifeng would have slapped them across the face. However, Yifeng understood that Chen Shuan and Tang Boyuan were doing it for Yi's own good. In this world, besides Yifeng, only they truly care about Yi. "Okay, Mom, I will try my best." Yifeng nodded with a smile. Chen Shuan said, "Alright, go back now. You must be tired today. Stay at the Tang family's house for lunch." "Okay, Mom." After Tang Ruoshua and Tang Feifei stormed off, Zhaobin chased after them. He needs to find out the specifics of what happened. After catching up with Tang Ruoshua, Zhaobin followed behind her and asked, "Ruoshua, what exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Tang Ruoxue got angry as soon as she heard that. It was his bad idea that started it all. She stopped angrily. Didn't you say that Tang Yi's contract was definitely fake? That our Tang family's qualifications don't meet the requirements? You liar, you've ruined us all. This Xiaobin's face turned very ugly. Seeing that Xiaobin couldn't refute her, Tang Ruoxue glared at him angrily. You said you could get me the agency qualification, and I believed you. But what happened? After the incident, you said Tang Yi's contract was fake, and I believed you again. But what happened? She had already taken Maple Leaf Group's products. She is the real spokesperson. You've ruined me. Tang Ruoxue became angrier the more she thought about it. Xiaobin was somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. Tang Yi had already been in contact with Maple Leaf Group? How is that possible? Ruoxue, there must be some misunderstanding. Don't worry, Xiaobin said. Over the years, I've helped you so much, and I've never made a mistake. You can't erase all my contributions just because of one mistake, can you? Still calling it a misunderstanding? You said the same thing last time, didn't you? Tang Ruoxue shook her head helplessly. I really doubt whether my growth over the years, including the gifts Lu Baichuan gave me, was actually due to you. Xiaobin panicked as soon as he heard that. This is his biggest asset in gaining Tang Ruoxue's trust. He mustn't let it slip. Ruoxue, I admit I made a mistake this time, but if you question my contributions over the years, I'll really get angry, Xiaobin said, slightly annoyed. Seeing that Xiaobin was getting angry, Tang Ruoxue couldn't tell if he was being genuine or not. Sorry, I was too harsh just now. I'm not feeling well, so I'll be leaving now. Tang Ruoxue said, and left quickly without looking back. After Tang Ruoxue left, the more Tang Feifei looked at Xiaobin, the more he seemed like a liar. Xiaobin, even if Sister Ruoxue forgives you, she won't forgive you. You have to give me an explanation today. She was the one who was most seriously injured today, and she wished she could strangle Xiaobin on the spot. Chapter 62, Husband, Kiss Me. Seeing that Tang Feifei was still angry, Xiaobin was helpless. Feifei, what exactly happened? Tell me first. Okay, then I'll tell you. Tang Feifei will tell you everything that happened at Maple Leaf Group. Xiaobin found it increasingly hard to believe as he listened. Yifeng actually knows Lianlin? And he can even obtain the elixir from Lianlin? How could this be? Xiaobin stared blankly, incredulous. If Yifeng has such connections, could his father's disappearance really be related to him? It's been 7 days. Even if his father doesn't come home for 7 days, he can't possibly not answer the phone. Could it be? Maple Leaf, you just wait, Xiaobin said through gritted teeth. I've already told you what happened. What else do you have to explain? You have to give me an explanation today, Tang Feifei said angrily. Okay, I'll explain. A sinister glint flashed in Xiaobin's eyes. This is all Yifeng's fault. I am also a victim. My father's disappearance must be related to him. If you do me a small favor, I will help you take revenge. What kind of help? It's very simple, Xiaobin said. As long as you can get him to Starlight KTV, I have my own ways of teaching him a lesson. Tang Feifei immediately became interested after hearing this. He caused her so much suffering, he deserves to be taught a lesson. Yifeng is quite strong, are you confident? Tang Feifei asked. Don't worry, I've got Tiger Gang's Earth Dog on my side, it'll be absolutely foolproof, Xiaobin said confidently. Tiger Gang's mutts? A hint of excitement flashed in Tang Feifei's eyes. Tugo is a well-known figure in the underworld. I heard he never pays for meals or prostitutes. Relying on the Tiger Gang's reputation, he can practically do whatever he wants. Aside from wealthy families like Lianlin's, other young masters from wealthy families would avoid him. If he were to make a move, Yifeng would definitely be in trouble. Are you really capable of getting a stray dog to come? Tang Feifei asked again to confirm. Of course, as long as you can get Yifeng to come out, I can take care of him, Xiaobin said. Alright, we have to teach him a lesson and see if he dares to be arrogant in front of me again. Tang Feifei clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. A smug glint flashed in Xiaobin's eyes. It's settled then. Tonight at 8 p.m., Starlight KTV, room V888. Okay, I promise to complete the task. After saying that, Tang Feifei turned and left excitedly. As she gradually disappeared around the corner, Xiaobin's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Then, I took out my phone and made a call. Hey, dog bro, I've got the 50 million you wanted ready. Bring a few dozen tiger gang brothers, and we'll meet at Starlight TKV. That's right, I want him dead. Yi Feng, Tang Yi, and the others returned to the Tang family. Grandma Tang started preparing a good meal to celebrate Tang Yi's success. Zhang Xiuji, Tang Ruoxue, and the others were afraid of losing face, so they stubbornly endured the hunger and were too embarrassed to eat with them. 2 hours later. After a hearty meal and drinks, Tang Yi, emboldened by the alcohol, secretly pulled Yi Feng away. Yi Feng felt that Yi was acting a little strange, but he didn't ask any further questions and left with her. A moment later. Tang Yi pulled Yi Feng directly into the room. When Yi Feng first entered Yi's room, looking at the orange-yellow lighting, pink curtains, pink wallpaper, and pink bed, he felt a strong sense of childlike wonder. Yi, are you drunk? Take a rest. Yi Feng helped Yi to the bedside. Unexpectedly, Tang Yi grabbed his neck with both hands, pulled him down, and threw him onto the bed. Tang Yi, meanwhile, braced herself on the mattress, looking down at Yi Feng. Honey, do I look beautiful today? At this moment, Tang Yi was slightly tipsy, her cheeks were flushed and particularly alluring. In addition, she was wearing a deeply tight dress, and as she bent over, her 2 snow-white breasts were revealed. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Feng swallowed hard. Beautiful, Yi is the most beautiful in the world. Then do you want me? Ah. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, caught off guard. Unexpectedly, the kind and timid Yi took such the initiative. Yes, of course I want to. Yi Feng finished speaking. Snap. A tear fell from Tang Yi's eye and landed on Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng noticed that Yi's eyes suddenly turned red. Honey, kiss me. Tang Yi closed her eyes, looking like she was ready to be picked at will. The sudden change in style caught Yi Feng off guard. Why did she suddenly start crying when the atmosphere was so ambiguous? Yi, what's wrong with you? Don't ask, just kiss me. Tang Yi looked somewhat sad. If she had a choice, she would rather her appearance had never been restored, so that she could stay by Yi Feng's side forever. But now, she has no choice in what she's doing. Yang Wei's appearance today has given her a strong sense of crisis. She has always been weak and doesn't know if she can resist her parents' pressure. If she and Yi Feng are destined to become strangers, she hopes to give her most precious first time to Yi Feng. Even if we part ways in the future, we'll still have something beautiful to look back on. Yi Feng, if you could become the manager of Maple Leaf Group, that would be wonderful. Then we could be together forever. Sigh. Yi Feng wondered what she was thinking about, but it turned out it was about this. Fool, the entire Maple Leaf Group belongs to me. What's a mere manager position? Yi Feng said with a grin. Stop joking, you need to hurry up and go for the interview at Maple Leaf Group. Tang Yi pouted, looking annoyed. I'm being very serious, okay? After Yi Feng finished speaking, he was about to kiss her. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open violently, and Shen Xuan and Tang Guiyuan stormed in. Seeing the two of them in that position, Shen Xuan was furious. I sensed something was off about you earlier. Are you trying to piss me off? You may be shameless, but I still have my pride. With that, he yanked Tang Yi away. Tang Yi was startled and said with a wronged expression, Mom, Yi Feng and I are husband and wife, how is that shameful? Shen Xuan pulled Tang Yi aside and said earnestly, Silly child, Mom is not against you two being together, but at least he has to prove that he can make you happy. Yi Feng can do it. Tang Yi said confidently. Stop talking. As long as he doesn't become a manager at Maple Leaf Group, you two can't share a room. Shen Xuan refused to back down. Seeing Tang Yi's unhappy expression, Tang Guiyuan also advised, Yi, you are still young, and there are many things you don't understand yet. Just look at your sister Ruoxue. She's a perfect example of what not to do. Back then, she was just like you, blinded by love, and married Yi Feng without thinking. Look at her now, doesn't she regret it? Your mother doesn't want you to repeat her mistakes, so just be a good girl and listen to her, okay? Tang Guiyuan patted Tang Yi on the shoulder. Tang Yi abruptly shook off her father's hand, sobbing as she said, I just want to be with the person I love, what's wrong with that? Alright, that's enough. Tang Guiyuan said, Young Master Yang just called and said he wants to visit our family tomorrow. You can't afford to make a mistake at such a crucial time. Chapter 63, Mongrel. After saying that, he was about to kick Yi Feng out. With this disruption, Yi Feng's fire was extinguished. Before leaving, Yi Feng gently stroked Yi's head, Silly girl, we won't be separated, don't worry. I promised to make you the happiest woman in the world, have you forgotten? After saying that, Yifeng had no choice but to leave. After all, on such a happy day, Yifeng didn't want to ruin Yi's relationship with her parents over something like this. Back at the clinic, Yifeng planned to call Gozhong to check on his two fracture patients. After taking out his phone, he saw a call from Tang Feifei. As soon as the call connected, Tang Feifei's sobbing voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I was wrong, can you forgive me?" "If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place," Yifeng said coldly. "I really know I was wrong. I'll do anything you ask if you can forgive me." "No need, just don't bother me anymore. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions." After saying that, Yifeng hung up the phone. Just as I was about to dial Gozhong's number, Tang Feifei called again. "Is this never going to end?" Yifeng snapped. "Brother-in-law, I've booked a private room in Starlight City and I'm going to kowtow to you in person to apologize. If you're willing to come see me, I'll never bother you again. If you're not willing to see me, I'll jump off the roof and just die. Casual." "You," Tang Feifei said angrily, "if I die, my second uncle and grandmother will not forgive you, and I will haunt you even as a ghost." "How annoying. Okay, send me the room number." After Yifeng finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. Soon, they received the location and room number from Tang Feifei. The location of this Starlight City was actually in the remote southern suburbs of the city. "An apology has caused so much trouble, something seems fishy. Then I'll play with you." Yifeng went out, walked to the roadside, and prepared to hail a taxi to go directly to Starlight City. While waiting for the bus, Yifeng made a phone call to Xiao Xiang. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end asked nervously, "Master, is there something you need?" "I told you, you don't need to call me master." Yifeng asked, "I have a question for you. Is Starlight City in the south of the city under your jurisdiction?" "Yes, Mr. Yi, it's my subordinate, Tu Go, who's in charge." "All right, come over here yourself." After Yifeng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. City of Stars. Starlight City is the largest underground entertainment venue in the south of the city. Its magnificent decor is comparable to that of a five-star hotel, making it a favorite gathering place for many wealthy young men. The minimum charge for each private room starts at 50,000. Inside a luxurious private room, Tang Feifei and Zhao Bin were waiting anxiously. "Young Master Zhao, are you really sure you can get Tu Go to help?" Tang Feifei knew very well that this entertainment venue was owned by the Tiger Gang and managed by Tu Go. "Of course. With my connections, would the Tiger Gang dare to disrespect me?" Zhao Bin said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei felt reassured. If it were Tu Go personally taking action, Yifeng would be severely injured, if not crippled. Let him and Tang Yi be so arrogant? We'll teach him a lesson today. "Young Master Zhao, you absolutely cannot be soft-hearted, you must teach him a lesson," Tang Feifei said excitedly. "That's a must." A chilling glint flashed in Zhao Bin's eyes. "Today I'm going to make him die here." With that, he squeezed hard, crushing the can of liquor in his hand. With a bang, the beer splashed out. Seeing Zhao Bin's ferocious expression, Tang Feifei felt a chill run down her spine. "Young Master Zhao, are you joking? Murder is a crime. Who's joking with you?" Zhao Bin gritted his teeth and said, "I won't be able to quell my hatred until I tear him to pieces today." This. Tang Feifei sensed that Zhao Bin wasn't joking, and she began to get nervous. Although she hated Yifeng and wanted to teach him a lesson, she didn't want to kill him. She would never dare to kill anyone. Just as she was about to say something, the door suddenly opened, and a burly man slowly walked in, followed by several strong men. The man was 1.8 meters tall, as fat as a black bear, with a bare upper body covered in dark fat, and several horizontal scars on his face. He walked along grinning, his mouth full of yellowish black cavities, looking utterly disgusting. Li Feifei had never seen such a frightening appearance before. She was so scared after just one glance that she hid behind Zhao Bin. "Brother dog, you're finally here?" Upon seeing the stray dog, Zhao Bin greeted it with a grin, like a lapdog. The stray dog patted its big belly and asked, "Did you bring the money?" I brought it. Zhou Xiaohao quickly took out a bank card and handed it over with both hands, saying, "According to your price, it's 50 million, not a penny less." "The bank card doesn't have a pin. 50 million for killing one person, that's a good deal." Tubo took the bank card, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. If there are any more good things like this in the future, just ask me, I'll give you a discount. Okay, brother dog, thank you. Do you know how many people they will be bringing? It should just be him. One person? The mutt slapped him on the head. The other guy was alone, and you fucking made me bring dozens of brothers? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Xiaohao said with a forced smile, isn't this just in case? He's quite strong, we can't underestimate him. The mongrel shook his big fist. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand one of my punches? No, that's not possible. Zhao Bin said with a forced smile. Fine, I've already taken your money, so it doesn't matter. Suddenly remembering something, the dog warned, however, our tiger gang is now led by Red Widow. She recently introduced a new rule that we can't take on killing jobs, so this matter can't be known by anyone else. If you dare to leak it out, I'll kill you. Zhou Xiaohao nodded quickly, don't worry, brother go. If this gets out, I'll be sentenced to death. I'm not that stupid. That's fine then. The stray dog sat on the sofa and poured himself a few glasses of wine. At this moment, Tang Feifei walked over. Although she felt disgusted by the stray dog, she couldn't care less about that now, just so she could have someone to rely on in the future. Brother Go, thank you for stepping in. I'll offer you a toast with tea instead of wine. Tang Feifei poured herself a cup of tea and held it up. The stray dog's eyes lit up at the sight. He first scrutinized Tang Feifei's figure, then revealed a greedy look in his eyes. Drinking tea isn't sincere enough, let's have a drink. As he spoke, he snatched the glass from Tang Feifei's hand and handed her a glass of wine. Looking at the lewd-looking mongrel, Tang Feifei quickly waved her hand. Brother dog, I'm sorry, I don't drink alcohol. Upon hearing this, the dog's expression changed drastically. Snap. He slammed the glass down on the table with a bang, and said menacingly, you're not giving me any face, are you? Chapter 64, Tang Feifei is teased. Upon seeing this, Zhao Bin quickly advised, Feifei, quickly apologize to Brother Go and have a couple of drinks with him. I really don't drink alcohol. Tang Feifei's eyes held a hint of pleading. Seeing that Tang Feifei refused, Zhao Bin became furious. Hurry up, this is Brother Go's territory. If you offend him, I can't help you. But I really can't drink it. Tang Feifei doesn't even drink on her birthday, let alone now. However, as the dog listened, it grew impatient and snapped, hurry up and drink. If you drink with me and make me happy, I'll protect you from now on. Hurry up and thank Brother Dog. Zhao Bin urged. Feeling the powerful pressure from the stray dog, Tang Feifei began to feel afraid. Okay, then I'll only have one drink. Tang Feifei picked up the wine glass, closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and downed it in one gulp. After drinking it, I choked and coughed violently. Little girl, you have a good capacity for alcohol, keep drinking. Tubo poured Tang Feifei another full glass. Tang Feifei quickly waved her hand, Brother Go, I really can't drink anymore. This is over 40 proof liquor. She just drank a whole glass in one gulp, and now her nasal cavity is steaming. How could she possibly drink anymore? Stop pretending, come on, let's drink together. As Tugo spoke, he gestured for Zhao Bin and the other brothers to sit down. Zhao Bin picked up his glass and said with a smile, come on, let's drink together. If Brother Go needs anything in the future, just let me know, and I, Zhao Bin, will definitely do my best to help. Come on, let's all get together. The dog raised its glass and touched Tang Feifei's glass. Tang Feifei felt like crying. But under the pressure of the dog's intimidation, he could only raise his glass again, suppress his discomfort, and drink it down in one gulp. However, once a woman has her first time, she'll do it countless times. Seeing that she was indeed not a good drinker, the dog switched to beer. Come on, let's drink this up. From now on, you can walk all over Jiangzhou with your heads held high. If anyone dares to offend you, just mention my name, Tugo. Tugo drank first as a sign of respect. Thanks, Brother Dog. Zhao Bin then finished his drink in one gulp. Tang Feifei couldn't refuse again, so she gritted her teeth and drank it all. After downing several glasses of beer, the aftereffects of the liquor gradually kicked in, and Tang Feifei felt as if her brain was about to explode. Brother Dog, I really can't drink anymore, I need to go to the bathroom first. After saying that, Tang Feifei rushed to the toilet, vomited into the sink, and threw up all the food she had eaten at noon. After vomiting, she hurriedly called Lu Ming. But she discovered that Lu Ming had blocked her. Overwhelmed by her grievances and the discomfort in her stomach, Tang Feifei burst into tears. Yi Feng, Tang Yi, it's all your fault. If it weren't for Yi Feng and Tang Yi, she wouldn't have had to suffer in this godforsaken place, nor would she have been blacklisted by Lu Ming. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After crying for a few minutes, she dialed Tang Ruoshua's number again. Sis, come to Starlight City quickly, I'm drunk. Okay, I'll send you the location. I just hung up the phone and sent my location. Bang! The toilet door was violently kicked open, and Tang Feifei was startled to see a drunken, red-haired man barging in. Come out here right now and have a few drinks with me. The red-haired man grabbed Tang Feifei's hand and forcibly dragged her out. After vomiting, Tang Feifei felt a little more sober, but she really couldn't drink anymore. Brother Go, let's drink again next time. We have important things to do today, Tang Feifei advised. It won't take any time. He's just a little brat. I can crush him with one hand. The dog filled Tang Feifei's glass, picked up the glass, and handed it to her. Tang Feifei quickly pushed him away. Brother Go, you really can't drink anymore. Hurry up, don't push your luck. The dog shoved the wine glass right into her face. Tang Feifei pushed and shoved while looking at Zhao Bin, hoping he would plead for her, but Zhao Bin didn't dare to say a word and simply pretended not to see her. After a few shoves, bang! The wine glass was pushed to the ground. Fueled by alcohol, Tugo grabbed Tang Feifei by the collar and yelled, "You dare disrespect me? You're asking for it." Snap! He slapped her across the face, stunning Tang Feifei. Then, he pounced on her and pinned her to the sofa, saying, "If you don't give me face, I'll show you what I'm capable of." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Tang Feifei's skirt, pulling it sharply. Hiss! The black pencil skirt ripped open under the rough handling of the stray dog, revealing a pair of long, snow-white legs. Brother dog, no! Tang Feifei covered her skirt and tried to run away. However, as soon as she stood up, the stray dog grabbed her hair and pulled her back. Trying to run? If you don't serve me well today, I'll cripple you. The stray dog pushed Tang Feifei down onto the sofa and pounced on her again, rubbing against her face frantically like a hungry dog gnawing on excrement. Brother dog, don't do this, we did pay you. Tang Feifei felt like she wanted to die, and she pushed with all her might with both hands. Unfortunately, the delicate woman couldn't move the dog an inch and was pinned down on the sofa by him, where he began to lick her wantonly. Young Master Zhao, save me! Save me! Tang Feifei pushed and shoved desperately, crying out loud. She didn't want to live if this mongrel dog abused her. Zhao Bin, who was standing to the side, watched with great interest. You should be secretly happy. It's rare for Brother Go to think highly of you. This is your good fortune. Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She never expected Zhao Bin to be such a bastard. Zhao Bin, you bastard, my sister will never forgive you. Li Feifei shouted, her voice trembling with nausea. Zhao Bin scoffed, I doubt you'd dare tell anyone about what happened today, because after killing Yi Feng, you'd also be a murderer, unless you don't want to live anymore. As he spoke, he laughed smugly. A single threatening remark left Tang Feifei speechless. Yes, Yi Feng will be here soon. Yi Feng was tricked into coming here, and if he dies here, Tang Feifei will not be able to escape responsibility. At this moment, Tang Feifei was utterly desperate. Zhao Bin, you liar, you'll get your comeuppance. Tang Feifei struggled and cried out loudly, her cries filling the entire private room. However, Zhao Bin remained unmoved, and even showed an excited expression as he watched her struggle. He couldn't wait to see what would happen next. Brother dog, keep enjoying yourself. In a little while, let Yi Feng see the expression on his sister-in-law's face when you conquer her. Ah, you really understand me, kid. That was exciting. As the dog spoke, it became even more excited and began rubbing against Tang Feifei's face. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a tall, handsome man walked in. It was Yi Feng. Brother-in-law, save me. Save me. Chapter 65, The Arrogant Yi Feng. Seeing this, the stray dog was about to yell for the door to be closed. But then Yi Feng walked in leisurely, his expression carrying a faint smile and a hint of mockery. Tang Feifei, you're pretty wild. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Yi Feng walked straight over and sat down on the sofa. The others were also taken aback by Yi Feng's composure and were stunned for a moment. Kid, you've got some nerve, managing to stay so calm around me, Tugo. Tugo grabbed Tang Feifei's hair with one hand and said arrogantly. Didn't you send me here to apologize to me? Yifeng glanced at Tang Feifei, then looked at Zhao Bin. This idea was yours, wasn't it? Then come on, kneel down and apologize, and we'll call it even. You. Zhao Bin was furious. Yifeng, you still don't understand the situation? Look who's sitting here. He's the big boss of the south of the city, the local tyrant. Do you think you have the right to be so arrogant? Seeing Yifeng's composure, Tugo couldn't help but admire him. Kid, for the sake of your courage, kneel down and apologize, and I'll only break your legs and spare your life. Zhao Bin was displeased upon hearing this. Brother dog, we made a deal, 50 million for his life. Get out of my way. It's none of your business to do what I'm doing. The dog sneered and looked at Yifeng with a sly smile. How about it? Kneel down and kowtow to Zhao Bin 100 times, then watch me sleep with your sister-in-law. I'll only want your 2 legs. Isn't that a good deal? He. Yifeng sneered, you're just a mongrel, aren't you? Even Xiao Xiang has to call me master. What are you anyway? After saying that, he squeezed the glass so hard that it shattered. With a bang, the wine splashed everywhere. Immediately, several of the henchmen in the room surrounded him. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Upon hearing this, the stray dog became enraged. He'd seen arrogant people before, but never anyone this arrogant. How dare they humiliate their sister-in-law on their tiger gang's turf? They were courting death. Kid, you've crossed my line. The stray dog gritted its teeth, furious beyond measure. Upon seeing this, Zhao Bin's eyes gleamed with smugness. It seems that Yifeng is truly arrogant by nature and can't distinguish between the big and small kings. He even dares to speak rudely on tiger gang's territory. He is doomed this time. Brother dog, this man insulted Boss Red Widow, he can't be allowed to live. Zhao Bin leaned closer to the dog and said with a humble smile. I don't need you to teach me. Tugo shoved Zhao Bin aside and waved his hand sharply at his underlings, yelling, grab him and tear his mouth apart. Upon hearing the sound, several henchmen, wielding iron bars, strode over menacingly and surrounded Yifeng. Kid, it's too late to apologize now. As the red-haired man in the lead spoke, he was about to step forward and restrain Yifeng. Just as he reached out his hand. Bang! With a light, effortless kick, Yifeng sent the red-haired man flying backward, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. Kid, you dare to fight back? Having witnessed Yifeng's strength, Tugo shouted, call the brothers in. A moment later. With a bang, the door was violently pushed open, and 40 or 50 burly men rushed in, looking fierce and menacing. Some were holding fruit knives, others were holding iron bars, and they all surrounded Yifeng menacingly. Ha, Yifeng, let's see where you can run this time. Zhao Bin laughed triumphantly. Even if Yifeng is a great fighter, can he really take down 40 or 50 people? They could drown him with just a spit from each of them. Yifeng sneered, Zhao Bin, I originally wanted to spare your life and leave a seed for your Lu family, but you insisted on courting death. After saying that, Yifeng actually sat down in front of everyone. He first finished the wine in his glass, then calmly poured himself another glass full. Given the circumstances, Yifeng's composure immediately made the bald man frown. However, Zhao Bin's expression changed drastically after hearing Yifeng's words. What did you just say about keeping a child? Is my father in your hands? You think too kindly of me. Yifeng picked up his wineglass, took another sip, and then looked coldly at Zhao Bin. Your father has already been sent to meet the king of hell, but don't worry, today I will reunite you and your father. Bang! Yifeng crushed the wineglass again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bin's eyes widened immediately. Impossible. My dad is with Scarface. How could you possibly kill him? Zhao Bin shook his head violently. Oh, right, and that scarred guy too. I killed him as well, along with a few of his men. Yifeng spoke calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips. As if killing Scarface and Zhao Yong was as ordinary as killing a chicken in his eyes. What? You even have Scarface? Zhao Bin was blinded by shock and couldn't speak. Looking at Yifeng's calm expression, Tang Feifei felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The face was the same, but the aura and the cold, oppressive presence gave her a chilling feeling. Is this man really the same submissive and hardworking brother-in-law in the Tang family? Tang Feifei felt as if she was meeting him for the first time. You actually killed Scarface? The dog's anger flared up. They killed members of their tiger gang and still dare to be so arrogant, brazenly admitting it. This is disrespectful to them, and it's like they're rubbing the face of the tiger gang into the ground. Yifeng, even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he couldn't save you. Enraged, the dog roared, "Kill him!" With his command, dozens of henchmen, wielding weapons, charged towards Yifeng. However, Yifeng's expression remained unchanged despite being surrounded by more than a dozen people. There were only a few dozen people. Killing them would be a piece of cake, but Yifeng was too lazy to do it. "You're really annoying." Yifeng swung a beer bottle and smashed it down on the dog's head. With a loud bang, the glass bottle smashed on the dog's head and shattered. Before the dog could react, Yifeng held the remaining glass to his neck and threatened, "Make them all get out of here." Enraged by such humiliation, the stray dog immediately flew into a rage. How could someone like him, the top dog in the south of the city, be threatened in his own territory? "I don't believe you dare to kill me." After saying that, he shouted to his underlings, "Don't be afraid of him, get him." The words fell. Just as the underlings were about to rush forward, they saw Yifeng holding a broken wineglass and poking it at the chubby face of the stray dog. What's even more terrifying is that Yifeng was still angry after poking him. Sizzle! After being poked several times, the dog's face became a bloody mess, dripping with blood. "Oh, my face!" The stray dog covered its face, lay on the sofa, and howled in pain. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Yifeng turned to fear. How cruel must this person be? However, Zhaobin felt a mix of fear and excitement. The greater the hatred between Yifeng and the Tiger Gang, the faster he will die. Brothers of the Tiger Gang, this is an irreconcilable feud. Let's all attack together and kill him. Zhaobin roared. The underling's anger was instantly ignited. Kill! Dozens of people, wielding weapons, charged at Yifeng again. Yifeng shook his head. He had originally intended to make an example of them to deter them from further trouble. But since they were so reckless, he decided to show them what true cruelty was. Just as Yifeng clenched his fist, the door was violently kicked open with a bang. Chapter 66, The Red Widow. A stunningly beautiful red-haired woman, dressed in a long, bright red dress, strode in with an imposing air. Several burly men followed behind her. They were all veterans of the Tiger Gang. The woman's gaze was sharp as lightning. Although she was a woman, she had an imposing presence and the air of a female boss. "Greetings, sister-in-law." The Tiger Gang members called out in unison and made way for them. Zhaobin couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw such a hot woman. "This is the new leader of the Tiger Gang, Red Widow Xiaoxiang?" "Ha, it seems Yifeng is doomed." With the Tiger Gang leader himself present, Yifeng would have no chance of escape, even if he had wings. "Greetings, sister-in-law. I am Zhaobin, son of Zhao Yong from the Zhao family. I have long admired your reputation." Zhaobin stepped forward excitedly, bowing and smiling obsequiously. Xiaoxiang looked at him coldly. "Did you arrange today's drinking party?" "Yes, sister-in-law." After Zhaobin finished speaking, he angrily pointed at Yifeng and said, "This bastard not only killed my father, but also Scarface and several Tiger Gang underlings. I specially organized a group to avenge them. Please, sister-in-law, uphold justice." Upon seeing the Red Widow, Tang Feifei felt a chill run down her spine. "I heard that this woman is a ruthless killer, even more vicious than the previous boss. Anyone who refused to obey her was killed. If she finds out that I'm Yifeng's sister-in-law, then things will be terrible." Thinking of this, she walked over cautiously and said with her head down, "Yifeng just said that even if you see him, you have to call him master. He simply doesn't respect you at all." She had to sever ties with Yifeng. Upon hearing this, Yifeng shook his head helplessly. He originally planned that if Tang Feifei sincerely admitted her mistake, all past grievances would be wiped clean. It seems we shouldn't have too high expectations of people's hearts. A dog can't change its nature. Tang Feifei, when I first came in, you kept calling me brother-in-law and asking me to save you. I never expected you to change your attitude so quickly. It really breaks my heart." Yifeng remained calm as he looked at Tang Feifei. Tang Feifei scoffed, "Who needs your help? I was just joking around with Brother Go." Yifeng not only killed Scarface but also injured the Earth Dog, so Tang Feifei naturally wanted to distance herself from him, to avoid being implicated by him. "So that's how it is. It seems I was just being presumptuous." Yifeng took a sip of his drink and looked at Xiaoxiang. "Now do you know how to handle this?" Upon hearing this, Tang Feifei immediately scolded, Yifeng, what are you pretending for? Hurry up and kneel down in front of your sister-in-law and admit your mistake. I can plead for you out of respect for Sister Ruoxue. Snap. Xiao Xiang raised her hand and slapped Tang Feifei hard across the face. Kneel down. The overwhelming aura startled Tang Feifei. She was filled with regret she shouldn't have pleaded for Yifeng. Please forgive me, sister-in-law. I was just saying it, I didn't really mean to plead for him. Please forgive me. Tang Feifei covered her face and knelt down. However, Tang Feifei's apology not only failed to appease Xiao Xiang, but instead further enraged her. Did I tell you to kneel before me? Xiao Xiang grabbed her hair, pulled her up, and dragged her in front of Yifeng. I'm telling you to kneel down before Mr. Yi. After saying that, he kicked her in the back. With a thud, Tang Feifei lunged forward and knelt down in front of Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Zhao Bin and Tang Feifei trembled. The dog and his underlings were dumbfounded. Mr. Yi? The Red Widow addresses Yifeng as Mr. Yi? They even made Tang Feifei kneel in front of Yifeng? What's going on? Zhao Bin quickly spoke up, Sister-in-law, did you hear me wrong? I just said that the murderer is Yifeng. He killed Scarface and the Tiger Gang's underlings. Upon hearing this, the Red Widow blared angrily. And you are one of them, right? She kicked Zhao Bin in the knee, and with a thud, Zhao Bin also fell to the ground in front of Yifeng. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Red Widow bowed slightly to Yifeng and asked, Master, how should we punish them? Owner? The Red Widow actually called Yifeng master? In other words, Yifeng wasn't lying just now? Tang Feifei and Zhao Bin stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Red Widow is the leader of the Tiger Gang, and a ruthless female demon who kills without hesitation. How could she call Yifeng master? Why is that? As the two were still incredulous, Tugo stood up indignantly, Sister-in-law, do you know what you're doing? He's the murderer of Scarface. Do you want to disgrace our Tiger Gang? Are you questioning me? Xiao Xiang pulled a revolver from her waist and pointed it at Tugo. I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down in front of Mr. Yi and admit your mistake, or I'll send you down to see Scarface. You. The stray dog was furious. Making him kneel before the murderer and admit his mistake? That's impossible. Xiao Xiang, I'm giving you face by calling you sister-in-law, but you're just a woman. Do you really think you can control everything in the Tiger Gang? Xiao Xiang wiped the muzzle of her gun and smiled. I heard you've been getting quite close to the Crown Prince of Longmen lately. Looks like you found a backer and want to challenge my authority, is that it? That's right. When Boss Black Tiger was around, we gave him face. Now that he's dead, who do you think you are? As a veteran of the Tiger Gang, Tugo was naturally not afraid of Red Widow. Moreover, he has the Dragon Gate Prince as his backer. At this point, Yifeng looked at the dog with a calm expression, then do you know how Black Tiger died? What's the meaning? It means. Yifeng stood up, smiled, and said, I killed Black Tiger too. The words fell. Boom. The dog's face turned deathly pale. Although he did not participate in the mission that day, he had heard about it privately. It is said that on the day they ambushed Lianlin, victory was assured, but a murderous demon appeared and killed half of the Tiger Gang members with his bare hands, and then cruelly tortured Black Tiger to death. It's you're the demon? The stray dog trembled and stammered. After saying that, he knelt down with a thud, pleading, Mr. Yi, please spare my life. It's all Zhao Bin and Tang Feifei's fault. They paid me 50 million to kill you. Please, spare me. Too late. The lackeys of Lungmen are doomed. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared on the dog's forehead. His eyes glazed over, and he fell straight backward. Dead. The once powerful leader of the southern city was shot in the head by the Red Widow. Tang Feifei and Zhao Bin were devastated upon seeing this. It's over, it's over. That Red Widow is truly ruthless. Even the stray dogs were killed, so they were even less able to resist. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Tang Feifei crawled on her knees to Yifeng and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Seeing this, Zhao Bin was utterly desperate. This meticulously planned trap turned out to be their own doing. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. Yifeng would not let him off the hook. We'll risk it all. Don't move. Xiaobin picked up a broken wine bottle from the ground and held it to Tang Feifei's face. Yifeng, if you know what's good for you, let me go, or I'll kill her. Chapter 67, Tang Feifei's Disfigurement. Yifeng wanted to laugh. They were in cahoots from the beginning, and now they want to use Tang Feifei as a hostage? Go ahead and kill her. It will save me some trouble, and I'll be grateful. Upon hearing this, Xiaobin panicked and said, "Don't pretend to be so cold-hearted. If Tang Feifei dies, the Tang family will never forgive you. You can forget about ever stepping into the Tang family again." Really? How about we take a gamble? As Yifeng spoke, he took Xiao Xiang's revolver. Then, he pointed the gun at him and said, "I bet you I dare to fire this shot." Tang Feifei was terrified when she saw this. She knew Xiaobin had no way out and would definitely give up. "Brother-in-law, I don't want to die, please save me." "Save you?" Yifeng said coldly, "You set up this trap today just to kill me, didn't you? Now you're begging me? Isn't that ridiculous?" I didn't." Tang Feifei hurriedly explained, "I wanted someone to teach you a lesson, but I never intended to kill you." It was all Zhao Bin's conspiracy. She was not lying. A snob like her is quick to bully others, but when it comes to killing, she doesn't have the guts. "So, I should thank you then," Yifeng said. "If you let us go, I'll persuade Sister Ruoxue to get back together with you." Tang Feifei used Tang Ruoxue as a bargaining chip. She believed that Yifeng still loved Ruoxue and wouldn't abandon her. He. Yifeng shook his head. "Some people live in their fantasies forever. Here's what we'll do. There are 5 bullets left in the gun. If this shot comes out empty, I'll let you go. If not, you'll be punished." As Yifeng spoke, he began to turn the wheel. Seeing that Yifeng wasn't joking, Tang Feifei panicked. "Brother-in-law, don't do anything rash. Sister Ruoxue will be here soon. If she knew you've ruined me, she would never." The words fell. Bang! A bullet was fired from the barrel and struck Xiaobin in the thigh with a whoosh. "Ah! I'll take you all down with me." Xiaobin felt a sharp pain in his thigh, and his adrenaline surged instantly. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. Since he was going to die anyway, it wouldn't hurt to take someone down with him. Laugh. He raised the broken glass bottle and stabbed it hard into Tang Feifei's face. The sharp glass, like a dagger, pierced Tang Feifei's fair skin. Bright red blood seeped out. "Ah, my face, my face." Tang Feifei screamed, covered her face, and struggled desperately. Seeing that Tang Feifei had broken free, Xiaobin roared, "Go to hell." That's all. Xiaobin raised the bottle in his hand and plunged it in again. At the same time, bang! Another gunshot rang out. As the wine glass pierced Tang Feifei's face again, a red dot appeared between Xiaobin's eyebrows. His eyes widened, and the glass bottle in his hand fell to the ground. He collapsed as well. Dead. Ah! Tang Feifei's face was pricked again, and her cries echoed throughout the private room. She was stabbed twice, and blood slowly trickled down her face. She knew her face was ruined. But the extreme fear made her unable to feel pain. All she felt was endless regret. Of all people to offend, she had to offend such a demon. At that moment, her legs went weak, and she didn't even have the strength to run away. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. The Red Widow pointed at Tang Feifei and asked, "Mr. Yi, what should we do with her?" Yifeng waved his hand, "That's it then. She's already gotten what she deserved." After saying that, Yifeng handed the revolver to Red Widow. The Red Widow slowly walked towards Tang Feifei, grabbed her hair, and said, "Listen to me carefully. Mr. Yi is magnanimous and spared your life, but I'm not so kind. If you dare to leak what happened today, I'll make you wish you were dead." Tang Feifei nodded vigorously in fright. "Okay, I won't tell, I'd rather die than tell." "Very good." The Red Widow stood up, turned around abruptly, and looked at the Earth Dog's henchmen. "You two, listen up. If anyone dares to leak out what happened today, I'll wipe out their entire family." Upon hearing this, all the underlings lowered their heads and dared not utter a word. A moment later, the dog and Xiaobin's body were moved away, and the room was cleaned spotlessly. Xiao Xiang saw Yifeng off. As the two walked down the corridor, Xiao Xiang reminded him, "Mr. Yi, you need to be careful lately. The Crown Prince of Longmen is very suspicious, and he will find out the cause of Black Tiger's death sooner or later." Yi Feng also understood that the truth could not be hidden forever. If they want to investigate, it will leak sooner or later. Don't worry about cooperating with their investigation. Even if they don't come looking for me, I'll come looking for them. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Clear. The two walked. As Yi Feng walked into the lobby, he suddenly saw Tang Ruoxue hurrying in. Yi Feng, what are you doing here? Tang Ruoxue stopped and asked. Yi Feng shrugged. A friend invited me over. What's up? You're here too? Tang Ruoxue glanced at Xiao Xiang, a look of jealousy creeping onto her face. Although this woman is a bit older, she is very well maintained, especially her impressive breasts, which could charm any man. Friend? I think you're here to sell yourself, aren't you? Tang Ruoxue said with a disdainful expression. What normal friend would go to such a place of entertainment? If you say so, then so be it, Yi Feng said, too lazy to explain. You. Tang Ruoxue got angry as soon as she heard that. I don't know what kind of incredible luck Yi Feng had, but after his divorce, all the rich women he hooked up with were top-notch beauties. However, she felt inexplicably annoyed every time she saw Yi Feng with high-quality women. He seems so loving with Yi on the surface, but behind her back he's been flirting with one woman after another. What a scumbag. Tang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Yi Feng and stormed off. Seeing this, Xiao Xiang looked apologetic and said, Mr. Yi, have I caused you any trouble? It's okay, go ahead and do your thing, I can go back by myself. Yi Feng didn't dare stay with her for too long, in case Yi saw them, she would probably get jealous. After all, this woman is just too alluring. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you. As Xiao Xiang spoke, she hurriedly ran to the front desk and brought out an exquisite box. This is tea from the mother tree of Wui Mountain Da Hong Pao. Please accept it, sir. No need. Yi Feng didn't know much about tea and didn't particularly like drinking it. Since you've already brought it, please accept it, sir. Xiao Xiang said with a smile. All right then. Yi Feng didn't waste any time. After accepting it, he left alone. After I got home, Gu Zhong called. As soon as he answered the call, Gu Zhong said, Mr. Yi, are you free now? I'll come pick you up. Oh right, Yi Feng had forgotten about their promise. However, after that commotion, he was no longer in the mood for anything. Tomorrow, please send me the bed number, and I'll go directly there tomorrow. All right, then I'll trouble you, sir. Gu Zhong knew that Boss Yi must be quite busy with company matters. Chapter 68, Who is the Clown? The next day, early morning. Yi Feng was woken up by Tang Yi's phone call before he even got out of bed. Honey, come to my house quickly, something terrible has happened. Tang Yi's urgent voice came through the phone. What's going on? Yi Feng suddenly sat up. Don't ask anymore, come here first. Good. Yi Feng hung up the phone and rushed out of the Tang family home without even having breakfast. However, upon arriving at the Tang family's residence, there was no tense atmosphere at all. On the contrary, it was bustling with activity. As soon as she reached the main gate, Chen Shuan hurriedly came out. She secretly pulled Yi Feng aside and said, Little Feng, we have a very important guest today, so we don't have time to entertain you. You should go back first. But Yi asked me to come. She said. It's all right, you can go back now. Chen Shuan quickly pushed Yi Feng out. At this moment, Tang Yi walked over quickly. Yi Feng, you're here? Come over here quickly. As she spoke, she ignored Chen Shuan and pulled Yi Feng inside. Upon entering the living room, Yi Feng discovered that there were quite a few people sitting there. Moreover, there was an outsider involved, Tang Yi's fiancé, Yang Wei. Why is he here? Upon seeing Yi Feng, Grandma Tang's expression turned somewhat displeased. However, upon seeing Yi Feng, Yang Wei walked over politely and waved his hand in greeting. Hello, I am Yi's fiancé, Yang Wei. Hello, I am her husband, Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled at him. The entire audience fell silent. They all rolled their eyes at Yi Feng. Yang Wei is the future cash cow of the Tang family, and it's embarrassing for them to be ridiculed in the Tang family. Tang Yi burst out laughing. Don't stand there, sit down and have some tea, Grandma Tang called out, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Yang Wei awkwardly pulled his hand back. Then, he placed a beautifully packaged box of tea on the table. Grandma, I know you love tea, so I brought a box of Wui Mountain Da Hong Pao. Please try it. Waiishan Da Hong Pao? Upon hearing this, everyone present gleamed with excitement. Wui Mountain De Hong Pao is the Rolls-Royce of teas. It's a rare find. Why bring such an expensive gift when we're just having a meal? Grandma Tang said politely, but quickly took the tea leaves away. It's not that valuable, just a few 100,000 yuan per kilogram. Yang Wei said casually, but he made a point of emphasizing the price. Over 10,000 yuan per kilogram? Chen Shujuan's eyes widened in surprise. This box must weigh at least 7 or 8 ounces, which is worth 100,000. The others' eyes lit up when they heard this. They had never tasted such expensive tea before. Grandma, quickly brew a pot of tea for everyone, so they can all benefit from young Master Yang's influence, Chen Shuan reminded them. Alright, then let everyone taste the flavor of the finest De Hong Pao tea. Grandma Tang carefully picked out a spoonful and began to soak it. Seeing that Yifeng was also carrying a box, Tang Yi said, Yifeng, what did you bring? Take it out and let me see. Oh, right. When Yifeng went out, he casually picked up the tea that Xiao Xiang had given him. I also brought a box of tea, everyone please have a taste. Yifeng placed the tea on the table. Upon closer inspection, everyone recognized it as a De Hong Pao. The packaging is just a bit yellowish and doesn't look very appealing. Yifeng, you actually bought De Hong Pao tea just to save face? Do you know that De Hong Pao tea has different production areas and different grades? You didn't buy the kind that cost several hundred yuan per kilogram, did you? Grandma Tang asked. Just look at the packaging, and you can tell it won't cost more than 1,000, Tang San's wife said dismissively. Yifeng scratched his head helplessly. He didn't know much about tea. He just happened to have received a gift from Xiao Xiang, so he simply took it. There should be more than that. My friend said it's also a variety from Wui Mountain. Yifeng thought to himself, Xiao Xiang wouldn't send something too cheap. Even among the varieties from Wui Mountain, there are huge differences, okay? Grandma Tang explained with a disdainful look, the cheapest Wui Mountain De Hong Pao tea is a little over 100 yuan per kilogram, but you might not believe it, the tea leaves from the original De Hong Pao mother trees can fetch over 1,000,000 yuan per kilogram at auction, and there's no market for them. It's a world of difference. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Over 1,000,000 yuan per kilogram? One box of tea is worth more than a house. Will drinking this make you an immortal? Yifeng felt the name sounded familiar. He said, by the way, it seems my friend said that this is tea from the mother tree of De Hong Pao in Wui Mountain. These words were spoken. Those who knew tea scoffed at the idea. Grandma Tang rolled her eyes and said, Yifeng, it's fine to be poor, but you can't just say whatever you want or brag. Do you know how long the De Hong Pao mother tree has been out of production? Uncle Tang San laughed and said, let me put it this way, Xiao Feng, there is only one mother tree of De Hong Pao tea, which can only produce 1 or 2 caddies a year. Moreover, the government has stopped production for more than 10 years in order to protect the mother tree. Where are you going to buy tea from the mother tree? After the two people analyzed the situation, the others felt even more contempt for Yifeng. Chen Shuan felt like strangling him. They're just bragging, they don't even bother to do any research beforehand. Seeing their mocking expressions, Tang Yi felt annoyed. It's just quenching thirst, what does it matter how much it costs? If you don't like it, I'll drink it myself. To help Yifeng out of his predicament, Tang Yi brewed tea in another teapot. Although she doesn't know how to appreciate tea, she does know how to act. Who cares if it tastes good or not, as long as the expression is right. After brewing, Tang Yi drank it herself. It's sweet and mellow, a good tea. Grandma, would you like to try some? Tang Yi poured another cup for her grandmother. No need, I still prefer young Master Yang's tea. As Grandma Tang spoke, she began to pour tea for everyone. At this moment, Tang Boyuan hurriedly walked in from outside. I heard that young Master Yang brought some top-grade De Hong Pao tea, is that right? Let me try some. Tang Boyuan loves tea the most, and as soon as he heard there was good tea, he couldn't wait to come over. That's right, second brother, you know the most about tea. Come and try it, and see if you can tell its price. Uncle Tang San deliberately made things mysterious. Let me put it this way, when it comes to understanding tea, there are very few people in the entire Jiangzhou who can compare to me. Tang Boyuan said smugly, then picked up a cup of tea and began to taste it. As the tea entered his mouth, Tang Boyuan's eyes suddenly widened. Rich and smooth, with a long aftertaste, it's top-notch, absolutely the best of the best. As he spoke, he couldn't help but savor it carefully, finishing it in one gulp. I've been tasting tea for over 30 years, and I've never tasted such exquisite tea before. Tang Boyuan looked at Yang Wei excitedly. Young Master Yang, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Da Hong Pao Mother Tree Tea. 10 years ago, the auction price was over 2 million yuan per kilogram, and now it has at least doubled, to 4 or 5 million yuan per kilogram. He became more and more agitated as he spoke. Everyone looked surprised. Is it really that exaggerated? Yang Wei was stunned for a moment, bewildered by what he said. His young family is almost bankrupt. Where would they get the money to buy such expensive tea? This is just a little over 1,000 yuan per kilogram that he bought casually. He only said it was over 10,000 yuan per kilogram just to save face. How come Tang Boyuan can brag even more than him? Yang Wei smiled awkwardly. Uncle, you flatter me. The price isn't important, as long as you like it. Upon hearing this, everyone praised Yang Wei. Grandma Tang was full of praise. Young Master Yang is so modest. He was afraid we wouldn't be able to afford it, so he said something worth millions was only worth tens of thousands. After saying that, she glanced at Yifeng with disdain, unlike some people, who pretend to be rich even though they have fake stuff. Exactly, he doesn't even think before he starts bragging. Uncle Tang San scoffed. Tang Yi couldn't stand it anymore. Do you want to see whose tea my dad was drinking just now? Tang Yi poured 2 glasses. She drank one herself, and the other was originally meant for her grandmother to try, but Tang Boyuan accidentally drank it. Chapter 69, The Liar. Before anyone could react, Tang Yi picked up the glass her grandmother had poured and handed it to Tang Boyuan. Dad, try this one too. Tang Boyuan didn't know what had happened, but when his daughter handed him tea, he gladly accepted it. After taking a sip, he shook his head. This cup must have been brought by Yifeng. It tastes slightly bitter. It's fake. Fake? Upon hearing this, the others' faces turned grim, as if they had been slapped in the face. Tang Yi said excitedly, Dad, this cup is the top-grade Da Hong Pao tea that young Master Yang gave us. The first cup you drank just now was given by Yifeng. What? Tang Boyuan was stunned for a moment. Others began to question Tang Boyuan's taste, and asked Tang Yi to pour them tea so they could compare. However, upon comparison, the differences become apparent. Yifeng's tea is indeed better. It's not just a little bit different, it's worlds apart. Yifeng, where did you get the money to buy such expensive tea? Chen Shuan questioned. It was a gift from a friend. I don't like drinking tea, so I had no use for it and brought it with me, Yifeng answered truthfully. A gift from a friend? Chen Shuan didn't believe his nonsense. You didn't steal it, did you? Or is Tang Ruoshua right, you're Li Anlin's gigolo? And she gave it to you? Whatever the reason, it's disgusting. Uncle Tang said dismissively. That's enough. Tang Yi was furious. If you're not going to drink it, I'll use it to make tea eggs. After saying that, he angrily grabbed the tea canister and left. Oh, please stop. Grandma Tang hurriedly stood up and shouted at Tang Yi. Tang Yi didn't linger for a moment, and left with Yifeng in her arms. The others, upon seeing this, were filled with regret. This is tea from the original Da Hong Pao tea tree. They've never seen such good tea in their lives, yet Tang Yi used it to make tea eggs? What a terrible thing. A few hours later. Lunch is ready. This time, they dared not mock Yifeng anymore, and were unusually kind to Tang Yi. When they started eating, Yang Wei had a long face and was too embarrassed to say anything. By the way, young Master Yang, I heard that your Yang family has reduced the investment in many of your businesses. Is that true? Tang Boyuan asked tentatively. There have long been rumors that after the Li family became the richest family, they relentlessly pursued the Yang family, causing the Yang family to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Whether this is true or not is unknown. When asked this question, Yang Wei's expression turned even more unpleasant. His family's production didn't just decrease, they were on the verge of declaring bankruptcy. However, he certainly wouldn't reveal such a thing. Actually, there is such a thing. Yang Wei composed himself and said seriously, however, the real reason is that my family found a project that could make us rich overnight, so we sold off our other assets and focused all our efforts on conquering this project. A get-rich-quick scheme? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to him. It's worth noting that the Yang family was once the richest family in China, and all their remaining assets are high-quality assets. If they are willing to sell them, it means that this new project has great potential. Young Master Yang, may I ask what specific project it is? Tang Boyuan was very interested. Yang Wei thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, I can tell you, but it's not something I should be ashamed of, so you'll have to keep it a secret for me. Tang Boyuan nodded excitedly, don't worry, the Tang family is the most discreet, it will never leak out. You all know about Maple Leaf Group, right? Yang Wei lowered his voice and said, to be honest, my uncle is the sales manager of the Miracle Water. He can give my family a 30% discount on the agency price to sell it, so all of our family's funds are used to become agents for the Miracle Water. These words immediately caused an uproar among the Tang family. 30% off agent price? That's some kind of miracle water. Even at the normal distributor price, it's enough to make a family rise to prominence. At a 30% discount, wouldn't it take off? Yi Feng was a little confused. As the big boss of Yi Feng Group, how could he not know? Mr. Yang, if I may ask, how did you manage to get such a low price? Yi Feng asked. Tang Boyuan rolled his eyes. Didn't young Master Yang just say that her uncle is a sales manager? It would be very easy for him to pull some strings? That's right. Yang Wei continued, don't be fooled by how amazing the Miracle Water product is. The big boss of Maple Leaf Group is an idiot. He never manages the group's business. If my uncle wanted to tamper with it, it would be a piece of cake. Achoo! Yi Feng sneezed. Before anyone knew it, Tang Ruoxue had arrived at the door. Hearing Yang Wei say this, she walked in excitedly, young Master Yang, with such a great opportunity, could I also invest a little? She must seize this opportunity to rise to prominence. She had to surpass Tangi, to impress Yi Feng and everyone in the Tang family, and to let everyone know that she, Tang Ruoxue, was more capable than Tangi. Yang Wei turned to look at Tang Ruoxue and suddenly frowned. Well, it's not impossible, but the investment amount is quite large, and I'm afraid you might not be able to afford it. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue hurriedly asked, is 100 million alright? Although she doesn't have 100 million in cash, she can probably raise enough by borrowing some or selling some luxury goods. As long as we can seize this opportunity, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Yang Wei frowned again. Alright, for ease sake, I'll count you in. But you have to be quick, because the first batch of the miracle water has already been produced, and we need to hurry up and drink the first sip. Tang Ruoxue nodded excitedly, no problem, I'll transfer 60 million to you first, and I'll figure out how to transfer the rest to you slowly. Seeing this, Tang Boyuan also said, Xiaowei, for ease sake, can your uncle invest 10 million? That's really all the money he has left. Of course, I can agree to anything as long as he is happy, Yang Wei said with a friendly smile. Chen Shuan pouted, and could only sulk in silence. Yang Wei was a suitor for her children, but Tang Ruoxue got the better deal. Unfortunately, she didn't have a single penny. Yi Feng, don't you have powerful connections? Lend me a few million, I want to invest too, Chen Shuan said irritably. Yi Feng didn't want to speak. Since she had been asked, she looked at Yang Wei and said, as far as I know, Yi Feng Group's first batch of products will not be able to be mass-produced for at least another month due to raw material issues. Mr. Yang said that production has already been completed, which makes it hard not to be suspicious. Yi Feng initially thought he really had an uncle who was a parasite in the company, but when he heard him say that the product had already been produced, he realized that it was a complete fraud. A small portion of the raw materials for the SK2 facial treatment essence are rare treasures, which cannot be gathered in a short time. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Chen Shuan became even angrier. Do you think you know more about him than young Master Yan? Do you think you know him better? If you don't have money, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. Tang Ruoxue smiled dismissively, Yi Feng, didn't you just hook up with another rich woman? If you don't have money, you can ask her for it. With your looks, it's not like you don't have the ability. Chapter 70, Good words are hard to persuade a dead man. You can't just say things carelessly. Yi Feng said seriously, besides, this isn't about money. A 30% discount on agency prices is unreasonable to begin with. Even if you want to invest, I suggest you understand the situation clearly before making a decision. After hearing what Yi Feng said, Tang Boyuan felt that it made sense. Young Master Yang, could you find some time to arrange a meeting with your uncle so we can have a chat? Of course it can. Yang Wei readily replied, since you've invested money, you're shareholders, so you definitely have the right to know. That's good, that's good. Seeing that Yang Wei was so agreeable, Tang Boyuan was relieved. Tang Ruoxue said coldly, Dad, don't worry. The Yang family sold their assets at a loss to fund this project, so it's definitely genuine. It's just that some people can't stand to see us doing well and want to stop us from rising. After saying that, she glanced at Yifeng. Yifeng frowned slightly. He had thought Yang Wei's so-called uncle was a fake, but since he agreed so readily, it seemed to be true. Mr. Yang, do you know your uncle's name? I happen to have a friend at Maple Leaf Group. See if you know him. You also have friends at Maple Leaf Group? Tang Boyuan asked skeptically. Those present naturally didn't believe Yifeng had such a friend, and simply thought he was just causing trouble. Yang Wei wasn't afraid of Yifeng's doubts and said, since you have a friend here, you can inquire about the sales manager, Chen Zhanghe. I just don't know if your so-called friend is qualified to find out his identity. So confident? Yifeng thought to himself, he wouldn't lie like that, since it would be too easy to expose. Okay, then I'll ask. Yifeng immediately took out his phone and sent a text message to Ma Yukai, asking if there was anyone named Chen Zhanghe and asking him to investigate the person's identity. Wait a moment, my friend will get back to me soon, Yifeng said. Tang Ruoshua sneered, Yifeng, you're putting on quite a show. You even have friends at Maple Leaf Group? Seeing Yifeng putting on an act, the others shook their heads, expressing their helplessness. Yifeng has been with the Tang family for 3 years, and everyone present knows her capabilities perfectly well. Tang Yi asked in surprise, Yifeng, the friend you're talking about, could it be Ma Yukai? She always felt that Ma Yukai looked familiar, like the day he drove Yifeng home, and that car was so long and beautiful. It's him, but strictly speaking, we're not exactly friends, Yifeng admitted. Ma Yukai is at most Yifeng's subordinate, not qualified to be his friend. Oh. Tang Yi was a little disappointed. She thought Yifeng had such a powerful friend, but it turned out they were just acquaintances. Strangely enough, Ma Yukai was quite polite to Yifeng that day. When it came to Ma Yukai, Tang Ruoshua wanted to laugh even more. That's the second in command of Maple Leaf Group. How could Maple Leaf Group know him? That's ridiculous. Seeing everyone coldly mocking Maple Leaf, Yang Wei seized the opportunity to urge, Mr. Yi, hasn't your friend replied yet? The words had barely left his mouth. Yifeng then received a reply from Ma Yukai. Sure enough, there was such a person, and he was the younger brother of the lady of the Young family. Yifeng immediately sent a text message, fire him immediately. Regardless of whether he made a mistake or not, he is a relative of the Young family, so he cannot be allowed to live. Without the slightest hesitation, Ma Yukai immediately replied, yes, boss, I'll handle it right away. After firing Chen Zhanghe, Yifeng smiled and said, my friend replied to me. Your uncle is indeed a sales manager, but he was just fired. He. Yang Wei sneered disdainfully, Mr. Yi, I know you don't like me and want to assert your dominance in front of Yi, but you don't have to talk nonsense, do you? I just spoke to my uncle on the phone this morning, how come I didn't know? Of course you don't know, because it just happened. Yifeng thought to himself, if your uncle knew why you were fired, he'd probably want to strangle you. Yang Wei immediately retorted sarcastically, it seems your information network is even better than mine. I have to admire your shamelessness. Seeing that Yang Wei was somewhat annoyed, Tang Boyuan said in a gentle tone, young Master Yang, don't bother with someone like him. That's just his personality, we're all used to it. That's right, ignore him, we believe you. Tang Ruoshua said, when the dividends come in, we'll slap him in the face. Well. It's true what they say, good intentions are useless when it comes to persuading a damn fool. Fine, Yifeng was too lazy to say anything more. Some people won't grow up without experiencing the harsh realities of society. Especially people like Tang Ruoshua, who always mistake luck for ability. If it weren't for Yifeng's support, she would still be selling goods on the street. She really thinks she has a great business sense. Ridiculous. Alright, you guys take your time eating, I have things to do. Yifeng had promised Gozhong that he would help treat his patients, and now he had the time. Tang Yi also stood up, I'm full too, you guys take your time eating. After saying that, she left with Yifeng. After the two left, Tang Ruoshua put down her chopsticks and chased after them, having only eaten half of her meal. Walked to the front door. Seeing their loving appearance made Tang Ruoshua angry. She walked straight through them and stood in front of Yifeng. Yifeng, what exactly did you do in Starlight City yesterday? Did you run into Fei Fei? Tang Ruoshua still felt lingering fear when she thought of Fei Fei's terrifying face. She always felt that this matter was related to Yifeng. Yifeng was on the phone with Gozhong when she interrupted him and hung up immediately, angrily saying, do I need to report to you where I go or what I do? You don't even care as much about my wife. Yifeng was too lazy to explain to her, so he took Tang Yi's hand and left. Tang Ruoxue was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. She wanted to chase after him, but then she received a call from Gu Zhong. Dr. Gu, is that the expert who has arrived? Tang Ruoxue asked excitedly after answering the call. He said he'd come right now. Don't you want to see him? Hurry up and come to the hospital. Great, that's wonderful. Tang Ruoxue hung up the phone. Then he immediately called Xiaobin, wanting to tell him the good news. However, no one answered after several calls. What's going on? Why aren't you answering the phone at such a crucial time? Never mind, Tang Ruoxue dialed Tang Mingjia's number instead. Mingjia, that expert is finally free. Get to the First People's Hospital as fast as you can, don't keep him waiting. Really, sis? Tang Mingjia exclaimed excitedly, I'll be there right now. Okay, I'll go over there now. Tang Ruoxue hurriedly drove over, touching up her makeup as she drove. After arriving at the hospital, Tang Ruoxue went to Tang Feifei's ward first. When we found her yesterday, she was unconscious. After a day of rest, she has finally woken up. Feifei, can you tell your sister what happened yesterday? Looking at Tang Feifei, who was wrapped in bandages, Tang Ruoxue felt a pang of heartache. Recalling her terrifying appearance yesterday, Tang Ruoxue still felt lingering fear. Chapter 71, Tang Feifei's Advice. Uncle Tang, standing to the side, looked bitter. Sigh, I've been asking her for hours, but she just won't tell me a single word. Feifei, don't be afraid. Tell your sister, and your sister will definitely help you get revenge. Tang Ruoxue comforted her. At this moment, Tang Feifei was not acting like she was going to die. On the contrary, she was unusually calm, with only her eyes vacant and trembling slightly, as if she were recalling some terrifying things. Sister, don't ask anymore, and never inquire about this matter. Tang Feifei's body trembled as she said those words. After witnessing Yifeng's true colors yesterday, she realized what cruelty truly meant. He not only killed Xiaobin and his son, but also Scarface, Black Tiger, and Earth Dog, all with extremely ruthless methods. The fact that she's still alive is the greatest mercy Yifeng has shown her. But she couldn't say. She couldn't imagine what kind of retaliation she would face if she uttered even a single word. Silly girl, what are you afraid of? Tell me. Sister-in-law Tang was both heartbroken and resentful. However, Tang Feifei remained silent. Tang Ruoxue could tell that something serious must have happened yesterday. Uncle and Aunt, Feifei has been greatly affected and it will be difficult for her to get over it in a while. Let's ask her after she calms down. Oh dear, what a tragedy. How will she ever get married looking like this? Aunt Tang was heartbroken. They used to mock Tang Yi as an ugly monster, and now their own daughter is disfigured too. It's karma. It's all right, ma'am. Tang Ruoxue comforted her, if Yi can be cured, Feifei definitely can too. Leave this to me. Really? Sister-in-law Tang held Tang Ruoxue's hand tightly, deeply moved. Certainly. Tang Ruoxue was very confident. Because she has already invested in the young family's new project, she can become an agent for the miracle water at a 30% discount, so curing Feifei will definitely not be a problem. And another thing, Tang Ruoxue said, Dr. Gu introduced me to a highly skilled person who will be arriving soon. He can also diagnose Feifei and probably has a solution. Hearing this, Uncle Tang and sister-in-law Tang were finally relieved. Of the two treatment options, one of them will definitely be effective. Thank you so much, Ruoxue. Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang were extremely grateful. We're all family, no need to be so polite. After Tang Ruoxue finished speaking, she looked at Tang Feifei and said, Feifei, rest well and wait for my good news. After saying that, she left. Just as I stepped out the door, suddenly, Tang Feifei's voice came through. Sister Ruoxue, remember what I said, don't bully your brother-in-law anymore. Tang Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said, silly girl, I'm already divorced, I don't have a brother-in-law. I'm talking about Yifeng. Why bring him up out of the blue? I'd be grateful if he didn't drag me down with him, how could I possibly bully him? Tang Ruoxue assumed that Tang Feifei was terrified and talking nonsense, so she didn't continue talking to her and left. When I walked into the corridor, Tang Ruoxue saw a familiar figure walking out of the andrology clinic. Young Master Lu? Tang Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Lu Jun was looking at the medical record dejectedly when he was startled by Tang Ruoshua's voice, and the medical record fell from his hand. He quickly picked it up, giving an awkward smile. "Miss Tang, what a coincidence. Young Master Lu, are you here to visit a friend?" Tang Ruoshua asked. Yes, I'm here to see a friend." Lu Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Tang Ruoshua didn't see his medical record clearly, otherwise, he would have wanted to die. "By the way, what brings you here?" Lu Jun asked. "My younger brother is injured and happened to have an appointment with a renowned doctor, so I came to meet him." "That's great. My friend also has health problems, so I can help him consult a miracle doctor," Lu Jun said excitedly. He had been suffering from a hidden neurological problem for many years. He had originally planned to have his father contact a renowned doctor, but since there was one available now, he decided not to tell his father, lest he be scolded. "Okay, let's do it together then." Tang Ruoshua led Lu Jun into Tang Mingjie's ward. At this moment, in the ward, besides Tang Mingjie, Gu Zhong was also present. "Sis, why can't we get through to young Master Zhao on the phone? Where did he go at such a crucial time?" Tang Mingjie was puzzled. Tang Ruoshua frowned and shook her head. "I don't know. I called him a few times, but no one answered." "Why don't you go to his house and look for him?" "No, if you don't want to come, then don't." Tang Ruoshua felt a bit disgusted with Zhao Bin, always feeling that his words were exaggerated and she didn't know whether they were true or false. She even suspected that the Zhao family had no real power. Oh well. Tang Mingjie didn't care anymore, he just wanted to heal himself first. Sudden. Tang Mingjie saw a lewd face and asked, "Sis, who is he?" Seeing Lu Jun's lewd appearance, Tang Mingjie felt instinctively disgusted. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Tang Ruoshua introduced, "This is Lu Jun, the young master of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce." The heir of the Baichuan group? Upon hearing this, Tang Mingjie instantly felt that he was no longer sleazy. This is a big shot. Even Zhao Bin is nothing compared to this guy. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I've heard so much about you." Tang Mingjie bowed slightly, forcing a smile like a chrysanthemum. Lu Jun nodded. "Just call me Ah Jun. I'm easygoing and don't care about these fancy titles." "Yes, young Master Lu." Tang Mingjie nodded vigorously. After exchanging pleasantries, the group. While they were chatting, Lu Jun secretly pulled Gu Zhong to the door and asked with a smile, "Dr. Gu, can you treat men's health problems?" "What's the problem?" "Morning." "How early?" "Second." "This is a bit difficult." Gu Zhong sure didn't lie and said, "If you could last 3 to 5 minutes, I could improve that a bit, but..." As he spoke, he looked down at Lu Jun's crotch and shook his head helplessly. Lu Jun then asked, "So, which expert are you talking about? Can he cure it?" That should be fine." Gu Zhong felt that with Yi Feng's medical skills, the small problem should not be difficult for him. Very good. Lu Jun was extremely excited. If this problem could be cured, and then I could win over Tang Ruoshua, that would be wonderful. He then asked, "What if we add short?" "How short?" "This." Gu Zhong felt like laughing. Most people are larger than this size when they are lying face down. That's a difficult estimate. I understand. Lu Jun wasn't disappointed. As long as it worked, it didn't matter if it was short. If someone could cure him sooner, he would burn incense and pray to Buddha. At this moment, Tang Ruoshua walked over and asked, "Dr. Gu, when will that expert arrive?" She was increasingly looking forward to seeing the expert's demeanor. "It should be soon. You guys wait here. I have other patients to take care of." After Gu Zhong finished speaking, he turned and left. Before that expert arrived, Tang Ruoshua hurriedly went to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Chapter 72, Kneel Down. A moment later. After Tang Ruoshua finished touching up her makeup, she saw Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang rushing in. Ruoshua, I found it. Uncle Tang said anxiously. "What did you find out?" Tang Ruoshua asked, puzzled. "It's He Feng, it must be related to him." Uncle Tang said with a face full of resentment, "I took advantage of Fei Fei's sleep and used her facial recognition to open her phone. I found that she called Yi Feng before the incident, and she called him twice." "Really?" Tang Ruoshua was extremely shocked. "When I went to pick up Fei Fei, I also saw Yi Feng. She had initially thought that Yifeng was just going to be a gigolo, but now it seems that it might be related to him. What? Mr. and Mrs. Tang were startled upon hearing this. Feifei and Yi have never had a good relationship, and Feifei even offended Yi at Maple Leaf Group. Given Yifeng's temperament, it's not surprising that he would do something like this. Could it really be him? Uncle Tang couldn't imagine it. His heart bled at the thought of his daughter's terrifying appearance. What kind of hatred must one have to commit such an act? Tang Mingjie said, "This is so much like how he does things. I only pushed Tang Yi, and he broke my hand. What else is there that a person like him wouldn't do? What a disaster! What a disaster! How could our Tang family have attracted such a jinx?" Aunt Tang stomped her feet and pounded her chest. Even if Feifei has made many mistakes, she is still just a little girl, and she is family. How could he do such a thing? Tang Ruoxue helped the old woman up and comforted her. "Don't jump to conclusions yet. Let's ask him about it later, just in case we misunderstand him." "Sister, you don't still have feelings for him, do you? The truth is right in front of us, and you're still making excuses for him," Tang Mingjie said angrily. At this moment, Lu Jun, who was standing to the side, also spoke up. "I've always felt that Yifeng isn't a good person. He's capable of anything. No, I have to find him. I need him to give me an explanation." Aunt Tang couldn't wait a moment longer. She must make Yifeng pay the price. Just as I turned around, sudden, Yifeng and Tang Yi walked in hand. "Yifeng? It's true what they say, speak of the devil and he appears." Upon seeing the maple leaves, Tang Ruoxue hurriedly went over and said, "What are you doing here? Get out of here." The truth hasn't been fully investigated yet, and she doesn't want to make a big fuss about it. However, Aunt Tang shoved Tang Ruoxue aside, grabbed Yifeng by the collar, and demanded, "Tell me, did you do this to Feifei's face? She's your sister-in-law, why did you treat her like this?" Yifeng was also taken aback when he saw them. It turns out that the patient with the fracture that Gu Zhong mentioned was Tang Mingjie, and the other one was probably Zhao Bin, but unfortunately he has already died. What a coincidence! Seeing this, Tang Yi quickly grabbed Tang Dinyang's hand and asked, "Auntie, what's wrong with Feifei? What are you talking about?" "Pa, stop with your crocodile tears." Aunt Tang glared at her fiercely and cursed, "Tang Yi, I never thought you looked so kind but were so vicious. You must be resentful that Feifei called you an ugly monster, so you let Yifeng ruin her, right? You are truly cruel." Tang Yi was completely bewildered by what he said. How could she possibly do such a thing? "Auntie, please let go of Yifeng first. Can we talk this out?" Tang Yi felt that there must be some misunderstanding. Uncle Tang stormed over, "What else is there to say? It must have been Yifeng who did it. He just held a grudge against Feifei, so he committed this heinous act." The atmosphere was tense. Tang Ruoxue quickly pulled Tang Dinyang away, then stared straight at Yifeng and questioned, "Yifeng, I'll ask you one more time, did you do Feifei's face?" "No." Yifeng's expression remained calm. Although this matter is related to him, he was not the one who caused it. If it weren't for him, Tang Feifei would probably still be dead at Zhao Bin's hands. So, from this perspective, Yifeng not only did not harm her, but even saved her. "Sister, you can't trust him," Tang Mingjie said. "Yes, he must be handed over to the police," Lu Jun suggested. Yifeng shrugged, his face calm. "If Feifei is sober, you can just ask her, and you'll know. She hates me so much, she definitely won't protect me." Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly. She suddenly remembered what Feifei had said earlier. As she left Feifei's hospital room, Feifei suddenly said, "Sister, you mustn't bully brother-in-law." At the time, Tang Ruoxue thought Feifei was talking nonsense, but now it seems very suspicious. "Yifeng, did you threaten Feifei?" Tang Ruoxue became increasingly suspicious of Yifeng. "Sister, Yifeng isn't that kind of person." Tang Yi still held Yifeng's hand. Aunt Tang got angry as soon as she heard that. "Tang Yi, it's all your fault. If you hadn't kept him here, Feifei wouldn't have suffered like this. You're such a troublemaker." Aunt Tang slapped him across the face. Snap! Yifeng was caught off guard by her sudden attack, and before he could react, Yi was slapped across the face. "You're asking for it." Yifeng blared angrily and raised his hand to slap him back. Snap! Aunt Tang staggered, and a large handprint appeared on her face. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Uncle Tang wanted to rush over, but Tang Mingjie held him back. Uncle, don't be impulsive. He really will cripple you. I'm a prime example. Upon hearing this, Uncle Tang stomped his foot angrily. Yifeng, Tangy, I'm not done with you yet. If you want to take action, then do it. Don't hold back. Yifeng didn't want to indulge them anymore. Tang Feifei's disfigurement was her own fault. She conspired with Zhao Bin to kill him, and Yifeng was already being very lenient by sparing her life. If they still want to push their luck, then we'll teach them a lesson. Yifeng, I really can't stand it anymore. Do you really think no one can handle you? It was Lu Jun who spoke. This matter originally had nothing to do with him. However, in order to demonstrate his strength in front of Tang Ruoxue, he had no choice but to use Yifeng as a scapegoat. Who do you think you are? Yifeng said with a disdainful look. Tang Mingjie puffed out his chest and said, I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Young Master Lu is the heir of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. Even Lianlin has to give him face. With him upholding justice, do you think you can turn the world upside down? Young Master Lu? Humph, even Lu Baichuan wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of me. What is he anyway? Yifeng looked disdainful. You. Lu Jun immediately became angry. You can insult him, but daring to talk about his father is a provocation that crosses his bottom line. Yifeng, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down in front of me and admit your mistake, or you'll be an enemy of the Lu family, Lu Jun said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's expression changed slightly. The Lu family is a top-tier family. Offending them could lead to serious trouble. Young Master Lu, we're sorry, we know we were wrong. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against him, Tang Yi said, standing in front of Yifeng. Kneel down. Okay, I'll kneel. Tang Yi was used to being humiliated. So what if she had to kneel? It wouldn't hurt her. Chapter 73, Mysterious and Unpredictable. Just as she was about to bend her knees, Yifeng grabbed her, saying, Don't kneel, Lu Baichuan wouldn't dare touch me. Tang Yi shook her head worriedly. Yifeng, the Lu family is not someone we can mess with. Let's just admit defeat. Trust me, it'll be all right. Yifeng took Yi's hand. Let's go back. After saying that, he left with Tang Yi. Lu Jun was furious. How dare they disregard the Lu family? This was intolerable. Grab him. A roar. Two bodyguards quickly entered and blocked Yifeng's path. Seeing this, Tang Yi tightly grabbed Yifeng's hand. Yifeng, let's admit our mistake. Even if you know Lianlin, you can't save yourself now that you've offended the Lu family. Don't be afraid. Yifeng first comforted Yi, then turned to Lu Jun and asked, Are you really going to break ties with me for their sake? Who do you think you are? Lu Jun walked over arrogantly and said haughtily, You're nothing but a lowly commoner. I can crush you with a flick of my finger. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, or don't even think about walking out of this door. Untouchables? Unexpectedly, Lu Baichuan's son turned out to be this kind of person. Since your father failed to raise you properly, let me teach him a lesson instead. After Yifeng finished speaking, he swept his foot across the ground. Thump! Lu Jun bent his knees and knelt down. The entire audience was immediately shocked. This is the heir of the Lu family. In the entire Jiangzhou, apart from Lianlin, he is the most powerful. Yifeng actually dared to attack him? Young Master Lu, are you alright? Tang Ruoxue quickly helped Lu Jun up. At this moment, Lu Jun was furious to the extreme. No one had ever dared to treat him like this before, and now he was being bullied like this by a commoner? What can be tolerated but not tolerated? Kill him. A roar. Two bodyguards wielded double batons and charged at Yifeng, bringing them down on his head. Two loud thuds. Yifeng effortlessly kicked out twice, sending the two bodyguards flying backward and crashing into the hospital bed. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. Tang Mingjie gritted his teeth in hatred, but dared not utter a single word. Watching helplessly as his bodyguard was kicked away, Lu Jun was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. Yifeng, just wait for the Lu family's revenge. No matter where you go, I will never let you go. Lu Jun stood up and said hatefully. Yeah? Yifeng looked at him coldly. For Lu Baichuan's sake, I'll let it go today. However, I suggest you go home and ask your father who I am, and don't do anything foolish. After saying that, Yifeng led Tang Yi out. Just then, Gu Zhong arrived at the door. Looking at the messy ward, he had a bad feeling. Wasn't this supposed to be for medical treatment? How did it escalate like this? Mr. Yi, what's going on? Gu Zhong looked at Yi Feng, trembling. Ask them. Yi Feng glared at him coldly, then turned and stormed off in a huff. Gu Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. It must be that the Tang family offended Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Gu Zhong hurriedly chased after him. However, no matter how much he shouted, Yi Feng did not stop for a moment. They chased him all the way to the elevator door. Gu Zhong rushed over and asked, Mr. Yi, what exactly happened? Yi Feng didn't answer, but instead questioned, Tang Ningjie is your patient, isn't he? Yes, Mr. Yi, what happened just now? What's wrong? Yi Feng said angrily, your patient is making me kneel down before them, what do you say to that? What? Upon hearing this, Gu Zhong broke out in a cold sweat. Boss Yi is the behind-the-scenes boss of Maple Leaf Group, how dare they do that? When he wanted to explain. Bite. The elevator doors opened. Yi Feng didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he pulled Tang Yi and went straight inside. It's over. Gu Zhong stared blankly. This person was in a terrible state. He kindly asked Mr. Yi to help them treat their illnesses, but unexpectedly, these bastards attacked Mr. Yi. It's true that good intentions are never rewarded, and they even dragged him into this mess. The other half. Tang Ruoxue and the others in the ward were completely dumbfounded. They were shocked to hear Gu Zhong address Yi Feng as Mr. Yi, and then they hurriedly chased after him. What's going on? Sister, does Yi Feng know Dr. Go? Tang Ningjie asked, completely bewildered. Tang Ruoxue frowned and thought for a moment, then said, it's possible. After all, Dr. Go has a good relationship with the Li family, and Yi Feng knows Li Anlin. It's possible that they have some connection. Then why is Dr. Gu so respectful to Yi Feng? Uncle Tang was completely puzzled. This. Tang Ruoxue frowned even more deeply. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, could it be that Yi Feng is that so-called master? What? Tang Ningjie felt a chill in his heart. Sis, don't scare me. This expert was his only hope. If Yi Feng is that expert, then he will be disabled for the rest of his life. Xiao Xue, don't scare me. Feifei's face is still waiting for that expert to treat it. This is no joke, said An Tang. Please be quiet, let me call Dr. Gu first. After Tang Ruoxue finished speaking, she hurriedly took out her phone and dialed Gu Zhong's number. As soon as the call connected, Tang Ruoxue hurriedly asked, Dr. Gu, when will the doctor you mentioned arrive? The words had barely left his mouth. A harsh voice came through the phone, you heartless bastard, let your brother go get his disability certificate tomorrow. He finished speaking. Beep beep. The other end of the line hung up. Tang Ningjie panicked even more when he saw this. Sis, it can't be true, right? I'll try again. Tang Ruoxue's mind was also in turmoil at this moment. He immediately dialed Gu Zhong's number again. However, when I called this time, I found that I had been blocked. What happened? Undeterred, she dialed again, 3 or 4 times in a row, but the result was the same, she had been blocked. We're doomed. Tang Ruoxue stared blankly, stunned. How could Yi Feng possibly be that expert? She just couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Tang Ningjie suddenly realized and said, Sister, do you think it's because Yi Feng knows Li Anlin that Gu Zhong is afraid of offending Li Anlin? Actually, Yi Feng is not a master at all. Yes, I think Mingjie makes a good point. Uncle Tang said, Yi Feng has been in our family for so many years, do you think we don't know what kind of person he is? If he were that capable, he would have made a fortune long ago, why would he need to put up with our attitude for 3 years? After listening to their analysis, Tang Ruoxue felt that there was some truth to it. Yi Feng has always worked diligently and conscientiously in the Tang family. If he had that ability, he would have turned the world upside down long ago. Oh, right. Tang Ruoxue looked at Lu Jun, young Master Lu, I want to ask you something. Miss Tang, please speak. Why did your dad often send me gifts and orders in the past? Tang Ruoxue always thought it was Zhao Bin's doing. But recently it seems that Zhao Bin is a fraud, and it couldn't possibly be his achievement. Yi Feng, when he left the Tang family, also said that it was his achievement. If Yi Feng is truly a miracle doctor, then what he said is very likely true. However, Tang Ruoxue had always misunderstood Yi Feng. Chapter 74, Yifeng is arrested. Gift? Lu Jun was somewhat confused. He did know that his father often sent gifts to the Tang family, but he didn't know the specific reasons. But thinking about it, isn't this just like a pie falling from the sky? Ruoshua, I've kept it a secret for so long, but you finally guessed it. That's right, it's me. Actually, I've always been a very insecure person. 3 years ago, I fell in love with you, but when I learned that you had gotten married, I secretly buried this love in my heart. Seeing you happy is enough for me, which is why I quietly asked my father to send you gifts and place orders. As he spoke, Lu Jun began to sigh with deep emotion. Tang Mingjie and his wife, Uncle Tang, were deeply moved after hearing this. So that's how it is. There are still such affectionate men in the world. So, you only dared to approach my sister after you learned that she was divorced, right? Tang Mingjie asked. That's right. After learning that Ruoshua had entrusted herself to the wrong person, I was filled with deep self-blame. All the other men were unreliable. I swore to personally bring Ruoshua happiness. Lu Jun said, tears streaming down his face. Tang Ruoshua's mind was in turmoil. After being fooled by Xiaobin once, she didn't know whether she should trust Lu Jun anymore. If she had a choice, she would have preferred Yifeng to be the person in question, because she could never forget him. Since the divorce, Yifeng had become increasingly important to her, and the beautiful memories they shared would often surface in her mind. However, Lu Jun's words were indeed flawless. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Tang Ruoshua looked at Lu Jun with emotion and smiled slightly. At this moment, she felt that although Lu Jun was a bit sleazy in appearance and a bit short, he was actually quite good, at least better than that wicked Yifeng. Oh, right. Lu Jun grabbed Tang Ruoshua's hand. Don't worry, it's okay if that expert doesn't treat Mingjie's illness. My dad knows a real peerless medical saint who can definitely heal Mingjie's injury. Really? Tang Mingjie was very excited. Tang Ruoshua expressed her doubts, but Mingjie's injury has been delayed for so long, is there really still a chance? Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem. Lu Jun said confidently, that divine doctor is no ordinary person. Even my father had to be humble when he met him. You may not believe it, but this medical saint saved my father 3 times. The last time, my father was ambushed and his heart meridian was severed. He thought he was going to die, but that divine doctor pulled my father back from the brink of death. Is it really that amazing? Tang Mingjie's eyes lit up with joy. Really, I'm not lying to you. Lu Jun didn't want to trouble the medical sage, but in order to win Tang Ruoshua's heart and also treat his urological problems, he had no choice but to seek help from the medical sage. That's great. Tang Ruoshua said, can you invite him over now? After all, Mingjie's injury can't be delayed any longer. This. Lu Jun frowned and shook his head. This medical sage is hard to find, and he doesn't care about fame or fortune. Even my father doesn't dare to disturb him easily. We can only find him when we meet him at my father's birthday banquet a few days later. Can I attend your father's birthday party? Tang Ruoshua asked expectantly. Sure. Very good. Tang Ruoshua was overjoyed. Although Yifeng has Lianlin as his backer, he is ultimately just a pretty boy. Once Lianlin gets tired of him, she will definitely abandon him. If she could gain the support of the Lu family, that would be a real and reliable backer. Let's see how arrogant Yifeng can be in the future. Lu Jun suddenly added, by the way, if you're willing to participate as my girlfriend, that miracle doctor will be even more willing to help. This. Tang Ruoshua frowned, paused, and said, okay, but it can only be a fake boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. For some reason, even though she was divorced, she could never accept other men. On the other side. After leaving the hospital, Yifeng and Tang Yi did not take a car home. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, the two held hands and walked along like a couple deeply in love, without any destination or direction. As we walked, Tang Yi said worriedly, Yifeng, we should have admitted our mistake just now. After all, we can't afford to offend a behemoth like the Lu family. Okay, I won't do it again next time, Yifeng said with a smile, trying to brush it off. I'm not kidding you. You've offended him this time, and who knows what he'll do to you. Tang Yi felt choked up just thinking about it. Didn't you say the same thing when you offended the Zhao family last time? Look, I'm doing just fine now, aren't I? Yifeng said dismissively. That's because I became the agent of Maple Leaf Group, and the Zhao family didn't dare to offend me. Tang Yi said very seriously, but this time is different. The Liu family is a top-tier family. Even the Li family and I can't protect you. With your abilities, you can definitely protect me. Good luck. Yifeng said with a grin. Well. Tang Yi was also helpless. Yifeng is very stubborn, and no one can persuade him otherwise. It seems that we need to work hard in the future to build more connections so that we can protect him. Walking. Sudden. Several police vehicles sped over and blocked the intersection. Immediately afterwards, all the car doors opened at once, and a group of uniformed police officers walked out menacingly. Are you Yifeng? The lead detective asked. Yes. Yifeng frowned and asked, Sir, is there something wrong? Mr. Yi, you are now involved in a case of treason and collusion with the enemy. Please come with us, the detective shouted. Colluding with the enemy and betraying the country? Tang Yi's expression changed drastically. What she feared most had come to pass. Yifeng really has a jinx. Sir, are you sure you've got the wrong person? My husband has always been law-abiding and honest. How could he possibly betray his country and collude with the enemy? Tang Yi was very nervous. We won't arrest people without evidence. Please come with us. As the detective spoke, he took out handcuffs and cuffed Yifeng. Yifeng did not resist, but a look of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Someone must be targeting him. It's all right. You go back first. I'm just going over for some tea and to cooperate with the investigation. I'll be back soon, Yifeng said with a smile, trying to comfort her. At this moment, Tang Yi felt like crying. With so many police officers deployed, how could nothing have happened? This is clearly a case of being targeted. It must be the Liu family. Yifeng, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to rescue you, Tang Yi said reluctantly. No need, just stay home and wait for me. Don't do anything stupid, Yifeng reminded him. Good. Tang Yi nodded obediently. The detective grabbed Yifeng and pushed him away, saying, Let's go, stop dawdling. After watching Yifeng leave, Tang Yi quickly took a taxi to the Liu family and begged Lu Jun to let Yifeng go. Otherwise, Yifeng's life would be over. To have another option, Tang Yi called Tang Boyuan after getting in the car. She first told him about Yifeng's situation and then asked Tang Boyuan for Yang Wei's phone number. After dialing Yang Wei's number, Tang Yi also informed him of Yifeng's situation. Yang Wei stammered, well, I'll try my best. Judging from Yang Wei's tone, Tang Yi didn't have much hope. Okay, thank you very much, young Master Yang. Seemingly sensing Tang Yi's unhappiness, Yang Wei immediately said, A friend of my dad's knows the mayor, I'll see if I can get him to help. Thank you. Tang Yi was somewhat disappointed. Although it's an additional option, the presence of several layers of connections makes the chances seem even slimmer. She could only place her hopes on Lu Jun. Chapter 75, Accusing. An hour later. Yifeng was taken to a dark little house. The room was cramped and cold, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. After Yifeng sat down, a beam of bright light shone on his face, making it difficult for his eyes to adjust. Hello, my surname is Wang, you can just call me Detective Wang. You must be Yifeng, right? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a large belly and a receding hairline. He sat opposite Yifeng and was looking Yifeng up and down with an arrogant air. Sitting next to him was a female official in charge of taking notes. Yifeng didn't want to waste words with him and said directly, I want to see your bureau chief. See the bureau chief? Detective Wang brandished his leather whip. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just see our chief whenever you want? Once you're in here, even a dragon would have to coil up before you. Having said that, he slammed the whip directly onto the table. Yifeng didn't even blink before asking, Can I make a phone call? Can't. Detective Wang sat down on the table and pushed a document in front of Yifeng. Sign the confession, and I'll let you get through these next few days comfortably. Otherwise, you're framing me. So what if it is? Detective Wang sneered, I did more than just frame you, I also used torture to extract a confession. You're going to die anyway, so if you don't want to suffer, just sign it. Yifeng finally understood. This guy must have been acting under someone's orders. However, it shouldn't be the Liu family. Neither Lu Jun nor any other member of the Liu family has that ability. Really? But I'm itching for a massage, so I'd like you to help me loosen up my muscles, Yifeng said calmly. Yo ho! Inspector Wang immediately became interested. He has interrogated thousands, if not tens of thousands, of prisoners, but he has never seen one as tough as this. How dare they act arrogantly on his turf? I'll grant your wish. Detective Wang waved to the female officer taking notes. You can go out now, and turn off the surveillance cameras while you're at it. Yes, Inspector. Without the slightest hesitation, the female official quickly got up and went out. With a loud bang, the room was closed again, leaving only Yifeng and Detective Wang. Yifeng smiled. Looks like the detective is planning to use torture. That's right. After turning off the surveillance cameras, we won't be able to find out what happened here. Detective Wang shook the long whip in his hand. Yes, even if I kill you, I still won't be able to find out. Yifeng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Detective Wang's face immediately fell. How dare you mock him on your own turf? Court death. Detective Wang roared and lashed out at Yifeng with his whip. Faced with the oncoming whip, Yifeng simply smiled faintly. Roll! A furious roar exploded in the pitch-black room. Just as the whip was about to strike Yifeng, Detective Wang's body was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. The Liu family. After returning home, Lu Jun went straight to Lu Baichuan's study. Dad, I'd been beaten up. To provoke hatred, Lu Jun even put in 2 drops of eye drops before entering the room, pretending to look pitiful. However, Lu Baichuan, who was reading a book, asked without looking up, Have you gotten into trouble again? In Jiangzhou, is there anyone who dares to offend you? I didn't cause any trouble, it was that bastard Yifeng who. Who are you talking about? Lu Jun immediately stood up. Seeing his father's strong reaction, Lu Jun was extremely excited. In the past, when he caused trouble, his father would always scold him first. Unexpectedly, his father got excited as soon as Yifeng was mentioned. He hurriedly said, That bastard's name is Yifeng, he's a good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Tang family. Father, you must. Snap. He hadn't finished speaking. Lu Baichuan slapped him across the face. You bastard, how dare you offend Yifeng? Lu Jun was stunned when he was slapped. He covered his face and tears streamed down his face. He was his own son, so why was he treated worse than an outsider? Isn't he just a useless son-in-law? What's so great about him? Lu Jun's eyes reddened with grievance. Come on, let's go find him. Lu Baichuan pulled Lu Jun along, wanting to go and apologize to Yifeng. Just then, Lu Baichuan's phone rang. The voice on the other end of the phone said urgently, Boss, something bad has happened. Mr. Yi has been arrested by the police. When did this happen? Just now. Okay, please make an appointment with the director for me. I'll be there now. Lu Baichuan hung up the phone, quickly changed his shoes and coat, and prepared to go out. Seeing his father's anxiety, Lu Jun asked in confusion, Dad, has something happened at the company? Do you need my help? Roll. Lu Baichuan snorted and glared at him, You good for nothing, I'll deal with you when I get back. After saying that, he stormed out. At that moment, Lu Jun felt a chill run down his spine. In his father's eyes, he was always so dispensable a single phone call could make him nervous, while he received no comfort when he was bullied. At this moment, Lu's mother, Feng Meiling, and the housekeeper walked in. Juner, Mom heard everything. Mom will definitely avenge you. After saying that, Feng Meiling looked at the housekeeper and ordered, He Chang, bring Yifeng to me right now. I want him to kneel in front of my Lu family's gate for 3 days and 3 nights and apologize to my son. He Chang frowned, looking troubled. Madam, let's wait for Master to return before making a decision, just in case. There's no what if. Feng Meiling said angrily, How dare he bully my son? I don't care who he is, I'll deal with him first. She only has one son, whom she has always cherished and treasured. She absolutely cannot swallow this insult, as he was beaten. Yes, madam. Just as He Chang was about to leave. Suddenly, a servant walked in and said, Madam, young master, there is a Miss Tang outside who wants to see you. Miss Tang? Could it be Ruo Xue? Lu Jun waved his hand excitedly, quickly invite her in. Yes, young master. After the servant left, Lu Jun said excitedly, Mom, Miss Tang is the one I love. Please be gentle and don't scare her. Seeing her son so excited, Feng Meiling smiled and nodded, Don't worry, Mom isn't a tigress, I won't eat her alive. As long as you like it, Mom will definitely help you. The two were waiting excitedly. A girl with an exceptionally good figure and appearance walked in, looking extremely nervous and apprehensive. Tang Yi? How come it's her? Upon seeing who it was, Lu Jun was quite puzzled. Isn't this woman Yi Feng's wife? Why is she coming to his house alone? When Feng Meiling saw Tang Yi, her eyes lit up. My son has such good taste. This girl is indeed very pretty and definitely has the looks to enter the Lu family. Mom, it's not her. After Lu Jun finished speaking, he angrily went to greet her. Tang Yi, what are you doing at my house? Thump. Before Tang Yi could even speak, she knelt down. At this moment, the people in the hall were a little confused. Lu Jun said, now you know you're wrong? Let me tell you, it's too late to kneel down now. I will never let Yi Feng go. Tang Yi lowered her head, her eyes red-rimmed. Young Master Lu, we know we were wrong. You can hit or scold us as you please, but please let Yi Feng go. If his crimes are proven true, his life will be ruined. What crime? Lu Jun was a little confused when he heard this. Chapter 76, A Lamb Enters the Tiger's Mouth. Tang Yi remained kneeling and asked, Young Master Lu, wasn't it you who sent the police to arrest Yi Feng? Yi Feng has been arrested? Lu Jun suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng has offended quite a few people. It's truly a stroke of luck. Moreover, judging from what she said, it seems that the crime is quite serious. Of course I was the one who sent them. Lu Jun looked down at Tang Yi. Weren't you very arrogant when you were at the hospital? Why are you begging me now? Young Master Lu, please forgive me. Yi Feng spoke recklessly. I apologize to you on his behalf. Tang Yi lowered her head. Apologize? Lu Jun grinned and said, Yi Feng humiliated me like that in front of so many people. If you just offer a flimsy apology and I let him go, where will I put my face? Then what can young Master Lu do to get rid of him? Tang Yi asked with hopeful eyes. Kneel down to me first. Okay, I'll kowtow. As Tang Yi spoke, she suddenly banged her head a few times. His forehead slammed onto the ground with a loud thud. After finishing her kowtow, Tang Yi forced a smile and asked, Young Master Lu, can you let Yi Feng go now? Let him go? Ha ha. Lu Jun stood up and sneered, kowtowing is just giving you a chance to negotiate. I didn't say I would let him go. You. Tang Yi wanted to get angry, but she didn't dare to. All I could ask was, what do you want in return for letting him go? At this moment, Feng Meiling walked over and whispered in Lu Jun's ear, this woman is pretty. Take advantage of this opportunity to win her over. Of course. Lu Jun sneered coldly and said in a low voice, I will definitely not let go of a woman like this. I was just putting her down and forcing her to submit. Tang Yi is not only attractive, but also innocent. Having frequented nightclubs for years, he was used to seeing women who flirted and posed provocatively, but he was particularly fascinated by these innocent and virtuous young girls. Actually, I, Lu Jun, am not an unapproachable person. If you can show some sincerity, I might consider it. A smug look flashed in Lu Jun's eyes. Sure, Mr. Lu, just name your price. I'll try my best to raise it, no matter how much it is. Tang Yi only wanted to rescue Yi Feng. As for the money, she agreed to it first and would figure out a way later. Money? Ha ha. Feng Meiling sneered, do you think the Lu family is short of money? I'm only doing this because you're good looking. If you can give the Lu family a son or daughter, we'll not only release your man, but also ensure you'll live a life of comfort and ease. Her son wasn't good looking to begin with, so she had to find a pretty girl to balance out the genes. Ah. Tang Yi's delicate body trembled. I never expected the Lu family, a prestigious clan, to be so shameless. Madame Lu won't do it. She shook her head violently. At this time, Lu Jun squatted down, pinched Tang Yi's chin, and looked excited. To be honest, I've been with a lot of women, but I've never tried anyone as exceptional and innocent as you. I'm really looking forward to seeing your expression in bed. It'll be quite a contrast, haha. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's face suddenly turned pale. Young Master Lu, everything else is negotiable, but this is not. She was still a virgin, and she wanted to save her most precious first time for Yi Feng. No way? Ha ha. Lu Jun grinned mischievously and said, do you think I'm negotiating with you? Once you've entered the Lu family's gates, do you think you have any room for bargaining? After saying that, he grabbed Tang Yi's clothes and tried to take them off. Tang Yi was so frightened that she pushed him away. Young Master Lu, you can't do this. Snap. Lu Jun slapped her across the face and grabbed Tang Yi by the collar. If you know what's good for you, you'd better behave and I'll make you feel good. Otherwise, don't blame me for using torture. No, no. Tang Yi shoved her away and ran away. Unexpectedly, after running only a few steps, he was blocked by the butler, He Chang. At that moment, Tang Yi truly regretted it. She never expected that the prestigious Lu family would dare to do such a thing. Seeing Lu Jun slowly walking over, Tang Yi said tremblingly, Young Master Lu, if my sister finds out, she won't forgive you. If you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, how will anyone know? Lu Jun continued walking over. Besides, being able to win over you two sisters would be one of the greatest joys in life. He had just finished speaking. His phone suddenly rang. It was his father calling. Dad, what's wrong? Lu Jun asked cautiously after answering the call. Sudden. A furious roar came from the other end of the phone. You bastard, get your ass over here right now. Dad, what's wrong? I'm busy. I'm giving you 10 minutes to get over here to the police station right now. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Lu Jun was immediately shocked. Although his father usually didn't care about him, he was more indifferent. Why was he so angry now? And it takes another 10 minutes to get to the police station? Fly? At this moment, Lu Jun was very agitated. He couldn't let such a stunning woman go. Men, seize her and tie her to my bed. I'll enjoy her when I get back. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards outside rushed in immediately. What are you trying to do? Tang Yi tried to escape, but she couldn't get away at all. In no time at all, he was subdued by the bodyguards and forcibly dragged away. After Tang Yi's shout stopped, Feng Meiling asked in confusion, Juner, what's going on? What did your dad just say? She could hear her husband's roar even standing next to her, and she sensed that something serious had happened. Lu Jun frowned and shook his head. I don't know either. My father sent me to the police station, and he seemed very angry. At this moment, the butler, He Chang, said, Young master, I'll go with you. I happen to have some connections with the bureau chief, and if you encounter any troublesome problems, I might be able to help you. Okay, let's go now. Lu Jun dared not delay for even a moment. Inside the Li family residence, Li Zhengde was quietly reading a book in his study. Suddenly, Li Anlin rushed in through the door. Grandpa, something terrible has happened. Mr. Yi has been arrested by the police. What? Li Zhengde suddenly stood up. What on earth happened? It seems he was arrested on charges of treason and collusion with the enemy, and he's already in custody, Li Anlin said, breathless. You bastard! Bang! Li Zhengde slammed his fist on the table, roaring, even if the whole world betrays the country, he would never betray the country. Seeing his grandfather's furious expression, Li Anlin was a little confused. As far back as she could remember, her grandfather had always maintained a healthy lifestyle, never getting angry or upset. How could he have lost his temper like this? Grandpa, are you all right? Fine. Li Zhen calmed himself down and said, this was definitely done by Longmen. I heard that Longmen people have already infiltrated various departments. I guessed so. Li Anlin nodded. Many people had grudges against Yi Feng, but besides the Dragon Gate, she couldn't think of any other force that could command the police station. Chapter 77, Going Back on One's Promises. Li Zhengde waved his hand and said, wait for me outside. I'll make a call first, then we'll go to the police station together. Okay, Grandpa. After Li Anlin left, Li Zhengde hurriedly opened the safe. When the cabinet was opened, it was empty except for a yellowed note and a badge. He quickly took out the slip of paper and dialed the phone number on it. Master, this is Li Zhengde. Something has happened to the young master. Lu Jun and his butler He Chang hurriedly arrived at the police station. At this moment, Lu Baichuan was pacing back and forth in the hall. Dad, what's wrong? Lu Jun hurried over. You bastard, did you do it that Yi Feng was arrested? Lu Baichuan shouted as soon as he saw Lu Jun. Yi Feng? The father rushed to the police station, all because of him? How is that possible? Lu Jun looked completely bewildered. I didn't. How could I possibly have that ability? Tell me honestly, what conflict happened between you and Yi Feng back then? Lu Baichuan didn't quite believe his words. At this point, Lu Jun said aggrievedly, he bullied my friend at the hospital, so I said a few words to him, and then he hit me. When I got home, I told you directly. I didn't do anything during the process. Seeing that his son spoke so sincerely, Lu Baichuan was somewhat relieved. It better not be you, or I'll break your legs, he yelled. Dad, who exactly is he? You must do this for him. It's none of your business. It's fine as long as it's not you. Go back to your old ways and just don't mess with him again, Lu Baichuan said coldly. Okay, Dad. Lu Jun lowered his head tremblingly, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yifeng is just a poor, good-for-nothing. What makes him think he can be above the young master of the Lu family? Even though he was the one who was beaten, his father sided with the other party without asking why, which made Lu Jun feel resentful. Oh, right, Dad. Lu Jun said with a grin, Uncle he and Director Chow have some connections, why don't we let him give it a try? Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan looked at Yi Chang and asked, Do you know Chow Damon? Yes, sir, I've had drinks with him a few times, so we're somewhat acquainted. Yi Chang said. Then why don't you try contacting him? Lu Baichuan waved his hand. When he went to see Chow Damon earlier, the other party made many excuses. The situation is not optimistic now, so it would be good to have more connections. Yes, sir. Yi Chang nodded slightly and led Lu Jun inside. When I walked into the corridor, Yi Chang said with a bitter expression, Young master, I've only met the director a few times over drinks. If even you, sir, can't handle this, I'm probably even less capable. He said worriedly. It's none of your business. As long as I can see Chow Damon, that's all that matters. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Jun's eyes. In the director's office, Chow Damon paced back and forth inside, extremely anxious. Crown Prince Qin, didn't you say that kid had no background and was just an ordinary person? How did he manage to alarm Lu Baichuan? Chow Damon regretted it as soon as he thought about it. He had just used many tricks to fool Lu Baichuan, but Lu Baichuan was still not giving up and was still guarding the hall. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, a thin man with deep-set eyes was sitting with his legs crossed, looking quite relaxed. He is none other than Qin Xiao, the heir of the Dragon Gate. Director Chow, what's the panic? No matter how powerful Wang Baichuan is, he's just a businessman. Can he threaten you? Qin Xiao said calmly. After all, we are framing someone. If Lu Baichuan is determined to investigate, we will definitely be exposed. Chow Damon was very worried. Don't worry, that Yifeng is just a small fry. Lu Baichuan won't offend you for his sake, Qin Xiao said confidently. I hope so. At this point, this is all we can hope for. After all, Chow Damon had already accepted Qin Xiao's money, and he would be unwilling to give it back. Just as he was trying to figure out a way to get rid of Lu Baichuan, the phone rang. It was Li Anlin's phone call. Hello, Mr. Li, what can I do for you? Chow Damon, did you arrest a young man named Yifeng? Li Anlin asked bluntly. It's Yifeng again? Who exactly is this guy? He actually managed to alarm Li Anlin? Is there? Chow Damon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mr. Li, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Chow Damon, stop trying to fool me. I'm warning you, release Yifeng right now, or don't blame the Li family for turning its back on you, Li Anlin said angrily. Mr. Li, you must have made a mistake. I don't know any Yifeng at all. How about I look him up for you? Chow Damon could only continue to give perfunctory answers. At that moment, a different voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Chow, I am Li Zhangde. Listen up. You have 10 minutes to release Yifeng. If anything happens to him, your whole family will be executed. After saying that, beep beep. The call ended. Even Grandpa Li was alarmed. This is no simple matter. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, let's terminate our transaction. I can't make your money. Chow Daming was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to make enemies of the Lu and Li families for such a small amount of money. I'll give you extra money, triple it. It's not about the money. Even if you gave me 10 times the amount, it wouldn't work. Then 20 times. 20 times? Chow Damon's expression changed slightly. That's an astronomical figure. You wouldn't have to worry about breaking your leg. Just as Chow Damon was looking conflicted, two people walked in from outside. Director Chow, hello, I'm Yi Chang, do you remember me? He Chang said with a grin. What's so strong about him? I don't know him, just hang out with him. Chow Damon was preoccupied and didn't have time to pay attention to him. However, Lu Jun arrived uninvited, walked in directly, and sat down in a chair. Here's 10 million. Can we talk for 3 minutes? Lu Jun pushed a bank card over. 10 million for 3 minutes? It's such a cheap deal, anyone who refuses would be a fool. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes. Chow De accepted the bank card. Lu Jun cut to the chase, name your price. How much do you want to kill Yi Feng? It's Yi Feng again? Chow Damon asked in confusion, and who are you? Baichuan Chamber of Commerce, Lu Jun. Are you Lu Baichuan's son? Chow Damon was somewhat bewildered. The father wanted to save Yi Feng, so why did his son want to kill him? Could he be your father's illegitimate son? Enough with the nonsense, just tell me if you dare to do it? Name your price. This. Chow Damon hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Xiao. Young Master Qin, is the 20-fold increase you mentioned still valid? Certainly. Qin Xiao took out his phone. To show my sincerity, I can transfer half of it to you first. He finished speaking in less than a minute. A ding sound. Chow Damon received half of the payment, and he was thrilled as he looked at the string of numbers. Okay, I agree. Chow Damon nodded vigorously. Fortune favors the bold, but isn't that just framing someone? It's not like he hasn't done it before. As long as the evidence is removed, even if they have extraordinary connections, they won't be able to find out. Chapter 78, Framed. Upon seeing this, Lu Jun's eyes revealed a hint of joy. He extended his hand to Qin Xiao. Hello, I am Lu Jun from Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. Please give me your guidance. Qin Xiao, the Crown Prince of Longmen. Qin Xiao also extended his hand and shook hands with Lu Jun. At this time, the office door was pushed open, and a female official hurriedly walked in. Chief, something terrible has happened. Detective Wang has been knocked unconscious by Yi Feng in the interrogation room, the female officer exclaimed in panic. What? Chow Damon looked surprised. A detective was knocked unconscious by a criminal? This is outrageous. They've rebelled. Just as Chow Damon was about to go check on the situation, Qin Xiao revealed a sinister smile and beckoned to Chow Damon. Director, I have a great idea that can definitely kill Yi Feng silently. After hearing this, Chow Damon sent the female official away. Then he looked at Qin Xiao and asked, what idea? Qin Xiao brought his mouth close to his ear and whispered, as long as. After explaining, Chow Damon slammed his hand on the table. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. In this way, even if we kill Yi Feng, Lianlin, and Lu Baichuan won't be able to do anything to me. After discussing the price with Lu Jun, he excitedly walked out of the office. That sum of money is enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his days. Isn't it just framing someone? Chow Damon is very good at it. After Chow Damon left, Lu Jun extended his hand again. Young Master Qin, I'll be going now. It was a pleasure to meet you. Same. Qin Xiao also reached out his hand. After shaking hands and exchanging contact information, Lu Jun was in a hurry to go home. The thought of Tang Yi lying on his bed made him impatient. After walking into the lobby, Lu Jun lied to Lu Baichuan about the situation, and then he and He Chang drove back. At the same time, Chow Damon arrived at the interrogation room. Sure enough, they saw Detective Wang unconscious, lying on the ground with blood flowing from his forehead. However, Yi Feng, with his hands cuffed, sat leisurely in the chair as if nothing had happened. Did you knock Detective Wang unconscious? Chow Damon brandished the dagger in his hand and asked. That's right. Yi Feng explained. He disregarded the law and attempted to extract a confession through torture. I was just defending myself. What a brilliant counterattack in self-defense. Chow Damon didn't waste any time. After closing the door, he picked up the documents on the ground and pushed them over, saying, sign them, and I'll make your death a little more comfortable. Yi Feng remained calm and said, Detective Wang has already said it, let's change the lines. Seeing Yi Feng's fearless expression, Detective Wang sneered, you think that with Lianlin and Wang Baichuan as your backers, I won't dare to touch you? Ha, to be honest, all your options are already blocked. Yi Feng frowned slightly. It seems that Chow Damon is even more despicable than Detective Wang. This matter is unlikely to be resolved peacefully. However, Yi Feng was not intimidated and smiled, saying, no, I have never relied on anyone else, but on myself. Haha, I heard you're pretty arrogant, and it seems that's true. But it's a pity you've met me. In my territory, even a dragon has to coil up before me. After saying that, Chow Damon squatted down and patted Detective Wang's face. With just a gentle tap, Wang the spy suddenly woke up. He stood up angrily, pointing at Yifeng. Chief, this kid is too arrogant, he actually dared to lay a hand on me, I'm going to kill him. As he spoke, he pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Yifeng. Don't rush. Chow Damon snatched the pistol from him, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, Do you really want to kill him? Certainly. Detective Wang nodded vigorously. I've never suffered such humiliation before. Alright, you said it yourself. After you die in the line of duty, I will give you the credit for killing him. Chow Damon revealed a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, Detective Wang looked completely bewildered. What constitutes dying in the line of duty? Director, what do you mean by this? Wang Zhenjin looked at Chow Damon with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Yifeng spoke up, isn't it obvious? What he means is to kill you first, pin the crime of killing you on me, and then kill me, creating the illusion that we are killing each other. Even if someone investigates, they won't find out the truth. Bullshit. Detective Wang gave a stern rebuke. He was Chow Damon's most trusted assistant. Whatever dirty tricks Chow Damon wanted to do, it was all handled by Detective Wang himself. How could the chief possibly kill him? Chief, give me the gun, I want to kill him. Detective Wang reached out his hand to Chow Damon. Okay. Chow Damon readily agreed, then his eyes widened, and he stabbed Wang, the detective, right in the heart. Detective Wang trembled, clutched his chest, and looked on incredulously. Why? He hadn't finished speaking. He collapsed with a thud, his body trembled a few times, and then he closed his eyes completely. Now, it's your turn. After confirming that Detective Wang was dead, Chow Damon turned to look at Yifeng, a sinister glint in his eyes. Yifeng remained calm and composed. Do you really think you can fool everyone? Don't worry, at least within the bureau, I can still control everything. The deaths of 2 people are no problem for me, Chow Damon said confidently. The gun in his hand belonged to Detective Wang. After killing Yifeng, he would place the dagger in Yifeng's hand, thus establishing a perfect case of mutual killing. Really? Then let's give it a try. After Yifeng finished speaking, he stood up and stared straight at him. Looking at Yifeng's calm expression, Chow Damon felt a chill in his heart. What's wrong with this kid? He knows he's going to die, yet he's so calm? It seems you know you're doomed, so you're not going to struggle anymore, is that it? Chow Damon didn't have time to think about anything else and immediately pointed his gun at Yifeng's head. Now that things have come to this, Yifeng must die. No, I haven't lived enough yet. I just bet your bullets won't hit me, Yifeng said calmly. Ha, you think you can dodge bullets? Chow Damon let out a wild laugh and then pulled the safety pin. You can give it a try, Yifeng said calmly. Let's give it a try. Chow Damon didn't believe anyone could dodge a bullet, and he pulled the trigger sharply. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet flew from the gun barrel and shot towards Yifeng's forehead. At the same time, a miraculous scene unfolded. Yifeng shook his head, and the bullet flew past his ear, missing its target. Bang! The bullet missed its target, struck the wall, and embedded itself in it. How could that be? Chow Damon felt as if he had seen a ghost, and hurriedly fired 2 shots at Yifeng. Bang! Bang! The result was the same. Yifeng dodged them all. Damn it! Sensing something was wrong, Chow Damon began to panic. He took off running. When I got to the corridor, I shouted desperately. Immediately, a group of uniformed police officers, more than a dozen in total, surrounded them. Chief, what happened? A female official asked. Chow Damon pointed to the interrogation room and said in a panic, Yifeng killed Detective Wang, don't let him out. What? Immediately, all the police officers raised their guns and pointed them at the door of the interrogation room, ready to fire at the slightest sign of trouble. With the crisis resolved, Chow Damon finally felt relieved. This Yifeng is too strange, we can't let him live. Moreover, if he were allowed to live, his secret of killing might be exposed. Yifeng, you can't escape. Surrender now. Chow Damon shouted towards the door, trying to lure Yifeng out. A moment later. Finding no movement inside, one of the police officers said, Chief, I'll go in and take a look. No, this person is too powerful. It would be dangerous for you to go in blindly. Chow Damon's main concern was that Yifeng would take him hostage. He dares not make even the slightest mistake now. Upon hearing this, the police officer could only shout towards the door, "Yifeng, come out quickly, we won't shoot." These words were spoken. There was indeed movement inside. Chapter 79, Tensions Rise. Detective Wang? Chow Damon was startled. Wasn't he dead? However, upon closer inspection, it turned out that Yifeng had been pushing the corpse out from behind. Yifeng shouted, "You have no right to execute me. I want to see the mayor." Seeing the city head? Dream on. Seeing Yifeng come out, Chow Damon was completely relieved. Can a corpse really stop so many bullets? This time, he had to execute Yifeng on the spot. Everyone, listen up. Yifeng murdered Detective Wang with brutal methods and is now listed as a level 1 dangerous person. Execute him on the spot. Chow Damon waved his hand sharply, "Fire." Click click click. Add a command. More than a dozen police officers pulled their safety pins and aimed at Yifeng. "Stop!" Accompanied by an angry shout. A group of burly men in suits, wielding short sticks, stormed in menacingly. "Who are you people? How dare you force your way into the police station? Are you trying to rebel?" Chow Damon shouted sternly. He was in a panic, wishing he could kill Yifeng immediately to cover up his shameful deeds. Anyone who stood in his way was his enemy. "Director Chow, you're so arrogant. You're always talking about betraying the country and rebelling. I wonder who gave you that confidence." As a deep voice rang out, the burly men scattered, and then a majestic and robust old man strode in with an imposing aura. Li Anlin and Lu Baichuan followed on either side of the old man. "Li Zhengda?" Upon seeing who it was, Chow Damon's expression changed drastically. Damn it! It was just a simple case of false accusation. How did it cause such a huge commotion, even attracting the attention of Li Zhengda, the richest man in China? At that moment, he hated Qin Xiao and Lu Jun to the core. "Old Li, isn't it inappropriate for you to openly lead people into the police station?" Chow Damon said with a humble smile. "Then let's ask Director Chow why he arrested people without any reason," Li Zhengda said angrily. "Old Li, you're exaggerating. We made arrests according to proper procedures and did nothing wrong," Chow Damon said with a smirk. He had no way out. If Yifeng left, his life would be over. "Stop talking nonsense," Li Anlin said angrily. "Whether it's a normal procedure or not, you know in your heart. I'm too lazy to argue with you. As long as you release the person, I'll pretend that today's events never happened. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Bear the consequences yourself? Offending the Li family is indeed very troublesome. If it were before, he would have obediently complied without saying a word. But now, the arrow is on the bowstring, and there's no choice but to release it. Either Yifeng dies, or he's finished. "Mr. Li, to be frank, just now, Yifeng brutally murdered Detective Wang. I was just doing my job." Chow Damon feigned helplessness. "Kill?" Upon hearing this, Li Anlin hurriedly looked at Yifeng and discovered that Yifeng was holding a corpse hostage. The corpse was indeed Detective Wang. "Mr. Yi, what's going on?" Yifeng asked in surprise. "It wasn't me, it was Chow Damon who killed him," Yifeng explained. "Did I kill them?" Chow Damon sneered. "If you're going to lie, can't you come up with a better reason? Why would I kill my own people? To frame you?" He wanted to block Yifeng's escape route. "That's right," Yifeng said. "There are his fingerprints on the dagger. You can test it if you don't believe me." Upon hearing this, Chow Damon's expression changed drastically. His plan was only half completed. He hadn't even had time to kill Yifeng or get Yifeng's fingerprints on him yet. What a mess. You're just trying to stall for time. You killed Detective Wang, and I can execute you right now." Chow Damon waved his hand again. "All of you, listen to my command. Shoot Yifeng right now. Don't move." Just as the police were about to open fire, a black gun was pressed against Chow Damon's head. The person wielding the gun was none other than Li Zhengda. "If you don't want to die, make them put down their guns," Li Zhengda threatened. "Old man, is it really worth it for an outsider?" Chow Damon couldn't understand why this old man, who had long since retired, would personally intervene for a nobody, and now even point a gun at him. This is unbelievable. Whether it's worth it or not is none of your business. If you don't want to die, then do as I say, Li Zhengde warned solemnly. Chao Daimon has no way out. He could only survive by killing Yifeng, otherwise, he would also die. Old man, if I bet you wouldn't dare to drive it. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Chao Daimon's ear, instantly causing blood and flesh to splatter. Ah! Chao Daimon covered his ears and shouted. He was on the verge of a breakdown. Who exactly is this Yifeng? Why is Li Zhengde so determined to do this? Old Li, have you gone mad? He looked at Li Zhengde with eyes wide with rage. Still want to gamble? Li Zhengde pressed the muzzle of the gun against his forehead. This time it's not as simple as just shooting him in the ear. Lu Baichuan and Li Anlin were also surprised to see Li Zhang's fierce spirit. Li Anlin believed that his style of doing things was already domineering enough, but he never expected that his usually peaceful grandfather would be so fierce when he got angry. At the same time, she became even more certain that Yifeng's identity was not simple. She became increasingly curious about Yifeng. Old Li, let me warn you, if you openly kill me, the mayor will not let you off. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than the mayor? Is it worth pushing your Li family into the abyss for an unknown nobody? Chao Daimon had no choice but to bring out the mayor's name. Although Chao Daimon wasn't exactly a big shot, he was promoted by the mayor after all, so hitting him was like slapping the mayor in the face. He didn't believe Li Zhengde would dare gamble with the Li family's future. You talk too much nonsense. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to release me or not? Li Zhengde had lost his patience. You. Seeing that Li Zhengde was unyielding, Chao Daimon was seething with anger. That old man is probably insane. Do you dare let me make a phone call to the mayor? Chao Daimon asked. Seeing how stubborn he was, Li Zhengde frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, okay, but don't try anything funny, or don't blame me for my handshaking. The safety of the Li family is irrelevant, his only concern is rescuing the young master. If Chao Daimon absolutely refused, Li Zhengde could only place his hopes on the mayor, hoping that the mayor would be understanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind taking down the mayor as well. Good. Chao Daimon covered his ears with one hand and hurriedly took out his phone with the other. Just as I was about to dial, a deep voice came from outside. No need to fight anymore. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads in unison. A middle-aged man, around 50 years old, wearing a high-class uniform, walked in aggressively. The man had a square face, a dark reddish-brown complexion, and a strong physique. He walked with an imposing and domineering air, exuding the authority and pressure of someone in a high position. Behind him were more than a dozen gunmen. This person is none other than Han Tianhao, the #1 figure in Jiangzhou and the mayor of the city. Chapter 80, Openly Protecting Yifeng. Why did the mayor come in person? Wang Baichuan and Li Anlin frowned. Things are getting increasingly complicated. Chao Daimon was someone Yifeng had personally promoted. It's unclear whether there was any exchange of benefits between them. If there was, Yifeng's safety is probably in jeopardy. Both men frowned deeply, but Chao Daimon looked at them as if he had seen a savior. He didn't know how he had alarmed the mayor, but with his intervention, at least the Li and Lu families wouldn't dare to cause any more trouble. Greetings, Your Excellency. Chao Daimon hurriedly went to greet him and bowed. Greetings, Your Excellency. The other police officers followed suit. What happened? Han Tianhao slowly walked to the center of the crowd, his expression solemn. Your Honor, a treacherous citizen committed adultery and betrayed the country, even murdering Detective Wang. Li Zhengde sent men to force their way into the police station and shot and wounded me. Please, Your Honor, uphold justice for me. Chao Daimon feigned a pitiful state. Daring to fire a shot in the police station is a slap in the face to the mayor. Let's see how the Li family explains themselves. As for Yifeng, he's just an unknown nobody. You can do whatever you want with him. If Yifeng is killed on the spot, his scandalous deeds can be covered up. Who is that person? Han Tianhao frowned. It's him. Chao Daimon pointed angrily at Yifeng and said indignantly, it's this man. He is vicious and his crimes are unforgivable. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhao suddenly turned his head and looked at Yifeng. At just one glance, a storm raged in his heart. It was so similar, so incredibly similar. The eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and even the expression when not speaking are extremely similar to that person's. Memories flooded back, and that towering figure resurfaced in his mind once more. Seeing Han Tianhao staring intently at Yifeng, Li Anlin quickly spoke up, "Your Excellency, Zhao Daimon arrested people without any evidence, which is a complete frame-up. As for Detective Wang's death, the cause of death is unclear. Please do not listen to slander." Li Zhengde also said, "I will give an explanation for the assault, but Mr. Yi has not committed a crime. I request that the mayor release him immediately, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences." Can't afford it? Zhao Daimon couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Is this old man insane? How dare he threaten the mayor in public? Look at the Li family, they've grown wings. Just because they have a little money, they dare to be so arrogant. Old Master Li, are you trying to teach the mayor how to do things? You think you can just release people like that? Who do you think you are? Zhao Daimon said imperiously. Although I am not a big shot, Yifeng is someone you are not worthy to look up to. If something happens to him, the entire Jiangzhou will fall. Although Li Zhengde was speaking to Zhao Daimon, he was actually speaking to Han Tianhao. However, Han Tianhao seemed to ignore him, still staring intently at Yifeng, lost in thought. Zhao Daimon, however, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Unworthy to look up? To think you can fool Mayor Han just to save some nobody? What a pipe dream. Lord City Chief. Zhao Daimon, like a lapdog, walked up to Han Tianhao with a grin and suggested, "Your Excellency, Yifeng committed treason and murder, and Li Zhengde committed violence in public. Please execute them on the spot." What did you say? Han Tianhao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Seeing the mayor begin to get angry, Zhao Daimon was extremely agitated. It seems like today's matter is settled. He pointed angrily at Yifeng and shouted, "Yifeng is extremely vicious, Li Zheng. You bastard." Han Tianhao roared and slapped Zhao Daimon hard across the face. The immense force sent him flying 2 or 3 meters. "I've lost several teeth." The entire audience was immediately shocked. The sudden reversal left everyone bewildered. Something's not right. Isn't Han Tianhao Zhao Daimon's backer? Why would he attack him? What exactly is going on? Not only were Li Anlin and the others stunned, but even the police officers in the police station were taken aback. Zhao Daimon covered his face, completely dumbfounded. Is the mayor giving Li Zhengde face? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, money makes the world go round, and the Li family was so wealthy that it was only natural for the mayor to give him face. Your Excellency, I misspoke earlier. This matter has nothing to do with Old Master Li, it was all Yifeng's fault. Please execute him on the spot. Zhao Daimon was filled with remorse. He shouldn't have yelled at Li Zhengde. However, his words further enraged Han Tianhao. What did you just say Yifeng did? A cold glint flashed in Han Tianhao's eyes. Yifeng committed adultery and betrayed his country, and also murdered a police officer. His crimes are heinous, Zhao Daimon continued. Then listen to me carefully. Han Tianhao grabbed his hair, his eyes sharp and fierce. Even if I, Han Tianhao, would betray the country, Yifeng would never betray the country. Anyone could betray the country, but Yifeng would never do so. Do you understand? Snap. Han Tianhao slapped him again. Zhao Daimon's mouth once again revealed 2 teeth. At this point, everyone present was even more confused. What does it mean to say, even if I were to betray my country, Yifeng would never betray his country? This statement is very thought-provoking. This is no longer a matter of official business, it's an open cover-up for Yifeng. How is this possible? Zhao Daimon looked at Han Tianhao in disbelief. He had already investigated Yifeng, he was just an unknown nobody. How could he possibly receive the protection of the mayor? Your Excellency, I think you must have some misunderstanding, right? Zhao Daimon covered his cheek and said with a forced smile. Misunderstand? Han Tianhao snorted coldly, you have abhorred the law, abused your power for personal gain, and framed innocent people. Your crimes are heinous. Effective immediately, you are removed from your position as bureau chief. Ah! Zhao Daimon's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Dismissal? Why was he dismissed so suddenly? Even if he made a huge mistake in the past, the mayor would just scold him a few times, record it as a serious offense, and that would be the end of it. Now they're going to fire him just for some kid? What exactly happened? Sir, I know I was wrong. Please let me explain slowly. Chao Damon didn't want to be dismissed from his post, otherwise his murder would be discovered. However, Han Tianhao didn't give him a chance at all. He waved his hand sharply and said, "Men, throw him in jail and investigate him thoroughly before taking any further action." Boom! Chao Damon's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. Oh no! Everything is over. If his case is thoroughly investigated, executing him 10 times over would not be an exaggeration. It's just framing and nobody, isn't it? He's done this all the time. How did he cause such a big problem today? Yifeng, who exactly are you? Chao Damon looked at Yifeng in alarm, only to find that Yifeng's expression remained calm and composed. From the moment he entered the interrogation room until now, his expression seemed unchanged, calm yet tinged with a hint of disdain, as if nothing concerned him. At that moment, he understood. This is not the kind of expression that an ordinary person would have. He definitely has an amazing background. Qin Xiao, Lu Jun. I'm so damn stupid. You've ruined my life. What's the point of having so much money? In the end, there won't even be anyone left to burn through it. Chapter 81, Tang Yi is in danger. Let's go, Director Chao. 2 police officers walked up to Chao Damon, handcuffed him, and took him away without saying a word. Things changed so quickly that no one present had time to react. After a moment of silence, Han Tianhao waved his hand. "You can all leave now. I have something to say to Mr. Yi." "Yes, sir." After the police officers withdrew, Lianlin, Wang Baichuan, and the others also went out. In the quiet hall, only Yifeng and Han Tianhao remained. Sudden thump. Han Tianhao knelt down before Yifeng, cupped his hands and said, "Han Tianhao, former commander of the 9th Squadron of the 7th Division of the Yi family army, pays respects to the young marshal." Yifeng was speechless. What era are we living in? People still kneel down all the time. "Lord Han, please get up quickly. I can't accept your kneeling." Yifeng quickly helped him up. He. Han Tianhao said with a smile, "The Yi family army must not lose its etiquette." "What etiquette or not, it's nothing but that old man's feudalistic stuff." "Was it that old bastard Yi Badian who sent you here?" Yifeng asked expressionlessly. Han Tianhao was ashamed. In the entire country, only Yifeng would dare to address the old man like that. "Yes." Han Tianhao said, "The commander-in-chief asked me to persuade you to return to the capital as soon as possible and inherit the position of head of the Yi family." "No need. My home is in Jiangzhou, where I have loved ones and people who love me. I just want to live a peaceful life. Please tell that old man not to bother me." After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Han Tianhao could only shake his head helplessly as he watched Yifeng's resolute back. At this time, Lianlin and the others were waiting outside. "Grandpa, what exactly happened just now? Does Mayor Han know Mr. Yi?" Lianlin asked. Li Jingde stroked his beard. He thought to himself, this Han Tianhao must have been summoned by the old man, because he had called the old man before he came. "Oh, maybe we know each other." It should be Yifeng who treated Han Tianhao. Li Jingde had promised Yifeng that he wouldn't reveal his identity. Is that really true? Lianlin was somewhat skeptical. Li Jingde shrugged. "Otherwise what? Do you think there are any other possibilities?" Lu Baichuan pondered for a moment and nodded. "I guess that was the case. With Mr. Ye's medical skills, he can gather a network of connections wherever he goes." "Really?" Lianlin was very skeptical. If it were just about treating the illness, Han Tianhao wouldn't have said those things, and Han Tianhao's attitude towards Yifeng was basically the same as her grandfather's. If Han Tianhao and her grandfather were willing to submit, then it must be more than just treating an illness. As the three were chatting, Yifeng came out alone. "Mr. Yi." Lianlin gave a soft exclamation and went to meet them. Yifeng walked over and said gratefully, "Thank you so much for today." Wang Baichuan quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "To be honest, we weren't much of a help." "By the way, what were you and Mayor Han talking about inside just now?" Lianlin asked tentatively. "Oh, just asking about the case, okay?" Yifeng said. Seeing that Yifeng didn't want to talk about it, Lianlin didn't want to pry and change the subject, saying, "By the way, this conspiracy should have been planned by the Crown Prince of Longmen. He should have investigated you, and he has also started to target my Li group." Yifeng nodded. He guessed it too, there was no one else besides Longmen who had such deep hatred and such abilities. What did they all do to the Li group? Yifeng asked. It wasn't a big deal. They just vandalized a few of my shops and attacked the Li group's stock in the stock market, Lianlan said. Upon hearing Lianlan's words, Lu Baichuan also realized what was going on. My Baichuan Chamber of Commerce is the same. There have been construction site accidents for several days in a row, and 2 workers have died, forcing the construction site to stop work, Lu Baichuan said through gritted teeth. Yifeng said, the Dragon Gate schools are not limited to the underworld. They want to swallow up Jiangzhou's businesses through underhanded means. You'd better be careful. So that's how it is. Lu Baichuan asked worriedly, what should we do then? They're just small fry, they'll never amount to anything. I'll kill them sooner or later. Yifeng's main goal was to uncover the truth behind the fire from back then. We chatted for a few minutes. Yifeng was about to leave. I called Yi several times, hoping to let him know I was safe, but no one answered after 4 or 5 calls. Moreover, the first call was disconnected, and subsequent calls were made after the phone was turned off. What's going on? Yifeng could only call Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuwan, but the answer he received was that Yi had gone to the Lu family. She went to the Lu family and begged Lu Jun to let Yifeng go. Could it be? Yifeng had a bad feeling. President Lu, are you free right now? I'd like to come to your house for a visit, Yifeng said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan readily agreed, of course. It would be my honor if Mr. Yi could grace my humble abode with his presence. This is a good opportunity for Lu Jun to apologize to Yifeng and clear up the past grievances. If the conversation goes well, Mr. Yi might even be able to give Lu Jun some treatment, as he feels that the bastard is too weak. Let's go then, I'll drive. After Yifeng finished speaking, he immediately opened the driver's seat and got in. After Lu Baichuan got into the car, he immediately floored the accelerator and the car sped off. The Lu family. After leaving the police station, Lu Jun quickly returned to the Lu family home. The thought of Tang Yi lying in bed filled him with overwhelming emotion. Ha, Yifeng, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? This is the price for offending me. I can not only kill you, but I'll also sleep with your woman. What can you do about it? Ha ha. Lu Jun walked into the hall laughing wildly. As soon as I walked in, I asked, Mom, have you dealt with that girl? Don't worry, I'm already in your bed. As soon as you go in, we'll make it a done deal, huh? After Feng Meiling finished speaking, she handed a pill to Lu Jun, saying, take this, and you'll definitely be able to win her over. Mom understands me best. Lu Jun revealed a sinister smile. Honestly, with his current abilities, he really wouldn't be able to get up without medication. Mom, just wait to hold your grandson. Lu Jun swallowed the pill and then walked in excitedly. In his excitement, he kicked the door open. Bang! The door opened, and Lu Jun went inside. At this moment, Tang Yi was tied up like a dumpling and lying on the bed. Her other clothes had been taken off, and she was only wearing a thin undergarment and tight yoga pants. Bound by ropes, her alluring figure was squeezed and accentuated even more. Young Master Lu, let me go. Upon seeing Lu Jun, Tang Yi struggled desperately. Struggling and shouting, your Lu family is a prestigious clan, how could you do such a thing? Chapter 82, Yifeng appears. You know my Lu family is a prestigious clan, right? When your man hit me, didn't you think about the consequences? Lu Jun said angrily. I know I was wrong. I'll make it up to you however you want, please let me go first. Tang Yi was terrified. She worried that if Lu Jun defiled her, Yifeng would definitely despise her. She could give up anything, but she didn't want to lose Yifeng. Isn't this just giving you a chance to make it up to me? Ha ha. Lu Jun sat down on the edge of the bed. What's so good about that Yifeng? He's just a poor boy with no power or influence. Even your sister looks down on him. I'm different. As long as you're with me, you'll have endless riches and honors. So many women would love to have something this lucky. His heart pounded as he gazed at Tang Yi's alluring body. It's hard to imagine how beautiful she would be if she took her clothes off. Unfortunately, the medicine hadn't taken effect yet, and he hadn't been able to get an erection. Tang Yi was frightened by his gaze and struggled to beg for mercy. I don't want any wealth or glory. Just let me go, and when Yifeng comes out, I'll make him kneel down and apologize to you in person. Yifeng? Ha ha. Lu Jun smiled and shook his head. If nothing unexpected happens, he would be dead in the police station by now. What? Tang Yi's delicate body trembled. Yifeng is dead? Impossible. Even if he's arrested, at most he'll be interrogated, not executed so quickly, Tang Yi said, refusing to believe it. You'll soon find out whether it's true or not. Lu Jun continued, I don't mind telling you one more thing. Actually, it wasn't me who had Yifeng arrested in the beginning. It was because he was arrogant and reckless that he offended someone he shouldn't have. But, he continued, his death was indeed related to me. I spent a lot of money to kill him, haha. As he spoke, Lu Jun burst into laughter. Although it was a lot of money, he felt it was worth it. Tang Yi was shocked upon hearing this. So, when you left just now, you went to the police station? Tang Yi's eyes trembled. That's right. Lu Jun said smugly, if you hadn't come to plead for him, I wouldn't have known Yifeng was arrested, and I wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. So, he was killed by you, haha. Surprised? Unexpected, aren't you? Boom. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Is Yifeng really dead? Did I kill Yifeng? Tang Yi found it hard to accept. No, that's impossible. You're lying to me, you must be lying to me, Yifeng won't die. Tang Yi shook her head violently, unwilling to believe it. Believe it or not, you'll never escape my control in this lifetime. I'm not only going to sleep with you, but I'm also going to imprison you in the basement and make you my tool for sexual gratification forever. Lu Jun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then, after I take your sister, you'll both be mine, one upstairs and one in the basement, haha. He gets excited just thinking about it. Instantly, Tang Yi felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. If she had listened to Yifeng and stayed home obediently, she wouldn't have caused so much trouble, Yifeng wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. Young Master Lu, please, have mercy and let me go. She had no choice but to beg for mercy. This was the Lu family home, no one could possibly save her. Don't rush, you'll be begging for mercy soon. Lu Jun said, and began to take off his shirt one by one, throwing it on the ground. Gradually, the medicine began to take effect. He felt a strong heat coursing through his body, and his lower abdomen gradually began to react. This feeling is so exhilarating. Beauty, I'm here. Lu Jun crawled toward Tang Yi like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Tang Yi panicked completely upon seeing this. Help! Help! She struggled frantically and screamed desperately. As Lu Jun climbed closer and closer, Tang Yi bumped into him, hitting him directly on the nose. Lu Jun was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. You filthy bitch! Lu Jun slapped Tang Yi hard across the face. Snap! Tang Yi was slapped onto the bed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Kill me, please kill me. Tang Yi knew that begging for mercy was useless, and she only wanted to end her life. Perhaps even if I die, I can still see Yifeng. Want to die? It's not that simple. This is what happens when you offend me, Lu Jun. I'll make you wish you were dead. Lu Jun grabbed her hair. Kill me, kill me. Tang Yi struggled frantically and shouted desperately. However, no matter how much she shouted, it was to no avail. This only fueled Lu Jun's desire to conquer. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Lu Jun became even more excited. Shouted out loud, let's see if that deadbeat Yifeng will come back as a ghost to save you, huh? After saying that, Lu Jun pressed down on her. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was suddenly kicked open. Lu Jun was startled and quickly turned his head to look. When he saw the two people at the door, he was so frightened that he almost lost his mind, and his face turned pale instantly. The two people outside the door were his father, Lu Baichuan, and the other was Yifeng. Yifeng, who should have died. Yifeng? You, why aren't you dead yet? Upon seeing Yifeng, Lu Jun's voice trembled. He had clearly bribed Director Chow, so why wasn't Yifeng dead yet? And why did he escape from the police station unharmed? What's going on? Yifeng, save me, save me. The moment Tang Yi saw Yifeng, it was as if she had seen the dawn. All her previous fear and regret vanished. She was like an abandoned child who had finally met her mother. Tears welled up like a dam bursting. Yifeng, I knew you weren't dead, I knew you wouldn't abandon me, sob sob. The girl's pitiful cries were heartbreaking to hear. Looking at Yi's miserable appearance, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light, like a rampaging beast. He had never been this angry, not even when he killed Black Tiger. Lu Jun, however, completely crossed his bottom line. Boom! Yi Feng took a step and leaped over in an instant. Immediately, she slapped him hard across the face. Bang! Lu Jun was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Wow! He coughed up a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Ignoring him, Yi Feng hurriedly took off his coat and covered Tang Yi with it, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The simple words, "I'm here for you," filled Tang Yi with endless warmth and a profound sense of security. "Yi Feng, I thought you were dead. I thought I had killed you. I was so scared." Tang Yi's tears streamed down her face. She didn't recount her ordeal, all she could think about was Yi Feng's safety and her guilt towards him. Yi Feng hugged her tightly, saying, "Silly girl, didn't I tell you? No one in this world can hurt me." Chapter 83, A Fury That Could Cause a Crown to Rage. "Yes, I'm glad you're all right." Tang Yi hugged Yi Feng tightly. But when she looked at Lu Jun on the ground, Tang Yi became worried again. At this moment, Lu Jun was completely dejected after being slapped by Yi Feng. Blood kept gushing from the corner of his mouth, and his mouth was crooked. "Yi Feng, what should we do?" Tang Yi gripped Yi Feng's hand tightly. After all, this is the Lu family home. Yi Feng beat him up in his own home, so he probably won't be able to escape. "Don't be afraid." After calming Tang Yi down, Yi Feng angrily stood up and slowly walked towards Lu Jun. At this moment, Yi Feng's face was filled with hostility, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and anger filled his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Jun coughed a few times, barely managing to stand up, blood streaming from his mouth. How is that possible? How did this guy do that? How did he get out so quickly? Yi Feng, I didn't do anything, Lu Jun offered a panicked explanation. However, Yi Feng at this moment wouldn't listen to his explanation at all. She continued walking towards him step by step, saying, "Originally, I was letting you off the hook because of your father, but you have repeatedly challenged my bottom line. You deserve to die. I was wrong." Lu Jun noticed that Yi Feng's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He had the illusion that he wasn't being targeted by Yi Feng, but by a ferocious beast. In less than 2 seconds, his back was soaked with cold sweat. "Dad, save me, save me." Lu Jun turned to Lu Baichuan and begged for mercy. Snap! Lu Baichuan slapped him hard across the face, yelling, "You beast, how could I have given birth to such a thing?" "Kneel down to Mr. Yi immediately," Lu Baichuan shouted. Kneel down? Lu Jun was unwilling to accept this. He's the heir to the prestigious Baichuan group, how could he kneel before a poor boy? "Dad, I'm your son. If I kneel down to him, wouldn't that be a slap in your face?" Lu Jun didn't want to kneel. "Kneel down." Lu Baichuan kicked out. Thump! Lu Jun knelt down directly before Yi Feng. At that moment, he was filled with grievance, but he still obediently begged for mercy. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, please forgive me this once, I will never dare to do it again." Lu Baichuan hurriedly walked over and bowed slightly. "Mr. Yi, I am very sorry that this happened. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please spare his life. I will definitely discipline him strictly in the future." He knew Yi Feng too well. Yi Feng was more than just a doctor. Back when Lu Baichuan was besieged by dozens of people, Yi Feng single-handedly killed all the assassins and rescued him. Lu Baichuan still vividly remembers the cruelty with which Yi Feng killed people. If Yi Feng gets angry, the entire Lu family will be finished. Spare him? Yi Feng's eyes still flashed with coldness. "President Lu, if I had arrived even a moment later today, my wife would have been violated by him. Do you think you can settle this with just a flimsy apology?" But Lu Baichuan knew that Yi Feng was always ruthless, and once he started fighting, even if the victim didn't die, they would be crippled. He only has one son, and if he becomes disabled, it will be terrible. "Mr. Yi, please, I'll compensate you however you want." Lu Baichuan bowed deeply. However, seeing Yi Feng's increasingly arrogant attitude and his father's aggrieved expression, Lu Jun was furious. What a shameless person! He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Dad, he's just a poor boy. Why should we beg him? If he dares to lay a finger on me, he'll never leave the Lu family's gate. Someone come here." With a roar, a group of bodyguards walked in through the door, led by Feng Meiling. That's right. Feng Meiling stormed in. He's just a poor boy, why should we beg him? It's his good fortune that our Lu family has taken a liking to his woman. After saying that, he walked up to Yi Feng and shouted, "You're Yi Feng, right? If you know what's good for you, leave your woman here, or we'll settle all the old and new scores together." In the Lu family, are they going to let others bully them? Shut up! Lu Baichuan roared, wishing he could tear Feng Meiling's mouth apart. However, Feng Meiling didn't take it seriously at all. "Honey, don't worry, I know you have a good heart and don't want to be the bad guy. Today, I'll be the bad guy." "That's right, Dad, you don't need to worry." With his mother as his support, Lu Jun immediately became more assertive, angrily pointing at Yi Feng. "My dad gives you face, do you really think you're so important? If you offend me, your whole family will suffer." He didn't believe Yi Feng would actually dare to make a move. Even if his father gives Yi Feng face, he believes that when it comes to matters of principle, his father will definitely side with his own family regardless of right or wrong. This is outrageous. Yi Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Tang Yi quickly pulled Yi Feng away. "Forget it, Yi Feng, let's go back. We can't afford to offend them. People like them are no match for the Lu family. If things escalate, Yi Feng will be in trouble again. It's too late to leave." Feng Meiling waved her hand sharply. "Get them. Throw the men out, and the women stay." With a single command. Before Lu Baichuan could stop them, the bodyguards at the door swarmed forward. Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. "This is outrageous." Bang! Yi Feng threw a punch, hitting Feng Meiling in the face and sending her flying, crashing into the wall. Immediately, Yi Feng's figure swayed. The next second, as soon as the bodyguards rushed in, Yi Feng came to stand in front of Lu Jun. "Mr. Lu, please have mercy." Lu Baichuan exclaimed in surprise and tried to stop him. However, it was too late. Yi Feng kicked out and landed hard on Lu Jun's crotch. Bang! Before Lu Jun could react, he felt a sharp pain from below and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the bed. Ouch, it hurts so much. He covered his crotch, let out a pig-like scream, and rolled around on the bed desperately. Just a brief moment. He fainted amidst painful screams, and red liquid leaked from his groin. Meanwhile, the other bodyguards also stopped at Lu Baichuan's command. "Mr. Yi, please spare his life." Seeing that Yi Feng was still angry, Lu Baichuan quickly said. Seeing that Lu Jun had received the punishment he deserved, Tang Yi decided not to pursue the matter any further. "Never mind, Yi Feng, let's go," Tang Yi said. Yi Feng's anger gradually subsided, and he glared fiercely at Lu Baichuan. "President Lu, for your sake, I will spare his life. Let's leave it at that. When he wakes up, please tell him for me that if he doesn't know what's good for him next time, he won't get away with it so easily." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he grabbed Tang Yi and stormed off. Looking at his unconscious wife and children, Lu Baichuan was heartbroken. What a terrible thing. "Quickly, get them to the hospital," Lu Baichuan shouted anxiously. Several bodyguards rushed in and carried the two away. Chapter 84, Return. The Tang family. Inside the hall, a group of people were drinking tea and having a lively discussion. "Have you heard? That troublemaker has been arrested by the police. I heard he's a traitor who betrayed the country," Zhang Xiuji said excitedly. "Really?" Uncle Tang exclaimed excitedly, "It's truly a blessing from heaven. This wicked man has finally gotten his comeuppance." He was furious at the thought of Fei Fei's face. "I knew he'd get into trouble with young Master Lu, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. He deserves it, haha." Tang Ningzhe's eyes gleamed with delight. He felt a sense of exhilaration, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue frowned. Impossible, right? Yi Feng wouldn't do something like treasonous. "Could he have been framed?" she said. "Ruoxue, why are you taking his side? Wouldn't it be better if this troublemaker died?" Zhang Xiuji glared angrily at Tang Ruoxue. "You don't still have feelings for him, do you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it." Tang Ruoxue lowered her head and dared not speak. For some reason, rationally speaking, she really hated Yi Feng, but subconsciously, she was also a little worried about him. How could that be? "I'm just stating the facts. Don't you know Yi Feng's character? How could he have the guts to betray his country and collude with the enemy?" Tang Ruoxue explained. Whether it's true or false, our Tang family has no way to help him. Tang Guiyuan didn't want anything to happen to Yifeng either, but from another perspective, it might not be a bad thing. Once Yifeng is arrested, Yi can marry Yang Wei legitimately, and the Tang family's status will rise accordingly. Oh, right. Qin Shuwan said worriedly. Yi said she was going to beg young Master Lu, and we already know how it turned out. Guiyuan, why don't you go to the Lu family and look for Yi? She couldn't get through to Yi on the phone and knew something might have happened. Tang Mingjie sneered. That idiot Tang Yi actually thought young Master Lu would show mercy? What wishful thinking. I reckon she's trapped in the Lu family now and can't get out. Ha, if that's the case, it's double happiness, congratulations. Uncle Tang laughed excitedly. Sudden. A clear voice came from outside the door. I'm back. As the sound came in, Tang Yi walked in excitedly, with Yifeng following behind her. Yifeng? What are you doing out here? Tang Ningjie's face fell the moment he saw Yifeng. Uncle Tang jumped up, pointed at Maple Leaf, and asked, You little rascal, Yifeng, did you escape from prison? Tang Yi smiled happily. Uncle, do you think the police station is our Tang family? You can't just escape from prison whenever you want. Yifeng is innocent. Once the investigation is completed, he will naturally be released. This. Uncle Tang was speechless, a sense of loss washing over him. Tang Ningjie's face darkened upon hearing this. I don't know what kind of incredible luck Yifeng had to manage to get out like this. Alright, it's good that you're back. Grandma Tang said, Yifeng, don't cause any more trouble in the future. You were lucky this time, but that doesn't mean you'll always be so lucky. Find a job properly. If you really can't find one, I'll ask young Master Yang to introduce you to one. Speaking of Yang Wei, Tang Yi suddenly remembered, by the way, Yifeng, you were able to get out this time thanks to young Master Yang's help. You should find some time to thank him. Thanks to him? What do you mean? Yifeng didn't understand. When you were arrested, I called him and asked him for help. I didn't think there was much hope, but I didn't expect him to be so reliable. He actually got you out, Tang Yi said happily. Yifeng was speechless. Why would a declining family like the Yang family offer help? You must be mistaken. I was able to get out because the mayor personally intervened. It has nothing to do with him, Yifeng said. That's right. Young Master Yang also said that he would ask the mayor to help you. Tang Yi smiled and said, otherwise, why would you have come out so quickly? This. Yifeng didn't know how to explain it either. If I told the truth, I would definitely be ridiculed again, so it's better to avoid trouble. Alright then. Yifeng said. Tang Guiyuan said, Yifeng, since young Master Yang helped you, you should treat him to a meal, say a few nice words, and see if you can get him to introduce you to a job. Okay, Dad. Yifeng gave up resisting immediately. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue walked over and said coldly, Yifeng, this is just a warning from young Master Lu. I hope you won't be so arrogant and domineering in the future. Otherwise, if there is a next time, young Master Lu won't be so polite. Yeah? Yifeng shrugged. You should tell him this, if there is a next time, I will definitely not be lenient. You. Tang Ruoxue stomped her feet in anger. She was just trying to be helpful by reminding him, but he remained stubbornly obstinate. Yifeng, you're hopeless. I'll see when you get your comeuppance. Tang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at him, stormed out, and prepared to go to the hospital to see Tang Feifei. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. A ward. What's wrong with me? After waking up from anesthesia, Lu Jun found his private parts wrapped in white gauze and asked anxiously. The doctor in the white coat shook his head with a troubled expression. If we have surgery, there's only a 10% chance of success. If we don't have surgery, that function will be lost. Boom. Lu Juanru was struck dumb. A 10% success rate for surgery? I'm not married yet, I haven't enjoyed myself enough, why is this happening? Ah! He cried out frantically, almost collapsing. Without this ability, he felt that living would be worse than being dead. Seeing his son's breakdown, Lu Baichuan felt very sorry for him. Junior, Dad will definitely find a way to cure you. Lu Baichuan only has this one son, and no matter what, he cannot let the family line die out. Lu Baichuan, are you satisfied now? Feng Meiling glared fiercely at Lu Baichuan and roared, if it weren't for you, would Junior have ended up like this? He's crippled now, and your Lu family line is cut off. Are you satisfied now? Lu Baichuan felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Yes, if he hadn't sided with Yifeng back then, his son wouldn't have been injured like this. However, Yifeng showed him no mercy whatsoever, which truly chilled his heart. He even caused a scene at the police station for Yifeng, only to get this result. Dad! Lu Jun shouted angrily, am I even your biological son? Why are you treating me like this? From childhood to adulthood, you've never looked at me properly, and now you're just watching me get crippled. Are you even my real father? Lu Baichuan felt deeply ashamed. Yes, perhaps because of Lu Jun's unattractive appearance, Lu Baichuan has never given him a kind look since he was a child. Looking back now, I feel truly ashamed. No matter what, he is still his own flesh and blood. Junior, Dad was wrong. Dad will treat you well from now on and will never let you get hurt. Please forgive Dad, okay? Lu Baichuan pleaded. No, I will never forgive you. If my body doesn't recover, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Lu Jun cried out in a hoarse voice. Don't worry, there's definitely a way. Dad will definitely cure you. Although Lu Baichuan harbored resentment towards Yifeng, Yifeng was now the only one who could save his son, so he had to beg him again no matter what. Chapter 85, Seizing Power. Junior, Dad is going to find the sage of medicine to treat your illness now. Wait for me. After saying that, Lu Baichuan turned around and hurriedly walked out. After Lu Baichuan left, Feng Meiling comforted him, Junior, don't worry. Your father knows a doctor who can cure any illness. He will definitely cure you. Lu Jun felt there was still hope for a cure. His father suffered such severe injuries back then, and even the medical sage could cure him. He could probably do it again now. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue walked to the bedside and asked, Young Master Lu, are you alright? Who did this to him? In the entire Jiangzhou, apart from the Li family, the Lu family has the greatest influence. However, the Li family and the Lu family are old friends and would never take action against Lu Jun. Tang Ruoxue really couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to be so arrogant. Lu Jun glanced at Tang Ruoxue and said hatefully, Yifeng, it's Yifeng, it's Yifeng. He shouted 3 times, his anger mixed with despair. What? Yifeng? Tang Ruoxue was stunned. It was actually him who attacked young Master Lu. Young Master Lu, wasn't he just locked up in the police station? How could this be? Tang Ruoxue asked incredulously. It's him. Feng Meiling said angrily, he just came out of the police station and rushed into my Lu family home and beat my son. This is really too much. This? Tang Ruoxue asked, puzzled, why did Yifeng make a move? Although Yifeng has a strong personality, he wouldn't just randomly hit people. He must have had a reason for doing so. Lu Jun said with a wronged expression, what else could it be? He thought I was the one who got him into the police station, so he beat me up without asking any questions. Even my mother was harmed by him. So that's how it is. Tang Ruoxue gritted her teeth, feeling that Yifeng was truly despicable. He kicked young Master Lu at the hospital, and then stormed into the Lu family home and hurt him so badly. He's a beast. Tang Ruoxue couldn't believe that this was her ex-husband whom she had lived with for 3 years. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will definitely give you justice. After saying that, Tang Ruoxue stormed out. Lu Jun was beaten by Yifeng because of her, and she must demand an explanation from Yifeng. A moment later, Feng Meiling also left the ward, letting Lu Jun get some rest. No sooner had he left than several more people came in. They were none other than Qin Xiao, the crown prince of Longmen, accompanied by a charming woman named Xiao Xiang. Young Master Lu, we meet again. After entering the ward, Qin Xiao sat down by Lu Jun's bedside as if they were old friends. Lu Jun was thrilled to see Qin Xiao. Now, only Longmen can deal with Yifeng. As the underground leader of the 3 southern provinces, Longmen's power is much stronger than that of the Lu family. Young Master Qin, help me get revenge. I'll pay any price. I want Yifeng's head. Lu Jun sat up excitedly. Young Master Lu, please don't be in a hurry. Qin Xiao patted him on the shoulder, killing Yifeng is a small matter for me, but it's not satisfying for young Master Lu, is it? Revenge is something you have to do yourself to feel truly satisfied. But Lu Jun immediately deflated. He said helplessly, Young Master Qin, of course I want to do it myself, but to be honest, my father values Yifeng very much, and I can't deal with him on my own. Isn't that simple? Xin Xiao smiled sinisterly. Since your father doesn't treat you like a son, why should you care about him? If you had control of the Lu family, would you still need to be mindful of your father's feelings? What's the meaning? The meaning is very clear. Xin Xiao stared at Lu Jun and said, word by word, you can seize power. Seize power? Lu Jun's eyes twitched. Young Master Qin, you must be joking. I'm not kidding you, I can help you. Xin Xiao said, look at yourself. As the eldest son of the Lu family, where is your dignity as a young master? In the Lu family, your father doesn't respect you at all. Outside, when you are bullied, your father even helps outsiders. Tell me, how pathetic are you as the eldest son? But. No buts. If you want revenge, this is the only option. Once you take your father's power, who in the entire Jiangzhou will dare to disrespect you? What woman can't you have? Xin Xiao smiled wickedly. Think about Yi Feng's wife, and then think about his ex-wife. Don't you feel tempted? The more Lu Jun thought about it, the more sense it made. Yes, he's such a spineless young master of the Lu family. His father wouldn't even look at him properly in his father's eyes, he was not even as good as a stranger. Okay, I promise you. How exactly do I do it? Lu Jun nodded through gritted teeth. Take it. Xin Xiao took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Lu Jun. This is a slow-acting poison. As long as you put it in your father's food, he will not be able to detect it. In less than 5 days, he will be poisoned. But before he is poisoned, he will feel unwell all over. He will agree to do whatever you ask him to do. No. Lu Jun refused outright, saying, he is unjust, so I will be unjust too. I can seize power, but he is still my father, and I cannot kill him. Xin Xiao smiled and shook his head, saying, do you think your father will forgive you after you seize power? If he retaliates, you'll be the one who dies. You'd better think it through. Xin Xiao threw the medicine on the bed and continued, a few days later is Lu Baichuan's birthday. The medicine will take effect then, and I will help you. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Lu Jun stared at the bottle on the bed, unable to calm down for a long time. Yes, once he seizes power, his father will definitely not let him go. Either he dies, or his father dies. Dad, blame yourself. You forced me into this situation. A chill flashed in Lu Jun's eyes as he resolutely picked up the medicine bottle and hid it. He didn't want to be that spineless young Master Lu anymore, he wanted revenge. He wanted to take both Tang's sisters into his possession. Chapter 86, Seizing Power. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Xiang asked in confusion, young Master Qin, why should we help him? Humph, help him? He's overthinking it. Xin Xiao sneered, he's just a puppet. Once I take control of Baichuan Group, he'll be of no use to me. Young Master Qin is indeed brilliant. Xiao Xiang sighed, then tentatively asked, by the way, have you investigated Black Tiger's cause of death? Xin Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. I wasn't sure before, but after what happened at the police station, I'm 100% certain that Black Tiger was definitely killed by Yifeng. Yifeng? Isn't he just an unknown kid? How could he have such abilities? You underestimate him. This man is no ordinary person. Xin Xiao frowned. Since he could get Mayor Han Tianhao to come, he naturally wouldn't dare to underestimate Yifeng. The two walked on and on. Xin Xiao suddenly became interested. Let's go. Serve me well today, and you'll be my woman from now on. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I just got my period today. Let's talk about it in a few days. Unlucky. Xin Xiao said helplessly, alright, in 7 days you'd better serve me well, or I'll sell you to the Golden Triangle. Yes, young Master Qin. Xiao Xiang readily nodded. After Qin Xiao left, a sinister glint flashed in her eyes. Yifeng returned to the clinic. At this moment, Lianlin was squatting alone at the door, seemingly having waited for a long time. Miss Li, is there something you need? Lianlin stood up, smiled, and said, can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Okay, come in. Yifeng opened the door and led Lianlin in. Upon entering, you are greeted by a strong medicinal aroma, and the interior decor is quite old. Mr. Yi, have you always lived here? Lianlin asked. Yifeng nodded. No wonder you were dumped by your ex-wife. In this kind of situation, what woman would be willing to suffer with you? Lianlin joked. Yes, someone like me naturally wouldn't catch the eye of you beautiful female CEOs, Yifeng said as he sat down.
No, I'm an exception.
Lianlin sat down and smiled playfully. Money is just a mundane thing to me, I only pursue a higher kind of soul.
I'm pretty ordinary too.
Sir, you have long transcended worldly affairs, why be so modest? Lian stared intently at Yifeng, a half smile on his face, and said, I heard you've been mistaken for my gigolo.
I'm quite sorry about that. To make it up to you, how about? Are we serious?
Lianlin bit her lip, a mischievous grin on her face.
Cough cough. Yifeng simply couldn't resist such direct seduction.
This girl is just as good as Xiao Xiang, just one glance from her can make your heart race and your mind wander.
Let's get down to business. What do you want to see me about? Yifeng changed the subject. TCH, no sense of humor at all.
Lianlin rolled her eyes, then said in a serious tone, It's like this, the Dragon Gate has already taken full action. After they destroyed many of our Li family's shops, we were forced to transfer them. I suppose the Lu family's businesses are in a similar situation.
Can you help me think of a solution?
I don't understand business matters, Yifeng said.
Don't you know the mayor?
Help me ask him to intervene, otherwise all the businesses in Jiangzhou will fall into his hands, Lianlin said hopefully. Longmen, I'll deal with them sooner or later, but I'm not familiar with Han Tianhao.
Yifeng did not want to use the Yi family's power, not even a little bit. But don't worry, I have a way.
The two were chatting.
Yifeng's phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Xiang calling.
Hey, say it.
Mr. Yi, something bad has happened.
Xiao Xiang said anxiously. Xin Xiao has already started to make his move.
They want to completely overthrow the power in Jiangzhou. I know, say something useful.
I just accompanied him to the hospital and found Lu Jun.
They are planning to join forces to seize power at Lu Baichuan's birthday banquet, and even kill Lu Baichuan.
What? Yifeng was suddenly startled.
How could Lu Jun be so heartless and insane? Anything else? And also, Xiao Xiang told Yifeng everything she knew.
Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately frowned.
This Qin Xiao is far more ruthless than he imagined. He should not be underestimated. After finishing the call, Yifeng told Lianlin about the situation, and Lianlin was even more shocked.
First his grandfather was poisoned, and now the Lu family is plotting to seize power.
This Dragon Gate is truly despicable. Is this informant's information reliable? Lianlin asked.
She is Xiao Xiang, absolutely reliable.
Yifeng nodded. Xiao Xiang? The woman Yifeng didn't kill on the day Black Tiger died?
If it's her, she should be reliable.
Mr. Yi, what should we do?
Lianlin felt that Yifeng's methods were more powerful than she had imagined, and she could only rely on Yifeng.
Let's go and tell Lu Baichuan what's going on. Once their conspiracy is exposed, they won't amount to anything.
The two had just stepped out the door.
Then I saw a Maybach drive up.
After the car door opened, Lu Baichuan hurriedly walked over.
Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi.
As soon as Lu Baichuan saw Yifeng, he rushed over. Yifeng quickly took his hand and said, Perfect timing, I also have something to tell you.
Come in and sit down.
Yifeng let him in.
Lu Baichuan said anxiously, Mr. Yi, you've vented your anger. For the sake of my help over the years, could you please save Lu Jun?
He's my only son, and he can't be harmed. Yifeng's worst fears have come true.
President Lu, you should know me well.
Although I have a strong personality, I still know my limits when I do things.
Yifeng said, Do you know why I'm not giving you face and insisting on crippling him? I know it's all his fault.
He shouldn't have treated your lover like that, but please, for my sake, teach him a lesson, Lu Baichuan pleaded.
That's not all.
There's something else I've been hiding from you for 2 years, and today I have to tell you the truth. When Yifeng treated him 2 years ago, he guessed some of the hidden things. At the time, they weren't close, and Yifeng didn't want to be the bad guy, so he held back from telling him. Now, he had to tell him the truth.
Lu Baichuan ignored the warning and said, We can talk about the rest later. My junior's condition can't wait any longer.
Please go and save him, Mr. Yi. As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. Lianlin quickly helped him up and said, Uncle Lu, please let Mr. Yi finish speaking first.
Let's talk in the car, let's talk as we walk. Lu Baichuan pulled Yifeng, trying to drag him away.
Yifeng lightly flicked his hand away and said, I will not save him. Moreover, I also want to tell you that your son wants to kill you and seize power.
What?
Lu Baichuan was suddenly startled.
Father murder? A power grab?
Yifeng said that his junior wanted to seize his power and even wanted to kill him. He, I thought you were a person of great integrity and I have always admired you.
I have never disappointed you in the things you asked me to do. I never expected to be treated like this.
Lu Baichuan shook his head bitterly. Mr. Yi, my son has wronged you, and I know you resent him. Even if you don't want to treat him, at least come up with a reasonable reason.
Chapter 87, Yifeng agrees to treat the illness.
Lianlin quickly stepped in to explain, saying, Uncle Lu, Mr. Yi isn't that kind of person. He does have solid intelligence.
Intelligence?
Ha! Lu Baichuan scoffed. Lu Baichuan, only have one son.
My position will be his sooner or later.
Why would he bother?
Besides, don't I know my own son well enough?
He's never disobeyed me since he was a child. He wouldn't even dare to act spoiled towards me, let alone talk about seizing power.
Don't you find that ridiculous?
Lu Baichuan gave a bitter smile.
Yifeng said seriously, what if someone instigates him?
Like the Crown Prince of Longmen.
The Crown Prince of Longmen?
Lu Baichuan found it even more ridiculous. Mr. Yi, although my son is not very capable, he still has basic judgment.
Do you think he would be easily fooled by people in the underworld? Is he a fool?
Of course not in the past. Yifeng said, however, after this incident, they all have a common goal, which is me. Lu Jun is capable of doing anything to avenge himself.
That's enough.
Lu Baichuan sternly rebuked Yifeng, marking the first time he had ever been angry with him. He firmly believed that his son would not do something so heinous.
Mr. Yi, I'll ask you one last question. Will you treat my son's injury or not?
Lu Baichuan was losing his patience.
Well.
Yifeng sighed, paused, and asked,
do you remember what illness I treated for you the first time? What does this have to do with my son?
Yes, there is a connection.
Yifeng explained slowly, didn't you think I hit too hard and didn't consider your feelings?
Well, let me tell you the second reason. Yifeng continued, 2 years ago, I treated your sexual dysfunction, right?
That's right.
Lu Baichuan nodded, wanting to hear what else Yifeng had to say. Yifeng continued, actually, there was something I hid from you back then.
Your problem in that area was congenital, you were born infertile. What's the meaning?
Lu Baichuan was suddenly startled. What I mean is, Lu Jun isn't your biological son at all, Yifeng said slowly.
Lu Jun isn't my biological son?
Ha ha. Lu Baichuan laughed heartily, then shook his head bitterly.
Mr. Yi, I know you resent my son. If you don't want to treat him, you can simply refuse. Why bother making up these lies to fool me? My wife has always been traditional, and our relationship has always been harmonious. How could she possibly betray me?
After saying that, he looked at Yifeng again. Mr. Yi, over the years, I, Lu Baichuan, have always believed that I have treated you well, but I never expected that you would treat me like this.
Ha, how pathetic.
As he spoke, he gave a sad, cold laugh. Lianlin quickly comforted him, Uncle Lu, Mr. Yi is not that kind of person.
Enough. He's not that kind of person. But do you think my wife and children are?
Lu Baichuan waved his hand violently, heartbroken.
He looked at Yifeng again and said angrily, Mr. Yi, I'll ask you one last time, will you treat my son's injury or not?
If you don't, I won't blame you, after all, he was in the wrong first.
But from now on, we are estranged and strangers.
Well. Yifeng was quite helpless. When people become obsessed, they cover their ears and only believe what they see.
Unless the facts are presented, no amount of talk will make a difference.
Thinking of all the help and obedience Lu Baichuan had given him over the years, Yifeng couldn't bear to see him suffer such an end.
Only facts can prove it.
Okay, I agree, but not today, Yifeng said, backing down.
When will that be?
My son's injury can't wait any longer, Lu Baichuan said anxiously.
The day after tomorrow. Yifeng was preparing to give him a big gift. The day after tomorrow? That's my birthday? Lu Baichuan frowned and asked, are you sure it'll still be in time? I'm sure. Okay, I hope you won't break your promise. Lu Baichuan bowed slightly to Yifeng, then turned and left.
I'll take you, Yifeng said, trying to improve the relationship.
No need.
Lu Baichuan, however, flung his hand away angrily and stormed off. Looking at the furious Lu Baichuan, Lianlin said indignantly, he really doesn't know what's good for him. We'll see how he cries later.
Well, you can't blame him for this.
Yifeng shook his head helplessly. It's only natural for a man to love his son so much. After all, we are just outsiders. Compared to his family who have lived with him for decades, it's normal for him not to trust us.
Li Anlin nodded.
She had always thought Yifeng was decisive and efficient, but she never expected him to have such a tender side.
He is even more calm when it comes to problems than Li Anlin. Will you also attend his birthday party? Li Anlin asked.
Of course I'll go. I want to see just how capable Longman really is, Yifeng said firmly.
All right, let's go together.
After Li Anlin finished speaking, he looked around the clinic and then took out a black card.
This is my Li Group's Supreme VIP card. Take it and use it to furnish your old place. Don't make it too shabby. All right, then I'll gladly accept your offer. Yifeng readily accepted the black card. After leaving the clinic, Lu Baichuan went straight to the hospital.
At this moment, Feng Meiling was feeding Lu Jun with a bowl, and Tang Ruoxue was also by the bedside.
Juner, good news, good news.
Lu Baichuan excitedly walked to the bedside and said, I just went to see the sage of medicine, and he has agreed to treat your illness. In order not to affect his son's mood, he did not tell the true identity of the medical sage. He thought that when the time came, everyone would shake hands and let bygones be bygones.
Really? Lu Jun excitedly wiped his mouth, looking around. Where is he? Why can't I see him?
He's been quite busy lately. It won't be until the day after tomorrow, Lu Baichuan said.
But isn't it too late? Lu Jun frowned.
It's all right, the medical sage said there's still time. Lu Baichuan was also helpless. It was already very kind of Yifeng to agree to treat his son.
At this moment, Tang Ruoxue excitedly asked, Uncle Lu, can I attend your birthday party?
Although she had received Lu Jun's promise, she still politely asked again.
You are. Tang Ruoxue. Lu Baichuan frowned.
This was Yifeng's ex-wife. Just as Tang Ruoxue was about to speak, Lu Jun immediately said, Dad, Ruoxue is my girlfriend now, and I want to introduce her to our family and friends.
After hearing this, Tang Ruoxue wanted to deny it. After thinking about it, I decided to hold back.
She felt that Lu Jun was actually not bad, at least better than Yifeng. Although she didn't like him yet, she believed that feelings could be cultivated.
If she could marry into the Lu family, Tang Ruoxue would surely rise to great heights. Chapter 88, Giving a Gift to Xiaoxiang. Your girlfriend? Lu Baichuan asked, somewhat displeased. He knew Tang Ruoxue too well.
Yifeng had given so much to him, only to be kicked out in the end. This kind of woman didn't deserve to enter the Lu family. However, not wanting to put his son in a difficult position, he could only force a smile and say, Of course, I'll trouble you to take care of my junior then.
Of course. Tang Ruoxue was overjoyed.
Feng Meiling, however, had a particular fondness for Tang Ruoxue. She took Tang's hand and said, Miss Tang, don't worry. My Lu family is not a snobbish family. As long as you treat my son well, the Lu family welcomes you to its doors.
Tang Ruoxue felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. He could only nod with a smile. With his mother's approval, Lu Jun said excitedly, Mom, don't worry, Ruoxue will definitely treat me well.
Okay, you guys chat, I'll go get you something to eat.
Feng Meiling got up and left. Lu Baichuan had nothing to say and left first.
His only hope now was that his son would recover soon, and he didn't want to interfere in anything else.
After the two left, Lu Jun gripped Tang Ruoxue's hand tightly, overjoyed. Ruoxue, have you really agreed to be with me? Tang Ruoxue shyly withdrew her hand. Young Master Lu, we're moving too fast. Give me some time.
Okay,
as long as you don't mind, I can wait as long as it takes. Lu Jun excitedly said, Ruoxue, I have good news for you.
My father has agreed to hand over the reins of the Lu family to me at his birthday banquet.
I will then be the new president of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. What? That can't be right. Tang Ruoxue found it hard to believe.
As far as she knew, although Lu Jun was the eldest son of the Lu family, he had never participated in the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce.
Lu Baichuan was also still young, so how could he hand over his power so early?
It's true, my dad is planning to retire early and enjoy life, so he wants me to take over as soon as possible.
Lu Jun had made up his mind. He not only wants power, but also women. He's confident he can get his father to publicly announce his abdication. Tang Ruoxue nodded. That's not impossible.
Many bigwigs have the idea of retiring early and letting younger people take over.
The Li family is the same. Li Anlin took over the Li group a few years ago. It's perfectly normal for Lu Baichuan to do this. Young Master Lu, if you become the president of the Chamber of Commerce, could you introduce me to the behind-the-scenes boss of Maple Leaf Group? Tang Ruoxue was very curious about this mysterious big shot. Sure. Lu Jun promised, I can also have my dad introduce you to that medical sage. I believe the medical sage will definitely give me, the new president, face and agree to treat your younger brother and sister. That's great. This was the best news Tang Ruoxue had ever heard. By then, Mingji and Fei Fei will be able to recover their health. Moreover, she believed that with her abilities and the support of the Lu family, she would one day surpass Li Anlin and then give Yifeng a resounding slap in the face. By the way, Tang Ruo asked, what does your father like to eat? It's my first time attending his birthday party, and I hope to make a good impression on him. Whatever, just do what you think is best. Good. After chatting for a while, Tang Ruoxue left and went to Tang Feifei's ward to tell Tang Feifei and Uncle Tang about the medical saint. They were thrilled to hear this. The next day, as soon as Yifeng woke up, he called Xiao Xiang. The person on the other end of the phone asked anxiously as soon as the call connected, Mr. Yi, is something the matter? Do you know where there's a black market? I need to buy some materials. Yes, there is an underground market in the East City where a large number of rare items are traded. I wonder what you would like to buy, sir. Tai Sui. Tai Sui? Xiao Xiang paused and said, I can't guarantee that, but I can take you around. That black market is managed by my men. If it exists, I can definitely help you find it. Okay, send me your location. Yifeng hung up the phone and took a taxi there according to the location sent by Xiao Xiang. We arrived at a secluded shopping mall. Is this the place? Lin Fei discovered that the shopping mall had very few customers and was almost on the verge of closing down. Even the fluorescent sign on the roof was half damaged. Mr. Yi. Xiao Xiang walked over from not far away. Today, she was still dressed in red. The tight-fitting red cheongsam did not make her look dignified or elegant. Instead, it added to her allure. The slit on the side of the cheongsam went all the way up to the top of her thigh, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. His impressive physique, paired with a head of long, red, wavy hair, made him incredibly flamboyant. Mr. Yi, the black market is downstairs. Let me take you in. She smiled and walked over, leading Yifeng downstairs. Yifeng looked at her and swallowed hard. But they discovered a bluish scar on her forehead. What happened to your forehead? Yifeng asked. It's nothing, I bumped into it by accident, Xiao Xiang smiled. It looks like it was hit by a heavy object. Was it Lungmen who did it? Yifeng asked calmly. Xiao Xiang nodded, feeling wronged. To be precise, it was because she rejected Qin Xiao again that he hit her. I'm sending you a gift. Yifeng pulled out a yellowed book. This is a martial arts manual. Try practicing it, it will be helpful to you. Yifeng originally intended to give it to Li Anlin, but now he felt that Xiao Xiang needed it more. Martial arts techniques? Xiao Xiang immediately became excited. This was something she had always dreamed of. For a woman to survive in the underworld, leading the entire Tiger Gang while dealing with the threat from the Dragon Gate, is like walking through a sea of fire. She desperately wanted to learn martial arts. Sir, I am deeply grateful for your great kindness. After receiving the manual, Xiao Xiang knelt down before Yifeng. Yifeng helped her up, saying, it's just a low-level cultivation technique. Don't get so excited. Try practicing it first. If you have the talent, I'll teach you a more advanced one. Really? Xiao Xiang was so grateful that tears streamed down her face. Recalling Yifeng's superb methods when he killed people, she was filled with anticipation. Let's go, take me inside and have a look. Yifeng walked away first, feeling that if he looked at this woman even once more, his Dao heart would collapse. Good. Xiao Xiang quickly walked ahead and led the way. Not long after they left, Tang Ruoxue's BMW drove in. The car door opened, and Tang Ruoxue and Tang Mingjie got out of the car, followed by Tang's aunt and uncle. Ruoxue, this shopping mall is about to go bankrupt, why did you bring us here? Aunt Tang asked, somewhat puzzled. Auntie, I've inquired around. There's a black market down here with lots of rare treasures, and the prices are much cheaper than through legitimate channels, Tang Ruoxue said mysteriously. But this place is too chaotic, Aunt Tang said nervously. What's there to be afraid of with me here?
Tang Mingjie confidently declared, as long as we find the treasure and present it to the medical sage at Chairman Lu's birthday banquet, he will definitely be willing to treat me and Fei Fei.
Chapter 89, Bidding. Aunt Tang thought about it and felt it made sense. As long as it can heal Fei Fei's face, she's willing to take the risk, no matter how dangerous it may be. By the way, Uncle Tang asked, Ruoshua, what do you think we should give her as a gift?
After all, we don't have that much money if it's too expensive.
Tang Ruoshua thought for a moment and said, I think that if it is to be given to the president, it would be best to give something like an antique or calligraphy painting, and if it is to be given to the medical sage, it would be best to give something like a rare medicinal herb.
All right.
Uncle Tang nodded. He was willing to go all out for Fei Fei.
After making up their minds, the group went down to the basement level and were dazzled by the wide array of goods on display. It has to be said that the items here are indeed much cheaper than through normal channels. However, there are many counterfeit products, so you need to be very discerning.
If you're not careful, you can easily be fooled. There's an unwritten rule in the black market: forced buying and selling is not allowed, but once sold, there are no returns or exchanges, regardless of authenticity. It operates on the principle of willing buyer, willing seller.
After walking around for half an hour, apart from Tang Ruoshua, the others had almost finished their purchases. In order to avoid having to obtain a disability certificate, Tang Mingjie reluctantly spent several million yuan. The gift given to Chairman Lu wasn't expensive, only a few 100,000, but the Lingji mushroom given to the medical sage cost him 2 or 3 million.
2 or 3 million.
He spent more than that in 10 years chasing girls.
Sis, why haven't you bought it yet?
Seeing that Tang Ruoshua was hesitant to make a move, Tang Mingjie urged her on.
Sigh, none of them are to my liking.
Tang Ruoshua shook her head helplessly. After all, it was Lu Baichuan's birthday, and she didn't want to give a gift that was too shabby. It can't be cheap, nor can it be too tacky. It's really quite difficult. Just as she was getting anxious, she suddenly saw a gift she liked. Inside a luxurious shop, a jade carving of a Pishio is displayed on the counter. The jade carving was entirely emerald green, lifelike, and clearly a top-quality high-grade icy jadeite.
It's the one. Tang Ruoshua walked over anxiously. Before I even reached the counter, a hot woman beat me to it.
Boss, how much is this Pishio?
I'll take it.
The woman pointed to the Pishio and said she wanted to buy it. Upon seeing this, Tang Ruoshua hurriedly stepped forward and said, Miss, I saw this Pishio first.
Can I have it?
Tang Ruoshua asked politely. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that the woman looked very familiar.
The man next to the woman was none other than Yi Feng. What are you doing here? Tang Ruoshua was surprised to see the two of them.
While surprised, I was mostly annoyed. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng may lack skills, but he's quite adept at picking up girls, managing to win over such a stunning woman so quickly.
Yi Feng, do you know where this place is?
Bringing a girl to a place like this to shop, do you have a few heads to lose?
Tang Ruoshua kindly reminded him. That's none of Mr. Tang's concern.
It's my freedom to go wherever I want, Yi Feng said calmly. Seeing that Tang Ruoshua had misunderstood, Xiao Xiang quickly explained, Miss Tang, you've misunderstood.
Mr. Yi and I are just friends.
Friend?
Tang Ruoshua was immediately angered and said angrily, You went shopping together? Who would believe that?
She didn't know why, but whenever she saw Yi Feng with other women, she would get inexplicably angry.
Seeing Tang Ruoshua's intense jealousy, Tang Mingjie secretly reminded her, Sister, we came here to buy things, why are you angry with him?
Me?
Am I angry?
Why would I be angry?
Tang Ruoshua denied it awkwardly. Tang Mingjie quickly walked up to Xiao Xiang and smiled gently.
Miss, you may not know, but the man next to you is my sister's good-for-nothing son-in-law.
Apart from being handsome, he's actually not very capable. Don't be fooled by him.
Yeah? Xiao Xiang sensed the tension in the air, grabbed Yi Feng's arm, and said with a smile, I have plenty of money.
I like keeping gigolos, so what?
Depend on. Tang Mingjie felt like he had been critically hit, losing 10,000 HP.
What's wrong with Yi Feng?
He used to be so honest and simple, but now he's managed to seduce such a stunning woman into spending all her money on him? Seeing Xiao Xiang's ample breasts pressed against Yi Feng's arm, Tang Mingjie was so envious he almost drooled. He would be willing to shorten his life by 10 years if he could sleep with such a stunning woman.
Slut!
Tang Ruoshua rolled her eyes and, taking advantage of Xiao Xiang's inattention, snatched the Pishio away.
Then, looking at the shop owner, he said, "Boss, how much is this? I want it."
The shopkeeper chuckled and said, "Miss, this high-quality icy green jadeite has a market price of 5 million, but I'll only charge you 4 million.
4 million? Tang Ruoxue knew it was expensive, but this was just too outrageous.
4 million is no small sum for her. Just as she was struggling with her decision, Xiao Xiang spoke up, "I'll give you 6 million, sell it to me."
6 million? Is this woman crazy? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. Tang Ruoxue immediately became angry. "I saw it first, why should I sell it to you? I was the one who asked to buy it first. When did it become something you saw? Does that mean that if you see everything on the black market, no one else can sell it?"
Xiao Xiang smiled and continued, "Besides, black market shopping has always been about the highest bidder winning.
Are you trying to break the rules? When it comes to breaking industry rules, Tang Ruoxue immediately becomes timid. This is the territory of the underworld she doesn't want to be carried out sideways.
I'll offer 6 million and 1 yuan, Tang Ruoxue said through gritted teeth.
8 million. You want to add more? I'm waiting for you. If not, I'm taking it all." Xiao Xiang looked at Tang Ruoxue with a disdainful expression. Tang Ruoxue became increasingly angry the more she thought about it. She absolutely could not lose face in front of Yifeng. 8 million and 1 yuan. 10 million. 10 million and 1 yuan. 2,000.
Xiao Xiang wanted to crush her with a flat price, but Yifeng pulled her back.
"Don't add anymore, this jade is fake, it's worthless," Yifeng warned. "No way?" Xiao Xiang was taken aback, somewhat surprised. However, she originally intended to buy it as a gift for Yifeng, so since he said so, Xiao Xiang couldn't raise the price any further. "Fine, you can have it," Xiao Xiang said indifferently.
"You bumpkin, if you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it.
Why say it's fake? Don't you find that ridiculous?" Tang Ruoxue rolled her eyes and pulled out her bank card.
"Boss, swipe your card." Tang Mingjie quickly pressed her hand down. "Sister, let's forget about it, 10 million is too expensive."
"What's there to calculate?" Tang Ruoxue shook off Tang Mingjie's hand.
"Boss, swipe the card and pack it up, hurry up. Even if it means suffering a loss, we can't let Yifeng laugh at us."
"Okay, coming right away." The boss happily accepted the bank card, feeling like he'd struck gold. Ding! 10 million transferred out. Tang Mingjie shook his head helplessly.
Sigh, his sister is usually quite rational, how come she loses her mind as soon as she meets Yifeng?
Tang Ruoxue was very happy, holding the pichou and mockingly said, "See? Things that your woman can't afford, I can buy with a snap of my fingers. That's the difference between us." Chapter 90, Huge Loss. Good intentions are wasted. "Look at your hands, you clever fool." Yifeng reminded him again. Tang Ruoxue ignored it and simply put it in the gift box.
Just as she was about to leave with the box, she was shocked to find that her hands had turned green.
What happened? Tang Ruoxue quickly took out the pichou and gently wiped it. "The color has faded." Tang Ruoxue frowned and looked at the shop owner. "Boss, why is the color fading on your jade?"
The shop owner waved his hand. "Miss, let me correct you.
It's your jade that's fading, not mine." "What?" Tang Ruoxue panicked as soon as she heard that.
She quickly pulled out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped it. As it was wiped away, more and more of the green was removed, and the originally emerald green pichou turned into a murky, slightly greenish color.
Was Yifeng right? "Boss, is this jade fake? Isn't this a scam?" Tang Ruoxue said indignantly. "You can't just say things like that."
The shop owner said righteously, "The jade is definitely real jade, there's no way to fake it. It's just that jade is priceless, and the price is entirely up to both parties."
"I'm not forcing you."
Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue and the others almost jumped up. Tang Ruoxue examined it carefully and concluded that, given its condition, it wasn't worth even 10,000 yuan, let alone 10 million.
Tang Mingjie angrily pointed at the boss and shouted, "Refund! We don't want it anymore. Give my sister her money back right now."
"That's right, refund the money quickly."
Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang also joined in the shouting. However, the shopkeeper was not intimidated at all and still smiled and said, "I see this is your first time shopping on the black market, right? Don't you know there's a rule here, once sold, there are no returns or exchanges?"
Tang Ruoxue didn't care about anything else and stretched out her hand, saying, "Give me my money back, I don't want it anymore."
What? You want to break the rules of the black market, huh?
The boss remained expressionless and clapped his hands.
Slap. Slap.
Soon, a group of burly men surrounded them from all directions.
Everyone was holding a short stick and had a fierce look on their face.
"Who dares to cause trouble?" the burly man in the lead shouted. Tang Ruoxue and the others were so frightened that they fell silent, not daring to utter a single word.
Tang Ningjie said tremblingly, "Brother, we bought counterfeit goods and just want to return them."
"We didn't mean to cause trouble."
"Return the goods?"
The burly man slammed his stick on the counter, glaring fiercely at Tang Ningjie.
"Returning goods on the black market is considered causing trouble.
Do you have a death wish?"
No, I wouldn't dare." Tang Ningjie immediately backed down.
There is indeed such a rule here, and they can only suffer in silence. Faced with the fierce and burly man, Tang Ruoxue didn't dare to utter a sound.
10 million. Just like that, it's gone down the drain.
If this were given to Chairman Lu, he'd probably be kicked out.
"Boss, please do me a favor and help me recycle it." 5 million will do, Tang Ruoxue pleaded. "You're an idiot, but I'm not." The boss bluntly stated, "This thing is worthless, why 5 million? Laugh."
Tang Ruoxue felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. If she could beat him, she really wanted to scratch him to death.
At this moment, Xiao Xiang smiled and said, "Now you know who the bumpkin is, right?" Tang Ningjie got angry as soon as he heard that. "It's all your fault."
He pointed at Yifeng and said, "If you hadn't raised the price arbitrarily, my sister wouldn't have been so stubborn."
"You have to compensate me." He.
Yifeng said, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you.
I kindly reminded you from the beginning, but you treated it as a joke, and now you want to extort money from me? You." Tang Ningjie had no rebuttal.
Indeed, they can't blame anyone else, they can only blame themselves for being greedy and insisting on shopping in such places.
It's too late to regret it now. We can't win a fight, and we can't retreat. What else can we do?
Sister, just accept it, Tang Ningjie said.
What else can we do if they don't acknowledge it?
Yifeng, you've finally seen me make a fool of myself.
Are you satisfied now? Tang Ruoxue roared.
Losing face in front of Yifeng was worse than being killed. Yifeng shook his head helplessly.
"I'm not interested in your jokes," Yifeng said. "For the sake of family, I can help you recycle it. How about 100,000 yuan? 100,000 yuan?
The group of people were slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
This thing is worthless, yet Yifeng is willing to spend 100,000 yuan to buy it?
Xiao Xiang tugged at Yifeng. This picio looks like it's made from a bean, the quality is terrible, it's not worth 100,000 yuan at all.
If you like it, we can go somewhere else to pick one.
It's alright, I know what I'm doing, Yifeng said.
Tang Ningjie's eyes lit up with joy. You really want to buy it? What? If you don't want to, then forget it. Yifeng didn't seem to care. Sell. Cash on delivery. Tang Ningjie quickly snatched it and handed it to Yifeng. Tang Ruoxue's heart was bleeding.
Something worth 10 million can be sold for only 100,000.
We've really lost money. I won't sell.
Tang Ruoxue snatched it back even if it was smashed, she couldn't let Yifeng laugh at her.
Are you crazy, sis?
Tang Ningjie snatched it away again, saying, as the saying goes, even a small loss is a gain. This kind of bean-type jadeite is only worth a couple thousand yuan. Selling it for 100,000 yuan now would be considered a profit. That's right, Xiaoxue, Uncle Tang also advised, 100,000 yuan is better than having it stuck in your hands.
Tang Ruoxue became increasingly unwilling to accept it. But there's nothing I can do, it's just bad luck.
Alright, it's not that I'm short of 100,000 yuan, I just sold it to you because you like it, Tang Ruoxue said, pouting. She thought that if Yifeng also suffered a loss, she would feel better.
Understood, Mr. Tang, how could you be short of a mere 100,000 yuan? Yifeng smiled. Are you sure you want to sell? Sell them all, don't go back on your word. Stop arguing and pay up. Tang Ningjie handed the picio over. Okay.
After Yifeng took it, he shook his head at Xiao Xiang and said, pay up.
Oh. Although Xiao Xiang was unwilling, she couldn't go against Yifeng's wishes. Bite. 100,000 yuan was transferred out. With her losses reduced by 100,000 yuan, Tang Ruoshua's mood improved somewhat. After receiving the money, Tang Mingjie sneered, "Yifeng, you only noticed the discoloration on my sister's hand. You don't actually know anything about jade, do you?" "Let me tell you the truth," Tang Mingjie continued, "this kind of bean-type jadeite is only slightly prettier than marble. Its market price is definitely no more than 10,000 yuan. Knowing it's fake and still buying it is incredibly stupid." Yifeng said nonchalantly, "Sometimes, fools have their own kind of luck. Don't be too absolute in your judgments. Still deceiving yourself?" Uncle Tang said, "If this jade is worth 10,000 yuan, I'll take your surname, Yi. My Yi family has no descendants like you." After saying that, Yifeng slammed the pichot in his hand heavily onto the ground. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and the fist-sized jade stone shattered into pieces instantly. "Mr. Yi, what's going on?" Xiao Xiang was startled. "It cost 100,000 yuan, how can you just throw it away like that?" Chapter 91, The Luminous Pearl. Seeing this, Tang Ruoshuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yifeng, you've finally come to your senses, haven't you?" Tang Ruoshuan mocked, "Although I lost more than 9 million, it's just a small amount of money for me." "But it's different for you. 100,000 is all your assets, isn't it?" "Sister, you're wrong. What do you mean by all your wealth?" "That's the money someone got from selling themselves." Tang Mingjie said sarcastically, 10,000 yuan, who knows how many nights it would take to earn that, hee. Tang Boyuan shook his head with a cold laugh, "Peace and safety, this is what you mean by fools have good fortune, isn't it?" However, unlike the others who were mocking him, the boss stared intently at the broken pieces after seeing the pichot shatter. The more he looked, the more serious he became. Then, he hurriedly came over and dug out the pichot's eyeballs from the jade debris. Everyone looked surprised upon seeing this. The two eyeballs were originally embedded inside the jade, and from the outside they only had a faint green light. However, after they were dug out, the two eyeballs suddenly became bright and blue without any light. My God! A luminous pearl? It's a blue luminous pearl. The boss held the two beads, his eyes shining with excitement. A luminous pearl? Upon seeing this, the faces of the Tang family members instantly darkened. Such a big and bright luminous pearl must be expensive. Yifeng might not even be able to break even on his 100,000 yuan investment. "Boss, how much are these two beads worth?" Xiao Xiang asked excitedly. 1 million, at least 1 million. The shopkeeper smiled and looked at Yifeng. "Sir, sell me these two beads, I'll give you 2 million. The Tang family members were dumbfounded. 2 beads can sell for 2 million? This time, Yifeng not only broke even, but also made a net profit of 1.9 million. They felt like they'd been slapped in the face. However, Yifeng just smiled and didn't say anything. He then took the bead in his hand and rubbed it vigorously a few times. Suddenly, the bead became even brighter. Its crystal clear quality still emits a faint green glow under the light of an incandescent bulb. It's absolutely gorgeous. "Boss, now?" Yifeng handed it over again. The boss took one look and was immediately taken aback. "This is a great find. A really great find. I'll give you 5 million, how about it?" "Boss, that's not fair of you." Yifeng said seriously, "I believe you have already seen it. This is a dark blue spirit soul, with a market price of 20 million, and you can't buy it even if you have the money." "This." The boss scratched his head awkwardly. He certainly noticed it, but he didn't expect the other person to also know such obscure things. They're not easily fooled. 20 million it is, deal, the boss readily agreed. Upon hearing this, the Tang family members were utterly astonished. 20 million? Are 2 eyeballs really worth that much? In other words, Yifeng bought it for 100,000 yuan and sold it for 20 million yuan, making more than 10 million yuan in just a few words. Tang Ruoshua's heart was bleeding. She wanted to slap herself twice. Something that could have made her money had caused her to lose over 9 million. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Yifeng got something for nothing. "Mr. Yi, how did you know this was a luminous pearl?" Xiao Xiang asked, puzzled. It's strange that Yifeng is so certain when it's not obvious at all, and even the boss himself doesn't know. "Just lucky." Yifeng shrugged. The phrase "good luck" once again broke the Tang family's defenses. Earning over 10 million in just a few minutes is something that would make anyone envious.
What's even more upsetting is that it was originally theirs. Of course you're just lucky, otherwise do you have clairvoyance? Tang Mingjie said indignantly. Being lucky is an advantage, isn't it? Yi Feng didn't want to explain. In fact, his eyesight and perception are more than 10 times better than that of an average person. Saying he was lucky is just an understated way of putting it. I just didn't want to waste my breath arguing with them, they wouldn't believe me anyway. Seeing Yi Feng's smug expression, Tang Mingjie felt aggrieved. Yi Feng, don't even think about taking it all for yourself. You have to share at least half with my sister, he shouted. That's right, this originally belonged to Ruoxue. Uncle Tang also said, if you don't split it up, don't even think about leaving. Xiao Xiang got angry as soon as she heard that. Have you no shame, she snapped. You were the ones who called Mr. Yi stupid, and now you're the ones regretting it. Do you really think this is your home? I don't care, you're not allowed to leave until you give it to me. Tang Mingjie was about to renege on his promise. He didn't believe Yi Feng would dare to make a move in the black market once a fight broke out. Yi Feng would definitely be the one to suffer. Looks like you weren't done beating me up last time, were you? Yi Feng glared at him. Tang Mingjie was startled and quickly hid behind Tang Ruoxue. Sis, make him pay some compensation, otherwise we'll lose a lot of money. Tang Mingjie looked cowardly. Never mind. Tang Ruoxue shook her head bitterly, what is not ours cannot be forced. She couldn't bear to lose face like that. Since it was sold to Yi Feng, it is now his. Are we just going to let him off so easily? Uncle Tang was indignant. Stop talking. Tang Ruoxue has already embarrassed herself enough. She didn't want to throw a tantrum and make Yi Feng look down on her. Let's go. Tang Ruoxue turned around and walked away angrily. Although the Tang family members were unwilling, they had no choice but to glare at Yi Feng and leave. You guys know what's good for you. Xiao Xiang said dismissively. In their tiger gang's territory, do they even have the right to run wild? If they're even a step too late, they'll have their legs broken. After the group left, Yi Feng sold one to the boss for 10 million and kept the other to give to Yi. After the transaction was completed, the black market boss walked over. Sister-in-law, we've found out about Tai Sui. Please come with me. Good. A moment later, Yi Feng successfully sold the Tai Sui. Time was of the essence, so Yi Feng went straight home to refine the pills. After returning home, but then he saw Tang Ruoxue. She stood at the door, staring blankly at the plaque above the entrance, lost in thought. At this moment, she looked somewhat downcast, a far cry from her appearance in the black market. Yi Feng walked over slowly and asked, is there anything else? Tang Ruoxue didn't turn around, still staring at the plaque, and said expressionlessly, I wrote this plaque myself, do you remember? Of course I remember. Yi Feng said, when the clinic opened, you were the one who hung it up yourself, but you haven't come here since then. Yes. Tang Ruoxue looked somber. She turned to look at Yi Feng, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Okay, come in. Yi Feng opened the door and invited her in. Looking at the familiar things in the room, Tang Ruoxue's face was filled with bitterness. Yi Feng, I have indeed neglected you these past few years, and I am sorry for what I did, Tang Ruoxue said calmly. What's wrong with you? Did you suddenly have a breakthrough after losing money just now? As Yi Feng spoke, he tidied up the messy sofa and made her sit down. Tang Ruoxue did not answer Yi Feng's joking question. Instead, she carefully examined the items in the hall, many of which she had purchased herself, and memories flooded back. A long time. She suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, do you still love me? Chapter 92, Do you still love me? Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, Mr. Tang, I'm your brother-in-law. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask such a question? Answer my question first, Tang Ruoxue said forcefully. If you're already divorced, does love still matter? Yi Feng didn't want to answer directly. After 3 years of relationship, and having loved each other deeply, it's impossible to completely let go in just a few days. However, he now has someone more important and more worthy to protect, and it doesn't matter what kind of feelings he has for Tang Ruoxue. Seeing that Yi Feng did not answer directly, Tang Ruoxue picked up a water glass and asked, is this a gift from me? It's been 2 years, yet you still keep it. And this fan, it's already broken, how could you bear to throw it away? Your clothes, hat, and shoes were all bought by me. Tang Ruoxue meticulously listed each item, attempting to prove that Yifeng couldn't live without her. Yifeng felt that she was acting strangely.
Did you take the wrong medicine? Is this what you want?
Yifeng took out the luminous pearl and handed it over, saying, "Take it, 10 million, just enough to make up for your losses today."
Snap. Tang Ruoxue waved her hand and knocked the luminous pearl away.
"Yifeng, in your eyes, am I really that materialistic?" she sneered.
"So what exactly do you want to do?" Yifeng asked, completely bewildered. "Do you know?" Tang Ruoxue's expression suddenly turned somber. "After the divorce, I often think back to the happy times we had. We were poor back then, but we were very happy. Do you remember? So what if I remember or not? Do I have the right to choose?"
Yifeng sneered. "I gave you a chance, but you were arrogant and didn't care at all what I wanted."
Tang Ruoxue said angrily.
"I did care. Yifeng has paid a heavy price to fulfill her dream. She simply chose to ignore it."
Tang Ruoxue sighed and shook her head. "I don't need you to be very capable. If you could help me even a little bit, we wouldn't have ended up like this. What's the point of saying all this now?" Yifeng didn't want to explain anymore. "She won't believe it anyway. It's useless."
Tang Ruoxue said calmly, "I came here today to settle things once and for all." She thought that after the divorce, they would become like strangers, and Yifeng would completely disappear from her world, but she overestimated herself. She realized that she still cared about Yifeng, and that Yifeng could affect her mood at any moment.
This is something she won't allow.
She must break free from Yifeng's shadow in order to reach the pinnacle of her dreams.
No need. We ended things on the day of the divorce. Yifeng didn't want to bring up the past. Let bygones be bygones.
What needed to be said was made very clear on the day of the divorce.
Tang Ruoxue smiled contemptuously. "Stop deceiving yourself. All you did was to get my attention, didn't you? You married Yi just to disgust me, didn't you? You clung to Lianlin just to hurt me, didn't you? You must have been following me today. Knowing I was going to the black market, you brought a woman and acted all high and mighty in front of me, just to embarrass me and make me regret it, didn't you? And you beat up Zhao Bin and Lu Jun.
You couldn't stand Zhao Bin being close to me, so you beat them up. You even dared to lay a hand on Lu Jun. You've achieved your goal. What you've done has indeed affected my mood, and I admit I still care about you."
"But why won't you admit it?" Tang Ruoxue recounted the events that had occurred in the past few days.
Every single thing proves that Yifeng still loves her, and everything Yifeng did was out of love turned to hate. After hearing this, Yifeng was speechless and unable to defend himself. At first glance, it does indeed sound like love turned to hate.
But Yifeng wasn't as bored as he made it out to be. "All right, tell me how you want to settle this." Yifeng was curious to see what she was going to do. "It's good that you're willing to admit it."
Tang Ruoxue said, "Since we can't let go of each other, let's settle this once and for all. After today, don't do those childish things anymore."
After saying that,
Tang Ruoxue slowly closed her eyes and raised her lips.
"Come on, I'll do as you wish."
She looked like she was ready to be picked at will.
"What are you trying to do?" Yifeng was speechless.
Previously, Yifeng would have looked forward to this action of hers the most, but now, seeing it no longer stirred any emotion in his heart. Even as he looked at her delicate lips, Yifeng's mind was filled with images of Yi's expression.
"You did all this just to win me back, to get me, didn't you? Now I'm doing what you wanted."
Tang Ruoxue said calmly, "After today, please don't do those pointless things anymore.
I won't think highly of you, and I won't have anything to do with you again. The life I want is one you can't give me."
After saying that, she slowly unbuttoned her blouse. She wanted to bring things to a perfect end, satisfying Yifeng and preventing him from continuing to harass her, while also giving herself closure. She wouldn't allow herself to still have Yifeng in her heart. After today's pleasure, she will completely forget Yifeng, climb to her own peak, and at that time, there will be no possibility between her and Yifeng. However, Yifeng waved his hand in response to her enthusiastic offer.
"Then you can leave. I'm not interested in you now." "You." Tang Ruoxue stopped after unbuttoning 3 buttons. "This guy, when we were together he was so lecherous, always wanting her, but now he's pretending to be high and mighty?" She simply didn't believe that Yifeng could really hold back.
"Hurry up, or you'll never have another chance." Tang Ruoxue closed her eyes and raised her lips. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, Yifeng pushed her out, saying, "Go back. I really have things to do and don't have time to talk nonsense with you."
After saying that, bang! The iron gate was closed. Tang Ruoxue was locked out of the door and was completely stunned. What's going on? Is Yifeng looking down on her? She offered herself up, only to be rejected by him?
However, after a moment of contemplation, she realized that Yifeng was simply playing hard to get. In the past, Yifeng was most attracted to her body. If he didn't get it for a week, he would act cute and insist on making trouble. Now that it was offered to him, how could he possibly refuse? "Yifeng, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't open the door, I'm leaving." Tang Ruoxue pounded on the iron gate. Bang bang bang. After a few sounds, Yifeng opened the door again and shouted angrily, "Are you ever going to stop? You." Seeing Yifeng's impatient expression, Tang Ruoxue felt very disappointed. Does he really not love me anymore? "Yifeng, do you think I'm despicable?" Tang Ruoxue asked, her expression downcast, feeling ashamed even as she asked the question.
"No." Yifeng shook his head.
Many couples stay together even after divorce, and in fact, most couples continue this behavior after divorce, so he doesn't think there's anything shameful about it. Seeing that Yifeng didn't look at her strangely, Tang Ruoxue felt a little better.
"Do you know why I came to find you?" she asked. "I don't know, and I don't want to know."
Yifeng spoke very frankly. This is indeed what he truly felt.
Chapter 93, I've decided to marry into the Liu family.
You're being stubborn, but whether you care or not, I still want to let you know.
Tang Ruoxue said, "I've made up my mind.
I'm going to accept Lu Jun's pursuit and marry into the Liu family. From now on, we will never cross paths again." The words fell. Yifeng was suddenly startled. Lu Jun is such a heartless bastard, he even wanted to kill his own father, and Tang Ruoxue actually wants to marry him?
Are you crazy? Do you even know him? You're going to marry him? Yifeng said angrily.
Seeing Yifeng so excited, Tang Ruoxue revealed a hint of smugness.
Sure enough, this guy was just being stubborn.
She said she didn't care, but as soon as she heard she was going to get married, she immediately got angry.
"So you care about me, right?"
"It's not a matter of whether you care or not, he's not a good person," Yifeng advised. "I don't care whether he's good to others or not, I only know that he's very good to me."
Tang Ruoxue's expression was firm.
"Only by marrying him can I realize my dream. I've said it before, I must reach the top, I must become a business queen admired by everyone."
"You can't give me these things."
She understood a principle well: a woman can live without love, but she cannot live without material things.
"No, you absolutely cannot marry him." Yifeng suddenly became very domineering.
After all, they had been together for 3 years and had loved each other deeply. Yifeng didn't want to see her jump into a fire pit. Seeing Yifeng angry, Tang Ruoxue felt inexplicably pleased. Now, she was 100% certain that everything Yifeng did was to win her back. Whether it was currying favor with Li Anlin or beating up Xiaobin and Lu Jun, it was all to make her look at him in a new light.
However, her mind was made up.
"Yifeng, there's no future for us.
I have my own pursuits. Please don't hit people anymore. It will only hurt you. Please listen to me this once.
My affairs are none of your business, but I'm warning you." Yifeng said angrily, "You'd better stay away from Lu Jun, or you'll only get splattered with blood." Tang Ruoxue thought Yifeng was jealous and advised, "Yifeng, I know you have a problem with him, but listen to my advice. The Lu family is a powerful family that you can't afford to offend. I will persuade him not to pursue the matter from before, but don't be so foolish in the future." Yifeng was truly at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She remained as self-righteous as ever. "Tang Ruoxue, you're already living a life of comfort and security.
What more could you want to be happy? Is it worth sacrificing your entire life for your obsession?" Yifeng shook his head. "So you don't understand me at all." Tang Ruoxue sneered. "Fine, since you're determined to do it your way, then just wait and see. I'll be at Lu Baichuan's birthday banquet, and then I'll show you his true colors." Yifeng plans to expose his conspiracy at the birthday banquet. Even if Lu Jun doesn't die, he'll become a homeless dog. Seeing Yifeng's angry expression, Tang Ruoxue quickly said, "What are you going to do now? Did I say anything just now for nothing? Offending the Lu family means even I can't save you."
I don't need your help, just wait and see. Yifeng ignored her and went up to the second floor alone. Seeing Yifeng's angry back, Tang Ruoshua was furious. She came here intending to settle things once and for all, but unexpectedly, it only further enraged Yifeng. It's really a case of losing more than you gain. Yifeng, I'm warning you, you'd better not show up at Lu Baichuan's birthday party, otherwise, I really can't protect you. After Tang Ruoshua finished speaking, she stomped her foot. Then, he left in a huff. After returning to the second floor, Yifeng calmed himself down and began refining medicine. With the Tai Sui as a medicinal guide, Yifeng believed that the effect would be quite good. A few hours later, the elixir was finally successfully refined. Yifeng was about to call Yi when he heard Li Anlin's flustered voice. Yifeng, are you there? Are you there? I'm here. Yifeng walked downstairs, and Li Anlin hurriedly came over. Something terrible has happened. Li Anlin said anxiously. What's the matter? Longmen has made a move against the Grand Hotel. So fast? Yifeng frowned. The Grand Hotel is the only 7-star hotel in Jiangzhou and the most important industry of the Li Group, with a large portion of the group's revenue coming from this hotel. If something goes wrong, the Li Group could very well be swallowed up by Longmen. Where has it progressed to now? Yifeng asked. It hasn't started yet, but the hotel staff reported that Qin Xiao and several dozen members of the Tiger Gang have gathered at the Grand Hotel. I'm worried they'll make their move soon. Let's go, I'll go with you to take a look. Yifeng changed his clothes and followed Li Anlin out. Longmen's goal is the entire Jiangzhou. If the Li Group and Baichuan Chamber of Commerce fall, his Maple Leaf Group will also be targeted. Yifeng will not allow such a thing to happen. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Grand Hotel. Looking at the magnificent and opulent decor, Yifeng was filled with emotion. No wonder it's a 7-star hotel, the whole place reeks of money. However, upon entering the lobby, everything appeared normal, and there was no disturbance. Young miss. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over. The Dragon Gate gang is on the top floor. There are 68 of them. Should we report them to the authorities? No need. Li Anlin waved. What's the point of reporting this to the authorities before they've even started causing trouble? Moreover, if they want to cause trouble, they definitely need a reason. They can't just start an attack for no reason. Take me up first. Li Anlin and Yifeng arrived at a monitoring room. With over a dozen surveillance cameras, every corner of the rooftop can be seen. At this moment, Qin Xiao was eating and drinking with dozens of his subordinates, and there was no sign of anything wrong with him. Yifeng noticed that Xiao Xiang was among them. Mr. Yi, you stay here and keep watch. I'll go down and meet with them. After Li Anlin finished speaking, he walked out of the monitoring room. A moment later, Yifeng saw through the surveillance footage that Li Anlin carried a bottle of red wine and went straight to Qin Xiao's table. One has to admire Li Anlin's courage. She truly lives up to her reputation as a domineering female CEO, always ready to step up when needed. After exchanging a few polite words with Qin Xiao, she sat down next to him as if they were old friends. How much alcohol does your young lady have? Yifeng asked. Don't worry about that. 2 or 3 big men taking turns can't outdrink my young lady, the middle-aged man said confidently. That's good. Yifeng nodded. A few minutes later, Yifeng was bored, so he casually looked at other surveillance cameras and saw Tang Yi. Besides Tang Yi, there were also Tang Boyuan and Zhang Xiuji, and a familiar face next to them, Yang Wei. How did they get here? Yifeng had a bad feeling. They didn't come earlier or later, but they had to come at this exact moment. If they cause a scene, it could be very troublesome. Yifeng was in a dilemma. Tang Yi actually called. Hey Yifeng, are you free? Come over to the Grand Fortune Hotel for dinner. Could we go somewhere else? No, today is to thank Yang Wei for his help, so we can't be shabby. Wait for me, I'm coming right now. Chapter 94, Scamming to Death. Yifeng hung up the phone and hurriedly took the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor. Tang Yi and the others were sitting on the sofa in the lobby waiting. The group was very surprised when they saw Yifeng. Yifeng, how did you get here so fast? Tang Boyuan looked puzzled. I called him just now, and less than 3 minutes later, how did Yifeng show up? Seeing Yifeng come out from inside, Chen Shuan asked suspiciously, Yifeng, you're not working here now, are you?
We told you to go for an interview at Maple Leaf Group, why didn't you listen?
Although the Grand Hotel is luxurious, it is still a service industry, and Yifeng, as a newcomer, can at most work as a waiter.
No, Mom, I came to see a friend. Yifeng said. Meeting friends? Tang Boyuan didn't believe it. You didn't come into their hotel to use the restroom, did you? No, Dad.
Yifeng didn't want to explain, and said, Mom and Dad, things might get a little unsettled here later.
If you want to eat, let's go somewhere else. Change locations?
Upon hearing this, Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan rolled their eyes.
We came here to eat because of you, didn't we? Tang Boyuan said. Yang Wei helped you so much, and you didn't even say thank you. Yi specially chose the 7-star hotel to express her gratitude on your behalf, and you're suggesting we change places? Yes, Yifeng. Tang Yi walked over and said, although we are poor, Yang Wei helped you by asking the mayor to rescue you. We should show some sincerity and not skimp on this little bit of money. Yifeng was speechless. Yang Wei was just a young master from a declining family. How could he possibly have the ability to invite Han Tianhao? However, they wouldn't believe me even if I told them. It's not about the money, it's just that things aren't really safe here.
Someone might cause trouble later, Yifeng explained.
Enough, Yifeng. If you don't have money, just say so. What's with all this talk about causing trouble? Who would dare cause trouble at the Li Group's hotel? Are they looking for death? Chen Shuan rolled her eyes.
Seeing Yifeng's troubled expression, Tang Yi quickly said, It's all right, Yifeng.
I have some savings. I'll pay the bill. Never mind, Yi.
Yang Wei, who was standing to the side, spoke up, It's fine if Yifeng doesn't have money, don't make things difficult for him. I'll treat everyone to this meal today, so as not to spoil the fun.
Upon hearing Yang Wei's explanation, Tang Boyuan and his companion were extremely embarrassed. They've done us such a big favor, how can we let them treat us? Yifeng is really inconsiderate. I'll pay. We can't let young Master Yang spend this money. Tang Boyuan said, then glared at Yifeng.
No, I'll treat you. I happen to have a membership card here, so I can get a discount, Yang Wei insisted.
After a struggle, they couldn't win against Yang Wei, so they had no choice but to agree to let Yang Wei pay the bill. You don't need to pay anymore, you can go now. After saying that, Chen Shuan led the way inside.
Unable to dissuade him, Yifeng had no choice but to follow him inside. Tang Yi followed behind Yifeng and comforted him, Yifeng, don't feel guilty. We'll treat him to a couple of meals to make up for it when we earn more money.
All right. What else could Yifeng say? After entering the elevator, Yang Wei pressed the button on the top floor directly.
Yifeng quickly said, No need to go to the top floor, let's just grab something to eat on the 3rd floor.
The Lungmen gang is on the top floor, they can't go anywhere else.
A hint of disdain flashed in Yang Wei's eyes, and he smiled, You don't know this, but the most luxurious place in the Grand Hotel is the top floor.
Since I'm treating Yi to dinner, I definitely have to go to the best place.
After speaking, he glanced at Yifeng with an air of superiority. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuan immediately became excited. Being able to have a meal on the top floor of the Grand Hyatt is enough for her to brag about for half a year.
Young Master Yang is so considerate, unlike someone else who's so stingy.
He had just finished speaking.
Bite.
The elevator reached the top floor. After stepping out of the elevator, 2 hostesses at the door bowed and greeted me, saying, Welcome. I'm your VIP, please arrange a better seat for us.
Yang Wei pulled out his VIP card, looking superior.
This way, sir. The hostess bowed and gestured for them to enter, leading them to a round table by the window.
After the group sat down, a manager in a suit walked over with a menu. Hello, sir and madam, what would you like to eat?
As he spoke, he placed the menu on the table.
Yang Wei pushed the menu in front of Tang Boyuan and said generously, Uncle and aunt, order whatever you like. I have a membership card, so you can order whatever you want.
No, it's young Master Yang's treat, so of course you should order.
Tang Boyuan quickly pushed the menu over. Sigh, I'm tired of all the food here, I don't know what to order.
Yang Wei sighed and pushed the menu in front of Tang Yi again, you order.
Don't worry about the money, it's not a problem. No, I can't. Tang Yi quickly pushed him away.
She had never eaten at such a luxurious place before and was worried that she might accidentally order something too expensive.
Yifeng couldn't bear to watch any longer. Stop pretending. I'll order. Yi Feng took the menu directly and picked it up to look at it. Isn't he always putting on an act? Let's see if he can still smile when he pays. Although Yi Feng had never eaten such a luxurious meal before, he could still tell whether it was expensive or not. This, and this. 1 bottle of this wine, maybe 2? And this, 5 dozen of each, please. Yi Feng held the menu and ordered, while the manager took notes. Yi Feng had already ordered 5 or 6 dishes, but he still hadn't stopped. Seeing this, Yang Wei's palms started to sweat. And this one. Yi Feng ordered 5 or 6 more dishes before saying, "That's all for now. Order more if you need more." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The manager bowed slightly, then turned and left. Yang Wei felt like dying. Ordering more than a dozen dishes in a place like this was going to kill him. He didn't even know if it was expensive. He only had a little over 700,000 yuan in his account. If it wasn't enough, he would lose face big time. I should have known better than to let Yi Feng order it. Fortunately, Yi Feng is a country bumpkin and probably doesn't know which dishes are expensive. He's probably just ordering randomly. Roughly speaking, it would cost at most 200,000 or 300,000. Is that enough? There are only a dozen or so dishes. Shall we order some more? Yang Wei said generously after the manager walked away. That's enough. Tang Boyuan chuckled and said, "A dozen or so dishes are already quite expensive, any more would be a waste." "It's alright, don't worry, we have plenty of money." Yang Wei waved. Yi Feng chuckled to himself. Those dishes were all the most expensive ones, costing at least 2 or 3 million. Let's see how he cries now. At this moment, Tang Yi picked up a cup of tea and said, "Young Master Yang, I'd like to offer you a toast with tea instead of wine to thank you for your help to Yi Feng. If you ever need anything from us in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Chapter 95, The Boast Has Fallen Off. It's nothing, not worth mentioning. Yang Wei waved his hand, picked up his teacup, and toasted with Tang Yi. "By the way, young Master Yang, isn't your uncle a senior executive at Maple Leaf Group? Could you introduce Yi Feng to him?" Tang Yi asked with a forced smile. After all, her mother's requirement was that as long as Yi Feng could become the manager of Maple Leaf Group, she would not object to them, and Tang Yi had always cared about this matter. Chen Shuan couldn't stand it anymore. Thinking to myself, Yi is so insensible. Yang Wei and Yi Feng are rivals in love. How could Yang Wei possibly help Yi Feng? "Yi, don't trouble young Master Yang with such a small matter," she scolded. "It's okay, Auntie. As long as Yi is happy, I'll do anything." Yang Wei said generously, "I'll talk to my uncle tomorrow and ask him to pull some strings." "Then thank you in advance, young Master Yang," Tang Yi said excitedly. Previously, she didn't have a good impression of Yang Wei, but this time, Yang Wei not only rescued Yi Feng, but was also willing to help him find a job, so Tang Yi's opinion of him changed a lot. Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan were also deeply moved as they listened. That's a sensible child. Knowing full well that Yi likes Yi Feng, she still helps him so selflessly. Such a person is definitely trustworthy. On the other hand, Yi Feng has no ability whatsoever. When others help him, he won't even treat them to a meal. It's a pity that Yi, that silly girl, is so infatuated with Yi Feng that she doesn't even know what's so great about him. Young Master Yang, let's also raise a toast to you. Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan raised their teacups at the same time. Okay, uncle and aunt. After the two finished their toasts, Tang Yi nudged Yi Feng, signaling him to thank them personally. Yi Feng watched him show off quietly, looking annoyed. However, since Yi had asked, Yi Feng had no choice but to comply. "Come, let me also toast young Master Yang. I wish your uncle a smooth and successful career at Maple Leaf Group." Yi Feng smiled faintly, his words carrying a deeper meaning. "Don't worry, my uncle has a lot of power in Maple Leaf Group, he can definitely get you in." Yang Wei raised his teacup, looking superior. "Okay, I'll wait." Yi Feng touched his cup, tilted his head back, and finished drinking. In fact, Yang Wei, this so-called uncle, had already been fired by Yi Feng. The group chatted for a while. A waiter came over carrying 5 king crabs. Yang Wei was dumbfounded when he saw it. 5 king crabs, each as big as a wash basin. In a place like this, they would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan each, right? This is going to bankrupt him. There were still more than a dozen dishes left. What else did Yi Feng order?
Hello, please bring us our order form so I can see if we want to order anything else, Yang Wei said with a smile.
Okay, please wait a moment. After the waiter left, he quickly brought back a note.
When Yang Wei saw it, he almost fainted on the spot.
2 bottles of Romani Conti. 12 jars of caviar.
2 servings of their signature shark fin soup.
5 king crabs. 6 Boston lobsters. 6 pounds of salmon. Yang Wei held the receipt, his eyes glazed over, his hands trembling.
Upon seeing the amount shown, he almost pinched his philtrum.
Alpaca.
Total price, 2,600,000.
This shouldn't be what we ordered, right? Did you serve the wrong dish? Yang Wei asked awkwardly. It can't be wrong.
The waiter smiled politely and pointed to Yifeng. This gentleman ordered everything.
Let me see.
Yifeng took the receipt, looked at it, and quickly nodded, saying, That's right, I ordered it.
After saying that, he looked at Yang Wei with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, young Master Yang? Is it not to your liking? Why don't you order a few more? Yang Wei felt like killing someone. A meal costing over 2 million yuan? That's going to kill him.
In the past, he would not have even blinked, but now his young family is riddled with problems. How could he dare to be so extravagant? That's just right for my taste, no need to order.
Yang Wei forced a smile, inwardly cursing Yifeng's ancestors for 18 generations. Alright, please enjoy your meal. The waiter smiled slightly and then left.
Then, the group began to eat. Looking at the lavish feast on the table, Chen Shujuan's eyes lit up. This meal was enough for her to earn several years' salary, and she had to enjoy it to the fullest.
Tang Boyuan and Tang Yi also enjoyed their meal.
Yang Wei, however, was like a mute who had swallowed a bitter pill, unable to express his suffering.
Watching them eat with gusto, his heart was bleeding.
What troubled him even more was that he wouldn't have the money to pay the bill later.
Isn't this a huge joke?
Young Master Yang, these lobsters are so fresh, eat them while they're hot.
Chen Shuan smiled and put a large lobster on Yang Wei's plate.
Then, when she looked at Yifeng, Chen Shuan rolled her eyes.
Yifeng, now you know the difference between yourself and young Master Yang, right?
One meal of his is enough for you to save for 10 or 8 years.
If you really love Yi, you shouldn't hold her back. That's right, Xiaofeng. Only young Master Yang can give Yi happiness. You two should find a time to get a divorce. Tang Boyuan echoed this sentiment.
When the topic came up again, Tang Yi immediately pouted, Mom and Dad, you promised to give Yifeng a chance, how can you go back on your word?
Shut up, you brat. Chen Shuan glared at her. What were you thinking, asking young Master Yang to find a job for Yifeng? Only young Master Yang would agree to that. I'm not that easy to fool. Even if you find one, it won't count. She got angrier and angrier as she talked.
Tang Yi also thought it made sense and didn't know how to refute it for a moment. At that moment, a manager in a suit walked over with a smile.
Distinguished guests, please pay the bill. Pay the bill? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately panicked. He hasn't figured out a way to borrow money yet, what should he do? You haven't even finished your meal, what are you asking for? Yang Wei said fiercely. Yeah, who do you think you are? Our young Master Yang is your VIP, do you think he's short of your money? Chen Shuan said angrily. Yang Wei secretly wiped away sweat. He really is short of that little bit of money. He was planning to figure out a solution while he ate, but where was he going to come up with more than 2 million yuan? The manager, still smiling apologetically, said, Madam, I'm sorry, we're not targeting you. It's a hotel policy that all customers need to pay their bills before dining today. He had just received word that things might not be peaceful at the hotel today. To prevent anyone from skipping out on their bill, the higher-ups made this decision, and he was simply following orders. Fine, since it's the rule, young Master Yang, just give it to him. Tang Boyuan waved his hand impatiently. After all, this is a high-end place. It would be too embarrassing to argue over the cost of a meal. This. Yang Wei wanted to strangle Yifeng. Why did he order such random dishes? Isn't this harmful? His expression changed, and he looked at the manager with a grin. How about this, since I eat here every day anyway, let's put this meal on the tab first, and I'll settle it all when I come back tomorrow. I'm sorry, sir, our hotel does not offer credit. What do you mean by credit? It's bookkeeping. I just find it too troublesome, so I'll pay it all together tomorrow. Why can't I do that? Yang Wei rolled his eyes. It really won't work. The manager seemed to sense Yang Wei's guilty conscience and said directly, "You guys aren't planning to dine and dash, are you?" Chapter 96, Trouble. These words were spoken. Two security guards suddenly walked up behind the manager, looking menacing. Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan looked embarrassed. Yang Wei is really something. It's just paying the bill. What difference does it make whether he pays it sooner or later? Why is he making such a fuss? It would be so bad if others heard about it. Young Master Yang, didn't you say you weren't short of money? It's only a little over 2 million, hurry up and give it to him. Tang Boyuan really couldn't bear to lose face like this. Looking at the menacing security guard, Yang Wei felt like crying. What do you mean by just over 2 million? Who spends this much money on a single meal? Well, Yang Wei thought for a moment, realizing that things couldn't continue like this. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and sneak close to Tang Boyuan's ear, whispering, "How about you lend me some money first? I don't have any right now." What? You have no money? Tang Boyuan's eyes widened, and he shouted in shock. With that roar, Yang Wei died on the spot. He was still planning to keep it a secret from Tang Yi, but now everyone knows. That's so damn embarrassing. No. You're kidding me, right, young Master Yang? Chen Shuan said indignantly, "You just said you weren't short of money, so Yi Feng only ordered casually. Now you're telling me you don't have any money? Young Master Yang, that's really not fair of you." Tang Boyuan was somewhat annoyed. It's all over. This is so embarrassing. No, let me explain. Yang Wei quickly replied, "The main problem is that all my money has been invested in the Miracle Water project, so I can't come up with it right now. As long as the project is completed, this is just a small amount of money." Oh, I see. Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan thought about it and felt it made sense. The Miracle Water project does indeed require a large amount of capital investment, otherwise, given young Master Yang's wealth, he shouldn't be short of money. So what do we do now? Chen Shuan was very worried. As they spoke, Yi Feng's mind wandered. The Dragon Gate Prince is about to cause trouble. No one knows how many people he has brought. If a fight breaks out, they may be affected. There's no time left. Mom and Dad, don't say anything, I'll give it to you, Yi Feng said. Yi Feng, don't talk nonsense. Where would you get money? Tang Yi said nervously. That's 2 million. Even if Yi Feng sold his clinic, he couldn't raise that much money. Tang Boyuan rolled his eyes. Yi Feng, stop causing trouble. I'll treat you to this meal. I'll call Ruoshua now and have her transfer it to me. He knew Yi Feng's background all too well. When they divorced, he left with nothing. How could he possibly have any money? Tang Yi nodded, that's the only way. I really have money. Yi Feng took out a black card and handed it to the manager, swipe it. This is the card Li Anlin gave him, it should be enough. Upon hearing that Yi Feng was going to pay the bill, Yang Wei became excited. If this guy hadn't ordered the wrong food, how could he have made such a fool of himself? We must thoroughly humiliate him. Yi Feng, I know you want to save face in front of Yi, but you need to think this through. This is no small matter. Don't embarrass yourself. Tang Yi tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve, let my dad call Sister Ruoshua. I'll pay her back once my endorsement fee arrives. He had just finished speaking. The manager took out a black card and swiped it on the card reader. Bite. 2,600,000 yuan has been received. After swiping the card, the manager handed it back to Yi Feng with both hands, saying, payment has been successfully completed. Please enjoy your meal. After saying that, he politely turned and left. The Tang family members were all shocked. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's face immediately darkened. Isn't this guy supposed to be a poor kid? How does he have so much money? Could it be that Tang Ruoshua gave it to him during their divorce? Yi Feng, where did you get this money? Tang Yi asked curiously. Yi Feng has been with the Tang family for so many years but has never made much money. He left with nothing after the divorce, so how did he suddenly have so much money? Don't say anything yet. Yi Feng said, you'd better leave quickly. There's really trouble here. It'll be too late if you stay any longer. Judging by the time, Li Anlin had been inside for half an hour, but had not yet come out. The negotiations are unlikely to go smoothly. Make trouble? Tang Yi was puzzled. This is the Li family's territory, how could anyone dare to cause trouble? That's right, Xiaofeng, we haven't finished eating yet, what's the rush?
Chen Shujuan's attitude towards Yifeng improved slightly.
There's really no time left. Please listen to me this once and leave immediately. Yifeng wanted to pull them away. Seeing this, Yang Wei immediately had an idea.
Today's dinner was supposed to be his chance to win over people, but Yifeng slapped him in the face instead.
We must save face now.
Brother Yi, don't worry. Even if someone tries to cause trouble, with me, Yang Wei, here, no one can bully Yi. He smiled dismissively. However, if you're scared, you can leave first.
Chen Shuan also said, that's right, with young Master Yang here, what's there to be afraid of? Hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold.
As she spoke, she began to eat heartily.
Tang Guiyuan didn't take Yifeng's words to heart and sat down to eat. Tang Yi comforted him, Yifeng, don't be so alarmed. The Li family is the most powerful family in Jiangzhou. No one dares to act recklessly here.
After saying that, she picked up a piece of meat and gave it to Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng's anxious expression, Yang Wei said proudly, Brother Yi, just eat with peace of mind.
My Yang family is a respectable family. Even if someone comes to cause trouble, they will have to give me, Yang Wei, some face. With me here, no one dares to touch Yi.
The words had barely left his mouth.
A deep voice came from not far away, who has such a big face?
Hearing the sound, the group turned around to look. They noticed that 3 men were walking towards them. The man in the lead was tall and burly with a large buck tooth, while the other 2 men had tattoos on their shoulders.
He doesn't look like a good person.
Hey, this chick's pretty good. The buck-toothed man walked over, his gaze falling on Tang Yi, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Seeing this, Yang Wei thought to himself, this is the time to show my skills. They're just a few petty thugs.
Do they think they can cause trouble on the Li family's turf? Who are you? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Don't you want to live? Yang Wei glared at him. Oh ho, someone actually dares to yell at me like that? The buck-toothed man looked at Yang Wei with great interest. Yang Wei was stunned for a moment by the other party's imposing manner. Not wanting to lose face in front of Tang Yi, he became defiant again. So what if you have more people?
Let me tell you, in front of the Yang family, you are nothing but trash. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you'll regret it.
Yang Wei mustered his courage once again.
I don't care if you're from the Yang family or the Ma family, get out of my way. Bucktooth shoved Yang Wei aside and walked toward Tang Yi. Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes widened slightly in anger, and he gripped the knife, about to stand up. However, Yang Wei, who had been pushed, was furious. He grabbed a plate and smashed it down on the buck-toothed man. Bang! The dish hit the buck-toothed man's head and shattered. The entire room fell silent. The buck-toothed man was caught off guard. He hadn't expected anyone to dare lay a hand on him.
That's suicide. Chapter 97, Yang Wei begs for mercy.
The sudden turn of events left Tang Guiyuan and Chen Shuan stunned. Chen Shuan was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and shouted, well done.
Young Master Yang is mighty.
This kind of thug should be taught a lesson.
That's right, daring to be arrogant in front of young Master Yang, they don't know what death means. Tang Guiyuan felt even more favorably toward Yang Wei.
Sure enough, when you're out in the world, you still need family connections. Unlike Yifeng, who has no background, he can't even breathe loudly when he's bullied to his face.
If it weren't for young Master Yang's intervention, Yi would probably have suffered a loss.
If Yi continues to follow him, she will definitely be bullied a lot in the future. Just as Tang Guiyuan and his companions were feeling smug, the buck-toothed man's expression changed.
Kid, you're finished. The buck-toothed man's eyes were bloodshot as he squeezed out each word through his teeth. Stop pretending. Before young Master Yang completely loses his temper, hurry up and act like a bastard, or you'll regret it.
Chen Shuan stood with her hands on her hips, looking arrogant.
With Yang Wei backing her up, she wasn't intimidated at all. At this moment, Yang Wei's vanity was greatly satisfied.
He's finally encountered a life-saving hero situation, so he has to keep up the act and make Tang Yi completely admire him.
I'm giving you one last chance.
Kneel down and apologize to your friend, or else.
Court death. The man with buck teeth slapped Yang Wei hard across the face. Snap. Yang Wei staggered and covered his cheek.
Looking at the buck-toothed man's fierce eyes, he felt a little scared.
However, Tang Yi's family is watching, and she absolutely cannot lose face. I belong to the Young family. Snap.
Bucktooth slapped him again. The Young family is nothing, they don't even deserve to be a piece of our Tiger Gang's teeth.
Kneel down. People from the Tiger Gang? Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat.
He thought they were just ordinary thugs, but they turned out to be members of the Tiger Gang. This time, his boasting backfired spectacularly.
Tiger Gang? Tang Yi was startled. How unlucky she was to run into members of the Tiger Gang while having a meal.
Yifeng has offended them. If they find out that Yifeng is here, he's doomed. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan immediately deflated.
No wonder he was so arrogant, he's from the Tiger Gang. Oh no! Offending them could lead to someone's death.
The two quickly lowered their heads and pretended to eat, fearing they would be implicated.
At that moment, Yang Wei felt like crying.
He was just trying to show off and scare a few thugs, so how did he end up running into the Tiger Gang?
They've really messed up.
Bucktooth bro, it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding.
Yang Wei's voice trembled. What? Didn't you just tell me to kneel down? Why are you chickening out now?
The man with buck teeth stared with wide eyes, his gaze extremely hostile. I was just joking, don't take it seriously, bro.
Yang Wei forced a stiff smile, looking timid and submissive. Fuck you, Margobi.
With his buck teeth and glaring eyes, he shouted, kneel down.
Yang Wei was startled. It's all over. Should we kneel or not?
He just put on a show in front of Tang Yi's family, and he did it so successfully. If he were to kneel down now, the contrast would be too great, and it would be too embarrassing. However, if you don't kneel, you'll probably be in deep trouble. As he hesitated, the buck-toothed man kicked him.
Thump! Yang Wei knelt down. Fine. Being forced to kneel isn't that humiliating.
After all, even a dragon has to crawl in front of the Tiger Gang.
The Tang family shouldn't laugh at me. Brother, I was blind and offended you today. Please forgive me.
I will host a banquet another day to apologize to you.
Yang Wei just wants to get away now. Apologize? Dream on.
The man with buck teeth looked down at Yang Wei and said, I'm going to cripple you today.
What? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei panicked even more.
The Tiger Gang members are ruthless and capable of anything.
He doesn't want to be crippled. Brother, I'm a VIP here.
If you mess with me, the Li family 1T let you off the hook, Yang Wei said, seizing the opportunity.
Ah, what a coincidence. I came here today specifically to cause trouble on the Li family's territory. Do you think I'm afraid of the Li family?
He had buck teeth and a playful smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, listen to my command.
Smash it. Add a command. Sudden.
In several corners, a dozen burly men stood up and started smashing things with iron bars.
Ping ping bang bang.
Tables and chairs were overturned, food was scattered all over the floor, windows were smashed everywhere, and even booths were overturned. Immediately, the other guests panicked and fled. Even the waiters hid behind the door, not daring to step forward to stop them. The scene was in complete chaos. Before long, 5 or 6 security guards rushed over, each carrying a short baton. However, faced with the ruthless Tiger Gang members, they could only sternly stop them, and dared not make a move. After all, the people in the underworld are a bunch of desperate criminals who will fight to the death, while they are just laborers.
With a salary of a few thousand yuan, nobody wants to risk their life. Keep smashing. Smash it all.
The buck-toothed man continued shouting.
More than a dozen burly men, still not satisfied, continued their rampage of vandalism.
The once luxurious hall was now a complete mess. Tang Boyuan, Yang Wei, and the others watched in horror, their faces turning ashen.
Yifeng was right. There really is a riot here.
At that moment, Tang Boyuan, Yang Wei, and the others were filled with deep regret. If they had listened to Yifeng's advice and not come here to eat, or left earlier, none of this would have happened.
What should we do now? There's no escaping it now. The vandalism continued, and the man with buck teeth grinned at Yang Wei, so? Can your VIP status save you?
At this moment, Yang Wei lost all confidence.
These people aren't even afraid of the Li family, so dealing with him is a piece of cake, isn't it?
Brother, buck-toothed brother, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please forgive me.
Yang Wei slapped himself hard across the face. I was stupid. I shouldn't have offended you. That's more like it. You can let me go if you want. The man with the buck teeth pointed at Tang Yi. This is your woman, right? Let her sleep with me for one night, and I'll spare your life, how about it? The topic then shifted to Tang Yi, making Tang Guiyuan and Chen Shuan even more flustered. It's too late to run now, but how could the Tang family dare to offend the Tiger Gang? What if the other party takes a hard line? Seeing this, Tang Yi became anxious. Yang Wei quickly shifted the focus, pointing at Yifeng and saying, Bucktooth, he's her man. We're just ordinary friends. If you have any thoughts, you can ask him. This piece of trash? Bucktooth's gaze fell on Yifeng's back. They'd been arguing for so long, and this person had been sitting there like a log, not daring to even breathe loudly. He was clearly terrified. Hey kid, I've got my eye on your woman. How about I lend her to me for a couple of days? Chapter 98, It's him. It's him. It's definitely him. Yifeng remained silent because he wanted to see how many people Longmen had brought to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, there were only a dozen or so people, and they were all from the Tiger Gang. These few people aren't even enough to fill his teeth. I've taken a liking to your mom, why don't you let her play with me for a few days? Yifeng said without turning his head. His tone was contemptuous, with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi panicked even more. Even now, Yifeng is still so stubborn. Her husband is good in every way, except he loves to cause trouble. And it doesn't discriminate based on the occasion. He offended the Tiger Gang just a few days ago, and if he angers them again now, he will really have nowhere to run. Tang Guiyuan kicked Yifeng and leaned closer, saying, Yifeng, don't get us all into trouble. Quickly back down, and we can talk about the rest later. Don't worry, they're not worthy of my submission. Yifeng remained calm. Alright, let's see how tough your bones are. With a wave of his large, buck-toothed hand, he ordered, beat him until he begs for mercy. At his command, two burly men surrounded him. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Tang Yi quickly stood up and protected Yifeng. Let's talk this out. We can pay compensation. Losing money? Do I look like someone who's short of money? The man with buck teeth looked at the delicate Tang Yi, drooling. If you're willing to serve me and make me feel comfortable, I might consider sparing his life. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Tang Yi's face. Sudden. A murderous glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he thrust his blade forward. Laugh. The knife pierced through the buck-toothed man's palm, freezing him just as he was about to touch Tang Yi's face. Ah! The man with buck teeth quickly pulled his hand away and let out a scream. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The dozen or so thugs stopped what they were doing and all surrounded them. You actually dared to hurt me? The man with buck teeth covered his bleeding hand, his eyes turning fierce, as if he were about to explode at any moment. Tang Yi panicked even more. She knew Yifeng was stubborn, but she never expected him to be so bold. There were more than a dozen people there, wasn't this just asking for trouble? If you take into account both old and new grudges, Yifeng wouldn't be satisfied even if he died twice. Tang Guiyuan and Chen Shuan were also seething with hatred. Begging for mercy and offering compensation might have solved the problem earlier, but that was no longer an option. Now, they're all going to die here. Yifeng, I shouldn't have had any expectations of you. You've ruined us. Chen Shuan, who had just thought highly of Yifeng, now wanted nothing more than to strangle him. However, Yang Wei, who was kneeling on the ground, became excited. He would have been punished for offending the buck-toothed man, but Yifeng shifted the blame after taking action. This way, he would still have a chance to escape unscathed. Yifeng, how dare you hurt Bucktooth brother? You're finished. Yang Wei stood up and pointed at Yifeng, cursing. Tang Guiyuan urged hurriedly, Yifeng, hurry up and kneel down to apologize to brother Bucktooth, or you'll get us killed. Kneel down? Yifeng scoffed, ask him if he has such audacity. Boy, I won't be satisfied until I tear you to pieces today. He had protruding teeth and bulging veins on his forehead. He's been around for so long, what kind of people hasn't he seen? He's never suffered such humiliation. He won't be satisfied until he's tortured to death. I'm going to skin you alive and hang your skin on the hotel entrance, making you wish you were dead. The buck-toothed man squeezed out each word through his teeth. Faced with the extremely angry buck teeth, Yifeng simply chuckled. Yeah. After saying that, he slowly turned around and looked at the buck-toothed man. Just like that one turn.
The man with the buck teeth's expression changed drastically. Upon seeing Yifeng's appearance, the buck-toothed man's fierce and angry expression suddenly turned to panic. You are. The buck-toothed man's pupils trembled. This face looked somewhat familiar to him. A dozen days ago, he witnessed a fierce battle. No, to be precise, it was a massacre. At that time, under the leadership of Tiger King, the Tiger Gang ambushed Lianlin. Just when victory was in their grasp, a man wielding a large knife single-handedly slaughtered thousands of members of the Tiger Gang, leaving them defenseless. That person was ruthless and cruel, more terrifying than a demon. The thought of buck-teeth always makes my hair stand on end. He only wished to never encounter that demon again in his life, but now, he saw that the man in front of him looked too much like that man. Why aren't you kneeling down yet? Yang Wei shouted. Do you want to drag Yi down with you after you die? Tang Yi tugged at Yifeng. Yifeng, why were you so impulsive? What are we going to do now? Don't be afraid. Yifeng gently stroked Tang Yi's cheek. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. It's a lie to say I'm not afraid. With so many opponents, even if Yifeng was incredibly strong, he wouldn't stand a chance against so many people. If Yifeng dies, she doesn't want to live anymore. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Tang Yi suddenly spread her arms wide, blocking Yifeng's path. Seeing this, Yang Wei quickly pulled Tang Yi away. Then, he grinned at the buck-toothed guy and said, Brother, we don't know this guy well. If you have any anger, just take it out on him. We definitely won't get in your way. Don't pull me. Tang Yi shook off Yang Wei. Then, he glared fiercely at the buck-toothed man and said, Do as you please, kill me or torture me as you see fit. Yes, let's get started. Yifeng still smiled calmly. The blonde-haired guy standing to the side had long been fed up with this and wondered what his boss was thinking, letting them run wild for so long. I'll grant your wish. After speaking, the blonde-haired man swung an iron rod and smashed it down on Tang Yi's forehead. Just then, Yifeng became enraged. Court death. With a roar, Yifeng unleashed boundless killing intent, and a sharp pressure spread outwards. At this moment, Yifeng was as terrifying as a god of death. The blonde-haired man was so frightened that he froze on the spot, too scared to move. Yes, it's you. The buck-toothed man's teeth were chattering. It's him. It's him. He was that ruthless, cold-blooded villain. That look in his eyes, he often has nightmares about it, and he'll never forget it. Yifeng, are you still pretending? Yang Wei grinned at the buck-toothed man. Brother, this guy just needs to be taught a lesson. You don't need to give me face, just do whatever you want to him. I'll fuck your mother. He slapped the buck-toothed man across the face. Snap. Yang Wei was spun around on the spot after being slapped. Tang Yi, Tang Boyuan, and the others standing to the side were all dumbfounded. Shouldn't they be hitting Yifeng? Why are they hitting Yang Wei instead? Brother, did you hit the wrong person? He's the one who needs to be taught a lesson. Yang Wei covered his cheek, pointing at Yifeng with a wronged expression. Roll. The buck-toothed man kicked Yang Wei, sending him sprawling to the ground. This latest turn of events left everyone present even more bewildered. I shouldn't have made a mistake this time. Just then. Kneel down. Yifeng roared, his voice filled with authority. Chapter 99, Who Dares to Rebel? Thump. The buck-toothed man's legs buckled, and he knelt down. Sir, I was wrong. I was blind just now. I deserve to die. Snap. The man with buck teeth slapped himself across the face, and his body trembled. The underling standing nearby was dumbfounded. What's going on, boss? I don't understand. Brother, he's all alone, why are you afraid of him? The blonde-haired henchman quickly helped the buck-toothed man up. That's right, I'll cripple him right now. Another underling said indignantly. They're here to cause trouble today. Who cares who they are? Let's just do it. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the buck-toothed man angrily stood up and kicked the blonde-haired man, sending him staggering back several steps. Kneel down. Brother, kneel down to him? Don't we Tiger Gang have any face? Yellow Hair said discontentedly. You're not going to listen to me anymore? Kneel down, all of you. The buck-toothed man didn't care about saving face. He had offended this killing god, and he was lucky to be alive. What more could he ask for? Let alone the dozen or so people here. If he really started fighting, the entire tiger gang wouldn't be enough for him to slaughter. Another thug said, "Brother ya, making us kneel before some nobody is a disgrace to our tiger gang. If sister-in-law finds out, she'll punish us."
"Your sister-in-law is nothing."
The man with buck teeth was furious. "My sister-in-law's life was a gift from this man. It's a miracle she's even alive." Looking at the unusually protruding teeth, not only were the tiger gang members baffled, but even Tang Yi and her companions were dumbfounded.
"He's the leader of the tiger gang, how could he be so afraid of Yifeng? No one would believe it if I told them. But the facts are right in front of us." What's going on?" Tang Boyuan looked at Tang Yi with a puzzled expression.
"I don't know either."
Tang Yi shook her head in confusion. "Could it be that Yifeng has already joined the tiger gang?" Chen Shuan asked.
"I don't think so," Tang Yi said. "Yifeng isn't that kind of person, and the other members of the tiger gang don't even know him."
"That's true." Chen Shuan nodded.
"Although the son-in-law isn't very capable, he's a law-abiding citizen and shouldn't be involved in the underworld." At this moment, the blonde-haired man patted the footprints off his body and said angrily, "Brother ya, it's one thing for you to kneel down and disgrace our tiger gang, but you also dare to insult sister-in-law.
Are you trying to rebel?"
"Shut up." The buck-toothed man wanted nothing more than to slap him.
"All right, since you insist on doing things your own way, we'll ask your sister-in-law to take charge. She happens to be here too."
After Huang Mao finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards a private room.
Just then,
a clear, melodious voice rang out, "Who dares to rebel?" Upon hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful young woman slowly walking towards them. That person was none other than the renowned Red Widow, Xiaoxiang. Upon seeing his sister-in-law arrive, the red-haired man hurriedly went to greet her, saying, "Sister-in-law, this kid ruined our plans and is extremely arrogant. Please deal with him."
"Oh, really?" Xiaoxiang, wearing high heels, slowly walked into the crowd. Yang Wei looked at that captivating figure and his heart was filled with excitement. Is she the legendary Red Widow?
That figure is simply divine. If he could sleep with her for one night, he would gladly shorten his life by 10 years. However, he only dared to fantasize about it in his mind.
Who would dare sleep with the boss of the tiger gang? Do they want to die? "Sister-in-law, I am Yang Wei from the Yang family. It's an honor to meet you."
Yang Wei walked over with a grin and greeted him. "It's a rare treat to see the tiger gang leader. If we can curry favor with her, it would be a blessing in disguise." However, facing the enthusiastic and laughing Yang Wei, Xiaoxiang gave him a cold glance and walked towards Yifeng.
"Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, are you alright?"
Xiaoxiang asked with concern.
"What else could be wrong with me?" Yifeng asked directly. "How did the conversation go inside? Is Li Anlin alright?"
Yifeng spotted her as she walked out of a private room, the very room where Li Anlin and the Crown Prince of Longmen were negotiating. "I came out specifically for this matter. Please, let's speak in private." Xiaoxiang led Yifeng to a corner, away from everyone's ears, and told him everything that had happened in the private room.
This scene stunned everyone once again. What's going on here? This is the underground tycoon of Zhengzhou, the Red Widow. How could she be so polite to Yifeng? It could even be described as concern.
It's one thing that the buck-toothed guy's attitude is unusual, but even the Red Widow is being so polite to him.
What's going on?
The dozen or so henchmen could hardly believe their eyes. You should know that after the Tiger King died, the eldest sister-in-law became a completely different person, ruthless and terrifying.
But now they're being so polite to this kid? Damn it, what kind of incredible luck did this guy have? Yang Wei said indignantly. So what if this guy is a little handsome? What's so great about him that the Red Widow greets him with a smile?
He was so nervous just now, even trying to catch a glimpse of the Red Widow was nerve-wracking.
It was infuriating. Tang Boyuan looked at Tang Yi and asked in confusion, "What's going on? When did Yifeng get to know the Red Widow?" "I don't know either." Tang Yi spread her hands.
Shin Shuan said, "If I had known he had such connections, I wouldn't have been so worried.
I was terrified just now. Yeah, if we had known Yifeng was this powerful, would we have been afraid of these small fry?" Tang Boyuan immediately straightened his back. It seems the son-in-law isn't entirely useless. He does have some skills.
In the corner, Xiaoxiang explained the situation in the private room and said, "So, Qin Xiao put an aphrodisiac in Miss Li's drink and even took her picture to threaten her. If I help her, my identity will be exposed.
Please give me your instructions, sir. Xiaoxiang is conflicted. No need.
Yifeng said, you continue to follow his orders, I have my own plans.
Clear. Xiaoxiang nodded, then asked, by the way, Huang Mao and his gang offended you. What are your plans to do with them?
Forget it, Yifeng said. They were just following your instructions, the fault doesn't lie with them.
Thank you, Mr. Yi. After their conversation, the two returned to the crowd.
At this moment, the way Huang Mao and the others, as well as Yang Wei, looked at Yifeng had changed. Only then did they understand why the buck-toothed man had knelt down. The buck-toothed man would never dare to offend someone whom even the Red Widow respected.
Mr. Yi.
The blonde-haired man bowed and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I was very rude just now, please punish me.
Please punish me.
The other dozen or so underlings also bowed in greeting.
Yang Wei, who had been standing with them, suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Well, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. You guys can continue chatting. Yang Wei waved awkwardly and took the opportunity to slip away.
Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when the buck-toothed man rushed over and kicked him in the butt.
With a thud, Yang Wei fell face first into the dirt. Chapter 100, Lianlin is drugged.
Xiaoxiang waved to her underlings, Mr. Yi is magnanimous and will spare you this time.
You may all leave. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Bucktooth and his dozen or so henchmen retreated to the side.
Mr. Yi, I can't stay out for too long, I'll head back now.
Xiaoxiang said goodbye to Yifeng and went back to the private room. The messy hall became quiet.
At this moment, Tang Boyuan walked over with a grin. Yifeng, how do you know someone like the Red Widow? Why don't you introduce her to your father? If they had the Tiger Gang's connections, the Tang family could practically do whatever they wanted in Zhengzhou. This is a great opportunity.
Yes, Yifeng, I noticed that this Red Widow is quite polite to you.
Are you a leader in the Tiger Gang? Chen Xuan asked with a smile. Faced with their questions, Yifeng didn't know how to answer.
You can't exactly say that he wiped out the Tiger Gang completely, they definitely wouldn't believe it.
Mom and Dad, I don't have time to explain right now. Let me take you downstairs first. Yifeng didn't want to waste any time.
However, just in case, I still need to see them off in person.
Okay, let's go. Tang Boyuan wasn't in a hurry. After entering the elevator, the group went directly to the parking lot on the basement level. Dad, you should take Yi home first.
I still have some things to take care of, Yifeng said.
Aren't you coming back with us? Tang Yi held Yifeng's hand, very reluctant to part.
Yifeng said seriously, actually, the real trouble hasn't started yet.
I have to go back. What? Tang Yi was startled. The Tiger Gang just smashed up the hotel, and that's not even the beginning?
Upon hearing this, Tang Yi began to feel nervous. Yifeng, please don't go. We're just ordinary people, we can't control so many things. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, it's a small matter to me.
Yifeng comforted him.
Looking into Yifeng's resolute eyes, Tang Yi felt a surge of emotion. At this moment, Yifeng exuded confidence and decisiveness, as if he had experienced great storms and waves, making people unconsciously believe in him.
Okay, then be careful.
Tang Yi reluctantly let go of Yifeng's hand.
Go back, don't worry.
After saying that, Yifeng turned and left. Looking at Yifeng's familiar back, Tang Yi felt that Yifeng was becoming more and more mysterious.
Seeing Yifeng leave, Yang Wei came over and said, Yi, let me take you home.
No need, I'll just ride in my dad's car.
Tang Yi refused. Tang Boyuan said, Xiao Wei, you should stop bothering Yi.
After all, she is a married woman, and it won't sound good if word gets out.
Yang Wei felt heartbroken. They used to call him Young Master Yang so affectionately, but now they're calling him Little Wei?
That's right, Xiao Wei. Yifeng knows the Red Widow.
You don't want to offend Yifeng, do you? It's best to keep your distance from Yi. Chen Xuan felt ashamed when she recalled Yang Wei kneeling down and begging for mercy.
Yifeng is truly remarkable. Even the Red Widow treated him with such courtesy.
Auntie, how can you be so naive? Yifeng is just a poor loser.
He must have become the Red Widow's gigolo, that's why she is so polite to him, Yang Wei said.
That's impossible. Yifeng doesn't seem like that kind of person, Chen Xuan said. Auntie, you're too naive.
Think about it, Yifeng has no money and no power.
Besides his good looks, what else does he have? The Red Widow wasn't attracted to his body, so why would she appreciate his inner qualities? Yang Wei's analysis was very logical and reasonable.
After hearing this, Tang Boyuan and Chen Shuan began to have doubts.
Young Master Yang's statement is not without merit.
Tang Boyuan frowned and said, otherwise, the situation just now is too difficult to explain.
Chen Shuan thought for a moment and said, now that you mention it, I remember Tang Rushua saying that Yifeng was Li Anlin's gigolo.
I didn't believe it at the time, but now it seems that it is indeed possible.
It's not a possibility, it's a certainty.
Yang Wei said confidently, Yifeng is a master of romance.
He's incredibly skilled at seducing women. Look, he tricked Tang Ruoshua before, then Li Anlin, and now it's the Red Widow's turn.
A scumbag like him will dump Yi sooner or later.
That makes sense. Chen Shuan frowned even more.
After hearing this, Tang Yi's mood became chaotic. She knew that Yang Wei was deliberately slandering Yifeng, but his analysis was not without merit. From the day they got their marriage certificate, she vowed that as long as Yifeng didn't despise her, she would never leave him for the rest of her life.
No matter how much Ruoshua slandered Yifeng, she pretended not to hear it.
But now, she feels that Yifeng is becoming more and more mysterious, and more unfathomable to her.
Besides, Yang Wei said, this meal today was supposed to be on my behalf.
I will pay Yifeng back after the fairy water project is completed. Tang Boyuan gets excited whenever the topic of the miracle water project comes up.
Has the project started yet? He asked excitedly.
It will be soon, officially launched in a couple of days.
That's great.
I'll work hard to raise the money these next few days. You must reserve a share for me.
Don't worry, I'll definitely keep Uncle Tang's spot.
Chen Shuan said with a smile, young Master Yang, let's go back in your car.
Your Uncle Tang has had quite a bit to drink, it's not safe for him to drive.
Okay, get in the car.
Inside the private box on the top floor. The luxurious private room was filled with more than a dozen people. Miss Li, this is your last chance.
Xin Xiao said arrogantly, submit to me and become my woman, and your Li family will still have a place to stand. Otherwise, you will be going against the entire Longmen, and I will make the Li family disappear completely from Jiangzhou.
Humph, although the Dragon Gate's power is immense, it's not so powerful that it can control everything, is it? Do you really think no one can deal with you? Li Anlin said arrogantly.
Most of the forces in the 3 southern provinces are under the control of my Dragon Gate. Jiangzhou is nothing, I can destroy it with a wave of my hand.
Xin Xiao was extremely arrogant.
Then there's no need to talk.
Li Anlin hadn't held out much hope to begin with. Since they can't reach an agreement, let's each rely on our own abilities. Li Anlin isn't someone who can be easily manipulated. After saying that, Li Anlin got up and left.
However, after taking only a few steps, I felt a splitting headache and unbearable heat all over my body.
You actually drugged me? Li Anlin held her forehead, her body swaying.
At this moment, an old man dressed in a Tang suit stood up.
Last time I gave your grandfather the rabies virus, and he escaped. This time it's your turn.
You've been poisoned by my love potion. Unless you have sex with a man within an hour, you will definitely bleed to death.
Let's see who can save you today.
You are all despicable. Li Anlin felt as if his body was about to explode, his blood surging.
She never expected that Longmen would be so brazen as to openly attack her.
Brothers, get ready to take pictures. I want the whole world to see this aloof queen begging for pleasure beneath me,
Xin Xiao let out a wild laugh and pounced on Li Anlin. Chapter 101, Yifeng appears.
Xin Xiao, I'll fight you to the death.
Li Anlin pushed Xin Xiao away.
Xin Xiao, however, said unhurriedly, let's see how long you can keep up this act. I'm looking forward to seeing how lewd your expression will be when the drug takes full effect and you beg me.
You're dreaming. Li Anlin endured the discomfort and quickly fled.
However, just as she reached the door and was about to open it, Xin Xiao grabbed her hair and pulled her back.
Who let you leave? Snap.
Xin Xiao slapped Li Anlin across the face, causing her to stagger. Then, he grabbed Li Anlin's hair and said, stay put and wait for the drug to take full effect.
If you dare to take a step, I'll kill you right now. You'd better let me go, or you'll regret it. Li Anlin gritted her teeth and threatened. Regret?
Even if the King of Heaven himself came, I'd still sleep with you today.
Xin Xiao pulled hard again. Bang!
Lianlin slammed hard against the dining table and fell to the ground. Looking at the disheveled Lianlin, Qin Zhao's desire to conquer was completely ignited. "I'll torture you half to death first, then slowly conquer you." As Qin Zhao spoke, he raised his foot and stomped on Lianlin's abdomen. Sudden. Xiao Xiang walked over and stopped him, saying, "Young Master Qin, it won't be fun if you cripple him. I don't know what Yifeng is doing. He finished dealing with things outside a long time ago, but he still hasn't come. If this continues, Lianlin will either die or be severely injured." Qin Zhao was furious when Xiao Xiang stopped him like that. "Shut up, if you weren't still of any use, I would have raped you long ago. If you dare to say another word, I'll take you down with me." Qin Zhao pushed Xiao Xiang away. Then, he grabbed Lianlin's hair again and lifted her up, saying, "I'll give you one last chance. Are you willing to submit to me?" "Pooh." Lianlin spat in his face, "My friend will be here soon, and he won't let you get away with this. You filthy bitch, how dare you spit on me?" Qin Zhao wiped the drool from his face, revealing a fierce look. "Don't even mention your friend, even if the mayor came, it wouldn't make a difference. I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch right now, ha ha." After saying that, he grabbed Lianlin's collar and yanked it hard. Just then. Bang! A loud bang. The door was kicked open violently, and a handsome face appeared in the doorway. That person was Yifeng. "Yifeng, save me, save me." Upon seeing Yifeng, Lianlin was incredibly excited. Although it came much later than she had hoped, it finally arrived. Yifeng is like a ray of dawn, bringing people endless hope. As long as he appears, everything can be solved. "I'm sorry I'm late." Seeing Lianlin in such a disheveled state, Yifeng was filled with deep self-reproach. If he hadn't personally escorted the Tang family down there, Lianlin wouldn't have been bullied like this. "It's you. What brings you here?" Upon seeing Yifeng, Qin Zhao's expression turned serious. "Wei Bo and Tiger King, did you kill them? Who exactly are you? The dead have no right to know." Yifeng roared and charged forward. The next second. Bang! Qin Zhao was instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Puff! Qin Zhao coughed up a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. When everyone realized what was happening, they saw that Yifeng was already standing next to Lianlin. This. Having witnessed Yifeng's prowess, all of the dozen or so Dragon Gate members were terrified. No wonder Weibo died at his hands. That speed is insane. Having witnessed Yifeng's prowess once again, Xiao Xiang broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she submitted to him early on, otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died. Ignoring their gazes, Yifeng picked up Lianlin and said, "I'm sorry, I made you get bullied." "It's alright, I'm just grateful that you came." Lianlin smiled with satisfaction. Looking into Yifeng's guilty eyes, she felt a warmth in her heart, as if she could be held in Yifeng's arms, and all the humiliation she had just suffered would be worth it. How could you be so foolish? Knowing they wouldn't back down, why did you talk to them for so long? Yifeng's tone was concerned, but slightly reproachful. "I'm sorry, it was my oversight." Lianlin pouted and started to act coquettishly, her rosy cheeks sparking all sorts of fantasies. Her eyes were already glazed over, and with that expression on her face, Yifeng simply couldn't stand it. "Bear with me for a moment, I'll deal with them first." Yifeng put Lianlin down, turned to Qin Zhao, and asked, "Have you decided how you want to die?" Qin Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. As the crown prince of Longmen, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Sensing Yifeng's power, he can only suppress his anger and say, "Your name is Yifeng, right? I must say, you do have some skill, but even the strongest individual ability has its limits. As long as you join my Dragon Gate, I'll grant you endless riches and glory. How about it? Is that so? But right now, all I want is to kill you." Yifeng spoke in a cold tone, exuding an imposing aura without anger, as he walked over step by step. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. This guy's eyes are terrifying. "Whatever conditions Lianlin offers you, I'll give you double, how about that?" Qin Zhao said, "I can also make you the new Tiger King, in charge of the power in Jiangzhou. With the support of my Dragon Gate, the world of Jiangzhou will be yours." He simply couldn't believe that anyone didn't like money and status. If so, it only means that what was given was not enough. However, Yifeng remained unmoved by his earnest attempts to win him over. "Have you finished saying your last words?" Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed another burst of killing intent. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiao was immediately enraged.
Since we can't win them over, let's kill them. Since I already knew of your existence, do you think I wouldn't dare to make a move against Li Anlin without any confidence?
Qin Xiao smiled smugly.
Oh, so you still have your trump card up your sleeve?
Yi Feng was somewhat surprised.
Of course. Do you think Longmen has achieved what it has today solely through brute force?
Qin Xiao said contemptuously, in this world, you rely on your brains.
For idiots like you to die by my hand is an honor for you.
Then hurry up and show it.
Yi Feng was even a little impatient.
At this moment, the old man in the tang suit spoke again. From the moment you stepped into this room, you have already fallen into my trap.
Do you feel a tightness in your chest and your blood churning right now?
That's because the entire room was filled with sleeping potions.
Unless you take the antidote, you'll lose all your internal energy in a few minutes and become easy prey, huh?
Yi Feng frowned. I do feel a bit of chest tightness and shortness of breath.
I thought it was because of the bad air quality. He came in so quickly that he didn't notice. Upon hearing this,
Qin Xiao and more than a dozen members of the Dragon Gate burst into laughter.
However, Xiao Xiang and Li Anlin frowned. So, Yi Feng was also poisoned? Li Anlin was filled with deep self-blame.
If it weren't for her stubbornness, she wouldn't have dragged Yi Feng into this mess.
There's no time to brew the medicine now. Even if Yi Feng is a divine doctor, he can't cook without rice. Chapter 102, Detoxification. Yi Feng, run. Don't worry about me. Li Anlin grabbed Yi Feng's sleeve and shouted loudly. It's all right.
I am indeed poisoned, but it won't affect my strength.
Yi Feng said calmly.
But, looking at the confident-looking man in his clothes, Li Anlin was filled with questions.
Even Xiao Xiang looked confused.
Even a grandmaster would lose all his internal energy if he were drugged by my drug.
How dare you speak so arrogantly?
The old man in the tang suit thought Yi Feng was just pretending to be calm. Qin Xiao shook his head regretfully. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it.
Now it's too late to regret it. Yi Feng, run away quickly. Li Anlin forced herself to stand up, intending to push Yi Feng away.
There are more than a dozen members of the Dragon Gate here. If Yi Feng loses all his internal energy, he definitely won't be able to defeat them. In the end, he will only lose one more person. She could have just died herself. There was no need for her to drag Yi Feng down with her. However, in the face of Li Anlin's persuasion, Yi Feng just smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't have any internal energy at all, so this kind of poison has no effect on me.
No internal energy? Li Anlin asked in surprise, Aren't you a martial arts master? How come you don't have internal energy? Strictly speaking, no.
Yi Feng is a cultivator, so naturally he cannot be classified according to the levels of ancient martial arts. They don't have the internal energy of martial arts practitioners. What they have is true qi. Even in the cultivation world, there is no poison that can affect true qi, let alone such a trivial drug. Aside from causing him chest tightness and shortness of breath, it didn't have much effect at all.
Hearing Yi Feng say this, the old man in the tang suit laughed loudly. Kid, you're about to die and you're still being stubborn. Stop wasting your breath on him.
Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, Go get him.
Kill him. At a command.
More than a dozen thugs rushed forward. These people are all members of the Dragon Gate, and each one of them is a first-class expert, with the lowest level being a second-level martial artist. Such formidable combat power, even when facing an attack by 100 people, he did not fall behind. This is Qin Zhao's second trump card.
Yi Feng, you're so stupid.
Seeing this, Xiao Xiang secretly felt sorry for him. If he hadn't been poisoned, these people wouldn't have been able to get close to him at all, but now, it's all too late. Although Yi Feng controlled her with drugs, he never forced her and even gave her a martial arts manual. If she could, she would follow this man for the rest of her life. But now, the chance is gone.
Yi Feng, I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Seeing Yi Feng being beaten to death by the mob, Li Anlin was heartbroken. After he dies, I'll send you down to meet him. Qin Xiao shouted excitedly, however, I'm going to play with you until I'm completely bored before I send you to meet me. Just when everyone thought Yi Feng was doomed, Lin Fei touched the ground with his toes, his figure blurred, and he transformed into a blur as he rushed into the crowd. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch with the naked eye. One could only vaguely see a blurry figure weaving through the crowd.
The next second. Bang bang bang.
One by one, the martial artists fell to the ground, bright red blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. They groaned for a moment before closing their eyes. In less than a minute, before anyone could see how Lin Fei made his move, all the martial artists were dead. Yes, they're all dead. Not one left. Immediately afterwards, a blurry figure appeared before Lin Fei in front of the old man in the tang suit. You weren't already. The elderly man in the tang suit paused for a moment, then instinctively stepped back. Yi Feng took a step forward, grabbed his neck, and lifted him into the air. Now you should believe me, right? Who exactly are you? The old man in the tang suit frantically slapped Yi Feng's wrist. But he found that Yi Feng's hand was like an iron clamp, tightly gripping his neck, making it impossible for him to move. Dead people have no right to ask questions. Yi Feng twisted his wrist. Click. The old man in the tang suit closed his eyes, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and then he breathed his last. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng casually tossed it away. The old man in the tang suit rolled a few times and landed in front of Qin Xiao. Now you. The moment Yi Feng's gaze fell upon Qin Xiao, he once again exuded a murderous aura, and his eyes turned sinister. Qin Xiao felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his body trembled uncontrollably. An unprecedented sense of fear spread throughout his body. How did you do that? Qin Xiao slowly backed away, retreating towards the door. Didn't I already tell you? I don't have any internal energy to begin with. Yi Feng walked over step by step. Beneath his calm expression, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Qin Xiao was incredulous. But it was too late to think about the reasons. He quickly pulled out a revolver and pressed it against Li Anlin's head, saying, "If she dares to take another step forward, I'll kill her. Release him, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse, otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Yi Feng did not stop walking at all, and continued to walk forward step by step. Seeing this, Qin Xiao panicked even more. Is this guy born in the year of the donkey? He's so stubborn. Fine, since that's the case, I'll make her die with me. Qin Xiao's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he turned the gun around and pulled the trigger sharply towards Yi Feng. Bang bang bang. 4 bullets were fired in succession. Just as Yi Feng was about to be shot to death, he suddenly swayed, grabbed the kitchen knife on the table, and threw it violently. Laugh. As Yi Feng dodged the bullet, the kitchen knife slashed in a straight line, striking Qin Xiao's arm directly. Ah! Qin Xiao cried out in alarm as his arm was severed by the small kitchen knife and fell to the ground. Instantly, blood gushed out. With his arm and revolver falling to the ground, Qin Xiao completely lost his confidence. Before Yi Feng could react, he slammed a palm into Li Anlin's back, clutched his severed arm, and rushed out the door. Well! Li Anlin was struck by a palm strike, staggered, and lunged towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly hugged him. Miss Li, are you alright? Don't worry about me, we can't let him get away, go after him. After Li Anlin finished speaking, she closed her eyes and fainted in Yi Feng's arms. Looking at Li Anlin, whose body was flushed and whose breath was weak, Yi Feng realized that the poison had already reached her heart. If she was delayed for a few more minutes, even a god would be powerless to save her. We can only let Qin Xiao go for now, and we'll wipe them all out tomorrow. Quick, take off her clothes. Yi Feng called out softly and took the lead in unbuttoning Li Anlin's shirt. Xiao Xiang was taken aback at first, then quickly came over and took off her lower body clothes. Suddenly, a snow-white body was revealed. Without thinking twice, Yi Feng took out several silver needles and inserted them into her various acupoints. A moment later. Miss Li, I apologize. With his life hanging in the balance, Yi Feng didn't have time to think. He channeled his inner energy into his palm and placed it on Li Anlin's Xingchun acupoint. Xiao Xiang thought Yi Feng was going to manually detoxify, and she was so embarrassed that she quickly covered her eyes with her hands. A moment later. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Xiang secretly opened her palm again, only to find that Yi Feng's palm was still pressed against Li Anlin's Xingchun acupoint and had not moved down. Surprisingly, wisps of white smoke began to rise from Yi Feng's palm. Chapter 103, Tang Yi is in trouble. What's going on? Xiao Xiang was very curious. Shut up, I'm forcing the poison out of her body, Yi Feng snapped. Oh. Xiao Xiang felt a little embarrassed, realizing that she had misunderstood. Looking at Yi Feng, who was covered in sweat but remained serious, Xiao Xiang felt even more favorably toward this man. Although Li Anlin's figure wasn't as good as hers, it was still incredibly beautiful. Yet, Yifeng not only didn't choose that detoxification method, but he was still able to treat his illness so calmly.
This is truly rare. Gradually, Lianlin's complexion began to return to normal, while Yifeng's face turned pale. Half an hour later, Lianlin shivered and finally woke up. Phew! I'm exhausted.
Seeing Lianlin open her eyes, Yifeng quickly withdrew his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Have I been cured of the poison? After waking up, Lianlin felt incredibly refreshed and relaxed. When she realized she was completely naked, she lowered her head shyly and asked, how come you got dressed so quickly? Yifeng was completely bewildered. Huh? What do you mean, dressed up? When did I take my clothes off? Since it's already done, what's there to be ashamed of admitting?
Lianlin turned her head away shyly and said in a low voice, besides, I don't blame you. You had no choice but to do it to save me.
No, you've misunderstood, actually. My poison has been cured, and you still say you didn't do it? Besides, I could feel it. Lianlin's face was as red as an apple. Feel?
Even if Yifeng jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clear his name. He could only explain, that's probably a normal reaction to detoxification, at most it's just a wet dream.
If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoxiang.
He pointed at Xiaoxiang.
Ha! You actually did that in front of.
When Lianlin realized there were still people around, she covered her face in embarrassment. Yifeng is really something, doing this kind of thing without even trying to hide it from outsiders. Seeing this, Xiaoxiang said awkwardly,
I don't know anything. I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I'll go back first, you guys talk.
Stop right there, and explain this to me right now.
Yifeng scolded. What's there to explain? I didn't see anything. Xiaoxiang shrugged, disobeying Yifeng's order, and turned to leave. Yifeng was furious. This woman is going to rebel. Look, none of your people are helping you anymore, and you still say you didn't? Lianlin said understandingly, don't worry, I won't bother your family. If all else fails, I'll be your mistress. Yifeng was speechless. Lianlin is usually so aloof, how come she's suddenly so different? Just as he was wondering how to explain, his phone rang. It was Tang Yi calling. Are you home yet? Yifeng asked when the call connected.
Unexpectedly, a strange man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I am a doctor at the People's Hospital.
Your wife has been in a car accident. Please come and see her one last time. What? Yifeng was startled. What do you mean, last time?
Explain yourself clearly.
The situation is critical, it can't be explained in a few words, you need to come over right away. Good.
Yifeng hung up the phone, not having time to explain to Lianlin, and rushed out the door. Lianlin immediately got up and chased after him out the door, shouting, Yifeng, you've gone back on your word, you bastard.
Yifeng left the hotel and hurriedly hailed a taxi.
Half an hour later, Yifeng arrived at the First People's Hospital. In the corridor, I saw the 4 members of the Tang family, who were pacing anxiously. Among them were Qin Shuan, Zhang Xiuji, Tang Ruoxue, and Grandma Tang. Yang Wei sat to the side, still shaken, with a cut and bleeding on his forehead.
Where's Yi? How is she?
Yifeng hurriedly went over and asked.
The doctor said she might not make it. Tang Ruoxue shook her head helplessly. What? Upon hearing this, Yifeng turned around angrily and grabbed Yang Wei by the collar, demanding, what exactly happened? How did you get into a car accident out of nowhere? I don't know either.
Yang Wei said aggrievedly, I was driving normally when a large truck suddenly darted out from an intersection and ran us over. My aunt and I are on the left, both with minor injuries, but the doctor said that Yi and her uncle might not survive.
He shook his head. You bastard, how do you drive?
Yifeng wanted to punch him.
That's enough. Chen Shuan quickly grabbed Yifeng and said angrily, it's all your fault. If you hadn't offended people outside, we wouldn't be in this mess. You owe my life.
She punched Yifeng's chest hard.
Yes, Yang Wei said, that car deliberately hit me. It didn't even brake. It must have been to get revenge on you. What?
Yifeng was puzzled. When they crashed, Qinsha was still at the hotel. It's impossible for him to have acted so quickly.
Who exactly is it? Where is that driver now? Yifeng asked. In Ward 506.
Yang Wei said, but the police have already investigated and found that he is just an ordinary truck driver.
I suspect he was bribed.
As soon as he finished speaking, the ICU ward door was opened, and a middle-aged man in a white coat came out. Upon seeing the doctor, the Tang family members quickly surrounded him.
How are they, doctor? Are they all right? Chen Shuan asked anxiously.
The doctor took off his mask and shook his head. The male patient is not in immediate danger, but the female patient's condition is critical.
If she has surgery immediately, she has a 10% chance of survival. Otherwise, she won't survive an hour.
What? Chen Shuan was startled and quickly said, then let's start the surgery right away.
Okay, let's sign the risk agreement.
The doctor handed over an agreement contract.
Chen Shuan quickly took the agreement, and without even looking at it, prepared to sign it.
She didn't want to give up even if there was only a sliver of a chance to survive.
We cannot sign.
Yi Feng reached out and snatched the agreement away.
We absolutely cannot gamble on a 10% chance. Snap.
Chen Shuan slapped Yi Feng across the face.
My daughter has already been dragged down like this because of you. Are you determined to kill her?
That's right, Yi Feng.
The doctor said we only have 1 hour. Any later and it will be too late. Grandma Tang said. Mom, Grandma, I know how to treat illnesses.
Let me see you first before we decide, Yi Feng advised. If it were a minor issue, Yi Feng wouldn't mind, but since it concerned Yi's life or death, he didn't want to gamble.
Seeing Yi Feng being so willful, Tang Ruoshua couldn't stand it anymore. Her ex-husband is still as willful as ever, always thinking he's so capable without considering the situation.
Luckily, she divorced him. Yi Feng, even the doctors say there's only a 10% chance.
Are you more capable than the doctors? Tang Ruoshua advised. Grandma Tang also said, that's right, Xiaofeng. Yi is the hope of our Tang family. You mustn't hurt her anymore.
Whether you believe me or not, I am the person primarily responsible for Yi, and the decision of whether or not to sign is mine. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he tore the agreement and contract to shreds. Then, it fell into the trash can.
This action infuriated the Tang family members. I'll fight you to the death.
Seeing the agreement torn up, Chen Shuan punched and kicked Yi Feng, scratching and clawing him. However, Yi Feng, in his haste, had no time to argue with her. He pushed her aside and rushed into the ICU ward.
Chapter 104, Forced Treatment.
At this moment, in the ward, Tang Yi lay quietly on the operating table with her eyes closed. Nearby, 3 doctors were examining her.
Get out of the way. Yi Feng walked over and pushed the doctor away.
Then, he grasped Tang Yi's wrist and began to take her pulse. Yi Feng's appearance startled the doctor, who snapped, "What department are you from?
Get out of here right now. You'd better shut up." Yi Feng turned and glared at him before continuing his diagnosis. The 3 doctors were stunned by Yi Feng's aura and were taken aback. After realizing what was happening, Yi Feng looked unfamiliar and didn't seem like their hospital's attending physician.
"Who exactly are you?" the doctor asked, mustering his courage. "I am a patient's family member, please do not disturb me," Yi Feng said without turning his head.
Family members? Family members ran into the ICU? Isn't that ridiculous? Moreover, judging from his appearance, is he preparing to treat the patient?
Although the 3 doctors were shocked, they felt Yi Feng's immense pressure and didn't know what to do. At this moment, several members of the Tang family hurriedly followed them in.
Yi Feng, what are you doing?
Chen Shuan walked over and started punching and kicking Yi Feng again. Yi Feng treated it as a mere tickle, not even turning his head, and continued his diagnosis.
A moment later,
Yi Feng frowned, his eyes showing panic.
Yi's injuries were more serious than he had anticipated.
If it had been any later, she would have been in a vegetative state even if she hadn't died. Fortunately, he arrived in time.
Yi, don't be afraid, I'm here.
Yi Feng muttered something to himself, then took out a few silver needles and disinfected them with alcohol.
After disinfection, he was preparing to insert his needle into Tang Yi's Baihui acupoint.
Tang Ruoshua quickly stopped him, saying, "Yi Feng, that's enough.
Are you really going to kill Yi before you're satisfied? Get out of the way."
Yi Feng suddenly flung Tang Ruoshua away. Time was of the essence, and Yi Feng was too lazy to explain to them. Chen Shuan grabbed Yi Feng's arm and pleaded, "Yi Feng, I'm begging you, please let Yi go. She's already suffered enough.
please don't do anything rash. Mom, it's too late, let go. Yifeng said, only I can save Yi now, otherwise she will really die. The three doctors were speechless upon seeing this. I don't know what's wrong with this family. How could a husband want to kill his own wife? Sir, I'm warning you one more time. You are practicing medicine illegally. If anything goes wrong, even if you are a family member, you will be punished by law, the doctor rebuked. Yeah, Yifeng, stop messing around. Tang Ruoxue advised, go out first and sign a new risk agreement. There might still be time. Otherwise, you might really ruin Yi. Yifeng didn't want to pay attention to them, but Chen Shuan held him tightly, making it impossible for him to do anything. Beep beep beep. Tang Yi's electrocardiogram is becoming increasingly flat, and is about to turn into a straight line. Yifeng dared not delay any longer. Mom, move aside. Yifeng didn't care about anything else and flung it away violently. Chen Shuan was thrown aside and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng used silver needles to quickly insert into Tang Yi's Yongquan, Shinkei, and Qihai acupoints. As Yifeng inserted the silver needles one by one, Chen Shuan lay on the ground, crying and screaming uncontrollably. What a tragedy! What a tragedy! How could he have chosen such a wicked person like you? The doctor standing nearby couldn't stand it any longer and scolded, Sir, the patient's heartbeat is already very weak. The acupoints can't activate her life force at all. You don't even understand this, how can you save someone? That's right, only a defibrillator can work, other methods are completely useless. A nurse also said. Time was of the essence, and Yifeng had no intention of explaining to them. The wonders of traditional Chinese medicine cannot be explained by modern medicine, and the level that Yifeng has reached is something they can only dream of. If Yifeng can't cure her, then Yi is truly beyond saving. Seeing that Yifeng ignored her and continued to insert the silver needles, Grandma Tang said. Yifeng, please listen to your grandma's advice. Stop making trouble. As she spoke, she tried to pull Yifeng away. Yifeng flicked his wrist lightly and said, Grandma, Yi is my wife, I won't hurt her. After saying that, he continued to administer acupuncture. A moment later, Tang Yi's body was covered in wounds, with more than 30 needles stuck in it, turning her into a hedgehog. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng gathered his true energy in his palm and slapped it on the top of her head. With a loud bang, Tang Yi's body trembled slightly as Yifeng channeled his true energy into her body. Unfortunately, treating Lianlan's illness had exhausted too much of his inner energy, and now he felt somewhat powerless. But for Yifeng was willing to exhaust his true energy. However, in their eyes, Yifeng's actions were nothing short of absurd. The Tang family members were furious. Chen Shuan thought to herself, if things continue like this, Yi will really be beyond saving. Get out of my way. She suddenly stood up, grabbed a vessel, and smashed it down on Yifeng's head. With a loud clang, the plastic containers were smashed, but Yifeng didn't budge an inch, completely unconcerned. Seeing that Yifeng was still fooling around, Chen Shuan grabbed a scalpel again. Yifeng, this is your last chance. Stop it right now. Mom, please believe me just this once? Impossible. Enraged, Chen Shuan raised her scalpel and threatened, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi is the apple of her eye, and she will never allow anyone to hurt her. Otherwise, she would risk her life to stop it. Yifeng was also very anxious, but he couldn't explain it to anyone. Mom, let me try once. If anything happens to Yi, you can hit or kill her as you please, okay? Yifeng could only plead. However, in Chen Shujuan's eyes, Yifeng's life was not worth as much as Yi's half-life, so she naturally dared not gamble. Saving lives and treating illnesses is no joke. How can you, a barefoot doctor, save Yi? Yes, Yifeng, stop it. Tang Ruoxue tried to persuade her again. However, Yifeng completely ignored him. Seeing this, Chen Shuan completely lost her patience. Even if murder is illegal, she will stop Yifeng. Yifeng, don't blame me. Chen Shuan shouted and raised the scalpel, aiming it at Yifeng. Just then, the electrocardiogram showed changes. Beep beep beep. The sound from the electrocardiogram machine grew louder, becoming exceptionally loud. Upon seeing this, the doctor immediately shouted. Stop. Don't get excited, the patient's heartbeat has returned to normal. The doctor glanced at the electrocardiogram machine, and after a more thorough examination, found that the machine was not malfunctioning at all.
At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to the electrocardiogram ECG machine. They were shocked to find that the ECG was beating faster and faster, and even the wavy lines were becoming more erratic.
What's going on?
Chen Shuan looked at the instrument in surprise and doubt, her hand holding the knife frozen in mid-air.
Chapter 105, The Mastermind. Let me see.
The doctor found it incredible and quickly took out his stethoscope, placed it on Tang Yi's chest, and checked again. As he listened, he raised an eyebrow. That's right, your heartbeat has indeed recovered quite a bit, but
what? Chen Shuan quickly pulled her hand away. Is there any hope for my daughter?
The doctor scratched his head. It seems she's out of danger for now, but this doesn't make sense.
Upon hearing this, Grandma Tang and Chen Shuan were overjoyed.
That's great, that's great. Thank God, Yi is saved. Chen Shuan shouted excitedly.
Chen Shuan asked, Doctor, what is the success rate if we have the surgery now?
The doctor thought for a moment and said, there's probably a 50% success rate.
That would be a medical miracle. Could it be? Everyone looked at Yifeng with suspicion.
However, they found that Yifeng showed no joy whatsoever and still placed his palm on Tang Yi's head. However, at this moment, his face was much paler, and he had lost his arrogance, looking like a patient.
Doctor, is what he said true? Did he pull my daughter back from the brink of death? Chen Shuan pointed at Yifeng in confusion. Sudden. Boom.
Yifeng closed his eyes and collapsed. This scene shocked the group once again.
Xiaofeng, what's wrong?
Chen Shuan threw down her scalpel and rushed over to help Yifeng up. Yifeng had undergone 2 treatments in a short period of time, which had consumed too much of his true energy, and he was indeed finding it difficult to cope. It will be difficult to recover in a short time.
It will take at least a few hours. It's all right, don't worry.
Yifeng propped himself up and managed to stand up. Although Yi has passed the critical period, her injuries are too severe, and he is unable to wake her up immediately.
She still needs medication and multiple treatments.
Mom, Grandma, I have something to do, I have to go now. Yifeng dragged himself out, his steps faltering, completely devoid of his previous domineering demeanor. Looking at Yifeng's weak figure, the Tang family members had mixed feelings. Tang Ruoxue looked at the doctor with a puzzled expression. Doctor, how did my sister get out of danger? Did he really save her? Recalling Guzhon's attitude towards Yifeng a few days ago, Tang Ruoxue had an absurd guess. Could it be that Yifeng is the expert Guzhon was talking about? If that's the case, then Tang Ruoxue found it increasingly unbelievable the more she thought about it. The doctor pondered for a moment and said, it is indeed strange, but it should have nothing to do with him. A person on the verge of death cannot be recovered by a few silver needles and a touch on the top of his head. What could be the reason?
Chen Shuan was somewhat disappointed.
Although she outwardly disliked Yifeng, deep down, Chen Shuan still hoped that Yifeng had the ability to bring the dead back to life. She would be happier than anyone else if Yifeng truly had the ability to bring the dead back to life. The doctor said, it's possible that my emergency treatment worked, but her weakness and slow reaction led me to misjudge the situation. But this is too much of a coincidence.
Tang Ruoxue wondered.
Zhang Xiuji, who had been silent all along, rolled her eyes.
What coincidence?
If touching someone's head could save a life, the world wouldn't need hospitals or doctors.
Yifeng just happened to be there during Tang Yi's recovery period. The doctor nodded and said, that's right.
I had already given the patient emergency treatment and injected adrenaline before you came in. Moreover, she has only passed the critical period, not yet woken up. Whether she can recover depends on luck. If she is unlucky, she may become a vegetable.
I see. Grandma Tang and Chen Shuan thought to themselves, that makes sense.
Yifeng is just a barefoot doctor, he can't possibly be more skilled than doctors in big hospitals.
It was just a coincidence. Tang Ruoxue nodded, agreeing with the doctor's assessment. She knew Yifeng too well.
If Yifeng had that ability, they would have been rich long ago, and there would be no need for them to get divorced. However, she always felt that Feng was much more mysterious than before. Even his ex-wife, with whom he had shared a bed for 3 years, couldn't understand him anymore. On the other side, after leaving the ward, Yifeng went directly to Ward 506.
Inside the ward at this moment,
a thin, unkempt middle-aged man was lying in a hospital bed, enjoying being fed by a caregiver.
Upon seeing Yifeng enter, he asked in confusion, who are you? do we know each other? You did a good job on the task. The boss sent me here to settle your final payment. Yi Feng walked over calmly. Great, I can finally pay off my gambling debts. The disheveled middle-aged man sat up excitedly and sent the caregiver away. Then, he said with a grin, you have no idea, I went all out to run over this brat, and I almost got myself killed. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's heart tightened. It turned out not to be an accidental car accident, but rather an assassination attempt on Yi. Then you can die. Yi Feng's expression changed, and he grabbed Yi Feng's neck. The sudden turn of events startled the disheveled middle-aged man. He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free at all. Cough cough. What are you going to do? What are you doing? Yi Feng smiled sinisterly and said, our boss said that only the dead can't speak, so I've come to end your life. No, don't kill me, or I'll haunt you even as a ghost. So what if you become a ghost? You don't even know who our boss is. Who are you going to talk to? How could I not recognize him? The disheveled middle-aged man covered his neck and hurriedly said, who doesn't know Madame Lu of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce? She personally came to find me yesterday. Is it her? Lu Baichuan's wife, Feng Meiling? This is outrageous. Yi Feng blared angrily, pointed at the disheveled middle-aged man, and a cold light shot out from between his fingers, hitting the man's chest. Ah, what did you do to me? The disheveled man felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his body, causing him to roll around frantically on the bed and scratch his body desperately. Killing you would be too easy for you. Yi Feng grabbed his hair and said, I'm going to make you wish you were dead, and slowly die in agony. You're not Madame Lu's person, who are you really? You guess. Yi Feng casually picked up the chamber pot from beside the bed and slammed it over his head. Then, they clapped their hands and left. When they reached the hospital lobby, they ran into Tang Ruoshuat again. Yi Feng was in a hurry to find Feng Meiling for revenge, so he didn't bother to greet her and pretended not to see her before leaving. However, Tang Ruoshuat called out when she saw Yi Feng. Yi Feng, stop right there. What's up? Yi Feng stopped in his tracks. Tang Ruoshuat quickly walked over and handed over a bank card. Here's 5 million. Take it and leave Jiangzhou immediately. Never come back. I'll find a way to treat Yi's illness. Although she resented Tang Yi, she was still her own sister, and she could never simply ignore her. Money again? Yi Feng sneered and looked at Tang Ruoshuat. Do you think I, Yi Feng, can't survive without money? Do I need your charity? Stop being so willful, okay? You've offended so many people. Yi's accident today was their way of giving you a warning. It'll be your turn soon, Tang Ruoshuat said. So, you're concerned about me? Yi Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yes, I don't deny it. Tang Ruoshuat said, since the divorce, I've realized that I can't completely let you go. But that doesn't matter, we can't be together. Tomorrow, at Chairman Lu's birthday banquet, young Master Lu will announce our relationship. From this day forward, I, Tang Ruoshuat, will reach the pinnacle of life. The gap between us will only widen. You will never be good enough for me. She shouted it out in one breath. Yi Feng simply shrugged. You've already said all that. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Chapter 106, Over 20 Years of Being Cuckolded. Why are you so willful? Tang Ruoshuat said, you've offended so many people. If you stay in Jiangzhou, you'll die sooner or later. Take the money and leave quickly. She handed the bank card to Yi Feng again. Unnecessary. Yi Feng suddenly flung her away. Tang Ruoshuat, wearing high heels, stumbled a few times and fell down. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from not far away. Ruoshuat, are you all right? Lu Jun, dressed in a hospital gown, hurriedly walked over and helped Tang Ruoshuat up. Then, pointing angrily at Yi Feng, she said, you bastard, try touching my fiancé again, and I'll kill you. Lu Jun. The moment Yi Feng saw him, his eyebrows shot up. Just when he was thinking of taking revenge on the mother and son, he delivered himself to his doorstep. Really? How are you going to kill me? Yi Feng walked over slowly. Don't think you're so great just because you know a little martial arts. I have 1,000 ways to deal with you if I want to, Lu Jun said angrily. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tang Ruoshuat quickly stood up and shook her head. Young Master Lu, I fell down on my own, it has nothing to do with him. Ruoshuat, you're just too kind, that's why he keeps bullying you.
Lu Jun said, but don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you.
Tang Ruoshua nodded, touched, and then asked, by the way, you haven't fully recovered yet, so why did you run out?
I was just worried about you. I heard your father was in a car accident, so I rushed over to see if I could help, Lu Jun said gently. Looking at Lu Jun's doting expression, Tang Ruoshua was deeply moved. This is what a truly good man is. Unlike Yi Feng, who is a brute who does nothing but cause trouble and bully others.
Yi Feng, you should leave now.
We have nothing more to talk about, Tang Ruoshua said coldly to Yi Feng.
Leave? My business with young Master Lu isn't over yet, why would I leave?
This time, Yi Feng didn't want to leave.
He walked over step by step with a cold and aloof expression.
Looking at Yi Feng's cold expression, Tang Ruoshua had a bad feeling.
Is this guy going to cause trouble again?
Yi Feng, I'm warning you, if you dare to lay a finger on young Master Lu again, even I can't save you.
Tang Ruoshua stood in front of Lu Jun. Get out of my way.
Yi Feng gently pushed her away, then grabbed Lu Jun's hair and said, let's talk?
Let go of me, I have nothing to talk to you about.
Lu Jun pulled hard on Yi Feng's arm, but couldn't budge it at all. He could only be grabbed by the collar by Yi Feng and let him do as he pleased. Yi Feng gently patted his face, his eyes turning cold.
Tell me, did you have anything to do with Yi's car accident?
What do you mean?
You think I did it?
Lu Jun said angrily, you want to break me and Ruoshua up?
You don't have to use such a low-level method, do you?
Seeing this, Tang Ruoshua quickly pulled Yi Feng's hand. That's right, Yi Feng, Lu Xiao and I are getting married soon, how could he possibly harm my father? Yi Feng felt that made sense.
If Tang Boyuan were to be killed in the accident, their wedding would definitely have to be postponed. Lu Jun wouldn't be that foolish. So it seems that Lu Jun was indeed unaware of this.
Okay, I'll let you off the hook today. I'll give you a nice gift at your dad's birthday party tomorrow. Yi Feng gently patted Lu Jun's face and turned to leave. Seeing Yi Feng's arrogant appearance, Lu Jun gritted his teeth in hatred. He bullied me time and time again, and I had long since crossed his bottom line.
But Tang Ruoshua was still watching, so he couldn't show a fierce expression and could only grit his teeth and swallow his resentment.
After seizing power tomorrow, it will be Yi Feng's death day. Ruoshua, you'll soon be a member of the Lu family. Don't associate with people like that anymore, or it will only lower your status, Lu Jun said with a smile.
Okay, I promise you.
Tang Ruoshua said, today, I just wanted to end things with him and never have anything to do with him again. I didn't expect him to be so shameless.
I will never be so stupid again.
After leaving the hospital, Yi Feng went straight to the Lu family's house.
It was already evening, and Lu Baichuan was busy preparing for his birthday banquet the next day, decorating with lanterns and streamers.
Upon seeing Yi Feng, he was so excited that he rushed over to greet him.
Mr. Yi, it is a great honor for me to have you here. Lu Baichuan asked, Sir, are you here to treat my son? I'll send someone to the hospital right away to bring him back. He excitedly pulled out his phone, ready to make a call.
Yi Feng stopped him, saying, no need, I've already seen your son.
Oh. Lu Baichuan was slightly disappointed.
However, she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, please come in and sit down, sir.
I have much to discuss with you. No need. I'm here to see Feng Meiling. Tell her to come out. Yi Feng roared.
This.
Lu Baichuan frowned.
Logically speaking, Yi Feng and his wife shouldn't be familiar with each other, so why did he suddenly come to see her?
Moreover, judging from Yi Feng's expression, something seemed off. Mr. Yi, let's go inside and talk things over.
Lu Baichuan gestured for him to enter.
Sudden. Yi Feng roared, tell her to get out here, or I'll raze your Lu family to the ground. This sudden turn of events startled Lu Baichuan. Mr. Yi, has my wife offended you in any way?
I will bring her back right away and have her apologize to you.
Lu Baichuan's tone remained respectful. Apologize? Yi Feng blared at Lu Baichuan and roared, do you know what she did? She actually sent someone to murder Tang Yi. Do you think an apology is enough to settle this? What? Lu Baichuan's body trembled. His wife murdered Tang Yi? How is that possible?
After what happened last time, Lu Baichuan repeatedly advised the mother and son not to cause trouble for Yi Feng again.
How could she possibly do such a thing? Mr. Yi, I think there must be some misunderstanding. My wife always listens to me.
Even if you gave her 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to disobey my orders, Lu Baichuan said softly. Ha, Lu Baichuan, you're supposed to be a big shot in your own right, but you're so clueless. Yifeng said, do you remember when we last met, I said I had a secret to tell you? What was it? Lu Baichuan waved his hand and said, I don't care about secrets or anything, but I trust my wife. She wouldn't dare to disobey me. Ha, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Yifeng said seriously, let me tell you the truth, your wife has been cuckolding you for over 20 years. Lu Jun is not your biological son at all, he's just a bastard. Do you still think she wouldn't dare to disobey you? Chapter 107, Adultery. Boom. The words had barely left his mouth. Lu Baichuan's eyes widened in alarm. She's been cuckolded for over 20 years? Her only son isn't her biological child? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Yi, I know you and my son have had a falling out, but that's all in the past. He has received the punishment he deserved. Why are you still holding a grudge against him? Don't I know whether he is my own son or not? Lu Baichuan was slightly annoyed. It seems Yifeng still can't let go of what happened before. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. I've saved your life twice, do you really think I'm that petty? Lu Baichuan's expression suddenly turned cold. It wasn't like that before, but now, it's hard to say. He. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. Mr. Yi, I know you're upset because of your wife's accident, but you can't just make wild guesses. My wife and I have always had a harmonious relationship. Are you determined to break up my family? Lu Baichuan felt heartbroken. I feel Yifeng is making a mountain out of a molehill. Yifeng asked, do you remember what illness I treated you for the first time? I will never forget your great kindness, sir. Lu Baichuan recalled the past and said, that time, I was ambushed by villains. Just then, you happened to pass by and single-handedly fought off several assassins and rescued me. But at that time, my reproductive organs were damaged, and I was on the verge of death. Afterwards, the doctor not only cured my private parts but also saved me from the brink of death. I, Lu, will never forget this kindness. He spoke eloquently. Just remember that. Yifeng said seriously, back then, we were just strangers who met by chance, so there's something else I haven't told you. What's up? Actually, Yifeng said, word by word, you suffer from congenital infertility and are unable to have children. What? Congenital infertility? Lu Baichuan was startled. But after a moment of contemplation, he felt relieved. If it weren't for the fact that he had personally checked it, he would have actually believed Yifeng's words. Mr. Yi, I really misjudged you. I never expected you to tell such a lie in order to frame them, mother and son. At this moment, Lu Baichuan looked at Yifeng with disdain. He felt that only now did he see Yifeng's true colors. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. I've already told him the truth, so logically he shouldn't be reacting this way. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, you've already had a checkup, and it was only in the last few years, right? So what if it is? That makes sense. Yifeng continued, that time I cured your private parts and also cured your congenital infertility. You only had a checkup later, so of course you couldn't find the problem. Really? Your explanation is truly flawless. Lu Baichuan said, you said whatever you want, but where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that I'm infertile? Where's the evidence that my wife murdered your wife? In the past, Lu Baichuan would never have questioned Yifeng. However, what has happened these days has chilled him to the bone. Yifeng disregarded his reputation and crippled Junior right under his nose, even framing him for trying to seize power. Now he's saying Junior isn't his biological son. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Although his son is a playboy, he is timid and cowardly by nature. How could he possibly dare to seize power? Moreover, the Lu family only has one son, Junior. The Lu family's property will be his sooner or later, so how could he possibly seize power? All of these things prove that Yifeng is lying. It's because of past events that he harbors resentment. Mr. Yi, there is no need for further words. If you would like some tea, I, Lu Baichuan, would be happy to welcome you. Lu Baichuan said, if you suspect my wife of murdering Tang Yi, then produce the evidence. Otherwise, don't even think about touching a hair on her head. He was clearly angry. In that case, I will go to her myself. After Yifeng finished speaking, he pushed Lu Baichuan aside and barged into the Lu family home. Seeing Yifeng's aggressive demeanor, several guards quickly surrounded him. Upon seeing this, Lu Baichuan immediately rebuked, "Get out of the way. Mr. Yi will always be a distinguished guest of the Lu family. Even if he wants my life, it's none of your business to interfere." After saying that, he beckoned to a guard, "Call the madam out, quickly." Lu Baichuan didn't believe Yifeng would dare kill his wife, and he didn't want to offend Yifeng. The best way is to confront them face to face. The guard bowed and said, "Reporting to your master, madam just went out with steward He." "She went out? Where did she go so late at night?" Lu Baichuan asked. "I didn't know." "All right, you may leave." Lu Baichuan waved his hand, then took out his phone and dialed Feng Meiling's number. However, no one answered after 3 attempts to call. "Strange, why isn't she answering the phone so late?" "Sir, why don't you come in and have a cup of tea?" "She should be back soon," Lu Baichuan said kindly. Looking at Lu Baichuan's sincere expression, Yifeng felt that Lu Baichuan probably wouldn't lie to him. However, he couldn't wait a moment longer. Where could she be going out so late? "I trust you, but please tell me the address of the He family. Since we've gone out with the steward, we can only try looking at the steward's house. She probably went out with butler He to buy things to prepare for tomorrow's birthday party. You definitely won't find him if you go to his house," Lu Baichuan said. "That's none of your business. Just tell me his address," Yifeng insisted. "All right, but sir, you must grant me one request. If you do find her, please don't act rashly." Lu Baichuan said, "I'll make her confront you face to face. If she really did murder Miss Tang, you don't need to lift a finger, I'll chop her up myself." "Good." Yifeng readily agreed. Lu Baichuan didn't waste any time and directly told Yifeng He Chang's address. He believed that Yifeng was a man of his word. After obtaining the address, Yifeng left the Lu family without saying a word. Seeing this, the guards nearby said indignantly, "Master, this man is too arrogant. He not only injured young Master Lu, but also spoke rudely to you. Why don't you let us teach him a lesson?" Snap. Lu Baichuan slapped him across the face. "Do you think I'm joking with you guys? You wouldn't dare. I warn you, Mr. Yi has done me a great service. From now on, no matter how much conflict I have with him, you are not allowed to harm him." Lu Baichuan roared, "If you dare to act on your own, I will wipe out your entire family. Your subordinate deserves to die." The guard lowered his head in fright. Night falls. The city is brightly lit. After leaving the Lu family, Yifeng arrived at a small villa according to the address. A mere butler lives in a villa? Seeing that only the lobby on the 3rd floor was lit, Yifeng avoided the cameras and climbed up the wall. Just as they were about to break in through the window, sure enough, we heard Feng Meiling's voice. "Brother Chang, do you think that truck driver might give us away? If they find out about us, that old bastard Lu Baichuan will definitely not let me off the hook," Feng Meiling asked softly. Although separated by glass, the sound still reached Yifeng Fei's ears. Hearing this, Yifeng wished he could break through the window and strangle her. However, Yifeng could only temporarily suppress his promise to Lu Baichuan. Then, I took out my phone and started recording. Inside the hall at this moment, Feng Meiling was completely naked and nestled against He Chang. It seemed they had just finished having sex. Chapter 108, Only One Can Live. Immediately afterwards, He Chang said confidently, "Don't worry, I'll threaten him with the driver's family. Even if he dies, he won't dare to expose us. But I'm still worried." Feng Meiling said worriedly, "Especially that Yifeng, that guy is too barbaric. If he finds out that we killed his wife, he'll probably fight us to the death. Don't worry, that bastard hurt our son, I'll kill him." He Chang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was suddenly startled. It turns out that Lu Jun is He Chang's son. No wonder he can live in a villa, he's Feng Meiling's kept man. However, this pretty boy is really ugly. If Lu Baichuan knew, he probably would rack his brains but still not understand where he lost. "We can't touch him yet," Feng Meiling said. "He was that old man's honored guest. If he dies, the old man will definitely investigate thoroughly, and then all our efforts will be in vain." "You're right. We can only take action after Junior inherits power in the Lu family." "That's right. I'm also planning to find a time to tell Junior his identity. Then you'll be the retired emperor of the Lu family," Feng Meiling said. "You bastard. Yi Feng was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. Lu Baichuan treated her so well, yet she treated him like this. She's truly heartless. Baby, you're so good to me. At that moment, He Chang rolled over and pinned Feng Meiling beneath him, saying, "How can I possibly repay you?" As he spoke, he began to grope Feng Meiling. "You rascal, just say you want it, why are you talking about repaying me?" Feng Meiling pouted. "That old man's been cooped up at home all day lately, it's driving me crazy," He Chang said. "I'm going to have to punish his wife properly tonight, huh? Come on, let's see who punishes whom. If I don't drain you dry, I'll call you daddy." Feng Meiling flipped over and pinned He Chang down. Sudden. Bang! The glass shattered. A clear, cheerful voice rang out, "Looks like I've come at the wrong time. I've disturbed your tryst." The loud noise startled the two men, and they turned their heads sharply. They saw Yi Feng jump in through the broken window. Yi Feng? Upon seeing Yi Feng, the two were stunned into silence. "This is the third floor, how did he climb up?" Feng Meiling hurriedly grabbed her clothes to cover her private parts and scolded, "Yi Feng, how long have you been here?" Yi Feng walked over calmly, saying, "I've seen and heard everything I shouldn't have seen or heard." "How long do you think it's been going on?" Boom! The two were as if they had lost their parents. After being hidden for over 20 years, it still got leaked? "Yi Feng, if you help me keep this a secret, I can give you more money than you can spend in a lifetime," Feng Meiling said in a panic. "Money? Ah, great." Yi Feng's eyes widened. "You tell me, how much is my wife's life worth?" These words were spoken. The two were even more panicked. "What do you mean?" Feng Meiling pretended to be confused. "I already told you, I heard your conversation perfectly clearly. What's the point of pretending to be stupid?" Yi Feng slowly walked up to the two of them, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Seeing Yi Feng's cold gaze, He Chang was so frightened that he hid behind Feng Meiling. "This guy is terrifying," he had no chance to fight back at all. Feng Meiling, however, was not intimidated and said arrogantly, "One wife is nothing. With money, why would I be afraid of not having women? If you agree to my request, I guarantee you endless wealth and luxury. If you insist on breaking ties with me, then just wait and see. I want to see whether Lu Baichuan believes you or me." She was fearless, as if she had Yi Feng completely under her control. Anyway, once the clothes are on, there's no evidence, so she's not too afraid of Yi Feng reporting her. He Chang, mustering his courage, leaned halfway out and said, "That's right, that old bastard Lu Baichuan has been senile for a long time. He won't believe you. If you go against us, next time it won't be as simple as Tangy. I'll deal with." He hadn't finished speaking. Court death. Yi Feng threw a punch, which landed squarely on He Chang's face. Bang! He Chang flung out a few teeth, which flew backward and smashed the television in the living room to pieces. Then, it rolled onto the ground. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood and became completely listless. Tang Yi is Yi Feng's Achilles heel. He dares to mention Yi again, which is courting death. Now it's your turn. Yi Feng glared at Feng Meiling. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's brutality, Feng Meiling began to cower. At this moment, Yi Feng resembled a rampaging beast, ready to kill at any moment. You can't kill me, otherwise, you won't be able to explain it to Lu Baichuan." As Feng Meiling retreated, she threatened, "Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about the people around you. Now the only thing we can do is bring up Lu Baichuan to intimidate him. Would an ordinary citizen like Yi Feng dare to be an enemy of Lu Baichuan? Why should I explain to him?" Yi Feng's eyes widened, and he grabbed her hair with one hand, slamming her head against the table. Clang! The glass table shattered instantly, and numerous shards embedded themselves in Feng Meiling's body and face. Her naked body was instantly gushing blood. The hall fell silent immediately. A moment later, Feng Meiling struggled to her feet, her eyes filled with resentment. "Yi Feng, if I die, my son will not let you go. Your whole family will be buried with you." Still being stubborn? Yi Feng slapped her across the face, and Feng Meiling collapsed onto the sofa. She dared not be arrogant again. The snow-white ketone body was bruised and battered, and bright red blood kept seeping out. Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So? Do you still think I wouldn't dare kill you?" After Yi Feng finished speaking, he turned to look at He Chang. "As for you." Yi Feng walked over slowly. Seeing this, He Chang was so frightened that he begged for mercy. Mr. Yi, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. It was all because of this slut who seduced me. He pointed at Feng Meiling and said, he said Lu Baichuan was impotent and asked me to satisfy him. I originally had a wife and children, but she killed them all. I hate her too. Oh? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. If this is true, Feng Meiling's actions are not simply a matter of infidelity. She is a woman with a heart of stone. A woman like that deserves to be killed 1,000 times over. Then how will you prove it's true? Yi Feng revealed a wicked smile. Looking into Yi Feng's cold eyes, He Chang felt like he was on the verge of death. This feeling is terrifying. I didn't lie to you, I really didn't lie to you. He kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. How about this? Yi Feng grabbed his hair, pointed at Feng Meiling, and said, if you really hate her, then kill her with your own hands, and I'll believe you. I don't dare. Anyway, only one of you can live. You decide what to do. Yi Feng picked up a shard of glass and handed it to him. If you love her, then end it yourself and let her have her way. If you hate her, then kill her, and I promise I'll spare your life. Chapter 109, A Heart of a Viper. He Chang took the glass shard, his hands trembling. This Yi Feng is a madman. If you don't do what he says, he really will kill you. Hurry up, my patience is limited, Yi Feng urged again. Okay, I'll kill them. He Chang gritted his teeth and stood up. If he dies, he'll have nothing left. He doesn't want to die, he still has a lot of money he hasn't spent. If only one person can survive, it can only be him. Meiling, don't blame me. Junior has grown up and doesn't need you anymore. He Chang held the glass shard and walked step by step toward Feng Meiling. At this point, Feng Meiling was barely alive, and escape was no longer an option. Brother Chang, can you really do it? Feng Meiling pleaded, to be with you, I betrayed Lu Baichuan and let you sleep with me for over 20 years. Are you really that heartless? But you killed my wife and children, what about that? He Chang roared. Thump! Feng Meiling flipped off the sofa and crawled on her knees toward He Chang. She hugged his leg and said in a mournful voice, Fool, it's because I love you. In order to stay with you, I had no choice but to kill them. Besides, didn't I also give you a son? Look how promising our Junior is. He'll soon become the head of the Lu family. Isn't what I've done for you enough? Looking at the battered and bruised Feng Meiling, He Chang was filled with conflicting emotions. Yes. Even a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness, let alone more than 20 years. Although he hated her for causing the death of his wife, it was because of love. How could he kill a woman who loved him so much with his own hands? Is that still a man? Meiling, I'm sorry. He Chang put down the glass shard, quickly squatted down, and hugged Feng Meiling tightly, saying, if we're going to die, let's die together. In the next life, let's still be husband and wife. Okay, even if we die, we'll die together. Feng Meiling shed tears of emotion. Yi Feng watched them quietly, feeling a sense of irony. A pair of adulterers actually started showing affection? Isn't that ridiculous? Fine, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with malice. He Chang knew that escape was impossible, death was the only option left. He turned around, spread his arms, and stood in front of Feng Meiling. Yi Feng, I may not be able to beat you, but don't even think about trying to sow discord between us. If you're going to kill someone, then kill us all at once. Our love is steadfast. The words had barely left his mouth. Feng Meiling gave a wicked smile. She quickly picked up the piece of glass and stabbed He Chang in the waist. Laugh. He Chang's eyes widened, you. He, you idiot. Feng Meiling pulled out the glass and stabbed again, who wants to be your husband in the next life? If it weren't for the fact that you can do it 3 times a night, I would be disgusted just looking at you. You. He Chang turned around and looked at Feng Meiling in disbelief. At that moment, he was filled with remorse. She hasn't changed, she's still that vicious woman. I even felt sorry for her. Go to hell. Feng Meiling stabbed again, this time directly into He Chang's chest. Just in case he wasn't completely dead, she stabbed him 4 or 5 more times until his chest and waist were a bloody mess before she felt at ease. What a ruthless woman. Put. He Chang coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed into a pool of blood with a thud. Dead. His eyes remained open until the moment he died. After killing Yi Chang, Feng Meiling quickly threw away the shard of glass in her hand and kowtowed to Yi Feng, saying, "Mr. Yi, I killed him."
You can't go back on your word. You said that as long as one person dies, it's fine. She kowtowed while letting out a maniacal laugh.
Looking at her, Yi Feng felt truly sorry for Lu Baichuan.
Lu Baichuan was a powerful ruler, yet he married such a crazy woman. Killing you would be too easy for you.
Yi Feng grabbed her hair and lifted her head up.
Tomorrow is Lu Baichuan's birthday banquet.
I'm going to make you lose face in front of everyone, and then have Lu Baichuan kill you with his own hands. Upon hearing that Yi Feng was going to let her go, Feng Meiling was overjoyed.
She kowtowed repeatedly, "Thank you, sir, thank you so much for sparing my life. Just wait and see."
After Yi Feng finished speaking, he walked to the window, leaped, and disappeared into the hall. Inside the main hall of a small courtyard, two doctors are bandaging Qin Zhao's wound after he lost his arm. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth in pain, but still bravely dialed a phone number.
"Dad, someone has chopped off my arm. Come help me," he almost shouted. "What? Who did this?" The person on the other end of the phone was unusually angry. The speaker was Qin Zhao's father, Qin Aolong, the emperor of the underworld in the 3 southern provinces. He is known as the Dragon King. It's a poor kid named Yi Feng. He killed Weibo and Tiger King. He should be Li Anlan's guest advisor, Qin Zhao said hatefully. "Yi Feng? Li Anlan?"
Qin Aolong roared, "Don't worry, I'll send people over to help you right now.
They must pay the price."
"Great, Dad. This time, I'm going to tear them to pieces." Qin Zhao slammed his hand on the table. Then, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Dad, 3 years ago, when Longmen burned down the old street in Xiqing, who exactly was behind it?" Upon hearing Qin Zhao's question, Qin Aolong immediately rebuked him, "How many times have I told you?
Never ask about this matter again.
Even if you die, keep it to yourself."
"But,"
Qin Zhao stammered, "I suspect that Yi Feng is the person we were trying to kill back then."
"What?"
Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Aolong almost roared. Qin Zhao could sense his father's panic from his voice. It's hard to imagine what could possibly frighten his father so much. I don't remember what he looked like very clearly, but I did investigate him, and he did live in Xiqing Old Street before.
Qin Zhao wasn't very sure. "Investigate, keep investigating."
Qin Aolong said, "If it really is him, and he finds out the truth, our Dragon Gate will disappear from this world."
"What, is it really that serious? Just who is he? Don't ask anymore."
"Just in case, you must kill him as soon as possible."
"Okay, Dad. As long as you send someone over, I will definitely complete the mission."
Qin Zhao frowned after hanging up the phone. He thought Yi Feng was just a poor boy, but he never expected that Yi Feng was someone even his father was wary of. Who exactly is this guy? Just as Qin Zhao was racking his brains trying to figure it out, someone walked in from outside the door. "Young Master Qin, you must help me get revenge, you must lend me a hand." It was Lu Jun who spoke. Like a child whose lollipop had been snatched away, he ran up to Qin Zhao, crying and begging for help. Qin Zhao was already quite annoyed, and scolded, "What kind of behavior is this, crying and sobbing? What's wrong?" "Young Master Qin, Yi Feng has bullied me again.
You must help me."
In order to ensure a smooth tomorrow, Lu Jun had no choice but to ask Qin Zhao for help.
Yi Feng, it's Yi Feng again.
What did he do to you?"
Qin Zhao asked angrily. Chapter 110, I'm getting married. He falsely accused me of murdering his wife and even threatened to attack me at my father's birthday banquet.
"I'm so scared," Lu Jun said, feigning pitifulness.
You mean Yi Feng will also be at your father's banquet tomorrow?
Qin Zhao asked, puzzled.
Yes, that's what he said.
Great. Ah, this is truly heaven's help.
I've finally avenged my severed arm.
Tomorrow I'll tear him to pieces. Qin Zhao shouted to the sky. He seemed to already see what Yi Feng would look like after his death.
The revenge for the severed arm?
Lu Jun looked at Qin Zhao's arm in astonishment and then realized that one of his arms had been broken.
Was this also done by Yi Feng?
Lu Jun was even more excited than Qin Zhao. He was worried that Qin Zhao wouldn't help him wholeheartedly, but now it seems that Qin Zhao wants to kill Yi Feng even more than he does.
Oh, right. Lu Jun suddenly asked, Young Master Qin, can the medicine you gave me really control my father and make him pass the position to me in front of everyone?
This is still his biggest concern.
If his threatening of his father is discovered, it could backfire. Even if Lu Jun succeeds in seizing power, he will be ostracized by the powerful families of Jiangzhou, and the Lu family will decline. Don't worry, that medicine was personally prepared by the poison doctor.
He has now been killed by Yifeng, and no one can cure it. Qin Shao said confidently.
Great.
As long as we join forces, Yifeng will surely die tomorrow.
Don't worry, I will do everything I can to help you.
Qin Shao said, my father has already sent a powerful expert to help me. Even if he sees through my tricks, I can kill him on the spot.
No one will question you.
Thank you, young Master Qin. Lu Jun was incredibly excited to receive Qin Zhao's promise. As long as Yifeng is killed, let alone Tang Ruoxue, even Tang Yi, as long as she doesn't die, Lu Jun is confident that he can bring her into his possession.
The two hit it off immediately.
Then, they began to discuss specific action plans.
The next day, early morning. The Tang family.
The Tang family was having breakfast.
Tang Ruoxue, dressed in a white gown, walked over slowly. Mom and Dad, Grandma, do you think this dress looks good on me?
Looking at the stunningly beautiful and radiant Tang Ruoxue, the Tang family members were completely bewildered.
This dress was bought by Tang Ruoxue when she got engaged to Yifeng. She had always been reluctant to wear it. Why is she dressed so formally today? Xiaoxue, weren't you going to Chairman Lu's birthday banquet today? Why are you dressed like this? Grandma Tang asked. Yeah, sis, Chairman Lu is the main character. It's not nice of you to steal his thunder like this. Tang Mingjie was puzzled. The others also looked puzzled. They had never seen anyone dressed more formally than the birthday person at someone else's birthday party. Chen Shuan looked at her with disdain. What else could it be? Such a good opportunity, isn't it just to snag a rich husband at the banquet? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Say less. Tang Boyuan kicked Chen Shuan.
Facing the strange looks from everyone, Tang Ruoxue smiled instead of being embarrassed. While everyone is here, I have something to announce to you. I have decided to marry into the Lu family and become Mrs. Lu. Today, Mr. Lu will announce our good news at the banquet. From now on, the Tang family will be my maternal family.
What? Is Ruoxue going to marry into the Lu family? These words stunned everyone in the Tang family.
You have to understand, that's a powerful family in Jiangzhou, with a status no less than the Li family.
If Ruoxue marries into the Lu family, she'll be soaring to great heights. Moreover, the Tang family will also benefit from this rise in status. Ruoxue, are you telling the truth? Grandma Tang was extremely excited. Of course. Tang Ruoxue nodded.
Zhang Xiuji was the happiest of all. She had been suppressed by Chen Shuan for days, but today she could finally stand out.
My dear daughter, you've really made your mother proud.
Zhang Xiuji said, her eyes welling up with tears. Uncle Tang chuckled and said, Ruoxue, after you marry into the Lu family, don't forget your family. Your uncle has always been good to you, so you'd better take care of him.
That's right, Sister Ruoxue,
we've been friends since we were little. You have to help us brothers and sisters out this time.
It was my younger cousin, he said. Feeling the adulation from everyone, Tang Ruoxue was secretly delighted. Indeed, only money and power matter. At this moment, she became even more determined to get a divorce. Only by leaving Yifeng could she get what she wanted. Rest assured, everyone, I will definitely lead the Tang family to a new peak. Tang Ruoxue was full of confidence.
The Tang family members were thrilled upon hearing this, as if they were about to embark on a bright future. Only Chen Shuan looked dark-skinned. It's all Yifeng's fault, that wicked devil. Yi was originally the spokesperson for Maple Leaf Group, with a bright future ahead of her, but she was implicated by Yifeng and is now in such a state.
Whether she can wake up is still unknown.
If she doesn't wake up, she will definitely be kicked out of the Tang family.
Grandma Tang reminded her, by the way, Ruoxue, have you prepared a gift?
It can't be shabby for your future father-in-law.
Some grandmothers. Tang Ruoxue went back into the room and brought out 2 boxes.
The gold box was exquisite and clearly had been carefully packaged.
Tang Ruoxue untied the lids of both mushrooms.
These 2 are both 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum.
President Lu will definitely like them. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum?
This is a real treasure. For such a long period of time, it was priceless and unavailable. No amount of money could buy it. The key is that it can revitalize the human body and has miraculous effects on people who are on the verge of death. Chen Shujuan's expression suddenly changed, and she said ingratiatingly, Ruoshue, you have two here, why don't you give one to Yi? If we had this treasure, it would definitely improve Yi's chances of recovery. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiuji rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. Giving her something so expensive? Why don't you just let your son-in-law buy it himself? It's not that I'm unwilling to give it to you, but both plants are useful. Tang Ruoshue explained, a mysterious medical sage will appear at today's banquet, and the other item is a gift for him. As long as you get on good terms with him, you can heal Feifei's face and Tang Mingjie's leg. A medical sage? A person who can be called a medical sage must have unparalleled medical skills. If we could establish a relationship with him, we might be able to cure Yi. Chen Shuan pleaded, Xiaoxue, Yi is your own sister. Could you please ask that medical sage to help treat Yi? We'll see. Tang Ruoshue neither refused nor agreed. In her heart, Feifei and Mingjie were the most important. As for Yi, Tang Ruoshue never treated her as her own sister. Tang Ruoshue naturally didn't care about her life or death. Grandma Tang said with a smile, Xiaoxue, if we can get close to that medical sage, it will be a huge benefit to the Tang family's beauty industry. We must agree to whatever he asks. Tang Ruoshue nodded, don't worry, Grandma, that medical sage is Uncle Lu's guest, he will definitely give me face. Chapter 111, I am someone you can never compare to. The Tang family felt extremely fortunate to receive Tang Ruoshue's affirmation. Everyone praised Tang Ruoshue highly. Zhang Xiuji looked at Chen Shuan and smiled disdainfully. Some people said before that Yi Feng was the Tang family's lucky star, but now they've been proven wrong, haven't they? Tang Yi married him and ended up in a state of uncertainty, while my Ruoshue divorced him and soared to great heights. Whether he's a lucky star or a scourge is crystal clear, isn't it? These words were particularly grating to Chen Shujuan's ears. Yes, Yi has never had a peaceful day since she married Yi Feng. Once Yi wakes up, we must force them to divorce. Speaking of Yi Feng, Tang Mingjie was the one who was most furious. Once my leg heals, I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson. He not only ruined my sister's life for so many years, but he also made me worry and live in fear for so long. I can't stand this. Tang Mingjie gritted his teeth. Uncle Tang also said, that's right, Feifei's disfigurement must be related to him, and I will never forgive him. The words fell. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will appear. Mom and Dad, are you home? A familiar voice called out. Hearing the sound, everyone turned around and saw Yi Feng carrying a tattered, yellowed wooden box as he walked in. Yi Feng, how dare you come to the Tang family? The speaker was Chen Shuan. As soon as she saw Yi Feng, she stood up angrily and pointed at him, cursing. Yi Feng was baffled. However, I've long been used to their attitude, so I don't feel embarrassed anymore. He came to the Tang family today on important business, so he can't argue with them. Mom and Dad, I've gotten some medicinal herbs. Could you cook them for Yi? Yi Feng handed over the wooden box. These medicinal herbs are priceless, they can keep Yi alive and help her gradually recover. Only after Yi has recovered to a certain extent will Yi Feng dare to proceed with the next treatment, otherwise, her body will not be able to withstand it. However, he had many important things to do today and didn't have time to cook it himself. Seeing the wooden box Yi Feng handed over, Chen Shuan got angry. Who cares about your stuff? Let me tell you, don't bother Yi anymore. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off the hook. Yes, Yi Feng. Tang Boyuan also said, Yi is at a very critical moment right now, so don't bring her any random things that might harm her. Grandma Tang, leaning on her cane, slowly walked over. Xiao Feng, you should go home first. Our Tang family has very important matters to attend to today and we don't have time to entertain you. Seeing Yi Feng being driven away, Tang Mingjie and Zhang Xiuji looked on with schadenfreude. Zhang Xiuji crossed her arms and looked disdainful. It's alright, since you're already here, sit down and let's chat. Auntie has some good news for you. Oh no, this is bad news for you. Today, my Ruoshue will be attending Chairman Lu's birthday banquet, she'll be there soon. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Feng interrupted, she's getting married, right? Let me know when the banquet is, I'll definitely be there. Yi Feng didn't want to waste time arguing with them, so he handed the wooden box to Chen Shuan again. Mom, believe me, these herbs will be of great help to Yi. Please make sure you brew them for me. You! Interrupted by Yi Feng, Zhang Xiuji stomped her feet in anger. This guy has no manners at all. Tang Mingjie shrugged.
Anshan, since it's Yifeng's good intention, just take it.
Anyway, Tang Yi can't be saved, so eating some garbage won't make a difference. Yes, it's your son-in-law's thoughtful gift after all, so don't waste it. That's what Aunt Tang said in a sarcastic tone. Chen Shuan became increasingly angry as she listened.
Yi is a member of the Tang family. They all want Yi dead. Do they have no conscience at all?
However, being dependent on others, Chen Shuan couldn't vent her anger on them, so she could only take it out on Yifeng.
Who wants your trash? Get lost.
Chen Shuan slammed her hand on the wooden box, and with a clatter, the box fell to the ground, and the medicinal herbs inside fell to the ground. Immediately, a rich medicinal aroma wafted over.
Everyone's eyes lit up. Upon seeing this, Tang Guiyuan quickly squatted down, picked up a ginseng root, and exclaimed, This ginseng root must be at least 2,000 years old, right?
As he spoke, he picked it up and smelled it. The Tang family owns a pharmaceutical company, and Tang Guiyuan is in charge of purchasing medicinal materials. He is particularly accurate in identifying medicinal materials. He said it's been 2,000 years, which is definitely not far off. Grandma Tang also squatted down, picked up a Ganoderma lucidum the size of a wash basin, and smelled it.
This Ganoderma lucidum, could it be a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum?
Tang Guiyuan hurriedly took it, examined it carefully for a moment, and then nodded confidently, That's right, this is a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, and it's even older than that.
What? A 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum? Tang Ruoshua's 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum is already extremely rare. If it were 10,000 years old, wouldn't it be priceless? Guiyuan, don't make wild guesses.
Yifeng is such a poor loser, where would he get the money to buy such nice things? Zhang Xiuji said with disbelief.
It can't be wrong, absolutely right.
Tang Guiyuan said confidently, if Yi had 2 medicinal herbs, her chances of survival would increase by at least 30%.
Upon hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues in astonishment.
Although their judgment of medicinal herbs was not as accurate as Tang Guiyuan's, they were born into the Tang family and knew a little about them.
Such a strong medicinal aroma can't possibly be faked.
Moreover, judging from its size and appearance, they could also be certain that it was no ordinary item.
Ah, Yi is saved. Yi is saved.
Chen Shuan was so excited that she almost burst into tears. She quickly placed the 2 precious herbs in the wooden box, then looked at Yifeng and said, Xiaofeng, I misunderstood you just now.
I'm sorry. By the way, have you had breakfast? Let's grab some together.
As she spoke, she pulled Yifeng over.
Yifeng was speechless. That's a really fast change of heart. However, Yifeng was still very moved when he heard Chen Shuan apologize for the first time.
She is indeed materialistic and loves the rich and despises the poor, but it's all for Yi's own good.
Perhaps this kind of mother is a reflection of most mothers.
These mothers, who have lived their entire lives for their children, are the most pitiful.
I've already eaten, Mom. Hurry up and cook it. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now.
After Yifeng finished speaking, he prepared to leave. But in the instant he turned around, he saw Tang Ruoshua. At this moment, Tang Ruoshua still had such a graceful figure, and her silver white tight-fitting evening dress perfectly showcased her curves. Yifeng remembered that they had chosen this dress together. 3 years later, it still fits her perfectly when she puts it on.
Tang Ruoshua, whether you believe it or not, Lu Jun is not a good person. You'd better put away your unrealistic fantasies. After 3 years of relationship, Yifeng didn't want her to jump into a fire pit.
After saying that, he turned and left.
Stop. Just as Yifeng stepped out the door, Tang Ruoshua smiled disdainfully. This guy is as ridiculous and arrogant as ever. They'll say anything to slander young Master Lu. Do you really think that just because you've become Li Anlin's gigolo, you're qualified to comment on young Master Lu? You're nothing but Li Anlin's plaything. Once he's tired of you, he'll kick you aside. And I will be the lawfully wedded Mrs. Lu, someone you can never compare to. Chapter 112, Dragon Gate Strongman.
Looking at Tang Ruoshua's arrogant attitude, Yifeng sneered inwardly.
Fine.
It's impossible to reason with that damned fool. Soon, she will regret her foolishness.
Okay, since you're so sure, then I wish you happiness.
Yifeng stopped talking and walked out. Seeing Yifeng's arrogant face, the Tang family members sneered at him.
Tang Mingjie cursed at Yifeng's back, what's with the arrogance? These medicinal herbs must have been bought for him by Li Anlin. Doesn't he find it dirty to get something by selling his body?
After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Chen Xuan. Uncle Tang also said, "That's right, it's a real misfortune for our Tang family to have such a son-in-law." Alright, let's go to the Lu family's place. Tang Ruoxue didn't want to get angry over someone like Yi Feng. It doesn't feel worth it. Although it's still early, as the future daughter-in-law of the Lu family, she must arrive earlier than others in order to win the favor of the Lu family. This time, besides Tang Ruoxue, Tang Mingjie, Uncle Tang, and Aunt Tang also went to the Lu family. Others wanted to go, but they didn't have suitable gifts and were too ashamed to go. Before leaving, Uncle Tang said to Tang Feifei, "Feifei, wait for news from your father at home. Your father bought a very expensive gift for the Sage of Medicine. He will definitely be willing to treat your face." After saying that, the four of them left together. Just as they were about to leave through the gate, Tang Feifei caught up with them. "Sister Ruoxue, Mom and Dad, and Brother Mingjie, please listen to me. If you run into Yi Feng at Chairman Lu's banquet, please don't go against him." She had a bad feeling. Tang Mingjie turned around and said impatiently, "Feifei, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you always speaking up for him?" "Yes, Feifei, did that guy threaten you?" Aunt Tang said angrily. "Don't worry about it, just listen to me, okay? Hey, what are you thinking? That's Chairman Lu's birthday banquet, what right does he have to attend?" Uncle Tang said impatiently and then walked out. Tang Ruoxue and the others followed. Qin Zhao's small courtyard. Early in the morning, a dozen or so jeeps drove up to the gate of the courtyard. On the first car, there was a flag with a golden dragon head embroidered on it, and the words Dragon Gate were written above the dragon head. As the jeeps came to a stop, a group of strong, muscular men got out and lined up in several neat rows. An atmosphere of chilling menace spread outwards. Immediately afterwards, a burly man, as big as a bear and a full 2 meters tall, walked into the courtyard. "Uncle Zhao, you finally arrived?" Upon seeing the burly man, Qin Zhao excitedly went to greet him, even happier than if he had seen his own father. "You should know that Zhao Xiong is the guardian deity of their Dragon Gate. His strength is several levels higher than Wei Bo's, and his status in the Dragon Gate is second only to one person and above 10,000 others. Even Qin Zhao has to be careful around him." Unexpectedly, the Dragon King actually sent him. Zhao Xiong glanced at Qin Zhao's severed arm, then his eyes flashed with a fierce light. "How dare he touch the crown prince of my Dragon Gate? He deserves to die." The last 3 words were as domineering as a lion's roar. The Tiger Gang members paled upon hearing this, and Xiao Xiang was especially startled. It's unknown how much of a chance Yi Feng has against such a powerful opponent. "Tell me, where is that Yi Feng?" "I'll go and wipe out his entire family," Zhao Xiong asked. "He should show up at the Lu family's place." Qin Zhao said, "However, I suggest that we destroy the Li family first. Yi Feng is all alone. Without the Li family as a backer, he is not a threat." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Zhao Xiong came here not only to avenge Qin Zhao, but also to control all the forces in Jiangzhou. As the most powerful force in Jiangzhou, the Li family was the first to be targeted, and naturally, they had to be taken down as a warning to others. "It's just the Li family. I can take people there myself. You go to the Lu family banquet first. I'll meet up with you after I'm done," Zhao Xiong said. "That's fine too." Qin Zhao nodded. They split into 2 groups, one to subdue the Li family and the other to subdue the Lu family. Once today is over, all of Jiangzhou's power will be under the control of Longmen. Red Widow. Qin Zhao looked at Xiao Xiang. "You immediately mobilize the Dragon Gate S forces and secretly surround the Lu family." Although the plan was already perfect, he still needed to assign manpower to ensure that nothing went wrong. "If anything goes wrong, storm the Lu family." "Yes, ma'am." Xiao Xiang knelt down with a thud, cupped her hands in gratitude, and said, "I will definitely tear Yi Feng to pieces to avenge my man." "Okay, go ahead." Qin Zhao waved his hand. "Thank you so much, young Master Qin." Xiao Xiang bowed deeply. Then he got up, drove away. As soon as the car left the courtyard, her angry expression suddenly calmed down as she sat in the driver's seat. Then, he took out his phone and dialed Yi Feng's number. "Mr. Yi, something terrible has happened. A master from Longmen has arrived and is about to attack the Li family. You must tell the Li family to run away." Xiao Xiang said anxiously. "Oh." Yi Feng simply gave a soft "oh" and then asked, "Only one expert has come?" As Xiao Xiang drove, she said, "There are still more than 100 elites, all of them martial artists.
After they wipe out the Li family, they will come looking for you.
You must not go to the Lu family. Xiao Xiang didn't believe Yifeng could defeat Zhao Xiong, especially since there were more than 100 other martial artists. But since she was already on Yifeng's pirate ship, she didn't want him to die. However, in the face of her urgent persuasion, the voice on the other end of the phone was unhurried. It's been a long time since I've met a master, so it's a good opportunity to practice with him.
Mr. Yi, you'd better leave quickly. This time, it's really beyond your ability to fight back. Stop rambling and tell me Qin Zhao's plan.
Oh well. Xiao Xiang had no choice but to tell Qin Zhao about his plan. After saying that, Yifeng became even more enthusiastic.
Qin Zhao is courting death. By the way, Yifeng asked, your identity hasn't been exposed, has it?
No, when I came back from the hotel yesterday, I told him that I had kidnapped Li Anlin and threatened you in order to escape, and he believed me. Upon hearing this, Yifeng on the other side became even more excited. Okay, then you can do as he plans. After saying that, Yifeng hung up the phone. Then, call Han Tianhao and ask him to send troops to the Li family.
As expected, Han Tianhao gave him face.
After listening to Yifeng's explanation, he made the promise without even asking about the source of the information.
Yes, young master.
I have long been disgusted by the Dragon Gate's behavior.
They dare to cause trouble in my Jiangzhou. I will make sure they never leave.
Okay, hurry up, or I'll go collect the body.
Yifeng hung up the phone and set off for the Li family. Go and meet that so-called expert in person. Chapter 113, I have someone I like. The Li family.
Just as Li Anlin was about to go find Yifeng, her mother and father walked over to her in the hall, overjoyed.
Lan, good news, great news.
Chen Yumei said excitedly, the Yuan family sent a letter. Young Master Yuan said that he will come to our Li family to propose marriage in a while.
Upon hearing this, Li Anlin was startled.
What's meant to come will come eventually, there's no escaping it. This young Master Yuan, named Yuan Xiao, is the son of the Yuan family, the most powerful family in the provincial capital, and also Li Anlin's fiancé. Li Anlin had never met him, only knowing that he had a bad reputation.
Mom, I already have someone I like.
Please help me reject him.
What? Chen Yumei and Li Hai were suddenly taken aback. Do you have someone you like? Li Hai frowned and asked, who is that person? I'll kill him right now.
Hey,
don't listen to this girl's nonsense. Chen Yumei smiled and said, with Lanlin standards, who in Jiangzhou could catch her eye? She just doesn't want to get married so soon, and is just making up an excuse. Oh. Li Hai nodded, agreeing.
His daughter has exceptionally high standards when it comes to men. Not only must he be handsome, but he must also be skilled in both literature and martial arts.
Where can you find a man like that?
Moreover, this girl has always been filial, so she definitely doesn't want to leave the Li family too early.
Lan, listen to your father. You're not getting any younger. It's time to get married.
But don't worry, you can come back anytime after you marry into the Yuan family, Li Hai comforted her.
Yes, Lan. Chen Yumei grabbed Li Anlin's hand, now is a time of life and death for our Li family. The Dragon Gate is eyeing us covetously. Only by marrying into the Yuan family can we secure our lives. You have to think about our Li family. Li Anlin was quite helpless.
She was well aware of the Li family's predicament. However, she was never willing to sacrifice her own happiness for this.
Mom, I really have someone I like.
I will find a way to resolve the crisis in the Li family.
Li Anlin said.
She'd rather be dead than marry a complete stranger.
Chen Yumei smiled and said, feelings can be cultivated.
After you get married, you'll naturally develop feelings for each other over time. No, I can't marry Yuan Xiao.
Li Anlin absolutely refused.
Upon seeing this, Chen Yumei frowned. Although this girl is willful, she has never dared to go against her own decisions.
Could it be? You don't actually have someone you like, do you? Who is he?
She had a bad feeling.
That's right.
Li Anlin stated directly, moreover, I have already had physical intimacy with him, and I don't look at any other man besides him.
What? Chen Yumei and Li Hai's minds were buzzing. Skin-to-skin contact?
The Li family has always been strict in its upbringing, and Lan has always been well-behaved and sensible.
How could she possibly do something so shameless? If this gets out, how will the Li family save face? Did he play some tricks on you? Who is he?
I will definitely shut down his family.
Li Hai was furious. Anyone who dares to violate her daughter must have their entire family wiped out to be satisfied. Li Anlin lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. He didn't use any tricks. It was my daughter's own choice. Besides, he's an orphan, not some young master from a wealthy family. The word voluntary was spoken very softly. She knew it would be difficult to say such things to her parents, but it was a helpless act to avoid an arranged marriage. Upon hearing this, the two felt as if the sky were falling. Is he an orphan? With no identity, no status, and probably no money, isn't he just a typical young punk? What hurt her even more was that Lan Lan had done it willingly. Oh my god. They couldn't accept it. Such an outstanding daughter, yet she was deceived by a young man with blonde hair. This is more painful than killing them. Tell me, who exactly is he? I'll bring him back right now and find out. Li Hai was determined not to let that happen. Li Anlin was in a state of great inner conflict. But since the deed was already done, she no longer wanted to hide it. His name is Yifeng, Li Anlin said with difficulty. These words were spoken. Chen Yumei frowned. It was him? That doctor? She had heard that Lan Lan had a close relationship with this doctor, but she didn't take it seriously at the time. Now, the more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. If we had known this would happen, we should have intervened in their development much earlier. Li Hai stomped his foot. That bastard. How dare he? Does he really think that by saving the old man, he can lay a hand on the Li family's property? I will never let him get away with this. Shen Yumei shook her head helplessly. Lan Lan, although his medical skills are good, he is still just a doctor and can never compare to young Master Yuan. You should give up on him. Li Anlin didn't know how to explain it. Although she is the goddess that countless men dream of and a business queen, her feelings for Yifeng are only wishful thinking on her part. Yifeng is a married man. Moreover, judging from Yifeng's attitude that day, he clearly didn't like her. Mom and Dad, I will personally explain this matter to Grandpa. As for the safety of the Li family, Yifeng will help me. Li Anlin didn't want to say any more. He believed in Yifeng. You're so foolish, so foolish. Li Hai looked helpless. The Dragon Gate is not the Tiger Gang. Their influence spans 3 provinces and 21 cities. They have many experts among them. Any one of them is someone Yifeng can't handle. You actually pin your hopes on him? That's right, Lan Lan. Shen Yumei said helplessly, the only way to survive is to form a marriage alliance with the Yuan family as soon as possible. Your grandfather has already gone to the capital. Your marriage must be arranged by us. You can no longer look for that Yifeng. After Chen Yumei finished speaking, she tried to pull Li Anlin back. Li Anlin stomped her foot. Mom and Dad, I still have to go to Lu Baichuan's banquet. Don't stop me. No, you can't go anywhere. I'll attend Lu Baichuan's banquet. Li Hai was very domineering. He grabbed Li Anlin and pulled her back. The 2 men, one on each side, grabbed Li Anlin's arms, and Li Anlin couldn't break free at all. Just then, Li Zixuan walked back from outside the door, shouting in a panic. Sister, something terrible has happened. The Dragon Gate has dispatched more than 100 martial artists, who have completely surrounded our Li family manor. What should we do? What should we do? Li Zixuan was so flustered that his face turned pale and his legs almost went weak. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were struck dumb. How could it be so fast? Li Hai couldn't believe it. The Li family is a powerful force in their own right, so if the Dragon Gate were to take direct action, they would definitely need a legitimate reason to do so. Why are they suddenly attacking the Li family? Did you see clearly? There really are more than 100 martial artists? Li Hai asked. It can't be wrong. Li Zixuan said tremblingly, the weakest among them is stronger than me. Our Li family is doomed. Chapter 114, The Li Family in Peril. Come on, take me to see it. Li Hai couldn't believe that Longmen would dare to be so audacious. Zhangzhou is the territory of the Li family. Even a dragon has to coil up in respect of it. The group had just turned around. They then noticed that several bodyguards at the gate were stumbling and running back, shouting as they ran. Miss, Master, run. Longmen has broken in. With shouts, a group of people gradually appeared at the gate. There were more than a dozen of them, dressed in black suits, carrying axes, all tall and imposing, exuding a chilling murderous aura.
The leader was a middle-aged man, 8 feet tall, with a face as dark as a date, and his strong physique gave people an extreme sense of oppression.
The entire mansion is surrounded, where can we run to? Zhao Xiong walked over calmly.
The puppies in the yard were too scared to bark. Seeing this, Li Hai was not afraid at all. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. They dared to launch a strong attack on his Li family. He thought it was the Dragon King himself, but it turned out to be just some small fry.
How dare you? Do you really think the Li family has no one left? You're courting death. Li Hai angrily pointed at Zhao Xiong.
However, Zhao Xiong completely ignored Li Hai's threats.
Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Anlin. You are Li Anlin?
You are indeed quite handsome. If you submit to me, I may spare your life, otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. His voice was thunderous and domineering. The Li family bodyguards standing nearby were so frightened that they took a few steps back again. However, Li Hai became even more furious at being ignored. You've got quite the nerve. If the Dragon King himself were here today, I might be a little wary of you. But as for you, you're just asking for death.
Someone come here.
The words fell. Dozens of guards surrounded them from all directions, each holding a short stick and with a resolute expression. These guards were significantly stronger than the bodyguards from before. The 2 men leading the group were both elderly. They were dressed in tang suits, over 60 years old, but their eyes were bright and piercing. They were not guests of the Li family, but rather distinguished guests. Normally, they wouldn't appear at the Li family's residence, but after the Li family faced a crisis, Li Hai spent a lot of money to invite them over. These 2 are even stronger than Li Zixuan's deceased master. Boy, for the sake of the old Dragon King, I'll spare your life today. Go back and tell him that if you want to take over the Li family, make him come here in person. The old man in the gray tang suit stroked his beard and said,
Old Chang, we can't let him leave.
Li Hai pointed at Zhao Xiong and said, if some Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to provoke my Li family, how will my Li family maintain its foothold in Jiangzhou in the future? That's right, Elder Chang, we must teach them a lesson and let Longmen know the strength of our Li family.
Chen Yumei also said,
they cannot let the tiger return to the mountain, they must weaken it as much as possible. However, Zhao Xiong didn't take their mockery seriously at all.
Instead, he asked Li Anlin again, Miss Li, have you made up your mind? Will you submit, or will your clan be exterminated? Give me an answer. Li Anlin was extremely anxious.
Although she knew the 2 old gentlemen were quite powerful, this guy dared to be so unscrupulous, so he probably wouldn't be easy to deal with.
Moreover, there are more than 100 martial artists outside.
Even if the Li family manages to win by a narrow margin, they will suffer heavy losses themselves.
We are on different paths and cannot work together. If Longmen really wants to take action, my Li family will naturally fight to the end.
I just hope you will consider the consequences carefully, Li Anlin said sternly.
So, Miss Li is going to refuse my offer?
Zhao Xiong was slightly disappointed. I hope you won't force me to do something I don't want to do, Li Anlin said, not daring to provoke him. However, Li Hai, who was standing to the side, disagreed. Lan Lan, your grandfather is not here. I am in charge of the Li family. We cannot let them leave today. It would be a great pity if Li Hai, who had managed to get the 2 elderly gentlemen out of retirement, were to let them leave now. They must pay a price. Li Anlin frowned and said softly, Dad, the other party doesn't look like someone to be trifled with.
We can't act rashly.
Although the voice was soft, it still reached the ears of the old man in black robes.
They had been living in seclusion for many years because they couldn't find any opponents.
Now that they've been invited out of seclusion, some people are even questioning their abilities. This is unacceptable. Miss Li, if you are afraid, please step aside. We 2 old men will not let them leave so easily. The old man in black robes said righteously. Li Anlin helplessly advised, Sir, you mustn't act impulsively.
Lan Lan, don't speak.
Chen Yumei pulled Li Anlin away, then bowed to the old man in black robes, Sir, please do your job, don't let them get away.
Haha, how ignorant.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong let out a contemptuous laugh. He had been in the industry for many years and had never seen such an arrogant person. Since they refused to submit, then kill them without mercy. A furious shout. More than a dozen Dragon Gate warriors gripped their black axes tightly. Meanwhile, dozens of guards from the Tang family formed a circle to protect the Li family members. In terms of numbers, the Li family completely overwhelmed the other side.
With two elderly gentlemen escorting him, Li Hai was full of confidence. "Seniors, please proceed." "I will bear all the consequences," Li Hai pleaded. "Good." The old man in black robes looked at Zhao Xiong and said, "It's been more than 10 years since I last made a move. I hope you can play with me for a while longer and not lose too quickly." "Okay, let's have some fun then." Zhao Xiong beckoned to the old man in black robes with a smile. "Come at me all at once, I'll let you have a chance first." "You!" Enraged by such mockery, the old man in black robes was furious. In martial arts combat, one must go all out, yet the opponent said he would let him have one move. This is blatant disrespect. "Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." The old man in black robes roared, his toes barely touching the ground as he charged forward. The black-robed old man's speed was beyond Li Anlan's expectations. She hadn't had high hopes for him, but after seeing his incredible speed, she realized she had underestimated the old man. As expected of a reclusive elder, the Li family is now saved. "Go to hell." The old man in black robes rushed up to Zhao Xiong and threw a punch. The powerful punch emitted a whistling sound that cut through the air, extremely domineering. Such a powerful punch could probably shatter even a rock. Seeing this, Li Hai and Shen Yumei felt confident that things were going well. Asking the old gentleman to come out of retirement was definitely worth the money. However, unexpectedly, when faced with the old man in black robe's fatal blow, Zhao Xiong not only did not make a move, but instead revealed a contemptuous smile. Just as the fist was about to strike his chest, he shook his head mockingly. Seeing this, Li Hai laughed loudly. "Huh, what an arrogant guy, he's courting death. Once this guy is killed, even 100 martial artists will be nothing but headless flies, nothing to fear." However, the next second. But it left everyone dumbfounded. Boom! The old man in black robes delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Xiong's chest, but the expected outcome did not occur. Instead of being blasted away, Zhao Xiong let out a few sneers. How could this be? The old man in black robes felt as if he had punched a steel plate. He panicked. Is this a human body? He withstood his fatal punch without flinching at all? Chapter 115, Kneeling and Begging for Mercy. Zhao Xiong shook his head helplessly. You haven't eaten, have you? Are you trying to tickle me? Could you be a peak martial master? The old man in the black robe looked alarmed. The one who can withstand his attack is definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He is likely a peak martial artist or even a grandmaster. One move is over, now it's my turn. Zhao Xiong's smile froze, and he threw a punch. Bang! The old man in black robes was instantly sent flying backward, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Who are you? The old man in black robes had all his meridians severed, and after speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Dead. The arrogant old man in black robes, who was all the rage just a moment ago, was instantly killed in one move. This stark contrast immediately stunned everyone in the Tang family. However, Li Hai, upon witnessing this scene, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What happened to his claim of being invincible? He bragged so much, and now he's been instantly defeated? How is this possible? Li Hai found it hard to believe. The gray-robed elder's strength was comparable to that of the black-robed elder. If the black-robed elder were killed in one move, they would be unable to withstand it at all. Oh no! No one in the Li family can escape. Sure enough, seeing the black-robed elder instantly killed, the gray-robed elder also panicked. Who are you? He couldn't believe that such a powerful expert would be an unknown person. Listen carefully. Zhao Xiong chuckled. My name is Zhao Xiong, and my nickname is Zhao Jingang. What? Zhao Jingang? He's Zhao Jingang? Zhao Jingang, who entered the martial arts master realm more than 20 years ago and cultivated the domineering qi to its extreme. Upon hearing this title, the gray-robed old man instantly lost his confidence. 20 years ago, he was no match for his opponent. Now that he is old, he is even less likely to defeat him. The old man in the gray robe bowed deeply. Mr. Zhao, I was blind to your greatness just now. Please forgive me. What? Li Anlan and Li Hai felt like the sky had fallen. They backed down before even fighting. What can we do? Mr. Chang, I paid a hefty price to invite you here, you can't back out now. Li Hai couldn't accept it. Mr. Li, you are mistaken. The gray-robed old man said coldly, I have long since retired and gone into seclusion. What do your grudges have to do with me?
As for the money you spent on me, that was voluntary, and I will not refund it.
You! Li Hai was furious. How could a respected senior figure so shamelessly break a contract? Does he have no shame at all? Old Chang, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world for doing this? Li Hai was still unwilling to give up. What are you laughing at?
In this life, those who know when to yield are the heroes.
What use is fame if you're dead?
After the old man in the gray robe finished speaking, he bowed to Zhao Xiong again and said, Mr. Zhao, I will not interfere in your feud.
Please go ahead.
After saying that, he prepared to leave.
However, Zhao Xiong laughed. You were just spouting nonsense, and now you're leaving like this?
What do you take me, Zhao Jingang, for? He suddenly waved his hand. More than a dozen Dragon Gate warriors immediately dispersed and surrounded him. The old man in the gray robe frowned.
Mr. Zhao, I'm not making an enemy of you, I'm giving you face. Do you really intend to cause me trouble?
Ha, you're just a stinking old man. I could kill you like crushing an ant.
You think you're something special?
Zhao Xiong slowly walked over and looked at the gray-robed old man.
It's not that you can't leave if you want to. Kneel down.
Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, admitting you're a piece of trash, and I'll let you go.
You!
The old man in the gray robe turned pale with anger. He was a powerful figure, yet he was humiliated like this?
So, do you want to live, or save face? Choose one.
Zhao Xiong revealed a contemptuous expression, as if he wanted to rub his dignity into the ground. The Li family felt particularly relieved.
Such a shameless old man deserves to be humiliated. Given this old man's temperament, he definitely won't kneel down.
This way, we'll have a better chance of defeating Zhao Xiong.
Li Hai said arrogantly, You scum from the Dragon Gate, do you think old Master Chang is really afraid of you? Make him kneel? Dream on. At worst.
He hadn't finished speaking.
Thump.
The old man in the gray robe knelt down straight down. I, Chang, was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhao.
It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. He has taken shamelessness to the extreme.
Upon seeing this, the Li family members were filled with utter disgust.
That old man is disgusting. Old Chang, do you still have any backbone as a martial artist?
Li Hai pointed at him and stomped his foot.
Now it's your turn.
Zhao Xiong turned his gaze to Li Hai, his murderous aura palpable. Kneel down, submit to me, and I will spare your life.
Otherwise, the entire Li family will be wiped out.
An overwhelming sense of oppression burst forth, causing Li Hai to break out in a cold sweat. With old Master Chang admitting defeat, the Li family had no chance to retaliate. We can't win by fighting. Continuing will only lead to our death. The entire Li family, including bodyguards and guards, more than 100 people in total, will perish today.
After much deliberation, Li Hai also chickened out. If I kneel down, will you really spare the Li family? Li Hai asked. Seeing this, Li Anlin quickly stopped him. Dad, what are you trying to do? He's playing you, they won't let us go.
Zhao Xiong coldly stared at Li Hai. You have no right to question me.
Only by kneeling down can we negotiate. Otherwise, I will unleash a massacre. This.
Li Hai was in a state of great inner conflict. If I had known this would happen, I should have arranged a marriage with the Yuan family much earlier.
It's too late to say anything now. Fine, I'll kneel. Li Hai bent both knees.
He knelt down with a thud, pleading, I'm willing to offer up all of the Li family's assets, please spare the lives of my Li family.
After saying that, he kowtowed. Li Anlin felt incredibly bitter. My father has always been concerned about his reputation. If it weren't for the Li family, why would he have gone to such lengths?
She only regretted her own powerlessness.
Ha ha. Zhao Xiong laughed wildly. Spare you? Your Li family's assets are already in my hands, why should I spare you? Unless.
After saying that, he looked at Li Anlin and said, unless Miss Li becomes my slave and serves me, otherwise, you know what I mean.
Boom. Upon hearing this, Li Anlin was startled. Indeed, beauty can be a curse.
They still set their sights on themselves. At that moment, how much she longed to see that figure. Only that man could give her a sense of security, but unfortunately, it's impossible now. Judging from the current timeline, he should have already gone to the Lu family. You surnamed Zhao, do as you please, kill me or torture me. If I, Li Anlin, even frown, then you're something else.
Li Anlin stood tall and proud. She displayed the demeanor of a female general. Even if it means death, she will not bow her head. I will never become his plaything. Ah, I love it when someone's stubborn. Zhao Xiong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He first pointed around in the crowd, and finally fixed his gaze on Shen Yumei. Let's start with you. Miss Li, I'll give you time to think it over. For every minute you consider, I will kill one person until your entire family is wiped out. Let us start with your mother. After saying that, he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill them!" At a command. A dozen or so martial artists rushed forward and charged toward them. Chapter 116, Yifeng appears. Upon seeing this, the dozens of guards immediately became terrified. Although they had a large number of men, they were just well-trained guards and were no match for martial artists. Seeing that the martial artists were about to rush over, Li Anlin finally gave in. Wait. She is not afraid of death. If she were alone, she would fight to the death without backing down. However, the lives of hundreds of members of the Li family were in her hands, and she couldn't just watch them die. If I agree to your demands, you'll spare my whole family, right? Certainly. Zhao Xiong revealed a sinister smile. As long as Miss Li becomes my woman, everything is negotiable. Li Anlin gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, withdraw your men, and I'll leave with you." She made the worst-case scenario plan. As long as the Li family was out of trouble, she would commit suicide and end her life. No. Zhao Xiong's face was lewd. You must kneel down in front of me and strip naked in front of everyone before you are qualified to negotiate with me. He wanted to completely destroy Li Anlin's dignity and turn him into a shameless plaything. You! Li Anlin's face turned ashen with anger. Strip naked in front of everyone? That's worse than killing her. Don't push your luck. That's up to you. Even if you don't take it off, once I kill your whole family, you still won't escape my grasp. Zhao Xiong was certain he had Li Anlin under his control. Upon hearing this, Li Hai was furious. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, Lan, don't listen to him. At worst, the Li family will die with you. That's right. Shen Yumei, a woman of great courage, stepped forward and stood side by side with Li Hai, declaring, "There are no cowards in my Li family. We will never let him succeed." After saying that, she pointed directly at Zhao Xiong, "Come on, start with me. If I even flinch, you're really something." Mom! Seeing her indomitable mother, Li Anlin felt a pang of heartache. She only regretted her lack of ability to turn the tide. If Yifeng were here, that would be wonderful. It's just a pity. Mom and Dad, your daughter is unfilial and I'm sorry. Li Anlin made up his mind. She could never undress in public, but she couldn't bear to watch her parents being killed. Now, the only thing we can do is to go first and die in front of them. Clang! She pulled a dagger from her waist and held it to her neck. Mom and Dad, your daughter is going first. In the next life, I still want to be your daughter. No. Sister, no. Just as Li Anlin was about to slit their throats, the members of the Li family screamed themselves hoarse. Even the timid guards were filled with righteous indignation at the sight. Unfortunately, they were powerless to resist and could only watch helplessly as the young lady died in front of them. Goodbye, Mom and Dad, Zishuan. The words fell. Li Anlin closed his eyes, raised the dagger, and slashed it fiercely at his neck. Just then. Stop! A deep, resonant voice rang out, like a lion's roar. Immediately afterwards, a silver needle flew from afar, slicing through the void. Clang! The silver needle struck the dagger, causing Li Anlin's hand to tremble, and the dagger fell to the ground. Upon hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly turned around to look. Suddenly, a tall, handsome young man slowly walked over. Yifeng. The moment Li Anlin saw Yifeng, it was as if she had been in a dark abyss and had seen a ray of dawn. Yifeng is still as handsome and charming as ever. His appearance filled Li Anlin with ecstatic joy. Zhao Xiong's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he watched Yifeng slowly approach. However, when he finally saw Yifeng's face clearly, he was shocked. You're not dead? Zhao Xiong stared intently at Yifeng, feeling utterly incredulous. Have you seen me before? Yifeng remained calm as always. He was surprised by Zhao Xiong's attitude. Ha ha! Zhao Xiong roared to the sky, 3 years ago, that fire failed to kill you, but I never expected you would dare to appear before me again. Oh? Yifeng understood.
This guy was the ringleader of the fire 3 years ago. He was the one who killed Yifeng's adoptive parents, and more than 800 lives in Xiqing Old Street. Then let's settle both old and new scores together. Heaven has eyes. I've finally found you. Today, I will tear you to pieces. Yifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Ha, you think you can beat me? Zhao Xiong laughed again. I should be the one saying that. 3 years ago, you escaped by chance. Today, heaven has eyes and has sent you back into my hands. It means you were not meant to live. In his eyes, Yifeng was nothing more than an ordinary person. 3 years ago, he could kill him like a dog, and today, he could crush him with ease. Seeing that the two were irreconcilable, the Tang family members were completely baffled. However, Li Anlin was able to guess the general idea. Seeing Zhao Xiong's murderous intent, Li Anlin couldn't help but worry about Yifeng. This Zhao Xiong is no ordinary expert. Even the arrogant old man in black robes couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Although Yifeng is powerful, he is still young, and it's uncertain whether he can be his match. Yifeng, you really shouldn't have come. Upon seeing Yifeng, Li Anlin felt both happy and worried. It's all right, no one can kill me. Yifeng slowly approached Li Anlin, as confident as ever. Yes. Li Anlin nodded. Yifeng always manages to create miracles, and she believes she can do it again this time. However, the Li family only felt that Yifeng was just throwing his life away. Not to mention Zhao Sheng's unfathomable cultivation, the more than 100 martial artists outside alone are not someone one person can contend with. One more person only means one more corpse. The gray-robed old man said coldly, Boy, even if you cultivate for another 20 years, you still won't be a match for Zhao Jingang. You'd better run for your life. Yeah? Yifeng beckoned to Zhao Xiong, come on, let me see what level the experts from Dragon Gate are at. Although Yifeng has cultivated for many years, to be honest, he has never encountered a worthy opponent in all these years. He doesn't even know what level his strength has reached. Today is a good day to verify this. Seeing Yifeng's composure, Zhao Xiong smiled contemptuously, although I don't know what kind of luck you had in the past 3 years to kill Wei Bo, in my eyes you were still an ant. You talk too much nonsense. Yifeng glared angrily, then stomped off the ground and charged straight at them. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xiong immediately frowned. They thought Yifeng was just an ordinary martial artist, but unexpectedly, his aura was several times stronger than that of the black-robed old man. It seems I underestimated you. Zhao Xiong dared not be careless. Facing Yifeng's charge, he gathered his strength in his fist. Just as Yifeng threw a punch, he met it with his own. Bang! The two fists collided with a muffled thud, and Yifeng was knocked back 3 steps. Ha! Yifeng let out a surprised exclamation, sensing that this guy was something special. No wonder they're so arrogant, they really do have the ability. However, just as Yifeng regained his footing, Zhao Xiong took several steps back. Rub. 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 I took 7 or 8 steps back, and finally, my shoes rubbed against the ground so hard they made a squeak sound before I regained my balance. How is that possible? Looking at Yifeng's calm expression, Zhao Xiong was extremely shocked. Chapter 117, this move will be really cool. Meanwhile, Li Hai, Chen Yumei, the gray-robed old man, and others standing to the side were dumbfounded and incredulous. Zhao Jingang, who could kill the black-robed old man with a single punch, was actually defeated by Yifeng? They thought they were seeing things. Li Zixuan knew Yifeng was powerful, but he never imagined he was this terrifying. Go Yifeng! The happiest person was Li Anlin, who knew that the man she had her eye on would definitely be right for her. That was true before, and it is true now. As long as he's there, there's nothing that can't be solved. Ha, my Li family is saved. My Li family is saved. Seeing that Yifeng had the upper hand, Li Hai and Chen Yumei excitedly hugged and cheered. Mr. Li, as long as you kill this guy, my Li family can give you 10% of our assets, Li Haiho said arrogantly. Right. Chen Yumei also said, as long as you kill him, whatever you want, my Li family will definitely give it to you in full. Don't worry, leave it to me. Even without today's events, Yifeng would never have let him go. He must avenge his adoptive parents. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xiong burst into wild laughter. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. If you hadn't met me, given time, you might have been able to surpass me. It's a pity, you no longer have that chance. Yifeng smiled dismissively. Really? So you still have a trump card up your sleeve?
I can't say what my trump card is.
Zhao Xiong said proudly, it's just that I haven't condensed my qi yet, which is why you have the upper hand. Once I condense my qi, even if you're attacked with swords and axes, you won't be able to shake me in the slightest. These words were spoken. The old man in the gray robe looked surprised. Others may not know the domineering power of qi, but he knows it all too well. Martial arts practitioners, upon reaching a certain level, can condense internal energy, and once that internal energy reaches a certain degree, it can be released externally.
This is what is known as gang qi. Could it be that the old man in black robe's attack couldn't harm him?
It turns out he had already reached the level where he could release his inner energy. It seems Yifeng is destined to lose.
Yifeng didn't know anything about qi or anything like that. He simply smiled and said, "What if I told you that I only used 1/10 of my strength just now?" 1/10 of one's strength?
Zhao Xiong was suddenly startled. However, after a moment's thought, he burst into laughter. I admit you have some strength, but if you think you can scare me with that, you're underestimating me, Zhao Jingang. Although Li Anlin believed that Yifeng was very strong, he also felt it was impossible. It should be noted that Zhao Jingang has been famous for a long time, and even the old man in black robes was no match for him.
Yifeng's narrow victory was already quite good. To say he only used 10% of his strength was merely a bluff. The gray-robed old man sneered, "You're about to die, and you're still talking big? If you kneel down and beg Mr. Zhao for mercy, he might spare your life. Otherwise, you'll just become a burial offering for the Li family." Li Hai got angry as soon as he heard that. He pointed at her and cursed, "You old hag, it's one thing for you to be afraid of death, but you're also encouraging others to beg for mercy. What are you up to?" The gray-robed old man showed no respect for Li Hai, threatening, "Try cursing me again? After Yifeng is killed, you'll be the first one I kill." Having just offended Zhao Jingang, he naturally had to pledge his allegiance. Otherwise, after Yifeng's death, Zhao Jingang might not let him go. Li Hai was furious at his rebuke, but dared not argue back. "I've never seen such a shameless old man. If we can get through this crisis today, I'll definitely not let him off the hook." Li Anlin was not afraid of him and continued to curse, "Old man, what's wrong with cursing you? You coward, you don't deserve to be called a martial artist." Although the old man in the gray robe was timid, he was also a stubborn person. Hearing Li Anlin's insults, he immediately pointed at her and roared, "You brat, after your man dies, I'll personally strip you naked, and then..." He hadn't finished speaking. "Court death." Yifeng glared angrily, then flung out a silver needle that struck Yifeng in the eye. "Ah!" The old man in the gray robe cried out in alarm, covered his eyes, and bright red blood flowed uncontrollably. Li Anlin and Li Hai felt extremely relieved. "We should teach this old bastard a lesson, so he won't dare to be so arrogant anymore." Having witnessed Yifeng's prowess, the gray-robed elder quickly covered his eyes, hid to the side, and dared not utter another word. "We can deal with the Li family slowly after Yifeng dies." By this time, Zhao Xiong had grown impatient. "Yifeng, didn't you say you only used 10% of your power? I want to see your true abilities, whether you're as good at bragging as you are." After saying that, Zhao Xiong stomped his foot and concentrated his energy into his body. With a loud bang, his clothes burst open, revealing his massive, smooth, gleaming muscles and bronze skin like that of the 18 bronze men. "It looks incredibly tough. Yifeng, I'll let you have one punch. If you can break through my protective aura, then you win." "Yeah?" Yifeng smiled at Li Anlin, raising an eyebrow. "Watch closely, this attack is going to be very cool." "That's all. Call out." Yifeng vanished from his spot, transforming into a phantom image as he rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Zhao Xiong, striking what he thought was a very cool pose, and said, "All done." The Li family was completely baffled. Yifeng didn't even make a move, and there wasn't even a sound of collision. How could he say the fight was over? Seeing this, the gray-robed old man jumped out again. "Huh, Yifeng, you're all talk and no action. You can't even touch Zhao Jing'an's body, yet you spout such nonsense? Only 1/10 of your power? Bah!" The words fell. "Ah!" Zhao Xiong's pupils constricted, and a red line immediately appeared on his neck. As the red line grew larger, a spurt of blood gushed out. "How is that possible? How could you possibly break through my protective aura?" Zhao Xiong looked at Yifeng in horror, utterly shocked. Yifeng smiled. "Is it that difficult? Let me tell you something else. This time, I only used 20% of my strength." The words fell. Bang!
Zhao Xiong closed his eyes and collapsed. Immediately, blood seeped from his neck and flowed all over the ground.
Dead. The unparalleled master of Longmen is dead.
The gray-robed old man was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. When he looked at Yifeng again, he realized that Yifeng was holding a silver needle in his right hand. Before anyone knew it, the silver needles were stained with blood.
You, what realm are you at?
The gray-robed old man's legs went weak, and he knelt down directly in front of Yifeng. Immediately, the Tang family erupted in cheers.
Victory! Victory! Ha, our Li family has weathered the crisis. The guards and security personnel cheered with joy.
However, Li Hai and Shen Yumei's hearts remained unsettled for a long time.
This is unbelievable.
To be able to kill Zhao Xiong in a single move is simply terrifying.
Li Hai cupped his hands and said, Mr. Yi's kindness is something the Li family will never forget. Mr. Yi, we can't let him go. Shen Yumei pointed to the old man in the gray robe. Terrified, he immediately knelt down.
Mr. Yi, I was just confused and said the wrong thing.
Please be magnanimous and spare my worthless life. I will definitely return all the money the Li family gave me. Chapter 118, Tang Ruoshua's Gift. Pa, shameless old man. Li Anlin spat in her face.
If Yifeng hadn't won, he probably would have attacked them to save his own life.
Yifeng said, a person like you is not worthy of being a martial artist. You should cripple your martial arts. Sudden. Bang.
A martial artist from Longmen fired a signal gun, and a signal flare rose into the air and exploded.
Kill our boss Xiao, and you'll all die. A furious shout. This was a devastating blow to the Li family. Yes, how could they forget about that?
Although Zhao Xiong is dead, the more than 100 martial artists outside are not to be trifled with.
They're celebrating too soon. It's unclear whether Yifeng alone can withstand so many martial artists.
Upon seeing this, the old man in the gray robe was overjoyed. Since Yifeng refused to let him go, there was no need for him to beg for mercy.
Yifeng, you're just waiting to die. There are 100 martial artists outside. Even if you're skilled in martial arts, do you think you can kill them all? That's a quick change of expression. Yifeng smiled. Killing them is unnecessary for me. If I'm not mistaken, they've already surrendered.
The gray-robed old man pointed angrily at Yifeng and shouted, ridiculous.
Do you think you can scare me like this?
If you don't let me go, don't blame me for joining forces with them to deal with you.
Looks like you really won't give up until you're completely convinced. Yifeng shook his head. Stop talking nonsense. Either let me go, or we'll fight to the death.
After the gray-robed old man finished speaking, he took off running behind the dozen or so martial artists from the Dragon Gate.
Just then,
a large group of people suddenly surged into the gate, making quite a scene. Upon seeing this, the old man in the gray robe was overjoyed. However, Li Hai and Shen Yumei frowned.
With so many martial artists, the Tang family is doomed.
However, when they saw who it was, they were confused. Those people walked in an orderly fashion, all dressed in military uniforms and carrying long guns, and the leader was none other than the mayor, Han Tianhao.
The mayor? What brings him here? Everyone was puzzled. Han Tianhao walked over. Mr. Li, am I not too late?
No, thank you for your help, Mayor. Li Hai was quite surprised. He had no connection with the Han family, so why would they fight against the Dragon Gate for the sake of his Li family? Just as he was wondering, Han Tianhao walked towards Yifeng and said, Mr. Yi, all the thugs outside have been arrested.
Are you all right? It's all right, you've come at the right time.
Yifeng pointed to the remaining dozen or so martial artists, take them all down.
Take it down.
Han Tianhao suddenly waved his hand. Hundreds of gunmen pointed their guns at them. Even though they were martial artists, they were no match for firearms. They all raised their hands, not daring to offer the slightest resistance.
The old man in the gray robe felt like dying.
No matter how he explained, Han Tianhao still arrested him as a petty thug from Longmen. At his age, if he were imprisoned for 10 or 8 years, his life would be ruined.
A moment later, the soldiers took them all away, and then it became quiet. The crisis is over. Shen Yumei and Li Hai were once again impressed by Yifeng.
He is good-looking, has superb medical skills, and is also incredibly skilled in martial arts. He is in no way inferior to Yuan Shao. Moreover, judging from Han Tianhao's attitude towards him, it's very likely that he was the one who notified Han Tianhao to come over.
If the Li family has such a good son-in-law, how can they not achieve great success? Cough cough.
After calming her inner joy, Shen Yumei slowly walked up to Yifeng and said seriously, Yifeng, I agree to your relationship with Lanlan.
But... what's wrong? Yifeng looked completely bewildered. Stop pretending. You and Lanlan have already slept together. Do you want to shirk responsibility? Shen Yumei said angrily.
Yifeng was in a real bind. He's a married man, after all.
Moreover, nothing happened between them when they helped Li Anlin detoxify that day. That was all a misunderstanding by Li Anlin.
Miss Li, you'd better explain yourself quickly, Yifeng said helplessly.
Explain what? Don't you know what you've done? Li Anlin didn't bother to explain. She was actually hoping her parents would put some pressure on Yifeng. So what if he has a wife? In this day and age, people can get divorced even after having a baby, so how can a marriage certificate really bind them? Well, it's getting late, I have to go to the Lu family's banquet.
Yifeng simply slipped away. I was afraid that if I walked too slowly, this family would tie me up. After Yifeng slipped away, and Lan said to Han Tianhao, Mayor, the Lu family is about to put on a good show.
Aren't you going to go and see? Oh, really?
Han Tianhao said with interest, Miss Li, let's go together.
I still need to clean up the mess.
Mayor, please go first. We'll meet at the Lu family.
Alright, see you at the Lu family. The Lu family.
The Lu family compound was exceptionally festive today, with lanterns and longevity characters hanging inside and out, and flower baskets stretching for hundreds of meters at the entrance. It was still early, and apart from the busy servants, no guests had arrived at the Lu family residence yet. At that moment, a BMW drove up to the parking space in front of the gate. Tang Ruoxue got out of the driver's seat carrying 2 boxes. Immediately afterwards, Tang Mingjie, Uncle Tang, and Aunt Tang also got out of the car. Wow, as expected of the Lu family, this manor is so magnificent.
Looking at the luxurious manor, Aunt Tang exclaimed in amazement.
Uncle Tang was also mesmerized, saying, it's not just grand, the decoration alone could buy several villas in our Tang family's house. Tang Ruoxue was inwardly excited, but she maintained a calm demeanor and reminded him, when you go in, listen more and talk less.
Don't get excited every time you see something good. Although her Tang family was considered a wealthy family, it couldn't compare to a giant like the Lu family.
She was afraid that her uncle and aunt would embarrass her.
Don't worry, sis. Tang Mingjie patted his chest and said, we will definitely do our best. Let's go. Tang Ruoxue, wearing high heels and a silver bodycon dress, looked stunning with every step she took.
Even top socialites would pale in comparison when standing next to her. The 4 of them, each carrying a gift, walked into the Lu family home step by step. As soon as he entered, Lu Jun saw them.
Ruoxue, you're here? Upon seeing Tang Ruoxue, Lu Jun walked over in surprise.
I used to just think Tang Ruoxue was pretty, but now that I see her, I feel like her whole aura has changed, and she's especially pleasing to the eye.
It made him really want to try it.
Yes, I planned to come earlier to see if there's anything I can do to help, Tang Ruoxue said with a slight smile. No, I don't need your help at all.
I'm already overjoyed that you came.
After Lu Jun finished speaking, he gestured for them to come inside and sit down.
Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you, young Master Lu. The group nodded their thanks and followed Lu Jun inside.
Upon entering the hall, I saw Lu Baichuan sitting on the sofa, looking somewhat worried.
Haven't you found your wife yet? Lu Baichuan slammed his hand on the table, startling the 2 bodyguards beside him.
A bodyguard bowed and said, Sir, we've searched everywhere we can, and we can't get through to Madam or Butler He on the phone.
We're really at our wits' end. You bastards, keep searching. If you don't find Madam today, none of you are to come back. Lu Baichuan roared, startling the 2 bodyguards who nodded repeatedly. Chapter 119, The Madam is Back. After the bodyguards left, Lu Jun walked over with a grin.
Dad, don't be so nervous.
Mom must have bought some great treasure and wants to show up at the last minute to give you a big surprise. Just wait and see.
I hope so.
By the way, Dad, Ruoxue is here. There's something I want to tell you.
After Lu Jun finished speaking, he pulled Tang Ruoxue over.
Hello, Uncle Lu. Tang Ruoxue bowed politely. Please sit down. Lu Baichuan waved.
Seeing that Lu Baichuan was in a bad mood, Uncle Tang and the other two sat down tremblingly, not daring to utter a sound. Tang Ruoxue placed a box on the table and said, "Uncle Lu, I heard you like to collect medicinal herbs, so I specially bought a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum to wish you a happy birthday."
That's thoughtful of you. Lu Baichuan smiled with satisfaction. Dad, you have no idea how much Ruoxue went to for this birthday gift you.
Lu Jun said she found out that only the black market could buy the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, so she risked going to buy it herself. She even got into a conflict with the people in the black market and almost couldn't get out.
Young Master Lu, you're exaggerating. It's just a minor disagreement, there's no danger to your life. Tang Ruoxue smiled slightly.
She did have an argument with Yifeng in the black market, but she couldn't bring herself to say Yifeng's name. After all, he was her ex-husband, there was no need to arouse suspicion.
Oh? After hearing this, Lu Baichuan looked at Tang Ruoxue in surprise.
Over the years, he followed Yifeng's instructions and sent her many gifts every year, which also made him realize that she was a materialistic woman who looked down on the poor. But now, looking at it, things have changed somewhat. It's truly rare to risk one's life just to buy a gift.
Miss Tang, you're so kind. I heard you've been getting quite close to Junior lately, is that right? Lu Baichuan asked tentatively.
Tang Ruoxue didn't know how to start the conversation.
Lu Jun quickly replied, "Yes, Dad, and I also have some good news to tell you." "Tell me about it."
Lu Jun said happily, "Ruoxue has agreed to be with me. I plan to take advantage of the presence of so many wealthy and famous people today to announce our marriage in public."
"I wonder if you..." Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan immediately frowned.
Although his opinion of Tang Ruoxue had changed somewhat, Tang Ruoxue was indeed materialistic and abandoned Yifeng.
How could a woman like that marry into the Lu family? "Miss Tang, may I ask a question?" Lu Baichuan looked at Tang Ruoxue and asked, "What were your reasons for divorcing your husband back then?"
This.
Tang Ruoxue felt a little taken aback by the question.
She had already broken things off with Yifeng and didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Now that this topic had come up, she didn't know how to respond. Seeing Tang Ruoxue stammering, Aunt Tang immediately said, "President Lu, you have no idea how scoundrel Yifeng is. It's one thing that he doesn't work hard and isn't ambitious, but he's also arrogant and gets into fights with others at the drop of a hat. He's offended a lot of people outside, which is why our Xiaoxue had no choice but to give in. Yes, Chairman Lu, he even hit me, his former brother-in-law." As Tang Mingjie spoke, he rolled up his trouser leg, revealing the steel plate strapped to his calf, and complained, "Look, my leg is broken." You can imagine how much of a bastard he is. And another thing, Uncle Tang added, "My daughter, Tang Feifei, was cruelly retaliated against because he said a few words to her, and he ruined her face."
Tell me, what woman could stand a man like that?
Fortunately, Ruoxue divorced him, otherwise she would have been ruined by him too.
The three spoke with deep remorse and their arguments were well-founded. Lu Baichuan fell silent after hearing this.
In the past, he would never have believed that Yifeng was such a person. In his heart, Yifeng had always been a worldly master who did not care about fame or fortune.
He had saved Lu Baichuan from danger twice, but had never asked for anything in return. Even when offered money, he simply refused.
But what happened in the past few days changed his opinion of Yifeng a lot.
Junior was brutally beaten by him and falsely accused of trying to seize the throne. Last night, Yifeng went to see his wife, but now she has disappeared.
These incidents, one after another, were difficult for Lu Baichuan to accept.
"Yifeng, did I really misjudge you? If that's the case, then Tang Ruoxue really can't be blamed for their divorce. All right, I agree to your marriage. I will announce it today in front of all the wealthy families in the city." Lu Baichuan made up his mind. Very good. Tang Mingjie and his parents were overjoyed to receive Lu Baichuan's promise.
In other words, from now on, the Tang family will be related to the Lu family by marriage. In this way, it would be difficult for the Tang family not to rise to prominence.
"By the way, Uncle Lu, I have another request."
Tang Ruoxue said, "My younger brother and cousin have both had accidents, and ordinary medical methods can no longer cure them.
I heard that you know a medical sage, so I beg you to help me. Is that all right?"
These words were spoken.
Lu Baichuan's heart tightened. This so-called medical saint is none other than Tang Ruoxue's ex-husband, Yifeng. How did we end up talking about Yifeng again?
Lu Baichuan didn't know how to answer, but Lu Jun patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, with my father's friendship with the medical sage, he will definitely lend a hand." Lu Jun was also eager to meet this medical sage, since his happiness for the rest of his life depended on him. Seeing his son's certainty, Lu Baichuan couldn't argue and could only reluctantly agree. "That's right, he promised me he would come to celebrate my birthday today. I'll introduce him to you when he arrives." That was all Lu Baichuan could say, hoping that Yifeng would give him that face when the time came. Very good. Tang Ruoxua quickly took out the box of Ganoderma lucidum. "This is a gift I gave to the sage of medicine. Please ask Uncle Lu to pass it on to him. And mine too, I also bought him a gift, hoping he would agree to help my daughter get treatment." Uncle Tang and Tang Mingjie both presented their gifts. Seeing this, Lu Baichuan didn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, he pushed his hands away, saying, "You should give it to him yourselves." "That's okay too." The group took back their gifts. Then they started chatting. After getting to know her better, Lu Baichuan gained a deeper understanding of Tang Ruoxua. She doesn't seem like a materialistic woman, she's more like a gentle, virtuous, and well-bred lady from a respectable family. Marrying her into the Lu family might not be a bad thing. The group chatted for a while. Sudden. A bodyguard hurriedly walked in. "Master, something terrible has happened. Madam is injured." "Injured?" Lu Baichuan suddenly stood up, with a bad feeling. How could someone get injured out of nowhere? Lu Jun hurriedly asked, "Where's my mom?" "Where is she?" "The lady is outside." After the bodyguard finished speaking, Lu Jun rushed out in a hurry. Lu Baichuan, Tang Ruoxua, and the others followed. Chapter 120, To Cut Yifeng into 1,000 Pieces. When the group arrived at the courtyard, Feng Meiling was being helped in by 2 bodyguards. At this moment, her body was wrapped in many white bandages, and it was clear that she was seriously injured. "Mom!" Lu Jun exclaimed and rushed over. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Mrs. Lu, how did you get so badly injured?" Tang Ruoxua quickly helped Feng Meiling up. Some of the chefs and servants who were busy preparing for the banquet also gathered around. Lu Baichuan waved his hand. "Don't ask anymore, help her inside first." "Good." Lu Jun and Tang Ruoxua helped Feng Meiling into the room from both sides. Lu Baichuan immediately summoned the Lu family's private doctor to treat him. A moment later. After examining her, the private doctor said, "Don't worry, sir. Madam only has external injuries, and she has already received timely first aid. There's nothing serious about it. She'll recover as soon as she rests." Hearing the doctor's explanation, the group felt a little relieved. "Mom, what happened? Tell me." Lu Jun couldn't believe that his mother had been injured like this for no reason. Feng Meiling sat on the bed, her face pale, and slowly said, "Yes, it's Yifeng. He hit me." These words were spoken. The group was startled. Yifeng, it's Yifeng again. They just finished talking about Yifeng, and now it's him again." Upon hearing what his mother said, Lu Jun immediately became furious. "Yifeng, how dare he? Ah! I must tear him to pieces." He went berserk and punched the wall. It was one thing to beat him up, but now even his mother was being humiliated by him, which was unacceptable to the proud man. Tang Ruoxua was also extremely angry. She remembered that Yifeng wasn't like this before. Back then, no matter what humiliation Yifeng suffered in the Tang family, he would swallow his anger and never complain. How come he seems like a completely different person after the divorce? The more she thought about it, the less she understood Yifeng's character. Had he been faking it all along? Was this his true nature? Tang Ruoxua couldn't imagine how severe the domestic violence she would suffer if she continued to be with Yifeng. The one who found it hardest to accept was Lu Baichuan. He had a bad feeling the moment he heard that his wife was injured. As expected, he was right, it really was Yifeng who had committed the crime. Why? Why did he treat me like this? Lu Baichuan believed that he respected Yifeng enough, and he would satisfy whatever Yifeng wanted. In fact, he would send gifts to the Tang family every year to repay him. Unexpectedly, this is the retribution I've received. Yifeng, I won't let this go. Lu Baichuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Aunt Tang said angrily, "I told you long ago, this bastard is a violent maniac who hits people at the drop of a hat. If I ever see him again, I'll give him a good slap across the face." "That's right." If we don't teach him a lesson soon, who knows how many more people will fall victim to his evil deeds in the future.
Tang Mingjie grew angrier the more he thought about it. He wished he could kill Yifeng right now. Tang Ruoxue asked curiously, "By the way, madam, why exactly did this guy attack you?"
Although Yifeng has a volatile temper, there must be a reason for hitting someone.
After all, Yifeng isn't crazy, he wouldn't bite anyone he sees. I don't know either. Maybe it's because I cursed at him a few times last time.
Feng Meiling burst into tears, saying, "Last night, on my way to buy gifts with the housekeeper, he suddenly stopped me. At that time, I didn't know he was so rude, so I said a few words to him."
Who would have thought, who would have thought?
As she spoke, she began to cry.
Lu Baichuan quickly put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't cry, tell me slowly, and then what happened?" Feng Meiling wiped away her tears.
"Then, he threatened to kill me and beat me up. The butler, He Chang, fought back to protect me. However, that guy was exceptionally skilled, he actually managed to stab He Chang to death with a piece of glass. Luckily, I ran fast, and it was nighttime, so he didn't find me." As Feng Meiling spoke, tears streamed down her face again.
Everyone present clenched their fists, filled with righteous indignation.
They had never seen such a despicable person. "You beast, I'll go kill him right now."
Lu Jun roared and was about to turn around to confront Yifeng.
"I'll go too," Tang Mingjie limped after him. "Stop right there, all of you."
Lu Baichuan roared angrily.
"Dad, why are you still protecting him now? People like him deserve to be torn to pieces."
Lu Jun roared. "I said no, and that means no."
Lu Baichuan was resolute. He had sworn that no matter what, he would not harm a single hair on Yifeng's head. Yifeng may be ruthless, but he cannot be unjust. Moreover, given Yifeng's skills, these people would only be throwing their lives away if they went there. Therefore, not only could he not cause trouble for Yifeng, he also had to ask him to treat them.
"Okay, then I'll wait for him."
Lu Jun stomped his foot and stormed off. He swore that if Yifeng dared to come, it would be his death day.
After Lu Jun left, Lu Baichuan asked again, "So, after you escaped Yifeng's clutches last night, you went to the hospital, right?"
"Yes." Feng Meiling nodded and continued, "Luckily, the emergency treatment was timely, otherwise I wouldn't be here today."
"I see." Lu Baichuan nodded. No wonder he wasn't answering the phone, he probably took too much anesthesia and fell asleep. "Madam, please get some rest. I will give you an explanation for this matter." Although Lu Baichuan wouldn't lay a hand on Yifeng, he still needed Yifeng to give him an explanation. Otherwise, how could the Lu family save face? Before leaving, Lu Baichuan said to Tang Ruoxue, "Miss Tang, please take care of my wife. I'm going to make a phone call." "Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I will take good care of Madam." Tang Ruoxue nodded.
After Lu Baichuan left, Tang Mingjie, Uncle Tang, and others also left one after another.
Tang Ruoxue poured Feng Meiling a glass of water.
"Madam, please have some water first."
"Thanks."
Feng Meiling took a sip of water and quietly looked at Tang Ruoxue. "It's truly a blessing for the Lu family that my Junior has found such a wonderful girlfriend like you."
Tang Ruoxue gave a bitter smile.
"To my shame, if it weren't for her, Lu Jun wouldn't have offended Yifeng, and Lu Jun and his wife wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved disaster." Instead of blaming her, Madame Lu made her feel guilty about the exaggerated situation.
"By the way, madam, let me help you change your clothes."
Tang Ruoxue was about to go to the wardrobe to get a piece of clothing. But Feng Meiling stopped him, saying, "No need, I just need to rest for a bit, no need to go to so much trouble."
"Oh well." Tang Ruoxue then noticed that Feng Meiling's clothes were completely undamaged. This doesn't make sense.
Logically speaking, since Madame Lu was so badly injured by Yifeng, her clothes should have been torn or at least soiled. However, there was not a single mark on her clothes. In this situation, unless she was beaten naked, and only put her clothes back on after being bandaged up.
Chapter 121, Yifeng can't go in. "Miss Tang, what are you thinking about?"
Seeing that Tang Ruoxue was distracted, Feng Meiling called out to her. Tang Ruoxue quickly snapped out of her daze and smiled, It's nothing, it's nothing."
Tang Ruoxue felt that she was overthinking things. How could Madame Lu walk naked on the street?
Perhaps she was carrying another piece of clothing with her. Seeing that Tang Ruoxue was distracted, Feng Meiling said, "Actually, I don't need to take care of you much.
Why don't you go and find Lu Jun and prevent him from doing anything impulsive?"
"All right, madam, please rest for a while. I'll go find young Master Lu."
Tang Ruoxue covered Feng Miling with the blanket and then left.
At this time, many guests arrived at the Lu family residence one after another. A row of luxury cars were parked in front of the gate, and those entering were all prominent figures from wealthy and influential families, making it a lively and bustling place.
In a secluded corner,
Xiao Xiang led over 100 Tiger gang members to gather together.
Qin Shao asked, "Have all the personnel been arranged?"
Reporting to young Master Qin, 2,000 Tiger gang members have already been deployed around the area, waiting only for your order to storm the Lu family and capture these prominent figures alive, Xiao Xiang said.
Don't get so worked up. We only asked you to come as a precaution.
Qin Shao said, if all goes well, we can take down the Lu family without you having to lift a finger.
Clear.
By the way, Qin Shao said, leering at Xiao Xiang, I'll help you kill Yi Feng and avenge your man.
How are you going to thank me?
He was captivated by Xiao Xiang the first time he saw her, but she kept making excuses.
Every time I see her, I feel like I could pin her to the ground and rub her hard. Xiao Xiang lowered her head. As long as young Master Qin avenges my man, I will be young Master Qin's woman. I will do whatever young Master Qin wants me to do.
Great, wonderful.
Today is a double celebration.
Qin Shao was extremely excited. Tonight, I'll make her lie on the bed crying and begging for mercy.
Tell me the truth, after your man died, did you miss him?
Qin Shao hooked Xiao Xiang's chin, his eyes shining.
Xiao Xiang smiled charmingly. What woman doesn't want a man?
I just wonder how good Qin Shao is in bed.
Yo ho!
Hearing this, Qin Shao became even more excited. If there weren't other people around, he would have loved to pin her to the ground and whip her mercilessly.
You'll see tonight, I guarantee you'll be begging for mercy.
Qin Shao reached out, wanting to gently stroke Xiao Xiang's cheek. Xiao Xiang gently turned her head away from his hand, biting her lip and said, Don't be in such a hurry, what if you can't kill Yi Feng? Don't worry, unless he doesn't come, he's doomed. Qin Shao said confidently. Then good luck to you, and please don't die at his hands. Xiao Xiang still smiled charmingly, but her tone and words carried a hidden meaning.
You're overthinking it. He's doomed today.
Qin Shao was confident of victory and naturally didn't take it to heart. Wash yourself clean tonight, and wait for me to favor you.
After saying that, he left happily with his 4 men. Enter the Lu family residence.
At this moment, the courtyard was bustling with people.
A moment later,
Lu Jun walked over and led him to a secluded corner.
Seeing Lu Jun's unpleasant expression, Qin Shao asked, What's wrong? Who made our young master Lu angry this time? Who else could it be? Lu Jun clenched his fists.
It's all because of that bastard Yi Feng. He actually dared to lay a hand on my mother. I'll skin him alive and torture him slowly.
Oh, tell me about it. Enough said. By the way, is everything ready? As long as I get through today, I'm confident I can kill Yi Feng. Lu Jun said. Don't worry, it's absolutely foolproof.
Qin Shao's lips curled slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't want to wait that long. Judging from the timeline, Zhao Xiong had already taken over the Li family's side, and Zhao Xiong would soon come to support him.
At that time, it would be Yi Feng's death day.
Alright, as long as young Master Qin helps me, my Lu family will definitely obey the orders of Longmen, Lu Jun said.
Good brother, I will definitely not treat you unfairly.
The two shook hands and addressed each other as brothers. At this moment, Yi Feng had already arrived at the Lu family's residence. He walked straight through the bustling crowd into the gate, only to see Tang Mingjie and Tang Debo.
Uncle and aunt, what are you doing here?
Yi Feng smiled slightly. Although they don't like me, I still feel warm and friendly when I see them outside. The 3 of them were all taken aback when they saw Yi Feng. Yi Feng injured Madame Lu so badly, how dare he still show up at the Lu family?
Is he crazy? Yi Feng? How come you're everywhere? Tang Mingjie stormed over. You can't live without seeking attention, can you? Do you know where you are? How dare you come here? Exactly, you think you can get on our good side? Who do you think you are?
Aunt Tang rolled her eyes.
It was as if seeing Yi Feng was a bad omen.
Yi Feng was used to it, and just smiled slightly. If you can all come, why can't I?
Tang Mingjie sneered, can you compare to us?
We only came here because of my sister's connections and were invited by young Master Lu. You must know that my sister is about to announce her relationship, so you came here to cause trouble, right?
I'm warning you, if you ruin my sister's plans, I won't let you off the hook. Tang Mingjie raised his fist to intimidate him.
He wished Yifeng would be killed by the Lu family, but today was his sister's big day, and if things got out of hand, it might affect his sister. Yifeng shook his head helplessly.
Like attracts like just as narcissistic as Tang Ruoxue. That's right, my ex-wife is about to announce her good news, how could I, as her ex-husband, be absent?
Yifeng was too lazy to explain, let them say whatever they wanted.
As he spoke, Yifeng was about to go inside. However, Tang Mingjie got angry as soon as he heard that. He really guessed right. If Yifeng were to cause trouble, things would get really bad. Stop right there. Tang Mingjie stood directly in front of Yifeng, saying, "You'd better get out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite."
Looking at the arrogant Tang Mingjie, Yifeng found it amusing.
But he just shrugged and said, "Your leg isn't healed yet? Have you forgotten who hit you? You think you can stop me? You." These words further provoked Tang Mingjie. However, for his sister's happiness and the future of his Tang family, he could not back down. "Yifeng, I don't believe you dare to make a move in the Lu family. If you have the guts, break my other leg.
With the medical sage here, I can just have him set it for me.
I want to see if you can leave the Lu family alive."
Uncle Tang thought to himself that he absolutely could not let Yifeng go in. Otherwise, if he causes trouble, it will affect the reputation of the Tang family, since Yifeng is still the Tang family's son-in-law. In the end, not only will Ruoshua's marriage run into problems, but if that medical sage sees this, he will definitely laugh at the Tang family.
"Yifeng, if you want to get in, you'll have to step over me first."
Uncle Tang and Tang Mingjie stood side by side, blocking Yifeng's way.
Chapter 122, Framed.
Seeing this, Yifeng felt helpless. The king of hell is easy to deal with, but his underlings are hard to handle.
The real show hasn't even started yet, he can't just make the first move. I was indeed invited by Patriarch Lu.
If you don't believe me, go ask him, Yifeng said politely.
Impossible.
Uncle Tang said firmly, "You're a piece of trash, you don't even have the right to know Chairman Lu, don't even think about lying to me."
Tang Mingjie scoffed, "You said Patriarch Lu sent you here? Bah!
You used to say that Chairman Lu gave my sister a gift because of you, but the truth is that young Master Lu has a crush on my sister and secretly had his father give it to her."
You still dare to say you know Chairman Lu? Aren't you ridiculous? Yifeng was speechless. I'm too lazy to reason with them.
Often, even when the facts are right in front of them, they still won't believe it.
So you're saying you're determined not to let me in, is that it? That's right. Tang Mingjie looked dignified and ready to sacrifice himself. Then don't blame me for being impolite.
Yifeng raised his hand, trying to scare him.
Sudden. Stop. Tang Ruoxue walked over angrily in her high heels.
Seeing this, Tang Mingjie finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"Sis, he wants to hit me again." "Shut up."
Tang Ruoxue scolded him and turned to look at Yifeng, "Come with me." As she spoke, she pulled Yifeng out the door.
"Yifeng, are you crazy? How dare you show up here?" Tang Ruoxue asked angrily. "Is there something wrong?"
Yifeng smiled slightly.
"I want to hear you tell me yourself, did you hurt Madame Lu?" Tang Ruoxue stared angrily into Yifeng's eyes, wanting to see if he would lie. "Yes." "Did you kill the Lu family's butler?" "Yes." "Then you still dare to come? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Tang Ruoxue is going crazy. I've never seen anyone so suicidal. The key is, today is her important day, and there can't be the slightest mistake.
I am naturally afraid of death, but no one can kill me.
Yifeng remained calm as always.
Tang Ruoxue shook her head, her face bitter.
"Yifeng, how did you become like this?"
"Narcissistic, arrogant, disdainful of others, and cruel and domineering.
You weren't like this before."
The Yifeng of the past, no matter how wronged he suffered, would always think things through.
"Why have you given up on yourself like this now?" She simply couldn't understand Yifeng as he was now. Yifeng's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. "That's because I was foolish before.
I foolishly thought that as long as I took a step back, I could resolve the issue.
But now I understand that one must have a bottom line.
Unconditional tolerance will not only fail to gain the other party's understanding, but will also fuel their hostility."
"You're right."
From the day of the divorce, the old Yifeng died.
The current Yifeng only wants to live for himself. Hearing Yifeng's honest words, Tang Ruoxue was caught in a dilemma.
She paused for a moment before speaking again. Yifeng, I know I've wronged you. The divorce must have hit you hard, but we're really not compatible. You can't give me what I want, only Mr. Lu can. Do you understand? Even if you don't think about yourself, you still have to take responsibility for E, right? You've caused so much trouble. What about E? She's already in the hospital. Do you want to kill her? Yifeng gave a bitter smile. He admitted that the divorce had a significant impact on him, but it wasn't a major blow. At most, it made him see through human nature. However, Yifeng didn't want to explain why Tang Ruoxue thought that way. After saying all this, you're just worried that I'll affect your marriage into the Lu family, right? That's right. Tang Ruoxue did not deny it, and said directly, today is my big day, the day when I, Tang Ruoxue, will soar to new heights. I do not want anyone to ruin it. Sure enough, she hasn't changed. In her eyes, there is only money and fame. Tang Ruoxue, for the sake of our 3 years of friendship, I'm telling you again, Lu Jun is no good person. You'll regret it when you see his true colors. This was Yifeng's third warning. The real face? Ha! Tang Ruoxue sneered, I only regret that I saw your true colors too late. If I had known you were this kind of person, I would never have married you back then. If it weren't for you, would Mingjie be injured like this? If it weren't for you, Lu Jun, would Madame Lu be injured like this? You're telling me your true colors? Young Master Lu has always been steady and magnanimous, yet you've hurt him time and time again, and now you're trying to frame him. Do you think I'd believe you? She vented all her resentment in one breath. After saying that, she continued, tell me, what will it take for you to leave and for me to be able to announce my marriage smoothly? Yifeng calmly said, I'm just here to watch the show. The decision isn't in my hands, but I can promise you that as long as it doesn't involve me, I won't meddle. But once you go in, it will involve you. You injured Madame Lu, and they won't let you off the hook. Tang Ruoxue said angrily. Then let them do it. Don't you hate me? My death would be a good thing for you, wouldn't it? Yifeng said. So, you're really just going to give up and do whatever you want today? You can interpret it that way if you want. Yifeng didn't want to explain. However, he was determined to watch this show today. Feng Meiling dared to harm me, and Yifeng would not let her get away with it. As for Lu Baichuan and Tang Ruoxue, Yifeng did not want to worry about their fate. Yifeng had saved Lu Baichuan twice, but in return, he was met with Lu Baichuan's suspicion. He once served as a slave for Tang Ruoxue, only to be abandoned and mocked in return. You can only truly see the warmth and coldness of human nature through experience. I'll tell you one more time, Lu Baichuan invited me here today, and you can't stop me. After saying that, Yifeng turned around and walked back. When they stepped back through the gate, Tang Mingjie stopped them again. Yifeng, you harmful good-for-nothing, I will not let you in. Tang Mingjie grabbed Yifeng. Let go. I don't. Get out of the way. Yifeng pried Tang Mingjie's hand off and gently flung him away. However, Tang Mingjie knew he couldn't stop Yifeng, and after staggering a few times, he crashed directly into the table. Several loud clanging sounds. The table, laden with food and drinks, was knocked over and scattered all over the floor. Tang Mingjie lay down on the ground and shouted, help! Someone's hitting me! Help! A few shouts immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. At this moment, Lu Baichuan rushed over. He glanced at Tang Mingjie on the ground, then looked at Yifeng. Why did you hit someone again? I didn't hit him, he fell down on his own. Yifeng explained. At this moment, a wealthy woman pointed at Yifeng and accused him, still lying? I clearly saw you do it. That's right, I saw it too, he was just being unreasonable. Another wealthy man said angrily. Others also witnessed this and pointed the finger at Yifeng. Lu Baichuan shook his head bitterly. Yifeng, you've disappointed me too much. He's still your brother-in-law, after all. Why can't you restrain yourself a little? If you have any grievances, take them out on me. Don't hurt anyone else. So, you also think I hit him? Is that right? Otherwise what? Otherwise, why would he fall down for no reason? As Lu Baichuan spoke, he quickly helped Tang Mingjie up. He personally patted the food off his clothes. Chapter 123, Shocking Tang Ruoxue. Tang Mingjie said with a wronged expression, President Lu, please don't blame my brother-in-law. I accidentally fell. Please don't send him away. No need to say anything,
I've seen it all. Lu Baichuan first comforted Tang Mingjie, then looked at Yifeng. Since Mingjie doesn't blame you, let it go. Don't be impulsive in the future. He. Yifeng sneered. Never mind? What does forget it mean? President Lu, I'm a person who always takes things seriously.
Yifeng said firmly, if you really think I hit someone, just say the word and I'll leave the Lu family immediately and stop bothering your birthday celebration.
Otherwise, please clear my name.
These words were spoken.
Uncle Tang and Tang Mingjie were overjoyed.
Unexpectedly, Yifeng really doesn't know his place, daring to speak to Chairman Lu in such a tone.
He's asking for it.
Uncle Tang angrily pointed at Yifeng. Chairman, get him out of the Lu family.
This kind of person is not qualified to attend your birthday banquet. Yes, Aunt Tang agreed.
He not only trespassed on your banquet, but also caused trouble.
He must be kicked out.
Seeing this, the others also began to criticize Yifeng. Everyone thought he was being unreasonable and arrogant.
Yifeng didn't really care about other people's opinions. Today was Lu Baichuan's birthday banquet, and she just wanted to know what Lu Baichuan thought about it. President Lu, just say the word, and I'll leave immediately. Yifeng remained calm.
At this moment, Lu Baichuan was heartbroken. He had already given Yifeng a lot of face, and hadn't even pursued the matter of his wife, so why was Yifeng pressuring him like this?
Yifeng, are you really going to force me? Lu Baichuan asked angrily. I didn't force you. I said, I can leave as long as you say the word.
Yifeng said calmly.
The onlookers couldn't bear to watch any longer.
The wealthy woman pointed at Yifeng and scolded, Kid, today is the chairman's birthday.
He just doesn't want to make a move. Do you really think you're someone important?
Everyone here could crush you with a flick of their wrist, believe it or not.
That's right.
A wealthy young man also said, someone like him doesn't even need Chairman Lu to lift a finger. My 2 bodyguards can throw him out.
Yes, kick him out. Get him out.
Immediately, the crowd erupted in anger, and everyone began to criticize Yifeng. Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang joined in the commotion, demanding that Yifeng be driven away.
Tang Mingjie saw this and secretly rejoiced.
Let's see how Yifeng tries to cause trouble this time.
President Lu, if it's inconvenient for you to do it yourself, I can do it for you.
The wealthy woman rolled up her sleeves, pointed at Yifeng, and said, You bastard, I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize to Chairman Lu, then crawl out of the Lu family's gate on your knees.
Otherwise, I can kill you right now.
Shut up.
Lu Baichuan roared and slapped him across the face.
A crisp slap rang out, and the rich woman staggered a few steps from the blow.
Everyone was stunned by what they saw. What happened? Why did Chairman Lu hit her? Tang Ruoxue couldn't understand why the president hit someone else when Yifeng was the one who made the mistake. Did I make a mistake?
At this moment, the rich woman who had been hit covered her cheek, looking aggrieved, and said, President, you should have hit him. Why did you hit me?
Snap. Lu Baichuan slapped him again. Who do you think you are? Do I, Lu Baichuan, need you to teach me how to do things?
If you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi again, I will blacklist your family.
These words caused an uproar in the audience. What? Chairman Lu called him Mr. Yi? Is he a distinguished guest of the Lu family? It's more than just a VIP. Didn't you see that Chairman Lu was constantly backing down?
I suspect this person has some connections. Yeah, this guy has been calm from the beginning until now, and doesn't seem to be afraid of Chairman Lu at all.
He seems like he's not someone to mess with.
Upon hearing Lu Baichuan's words, everyone present shut up and dared not condemn Yifeng any further. The people who had just criticized Yifeng were so frightened that they retreated far away, fearing they would be implicated. The 4 members of the Tang family were the most shocked.
Could it be that he was really invited by Chairman Lu?
Uncle Tang muttered to himself. Aunt Tang swallowed hard, her eyes filled with panic. Now it seems that Yifeng wasn't lying.
We misunderstood him. Luckily, he didn't target us, otherwise we would have been in big trouble. Tang Ruoxue stared at Yifeng in disbelief. Yifeng is clearly just a poor boy. What merits does he have to earn such respect from Chairman Lu?
She even went so far as to transfer her anger to others for his sake, which Tang Ruoxue found completely incomprehensible.
Mr. Yi, are you satisfied now? Lu Baichuan said angrily, If you're not satisfied, I'll make Tang Mingjie kneel before you and apologize. Is that acceptable? What? Tang Mingjie found it hard to accept. President Liu actually made him kneel down for Yifeng's sake? President Liu, I. Don't speak. Liu Baichuan sternly rebuked Yifeng, then looked at him again. Well? Say something. As long as you're happy, I can grant your wish. I just hope you won't be unreasonable. Making trouble out of nothing? He. Yifeng sneered. Ultimately, he still didn't believe in himself. Alright, today is your birthday, I'll give you a surprise. Yifeng didn't want to say anything more and went inside. Liu Baichuan swallowed his resentment and waved his hand. Everyone, disperse. The banquet will begin soon. Please take your seats. After saying that, he went inside. Tang Ruoxue stared at Yifeng's retreating figure, her mind in turmoil. Yifeng, how many things are you still hiding from me? Despite being married for 3 years, she felt as if she had never known him. Even though Yifeng was right in front of her, he seemed like a complete stranger. Is this still the same person I knew? Aunt Tang leaned closer and whispered, Xiaoxue, how exactly does Yifeng know Chairman Liu? We've offended him, will we be in trouble? That's right, Xiaoxue. Yifeng is always vengeful. What if he retaliates against us? Uncle Tang was also scared. Tang Mingjie curled his lips in disdain. Don't worry, my sister is the future mistress of the Liu family. So what if Yifeng has connections with Chairman Liu? Besides, didn't you see? He's already offended the guild leader today. Do you think the guild leader will still give him face in the future? Upon hearing this, Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang nodded. Yes, our backer is young Master Lu Jun. What can Yifeng do to us? Aunt Tang was immediately relieved. Stop talking. Tang Ruoxue snapped out of her daze and warned, we have nothing to do with Yifeng anymore. Don't mention him again. Tang Mingjie said, I can tolerate other things, but I will settle accounts with him sooner or later for breaking my leg. Chapter 124, Yifeng's Connections. As they were talking, a few shouts came from outside the door. The mayor has arrived. Ma Yukai, general manager of Maple Leaf Group, has arrived. Gu Zhong, the divine physician Gu has arrived. The head of the Zhong family has arrived. The chairman of Yongfeng Group has arrived. Amidst the cheers, bigwigs gradually entered the venue. These people are all very important figures in Jiangzhou, and each of them can make the city tremble with a stomp of their foot. After presenting their gifts, they went straight to the inner courtyard. As Han Tianhao approached, Tang Mingjie quickly went to greet him, bowing respectfully and saying, Your Excellency, I have a report to make. There is a murderer inside. Oh? Han Tianhao frowned. Take me inside and have a look. Please come with me, sir. Tang Mingjie immediately led the way, taking Han Tianhao and his group inside. Upon entering the inner hall, Yifeng was seen. At this moment, Yifeng sat quietly alone in a chair, standing out from the other guests. The mayor, that's him. Tang Mingjie pointed to Yifeng not far away. Upon seeing Yifeng, Han Tianhao hurried over, and the others followed in his footsteps. Tang Mingjie was overjoyed upon seeing this. Although Liu Baichuan gave Yifeng face, Han Tianhao was known for his impartiality and would certainly not let Yifeng off once he found out Yifeng's crimes. Tang Mingjie walked over with a grin, pointing angrily at Yifeng, Sir, this man has committed numerous evils, please bring him to justice. After speaking, Han Tianhao looked at Yifeng and smiled, Mr. Yi, are you in a bad mood? Why are you looking so gloomy? When Yifeng saw Han Tianhao, he also showed a smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. Then, he stood up, smiled, and said, It's nothing. Where's Miss Li? Hasn't she arrived yet? She needs to clean up and handle the aftermath. She should be here soon. After Han Tianhao finished speaking, he turned to look at Tang Mingjie and asked, Is there anything else? Tang Mingjie was speechless. They promised to bring Yifeng to justice, so why did they suddenly change their tune? The key question is, why is Han Tianhao being so polite to Yifeng? Your Excellency, the thug I was just talking about is this man. Don't let his refined appearance fool you, he's actually quite ruthless, Tang Mingjie said with a fawning smile. Really? I've known Mr. Yi for over 20 years, how come I didn't know? Han Tianhao looked coldly at Tang Mingjie. Sir, you must be joking. Tang Mingjie's smile was stiff. Yifeng is only in his early 20s, how could they have known each other for over 20 years? Isn't this blatantly protecting Yifeng? Are you questioning me? Han Tianhao blared at him.
He worked for the Yi family more than 20 years ago, so it's no exaggeration to say that he has known Yifeng for more than 20 years. After being glared at by Han Tianhao, Tang Mingjie was too scared to utter a sound. The head of the Zhong family waved his hand. If you have nothing else to say, get out of here. Don't interrupt our conversation with Mr. Yi. After saying that, he gave Tang Mingjie a hard shove. Then, she looked at Yifeng with a smile and said, Mr. Yi, do you still have the kidney tonifying pills you gave me before? I've been feeling a bit weak lately. I wonder if you could help me. Sure, you can pick it up at my clinic when you have time. Yifeng was very straightforward and gave people a friendly feeling. Then, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline said with a smile, Mr. Yi, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I wonder if you have any good medicine left. You look fine, it's not a big problem. Come to my clinic another day and I'll give you a proper diagnosis. Alright, then I'll trouble you, sir. One by one, they began to chat with Yifeng, and the conversation flowed smoothly and pleasantly. Tang Mingjie, who was standing to the side, saw this and felt very frustrated. When did Yifeng get to know so many big shots? He's been with the Tang family for 3 years, and Tang Mingjie had no idea. Your Excellency, I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb your conversation any longer. Tang Mingjie gave a stiff smile and then slunk away. As he left, the head of the Zhong family muttered to his retreating figure, what an ingrate. I gave the Tang family so many orders out of respect for Mr. Yi, and he actually tried to kill Mr. Yi. Just wait and see how I deal with him later. Yes, if it weren't for Mr. Yi, my Yongfeng group would never have been able to cooperate with the Tang family. I never expected them to be so ungrateful. The owner of Yongfeng Group rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Go Zhong also said, fortunately, Mr. Yi did not treat him, otherwise, he would have really angered him to death. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. Yifeng looked at Ma Yukai and asked, by the way, how's the Maple Leaf Group progressing? Boss, everything is going smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, the first batch should be produced next month, Ma Yukai reported truthfully. Very good, keep an eye on quality control. Yifeng gave a brief reminder. Ma Yukai nodded, don't worry, boss. With Elder Ji's help, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. The two chatted, much to the surprise of the bigwigs nearby. They were all people who had received favors from Yifeng. They only knew that Yifeng had good medical skills. They never expected that the Maple Leaf Group, which had been making headlines recently, actually belonged to Yifeng. The most surprised person was Han Tianhao. He remembered that Yifeng had disappeared without a trace after being forced to leave the Yi family. He thought Yifeng had been living a difficult life, but he never expected that he was the boss of Maple Leaf Group. Moreover, he could single-handedly help the Li family out of their predicament. No one knows what he went through after leaving the Yi family. The head of the Zhong family hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, when the first batch of the miracle water hits the market, you must save me a bottle. Yes, I want to order a bottle too, even if it costs 1 billion or 100 billion. A wealthy man made a solemn vow. Having witnessed Yifeng's medical skills, the others naturally flocked to him and made reservations one after another. Some people wanted to order 3 or 4 bottles, but the first batch was only about 10 bottles, so Yifeng could only agree to a maximum of 2 bottles per person. Ma Yukai was extremely excited. He thought that with such a high price, it would be difficult to sell on the first day of release, but to his surprise, it was sold out before production was even finished. The group was chatting enthusiastically. Lu Baichuan's voice rang out from the stage. Everyone! Lu Baichuan stood on the stage, microphone in hand, exuding an air of importance. Thank you all for gracing my birthday banquet. Thanks to everyone's support for the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce over the years, I, on behalf of the chamber, promise that we will lead you to even greater heights in the future. His impassioned speech delighted the wealthy family members present. A round of applause erupted, creating a lively atmosphere. Those present were all from top-tier wealthy families, whose family businesses all needed the support of the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce to varying degrees, so they all held this Chamber of Commerce leader in the highest regard. Immediately afterwards, Lu Baichuan spoke again. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to announce some good news about the Lu family. That is my son's lifelong happiness. Thanks to the kindness of Miss Tang Ruoshue, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, the two of us are happily married. The wedding will be held soon, and we hope you will all grace us with your presence. Chapter 125, Yifeng's birthday gift. That's all. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The scale of the event was even greater than before. Wow,
who is this Tang Ruoxue? She's so lucky to be able to marry into the Lu family. That's right. Marrying into the Lu family is every woman in Jiangzhou's dream. I wonder who this Miss Tang is to have such good fortune. The Lu family only has one son, and the Lu family will belong to young Master Lu sooner or later. She will be the future Mrs. Lu. The wealthy and influential figures in the audience began to discuss it amongst themselves. Girls, in particular, were green with envy. Meanwhile, the boys eagerly awaited the arrival of their future Mrs. Lu. To be able to marry into the Lu family, one must be at the level of a top goddess. After hearing Lu Baichuan finish his announcement, Uncle Tang, Aunt Tang, and Tang Ningjie finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the Tang family will surely soar to great heights. The happiest person was Tang Ruoxue. Looking at the excited crowd, Tang Ruoxue felt deeply moved. In the past, she wouldn't even have been allowed to attend such a banquet, but now she is the envy of everyone. It feels so good to be envied and admired by everyone. This is exactly what Tang Ruoxue wanted. At this moment, she was incredibly grateful that she had divorced Yifeng back then, otherwise she wouldn't have the glory she has today. Yifeng, this is the difference between you and young Master Lu. You will never be as good as young Master Lu. Tang Ruoxue muttered something to herself and looked in Yifeng's direction. To her surprise, Yifeng's expression was incredibly calm, as if he were listening to an unimportant speech and was even happily eating. This made Tang Ruoxue very angry, feeling that Yifeng was a cold-blooded animal. His ex-wife is about to remarry, but he acts as if nothing happened. I don't know if he was faking it or if it was real. At this moment, Lu Jun walked over and asked in confusion, Ruoxue, who are you looking at so intently? It's nothing, just saw someone I know. Tang Ruoxue quickly looked away. Lu Jun put his arm around Tang Ruoxue's shoulder. Let's go upstairs and let everyone witness our love. Good. Tang Ruoxue nodded happily, secretly glanced at Yifeng again, and then walked onto the stage side by side with Lu Jun. At this moment, Lu Baichuan on the stage continued, next, please welcome my son Lu Jun and his girlfriend to the stage. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted, and the crowd was filled with excitement. All eyes turned to the two people on the stage. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue was wearing a pair of 10-centimeter high heels and a silver tight-fitting dress. Her fair skin and beautiful face were breathtaking. As they walked step by step to the center of the stage, the applause from the audience grew louder and louder. Wow, so beautiful, no wonder young Master Lu took a liking to her. In my opinion, she is in no way inferior to Li Anlin. At first I thought she was lucky, but now I think Lu Xiao got a bargain. With a figure and looks like that, she is definitely a good match for Lu Xiao. The audience showered him with praise. This was the first time Tang Ruoxue had received such adoration, and she was incredibly excited. The two walked to the center of the stage, and Lu Jun took the microphone from his father and began to speak. Thank you to all the wealthy families for witnessing this. I hereby declare that I will never fail Miss Tang's kindness and will cherish her dearly. After speaking, he handed the microphone to Tang Ruoxue. Tang Ruoxue happily took the microphone, first glancing at the audience below, and then began to speak. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lu. I, Tang Ruoxue, hereby swear that for the rest of my life. She paused here, then involuntarily looked in Yifeng's direction. At this moment, he was still leisurely eating. Was this guy a beggar in his past life? He's so greedy. Tang Ruoxue rolled her eyes and continued, in this life, I will definitely stay with young Master Lu until we grow old together, never to be separated. After speaking, he handed the microphone to Lu Baichuan. Looking at the two lovers, Lu Baichuan was deeply moved. Next. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Baichuan's lips twitched, and his expression suddenly turned pained. He tried to hold on, but found that his body felt like it was being gnawed by insects, causing him extreme discomfort. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Seeing that Lu Baichuan's face was pale, Tang Ruoxue stepped forward to help him up. Lu Baichuan waved his hand, it's alright, I can manage. He forced himself to stand up and tried to continue speaking, but the intense discomfort forced him to give up. The audience looked completely bewildered. Why did Chairman Lu suddenly fall ill when he was perfectly fine? It shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he's getting old and was overly excited, so it's normal for his body to be a little excited. He should be fine after a rest. At this moment, in an unknown corner, Xin Zhao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then, he turned and left, heading backstage.
On the field, after seeing Qin Xiao leave, Lu Jun quickly helped Lu Baichuan, saying, "Dad, let me help you inside to rest."
Sigh, I'm getting old and it's no use anymore. Lu Baichuan sighed and could only go inside to rest for a while. I thought that taking some painkillers would be fine.
After all, he gets checked every month, and his health indicators are pretty good.
Uncle Lu, let us help you inside. Tang Ruoxue also helped Lu Baichuan. The three were about to leave. Sudden. A voice rang out from the audience. Wait a moment.
Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look and suddenly saw a young man stand up. The young man slowly walked out and headed straight for the stage.
They soon arrived in front of Lu Baichuan.
The three members of the Tang family below the stage had a bad feeling when they saw this, but they were also puzzled.
What's Yifeng up to? He didn't cause any trouble when they announced their relationship, but now that Chairman Lu is having an attack, he's starting to cause trouble?
As soon as Tang Ruoxue saw Yifeng coming over, she sensed that something big was about to happen.
Yifeng, what are you doing?
Tang Ruoxue hurriedly stopped Yifeng, fearing that he might harm Chairman Lu. Lu Jun also said, "Yifeng, if you have any complaints about me, you'll have plenty of time to vent later.
Right now, my father is unwell, so don't do anything rash."
Shut up, all of you. Lu Baichuan sternly rebuked him, then looked at Yifeng. "Mr. Yi, I am feeling very unwell right now and have no time to entertain you. Please forgive me. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble." Yifeng took out a box the size of a fist. "Today is your birthday, and I told you I would give you a big gift." After saying that, he handed the box out, saying, "Eat it, and you'll thank me." Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan was about to reach out to take it. Just then, Tang Ruoxue slapped the box out of Yifeng's hand.
"Yifeng, that's enough. Are you going to say again that this is a magic pill you made that can cure Uncle Lu's addiction? Let me tell you, these lies of yours can only fool naive and innocent people like Tang Yi. I will not allow you to joke about Uncle Lu's body." As she spoke, she helped Lu Baichuan inside. Chapter 126, Yifeng defiled me. "Ruoxue, you can't talk to Mr. Yi like that." Lu Baichuan quickly broke free and looked at Yifeng gratefully. "Mr. Yi, I am extremely grateful for your kindness." After saying that, he quickly took the medicine from Yifeng. Just as we were about to eat, Lu Jun quickly stopped him. "Dad, do you really believe him and not Ruoxue? Ruoxue knows his character better than anyone. He must be holding a grudge against me and wants to harm you. Don't eat it." Yifeng. Lu Jun glared fiercely at Yifeng. "With me here, you can forget about harming my father." These words were spoken. Those present became excited. I recognize this man. He seems to be Tang Ruoxue's ex-husband. He is probably here to cause trouble. What? Is it that exciting? Sigh, I heard he's a hopeless romantic. After being dumped by Tang Ruoxue, he went around causing trouble to win her back. He doesn't let any man who gets close to Tang Ruoxue have a good time. So, he's probably targeting the Lu family now. Lu Jun continued, "Yifeng, I haven't settled accounts with you for my mother's matter yet. If you dare to disrespect my father, I'll make sure you get out of here lying down." Yeah? Despite the criticism from the crowd, Yifeng remained calm and composed. He looked at Lu Jun and smiled contemptuously. "I will give you an explanation about your mother's matter soon. As for you, what a filial son. You poisoned Lu Baichuan, trying to force him to relinquish his position as head of the family. Did you really think you could get away with it?" These words were spoken. Public sentiment surged once again. Poisoning. Seize the throne. Each and every one of them was an outrageous crime. If a son does this to his father, then he is guilty of patricide, and even dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Such a thing has never happened even in the struggles for the throne in ancient times. To say that this happened in the Lu family, an only child family, is simply a joke. Kid, are you kidding us? It's not funny at all, a man laughed loudly. This guy is clearly here to cause trouble at the wedding. Please kick him out, Chairman Lu. That's right, he couldn't keep his wife, so now he's framing young Master Lu. It's despicable. The calls for condemnation were incessant. Tang Ruoxue couldn't stand it any longer and angrily rebuked, "Yifeng, I thought that even if you went too far, you would at least have some bottom line. But you actually told such a lie to ruin our relationship. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Tang Ruoxue felt that Yifeng was beyond saving, given that he could even tell such obviously false lies.
At this moment, Lu Baichuan was also extremely disappointed in Yifeng. He had thought Yifeng was being kind by preparing emergency medicine for him, but it turned out it was just a ploy to frame his son for usurping the throne. Mr. Yi, I trusted you so much, yet you have repeatedly framed my son.
Do you really think I have no temper? Lu Baichuan snapped.
Yifeng shook his head helplessly. He had anticipated this outcome.
A person who believes in you will believe you without hesitation, no matter what you say. Even if you present the truth to someone who doesn't believe you, they will remain indifferent. Lu Baichuan, in your heart, am I really that despicable?
Yifeng just sneered.
Then why did you frame him? Lu Baichuan said indignantly, I could accept your previous accusations that my son was trying to seize power, but now you want to say that he's trying to poison me? Don't you think that's going too far?
Let everyone here judge for themselves. What reason does my son have to seize power, and what could possibly lead him to poison me?
He got angrier and angrier as he talked.
What should have been a pleasant banquet was ruined, leaving everyone feeling miserable.
Tang Mingjie shouted from below, President Lu, don't waste your breath on him. People like him should have their legs broken and be kicked out of the venue.
That's right, kick him out of the venue. He is just a poor kid, yet he dares to cause trouble here.
We absolutely cannot let him get away with this.
A large number of spectators stood up and demanded that Yifeng be punished.
At this moment, Ma Yukai, who was sitting in the front row, said nervously, Mayor, what should we do?
Please help our boss. Although Ma Yukai didn't know Yifeng very well, he instinctively trusted him because of his unusual behavior.
Go Zhong also said, that's right, sir. Only you can help Mr. Yi now. Please step forward. Han Tianhao frowned.
He was about to get up when Li Anlin suddenly stopped him, saying, Don't rush, the show hasn't even started yet, just wait and see.
But
Han Tianhao was taken aback at first, then looked at Yifeng's calm appearance and nodded, okay, I believe he can handle it. To be honest, although Han Tianhao had known Yifeng for over 20 years, he didn't really know him well. But he believed that the Yi family members were definitely not ordinary people. Since Li Anlin and Yifeng have such a good relationship, and she remains so calm, he naturally trusted Yifeng.
Shut up, all of you. Despite the excruciating pain, Lu Baichuan roared down at the crowd below, then looked at Yifeng and said, Mr. Yi, you may leave now. I won't see you off.
After saying that, she handed the medicine box back to Yifeng. I'm just feeling a little unwell, it's nothing serious. Please don't appear at the Lu family again.
So, you're trying to distance yourself from me, is that it?
Yes. Lu Baichuan clutched his chest and said with difficulty, Over the years, I have treated you well, and I have repaid all the debts I owed. From now on, we go our separate ways and wish each other well.
I won't see you off. Yifeng shook his head bitterly, Lu Baichuan, do you know? After I learned of Lu Jun's evil intentions, I told you without delay.
It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, after all, the truth is too absurd and truly unbelievable. So I searched for medicine for you, and it took me a lot of effort to find the Tai Sui, a rare herb, and concoct an antidote for you, but you wouldn't even try it.
Fine, since you don't want it, I'll throw it away.
After Yifeng finished speaking, he casually tossed the object into the trash can. Although this medicine is very precious, it was specially made for him.
If he doesn't want it, Yifeng doesn't want to take it with him either.
Consider it a case of good intentions being wasted.
I hope you won't regret it.
Yifeng said, then turned and left.
Just then,
an excited voice came from inside.
We can't let him leave. Immediately afterwards, Feng Meiling, supported by an Annie, walked out shakily.
At this moment, she was still wrapped in many white bandages and looked very weak.
We can't let him leave. Feng Meiling persisted and walked up to Lu Baichuan. Madam, you're so badly injured, why did you run out? Lu Baichuan asked worriedly. Yes, Madam Lu, you should go back and rest.
We'll take care of things here.
Tang Ruoxue also offered her advice.
No, I can't let him get away with this. Feng Meiling stepped forward and angrily pointed at Yifeng. This man named Yifeng, he is a beast. He not only killed my housekeeper, but also defiled me. Chapter 127, Public Sentiment Rages.
The entire audience erupted in uproar. What? He actually defiled Madame Lu? And even killed someone? Has he gone mad? My God, this news is absolutely explosive. Now, he's definitely going to die. Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan's body trembled.
He stared at Yifeng in disbelief, his heart filled with turmoil.
Madam, is this really true? Lu Baichuan asked, bewildered.
Real. Feng Meiling sobbed, I didn't want to expose him because of your relationship with him, but I just saw how lawless he is, and I couldn't bear it any longer. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face.
Tang Ruoxue felt extremely heartbroken upon hearing this.
She had been wondering why Madame Lu's clothes were completely intact despite her serious injuries.
Now she finally understands.
It turns out that Yi Feng defiled her first, and then beat her severely.
Yi Feng, what you did before was already brutal enough, and now you not only killed people, but also did this to Madame Lu. Brute! Tang Ruoxue slapped him across the face. Yi Feng couldn't dodge in time and was slapped across the face with a loud crack.
Tang Ruoxue said angrily, if you have any grievances, just take them out on me. Why did you hurt others? Why did you do such a despicable thing? At that moment, she felt deeply ashamed. She's the one who ruined the Lu family. Yi Feng did so much, all to get revenge on her.
Kill him. Kill him. He must be torn to pieces.
Those in the audience wished they could walk over and tear Yi Feng to pieces.
Lu Baichuan was on the verge of collapse. Yi Feng, get out of here. Get out of the Lu family right now.
If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have sworn that he would never hurt Yi Feng under any circumstances.
At that moment, he really wanted to kill him. Uncle Tang shouted from the sidelines, Chairman Lu, we can't let him leave. We must get justice for Madame Lu.
Yes, I suggest we castrate him, someone shouted. The others echoed in response, creating a powerful and enthusiastic atmosphere. Everyone wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Feng apart.
I told him to leave. Lu Baichuan roared in anger and almost fainted.
Seeing that public anger had been aroused, Feng Meiling could not allow Yi Feng to leave smoothly. Master, if you let him go today, I will die in front of you. After saying that, she took a small knife and held it to her neck.
Seeing this, Lu Baichuan was extremely conflicted.
Torn between his wife and his savior, he would regret it no matter which choice he made.
Just then,
Yi Feng spoke again, I want to leave, and no one can stop me. But before I leave, I would like to ask Chairman Lu to look at something. After saying that, Yi Feng took out his phone and sent the video he had taken last night to Lu Baichuan.
Lu Baichuan said angrily, Yi Feng, no matter what you say, I won't believe you anymore. Get out of here.
The words had barely left his mouth.
Bite. Lu Baichuan received a video from Yi Feng on his phone. Driven by instinctive curiosity, he clicked to take a look.
To their astonishment, they discovered a naked man and woman embracing passionately in the lobby. That man was He Chang, the deceased butler of the Lu family. The woman was none other than his wife, Feng Meiling. They were actually being intimate. And judging from their affectionate manner, it didn't seem like it was their first time. This. Lu Baichuan glanced at Yi Feng, then looked at Feng Meiling in disbelief.
If this video is real? Then
it's very possible that what Yi Feng said is true.
How could that be? Absolutely impossible. Just then, Lu Jun snatched Lu Baichuan's phone. Dad, let me take you inside first.
Although Feng Meiling hadn't seen the video content, she sensed something was wrong and quickly said, Miss Tang, let me handle this. She pushed Tang Ruoxue away and said, Master, I'll take you back to rest. We'll deal with him later.
At this moment, Lu Baichuan's mind was buzzing.
He looked at Yi Feng with a puzzled expression, about to say something, when he was forcibly pulled away. He hadn't even had a chance to watch the conversation in the video.
After Lu Baichuan was taken away, the crowd surged again. We can't let him leave.
A young man in a suit pointed at Yi Feng and said passionately.
Upon hearing this, the others also surrounded Yi Feng.
They were all wealthy merchants in Jiangzhou, and each of them needed to rely on the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce, so naturally they wanted to curry favor with the Lu family.
Punishing Yi Feng would be the best way to curry favor.
A middle-aged man shouted, I suggest we all work together to capture him and await the chairman's decision.
Yes, there are so many people here, tie him up. Another man spoke up.
Seeing that Yi Feng had nowhere to escape, Tang Mingjie, Tang Dinyang, and Tang Debo revealed smug smiles.
Many people present brought bodyguards, and with the addition of the Lu family's bodyguards, they didn't believe Yi Feng could escape.
Tang Mingjie stepped forward and shouted, I suggest we break one of his legs first, then tie him up.
Yes, break his legs. Break his legs.
With shouts, a large number of bodyguards rushed over and surrounded Yi Feng. The situation was becoming increasingly critical. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out, "Let's see who dares." As the voice rang out, Gozhong stepped forward from the crowd, saying, "Although I, Gozhong, do not have the financial resources of any of you here, I still hold a certain position in the medical field. Anyone who dares to touch Mr. Yi is making an enemy of me, Gozhong." Upon seeing Gozhong, the crowd's emotions cooled somewhat. This legendary old doctor has many apprentices, including attending physicians and even hospital directors at several top-tier hospitals. Naturally, his appearance is taken very seriously. The young man cupped his hands and said, "Dr. Gu, this scoundrel is worse than a beast, he even killed someone. Are you going to protect him?" "Yes, Dr. Gu," another person said. "You are a highly respected doctor, you must not ruin your reputation for the sake of this beast." "Heh, what a fine example of ruined reputation." Gozhong said arrogantly, "Today, Mr. Yi and I are standing right here. If you want to touch him, you'll have to kill this old man." His tone was firm. Seeing this, the others criticized him for being ungrateful. The young master said indignantly, "Old Go, we're only trying to give you face by kindly advising you. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless." "That's right, we can't let Jifeng escape no matter what," someone shouted. A large number of bodyguards surrounded them again, including Gozhong. It looked like they were about to take action. Then another voice came, "What if I were included?" At this moment, a middle-aged man with a large belly slowly squeezed into the crowd. This man was none other than Zhong Dafu, the head of the Zhong family. Although he was not as powerful as Lu Baichuan, he was still a well-known top tycoon in Jiangzhou, and everyone present knew him. "Patriarch Zhong, why are you doing this?" "Yes, Patriarch Zhong, even if Yifeng's crimes were punishable by 1,000 cuts, it wouldn't be enough. Why are you still protecting him?" Everyone found it hard to believe. It's one thing to protect Gozhong, but even the head of the Zhong family wants to protect him. This is hard to understand. The head of the Zhong family waved his hand righteously, "Although I don't know the truth, the Mr. Yi I know is definitely not that kind of person. I, Zhong, unconditionally believe in Mr. Yi. If you insist on targeting him, you will be making an enemy of the Zhong family." Chapter 128, A Big Shot Steps in to Help. "Me too." After the Zhong family had finished speaking, another person squeezed in. This person is Chen Baixiang, the owner of Yongfeng Group. "Even Boss Chen. Is this some kind of reversal of the Heavenly Gang?" Just as everyone was in disbelief, several more voices appeared. "And me, whose group, Hu Qin? I am Bai Wei from Bai Deli Company." Four top-tier figures walked over in a row. The atmosphere immediately quieted down. Although all these important figures combined couldn't compare to Lu Baichuan, it was truly unbelievable that so many people would support Yifeng for no apparent reason. Tang Ruoxue, standing to the side, was unusually quiet. She stared blankly at Yifeng, as if he were a stranger. She felt as if she had never known Yifeng at all. Tang Ruoxue knew all of these people who were protecting Yifeng, and was very familiar with them. This is because they had all cooperated with the Li family before, and the cooperation process was quite easy. The Tang family's achievements today are entirely due to the assistance of these powerful figures and Lu Baichuan. Tang Ruoxue used to think it was due to her own abilities, but later she believed it was Lu Jun's secret help. But now it seems. "Yifeng, was everything you said before true?" Tang Ruoxue wondered to herself. During the divorce, Yifeng said that everything the Tang family had was given to him by him. Is it all true? How is that possible? Tang Ruoxue looked completely bewildered. Another voice rang out, "If that's not enough, add my Li family, Li Anlin." When the influential Li family appeared, the bodyguards quickly made way for them. Li Anlin was dressed in a white dress, looking like an ice and snow beauty, both aloof and stunning. She walked step by step toward Yifeng and stood beside him. "I, Li Anlin, hereby declare that Yifeng is a distinguished guest of the Li family. Anyone who dares to touch him is an enemy of the Li family," Li Anlin declared domineeringly. This immediately silenced everyone present. Aside from the Tang family, no one would have guessed that Yifeng actually had the Li family as a powerful backer. This put those present in a difficult position. Some wealthy businessmen with interests related to the Li family, or those connected to powerful figures like the Zhong family, had no choice but to remain neutral. Upon seeing Li Anlin, Jin Xiao frowned, thinking, "Why is she here? Did Zhao Xiong fail?" However, upon closer reflection, given Zhao Xiong's strength and the fact that he was leading over 100 martial artists, it was impossible for him to have failed. It was simply that Li Anlin happened to be away from the Li family and escaped unscathed. Seeing Yifeng turn the tide, Tang Mingjie was so angry that he jumped out. Miss Li, esteemed sirs, your status is so distinguished that we would never dare to offend you. But when it comes to people and things, there should always be reason. What Yifeng has done is outrageous and infuriating. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by the world for protecting him? Do you really think you can control everything? Tang Mingjie spoke each word with force and conviction. Taking advantage of Yifeng's predicament, he absolutely could not let Yifeng escape. Seeing Tang Mingjie take the lead, another wealthy woman shouted, "I agree with what this gentleman said. Everything can be explained by reason. What you are doing is a bit too domineering. In terms of wealth, the Lu family cannot compare to the Li family, but in terms of influence, the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce is far stronger than the Li family. Many people may not have a cooperative relationship with the Li family, but they cannot do without the Baichuan Chamber of Commerce. These people were naturally not afraid of the Li family. That's right. Even if we don't kill him, we should arrest him and let Chairman Lu decide his fate. Yes, tie him up first." Some people who were not afraid of the Li family became increasingly assertive. Sudden. Han Tianhao has made his appearance. He strolled leisurely through the crowd, stood in the middle, and slowly began to speak. "Let me say something fair. That's all." The entire room fell silent. Although they are businessmen, they often need to deal with the mayor, and the mayor has the most authority to handle cases like murder and rape. Seeing Han Tianhao step forward gave many people more confidence. They thought to themselves that even though the Li family was rich, they wouldn't dare to disrespect the mayor. "Your Excellency, please send men to capture this thief, so that the Lu family in Jiangzhou may be rid of this menace," the young master said. "Everyone, please be quiet." Han Tianhao said calmly, "The matter of Yifeng is still undecided. Let's wait for Chairman Lu to handle it personally." The real show hadn't even started yet, so Han Tianhao naturally wanted to keep watching. He also believed that Yifeng could handle it himself. After saying that, he walked towards Yifeng and said, "Mr. Yi, you're not going to run away, are you?" "Don't worry, I'm not full yet, and I don't want to leave." Yifeng remained calm and composed. With Yi's revenge still pending and Feng Miling yet to be punished, how could Yifeng possibly leave? He was just joking earlier, and he knew these people wouldn't let him go. "Did you hear that? Mr. Yi said he won't leave, so you can all rest assured now?" Han Tianhao surveyed the crowd, exuding an aura of dominance. The implication was, let's see who dares to touch him. Since the mayor had spoken and Yifeng had personally made a promise, no one present could say much, and they all took their seats back in their places. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Ruoshue's doubts deepened. He hurriedly walked up to Yifeng and said aggressively, "Yifeng, I have something to ask you. Tell me the truth. Explain. How do you know the boss of Yongfeng Group and the head of the Zhong family? And the others, why are they protecting you?" Tang Ruoshue wanted an answer. This answer was crucial to her. Yifeng smiled expressionlessly. "What does it have to do with you? Don't forget, you're Lu Jun's fiancé now. Showing too much concern for me will only cause gossip, and I don't want to add another charge to my name." "You." Seeing Yifeng's indifferent expression, Tang Ruoshue got angry. "You clearly care about me, so why are you pretending to be indifferent? Don't you know how annoying you are?" He. He's being narcissistic again. Yifeng smiled. "How could you possibly tell that I still care about you? Still trying to deny it? If you don't care about me, why did you come to stop my good deed?" Tang Ruoshue rolled her eyes. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. He came today to get revenge on Feng Miling and to seek justice for Yi, but she thought he came for her sake. It's ridiculous. Think what you want. If you have nothing else to say, please leave, Yifeng said coldly. You haven't answered my question yet. Tang Ruoshue persisted. You've never left the house all these years, how come you know so many big shots, but I had no idea. Yifeng's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said solemnly, in these 3 years, have you ever cared about my affairs? In your eyes, my friends are nothing but a bunch of worthless acquaintances, so why should I tell you anything? Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoshue lowered her head in silence. Yifeng was right, she really hadn't paid any attention to his affairs over the years. At this moment, Tang Mingjie walked over and said, Sister, do you even need to ask? It must be Li Anlin who invited him to help him. Otherwise, with his abilities, why would those big shots treat him so well?
That's right, Aunt Tang added. Yifeng is Li Anlin's gigolo, and these big shots are just giving Li Anlin face. Tang Ruoxue silently shook her head, she didn't quite believe it. These bigwigs didn't seem to be doing this out of respect for Li Anlin, rather, they seemed to have unlimited trust in Yifeng. But if it weren't for Li Anlin, would Yifeng really have such great abilities? Yifeng, I want to hear it from you personally, Tang Ruoxue asked forcefully. Chapter 129, The Truth. Are you ever going to stop? Yifeng rolled his eyes. You only believe what you want to believe anyway. Does the truth even matter? Of course it's important. Tang Ruoxue shouted softly. At this moment, Gozhong walked over from the side and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, why bother with these ungrateful wretches? Let's go, Miss Li is waiting for you. Shut up. Tang Mingjie got angry as soon as he saw Gozhong. You old bastard, you promised to have a miracle doctor treat me, but you went back on your word and caused my injuries to be delayed. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. That's right, Uncle Tang said. If it weren't for you delaying things, Fei-Fei's face would have been healed long ago. Guzhong sneered. He shook his head and said, it's no exaggeration to say you're ungrateful. Let me tell you the truth, the delay in your recovery is your own fault, you deserve it. What are you saying? It's clearly your broken promise that caused this. Tang Mingjie said indignantly. Then do you know who the miracle doctor I'm talking about is? Guzhong asked seriously. Seeing that Guzhong was speaking with conviction, Tang Ruoxue asked in confusion, Dr. Go, what exactly are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? Guzhong sneered, pointed sharply at Yifeng, and said, word by word, that divine doctor is Mr. Yifeng. Only he can heal his injuries. You have repeatedly humiliated Mr. Yi, you truly deserve to be disabled for life. The words fell. The 4 members of the Tang family were suddenly shocked. Yifeng? Is Yifeng that master? That divine doctor? Tang Ruoxue and the others found it hard to believe. Yifeng was just a barefoot doctor, how could he be a miracle doctor? If he were a miracle doctor, how could he be living in such a destitute state? Impossible, you must have conspired to deceive me, right? Tang Ruoxue shook her head violently. She didn't want to believe that the miracle doctor she had once tried to curry favor with was actually her ex-husband whom she had abandoned. This was hard for her to accept. No need to waste my breath, they won't believe me anyway, Yifeng said expressionlessly, and then turned to walk away. Tang Ruoxue grabbed him, Yifeng, I want you to tell me yourself, are you really a miracle doctor? Open. Yifeng abruptly shook off his hand, saying, does what I say matter? It's important, of course it's important. I'll believe you as long as you admit it yourself, Tang Ruoxue pleaded desperately. In truth, she already had the answer in her heart, but she just couldn't convince herself to believe it. Tang Mingjie tugged at her sleeve. Sister, don't be fooled by him. Don't we know what kind of person he is? Uncle Tang also said, that's right, Xiaoxue. I also think they're lying. There's no such thing as a miracle doctor. They're just ganging up to fool us. Don't be fooled by them. Shut up, all of you. Tang Ruoxue still held on to Yifeng, not letting him leave. Also, you still haven't told me how you know those big shots? Sis, what's wrong with you? Tang Mingjie said angrily, I already told you, it was definitely Li Anlin who intervened, that's why those big shots. He hadn't finished speaking. A middle-aged man walked over from not far away. Mr. Yi, why are you still getting entangled with these ingrates? Miss Li is waiting for you. The one speaking was the head of the Zhong family. Upon seeing Patriarch Zhong, Tang Ruoxue quickly went over and said with a smile, Patriarch Zhong, I have a question for you. Please be sure to tell me. There's nothing more to say. The head of the Zhong family waved his hand, from today onwards, my Zhong family will terminate our cooperation with your Tang family, and you will be blacklisted by me and never cooperate with us again. And my Young Feng Group. The chairman of Young Feng Group also said, I am also terminating all cooperation with the Tang family. After saying that, he looked at Yifeng with a grin and said, Mr. Yi, let's go and leave them alone. Good. Yifeng nodded and followed them away. At this moment, Li Anlin and Han Tianhao were sitting at the same table, waiting for Yifeng to arrive. Tang Ruoxue stared blankly at Yifeng, who was surrounded by powerful figures. It feels like I've missed something. She felt that she had never truly understood this man she had been with for 3 years, and even now, she still felt that she couldn't see through him. Seeing Tang Ruoshua's unpleasant expression, Tang Ningjie said, "Sister, you don't really believe he's a miracle doctor, do you? Or do you believe that everything our Tang family has is thanks to him? What is he anyway?"
"That's right, Ruoshue. If he had that kind of ability, he would have been rich long ago.
Why would he need to be Li Anlin's gigolo?"
Aunt Tang rolled her eyes.
Seeing that Tang Ruoshue was still hesitant, Tang Boyuan said, "Even if what he said is true, so what? You are now the future mistress of the Lu family.
He is just a doctor.
What's so great about him?"
Hearing what her uncle said, Tang Ruoshue came back to her senses.
"That's right.
Even if what Yifeng said is true, it's just that he has some connections. In the end, he's still a poor man with no power or influence."
She was about to become the most powerful woman in Jiangzhou, a position that Yifeng could never match.
Even if his medical skills are good, he's nothing compared to the medical sage Uncle Lu mentioned.
Tang Ruoshue felt much more at ease after thinking about this.
"By the way, sister, you have to remind Chairman Lu to introduce me to that medical sage.
My leg injury can't be delayed any longer."
"Yes, Xiuxue Feifei's face can't be left untreated any longer," Uncle Tang said.
"Don't worry, with Uncle Lu's intervention, that medical sage will definitely give us face." Tang Ruoshue was full of confidence.
On the other side, with the help of Lu Jun and Feng Miling, Lu Baichuan was helped up to the second floor. At this moment, his face was pale, but his body was flushed. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his body. Instead of getting better, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. After taking several painkillers, the pain did not lessen at all. However, his doubts forced him to bravely endure them.
"Juner, madam, you two go out and greet the guests first.
I'll rest for a bit before I go out." Despite his discomfort, Lu Baichuan chased them away.
As soon as the two left the room, Lu Baichuan lay on the bed and rolled around frantically.
Supported by strong willpower, he endured the discomfort and quickly took out his phone to watch the video Yifeng had sent him. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you.
In the video,
Feng Miling abandoned her usual ladylike image and clung tightly to Yi Chang like a hungry mother teddy bear, the two of them wishing they could stick together.
Upon seeing this scene, Lu Baichuan almost fainted.
The conversation in the video, however, made his blood vessels explode.
"Yifeng is too barbaric.
If he finds out we killed his wife, he'll probably fight us to the death." Yi Chang rubbed Feng Miling's breasts and said with a wicked smile, "Don't worry, that bastard hurt our son, I'll kill him. That old man's been cooped up at home all day lately, it's driving me crazy," Yi Chang said.
"I'm going to have to punish his wife properly tonight, huh? Come on, let's see who punishes whom, or I won't let you." Feng Miling. Chapter 130, Lu Baichuan's Regret.
Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan felt his blood surge and almost fainted. It turns out Yifeng was telling the truth.
Tang Yi was indeed murdered by Feng Miling.
Tragically, instead of believing Yifeng, she verbally abused him, causing Yifeng to be targeted by others. What he found even more unacceptable was that Feng Miling not only cheated on him, but even his only son was not his biological child. In other words, this despicable woman cheated on him for over 20 years.
Aha!
Why?
Why is this happening?
Lu Baichuan covered himself with the blanket and cried out loudly.
He was wrong. He was really wrong.
He actually put his savior in danger for this vile woman and this bastard child.
"Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry."
Lu Baichuan covered himself with the blanket and rolled around frantically. The dual trauma to his body and mind was driving him to the brink of collapse. But the hatred in his heart made him bravely endure it.
"You bastard, I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death."
Lu Baichuan clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He vowed to personally chop that bitch to pieces.
Just then,
with a bang, the door was pushed open.
Feng Miling walked in with a smile.
Behind her, besides Lu Jun, was a one-armed young man with a sinister appearance.
"Honey, are you feeling better?" Feng Miling asked with concern.
Lu Baichuan wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, but his body trembled uncomfortably.
So, he forced a smile, suppressing his discomfort and anger, and said, "It's nothing serious, you can go out now, I'll be there soon."
"Oh, right." Feng Miling sat on the edge of the bed with a virtuous expression.
"What video did Yifeng send you? Show it to me." Lu Baichuan had a bad feeling.
However, he just pretended to laugh and said, "It's nothing, just a video about treating illnesses and maintaining health."
"Really? Then let me see it. Feng Meiling reached out to take it. Lu Baichuan quickly tucked himself into the quilt.
There were no bodyguards in the room, and he couldn't reveal the video, otherwise, if it were discovered, who knew what they would do?
However, seeing Lu Baichuan acting suspiciously, Feng Meiling became even more suspicious.
She suddenly sat up, yanked off the covers, and snatched the phone from Lu Baichuan's hand.
Although Feng Meiling was injured, Lu Baichuan was even weaker and couldn't compete with her at all.
She grabbed it and held it in her hand.
Mom, what video is it? Why are you so nervous? Lu Jun picked up the phone and looked at it.
The dialogue in the video completely shattered his worldview. His mother was having an affair with the housekeeper.
Seeing Feng Meiling's alluring figure, Lu Jun couldn't help but swallow hard. Feng Meiling never expected that Ji Feng would actually film their video.
Now, seeing this scene with her own son, she was so ashamed that she dared not look up.
Mom, you. Lu Jun looked at Feng Meiling in disbelief. Feng Meiling stopped pretending, snatched the phone, and admitted, "That's right, this old man isn't your biological father, it's Butler he, but he's already been killed by Yi Feng." She decided to be honest with her son. Since the old man had already seen the video, she had nothing left to hide. What? Lu Jun was shocked.
His identity as the young master Lu Jun, which he had always been so proud of, turned out to be fake.
Was the biological father a butler?
Such a huge difference should have made Lu Jun sad, but at this moment, he became excited.
"Ha, that's great, that's great." Lu Jun laughed wildly.
Originally, he felt a little guilty about poisoning his father to seize the throne, and he even planned to make amends to his father if he succeeded in seizing the throne. But now, the trace of guilt in his heart vanished without a trace.
"Ha, since you're not my biological father, I have even less reason to hold back." After saying that, he grabbed Lu Baichuan by the collar and asked, "Do you want to live?" "Junior, what do you want to do?" Lu Baichuan said in a panic, "Junior, it's okay.
We've been father and son for over 20 years, and we're closer than blood relatives.
It's all your mother's fault. Dad won't blame you." Snap. Lu Jun slapped him across the face. "Closer than your own child? In these past 20-odd years, have you ever looked at me properly?
Sometimes I wonder if I'm even your biological child.
Why do you treat me like this for an outsider? Fate is cruel. I really am not your biological child."
His eyes revealed excitement and ruthlessness. He had never been so excited.
"What exactly do you want to do?" Lu Baichuan asked, struggling to find the answer. "Of course it's about seizing the throne. Didn't Ji Feng tell you that? You just didn't believe him." Lu Jun smiled wickedly. "Also, what he said about poisoning is true. I want you to announce to everyone that you will pass the position of head of the Lu family to me and transfer all the assets to my name." Lu Baichuan's heart sank completely. Yes, Yi Feng was right again. Everything Yi Feng said was true. He was simply blinded by greed and exploited by these beasts.
He couldn't even imagine that Lu Jun had already harbored the intention to seize the throne and poison others before he even knew about his own background.
How utterly depraved such behavior was. Lu Baichuan has always been a man of great loyalty and righteousness. How could he possibly have given birth to such a beast? "Ha, you want me to pass the throne to you? Bah!" Lu Baichuan spat out a mouthful of saliva, which landed on Lu Jun's face.
He could foresee that once the position was passed to him, he would inevitably seek revenge against Ji Feng. Lu Baichuan had already made the wrong choice once, but this time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again.
He couldn't let Ji Feng get hurt. Snap. Lu Fengmei slapped him across the face. "Do you think you can protect your business by not passing the throne to Junior? He is your only son.
As long as you die, the Lu family will still belong to us, mother and son." She was happier than anyone else to learn that Lu Jun was going to seize the throne. In this way, she wouldn't have to worry about her affair being exposed.
"Dad, you're right. Our father-son relationship of over 20 years is incomparable to that deadbeat butler.
As long as you pass the position to me, I will treat you well." Lu Jun needed him to personally pass on the position to avoid gossip from the outside world. If Lu Baichuan were to die suddenly, he would certainly be subject to an official investigation.
"Don't even think about it." Lu Baichuan could naturally see his concerns. He chuckled and said, "If you want the position of family head, you'll have to kill me." He's about to collapse.
The physical torment made him wish he could die immediately.
Lu Baichuan's fearless attitude towards death surprised Lu Jun.
He had originally thought that by using both soft and hard tactics, his father would compromise for the sake of his own son. In retrospect, the fact that he wasn't biologically related to his father was a huge blow to him.
What should we do about young Master Qin?
Lu Jun could only place his hopes on Qin Shao.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
Qin Shao smiled sinisterly and took out a silver bell. The poison he was afflicted with is a goo poison made from more than a dozen kinds of goo worms. No one can bear the pain caused by this poison. As long as I ring this bell, he will surely kneel down and beg for mercy. After saying that, Qin Shao gently shook the bell in his hand.